On your first day selling mystery boxes, someone pulled a legendary golden item. Yet when he saw the dirty, tattered rag in front of him, everyone showed looks of disgust. Yet you pointed at the tattered cloth with an air of profound mystery. This item is called the Immortal King's Shroud. It can be expanded to form a powerful defensive barrier. At your current cultivation level, you can withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator 3 major realms above you. Of course, this is just its most basic usage. Upon hearing this, the incredible treasure that Mu Chan uncovered sent waves of astonishment crashing through his heart. He was in the oldest book of the Mu family. I've only ever read a few sentences describing true immortals, and the title of the Immortal King. It sounds way more powerful than a true immortal, but he quickly calmed down again. After all, the black market is full of scams and deceitful tricks, but the aura emanating from this tattered cloth in my hand, without the overwhelming pressure capable of annihilating heaven and earth. But that ancient aura of Tao absolutely couldn't be faked. Boss, you just said this is the most useless feature of it. What's that awesome trick? A playful smile curls at the corner of your lips, with a hint of seduction. Wait until you cultivate your spiritual soul. You can use your soul to communicate with the ancient will slumbering within. Call for backup immediately. Mu Chen was instantly dumbfounded. He had never even heard the term Yao Run before. That's right. You snapped your fingers with flair. It summons the phantom of the Immortal King at once enveloped to possess you and fight on your behalf. The stronger your soul essence becomes, the more formidable the Immortal King elder brother summoned through shaking. Mu Chen felt his scalp tingle with fear. Looking again at the Immortal King's shroud in my hand, there wasn't the slightest trace of disdain left. If this were real, it's simply the ultimate trump card that can safeguard the Mu family's prosperity for generations to come. Think again, you've only spent one supreme spirit crystal. Isn't this just like picking it up for free? With a grave expression, he raised his hands in a salute to you and said, Boss, if this thing is really as amazing as you say, my Mu family owes you a huge favor. You lazily waved your hand. No problem, no problem. Next time, remember to bring the guys to show support. Mu Chen took a deep breath. In an instant, it transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanished at the other end of the black market. He needed to return immediately to verify the authenticity of this divine object. Mu Chen had just left. The once deserted streets suddenly erupted into chaos. Senior, I still have 3 mid-grade spirit stones here. I'll take them all. You impatiently waved your hand. I've already said it. Spirit crystals only accepted, prices clearly marked, no credit allowed. If you're broke, just join in for the fun. Don't delay the real big clients behind you. 1 spirit crystal is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. His 3 mid-grade spirit stones were just enough for a peek at the blind box. System, quit playing dead. Hurry up and flush this thing down for me. I want to level up. Ding, host detected to possess a spirit crystal. The host's cultivation has been enhanced. Congratulations on your promotion to the cheerifining early-stage cultivator. The smile on your face instantly froze. No way. My premium spirit crystal only gets me 1 level up? You were so furious you nearly leaped off your tricycle. Pointing at the sky, you unleashed a torrent of angry curses. The system then tossed out a bland and perfunctory word of encouragement. Then there was silence again. You feel the pitiful early-stage chi refining cultivation within your body, only feeling a bleak future ahead. On the other side, Mu Chen had already returned to a heavily guarded mansion. He rushed straight into the innermost study. A middle-aged man reviewing documents looked up at the sound. This person was precisely the head of the Mu family, Mu Yunche. What's all the fuss about? Mu Chen closed the door behind him with a swift motion. He casually activated the soundproofing barrier on the door as well. With trembling hands, he finally retrieved the bloodstained rag from his storage ring. Dad, take a look at this. Mu Yunche's gaze fell upon that Immortal King's shroud. His eyes instantly sharpened. This piece of cloth looks tattered and torn. It actually exudes an ancient Taoist charm that even he cannot see through. Where did you get this from? Mu Chen didn't dare to conceal anything. Recount the black market experience in detail. And the uses of the Immortal King's shroud were also explained. Mu Yunche listened quietly. He knew his son was still young, but definitely not the kind of person who was unreliable. Can withstand a full-force strike from someone 3 major realms higher. Can also summon the shadow of an immortal king. Either of these 2 pieces of information, if leaked, would be enough to stir up a storm of bloodshed across the entire Tianyang continent. Mu Yunche's voice also grew solemn. Who else knows about this? The black market was crowded and full of loose tongues at the time. All the visions were indeed seen, but only the vendor and I know the true purpose of it. Mu Yunche slowly stood up and walked toward the secret chamber. This matter is of great importance and must be verified immediately. On the road, Mu Yunche also had his trusted aide, who was hiding in the shadows, go inform his wife to come over. In no time at all, the 3 of them gathered in a secret chamber. This is the highest level secret chamber of the Mu family. The walls and floors were entirely paved with genuine stone capable of absorbing spiritual energy impacts, claimed to be indestructible. Right now, A beautiful woman dressed in ornate palace attire was already waiting inside. She was Mukin's mother, Li Lu. Husband, what's the big emergency? Making such a big fuss? Mu Yunche didn't waste words. Directly repeated Mukin's words verbatim. Then his gaze fell upon the immortal king's shroud. Actions speak louder than words, just try it and you'll see if it's true or not. He took the immortal king's shroud and gently infused it with spiritual energy. With a hum, the tattered cloth slowly unfurled in his hands. An indescribably majestic aura instantly swept through the entire secret chamber. Mu Yunche's pupils contracted abruptly. Just this aura alone is enough to prove that this thing is definitely no ordinary goods. Lure, you raised your hand against me. Mu Yunche did not use any defensive treasures. Not even the protective aura was activated. Just like this, holding the unfolded burial shroud in front of the chest, Li Lu appeared somewhat hesitant. She was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Mu Yunche had already reached the early nascent soul stage. Although there is a gap in realms, if one were to go all out, that's no joke either. No worries, go all out. Li Lu hesitated no longer, swinging her jade-like hand. A razor-sharp cyan wind blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek. He fiercely slashed at Mu Yunche. Mu Chen nearly had a heart attack watching from the side. His mother only exerted 50% of her strength. Yet this single strike was powerful enough to severely injure a late-stage golden core cultivator. But what happened next nearly made his eyes pop out. That azure wind blade capable of splitting mountain rocks, the instant it touched the immortal king's shroud, only stirred a barely noticeable ripple. Then he silently vanished without a sound. This. Li Yu's beautiful eyes widened. Use all your strength. Feng Yunche's voice suppressed a hint of excitement. Li Yu took a deep breath, her expression solemn. She formed hand seals, and the spiritual energy surging around her erupted without restraint, spreading a powerful aura of pressure. Xingwan Tian Fengzan. With a shrill cry, a blue phoenix bird made of pure spiritual energy appeared behind her. As she pointed her finger forward, the phoenix let out a piercing cry and transformed into a massive wind blade that sliced through the chamber, carrying the destructive power of a storm, crashing down with relentless force. This was her most powerful technique. Under the overwhelming pressure, Feng Chen could barely breathe and had to channel his energy to defend himself. However, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Feng Yunche remained calm, holding out the tattered cloth. Boom! This time, there was no sound. A massive green wind blade collided with the immortal king's shroud, erupting in a deafening roar. A violent energy storm erupted from the point of impact, raging in all directions and carving deep gashes into the hard Jinyuan stone ground. The dust and debris were swept back by the aftereffects, causing the air to churn violently. The energy dissipated. In the center of the battlefield, Feng Yunche stood tall and unmoving. He was unharmed. The tattered blood-stained cloth did not even flicker. Silence. A deathly silence. Feng Chen and Li Yu's minds went blank, leaving only Feng Yunche's calm and composed figure and that incredible piece of cloth. It really blocked it. A full power strike from someone at the peak of the golden core realm couldn't even make Feng Yunche, who was at the early stages of the nascent soul realm, flinch. Now, it's your turn. Feng Yunche handed the divine king's shroud to Li Yu, who was still in shock, and told her to unfold it. Husband, this. Try. Feng Yunche said only one word. Li Yu took it and unfolded it. The next moment, Feng Yunche moved. He didn't use any flashy moves, just simply held his fingers like a sword and casually swept them in Li Yu's direction. As a cultivator at the early stage of the Yuanling realm, even a casual strike possessed power far beyond that of a Jindan cultivator. An invisible sword chi shot through the air, leaving a trail that seemed to slice open a crack in space. Li Yu didn't even have time to react before the sword chi was already upon him. Yet the result was the same as before. The moment the sword chi touched the shroud, it vanished into nothingness. The shock in Feng Yunche's eyes could no longer be concealed. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with his wife. Both saw the same thought in each other's eyes. A treasure. A treasure so powerful it could overturn the entire Shenwu city, and even the entire northern domain. And the young man's claim of being 3 major realms above was no exaggeration. As for the even more terrifying summoning ability, they dared not even think about it. Just this defensive capability alone was already defying the heavens. Shan Air. Feng Yunche's voice was incredibly serious, even tinged with urgency. Immediately. Go to the black market. Use the highest honors to invite that elder to our Feng family. He paused for a moment before adding, no, not invite, beg. Whatever conditions he demands, as long as our Feng family can fulfill them, agree to everything. Yes. Feng Chen finally snapped out of it, his heart pounding wildly. This was not just a magical artifact, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was the chance for the Feng clan to rise to the pinnacle of the continent. And the source of this opportunity lay in that young man lazily leaning against the tricycle. He dared not delay for a moment, turning into a streak of light and rushing out of the secret room, out of the Feng mansion, and straight toward the black market. However, when he finally pushed his way back into that familiar corner, the scene before him caused his heart to sink. The dilapidated tricycle stall was no longer the quiet place it had been. At that moment, there were several groups of people crowded around it, 3 layers deep. Each of these individuals exuded an air of distinction, dressed in luxurious attire, clearly not the ordinary vagabonds who frequented the black market. They were all gathered around Wang Li, speaking excitedly and overlapping each other. Wang Li, however, remained in his usual lazy posture, crossing his legs and responding half-heartedly. Feng Chen's heart sank instantly. This is bad. We're too late. Chapter 4, Holy Land Disciples Open Blind Boxes. As Feng Chen left, the tranquility of the black market was shattered in an instant. The vendors who had witnessed the golden divine light piercing the heavens and earth had only one thought in their minds: they were going to strike it rich. They couldn't afford the blind box from that divine being, but the news was worth money. Hey, have you heard? A divine being has arrived in the back alleys of the black market, selling blind boxes that can contain treasures that reach the heavens. Master Feng of the Feng clan spent a spirit crystal and opened a treasure right there. The golden light was so bright, it almost blinded my eyes. Is that true? 1 spirit crystal? You're not in cahoots with the vendor, are you? Believe it or not. I saw it with my own eyes. The phenomenon was earth-shattering. Everyone in the black market was on their knees. If you're late, you won't get a single hair. In no time, various embellished rumors spread like wildfire throughout the lower ranks of cultivators in the entire Shenwu city. As a result, Wang Li's once deserted tricycle stall was suddenly surrounded by a crowd so dense that not even a needle could get through. Layers upon layers of people, all cultivators who had heard the news, crowded around. These people were dressed in fine clothes, their aura far surpassing that of the seasoned veterans of the black market. Clearly, they were all well-off individuals. However, although they were drawn by the rumors, when it came time to pay, each of them hesitated. 1 spirit crystal. That wasn't a small sum. What if the information was false, and those desperate vendors had teamed up to put on a show to deceive people? Then that spirit crystal would be wasted. Sir, can this blind box really contain treasures like those of the Wind Dust Lord? A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes pushed his way to the front, eyeing Wang Li with suspicion. Wang Li remained in his usual listless state, leaning against the tricycle with his legs crossed, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Take it or leave it. Next. His attitude only made the crowd more suspicious. The more he acted like this, the more mysterious he seemed. Just as the crowd hesitated and the situation reached a stalemate, a commotion suddenly erupted at the edge of the crowd. The people from the Xianqing Holy Land are here. Make way. Those are the inner disciples' robes. The onlookers seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, automatically parting to make a path. 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked slowly toward them. The woman in the lead wore a moon-white long dress with pale blue cloud patterns embroidered on the hem. Her figure was graceful, and her demeanor was as cold and ethereal as a moonlit fairy. Her eyebrows were as delicate as brushstrokes, and her eyes were clear and pure. Yet, as she walked, she exuded an otherworldly detachment, as if she had never been touched by the mundane world. By her side followed a young man, also dressed in the attire of the sacred place, but his expression was arrogant, and his gaze toward the black market vendors was filled with unhidden contempt. Senior sister, this lower-level black market is a chaotic mess. What good things could there be here? Let's go back. The young man frowned. The woman, Gu Nianwei, paid him no mind. She had originally come to the upper-tier market to search for a rare herb for her master, but after searching in vain, she had decided to try her luck here in the lower levels. She hadn't expected much, but to her surprise, as soon as she entered, she saw such a lively scene. A dilapidated 3-wheeled cart stall had managed to attract such a large crowd? A hint of curiosity flashed in Gu Nianwei's beautiful eyes as she gracefully walked up to the stall. Sir, what are you selling here? Her voice was clear and pleasant, like mountain spring water, making the chaotic black market seem a bit quieter. Wang Li looked at the person and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow! A big client. Look at that outfit, look at that aura, this is definitely a super-sized catch. He immediately sat up straight from his slumped position, his face brimming with enthusiastic smiles. Pointing at the blind boxes on the stall, he began his professional sales pitch. You have excellent taste, my lady. This isn't just any ordinary item, it's a destiny blind box. Take a chance, and the sacred site becomes your private club. Give it your all, and mortals ascend to heaven. Gu Nianwei's gaze fell on the wooden sign displaying the price. Single draw, 1 spirit crystal. 10 draw, 10 spirit crystals. A noticeable flicker of emotion finally appeared on her cold, composed face. 1 spirit crystal for a box of unknown origin? The black market at the foot of Shenwu City had become so brazen? She furrowed her delicate brows, thinking that once she returned to the sacred land, she would definitely send someone to inquire with the Feng family responsible for managing this area about how they were conducting their affairs. Wang Li, a man of sharp wit, could tell from Gu Nianwei's expression what she was thinking. His heart tightened. This big fish couldn't be allowed to slip away. Fairy, don't underestimate this blind box. Wang Li hurriedly added, trying to persuade her, this thing is all about fate. It's a matter of luck. What you get inside could be anything from divine weapons to ancient martial arts techniques, or even a chance to ascend to immortality. He changed his tone, lowering his voice deliberately to sound mysterious. But let me be clear, this blind box is all about luck. If you feel your luck is lacking and your forehead is dark, I advise you not to buy it. It'd be a waste of money. At this, Gu Nianwei didn't react much, but her junior disciple beside her immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean? The disciple stepped forward, pointing at Wang Li's nose and shouted angrily, are you saying my senior sister doesn't have great fortune? Buying your crappy box would be a waste of money? His outburst drew the attention of everyone around them. This kid is so bold he dares to insult an inner disciple of the Xianqing Holy Land? Wang Li remained unfazed, spreading his hands innocently. Young man, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't mean that at all. What I mean is, the rules of my blind box are simple, it's all about luck. No cheating, no exceptions. If you're lucky, you strike it rich. If not, well, that's just bad luck. He paused for a moment before adding, just a short while ago, there was a person blessed with extraordinary fortune who opened a treasure trove of unimaginable value here. The scene was truly astonishing. You. The junior disciple was speechless, his face turning red, but he couldn't find any words to counter. The other person had made it clear it was all about luck. You couldn't possibly say, my senior sister has good luck, she'll definitely open a treasure, could you? What if she doesn't find anything? That would be a disgrace to the Xianqing Holy Land. Senior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a fraud. Let's go. The junior disciple urged angrily. However, Gu Nianwei remained standing in place, motionless. Her clear eyes were fixed intently on Wang Li, and the curiosity in her eyes not only failed to fade but grew even more intense. She had seen her share of scammers. But she had never encountered one who was so brazen, even daring to challenge a customer. And the more he spoke, the more she wanted to give it a try. What was the state of her own fortune? In the deathly silence of the crowd, under the gaze of countless eyes, Gu Nianwei extended her delicate hand, took a silk pouch from her storage bag, and placed it gently on the stall. I'll take one. Her voice was soft, yet it echoed like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. She bought it. The maiden from the Xianqing Holy Land had actually bought it. Her junior disciple opened his mouth to her, but ultimately dared not speak. Wang Li's heart was filled with joy, but he maintained his composed demeanor, calmly putting away the silk pouch. What a generous fairy! He reached into the cart and pulled out the iconic lucky bamboo hammer, handing it over. Here you go. It's specifically for opening the box. Tap it gently on the open character in the center of the blind box and the surprise will appear. Gu Nianwei took the oddly shaped bamboo shoot hammer, her lips twitching slightly. She picked up a blind box, weighed it in her hand, and felt it slightly heavy, with no signs of spiritual energy. It felt like an ordinary wooden box. Taking a deep breath, she no longer hesitated. Under the gaze of the crowd, she raised the small bamboo hammer high above her head and smashed it down on the blind box with all her might. Thud. A dull thud. The wooden box cracked open. Chapter 5, Foundation Building Elixir. The wooden box shattered. No earth-shattering divine might, no golden light piercing the clouds. A soft emerald glow slowly rose from the cracks. Compared to the previous golden legend that seemed to tear apart the sky, this phenomenon was as gentle as a lamb. The crowd gathered around to watch the spectacle clearly paused in surprise. Is that it? Green light? What kind of treasure is this? How does this compare to what the Feng family lord displayed earlier? As the whispers died down, the green light faded away, revealing a crystal-clear small jade bottle floating quietly in the air. Wang Li's expression froze slightly, but the system prompt echoing in his mind quickly steadied his composure. Foundation Building Elixir. Grade, Silver Tier. Origin, Fierce Battle in the Sky. Effects optimized for the Tianyang continent, significantly enhances the cultivation speed of qi condensation stage cultivators, strengthens their foundations, and purifies their essence and marrow. Dopa? Wang Li's eyebrow twitched. Alright, though it's not the golden legend, silver is still decent. At least this thing has a legitimate source and actual effects. Gu Nianwei extended her delicate hand, holding the small jade bottle in her palm. As her fingers touched it, a warm sensation spread, and a pure medicinal energy flowed within the bottle. Master, what is this? Her cold gaze fixed on Wang Li. Wang Li cleared his throat and quickly gathered his thoughts. When dealing with such a high-profile client, even if you're offering silver, you have to make it sound epic. You're in luck, maiden. Wang Li raised his thumb in admiration. This is the foundation building elixir. Don't let its small bottle fool you, it's no ordinary elixir. It comes from a distant and powerful world, crafted by the top alchemists there using countless rare ingredients and refined with mystical fire for 77 days. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. This elixir can purify the essence and strengthen the foundation. But the most crucial part is... Wang Li paused before revealing the answer. It can greatly enhance the cultivation speed of cultivators in the qi condensation stage. The moment he spoke, the entire hall fell silent. Gu Nianwei didn't react much, but the face of her junior disciple beside her turned dark instantly. Enhance the cultivation speed of qi condensation stage cultivators? The disciple's voice rose sharply as he stared at Wang Li in disbelief. You call this a treasure? He stepped forward, his aura intimidating, a single spirit crystal. Do you know what a spirit crystal means? It's worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's enough for an ordinary cultivator to start from scratch and buy enough pills to reach the foundation establishment stage. You're trading a spirit crystal for a bottle of potion that only accelerates cultivation in the chi condensation stage? Do you think we're fools at the Xianqing Holy Land? The surrounding cultivators also reacted. That's right. A spirit crystal is worth far too much to trade for an acceleration potion that is only useful for low-tier cultivators. That's a huge loss. The golden treasure Feng Chen had offered was clearly worth a fortune, but this greenish thing was probably worth no more than a few mid-grade spirit stones at most. The difference is greater than that between a human and a dog. Skeptical glances once again focused on Wang Li. Wang Li remained completely unfazed. He loved this kind of situation. He spread his hands innocently, his expression as innocent as possible. Young man, you can't say that. I made it clear from the start it's a blind box, all about luck. Whatever you get, that's fate. He shifted his gaze to his junior disciple, sizing him up from head to toe, and shook his head disapprovingly. I thought this young lady had such good fortune, with her forehead glowing brightly. She should have gotten at least a diamond-grade treasure. How did she end up with just silver? Wang Li slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, and pointed at his disciple. It must be you. You're standing here with that miserable expression, radiating bad luck, and you've scattered the fairy's good fortune. Oh, what a pity, such a pity. You're talking nonsense. The junior disciple was so enraged by Wang Li's sudden reversal of blame that he trembled all over, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. As a disciple of the inner sect of the sacred land, he was actually called a bringer of bad luck by a street vendor? I ruined my senior sister's fortune? You're slandering me. You're clearly a fraud. Senior sister, don't believe him. Step aside. Step aside. Just as the situation was about to escalate, a urgent shout came from outside the crowd. Feng Chen returned, panting heavily and out of breath. He pushed through the crowd and rushed inside. Senior! Senior! He spotted Wang Li immediately and was about to step forward to pay his respects when his peripheral vision caught sight of the two figures dressed in the distinctive robes of the Xianqing Holy Land. Feng Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt and the joy on his face froze. People from the Xianqing Holy Land? What are they doing here? This is bad. Trouble is brewing. The disciple from the Holy Land was already seething with anger with no outlet, and upon seeing Feng Chen, immediately found his target. He recognized Feng Chen, the young master of the Feng family from Shenwu City, and also the nominal ruler of this black market. Feng Chen, you're just in time. The disciple pointed at Wang Li with an air of superiority. Is this how the Feng family manages the black market? Allowing such fraudsters and opportunists to scam people here? A single spirit crystal, and you sell him a worthless potion for a chi cultivation stage practitioner. I order you to expel him immediately, confiscate his stall, and compensate my senior sister for her losses. His words were spoken with such conviction, as if he were issuing an order. Feng Chen's face turned pale in an instant. Drive out an elder? Confiscate his stall? You must not know what this gentleman just did for the Feng family. But the other party was from the Xianqing Holy Land. The Feng family dared not offend them under any circumstances. Feng Chen felt as though he were being roasted over a fire, with scorching heat on both sides. On one side was the mysterious elder who could elevate the Feng family, and on the other was the colossal entity that ruled this region. His throat went dry, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This Holy Land's senior brother, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Feng Chen forced a smile that was even more painful than crying. Misunderstanding? Are you blind? The junior disciple pressed on relentlessly. Wang Li sat on the tricycle, watching Feng Chen's dilemma with a calm expression, not the least bit worried. He was curious to see how this young master of the Feng family, who had just received a favor, would make his choice. At that moment, Gu Nianwei, who had remained silent all along, spoke up. Her voice remained as cold as ever, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Young Master Feng. She looked at Feng Chen. I heard that you also obtained a rare treasure from this stall earlier, its golden light piercing the sky, startling all who saw it. Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat. May we have the honor of seeing it for ourselves and discovering what kind of divine object it is? Gu Nianwei said indifferently. As soon as she spoke, everyone's gaze turned to Feng Chen. Exactly, let's see what you dug up. That'll prove whether this stall owner is a fraud or not. Feng Chen's scalp felt like it was about to explode. Open our eyes? The Heavenly King's Shroud, such a divine artifact, how could it be casually displayed like this? That's the Feng family's trump card for the future. But if we don't show it, won't that prove that Wang Li is a fraud, or this? Feng Chen stammered, his mind racing, and quickly made up a lie. Unfortunately, a treasure. My father just took it to the secret room for research. It might take a while before he can bring it out. This excuse was utterly ridiculous. Can't be retrieved? I think you're just too scared to bring it out. The disciple immediately seized on this, sneering, Senior sister, I see through you now. This Feng family heir is nothing but the con artist's accomplice. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. The two of them were colluding to put on a show, creating a fake supernatural phenomenon to lure us into a trap. Feng Chen, your Feng family dares to scheme against the Xinqing Holy Land. With that accusation leveled against him, Feng Chen was so frightened his legs went weak. No. Absolutely not. The Feng family has always been loyal to the Holy Land. Enough. Gu Nianwei coldly cut off Feng Chen's defense and also stopped her younger disciple from shouting. She looked deeply at Wang Li, then at the panicking Feng Chen. Though she didn't fully trust her younger brother's judgment, the two of them playing good cop and bad cop was highly suspicious. Exchanging a spirit crystal for a bottle of foundation-building spirit liquid, this deal had left her at a huge loss. The reputation of the Xinqing Holy Land must not be tarnished. Gu Nianwei casually tucked away the bottle of foundation-building spirit elixir and turned her gaze toward Wang Li, her eyes now tinged with a hint of coldness. Sir, your business dealings are unscrupulous. Wang Li raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but Gu Nianwei cut him off with a question that made his heart race. Since the young master's treasure can't be produced, why not? She tapped Wang Li's stall with her jade-like finger. I'll open another one. I'll see if my luck is really that bad. Open another one? Wang Li's eyes lit up instantly. Feng Chen's heart jumped to his throat. If this lady opens another one and it's junk, then today's business will truly be impossible to resolve. Chapter 6. Open another one. Senior sister. Are you crazy? Open another one? The disciple from the sacred place nearly popped his eyes out of his head, grabbing Gu Nianwei's sleeve. One spirit crystal isn't even enough to buy a bottle of junk potion, and you want to give another one? This is clearly a scam. Gu Nianwei remained expressionless, brushing his hand away. Go look elsewhere. Her voice was soft but firm. The disciple's hand froze mid-air, his face turning an ugly shade of red. He wanted to argue, to berate the fraudster, but when he met Gu Nianwei's cold, piercing gaze, all the words stuck in his throat. He was all too familiar with that look. It was the precursor to her true anger. In this black market, in front of so many lowly cultivators, being scolded like this by his senior sister was a blow to his pride, but he dared not defy Gu Nianwei. Senior sister. He stammered a few words before finally stomping his foot in frustration and pushing his way out of the crowd. Before leaving, he couldn't resist turning back to shoot Wang Li a venomous glare. Wang Li ignored him completely, even waving his hand dismissively, as if to say, take your time, which nearly made the disciple spit blood in anger. With the third will gone, Wang Li felt much better. The fairy is indeed bold. Wang Li smiled and pulled out another blind box, placing it on the stall. Gu Nianwei remained expressionless, taking out another spirit crystal and placing it in front of Wang Li. Money exchanged hands, goods exchanged hands. The air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the wooden box. Feng Chen was so nervous his palms were sweaty. Senior, please come up with something good. Otherwise, this matter will escalate today. Gu Nianwei took the comical little bamboo hammer without hesitation and swung it down. Thud. The wooden box shattered. This time, there was no blinding golden light, nor a soft green glow. Swoosh. A deep, rich purple glow erupted suddenly from the fragments of the wooden box. The purple light was not flashy, but it carried an indescribable sense of weight, causing everyone present to feel a slight shiver in their souls. Purple light. What level of supernatural phenomenon is this? It's much stronger than the green light earlier. But it doesn't seem as bright as the golden light of the wind, young master? The crowd buzzed with excitement, craning their necks to look inside. The purple light slowly faded, revealing 10 grayish, fist-sized objects resembling pebbles, floating quietly in mid-air. Gu Nianwei's brows furrowed even deeper. Stones? One spirit crystal exchanged for 10 broken stones? Her icy gaze shifted to Wang Li, the coldness in her eyes nearly freezing into ice. Wang Li remained as steady as an old dog. When the system alert sounded earlier, he knew this was a sure thing. Courage Potion 10. Grade Platinum. From? Effect optimized for the Tianyang continent. After shattering the gallstone, the Courage Potion is revealed and must be absorbed immediately. It heals soul injuries and permanently enhances the soul's core essence. Platinum tier. Though it doesn't match the bug-level golden legend of the immortal king's shroud, the value of this item, in the eyes of some, might even surpass that of the golden legend. Repairs divine soul and strengthens the source. This is an effect that cannot be obtained even with countless rare treasures. Boss, you better give me an explanation. Gu Nianwei's voice was as cold as ice shards. Wang Li grinned widely, revealing 8 teeth, as sincere as could be. Fairy, congratulations. You've made a fortune this time. He pointed at the stones. This is called gallstone, containing the gallstone parasite. Its effects are quite simple. Wang Li held up 2 fingers. First, it repairs damage to the soul. Second, it strengthens the soul's essence. At these words, Gu Nianwei's pupils suddenly contracted. Repair damage to the divine soul? Her master, the supreme elder of the Xinqing Holy Land, had suffered severe soul damage 3 years ago while exploring an ancient ruin and had remained comatose ever since. The sacred land had consulted every renowned physician in the northern domain and exhausted every possible spiritual elixir to nourish the soul, yet the results were minimal. Her master's divine soul was her greatest concern. If this thing truly possesses the efficacy Wang Li claims. Gu Nianwei suppressed the flutter in her heart and regained her composure. In this world, any heavenly treasure capable of repairing a soul is said to radiate brilliant light and emanate powerful spiritual energy. These few dull, gray stones, not only do they lack spiritual energy, they don't even have a hint of warmth. How could they possibly be treasures capable of healing the soul? How do you prove it? Gu Nianwei asked coldly. Wang Li shrugged. Simple. These gallstones must be crushed to reveal the gallstone worm inside. However, I must warn you that the gallstone worm dissipates upon exposure to light. Once crushed, it must be absorbed immediately, otherwise it will be wasted. Gu Nianwei stared at the stones, falling into silence. Should she try, or not? If this was a fake, she wouldn't just lose 2 spirit crystals, she'd also bring dishonor to the Xianqing Holy Land and become a laughingstock throughout the entire Shenwu city. But what if it's real? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, for her master, she must try. She no longer hesitated, reaching out to pick up a piece of gallstone, gently releasing her spiritual energy and clenching it tightly. Crack! The gallstone shattered at the sound. A faint, almost imperceptible glow, like the light of a firefly, drifted out from the stone fragments, trembling and about to vanish at any moment. Quick, touch it with your hand. Wang Li urged. Gu Nianwei immediately extended her finger and touched the light. The moment her fingertip touched the light, an unexpected change occurred. The light seemed to have found its destination, instantly sinking into her body and rushing straight toward her consciousness. Gu Nianwei's delicate body trembled violently. A warm current, indescribable in its intensity, swept through her soul. It was an extreme sense of comfort, as if a weary traveler had soaked into a hot spring. She felt that the very essence of her soul had been nourished and strengthened in that moment, and the fatigue she had accumulated over the past few days due to her concerns for her master was completely swept away. This profound joy and fulfillment emanating from the depths of her soul was so intense that she was completely caught off guard. Ah! A suppressed, trembling sigh escaped from Gu Nianwei's lips. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The black market was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, gazing at the usually aloof and moon-like saintly maiden with expressions of disbelief. Was that sound what they had imagined? Feng Chen was also stunned. Was this treasure from the elders so powerful? Wang Li also froze for a moment, thinking to himself, that's some guts. Gu Nianwei suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing what sound she had just made. Her delicate face flushed red from her ears to her neck. She had never behaved so improperly before. Shame, embarrassment, and a hint of confirmed joy intertwined, making her not want to stay here for even a second longer. She didn't even have time to thank Wang Li or say a few polite words. With a flick of her wrist, she stored the remaining 9 gallstones into her storage ring, turned into a streak of light, and fled the black market at the fastest speed she had ever known. How humiliating! In the distance, the disciple who had been driven away happened to witness Gu Nianwei's flushed face and her hasty retreat. Though he didn't know what had happened, seeing his senior sister in such a state only deepened his hatred for Wang Li. Damn fraud! You just wait. He glared at Wang Li with hatred and hurriedly chased after Gu Nianwei's retreating figure. In the black market, everyone looked at each other in shock, still unable to recover from what had just happened. Wang Li, however, was happily weighing the 2 spirit crystals he had just obtained, his heart filled with joy. Hey, another 2 spirit crystals in hand. Feng Chen watched as Gu Nianwei disappeared, then looked at Wang Li, who remained calm and composed. His admiration for this elder had reached an unimaginable height. Even the fairy from the Xianqing Holy Land had obtained such instantly effective treasures from this senior. He suddenly realized that he might have underestimated this senior's abilities. At that moment, on the outskirts of the black market, an old man dressed in black robes with a cold aura was watching Wang Li's stall with great interest. A treasure that can repair divine souls? Interesting. He chuckled hoarsely before turning and disappearing into the darkness. A covert plot targeting Wang Li seemed to be quietly brewing. Chapter 7: The Upper Echelons of the Black Market. As the maiden from the Xianqing Holy Land departed, the crowd dispersed. Feng Chen waited until the last figure disappeared around the corner before hurrying forward and bowing deeply to Wang Li with great respect. Senior's divine might is truly awe-inspiring. This junior admires you deeply. Wang Li had just put away the 2 spirit crystals and waved his hand lazily. Don't bother with the formalities. Is there something else? Feng Chen straightened up, his face betraying his suppressed excitement. Senior, my father has heard of your extraordinary abilities and has specially sent me here to request that you serve as the chief guest of the Feng family. All the resources of the Feng family are at your disposal. The position of chief guest of the Feng family in Shenwu City signified unimaginable power and wealth beyond measure. Wang Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Guest scholar? Not interested. He yawned. Being a guest scholar means you have to work, right? I'm used to being lazy. I just want to sell my blind boxes in peace. Feng Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wang Li to refuse so bluntly. Before coming, his father had repeatedly urged him to do whatever it took to bring this master into the Feng family's camp. But the man wasn't even interested. Feng Chen's mind raced. The people from the Xinqing Holy Land had already set their sights on this place, and they had even offered a treasure capable of repairing divine souls. Once the news spread, more and more people would come to buy the blind boxes. The Feng family couldn't possibly stop others from buying them. If they offended the Holy Land or other major factions, it wouldn't be worth the risk. Since they couldn't monopolize it, they had no choice but to cultivate good relations. Those closest to the water get the moon first. Feng Chen's gaze swept over the dilapidated tricycle beneath Wang Li's feet, then glanced at the dark, damp corner, and he had a plan in mind. Senior, your indifference to fame and fortune is truly admirable. Feng Chen immediately changed his strategy. But your stall is really too shabby for someone of your stature. This lower-level black market is a mixed bag of people. What if someone offends you? He pointed to his head. Why not move to the upper black market? The environment there is quiet and elegant, and the people who come there are all influential figures. My Feng family has a few shops there. If you don't mind. Wang Li's eyes lit up. The upper level? That meant wealthier customers and more spirit crystals. All right. Wang Li agreed immediately. He couldn't have asked for more. The system upgrade depended on selling blind boxes. Great. Senior, please wait here. I'll make the arrangements right away. Feng Chen was overjoyed. What's there to arrange? Let's just go. Wang Li stood up and patted his butt. Feng Chen glanced at the tricycle, said nothing, and stepped forward to grab the handlebars. Senior, please keep these blind boxes. I'll push the bike. He didn't call for his servants but did it himself. At such a moment, attitude was everything. Wang Li was happy to have some free time, so he swept the blind boxes from the stall into the cart and jumped down. The two of them, one in front and one behind, headed toward the entrance to the upper level of the black market. Along the way, Feng Chen pushed the cart, following closely behind Wang Li with a respectful half-step. Senior, you. Stop. Wang Li interrupted him. Stop calling me senior. It sounds awkward. My name is Wang Li. Just call me by my name. Feng Chen's heart leaped with joy. Was this the senior trying to build a closer relationship? But how can that be? You are so powerful and mysterious, calling you by your first name is a sign of disrespect. Feng Chen hurriedly suggested, how about I call you Brother Wang? Wang Li shrugged indifferently, whatever you like, just don't call me prison warden. Warden? Feng Chen froze. What kind of title was that? Could it be that the elder had once been? He dared not think further. Seeing that Wang Li was heading in the wrong direction, he hurriedly reminded him, Brother Wang, this way the entrance to the upper level is over here. The black market of Shenwu City was divided into two levels. The lower level was where wandering cultivators and lower-tier cultivators gathered, chaotic and disorderly. The upper level, however, was a completely different scene. It was more accurately described as an ultra-large, high-end trading market managed by the Feng family. The streets are paved with blue stone, and grand halls stand tall, with the scent of high-grade incense wafting through the air. The name Black Market is merely a remnant of the Feng family's origins, and today it has become one of the most prosperous commercial hubs in Shenwu City. Feng Chen pushed his tricycle, drawing curious glances, but he paid no heed, leading Wang Li straight to the most bustling, prime location at the heart of the market. Brother Wang, what do you think of this shop? Feng Chen pointed to a two-story building with an excellent location and elegant decor. Wang Li took a look. The location was unbeatable. But he was more concerned about another matter. System, can this shop be set up as a system space? Wang Li silently asked in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is not the owner of this property. Cannot set up. Wang Li furrowed his brows. The system space was his greatest reliance in this dangerous fantasy world. Within the system space, he was invincible. That tricycle was his initial bound item, considered his private property, which is why it could serve as a mobile safe house. But this shop belonged to the Feng family. This shop is nice. Wang Li turned to Feng Chen, name your price, I'll buy it. Feng Chen was taken aback. Brother Wang, what are you saying? It's just a shop. You can use it freely. That won't do. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Wang Li insisted, I'll give you 2 spirit crystals for it. 2 spirit crystals for a prime shop front in the upper black market? That's practically giving it away for free. Feng Chen instantly understood Wang Li's intentions. This man, though appearing lazy, had his own principles and didn't want to owe someone else a huge favor for nothing. Brother Wang, you're too kind. Feng Chen waved his hand decisively, no need to buy it. This shop, I'm giving it to you on behalf of the Feng family. The deed and land title will be delivered to you shortly. Give it away? Wang Li glanced at Feng Chen. This kid knows his stuff. He understood the principle of being indebted to someone who had given him something, but an invincible safe house was too important to him. He accepted this gift. All right. Wang Li didn't beat around the bush. I'll take the shop. If the Feng family ever has any troubles they can't handle, you can come to my shop for shelter. Feng Chen heard this and felt grateful, but didn't take it too seriously. The Feng family was deeply rooted in Shenwu City. If they ever faced a problem they couldn't handle, hiding in a small shop wouldn't do much good. Nevertheless, he nodded repeatedly in agreement. Thank you, Brother Wang. Soon, servants from the Feng family brought over brand new property deeds. The moment Wang Li's name was written on the contract, the system alert sounded. Ding! New property detected under the host's name. Can be set as system space. Confirm? Set. Setup successful. Within the current shop's range, the host is absolutely invincible. Wang Li felt a sense of relief. Security, here it comes. He walked to the door, looked at the signboard that had been hanging there, Feng's treasure pavilion, and took it down. Feng Chen, with keen observation, had already sent someone to bring ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. Wang Li picked up the brush and swiftly wrote 2 couplets, which he posted on the doorposts. Upper couplet, take a chance, and the sacred place becomes a clubhouse. Lower couplet, give it your all, and mortals ascend to heaven. After finishing the couplets, he paused for a moment and added a horizontal inscription above the doorframe. Specialty store for destiny blind boxes. Feng Chen looked at the couplets and his lips twitched. The elder's taste was indeed unconventional. Mr. Wang, I won't disturb you any further. If you need anything, just let me know. Seeing everything in order, Feng Chen took his leave. As soon as he left, Wang Li hadn't even had time to push the tricycle into the store when the entrance suddenly grew dark. Several figures appeared at the shop entrance. Chapter 8, New customer opens a mystery box. The upper-tier black market was a place where every inch of space was precious. The air here was fresher than in the lower levels, and the cultivators passing by were all dressed in fine robes, exuding an air of distinction. Amidst this bustling scene, Wang Li's Destiny Blind Box specialty store stood out like a sore thumb. Especially the 2 lines of bold, unconventional couplets on the doorposts, take a chance, and the sacred land becomes a clubhouse, give it your all, and mortals ascend to heaven, caught the attention of passers-by. What's the Feng family up to? Renting out a prime location to such attention-seeking charlatans? A few people stood at the entrance, led by a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, with a jade pendant at his waist, exuding a solemn aura. He frowned at the couplets, his tone filled with displeasure. This man was Li Bing, one of the 3 most prominent families in Shenwu City, on par with the Feng family and the de facto patriarch of the Li clan. He had come here today after hearing rumors from the lower-tier black market. The young master of the Feng family had put up a rare treasure for sale, even attracting a ferry from the Shenqing Holy Land to stop and purchase it. Master! Li Bing suppressed his disdain and stepped into the store. The interior of the shop has been renovated, making it appear much larger than it does from the outside. The layout is simple, with only a counter and wooden boxes filling the counter. Wang Li was sitting cross-legged on a high-backed chair behind the counter, closing his eyes to rest. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his eyelids. Here comes another easy target. Judging by his attire, he's even more stylish than that guy from the brothel. Welcome, gentlemen. Wang Li rose slowly, his face adorned with a professional smile. Want to open a blind box? Change your fate in an instant. Li Bing glanced at the ordinary wooden boxes and fixed his gaze on Wang Li. I heard that you can open boxes here that contain items so valuable that the Feng family treasures them like precious gems? Of course. Wang Li patted his chest. My destiny blind boxes contain everything. From divine weapons and elixirs to ancient relics, there's nothing I can't open. It all comes down to 2 words. Wang Li held up 2 fingers, luck. Li Bing sneered at his words. Luck? After all these years in Shenwu City, he believed in nothing more than luck. A shop sells goods, what comes out of the box is ultimately decided by the shop owner, isn't it? Oh? Then if the luck is bad, what else can they sell? Li Bing retorted. Wang Li seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked up and down at Li Bing in feigned astonishment, whistling in admiration. Sir, what you're saying is completely uninformed. Wang Li stepped out from behind the counter, circled Li Bing, and said, your forehead is bright, your brow is full, and there is a purple aura surrounding you. This is clearly a sign of great fortune and a prosperous destiny. He slapped his thigh. A man like you couldn't possibly have bad luck. If I were you, I'd empty this shop today. Wang Li's words were pure nonsense, but Li Bing found them extremely flattering. The few attendants behind him immediately seized the opportunity to flatter him. Elder, this young boss does have some discernment. Of course. Elderly is the chosen one by heaven. His fortune is so strong that it's beyond comparison with ordinary people. Li Bing was flattered to the point of being intoxicated, the coldness on his face fading slightly as he stroked his beard and smiled. Ah, the young boss knows how to speak. He walked up to the counter. All right, let's try my luck. How much is this blind box? Wang Li extended a finger and smiled. Not expensive. A single draw costs 1 spirit crystal. The air fell silent. Li Bing's smile froze on his face. How much? He thought he had heard wrong. 1 spirit crystal. Wang Li repeated, his tone matter of fact. Li Bing's expression darkened instantly. 1 spirit crystal. That was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although the Li family was wealthy and powerful, high-grade resources like spirit crystals weren't something they could just obtain easily. As a powerful elder, his annual tribute barely amounted to a few spirit crystals. To spend a spirit crystal on a broken box of unknown origin? You're asking way too much for that. A guard behind Li Bing couldn't help but shout, "One spirit crystal is enough for us to rent out the entire heavenly realm several times." Wang Li glanced at the guard with disdain and said, "Heavenly paradise? How tacky." He turned to Li Bing and began his persuasion, "Sir, you are a man of great deeds. You must think long-term. A single spirit crystal is indeed valuable, but what you're buying isn't this box, you're buying an opportunity to change your fate." Wang Li lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "Just a short while ago, the young master of the Feng family, you know him, right? Opened a golden legend here. That treasure, even the head of the Feng family would kneel before it. And the fairy from the Xianqing Holy Land, how discerning she is. She came here twice, and on the second visit, she uncovered an unparalleled treasure capable of repairing divine souls." Wang Li spread his hands. What they offered was just a spirit crystal. Compared to the treasures they obtained, a spirit crystal is nothing, just a drop in the bucket. Li Bing's eyes flickered. He had heard rumors about the Feng family, and as for the fairy from the Xianqing Holy Land, if even she approved, this blind box might truly hold a secret. A spirit crystal for a chance to surpass the Feng family? Li Bing was torn between reason and desire. Reason told him it might be a scam, but greed and curiosity clawed at his heart like a cat's paws. Well, it's just a spirit crystal. He, Li Bing, could afford to lose it. All right. I'll trust you this once. Li Bing clenched his teeth, took out a spirit crystal emitting a strong spiritual energy from his storage ring, and slapped it on the counter. Wang Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly snatched the spirit crystal, his movements so swift it seemed as though he feared the other might change his mind. What a generous customer. You're clearly someone who can achieve great things. Wang Li took out a blind box, then pulled out the iconic lucky bamboo hammer, handing it over. As usual, aim at the open character in the middle and strike it. The surprise will be right before your eyes. Li Bing took the comically shaped bamboo hammer, his lips twitching slightly. He weighed the blind box in his hand, sensing no spiritual energy fluctuations. He took a deep breath. At this point, there was no turning back. He had to open it. Under the expectant gazes of his attendants, Li Bing raised the bamboo hammer, channeled a thread of spiritual energy, and struck it down. Thud! The wooden box shattered with a loud crack. In an instant, a beam of light shone forth. But it wasn't the dazzling gold, the heavy purple, or the gentle green. Instead, it was a faint, lifeless white light. The white light flickered and vanished, so quickly it seemed like a mere illusion. Li Bing froze in place. His attendants were also stunned. As the light faded, a round, golden object floated quietly in mid-air. It was a gold coin. An ordinary gold coin, with nothing to distinguish it from any other gold coin except its color, and it had nothing to do with the golden legend. Wang Li's expression froze for a moment, but the system prompt in his mind snapped him back to reality. Common gold coin. Grade, white junk. Origin, a low-magic medieval-themed world. Effect, useless in this world. Wang Li muttered under his breath, this elderly looks so respectable, yet his luck is so terrible? Li Bing held the gold coin in his hand, examining it carefully. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation, and the material was just ordinary gold. On the Tianyang continent, gold was the least valuable metal. His face darkened visibly. Master. Li Bing's voice sounded as though he were forcing the words out through clenched teeth. Is this the treasure you said could defy heaven and change one's fate? A spirit crystal traded for a worthless gold coin? Wang Li cleared his throat, his mind racing. He had to bluff his way out of this. Oh my! Congratulations, sir. Wang Li clapped his hands loudly, his face lit up with exaggerated admiration. What a wonderful thing. Li Bing narrowed his eyes. What's so good about it? Wang Li pointed at the gold coin and said solemnly, Sir, don't underestimate this gold coin. Though it looks ordinary, its added value far exceeds that of a spirit crystal. Li Bing laughed angrily. Added value? I'd like to hear what added value it has. Wang Li smiled mysteriously, his expression enigmatic. This gold coin holds immense commemorative value. Commemorative value? Li Bing repeated the words, completely confused. Exactly. Wang Li nodded emphatically. It commemorates your first ever experience opening a blind box. Isn't that memory more precious than a piece of spirit crystal? Silence. Dead silence. Li Bing was completely dumbfounded. Commemorative value? I spent 10,000 low-grade spirit stones just to buy something with memorial significance? Are you mocking me? The guards behind Li Bing erupted in anger. How dare you? You scoundrel, how dare you mock our elderly? A single spirit crystal for a worthless gold coin? Do you think the Li family is a bunch of suckers? If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Several guards charged forward, ready to attack. Wang Li remained completely unfazed. He sat in the grand chair, even taking the time to pour himself a cup of tea. He was currently in the system space. Who could touch him? Hey, calm down, calm down. Wang Li waved his hand. I've told you before, blind boxes are all about luck. Whatever you get is fate. He shifted his gaze to the shouting guards and shook his head in disappointment. I thought this elderly had such good fortune he should at least gotten a platinum tier item. How did he end up with such trash? Wang Li slapped his thigh, pointing at the guards, suddenly realizing, it's you. It must be you. You lot standing here, causing a commotion with your gloomy faces, you've scattered Elder Li's good fortune. Oh dear, what a sin, what a sin. You. The guards were so enraged by Wang Li's sudden reversal of blame that they were seething with anger. Li Bing's face had turned as black as a pot bottom. As a respected elder of the Li family, he was being accused by a dishonest shopkeeper of having his luck ruined by his own men? Disgraceful, utterly disgraceful. You have some nerve, boy. Li Bing glared at Wang Li, his aura erupting violently. The pressure from his late Foundation establishment cultivation base pressed down on Wang Li like a mountain. Wang Li sat motionless in his chair, even yawning. Stop letting out the air, it's getting cold. Wang Li said lazily, why don't you open another one? This time, have them stand farther away. Maybe we can make a sale. Another one? Li Bing was so enraged he trembled all over. Chapter 9, Shan Wan Qing Xue. Open another one? Li Bing was so angry he was trembling all over, his chest heaving violently. As a respected elder of the Li family, a man whose very footsteps caused the ground to tremble in Shenwu City, he was being humiliated by an unknown upstart in a newly opened shabby shop. This was intolerable. You have some nerve, boy. Li Bing's voice was so dark it could have dripped water. He glared at Wang Li, and the terrifying pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator bore down on him. The few guards behind him wore expressions of savage delight. In their eyes, this kid was merely at the chi cultivation stage. Under the elder's pressure, he would either be crushed into a pile of meat or beg for mercy on his knees, soiling himself with fear. However, the scene they had anticipated did not unfold. Wang Li remained seated firmly on the grand chair, not even flinching, let alone kneeling. He even yawned, looking as though he hadn't woken up yet. Stop letting out air, it's freezing. Wang Li's casual remark completely ignited Li Bing's anger. Are you looking for death? Li Bing roared, unable to contain himself any longer. His fingers curled into claws, reaching for Wang Li's throat. But just as his fingertips were about to touch Wang Li's skin, time seemed to freeze. Li Bing, along with the several guards behind him who had been about to rush forward to assist, all froze in place. Their expressions were frozen in a grimace of rage, and their bodies remained in mid-charge, resembling grotesque statues. They couldn't move. Not even the slightest movement. Li Bing's eyes darted around in terror. He could feel his body, hear the sounds around him, and even smell the incense in the air. But he couldn't control his body at all, as if his soul had been trapped inside a foreign shell, turning him into a mere spectator. What kind of demonic technique is this? A bone-chilling coldness shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. Wang Li rose slowly from the armchair, holding the cup of tea he had just poured, and walked unsteadily toward Li Bing. He extended his other hand and gently tapped Li Bing's old, distorted face, which was twisted with fear. Snap, snap. The crisp sound echoed through the silent shop. These few slaps caused little physical harm to Li Bing, but the insult was profound. Elderly, is that right? Wang Li leaned close to his ear, lowering his voice but with a hint of a smile. Opening blind boxes is all about harmony and prosperity. It's a matter of mutual consent, whatever comes out is fate. Today you are unlucky, and I won't blame you. But if you dare to lay a finger on anyone in my shop, that changes everything. Wang Li stood up straight, took a sip of tea, and glanced at the guards who were still unable to move. This time, I'll let it slide. It's a lesson for you. But next time you dare to make a move, it won't be as simple as being immobilized. As he finished speaking, Wang Li snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. The invisible restraining force vanished instantly. Li Bing and his guards felt as though all their strength had been drained from their bodies. Their limbs went limp and they stumbled backward several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Li Bing leaned against the counter, gasping for breath, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. The look in his eyes toward Wang Li was no longer one of contempt, but only endless fear and horror. That feeling just now, that helplessness where even spiritual energy couldn't move, where life and death were in the other's hands, he never wanted to experience that again in his life. Monster. This young man was definitely a monster. Get out. Wang Li uttered the single word indifferently. Li Bing felt as though he had been granted a pardon. He didn't even bother to pick up the gold coin that had fallen to the ground, scrambling out of the shop as quickly as he could. The guards were so terrified they fled in a panic, disappearing around the corner in an instant. The onlookers outside the shop were completely baffled. They had only seen the Li family elder storm in with such ferocity, and then, come running out with a look of sheer terror on his face? What had happened? However, they had clearly seen that the elder had spent a spirit crystal to obtain a broken gold coin. Now, no one dared to try again. What if they ended up getting a souvenir too? That would be like throwing spirit crystals down the drain. Seeing the crowd at the entrance gradually disperse, Wang Li didn't bother to attract any more customers. He walked to the door, slammed both doors shut with a loud clang, and hung up a sign reading temporarily closed. Inside the shop, it fell instantly silent. Hey, another 3 spirit crystals in the bag. Wang Li weighed the 3 spirit crystals he had just received, feeling quite pleased. He had no interest in going out to roam around, it was too dangerous outside, even those at the Foundation establishment stage could act on impulse. Staying in his invincible domain was the safest option. System, stop hiding. Come out and work. Wang Li called out in his mind. I want to level up. Ding. Detected that the host possesses 3 spirit crystals, which can be used to enhance cultivation. Confirm use? Use them all. Confirmed. Cultivation level is being enhanced. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pure energy suddenly appeared in Wang Li's limbs and bones. This force was gentle yet domineering, violently washing through his meridians and tempering his physical body. His cultivation began to surge wildly. Qi cultivation mid-stage. Late Qi cultivation stage. Finally, all the energy converged in the dantian, forming a rapidly spinning vortex. It was just a hair's breadth away from liquefying into the Foundation and entering the realm of Foundation establishment, a goal that countless cultivators had longed for. Qi cultivation perfected. Huff. Wang Li exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. This rocket-like pace of advancement was simply too exhilarating. Not bad, not bad. Once I reach the tribulation stage or the great perfection stage, I'll go out and explore the world. Wang Li lay back comfortably in the armchair, beginning to plan his wonderful retirement life. At the same time, Xianqing Holy Land, Shenwu Peak. Mist swirled, and cranes soared through the sky. A majestic palace stood quietly halfway up the mountain, with a serene and elegant bamboo grove behind it. Deep within the bamboo grove, a white-clad woman sat cross-legged. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her demeanor was ethereal, as if she were an immortal who had forsaken the mortal world. However, at this moment, a faint trace of illness lingered between her brows, and her complexion was slightly pale. She was Gu Nianwei's master, one of the supreme elders of the Xinqing Holy Land, Shanguan Xingxue. A faint sound of footsteps echoed, and Gu Nianwei's figure appeared outside the bamboo grove. Shanguan Xingxue slowly opened her eyes, and a gentle smile flickered in her cold, clear eyes. Her voice was as sweet and melodious as the song of a nightingale in an empty valley. Disciple, you're back? She looked at Gu Nianwei and smiled. Judging by your expression, you must have encountered something wonderful. The joy on your face is almost impossible to hide. Gu Nianwei paused for a moment, instinctively touching her face. Was it that obvious? She finally realized that she had become so overwhelmed with joy at the thought of her master's soul being saved that she had lost herself. She hurried to her master's side, suppressing her excitement, and carefully took out the remaining 9 dusty stones. Master, look at this. Gu Nianwei recounted her experiences in the black market, as well as the properties and uses of these gallstones, in meticulous detail. Shanguan Xingxue picked up a gallstone and examined it closely. The stone was ordinary in quality, with no signs of spiritual energy, and looked like nothing more than a common pebble. Restore the soul and strengthen the source? Even with Shanguan Xingxue's composure, hearing these 2 effects caused a ripple of emotion to surface. Either of these effects alone would be enough to drive the top-tier experts of the entire northern region into a frenzy. Such a divine object, yet it's only being sold for a single spirit crystal? Shanguan Xingxue's tone carried a hint of disbelief. The disciple also does not know what the shopkeeper is thinking. Gu Nianwei recalled the scene and found it equally peculiar. He could have sold this item to me on the first try, yet he chose to present a bottle of ordinary spirit liquid first, provoking my slight anger before finally revealing this true treasure. It seemed as though he was intentionally testing her patience, or perhaps enjoying the pleasure of teasing others. Master, don't speculate. Gu Nianwei said, whether it's real or not, we'll find out by trying. Shanguan Xingxue nodded. When it came to her own path in life, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth a try. She picked up a gallstone and gently released her spiritual energy. Crack! The gallstone shattered, and a faint glow like fireflies drifted out. Shanguan Xingxue followed the instructions and quickly touched it with her fingers. The light entered her body, straight to her spiritual sea. A long-lost warm current instantly enveloped her shattered soul. It was like parched, cracked earth finally receiving its first spring rain. Shanguan Xingxue closed her eyes, savoring the soothing and nourishing sensation emanating from the depths of her soul. It worked! It really works! She didn't pause, immediately picking up the 2nd, 3rd. When the 7th gallstone was absorbed, Shanguan Xingxue's body trembled violently. A powerful and harmonious energy surged from within her, shooting skyward and instantly causing the entire bamboo grove to rustle in the wind. She suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils glowing brightly, with not a trace of her previous illness remaining. The severe soul injury that had plagued her for 3 years, causing her cultivation to stagnate and subjecting her to excruciating pain day and night, was completely healed in that moment. Huff! Shanguan Xingxue exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling refreshed and more at ease than ever before. She stood up, her white robe fluttering without a breeze, and her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Amidst her cold elegance, there was now an air of authority that seemed to overlook all beings. Her gaze drifted toward the direction of Shenwu City, her eyes brimming with curiosity. A young man who could casually produce such a divine artifact and act so peculiar. Nian Wei. Your disciple is here. Shangguan Qingxue curved her lips into a captivating smile. Prepare the carriage, I must personally go to Shenwu City to meet this intriguing shopkeeper. Chapter 10, The Feng Family's Treasure, the Divine King's Shroud. The Xianqing Holy Land, the sect's headquarters, and Shenwu City were connected by a teleportation array. For an elder of Shangguan Qingxue's caliber, it was merely a matter of moments. The two appeared in the skies above Shenwu City. Before Gu Nianwei could speak, she sensed her master's presence beside her, and her expression shifted subtly. Shenwu City was a massive city built by the Xianqing Holy Land, primarily responsible for training sect disciples and procuring various resources. It was a place they knew well. However, at this moment, Shangguan Qingxue's feelings were completely different from before. With her divine soul fully healed and her cultivation restored, her divine consciousness surged like an invisible tide, instantly enveloping the entire city of Shenwu. Every blade of grass, every tree, the bustling crowds, and the breathing patterns of countless cultivators within the city were all within her perception, not a single detail escaped her notice. Soon, her brows furrowed slightly. Two locations within the city caught her attention. One was located in the heart of the upper-tier black market. When her divine consciousness swept over that area, it was completely blocked by an invisible force, leaving her unable to discern anything. Had it not been for her divine perception detecting the outlines of the surrounding buildings, clearly outlining that there was indeed a shop there, she would have thought the place was nothing but empty space. The other was deep within the Feng family mansion. There, a faint aura of vastness, depth, and ancient grandeur emanated from within, as if a primordial beast lay dormant there. This aura could also block detection, but it was clearly not as thorough as the shop in the black market, still leaking a faint trace, which she swiftly detected. Let's go to the Feng family first. Shangguan Qingxue withdrew her divine sense, her voice cold and unwavering. Master, aren't we supposed to find that shopkeeper? Gu Nianwei was puzzled. In her view, while the Feng family's treasures were precious, they paled in comparison to the mysterious shopkeeper who could provide a divine artifact to repair one's soul. The choice was obvious. Shangguan Qingxue offered no explanation, simply stepping forward. Her figure had already vanished 100 zheng away. Gu Nianwei, seeing this, could only suppress her doubts and hurriedly followed. At that moment, in the Feng family's council hall, Feng Yunche sat in the main seat, listening quietly to Feng Chen's report. Your son has already gifted that golden shop to Wang Dage. However, the people from the Xianqing Holy Land have also learned of this matter, and the news will likely spread throughout the city soon. Feng Chen reported every detail of what had occurred in the black market. After listening, Feng Yunche's cloudy eyes flashed with a gleam of approval. He looked at his son with praise. Shen'er, you did well. Giving away the shop and befriending this person is the best decision you've made in recent years. He stood up, pacing the hall, and spoke in a solemn tone. Such a high-ranking individual acts as he pleases. We must not treat him lightly, nor attempt to control him. The only way is to cultivate a relationship with him, at any cost. Father, you are correct. Feng Chen bowed respectfully and replied, however, from what I observed, Brother Wang seems unconcerned with power and wealth. The only exception is when customers come to buy his blind boxes, at which point he shows them extra enthusiasm. He looked up, his eyes filled with questions. Father, do you think we should pay another visit to his shop to show our sincerity? Of course we should go. Feng Yunche made the decision immediately. All relationships require mutual benefit to sustain them. We buy his items, allowing him to earn spirit crystals. That is the most direct way to show goodwill. He spoke, then prepared to leave. Let's go. I'll accompany you, and it'll be a chance to see this master's true abilities. As the father and son reached the doorway, before they could step out, Feng Yunche's footsteps suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He looked up at the sky. Two stunning figures were floating silently above the Feng family mansion, their robes fluttering in the wind, resembling divine beings. The one in front, dressed in snow-white robes, exuded an air of majesty and ethereal grace, none other than Shangguan Qingxue, the supreme elder of the Xianqing Holy Land. Senior Elder Shangguan, your presence is honored. I failed to greet you properly, please forgive my rudeness. Feng Yunche's heart sank, but he remained composed on the surface, bowing respectfully toward the sky. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Gu Nianwei beside Shangguan Qingxue, and instantly understood. They've arrived. What was bound to come had finally arrived. It must be that after Gu Nianwei returned, she informed this supreme elder about the Feng family's decision to hand over their treasured artifact. Shangguan Qingxue descended gracefully with Gu Nianwei, her gaze fixed on Feng Yunche. Feng family head, where are you in such a hurry? I won't hide it from Elder Shangguan. Feng Yunche smiled frankly. I was just about to take my wayward son to that blind box shop in the black market to try our luck again. He even extended an invitation. Would the elder care to join us? Try your luck? Shangguan Qingxue wasn't buying it, her tone indifferent. I hear that the Feng family's luck has already reached the heavens. Did you manage to get a world-shaking treasure? She took a step forward, her aura firmly locked onto Feng Yunche. May I ask the Feng family head to bring out that treasure and let me take a look? Here we go, straight to the point. Feng Yunche's pupils contracted slightly. The air in the hall froze instantly. His mind raced with thoughts. Hiding it was no longer an option. Since the other party had come in person, they wouldn't leave empty-handed. Take action? With that item, he was confident that even if he faced someone as powerful as Shangguan Qingxue, he could hold his own. As for communicating with that divine king's illusory form? He had tried before, but his divine soul was not yet at the level required to communicate with the divine king's illusory form. With this thought, Feng Yunche had already made up his mind. Today, this treasure will have to be revealed. The elder is joking. There is no such thing as a world-shaking treasure. It's just a defensive artifact. Feng Yunche's face betrayed a look of pain, as if someone had cut out a piece of his heart. Oh? A defensive weapon? Shangguan Qingxue's interest grew even more. Bring it out for us to see. Feng Yunche looked hesitant. Feng Chen, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward and leaned close to his father's ear, whispering urgently, "Father, you mustn't. This item is the foundation of our Feng family's rise to power. How can we show it to others so lightly?" The father and son, one reluctant and the other urgent, acted the scene with remarkable realism. However, if one looked closely, one would notice a faint gleam in the depths of both their eyes. Ah! Feng Chuchen sighed heavily, waved his hand at Feng Chen, and adopted a helpless expression. Senior Elder Shangguan wants to see it. What can I do? Go, bring that heavenly king's shroud. The divine king's shroud. As those four words left his mouth, Shangguan Qingxue and Gu Nianwei's eyes both narrowed slightly. What a bold claim. Soon, Feng Chen emerged from the secret room, holding a simple wooden box. Feng Yunche took the box and opened it. Inside lay a dull, tattered piece of cloth, looking utterly unremarkable, as if it had been dug up from a grave, still carrying a faint earthy odor. This is known as the immortal king's shroud. Once unfolded, its defensive power is astonishing. Feng Yunche handed the ragged cloth to Feng Chen, then turned his gaze toward Gu Nianwei, forcing a smile onto his face. Miss Gu, my son Feng Chen is still young and inexperienced. Perhaps, you could try it out to see how effective it is? He paused for a moment before uttering a sentence that left everyone speechless. Please, Miss Gu, use your full strength against my son. What? Gu Nianwei furrowed her brows. She was a golden core cultivator, while Feng Chen was merely at the qi cultivation stage. The two were separated by an entire foundation establishment realm, a world apart. Use all your strength? Not even Feng Chen, let alone his father Feng Yuncheng, would dare to confront him head-on. Master Feng, what do you mean by this? Gu Nianwei's voice grew cold. If I were to give it my all, your son wouldn't even last a single breath. Even if the artifact he's wearing is extraordinary, it couldn't possibly bridge such a vast gap in cultivation. Her words were filled with absolute confidence. This was the confidence of a prodigy from the sacred land, of a golden core cultivator. However, Feng Yunche merely shook his head, his expression unwavering. It doesn't matter. He looked at Gu Nianwei, speaking each word clearly and firmly. Fairy, go ahead. Chapter 11, The Power of the Divine King's Shroud, gathering at the Destiny Blind Box Specialty Store. Feng Yan's words rang out clearly. Gu Nianwei's brows furrowed even more tightly, she felt provoked. But it was her master who spoke. Shangguan Qingxue's gaze fixed on Feng Yan's confident face. Since the Feng family head has such an interest, Nianwei, grant him his wish. Yes, master. With her master's permission, Gu Nianwei no longer hesitated. She looked at Feng Chen, who was standing in the center of the courtyard with the tattered cloth draped over his body, her eyes suddenly turning sharp. Feng Chen was locked in her gaze, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. A fear so deep it seemed to come from the depths of his soul nearly choked him. Had it not been for his father standing behind him, he would have turned and fled. Gu Nianwei raised her jade-like hand, her fingers forming a sword-like shape. A dazzling green sword lighted at the tip of her fingers. The sword light flickered unpredictably, emitting a sharp aura that even left fine scratches on the hard green stone ground. Shenqing sword technique, third form, slash the dust. With a soft shout, the blue sword light shot out from her hand, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the air, directly striking Feng Chen. This strike, though she did not use her golden core essence, still contained 70% of her strength. Not even a qi cultivation stage cultivator, let alone someone of the same cultivation level, could withstand such a strike without suffering severe injuries. Feng Yuncheng's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart skipped a beat. The sword light struck Feng Chen's body with a solid thud. However, the expected scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere did not materialize. The sword light, upon touching that layer of dusty shroud, vanished silently without a trace. There was no spiritual light shield, no loud explosion, not even a single ripple of energy. Feng Chen stood where he was, his face slightly pale but otherwise unharmed. The tattered cloth on his body remained as gray and lifeless as before, as if the earth-shattering sword strike had merely been a gentle breeze. Silence. The entire Feng family hall was deathly silent. Gu Nianwei's confident expression froze completely. How could this be? The Xianqing sword technique she had unleashed with all her strength hadn't even scratched the other person? Shangguan Qingshue's eyes also flickered with surprise. Her divine sense swept over the tattered cloth, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. She couldn't detect the slightest trace of it. This object could actually block her divine perception. Oof. Feng Yunche broke the silence at the right moment, his face betraying a hint of fear mixed with pride. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to Senior Shangguan and Miss Gu. This object has decent defensive capabilities, but it lacks any offensive power. He deliberately downplayed its significance. Shangguan Qingxue shifted her gaze from the shroud to Feng Yunche's face. Decent? Feng family head, you're being too modest. Feng Yunche's heart sank, and he hurriedly waved his hands, feigning a look of fear and respect. I dare not deceive the elder. Though this item is indeed mysterious, activating it consumes an enormous amount of energy. If I were to use it personally and give it my all, perhaps it could withstand a single strike from a peak nascent soul cultivator. He deliberately downplayed the item's capabilities. A defensive treasure capable of withstanding the peak of the Yuanling realm is already a world-shaking artifact, more than enough to solidify the Feng family's foothold in Shenwu City. However, for a powerhouse of Shangguan Qingshue's caliber, a purely defensive artifact, though precious, was still insufficient to arouse her greed to the point of risking everything to seize it. After all, at her level, she values opportunities that can help her break through her limits or offensive treasures of unparalleled power far more. Sure enough, after hearing this, although the shock in Shangguan Qingshue's eyes did not diminish, the scrutinizing intent in her gaze faded significantly. At the peak of the Yuanling realm, it can indeed be called a heaven-defying artifact. She nodded, her tone returning to its usual calm. It seems the Feng family's fortune is indeed extraordinary. All thanks to that Wang brothers' mysterious blind box. Feng Yunche immediately deflected the credit, then waved his hand at Feng Chen. Shenner, hurry up and put the treasure away, then step back. Yes, father. Feng Chen felt as though he had been granted a pardon, quickly and carefully placing the Divine King's shroud into the wooden box before retreating swiftly. Feng Yunche finally turned back to the two of them, his face lit up with a smile. Senior Elder Shangguan, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, would you be interested in accompanying me to that blind box shop to investigate further? Shangguan Qingxue pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. She too had been eager to meet the mysterious shopkeeper. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the Destiny Blind Box specialty store in the upper-level black market. However, the shop door was tightly shut, with a temporarily closed sign hanging on it. This. Feng Yunche was also taken aback. I'll go knock on the door. Gu Nianwei stepped forward, about to knock on the door. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance, and a group of people rushed over in a hurry. At the front was a woman dressed in luxurious silk robes, her features bearing a faint resemblance to Feng Chen, but her demeanor was far more sharp and commanding. Following closely behind her was Li Bing, the elder of the Li family, his face bruised and swollen. Madam? Feng Yunche recognized the woman and looked surprised. What are you doing here? The woman was none other than his wife, Li Bing's older sister, Li Yu. Li Yu saw Feng Yunche and Shangguan Qingxue and was also startled, but she quickly stepped forward, her face flushed with anger. Husband, you've come just in time. My good-for-nothing brother claims he was bullied in the black market and insisted on dragging me here to demand justice. I'll see who dares to bully someone from the Li family in Shenwu City. As she spoke, she glanced around, also wanting to take a look at the blind box shop that had prompted the Feng family to offer such a precious treasure, to see what it was like. Behind her, Li Bing, upon seeing the familiar doorframe and couplets, immediately found his bearings. Pointing at the shop's entrance, he shouted with a mix of grief and anger, Sister. It's here. That crooked merchant is inside. He not only swindled my spirit crystals but also. Before he could finish, he heard Feng Yunche, standing beside him, whisper to Li Yu in an extremely peculiar tone, Madam, this place is the shop of that elder. Li Yu's expression of anger froze instantly. She suddenly turned her head and glared at her younger brother. The next second. Smack! A crisp, loud slap echoed as it landed hard on Li Bing's other, unblemished cheek. Li Bing was completely stunned, covering his face and staring at his sister in disbelief. Sis, why did you hit me? Li Yu was so enraged she was trembling all over. Pointing at Li Bing's nose, she demanded each word with venom. The person you said cheated you out of 10 spirit crystals and even hit you, is the owner of this shop? Is that the so-called senior? She emphasized the word elder with particular emphasis. Li Bing had no idea why his sister was suddenly so angry, but he still instinctively answered honestly, I spent 1 spirit crystal in this shop to buy a broken gold coin. Before he could finish, Li Yu interrupted him with a shrill voice. 1 spirit crystal? You just told me you were cheated out of 10 spirit crystals. I. Li Bing stammered, his eyes darting around, unable to speak. He had originally planned to make the situation sound worse. 10 spirit crystals were enough to make his sister fly into a rage and rush to his defense without asking any questions. But he never imagined he'd run into his own brother-in-law here. Even more shocking was that the crooked merchant he had been talking about was actually the senior whom his sister's husband had spoken of with such respect, someone even the Feng family treated with utmost reverence. Good. Good for you, Li Bing. Li Yu was so enraged that his vision went black. He finally realized that he had been used as a pawn by his own younger brother. This good for nothing. Relying on the might of the Li and Feng families to act recklessly outside was bad enough, but this time, he had dared to provoke such a mysterious figure who even the elders of the sacred land had to pay a personal visit to. Smack! Driven by rage, Li Yu slapped Li Bing again, sending him spinning in a circle and crashing to the ground. She was so enraged that she wanted to kill Li Bing right there. But she had no idea what the attitude of that elder would be. Just as the tension in the hall reached its peak and Li Yu's heart was racing with anxiety, the tightly closed shop door emitted a faint creak. Slowly, it swung open inward. Chapter 12, Blind Box 10 in a row. The shop door creaked open and slowly swung inward. Outside the door stood a large crowd. At the front was Feng Chen, the head of the Feng family, with his son Feng Chen by his side. Also present was the bruised and battered elder of the Li family, currently hiding behind a woman dressed in luxurious attire, his eyes filled with fear. On the other side of the crowd were two stunningly beautiful women, one as cold and pure as snow, the other as graceful and flowing as water, none other than Shangguan Qingshui and Gunyanwei. Wang Li froze for a moment. What's going on here? Are they raiding the house? But he quickly snapped out of it, his face instantly breaking into a warm smile. Oh my! Gentlemen, our shop has just opened. Please come in, please come in. His voice broke the eerie silence at the door. Before Feng Yunche could speak, the elegant woman beside him, Li Yu, stepped forward swiftly. She didn't look at her own brother but bowed deeply to Wang Li. Senior, I am Li Yu. I have failed to discipline my younger brother properly. He has offended you. Please forgive him and do not hold it against him. Li Yu bowed her head extremely low. Before Wang Li could respond, Feng Yunche stepped forward with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Mr. Wang, it's just a small misunderstanding. My wife was deceived by her good-for-nothing younger brother. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist and 10 translucent spirit crystals appeared in his palm, emitting an alluring glow. We came here today primarily to patronize your business. Here are 10 spirit crystals. Let's do a 10 draw first, as a way of making amends to you. 10 spirit crystals. Wang Li's eyes lit up instantly. That's 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. His smile grew even more sincere as he hurried forward, snatching the spirit crystals with a smooth, effortless motion, showing no trace of politeness. Oh no! Master Feng, you're being too kind. It's a misunderstanding, just a small misunderstanding. As long as you're here to open the mystery boxes, you're my honored guest. There's no need to talk about guilt or anything like that, you're being too formal. Wang Li tucked the spirit crystal into his robe, feeling a warm glow spread throughout his body. He glanced at Feng Yunche, Li Yu, and Feng Chen, then smiled and asked, these 10 chances which of our honored guests would like to try their luck first? Not far away, Gun Yanwei quietly transmitted her voice to her master. Master, should we buy some too? Judging by the Wind family patriarch's intentions, it seems he wants to use this method to befriend the shopkeeper. Shangguan Qingshua's cold eyes watched everything happening inside the store, replying calmly, no rush, let's watch first. She not only wanted to see what the blind box would reveal but also wanted to observe this mysterious shopkeeper and determine what kind of person he truly was. Upon hearing Wang Li's question, Feng Yunche glanced at his wife, whose expression remained unsettled, and smiled gently. Madam, you go first. Feng Chen, standing nearby, had a glimmer of hope and longing in his eyes, but it vanished instantly, and he returned to his expressionless demeanor. Li Yu nodded. She was still seething inside, looking for an outlet for her frustration. She walked over to the row of blind boxes, picked up a small wooden hammer at random, didn't even look at it, and with all her strength, smashed it down on one of the boxes. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. A faint white light flickered briefly from the shattered wooden box. As the light faded, an object lying quietly among the fragments came into view. It was a low-grade spirit stone. The air in the shop seemed to freeze. Li Yu's face darkened visibly. A 10 draw with 10 spirit crystals, and on the first try, you got a low-grade spirit stone worth 1% of a spirit sand? This is even more outrageous than Li Bing's gold coin. She suddenly turned her head and glared angrily at Li Bing in the corner. It's all that good for nothing's fault. It must be his utterly terrible luck that ruined her good fortune. Li Bing was so startled by her glare that he shivered all over, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ha ha! It seems the lady isn't in a lucky mood today. Let me take care of it. Feng Yunche chuckled lightly, breaking the awkward silence. He stepped forward, picked up the small hammer with composure, and tapped the other blind box gently. Click! This time, there was no dull thud. A dazzling blue light burst out of the box with a blinding glow. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the blue light. The light gradually faded, revealing a shimmering blue plate, resembling the heart of the deep sea, floating gracefully in mid-air. The armor plate shimmered with flowing light, faint ripples of water seeming to dance across its surface, emanating a vast and pure spiritual energy. It was clearly no ordinary item. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Wang Li's mind. See Heart Scale. Grade, Gold. Origin, the world of Fighter of the Heavens. Effect optimized, this armor plate can be integrated into the body, requiring no spiritual energy to activate and automatically protects the wearer. It can perfectly withstand a full power attack from cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Golden Grade. Can withstand a full power attack from cultivators below the Yuanling stage? Wang Li's heart trembled. This is impressive. No wonder he's the head of the Feng family. His fortune is truly extraordinary. Before he could speak, Feng Yunqing suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice, Wang Shaga, what is this? Though his voice remained steady, his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Even Shanguan Xingxue, who had been observing calmly from the sidelines, now fixed her gaze entirely on the blue armor plate, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Here it comes. The moment to show off had arrived. Wang Li gave a mysterious smile and did not answer directly. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly in a voice tinged with nostalgia and world weariness. The name of this object is actually not important. He paused, building anticipation among everyone present, before continuing, what matters is its origin. In a distant and vast world, there once lived an immortal being of unparalleled power, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas with a single flick of his fingers. The world revered him as the Flame Emperor. This armor plate was crafted by the Yen Emperor himself, using the essence of the 9 heavens and the hearts of the 4 seas, as a token of his eternal love for his beloved. Wang Li's story was vividly told, as if he had witnessed it himself. The shop fell into complete silence. Everyone was utterly captivated by this grand and epic tale. Yen Di? A token of love? Though they had never heard of this name before, the mere description alone was enough to make them realize that it must be a terrifying existence far beyond their imagination. And the value of such an existence as token of love was simply beyond calculation. Feng Yun's breathing grew slightly. Wang Li observed everyone's reactions with a subtle smile on his lips. After finishing his story, he shifted his gaze away from the blue armor plate and gave Feng Yunche a meaningful look. Then, his gaze slowly drifted and landed on Liu, who was sitting beside him, his face turning from black to red in shock. That gaze seemed to say, Feng family head, this thing is not just a defensive artifact. Chapter 13, 3000 Thunderclaps. Wang Li's meaningful gaze flickered between Feng Yunche and Liu, finally settling on Liu's face, which had turned from black to red. Feng Yunche, being the man he was, instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Wang Li's gaze. The Flame Emperor? A token of love? This isn't just a defensive artifact, it's clearly this elder guiding me. He laughed heartily, then casually caught the blue armor plate floating in midair and placed it in his palm. The cool, smooth sensation seemed to soothe all the heat in his heart. He didn't look at it further but turned around and solemnly handed the armor plate to his wife. My lady, this item is meant for you. No, he didn't hand it over directly. Just as Liu reached out her hand, he withdrew his own and gave a mischievous smile. This item holds great significance. I will find an auspicious day to personally place it on you myself. Liu's astonishment had not yet faded when a blush crept onto her face. She glared at Feng Yunche in playful reproach, but the tenderness in her eyes was impossible to hide. This scene made Feng Chen, who had been watching eagerly from the side, grow impatient. He watched helplessly as that golden grade treasure was promised to his mother by his own father, without even giving him a chance to touch it. Father? What about me? Feng Chen finally couldn't hold back and blurted out. Feng Yunche shot him a sideways glance and waved him off impatiently. Go play somewhere else. After speaking, he turned to Liu with a face as bright as spring, his voice so gentle it could melt butter. Madam, there are still 8 chances left. Please continue. Feng Chen. He felt like he wasn't his own son. Liu, soothed by her husband's words, felt all her anger dissipate. She walked back to the blind box, took a deep breath, picked up the small hammer, and struck again. Bang! A flash of white light. A low-grade spirit stone. Liu's expression stiffened slightly. No problem, there are still 7 more chances. She picked up the second blind box. Bang! Another flash of white light. This time, the box contained a plain cloth garment. The fabric was of high quality, but to them, as cultivators, it was no different from ordinary mortal clothing. Liu's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. She refused to believe it and picked up the third one. Bang! Once again, the same despair-inducing white light appeared. As the light faded, a small knife, no larger than the palm of a hand, lay quietly among the wood shavings. The blade still carried a faint fragrance of fruit peel. It seemed to be used for peeling fruit. Inside the store, an eerie silence fell. Feng Yun's smile began to fade. Liu's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Out of 10 chances, she had used up 4 on her own. 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 low-grade spirit stone. Once, a common cloth garment. Once, a fruit knife. This luck is like poking a hornet's nest. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze as sharp as a knife, fixated on her younger brother, Li Bing, who was peeking around the corner of the shop, shrinking his neck to observe the situation. It must be him. It's this bringer of misfortune who's here, stealing all my good fortune. Li Bing was so terrified by her gaze that he felt his soul leave his body, shivering uncontrollably. Get out of here! Li Yu's voice sounded like it was being forced out through gritted teeth. What? Sis! I told you to get out. Li Bingru felt as though he had been granted a pardon, scrambling out of the shop as though a vengeful spirit were chasing him. Seeing the culprit driven away, Li Yu felt a bit of the bad luck lifting from her heart. She looked around and caught several strange glances. Gu Nianwei was covering her mouth with her sleeve, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly struggling to suppress her laughter. Feng Chen, standing beside her, was even more exaggerated. His handsome face was flushed red, and he was desperately lowering his head, pretending to study the wood grain on the ground. Even the usually aloof and detached supreme elder of the Xianqing Holy Land, Shanguan Qingxue, who seemed unconcerned with the world, now wore an expression of amusement. Only her husband, Feng Yunche, remained unfazed, casting her an encouraging glance. How dare you! Li Yu felt a mix of shame and anger, and a stubborn determination to not give up surged within her. She refused to believe it. Even the broomstick star had been driven away. How much worse could she possibly be? She stepped forward once more, picked up the wooden hammer she had named Little Bamboo Hammer, didn't even glance at it, and smashed it down hard on the remaining blind box. This time, she even closed her eyes, adopting a reckless attitude. Scratch! A soft sound. Unlike the previous dull thud, this sound was crisp and pleasant. More importantly, the light shining through the gaps between her fingers was no longer that blinding white. It was blue. Though not as dazzling as the blue light Feng Yuchen had previously unleashed, it was certainly no ordinary phenomenon. Li Yu suddenly opened his eyes and saw a gentle blue glow slowly swirling within the shattered wooden box. At the center of the light, a simple jade tablet floated quietly. It's done! Finally, it's here! Li Yu was so excited he almost jumped up. All the frustration and pent-up emotions he had been feeling vanished in an instant. As everyone curiously examined the jade tablet, Wang Li heard the system's voice in his mind as promised. 3000 thunder movements. Grade, Golden. Origin, the world of fighter of the heavens. Effect optimized, this is a top-tier martial art technique focusing on body movement. Its cultivation difficulty is extremely high. After inheriting it, one can comprehend its profound principles. It is divided into 3 realms, Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and 3000 Thunder. Upon reaching mastery, one's body moves like lightning, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. With a single thought, one can transform into countless thunder shadows, leaving enemies unable to defend against them. Gold tier. Another gold tier. And it's not a magical artifact, it's a martial art technique. A body movement technique. Wang Li's heart was engulfed by a tidal wave of shock. This Feng family couple was like 2 walking gods of luck. He suppressed his shock, a knowing smile appearing on his face, his gaze falling on the blue jade tablet. Li Yu was about to reach out to take it, but was stopped by Feng Yunche raising his hand. Wang Xiaoga. Feng Yunche's gaze was intense, his voice tinged with curiosity. What kind of treasure is this? Everyone's attention once again focused on Wang Li. Wang Li gave a mysterious smile, refusing to answer directly, instead teasing them. This object contains a martial art technique. Its name is 3000 Thunder Movements. As the words fell, Feng Yunche's body trembled imperceptibly. His Feng family had established themselves in Shenwu City relying on their unparalleled speed in martial arts techniques. And this 3000 Thunder Movements, just from the name alone, was clearly related to speed. Wang Li ignored the astonishment of the crowd and continued in his storyteller's tone. This is the martial art that the Flaming Emperor relied on to gain fame before he reached the pinnacle of his power. This technique has 3 levels. The first level, Thunder Flash, makes one move like a ghost. The second level, Thunder Instant, allows one to cover 100 zhang in an instant, and when the third level, 3000 Thunder, is mastered. Wang Li paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Li Yu, a faint smile curving his lips. With a single thought, one can transform into countless thunder shadows, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, leaving opponents helpless and unable to defend themselves. Boom! These words sent shockwaves through Feng Yan's mind. Transforming into thousands of thunder shadows. Such a technique was far beyond his comprehension. If he could obtain this technique, the Feng family would have no trouble advancing to the next level. He immediately zeroed in on the most critical question, his voice tinged with urgency. Wang Xiaoga. This martial art technique, can it be studied by multiple people? Wang Li shook his head decisively. Only one person. Feng Yunqing's breath caught in his throat. Only one person. This meant that whoever received the transmission would possess this heaven-defying martial art. He instinctively glanced at his son Feng Chen beside him, then looked at his wife, whose face was filled with excitement and anticipation. One was the future hope of the Feng family. The other was the woman who had shared his life and supported him through thick and thin. Should he transcribe the martial arts techniques? Feng Yunqing instantly dismissed this impractical idea. Such a profound inheritance from the Great Thousand Worlds could never be replicated by ordinary means. Forcing a copy would likely destroy this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he had made up his mind. Feng Yunche withdrew his gaze, and a gentle smile reappeared on his face. He looked at his wife, his eyes filled with tenderness. My lady, it seems this object is truly meant for you. He reached out and took the blue jade tablet, placing it solemnly in Liyu's palm. Take it. Chapter 14, 10 consecutive draws, concept level item. Liyu held the blue jade tablet, which contained the body technique, in her hands, her face a mix of shyness and excitement. Feng Yunche looked at his wife, unable to hide the smile on his face. He turned around, took the little bamboo hammer from Wang Li's hand, and said to the remaining blind boxes, there are still 4 chances left. Let me give it a try too. He tapped it casually. Bang! A flash of white light. A rusty iron sword. Feng Yunche remained unfazed and struck again. Bang! Still white light. A copy of basic breathing techniques with missing pages. He continued his actions, striking the last 2 in quick succession. White light, white light. A bag of sprouting potatoes and half a half-eaten steamed bun. Standing by, full of anticipation, he had expected his father to pull out some legendary weapon to pass down to him, but instead, he was left numb. 10 consecutive draws yielded a sea heart armor, a 3,000 thunder movements, and a pile of junk. All the treasures went to his mother, and the junk was left for his father. He was nothing but a token participant from start to finish. Feng Yunche, however, didn't seem to care. He put the small hammer back in its place and turned to Shangguan Xingxue, who had been watching quietly, making a gesture of invitation. Senior Shangguan, would you care to give it a try? Shangguan Xingxue nodded. She flipped her wrist, and 10 spirit crystals flew steadily toward Wang Li. Wang Li's mouth nearly split from ear to ear. Another big deal. What a great start to the day. With these 10 spirit crystals in the bank, he was one step closer to breaking through his cultivation. He caught the spirit crystals with both hands and handed the small hammer back with a smile. Shangguan Xingxue took the wooden hammer, her movements graceful, and gently tapped a blind box. Bang! A flash of white light and a packet of ordinary women's rouge appeared. Shangguan Xingxue didn't pause for a moment, tapping open the second one. Bang! White light, a pair of straw sandals with holes in them. The third, fourth, fifth. A series of bang-bang sounds accompanied flashes of white light, and soon the ground was littered with chicken feathers, broken wood, and inkless brushes. Until the 7th blind box was opened. Hum! A soft green light finally appeared. Everyone perked up. As the light faded, a small jade bottle lay quietly among the wood shavings. Shangguan Xingxue picked it up, opened the stopper, and a familiar medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was the foundation building elixir. For disciples at the Qi cultivation stage, this item was priceless. But to her, as a supreme elder, it was no different from the pile of junk she had just discarded. She tossed the jade bottle to Gu Nianwei without batting an eyelid and continued opening the remaining blind boxes. The 8th one, white light. The 9th one, white light. The last one was still that pure white light. 10 consecutive draws, all completed. 1 bottle of foundation building elixir, plus 9 worthless items. Shangguan Xingxue's face turned completely dark. Feng Chen lowered his head, his shoulders trembling like a sieve. Gu Nianwei clamped her hands over her mouth, her pretty face flushing bright red. Shangguan Xingxue slammed the small hammer down on the table with a loud thud. She glanced at her disciple, Nianwei, come here. As she spoke, 10 spirit crystals flew toward Wang Li. Wang Li's mouth widened even more, feeling like he had stumbled into a stroke of luck today. In total, 30 spirit crystals had been exchanged. He had struck it rich. Gu Nianwei took the spirit crystals from her master, then took the small hammer from Wang Li and walked to the blind box. She tapped open one. White light. The second one, white light. The third, fourth, fifth. 5 in a row, all white light. The items inside were a mix of moldy buns and a broken ancient zither. It seems like today's blind boxes are out to get us from the Shenqing Holy Land. Gu Nianwei sighed with a wry smile, raised the hammer, and casually struck the 6th blind box. Crack boom! As the wooden box shattered, an unprecedented brilliant light erupted from within. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, the 7 colors intertwined in a dazzling display, like a rainbow, instantly illuminating the entire shop and casting everyone's faces in vibrant hues. I can't believe it. Feng Chen, who had been pretending to study the wood grain, could no longer contain himself. He looked up suddenly, his entire body frozen in place as if struck by lightning. This light was 100 times more intense than when his father had revealed that blue armor plate. Feng Yuncheng and Liyu exchanged glances, seeing the same 4 characters on each other's faces, absolutely outrageous. Their Feng family had already considered it a stroke of incredible luck to have obtained a 3,000 thunder movements and a sea heart armor. But the spectacle before them. The smoke from their ancestral graves was nothing compared to this divine light, it was like a fart. Even Shangguan Xingxue, who had always been as cold and indifferent as snow, stood straight up. Her eyes were fixed on the center of the light, her breath held. At the center of the light was her disciple, Gu Nianwei. And Gu Nianwei herself had completely frozen in place. She still held the hammer in her hands, her mouth slightly open, staring blankly at the miracle she had created with her own hands, her mind a blank. What did I do? I was just opening a blind box, right? How does this feel like I've pierced the sky? Wang Li stood behind the counter, still wearing his professional fake smile, but his mind was in turmoil. Ding! Breaking the 10,000 laws. Rank, conceptual. Origin, 10 days of doom. Effect optimized, break all techniques resonance. This item must be fused. After fusion, it requires immense belief to activate. Once activated, it prevents all nearby cultivators from using spiritual energy. The stronger the belief, the larger the range. Conceptual tier? System, are you just messing around? Can you just sell something like this? Once activated, the entire area within 100 miles might as well be transported back to the Stone Age. Everyone will be fighting with knives. Wang Li inwardly raged, but on the surface, he remained the same enigmatic elder who had seen through the world. The dazzling multicolored light lasted for over a dozen breaths before slowly fading away, eventually dissolving into tiny specks of light that vanished into the air. Everyone instinctively craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the extraordinary treasure that had caused such an earth-shaking phenomenon. Click! A soft sound echoed. A single, dull, cracked, and ordinary-looking stone fell to the ground. The entire shop fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was speechless. Is that it? The special effects that just moments ago seemed like a celestial disaster had descended from the heavens, all for this worthless stone? The stark contrast left everyone feeling as though their intelligence had been insulted. Gu Nianwei blinked, slowly lowered her head, looked at the plain stone at her feet, then glanced at the little bamboo hammer in her hand and fell into deep self-doubt. Shangguan Qingshue's face began to darken once more. Just then, Wang Li's magnetic voice, tinged with a touch of nostalgia and wisdom, echoed softly. This object has no name. Chapter 15, Breaking All Laws. The moment he spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Wang Li did not look at the stone but instead turned his gaze toward Gu Nianwei. His eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, as if he were seeing a distant era. Because it does not need a name. It has no rank or grade. For any rank or grade cannot define it. Wang Li paused, then delivered a conclusion that sent shockwaves through everyone's minds. Because it itself is a rule. Rule. These two words struck like a heavy hammer, crashing down on Shangguan Qingxue and Feng Yunche's hearts. Under its aura. Wang Li's voice grew faint. Immortals and mortals are no longer distinct. When it is awakened, all supernatural abilities that rely on external forces, all spiritual energy that swallows the heavens and earth, will all fall into silence. At that time, all laws will be shattered, and all beings will be equal. Boom! If the previous words were like heavy hammers, then these few sentences were like thunderclaps, exploding directly in everyone's minds. All laws shattered, all beings equal. What does this mean? It means that before this stone, she, the venerable elder of the Xianqing Holy Land, is no different from an ordinary mortal who cannot even lift a chicken. Everyone will become ordinary mortals. Shangguan Qingshue's body trembled slightly. What a terrifying artifact! This is no longer a magical artifact, it is a taboo. A taboo capable of overturning the existing order of the entire cultivation world. Gu Nianwei was also terrified by these words, her face turning pale. She instinctively took a step back, as if the stone at her feet was not a rock but a bottomless abyss ready to explode at any moment. Feng Yunche suddenly turned to Wang Li, his voice hoarse. Then, how do we awaken it? Wang Li withdrew his gaze from Gu Nianwei and calmly uttered two words. Belief. He looked at Gu Nianwei, whose face was blank with shock, and a mysterious smile curved his lips. When the holder possesses sufficient belief, they can awaken it. The stronger the belief, the greater the scope of the rules it encompasses. Shangguan Qingshue's gaze instantly shifted from Wang Li to the ordinary-looking stone, then from the stone to her disciple. That gaze was incredibly complex. There was shock, horror, desire, caution, and a hint of something she hadn't even noticed herself, a fiery passion. She took a slow step forward and stood beside Gu Nianwei. Nianwei. Shangguan Qingxue spoke, her voice trembling for the first time. Pick it up. Gu Nianwei's fingertips trembled slightly. She knelt down, extended her hand, and reached toward the stone. As her fingertips touched the rough, cold surface of the stone. Boom! Gu Nianwei's mind went completely blank. The spiritual energy within her body seemed to evaporate instantly upon contact with the stone, vanishing without a trace. This was an entirely new sensation, more terrifying than the depletion of spiritual energy. It was a feeling of being stripped bare. Immediately afterward, a faint, almost imperceptible thought suddenly appeared in her mind. That thought was filled with exhaustion. Endless, bone-chilling exhaustion. It was as though a mortal who had traversed billions of years, witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, and finally desired nothing more than to lie down and sleep, had uttered a single sigh. She jerked her hand back as if burned, stumbling backward half a step, her face pale. Master. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling so slightly she didn't even notice it, and looked at her master. But she saw that Shangguan Qingshue's expression was even more grim than her own. In that very instant, Shangguan Qingshue's divine consciousness, powerful enough to envelop the entire Shenwu city, was completely devoured by an invisible force as it reached out toward Gu Nianwei's fingertips. That devouring force caused Shangguan Qingshue's divine sense to sink into the depths of the sea, leaving no trace. Her expression changed drastically, and she could no longer spare a thought for anything else. With the remaining 3 chances, she didn't even bother to act herself, instead flinging the 3 spirit crystals onto the table in front of Wang Li. Open them. Her voice was cold and unwavering. Wang Li swiftly opened the 3 sealed boxes, and without exception, all contained white light. Shanwan Xingxue didn't even glance at the pile of broken items on the ground. She grabbed Gu Nianwei's wrist, and with a flick of her body, the two vanished from the shop's entrance, as if they had never been there. This sudden turn of events left the Feng family speechless. They had been waiting to see what miraculous effects the breaking 10,000 laws stone would have, but the main character had already fled. Feng was about to lead his wife and children away, but his footsteps halted. He turned around, walked up to Feng Chen, and shoved a spirit crystal into his hand. Look at you, so frustrated. Here, take this. Don't say your father doesn't care about you. Feng Chen's lips twitched violently. Feng Chen, would rather starve to death or jump off this cliff then. He glanced at his father's expression and sighed. Well, if my father gave it to me, I'll take it, even if it's poison. Feng Chen clutched the still slightly warm spirit crystal, his face devoid of any will to live, and walked up to Wang Li. Brother Wang, a blind box. Alright. Wang Li smiled and handed over a wooden box. Feng Chen picked up the small hammer expressionlessly, aimed it at the blind box, and smashed it with a reckless, self-destructive motion. Bang! After the dull sound, immediately followed by scratch. A blue glow burst out unexpectedly from the shattered wood shards. Feng Chen froze in place. Blue light? He turned around in wild excitement, eager to show off to his parents, but found no one behind him. He hurried out the storefront and saw his parents walking at the street corner, completely oblivious to their surroundings, flirting and teasing each other in a way that was almost too much to bear. Feng Chen was speechless. All right. Since you don't want it, this treasure is mine. He turned back to the store and carefully picked up the object shrouded in blue light. Wang Li, standing behind the counter, felt his heart race. What on earth is going on today? Besides that unlucky Liu, why does everyone else act like they've been possessed by fate? How am I supposed to run a business like this? Just as he was muttering to himself, the system's prompt sounded clearly in his mind. Invincible in 100 battles. Grade, gold. Origin? Effect optimized, this charm is a one-time consumable item. Whether used in alchemy, weapon forging, or talisman drawing, any skill can be infused into materials, guaranteeing success with quality reaching the current ability limit. Feng Chen turned around and returned to the shop, carefully picking up the object shrouded in blue light. It was a grayish-brown bug, its thin wings trembling slightly, surrounded by an enigmatic aura. He was so excited his hands trembled as he stammered, looking at Wang Li. Wanggu, what is this treasure? Wang Li maintained his enigmatic smile, refusing to answer directly. Instead, he spoke slowly, uttering a few words. This thing is called the invincible in 100 battles worm. He paused, glancing at Feng Chen's pathetic appearance before continuing his explanation. A single-use consumable. Alchemy, weapon forging, talisman drawing, any task requiring skill. As long as you incorporate it into the materials before beginning, this time, success is guaranteed. And the final product will be of the highest quality achievable with your current abilities. Feng Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath caught in his throat, and his mind buzzed as if a million fireworks had exploded simultaneously. Certain success? The highest quality achievable with your current abilities? This is... Damn it! Feng Chen let out a startled cry, nearly dropping the precious insect he held in his hands. If this thing were used for alchemy, couldn't it be used to refine a perfect quality elixir? This isn't just powerful. This is a divine artifact that defies heaven and alters fate. Watching Feng Chen's ecstatic expression, Wang Li merely nodded indifferently. He leaned forward slightly and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. It's a good thing. But the opportunity is only once. Whether to use it or not, and where to use it. Wang Li's knuckles tapped lightly on the counter, producing a soft tap-tap sound, each note striking Feng Chen's heart. You must think this through carefully. Chapter 16, Enhancing Cultivation. Wang Li's words were like the final straw, completely breaking Feng Chen's already taut nerves. His mind was in chaos, with only the phrases "there's only one chance" and "think it through" echoing repeatedly in his head. Yes, think carefully. This was the invincible in 100 battles potion. Should he use it to refine his life-bound artifact? Or should he wait until he hits a bottleneck and use it to refine a breakthrough pill? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, each one filled with deadly temptation. Feng Chen carefully tucked away the dusty worm, bowed respectfully to Wang Li, and then rushed out of the shop without looking back. He had to hurry back, find a place to calm down, and carefully plan out the life that was about to take off. As soon as the dust settled, the crowd that had been blocking the entrance to watch the commotion surged in like a tidal wave, filling the small shop to capacity. Everything that had just happened was clearly witnessed by everyone present. The Feng family had offered a golden-grade magical artifact and cultivation technique. The Xianqing Holy Land was even more outrageous, directly producing a rule-breaking forbidden item. Even the seemingly not-so-bright young master of the Feng family drew a blue light in his final draw. This isn't a blind box, it's a direct ticket to the pinnacle of life. Boss. Give me one. I want one too. Don't push. I was here first. However, when Wang Li cheerfully announced the price as 1 spirit crystal for a single draw, 10 spirit crystals for 10 consecutive draws, the noisy crowd fell silent. 1 spirit crystal. That's equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. For most of the wandering cultivators and young disciples from small families present, this was an enormous sum that they might not be able to save up even after a lifetime of hard work. Many of the people's faces lost their fervor, replaced by pain and hesitation, as they could only watch longingly, dared not make a move. The once noisy crowd fell silent once again. All eyes were fixed on Wang Li, their faces frozen in expressions of greed, replaced by pain and struggle. A single spirit crystal. At this price, it was an insurmountable obstacle for them. Wang Li's smile remained bright. He scanned the crowd, saw no one else stepping forward, and said nothing more. He reached out and grabbed the doorframe, then, under the stunned stares of the crowd, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang, sealing out all the noise and greed. Inside the store, the world fell silent. Wang Li's professional smile vanished instantly, replaced by an uncontrollable surge of joy. He practically danced with joy as he rushed to the counter and dumped all the spirit crystals he had earned today onto the counter. 31. Exactly 31 spirit crystals. System. Don't waste time. Charge it all. Upgrade my cultivation. Wang Li roared wildly in his mind. Ding. 31 spirit crystals consumed. Cultivation level increasing. A surge of pure spiritual energy, so powerful it was almost unimaginable, violently washed over his entire body. His spiritual energy surged upward, and the once impregnable bottleneck of his early foundation establishment stage crumbled like paper in the face of this overwhelming force, shattering into pieces in an instant. Boom! Wang Li felt his entire body tremble as the spiritual energy vortex in his dantian suddenly expanded by a full circle, its rotation speed increasing by several fold. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the newfound power surging through his meridians. Foundation establishment mid-stage. He had made it. This tangible sense of growing stronger was far more exhilarating than earning 100 spirit crystals. On the other side. Xianqing Holy Land, Shenwu Peak. The peak was perpetually covered in snow, the cold air biting, much like the temperament of its master. Shangguan Qingxue and Gun Yanwei appeared out of thin air. As soon as they landed, Shangguan Qingxue could no longer maintain her composure. She grabbed Gun Yanwei's wrist tightly, her voice trembling slightly. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? A vast divine consciousness flowed through her palm into Gun Yanwei's body, carefully scanning it several times, but found nothing unusual. That strange stone seemed to have never existed. But the more normal everything seemed, the heavier Shangguan Qingxue's heart grew. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Master, I'm fine. Gun Yanwei shook her head, her face still pale. Shangguan Qingxue remained silent for a moment, but ultimately couldn't suppress the fear and curiosity in her heart. You, try to activate that thing. Gun Yanwei stiffened at the words, shaking her head instinctively. I can't, master. Why? Gun Yanwei lifted her head and met her master's probing gaze. It requires an extremely powerful belief to activate. What kind of belief? In Gun Yanwei's mind, she heard that weary sigh echoing again. She swallowed hard and spoke slowly. It is protection. Gun Yanwei's voice was soft, yet it carried an unusual weight. That kind of belief to protect one's companions at any cost. It's something you can't even access in ordinary circumstances. Shangguan Qingxue's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Without such restrictions, this object would not be defying heaven, but destroying the world. But another even greater mystery loomed over her like dark clouds. Wang Li. As the supreme elder of the Xianqing Holy Land, her divine perception could sweep across the entire Shenwu city, every blade of grass and tree within its walls under her scrutiny. Yet that man. When her divine perception fell upon him, it was neither blocked nor rebounded, it simply vanished. As if he had never existed in this world. A mortal? A mortal who could wield the forbidden artifact known as Breaker of 10,000 Laws? If you were to say that, even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe it. Then, there are only 2 possibilities left. 1. He possesses some sort of supreme treasure that can block all detection. 2. His cultivation has reached a terrifying realm that she cannot even begin to comprehend or imagine. Shangguan Qingxue's heart contracted violently. She instinctively dismissed the second thought. Impossible. She suppressed that absurd thought from her mind. Go back and meditate in peace. The Chen Yuan secret realm is about to open. She stared at her disciple, speaking slowly and deliberately. You are already a golden core cultivator. This time, there will definitely be a spot for you at the Xianqing Holy Land. Yes, Master. Chapter 17, The Desert Eagle. The Feng Family Mansion. Feng Yuncheng and Li Yu returned almost floating on air. Along the way, Feng Yuncheng couldn't stop talking, showering her with sweet nothings as if they were worthless, so clingy that even the stone lions by the roadside wanted to roll their eyes. As soon as they entered the gate, Feng Yuncheng grabbed a servant and whispered, when Shenwu returns, tell him that I and the lady have urgent matters to discuss and are in seclusion. Do not disturb us. The servant bowed his head, his shoulders trembling slightly as he suppressed a laugh and replied, "Yes, master." Feng Yunche nodded satisfactorily, then dragged the flushed Liu away, disappearing in a flash. Moments later, Feng Chen rushed back excitedly. "Father! Mother! I have something to tell you." Before he could finish, he saw the servant with a "I know what's going on" expression, blocking his way. "Young master, the master and lady are in seclusion, discussing important matters." Feng Chen's face froze in disbelief. Closed-door meeting? Discussing important matters? He knew without even thinking that the two of them were busy setting up a secret account for him. Feng Chen suddenly felt that the treasure in his hands wasn't so special anymore. He had planned to show it off, but now there was no one to show it to. What was the point of that? It was like wearing fine clothes at night. Life is truly as lonely as snow. Feng Chen returned to his room, carefully placing the invincible in 100 battles insect into a specially made jade storage box, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had hidden the jade box, a servant responsible for gathering intelligence knocked on the door and entered. "Young master, the latest news, the Chen Yuan secret realm will open in 3 days." Feng Chen perked up. The Chen Yuan secret realm. His father was busy forging the family's future and couldn't be relied upon. With the Feng family's strength, obtaining a spot released by the Xianqing Holy Land was nothing short of a pipe dream. The only option was to go through back channels. Bring someone. Prepare a generous gift. Inside Wang Li's shop, the world was serene. He felt the surging spiritual energy of his mid-foundation stage cultivation within him, and the smile on his face was genuine. This feeling was exhilarating. He opened the shop door with satisfaction, ready to close for the day. Outside, the crowd had not dispersed but had grown even larger. The cultivators who had previously hesitated over the price now looked as though they had been injected with adrenaline, their eyes glowing green. "Master! Open the door! The Chen Yuan secret realm is about to open. Boss, sell me a blind box, I'm going to take a chance." That's right. Going to give gifts to the Xianqing Holy Land? They wouldn't even bother to look up. "It's better to come here and take a chance with you, boss." The crowd erupted into chaos. After all, even a high-ranking figure like Senior Elder Shangguan was here buying blind boxes, which proved that this thing was truly amazing. Wang Li smiled broadly as he greeted everyone. But when it came time to pay, everyone looked at each other, hesitating to be the first to take the plunge. Just then, a dark-skinned wandering cultivator clenched his teeth and pushed his way through the crowd. "Boss! I'll take one." He slammed a spirit crystal onto the counter, as if he had used all his strength. "I want to enter the Chen Yuan secret realm, but the people from the Xianqing Holy Land won't even give me a second glance. Today, I'm taking a gamble. If you give me something good, I'll keep it for myself. If it's useless, I'll use it to smash open the gates of the Xianqing Holy Land." Wang Li casually picked up a blind box from the shelf and handed it over. The cultivator waved his hand. "Sir, can I choose one myself?" "Of course you can." So the cultivator began his performance in front of the shelves. He closed his eyes and sensed the energy, then snapped his fingers and calculated, even pulling out an old compass to shine it on the blind box, muttering incantations, looking like he was performing a shamanistic ritual. After all that fuss, he finally pointed to the blind box Wang Li had given him at the beginning, looking utterly convinced. "Sir, I'll take this one." Wang Li handed him the small bamboo hammer. The monk took the hammer, raised it high, and shouted, "Open!" Scratch! A blue light burst out from the shattered wood shavings, instantly bathing the cultivator's dark face in an eerie blue glow. Blue light. Though not as dazzling as the one the Feng family had previously displayed, nor as magnificent as the 7-colored rainbow from the Xianqing Holy Land, it was indeed a genuine manifestation. Everyone instinctively craned their necks, staring intently at the blue light. The light slowly faded, revealing a strange silver-colored iron object lying quietly among the wood shavings. It was entirely silver in color, with sharp, angular lines, emanating a cold, metallic aura that stood in stark contrast to all known magical artifacts and spiritual weapons in this world. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, Wang Li heard the system's voice in his mind as promised. Desert Eagle. Grade, Gold. Origin, exists in multiple worlds. Effect optimized, by channeling spiritual energy, it can fire an attack. The power depends on the quality of the spiritual energy and the amount channeled. Wang Li's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. The dark-skinned cultivator carefully held the iron object named Desert Eagle in his hands, turning it over and over, his face filled with confusion. This thing had no blade, no tip, and not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuations could be detected. He hesitantly looked up at Wang Li. "Master, what kind of treasure is this?" Wang Li smiled faintly. "This is a spiritual artifact." He extended a finger and tapped the silver-colored iron lump. "No need to refine it or bind it to you. Simply infuse it with your spiritual energy and it will activate, capable of inflicting damage on enemies." Wang Li paused and added, "The more spiritual energy you infuse, the higher its quality, and the greater the damage it will inflict." "That's it?" The cultivator's expression of joy faded instantly. The surrounding crowd murmured in low voices. After all that, it's just a spirit artifact that requires you to infuse your own spiritual energy? What's the difference between that and my flying sword? My flying sword's power depends on its material and the array patterns engraved on it. This thing it doesn't even seem worth a single spirit crystal. The dark-skinned cultivator's expression shifted from initial ecstasy to pain, and finally settled into a hint of despair. He had thought he could uncover some divine artifact that could change his fate, but this was it? A spirit artifact whose power depends entirely on the user. As a lone cultivator, how high could his spiritual energy quality be? How much could he infuse into it? Seeing his expression as if he had lost a fortune, Wang Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but he spoke slowly and calmly. This item has one advantage. He looked at the cultivator and said indifferently, it can allow you to use it from the chi cultivation stage all the way to the great perfection stage. Even those above the immortal realm can use it. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire shop fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing came to a halt. The dark-skinned cultivator suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he hadn't heard correctly. From the chi cultivation stage all the way to the great perfection stage? Even those above the immortal realm can use it? What the hell does that even mean? The cultivator's lips trembled, and his voice changed pitch. Master. Sir, do you mean this item can be activated regardless of one's cultivation level? Wang Li nodded decisively. Boom! The cultivator's mind went blank in an instant, then was overwhelmed by endless joy. Ordinary magical treasures, the greater their power, the higher the cultivation requirement. A treasure from the Golden Core realm is completely beyond the reach of someone at the Foundation Establishment realm. But this spirit artifact had no such restrictions. It was like a bottomless pit. The stronger your spiritual energy, the greater the power it could unleash. This means that as long as he is alive and his cultivation continues to rise, the power of this spirit artifact will grow without limit alongside him. This is no ordinary spiritual artifact. This is clearly a supreme divine artifact that can be used as a lifebound artifact and passed down through the ages. The cultivator was so excited he could barely speak, clutching the desert eagle tightly and bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The Chen Yuan secret realm. I'm coming. He bowed deeply to Wang Li, then clutched his treasure tightly and charged out of the crowd without looking back. His departing figure exuded the arrogance and triumph of one about to take flight. Chapter 18, Reopening. The dark-skinned monk's maniacal laughter echoed through the alley, while the crowd at the shop entrance had already gone completely mad. Owner. Give me one too. Me too. It's just a spirit crystal. Let's take a chance a wandering cultivator could become a prodigy. A burly man with a face covered in scars pushed his way through the crowd, slamming a spirit crystal onto the counter with a loud thud. I want one too. I don't care about becoming an immortal, just let me enter the Chen Yuan secret realm. 3 more people followed suit, clenching their teeth as they pulled out their life savings from their pockets and tremblingly placed them before Wang Li. For spirit crystals glowed enticingly in the dimly lit shop. Wang Li's smile grew even broader. Today's business was simply unbelievable. He slowly collected the spirit crystals, then handed over 4 blind boxes and a little bamboo hammer with a broad smile. Come on, one at a time, don't rush. The first customer, a burly man with a thick neck, snatched the hammer, took a deep breath, and mimicked the dark-skinned cultivator before him, raising it high and bellowing, open. Bang! A dull thud. A pure white light, devoid of any impurities, glowed faintly. The intense expression on the burly man's face froze instantly. The light faded, and a lone, hole-ridden sock lay quietly in the wood shavings, emitting an indescribable sour and tangy odor. The entire shop fell silent for a moment. The burly man stared blankly at the sock, the light in his eyes fading away at a visible pace. Oof. Bad luck, just bad luck. A young man in fine clothes, standing second in line, forced a laugh to encourage himself. He snatched the hammer and smashed it down on his blind box with all his might. Bang! Once again, the familiar white light appeared. A cracked bowl with a chip missing. The young man's smile froze on his face. Whispers began to rise from the crowd. The earlier frenzy seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water, quickly cooling down. The third one, a gaunt middle-aged cultivator, looked at the blind box in front of him, then glanced at the 2 disoriented Dao friends ahead of him. Cold sweat had already begun to trickle down his forehead. He hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and brought the hammer down. Bang! A flash of white light. A mundane book with the title 300 Questions About Pig Farming on its cover. The entire shop fell completely silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the last cultivator who hadn't opened his blind box yet. The man held the blind box in his hands, his face as white as a sheet, unsure of what to do. Opening it would likely mean losing everything. Not opening it meant losing the spirit crystals. In the end, he seemed to accept his fate, weakly tapping the box with a hammer. Bang! A flash of white light, followed by a tuft of chicken feathers drifting slowly downward. Plop! The cultivator's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. 4 blind boxes, 4 flashes of white light, and a pile of trash so worthless even scrap collectors would reject it. The intense fervor that had been enough to ignite the air vanished without a trace. Everyone calmed down, even feeling a chill down their spines. They looked at the ordinary wooden boxes on the shelves, no longer seeing them as priceless treasures. Their eyes now seemed to be staring into bottomless pits that devoured blood and sweat. A single spirit crystal. At first, after witnessing the splendor of the Feng family and the Xinqing Holy Land, this price had seemed acceptable. But now, faced with the harsh reality of 4 consecutive losses, it had once again become an insurmountable barrier. This item was simply beyond the means of ordinary cultivators like them. Without the wealth or the divine mandate, it was best to suppress those unrealistic fantasies. The crowd began to quietly retreat, soon dispersing completely, leaving only a few onlookers. Among them was an old beggar. The old man had been staring at the book titled 300 Questions on Pig Farming. Wang Li paid no heed within this shop, he had absolute confidence. He simply watched the 4 people before him, who were on the verge of madness. 3 of them, who were still somewhat stable cultivators, were frantically inspecting the treasures they had obtained. The young man in fine clothes holding a broken bowl alternated between using spiritual energy to wash it and probing it with his divine sense. He even bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto it, but the broken bowl remained just a broken bowl, not even making a sound. The burly man with a face covered in scars was turning the torn sock inside out, trying to discern the patterns of some legendary array formation from the holes. As for the middle-aged cultivator who had obtained the 300 questions of pig farming, he had completely given up. He sat slumped on the ground with lifeless eyes, clutching the thin book in his hands, exuding an air of utter despair. To have spent everything he owned for this? He even had thoughts of death. Wang Li looked at the 4 unfortunate souls before him, their souls seemingly drained, yet his smile remained unchanged. He extended his finger and tapped lightly on the counter, producing a soft knock sound. "Gentlemen, are you still interested in buying?" He paused, glancing around at the 3 still standing and the 1 lying on the ground. "If you're not buying, could you please move aside? Don't interfere with my business." The burly man with a face covered in scars jolted awake from the despair of losing everything, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. He glared fiercely at the torn sock on the ground, which emitted a sour odor, but in the end, he could only stomp his foot angrily and turn to leave. His departing figure was filled with resentment and shame. The well-dressed young man was flushed with embarrassment, dared not meet anyone's gaze, picked up the broken bowl from the ground, and slunk away, head bowed, blending into the crowd. The last cultivator lying on the ground was also helped up by others and left in a daze. Only the middle-aged cultivator who had opened the 300 questions on pig farming remained, his eyes vacant, still standing in place as if he hadn't heard Wang Li's words. Just then, the old beggar who had been huddled in the corner like a shadow suddenly moved. Hunching over, he limped forward, the foul odor emanating from his body causing those around him to wrinkle their noses and step back. The burly man with the bulging muscles, who had just stepped out of the shop, saw the old beggar blocking his way. His anger had no outlet, and he immediately burst into curses. "Get out of the way! Who are you, old man? You stink like a pig. Don't dirty my eyes." The well-dressed young man also scowled and shouted, "Get out of here! You're bringing bad luck." The old beggar paid no heed to the insults. His cloudy eyes fixed intently on the middle-aged cultivator who had not yet left, or more accurately, on the thin book in his hands. He blocked the middle-aged cultivator's path. "My friend." The old beggar's voice was hoarse, like 2 stones grinding against each other. "May I take a look at the book in your hands?" The middle-aged cultivator's face turned ashen. Upon hearing this, he mechanically raised his head, glanced at the old man before him, who was even more destitute than himself, and the last remnants of his resolve vanished. He gave a self-deprecating smile and handed over the book titled 300 Questions on Pig Farming. "Senior, do you want it?" he said weakly. "If you want it, take it. Anyway, it's just a worthless book." This middle-aged cultivator, at least, was a man of principle. The old beggar snatched the book as if it were a treasure. He carefully flipped through the pages. After flipping through a few pages, a terrifying gleam suddenly shot out from his cloudy eyes. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The old beggar suddenly burst into a loud, hoarse laugh, filled with endless joy. Clutching the thin booklet, he looked like a madman. With this, my 10,000 beast sect is saved. Saved. This sudden scene left everyone speechless. The burly man and the elegantly dressed young man, who had been about to leave, stopped in their tracks, staring at the mad old beggar with expressions of disbelief. The 10,000 beast sect? Pig farming? What on earth was going on? Just as everyone was still in a state of shock and confusion, the old beggar stopped laughing and once again blocked the middle-aged cultivator who was about to leave. Without a word, he reached into his tattered robe and pulled out 5 crystal-clear spirit crystals, shoving them forcefully into the middle-aged cultivator's hands. "Fellow cultivator, this item is of great use to the 10,000 beast sect. These 5 spirit crystals, you must take them." The middle-aged cultivator held the 5 spirit crystals, which emitted a pure spiritual energy, and was completely dumbfounded. He looked down at the spirit crystals in his hands, then up at the old beggar with a fanatical expression, his mind in complete disarray. He instinctively glanced at Wang Li behind the counter, his eyes filled with questions and disbelief. Wang Li's smile remained as calm as ever. He nodded slowly at the middle-aged cultivator. This is what you deserve. Chapter 19, Brother Wang. Open the door. The middle-aged cultivator held the 5 spirit crystals, his hands trembling. He looked at the spirit crystals, then at the crazy old beggar, and finally turned his pleading gaze toward Wang Li behind the counter. Wang Li nodded slowly at him. This is what you deserve. Those words instantly extinguished the last remnants of hope and greed in the middle-aged cultivator's heart. He understood. This wasn't his fate, it was the blessing he had earned through a single act of kindness. He bowed deeply to Wang Li, saying nothing, then turned around, carefully tucked the 5 spirit crystals into his robe, and walked away without looking back. This time, his back no longer looked dejected, instead, it carried an indescribable sense of stability. Seeing even the biggest loser make such a dramatic turnaround, the remaining crowd lost all their defiance. They cast one last glance at the ordinary wooden boxes on the shelves, then dispersed like a receding tide. In an instant, the alley was empty except for the old beggar, who was still clutching the book and laughing hysterically. Wang Li didn't bother with him. Seeing that there were no more customers, he reached out and grabbed the door, slamming it shut with a loud bang, shutting the entire world out. Inside the store, it instantly became quiet. System. Boost my cultivation. Ding. Detected that the host possesses 5 spirit crystals. To upgrade from Foundation Establishment mid-stage to Foundation Establishment late stage, 10 spirit crystals are required. Host's balance insufficient. Wang Li's wild joy came to an abrupt halt. Forget it, I'll just go to sleep. He collapsed onto the small bed in the back room of the shop and buried his head under the blankets. I'll open shop again tomorrow. There's always some unsuspecting customers who'll walk right into my trap. Shenwu City, the office of the Xianqing Holy Land. The place was bustling with people, the atmosphere solemn. A disciple responsible for registration was idly distributing jade tokens granting access to the Chunyuan secret realm. Zhou Tong, the young master of the Zhou family, Li Ran, the young master of the Li family, and Feng Chen were all among them. Zhou family, Zhou Tong, slot 1. The disciple didn't even look up, casually tossing a jade token onto the table. Zhou Tong stepped forward, picked up the jade token, his face expressionless, but seething with anger inside. Li family, Li Ran, slot 1. Another jade token was tossed out. Li Ran walked up with a smirk, picked up the jade token, and tossed it in his hand before giving Zhou Tong a provocative glance. Finally, the disciple called out, Feng Family. He paused for a moment, as if confirming the list. Zhou Tong's lips curled upward involuntarily. Li Ran also looked over curiously. Feng Chen, slot 2. The disciple placed the 2 jade tokens neatly on the table. Zhou Tong's smile froze instantly. Why? He blurted out, why does the Feng family get 2 spots? The disciple finally looked up at him with an expression as if he were looking at a cute little thing. This is the decision of the Elders' Council. If you have any objections, you can go talk to the elders of the enforcement hall. Zhou Tong's face turned as red as a pig's liver, but he couldn't utter a single word. Go to the enforcement hall? He wasn't ready to die yet. Feng Chen walked up slowly, put away the 2 jade tokens, and bowed to the disciple. Thank you, senior brother. He didn't glance at Zhou Tong once, and that disregard was more hurtful than any mockery. The Feng family mansion. As Feng Chen entered the door, he saw his father and mother emerging from the cultivation room in the backyard. Feng Yunche looked refreshed and energetic, while Li Yu had a radiant glow on his face. Father! Mother! Feng Chen rushed forward in a single bound. Have you finished discussing important matters? What were the results? When can I get a companion? Get lost. Feng Yunche laughed and scolded him, raising his hand to hit him. Feng Chen winked and leaned close to Feng Yunche. Father, guess what treasure I found at Wang Dage's place today? Feng Yunche slapped him on the back of the head. Still keeping secrets from your old man? Do you think I won't tell your mother to hurry up and give you a younger brother, so all the family fortune will go to him? Feng Chen immediately covered his head and blurted out everything about the invincible in 100 battles charm. Feng Yunche listened and drew in a sharp breath. What a treasure! This is a strategic level artifact. Keep it safe at all costs, it could change the course of fate in a critical moment. Feng Chen nodded vigorously, then frowned in worry. Father, the Chunyuan secret realm is about to open. Our family has 2 spots. I'll take one, but who should get the other? We can't just waste it, can we? Maybe we should send a message to Uncle too? Feng Yunche walked back and forth in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Your second uncle is thousands of miles away at the sect. By the time he arrives, the secret realm will already be closed. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes flashing with determination. I've got it. He turned sharply to look at Feng Chen. Chener, you must go to Wang Li's shop immediately. What? Feng Chen was taken aback. Why go find Wang Go? A mysterious smile appeared on Feng Yunche's face. Go ask him if he is interested in the Chunyuan secret realm. If he's willing to go, have him use our Feng family's quota to accompany us. Feng Chen's mind buzzed like he'd been struck by a thunderbolt. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Someone like Wang Dage, a divine being, if we could team up with him to tackle the dungeon, wouldn't we be unstoppable? What ancient demon beasts? What fatal restrictions? In front of Wang Dage, they're no tougher than paper. Holy crap. Dad. You're my idol. Feng Chen slapped his thigh and jumped 3 feet in the air with excitement. This isn't about finding teammates, it's about latching onto a goddess leg. I'm going right now. Before he could finish speaking, he had already turned into a blur and dashed out the door, sprinting toward the familiar alley of the black market. However, when Feng Chen arrived at Wang Li's shop with great excitement, he suddenly came to a screeching halt. The shop door was tightly shut. 2 people stood at the entrance, glaring at each other, the air thick with tension. It was Li Ran, the young master of the Li family, and Zhou Tong, the young master of the Zhou family, who had just been humiliated at the office. Zhou Tong, what are you still doing here? Are you a dog's tail plaster? The shop owner has already closed the door, can't you see? Li Ran crossed his arms, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Zhou Tong snorted coldly, am I standing at my own door? What's it to you? As for you, Li Ran, your Li family only has 1 spot. Are you unhappy about it and trying to come here to snatch it? At least I'm better than you. Li Ran retorted, our Li family got 1 spot because we deserved it. Unlike some people whose families have no connections, who got rejected at the sacred place, and now have to come here to block the door, how embarrassing. You. Zhou Tong was so angry his face turned green. Just then, Feng Chen strode over. Li Ran, upon seeing Feng Chen, immediately felt as though he had found a savior and rushed over, his attitude overly friendly. Feng Chen, you finally arrived. Feng Chen's mother was Li Ran's aunt, and the 2 families were so closely related that they were practically inseparable. Feng Chen nodded at Li Ran, then turned his attention to Zhou Tong, mimicking Li Ran's tone. Hey, isn't this Mr. Zhou? What's the matter? Didn't you vent your frustration at the office yet? Now you've come to Wang's shop to show off your power? Li Ran chimed in immediately, exactly. Some people just can't handle losing. They can't get 2 spots, and they're not even ashamed to lose face. Zhou Tong was so enraged by their taunts that he trembled all over. You're in cahoots. Feng Chen, don't get too cocky. It's just 2 spots. Exactly. Feng Chen shrugged his hands, just 2 spots. 1's for me, and the other I'll give it to whoever I feel like. Unlike certain people who can't even spare 1 extra spot, how frustrating is that? This hit Zhou Tong right where it hurt. The 3 of them stood at the entrance of Wang Li's shop, exchanging sharp words for a while. However, the tightly closed wooden door remained motionless, as if it had sealed off all the noise of the outside world. Feng Chen, exhausted from arguing, no longer bothered to waste his breath on Zhou Tong. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Wang Lao Gu. Open the door. We're here to bring you warmth. No, we've brought you a great opportunity. Chapter 20, Open. Inside Wang Li's shop, the world was serene and quiet. He was lying on a recliner behind the counter, covered by a thin blanket, enjoying the brand new sleep experience brought by the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. However, the arguing sounds outside the door were like hundreds of flies buzzing into his ears, disturbing his peace. Bang bang bang. Wang Gu. Open the door. We've brought warmth. No, we've brought a great opportunity. Feng Chen's signature loud voice cut through the air with incredible force. Wang Li rolled over, covered his head with the blanket, and mentally lodged a complaint with the system. Liao Tong, your shop isn't up to par. The soundproofing is terrible. Get me the top-of-the-line soundproofing array. Budget isn't an issue. This is a standard shop. It can only counter attacks and block any detection. It does not have any other special functions. Liao Tong, you're completely useless. Wang Li muttered under his breath before reluctantly getting up from the recliner. With his hair in disarray and slippers dragging behind him, he walked to the door with a sour expression, yanking it open. Outside, Feng Chen, Li Ran, and Zhou Tong stood in a 3-way standoff, the air thick with tension. When they saw the door open, their arguing stopped abruptly, and all 3 turned to look at Wang Li. Wang Li gave them a blank stare. What's going on? Feng Chen, upon seeing Wang Li, immediately forgot about the other 2 and approached him with a forced smile. Brother Wang, my father said that you have done our Feng family a great favor, and we have no way to repay you. Coincidentally, the Chen Yuan secret realm is about to open, and our Feng family has an extra spot. We would like to invite you to join us. Would you be interested? The Chen Yuan secret realm? Wang Li thought for a moment. The place sounded like it had many valuable treasures, but it also meant there were potential dangers. He silently asked the system in his mind, System, is it safe for me to go out now? Am I already invincible? If the host rides a tricycle, personal safety is guaranteed. Wang Li's face darkened. He was supposed to drive that old 3-wheeler into the secret realm for an adventure? The thought was too terrifying to contemplate. However, the secret realm must be teeming with prodigies from the top clans of Shenwu City and its surrounding regions. Those are all walking sources of spirit crystals. If he could find a prime location inside, set up shop, and do business right there in the secret realm, wouldn't that be a goldmine? This is a surefire win. Thinking this, Wang Li nodded and said in a calm tone, Alright. Great. Feng Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. He hurriedly pulled out a token engraved with the Feng family's emblem from his robe and presented it with both hands. Brother Wang, this is our Feng family's pass token. Please keep it safe. Wang Li casually took the token, tucked it into his pocket, and prepared to close the door. Is there anything else? If not, I'll continue sleeping. Wait. Feng Chen acted quickly, using his foot to block the door. Brother Wang, since we're already here, let me open another blind box to share in the good fortune. I want to open one too. Li Ran pushed his way over, unwilling to be outdone. Zhou Tong also frowned and forced out a few words through gritted teeth. I'll open one too. Wang Li yawned, then who goes first? The three exchanged glances, and the tension in the air thickened once more. Of course I go first. Feng Chen spoke confidently, Wang Laoji is my senior, you all have to step back. Zhou Tong wasn't having it. He stepped forward, blocking Feng Chen, there's a proper order to things. I've been waiting here for ages. I should go first. Feng Chen was about to say something, but Wang Li had already grown impatient and reached out his hand. One spirit crystal. Whoever pays first gets to open it. Zhou Tong was prepared and immediately slapped a spirit crystal into Wang Li's hand, then snatched one from the pile of blind boxes Wang Li handed him. He looked at the wooden box in his hand, then glanced at Feng Chen and Li Ran, who were standing nearby with a smug expression, as if he wanted to use this hammer to smash his own dignity. Open. Bang. After the dull sound, a green glow burst out from the shattered wood shards. Hand grenade. Grade, silver. Origin, this item exists in multiple worlds. Effect optimized, pull the pin, and after 5 seconds, a violent explosion occurs, dealing damage within a certain radius. As the light faded, a oddly shaped iron object lay quietly among the wood shards, resembling an iron pineapple. Zhou Tong stared at the object, feeling uneasy. He hesitantly looked up. Mr. Wang, what is this? What grade is this green light? Wang Li explained in a professional tone, this item is called a hand grenade, ranked silver. It is a powerful area of effect weapon. Upon hearing highly powerful and area of effect, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. What kind of damage can it cause? Wang Li thought for a moment and gave a very precise answer. I'm not entirely sure. However, it should be more than sufficient against ordinary people. The joy on Zhou Tong's face froze instantly. Against ordinary people? He spent a spirit crystal to create something that could blow up ordinary people? What's the difference between that and using a gold brick to crack a walnut? No, it wouldn't even crack a walnut. Put. Li Ran, standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh first. Feng Chen, holding his arms, chimed in sarcastically from the side, oh my, Zhou the young master sure is generous. Spending 10,000 low-grade spirit stones just to buy a big toy to deal with ordinary people. If this gets out, even the storybooks in Shenwu City wouldn't dare to write such things. You. Zhou Tong was so angry he was trembling all over. He clenched the hand grenade in his hand so tightly he wanted to pull the pin right there and die with them. But he dared not. He pointed at Feng Chen and Li Ran, shouting angrily, don't get so cocky. If you're so brave, open one too. I'll see what good stuff you can get. Come on then. Who's afraid of who? Li Ran couldn't wait any longer. He stepped forward and handed a spirit crystal to Wang Li. Wang Li casually picked up a blind box from the shelf. Li Ran waved his hand, Mr. Wang, can I pick one myself? Of course you can. Li Ran perked up immediately. He walked to the shelf, mimicking the dark-skinned wandering cultivator he had seen earlier. He closed his eyes and sensed the energy, then snapped his fingers and calculated, and finally even bowed 3 times in front of the row of blind boxes with great solemnity. After fiddling around for a while, he finally picked up a wooden box that looked the most appealing to him and returned to the counter with confidence. He glanced triumphantly at Zhou Tong, whose face was ashen, then picked up the little bamboo hammer. Watch closely. This is what destiny has ordained. Li Ran raised the hammer high and brought it down with all his might on the blind box. Scratch. A dense, indescribable purple glow erupted from the shattered wooden box. The entire shop was instantly enveloped in a dazzling purple glow. Zhou Tong's iron pineapple clattered to the ground with a loud clang. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the blinding purple light, his mouth wide open as if he could fit an egg inside. Feng Chen's expression of amusement froze completely. He instinctively took a half step back, feeling the purple light making his head spin. Purple light? Holy crap! What grade is this? Above gold? The crowd, which had already dispersed by more than half, was instantly drawn back by the earth-shattering purple light, and their numbers were even greater than before. The entire alley entrance was completely blocked, with everyone stretching their necks and pushing forward desperately, eager to see what kind of extraordinary treasure had been unveiled. Inside the shop, Li Ran was bathed in the purple light, feeling as though he were about to float away. He raised his hands high, his face radiating pure joy. Ha 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 ha. Did you see it? Did you all see it? He turned to Zhou Tong and Feng Chen, who had frozen in place, and roared, This is destiny. This is the chosen one. Your little tricks are nothing. Zhou Tong's face alternated between pale and red. He looked at the lonely iron pineapple on the ground, then at the towering purple light column, feeling as though his heart had been struck by a hammer, leaving him with a dull, throbbing pain. Wang Li stood behind the counter, his heart also stirred with emotion. Platinum grade. This was the first time the system had ever produced an item of this grade. He remained calm, quietly waiting for the system's prompt. Finally, the dazzling purple light slowly faded, eventually condensing into a single orb that hovered motionlessly in mid-air. Everyone held their breath. The light faded away. Chapter 21, Stopwatch. A golden circular disc, extremely simple in design, even plain, lay quietly among the wood shavings. It had a small button on top and a rotating gear on the side. Aside from that, there were no other decorations or signs of spiritual energy. It looked like a pocket watch used for timekeeping in the mortal world. The entire room fell into complete silence. Li Ran's maniacal laughter froze on his face. Zhou Tong was stunned. Feng Chen also froze. The crowd gathered at the alley entrance erupted into a loud, confused murmur. What's going on? That's it? All that hype for nothing? I thought it was some kind of world-ending artifact. What is this thing? A compass? It doesn't look like one. Li Ran's face fell instantly. He carefully picked up the golden disc and examined it from all angles, but it looked like nothing more than a worthless piece of junk. He trembled as he looked up at Wang Li, nearly in tears. Mr. Wang. What is this? Could it just be an ordinary timer? Just then, the system's voice rang clearly in Wang Li's mind. Stopwatch. Grade, Platinum. Origin, League of Legends. Effect optimized. Upon use, the user enters an invincible state where they cannot be targeted, lasting for 2 minutes. During this time, the user cannot move, attack, cast spells, or perform any actions. Wang Li looked at Li Ran's expression, which was on the verge of collapse, and spoke slowly. This item is called the stopwatch, and its grade is Platinum. Platinum. The moment those 2 words left his mouth, Li Ran's heart, which had plummeted to the depths, suddenly surged upward. The surrounding crowd erupted in chaos. Indeed, it was a grade above gold. Li Ran hurriedly asked, what is it used for? Wang Li extended a finger and tapped the button on the small circular dial. Press it, and you'll gain 2 minutes of absolute invincibility. Absolute invincibility? Li Ran's eyes suddenly burst with a light brighter than the purple glow from earlier. Absolute invincibility. What did that mean? It means that even if an immortal descended from heaven, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his body within those 2 minutes. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew it. Li Ran was so excited he was trembling all over, hugging the small stopwatch and kissing it while jumping up and down. I'm saved. The Chen Yuan secret realm, I'll walk through it horizontally. Zhou Tong, standing beside him, had a face as grim as could be. A platinum-grade magical artifact. Its effect is still absolutely invincible. He glanced at his own iron pineapple, which could only blow up ordinary people, and felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Wang Li's next words were like a bucket of ice water, pouring directly over Li Ran's head. But Wang Li changed the subject. During these 2 minutes of invincibility, you cannot move, attack, cast spells, or perform any actions. Li Ran's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. The expression on his face was nothing short of spectacular, shifting from ecstatic joy to shock, then to stupor, and finally settling into a look of utter bewilderment. What? I can't move? Put. This time, Feng Chen couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhou Tong also snapped out of it. Pointing at Li Ran, he burst into a pig-like laugh. Ha ha ha. Can't move. An absolutely invincible target. You're going to die laughing. Are you planning to perform a spot on standing penalty in the Chen Yuan secret realm? You. Li Ran was so angry his face turned green. He could already picture the scene. When he was being chased by a powerful demon beast or an enemy, about to meet his end, he would coolly pull out a stopwatch, shout golden body for survival, and enter an invincible state bathed in golden light. Then, the enemies would surround him, wait for his 2 minutes of invincibility to end, and chop him into 18 pieces. This is way too humiliating. However, Li Ran thought about it again and realized something was off. Even though he's a sitting duck, at least he can stay alive. Oomph. Li Ran carefully put away the stopwatch. This is a strategic tool. It can save your life in a pinch. You don't know what you're talking about. Though he spoke tough, he still felt a bit uneasy inside. Enough, stop arguing. Feng Chen walked over and placed a spirit crystal on the counter. It's my turn. He glanced at Zhou Tong, who was gloating, then at Li Ran, who was trying to save face, and thought to himself that these two were truly a pair of dragons and phoenixes. Wang Gu, give me one. Wang Li handed over a blind box. Feng Chen took the blind box and the little bamboo hammer. He didn't perform any mystical rituals like Li Ran, nor did he shout like Zhou Tong. He simply weighed the wooden box in his hand, then turned to Zhou Tong and Li Ran, flashing a meaningful smile. Watch closely. This is what a true child of fortune looks like. As he spoke, he swung the hammer down with a crisp, decisive motion, leaving no trace of hesitation. Bang! A dull sound echoed. A faint white light began to glow. The smile on Feng Chen's face froze instantly. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Tong's uproarious laughter nearly blew the roof off the shop. The chosen one of destiny? Is this the chosen one of destiny? Zhou Tong laughed so hard tears streamed down his face. Pointing at the white light, he exclaimed, Master Feng, your luck is truly earth-shaking and soul-stirring. Li Ran also held his stomach, gasping for breath. The crowd around them erupted into suppressed laughter. Feng Chen's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He glared at the white light with such intensity that he seemed ready to stare it into existence. As the light faded, a simply bound book lay quietly among the wood shavings. The cover was gray, with several large characters written in a font he had never seen before. It's over. Feng Chen's heart sank to the bottom of his soul. Behind the counter, Wang Li's expression was somewhat peculiar. Just moments ago, the system's alert had sounded in his mind. I'm learning to slay gods in a mental hospital volume 1, the mortal realm. That was it. Just one line, with nothing else below it. System? Wang Li asked in confusion, what about the grade? The effect? Why is there nothing? Ding. This item belongs to the legends of another parallel dimension and cannot be defined by the rules of this world. Any blind box has a chance to contain it. Wang Li raised an eyebrow, legendary? Then why is there only the first volume? The system remained silent for a moment before giving an answer that nearly caused Wang Li to lose his composure. Because of this book, I can only write so much. Wang Li's lips twitched violently, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What was this? If Feng Chen finished reading it, wouldn't he ask me for the sequel? Or even call me a coward? At that moment, Feng Chen had resigned himself to picking up the book. He had no hope left, only wanting to quickly put this embarrassing thing away and find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He instinctively flipped open the first page. 3 ancient characters jumped out at him. Black forged I bind. What was this? A martial arts technique? Or some kind of secret art? Feng Chen was momentarily dazed. He instinctively looked up at Wang Li and stammered, Wang. Wang older brother, what is this? Wang Li did not respond immediately. He slowly stood up straight from behind the counter, crossed his hands in front of him, and the enigmatic smile returned to his face. His gaze swept across the entire room, from Zhou Tong and Li Ran, who were gloating, to Feng Chen, who was completely bewildered, and finally settled on the ordinary-looking book. The entire shop fell silent without anyone noticing. Everyone was captivated by Wang Li's demeanor, holding their breath. All they heard was Wang Li speaking in a storyteller's voice, tinged with a hint of antiquity and mystery, as he began to speak slowly. Have any of you ever heard of such a place? There, reason and madness are separated by a single thread. There, mortals wield swords that can slay gods. Chapter 22, The Great Xia had divine beings forbidden to pass. Gentlemen, today I shall recount for you the astonishing legend of mortals slaying gods. Wang Li's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the whispers of the surrounding crowd. Everyone's gaze instinctively focused on him. Wang Li ignored the crowd. His gaze seemed to pierce through the shop walls, seeing a bizarre world where mortals and gods coexisted. In that place, the gods sit atop the clouds, viewing all living beings as ants, and with a mere flick of their fingers, they can unleash a catastrophe that turns rivers into rivers of blood. Yet there is also a group of people deemed mad. They do not worship the gods, nor do they fear death. They firmly believe that even the gods can be slain. Wang Li's voice grew distant and ethereal, tinged with an indescribable sense of desolation. With mortal bodies, they stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. With mortal blades, they sever the heads of the gods. Boom! Mortals slay gods. These 4 words carried more impact than any treasure ever revealed before. All the cultivators present had spent their entire lives striving for nothing more than to ascend from mortals to immortals and gods. Yet now, someone was telling them that in another world, mortals could actually turn the tables and slay the gods. This completely overturned their understanding of the world. Wang Li extended his finger and gently pointed at the unremarkable gray book in Feng Chen's hand. This is not a cultivation technique, nor is it a magical artifact. It is a legend. It recounts the legendary tale of a mortal named Lin Xie, who, in that world where humans and gods danced together, step by step, took up a sword and embarked on the path to slaying gods. Feng Chen stared blankly at the book in his hands, then suddenly looked up at Wang Li, his mind reeling as if struck by a heavy hammer, buzzing in his ears. He had thought he had stumbled upon a colossal joke, a piece of trash not even worth a broken bowl. But now, Wang Li was telling him that what he held in his hands was the earth-shattering legend of another world. This shock was far more intense than discovering a magical artifact. He clutched the book tightly to his chest, as if it were not a thin volume but a brand new world so heavy he could barely breathe. He bowed deeply to Wang Li, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Brother Wang, for enlightening me. After speaking, he no longer bothered to mock Zhou Tong, turning and rushing out of the shop without looking back. He had to go back, immediately, to see with his own eyes the legendary tale of the mortal who slays gods, how vast and magnificent it truly was. Li Ran also hurriedly followed after him. His mind was filled with the phrase mortal slaying gods, and his curiosity was growing wildly like wild grass. At the shop entrance, only Zhou Tong remained, his face alternating between pale and red. His heart felt like it was being scratched by 100 cat claws, itching unbearably. He too wanted to know how Lin Shiye had slain the gods, but when he thought of the relationship between his Zhou family and the Feng family, and looked at his own smug expression from earlier, he forced himself to suppress his curiosity. He snorted coldly, flung his sleeves, and turned to leave. Once the three main characters had left, the crowd that had gathered to watch also felt there was nothing more to see. Though they were deeply intrigued by the story of the mortal slaying a god, upon glancing at the still hanging price tag for the spirit crystal and recalling the 4 blinding white lights from earlier, they all chose to abandon their curiosity. Wang Li saw this and didn't bother to care. With a smile still on his face, he reached out and grabbed the door, slamming it shut with a loud bang. He closed the shop and went to sleep. On the other side, at the Feng family mansion, Feng Chen and Li Ran sprinted all the way, bursting into Feng Chen's study. Bang! The door was slammed shut, blocking out all the noise from outside. Feng Chen didn't even have time to catch his breath before he laid the book What I Learned About Slaying Gods in a Mental Hospital flat on the desk. Li Ran immediately joined him, their two heads pressed tightly together, their eyes fixed intently on the legendary first page. Soon, whispers began to drift out from the study. What kind of characters are these? They're all crooked and look like gibberish. Who is the blind monk? The Archangel Michael, what an odd name. The two were engrossed in reading, their heads close together, so absorbed that they didn't notice a figure had silently appeared behind them. Is it interesting? A voice filled with laughter suddenly rang out beside them. Yes, it's fascinating. The two didn't even turn their heads, responding instinctively. As soon as the words left their mouths, their bodies stiffened suddenly, as if sensing something. Their necks cracked as they turned to face Feng Yunche's face, which wore a faint smile. Father? Uncle Feng? Feng Yunche smiled broadly, raised his hands, and gave each of them a sharp slap on the head. Thud. Thud. Ouch. Feng Chen and Li Ran clutched their heads, which had instantly swollen into lumps, tears welling up in their eyes. Feng Yunche paid them no mind, reaching out to pick up the gray book lying open on the table, his expression tinged with amusement. Let me see what kind of book this is that makes my son not even recognize his own father. Feng Chen and Li Ran were just about to read the crucial line, the great Xiao lies ahead, divine beings are forbidden to pass, their hearts hanging in suspense, itching to scratch their hearts and livers. Seeing their own father about to snatch it away, they weren't about to let him get away with it. No, father. Feng Chen let out a pitiful cry, no longer caring about his headache, and reached out to grab it. However, his hand froze mid-air in an eerie manner. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward even an inch. Li Ran beside him was in the same predicament, his entire body bound by invisible shackles, unable to move an inch. Feng Yunche didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, casually casting an immobilization spell on the two of them. He leisurely flipped open the book, his gaze landing on the large characters on the cover, learning to slay gods in a mental hospital? He raised an eyebrow, a faint smile of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. Slaying gods, that's quite the bold claim. At first, he read it casually, his eyes filled with scrutiny. But gradually, the smile faded from his face, his brows furrowed slightly, and his fingers flipping through the pages grew faster and faster. The study fell into complete silence, broken only by the rustling sound of pages turning. Feng Chen and Li Ran were frozen in place, unable to do anything but watch Feng Yan's expression change from initial disdain to surprise, then to solemnity, and finally to a shock so deep it seemed bottomless. Especially when Feng Yunche read the words the great Xiao lies ahead, even the gods dare not pass, his hand gripped the book tightly, and the air around him seemed to freeze for a moment. Those deep, piercing eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. It was not magic, nor was it a technique, it was a will. A will so powerful that it dared to halt the gods at the nation's gates, a will belonging to mortals. Soon, the thin book was flipped to its final page. Feng Yunche slowly raised his head, his gaze so sharp that Feng Chen and Li Ran felt a chill run down their spines. With a casual wave of his hand, he broke the spell that had immobilized the two men. What about the rest? Seeing that his own father had also been captivated by the story, Feng Chen's courage grew. He grinned and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Father, give me the book first, and I'll tell you where the rest is." Before he could finish speaking, Feng Yan's finger had already snapped precisely against his forehead. Thud. You little brat, you've gotten bold, daring to bargain with your old man? Feng Chen covered his head and looked at him with a pout. Feng Yunche snorted coldly, holding the book in his hand and weighing it. This book, though it seems like a mundane tale, contains a profound intention, the indomitable spirit of battle which refines a martial artist's mindset more than countless elixirs. This is only the first volume. What about the rest? Chapter 23, to find out what happens next, open the next blind box. Feng Chen clutched his forehead, wincing in pain, but his heart was filled with joy. His old man was clearly completely captivated by that old book, no, by that legendary tale. He rubbed his head, chuckled, and spilled the beans, recounting the details of Wang Li's blind box stall and how Zhou Tong, Li Ran, and the three of them had opened the blind boxes, embellishing the story as he went. Dad, that's exactly what happened. That guy Wang was so mysterious, selling only one type of box for one spirit crystal each. This book is what I got by spending one spirit crystal to open the box. If I want more, I'll have to go back to him to open another box. Feng Yuncheng listened quietly, tapping his fingers lightly on the book, not speaking immediately. His gaze slowly shifted to Li Ran, who was still rubbing his head. That artifact of yours is called a stopwatch? Feng Yun's tone was calm. It can make you invincible for 2 minutes, but you can't move during that time? Li Ran's excitement, which had been stirred by the story, vanished instantly. He drooped his head and nodded weakly. Yes, Uncle Feng. I thought that purple light was some kind of incredible treasure, but it's just a sitting duck that can only stand there and take hits. It's so frustrating. Feng Yuncheng heard this and curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. Fool. The two words left Li Ran and Feng Chen speechless. 2 minutes of absolute invincibility, and you call it a living target? Feng Yuncheng's gaze grew sharp, as if he were looking at two clueless fools. I ask you, if you were to face an enemy whose cultivation far surpasses your own, and they could take your life with a single move, what would you do? Li Ran blurted out, use a stopwatch to save my life. What if you were trapped in a deadly array, with the formation activated and countless killing intents closing in on you? What then? Use a stopwatch. Feng Yun's voice was soft, but each word struck Li Ran's heart. If you were in a secret realm, trying to buy time for your companions to set up an array or waiting for a pill to take effect, would those 2 minutes be enough? Li Ran's eyes slowly began to brighten. He had only thought about not moving himself, but hadn't considered that the enemies couldn't harm him either. These 2 minutes were absolute safe time. Feng Yunche looked at his dazed expression and snorted coldly before continuing, this item is priceless in a life or death battle. It can allow you to withstand your opponent's strongest attack, find a sliver of hope and despair, and turn the tide of battle with overwhelming odds. This isn't a target, it's a life. A life that can't be bought even with spirit crystals. My goodness. Li Ran was so excited he nearly jumped up. He fumbled around in his robe and pulled out the golden disc, holding it in his hands like a precious treasure, turning it over and over. He felt that this thing was now more pleasing to his eyes than anything else. So I've obtained a priceless treasure. He looked at Feng Yunche, his face flushed with excitement. Uncle Feng, I understand now. Feng Yunche didn't bother to respond, his gaze returning to the book What I Learned in the Mental Hospital About Slaying Gods, the fiery determination in his eyes reigniting. He glanced at his son, who was still grinning like an idiot, then at Li Ran, who was hugging the broken disc and laughing foolishly, and felt utterly exhausted. Counting on these two kids? It'll probably be the year of the monkey and the horse before we see any progress. He carefully closed the book and handed it back to Feng Chen, his tone leaving no room for argument. Tomorrow, we'll go find Wang Boss together. The next morning, at the entrance of the Black Market Alley, the sky was still dim. Feng Yuncheng stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a brocaded robe, exuding a calm demeanor. However, the occasional glances he cast toward the tightly closed shop door betrayed a hint of anxiety. Beside him, Feng Chen paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, muttering to himself. Father, what time is it now? Why hasn't Wang Laoji opened the door yet? Shut up. Feng Yunche uttered the two words calmly. Feng Chen shrunk his neck, dared not speak further, and instead glared furiously at the wooden door. Li Ran, standing nearby, carefully wiped the golden circular disc in his hands, occasionally blowing on it and polishing it with his sleeve until it shone brightly. Feng brother, calm down. Li Ran cleared his throat, mimicking Feng Yan's tone. Great masters have their own methods. Impatience will not yield good results. Look at me yesterday, with a calm mindset, I uncovered this treasure that can change one's fate. Feng Chen shot him a sideways glance. You call it a 2-minute ascension experience card? You have the nerve to say that? You don't know what you're talking about. This is strategic standing. Just as the three of them were glaring at each other, a slender figure emerged from the alleyway. The figure was dressed in white, tall and slender. It was Gu Nianwei. She had made thorough preparations for her journey to the Chen Yuan secret realm, but in the end, she decided to try her luck at Wang Li's blind box store. As soon as she entered, she witnessed this bizarre scene. Feng Chua, the head of the Feng family, one of the 4 major families of Shenwu City, was actually standing at the entrance of a dilapidated shop with his son and the young man from the Li family, looking like 3 door gods. Gu Nianwei paused for a moment before stepping forward and bowing. Master Feng. Feng Yunche merely nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the door, exuding the air of a true master. Squeak. As the atmosphere in the alley grew increasingly awkward, the weathered wooden door finally creaked open slowly. Wang Li yawned, stretched his arms, and emerged looking as though he hadn't woken up yet. Ah, that was a good sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and saw several people standing at the door, with a familiar face leading the way. Wang Li's lazy expression vanished instantly, replaced by a warm, enthusiastic smile, as if he had seen several walking spirit crystals. Oh my! Isn't that Mr. Feng and Mr. Li? This must be the head of the Feng family. And this lady must be the fairy. Please come in, please come in. Our shop just opened today, and you are our first guests. Feng Chen couldn't wait any longer. He took a swift step forward, his eyes almost sparkling with excitement. Wang Gu. The sequel. What happened to Lin Chie? Did he join that night watchman group? Did the gates of the Great Xia Kingdom hold? A barrage of questions left Wang Li speechless. He quickly called up the system in his mind. System, is there a sequel to this book? Ding. To find out what happens next, please open the next blind box. Wang Li understood. He turned around and patted Feng Chen on the shoulder, his face adorned with his signature enigmatic smile. Young Feng, don't rush. Legends are legends because they are grand and full of twists and turns. The chapters of destiny are not something that can be summed up in a few words. Wang Li paused, lowering his voice. It is still hidden in the unknown blind box. Feng Chen's expression immediately fell, shifting from anticipation to resentment. Isn't that just a polite way of saying, want to see the next episode? Please recharge your account? Feng Yunqing listened from the side, his eyes flickering slightly. He didn't think Wang Li was being difficult, on the contrary, he felt this was the way of a true master. An extraordinary opportunity naturally comes with its price. He glanced at his own good-for-nothing son and said in a deep voice, did you hear that? Go. Just then, Gu Nianwei, who had remained silent all along, stepped forward and interrupted the father-son exchange with her cold voice. Mr. Wang, what is this sword of the gods they're talking about? She was completely confused. What was this about slaying the gods and subsequent events? Were these people here to buy magical artifacts or to listen to a storyteller? Before Wang Li could answer, Feng Chen, as if he had found a kindred spirit, excitedly interrupted, Lady, you don't know. That book is amazing. It's about an ordinary person. I want to open a blind box. Gu Nianwei completely ignored Feng Chen's words and placed a spirit crystal on the counter. Chapter 24, Coke. Wang Li took a blind box from the counter and placed it gently in front of Gu Nianwei. Gu Nianwei didn't move immediately. Her cold gaze fixed on Wang Li as she asked, how do I activate the breaking 10,000 laws echo I got last time? She had studied it extensively at the Xianqing Holy Land, but the echo seemed to be dormant, showing no signs of activity. Last time I left in a hurry and forgot to ask. Wang Li heard this and adopted a pensive expression. In another world, there was a man named Xiao Jianjin who once said, power is meant to be used for protection. Wang Li's voice carried a hint of distance. That echo doesn't require spiritual energy, it requires a heart dedicated to protection. Whether you're protecting yourself or others, when that belief is strong enough, it will respond to your call. It won't appear under ordinary circumstances. Gu Nianwei lowered her brows, then nodded after a moment, indicating she understood. She picked up the small bamboo hammer and tapped it against the blind box. Scratch! A blinding white light flashed. As the light faded, a steaming hot pancake lay quietly on the counter. Gu Nianwei remained composed, directly storing the pancake into her storage ring. Feng Chen and Li Ran, standing nearby, trembled like sieves, their faces turning as red as liver. Who would have thought that Gu Xianzi, who was always so lucky, would end up with a pancake? Feng Yunqing remained expressionless, as if none of this concerned him. Wang Li looked at Feng Chen and the others, his face adorned with a professional smile. Next, who's going? Before Feng Chen could speak, Feng Yunqing stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I'll go. Without waiting for Wang Li to reach for the blind box, he pointed directly to a box at the farthest corner of the counter. That one. Wang Li complied, took the box, and handed the small bamboo hammer over. Feng Yunqing took the bamboo hammer without hesitation and swung it down with force. Scrape! Another flash of white light. As the light faded, a strange bottle filled with black liquid stood quietly on the counter. On the bottle's surface were a series of red runes that no one could decipher, twisted and bold. Feng Chen and Li Ran exchanged glances, both seeing the suppressed laughter in each other's eyes. Another flash of white light. Feng Yun's expression was as calm as water, betraying no emotion. As the ruler of Shenwu City, he had seen countless rare treasures, yet he could not discern the slightest hint of its origin. He extended a finger, sending a faint thread of divine consciousness toward it. It vanished without a trace. The bottle was ordinary, and the black liquid inside showed no signs of spiritual energy, resembling nothing more than dyed water. Feng Yunqing raised his eyes to look at Wang Li. Wang Li's smile remained unchanged, brimming with professional enthusiasm. This item is called Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola? Feng Yunqing furrowed his brows. What an odd name. He asked in a low voice, what are its benefits? Wang Li cleared his throat, his expression growing slightly ambiguous. The effect, well, it's sugar-free, so it's suitable for drinking when you're trying to lose weight. Weight loss? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Put. Ha 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 ha. Feng Chen and Li Ran couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing so hard they were bending over, one holding his stomach, the other slapping his thighs. Dad. Lose weight? Ha ha ha. You, an old man, need to lose weight? Uncle Feng, this treasure is perfect for you. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yunqing's face darkened at a visible speed, turning from sunny to cloudy, and finally as black as the bottom of a pot. Have you had enough laughing? Feng Chuan's voice wasn't too loud, but it felt like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing the two boys' laughter. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the temperature dropped sharply. A terrifying aura erupted from Feng Yan's body, causing the tables and chairs in the shop to creak under the strain, as if they were about to be crushed into dust at any moment. The blood drained from Feng Chen and Li Ran's faces, and they felt as though an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. However, this pressure, powerful enough to make mountains and rivers change color, had barely reached the counter when it seemed to collide with an invisible wall, or like a muddy ox entering the sea, disappearing without a sound. Everything returned to calm, as if the earth-shattering might from moments ago had been nothing more than a hallucination. Wang Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, still leaning back in his chair, yawning lazily. He casually picked up a cloth from the counter and wiped away the non-existent dust. "Master Feng, please calm down." Wang Li's voice was light and airy. "This is a small shop with little profit. If you keep up that kind of momentum, I'll have to renovate the place." Feng Yunchu's expression froze completely. He wasn't shocked, he was terrified. He knew better than anyone what had just happened. It wasn't blocked, nor was it forcibly suppressed, it was erased. His own domain, the power he had always prided himself on, was like a soap bubble blown by a child in front of this young man. With a casual flick of his finger, it popped with a pop and was gone. Not even a ripple remained. He suddenly looked up at Wang Li, the young man with a gentle smile on his face. In his eyes, he was more terrifying than a demon from the depths of the abyss. Feng Yunchu's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out a smile that was even more painful than crying. "Mr. Wang, you're joking. It was my fault for losing my composure." He turned his head and swept a gaze over his trembling son with an expression as cold as death. Feng Chen's legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. "It's over. I'm done for. I'll probably be beaten senseless when I get home." Li Ran, standing beside him, saw that Feng Yun's deathly gaze had locked onto Feng Chen. His instinct for survival kicked in instantly. He jolted awake, slapped his thigh hard, and wore an expression of utmost urgency. "Oh no! Uncle Feng, Brother Feng. I suddenly remembered that my grandmother's sacred pig is about to give birth today. I have to hurry back to help it deliver the piglets. This is the precious pig that has been passed down through generations of the Li family, it can't be delayed." Before he could finish speaking, Li Ran had already slipped out the door, moving with the fluidity of water, so fast that he left only a blur behind him, as if he feared that even a single second's delay would leave him behind to be buried alive. "Goodbye." The figure had already vanished from the alleyway before his voice drifted back slowly. Feng Chen stood there dumbfounded, staring at the empty doorway, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Good brother, we agreed to stick together, but you're running off with a pig on your head?" He stiffened his neck and slowly turned back, only to meet his father's expressionless face. Feng Yunche's lips curled into a cold smile. "You sure ran fast." The implication was clear, "You're not getting away." Feng Chen forced a smile that looked worse than crying and stammered, "Father, maybe we should go back and check on that pig?" "You drive." Feng Yunche didn't even bother to respond, his tone flat. "If you can't drive properly, you'll go to the back mountain and practice boxing with me." "Practice boxing with my old man? That's just being a human punching bag. And they'll beat you to death." Feng Chen's face fell instantly, and he cursed Li Ran's non-existent pig 1,000 times in his mind. He trembled as he moved to the counter, staring at the rows of identical blind boxes. To him, they weren't boxes, they were death warrants. "Wang Gu." Feng Chen looked at Wang Li with a trembling voice. "Can you give me a hint? Which one has the book?" Wang Li was examining the bottle of cola in his hand. Without looking up, he shook the bottle and said, "The surprise of fate lies in the unknown." "Shoes, young man. Shoes, what the hell? This is terrifying." Feng Chen was on the verge of tears. Under the murderous gaze of Feng Yunche, he steeled his resolve, closed his eyes, and grabbed one at random, clutching it to his chest. He picked up the small bamboo hammer, his hands trembling, and prayed frantically in his heart. "Brother Lin Chiye, protect me. May the night watchman appear." He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and smashed the blind box with all his might. Chapter 25, The Fishing Rod. His desperate prayers fell on deaf ears. He felt as though he wasn't striking the blind box but his own coffin lid. Scratch! Another familiar flash of white light blinded him, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. "It's over. I'm done for. There won't be any good juice for me when I get home." The light faded, leaving behind a slender, oddly shaped stick lying quietly on the counter. The stick was pitch black, with intricate threads wound around it, and at the end was a peculiar metal wheel. "Hey, it's a lure." Feng Chen's mind froze for a moment before he snapped his head up, his eyes brimming with hope. "Wang Gu. What is this? Lure? That name sounds so powerful. Is it the true name of some ancient divine weapon? Oh, this?" Wang Li picked up the stick, casually forming a fishing rod shape with it, his movements as smooth as those of a seasoned angler who had spent years fishing at various reservoirs. "It's called a lure rod, a type of fishing rod." Fishing? Feng Chen's expression shifted from wild excitement to shock, then to stupor, and finally settled into a blank look of despair. Wang Li kindly added, "Yes, look at the tip of the rod. It's very flexible and sturdy." Feng Chen felt the gaze on his back shift from murderous to funeral-like. He could even clearly hear the cracking sound of his father's knuckles clenching into fists. Seeing his dejected expression, Wang Li cleared his throat and decided to artificially inflate the value of this treasure. "Hey, young man, you just don't understand. Don't underestimate fishing. In another world, there was an old gentleman surnamed Zhang who used a straight-hook fishing rod to catch an entire glorious dynasty. Feng Yun's icy expression remained unchanged, but his eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. Wang Li seemed not to notice and continued enthusiastically. There was also a legendary sword immortal whose lifelong pursuit was his sword. Yet in his spare time, he loved fishing by the river. When asked why, he said it made his sword heart more transparent. Really? A tiny spark of hope flickered in Feng Chen's eyes, like a drowning man seeing a lifeline. Father! Listen! Cultivate your mind and nurture your spirit? Feng Yunche finally spoke, picking up the fishing rod from the counter. His tone betrayed no emotion. He tapped the rod with his fingers, producing a crisp hum. Very good. He turned to look at his wayward son, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth, sending a chill down Feng Chen's spine. I see you've been restless lately. You need some discipline. The icy pond on the back mountain of the estate has not seen a fisherman in over a century. Go there and find some peace of mind. Feng Yunche shoved the fishing rod into Feng Chen's arms and said slowly, you won't come out until you catch one. Feng Chen's face turned green instantly. The cold pond on the back mountain? That place isn't even safe for ghosts. Go fishing there? He'd freeze into an ice sculpture. He looked to Wang Li for help, but saw Wang Li nodding approvingly at Feng Yuncheng. Master Feng is wise. This young man's temperament is unstable, he needs such trials. This lure rod will come in handy. Feng Chen. Good brother, I looked up to you as an elder, and you treat me like bait? 3 flashes of white light sent the cultivators at the door, who had been clinging to a sliver of hope that the Feng family head would offer some incredible treasure before they followed suit, scattering in panic as if they had seen a ghost. Bread rolls, weight loss, water fishing rod? My goodness, even the Feng family head has fallen. This shop must be cursed. A single spirit crystal. That's enough to buy several bottles of high-quality pills. Trade it for a steamed bun? I must be crazy. Amidst the murmurs, everyone instinctively took a few steps back, their eyes filled with awe and distrust as they looked at Wang Li. The reverence was for the boss who dared to disregard even the Wind Clan head's face, while the distance was due to the ridiculously high probability of getting junk. No one's spirit crystals were just blown in by the wind. Wang Li paid no heed to the reactions around him. He didn't even glance at the father and son, instead turning his gaze to Gu Nianwei, who had remained expressionless throughout. Fairy, would you like to try your luck again? Gu Nianwei glanced at the remaining blind boxes on the counter and shook her head gently. Just then, Feng Yunche, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly moved. Mr. Wang. Feng Yunche's voice was steady and firm. The day after tomorrow is the day the Chen Yuan secret realm will open. He paused. Would Mr. Wang be interested in joining me and the Feng family tomorrow to explore the secret realm together? These words not only caught the attention of outsiders but also made Gu Nianwei turn her head in surprise. A hint of surprise flashed in her cold eyes as she re-examined the seemingly ordinary shopkeeper. For Feng Yunche to extend such an invitation, this man must not be ordinary. Wang Li's face broke into a knowing smile. The Chen Yuan secret realm? I have heard of it before. He stood up, brushed his sleeves, and said, since the Feng family has extended such a gracious invitation, I shall humbly accept. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Feng Yunche's tense expression seemed to ease slightly. He nodded, then turned around. The relaxed expression on his face instantly turned as cold as winter. He grabbed Feng Chen, who was still holding the fishing rod in a daze, by the collar, as if lifting a small chick. Let's go. Back to meditate. Father, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I don't want to go fishing. Wang Dage, save me. Wang Li smiled and waved his hand. Young Master Feng, go in peace. Hone your character and you will achieve great things. I believe in you. Feng Chen's cries grew louder. Feng Yunche carried his son and walked away in large strides. Gu Nianwei nodded slightly to Wang Li and turned to leave as well, though her steps were slower than before, as if deep in thought. In the blink of an eye, the shopfront was once again deserted. Wang Li stretched lazily, watching Feng Yunche's departing figure, the smile on his lips growing more amused. The secret realm of the abyss, huh? Just as he was about to close the door, he heard a creak, and the door opened a crack. A head peeked in cautiously. It was Zhou Tong. He looked around, noticing that there was no one else in the shop besides the owner, and sighed in relief. He smoothed out his robes and walked in as if nothing had happened. Wang Li leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, I wondered who it could be. Isn't this Mr. Zhou? What's the matter? Did you enjoy watching the show outside? Zhou Tong's face turned bright red, and he stubbornly retorted, Who was watching the play? I was just passing by and wanted to come in for a drink of water. As he spoke, he pulled out a spirit crystal from his robe and slammed it onto the counter with a loud thud, the force causing the counter to vibrate. Open the blind box. The last one, called Hand Grenade, was taken by his father and weighed in his hands for a while before being tossed aside with disdain. It exploded with a loud bang, leaving a small crater in the courtyard. The power wasn't great, but the insult was immense. His father immediately called him a good-for-nothing, saying he traded a spirit crystal for a bigger firecracker. Today, he saw Feng Chen open a weight-loss drink and a fishing rod and was gloating in his heart. But Feng Yunche, that old fox, was so obsessed with that first book. That book must be cursed. Zhou, I absolutely cannot lose to Feng Chen, that good for nothing. I want that one. Zhou pointed to the deepest corner of the counter, a dusty box, that one. It looks different from the other flashy junk. Wang Li smiled and handed over the box and the bamboo hammer. Zhou took the hammer, trying to mimic Feng Yunche's composed demeanor, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. He frantically repeated in his mind, "Heaven, protect me. Ancestors, show your power. It has to be a purple light. No, blue is fine too. Just not white." He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and struck the blind box with all his might. Scratch! A brilliant blue light burst out of the box in an instant. Zhou was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the blue light, his mouth wide open as if he could fit an egg inside. Blue light? I got a blue light? Chapter 26, Purple Cloud Wings. As the blue light faded, a smooth jade tablet lay quietly on the counter. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice rang out clearly. Purple Cloud Wings. Grade, Gold. Origin, Fighter of the Heavens. Effect optimized, flight combat technique. By channeling spiritual energy, one can purple clouds into a pair of wings behind them, soaring through the skies. Spiritual energy consumption is significantly reduced, while speed and agility are enhanced. Wang boss. Zhou voice trembled as he stared intently at the jade tablet, his eyes bulging. In his understanding, jade tablets were typically used to record one thing: martial arts techniques. What is this? Is it a martial art technique, right? Wang Li nodded calmly. That's correct, it's a martial art technique. This technique is called Purple Cloud Wings. By channeling spiritual energy, you can form a pair of wings behind you and fly. Fly? Upon hearing those three words, the flame that had just ignited in Zhou eyes instantly dimmed. The ecstasy on his face froze, instantly turning to disappointment. Flying techniques? The Zhou family is so powerful and wealthy, how could they not have flying techniques? But such techniques consume an enormous amount of spiritual energy. As a mere chi cultivation stage cultivator, the spiritual energy within his body was already scarce, and he had to use it sparingly even for martial arts techniques. How could he possibly activate a flying technique? Even if he reached the foundation establishment stage, it would only be a useless trinket usable for a few breaths during a desperate escape, far inferior to the practicality of refined body techniques. I thought I had obtained some earth-shattering treasure, but this is it? A flashy but useless blue light trinket? Zhou expression darkened, and he felt a lump in his throat. Wang Li noticed his expression and picked up the jade slip, gently running his fingers over it. Ordinary flight techniques rely on forcing one's spiritual energy to lift the physical body against gravity, which consumes an enormous amount of energy. Wang Li's voice was calm and steady, but it made Zhou ears perk up. But the purple cloud wings are different. It doesn't lift you up instead, it's a pair of genuine, flapping wings behind you. Wang Li handed the jade tablet to Zhou. When forming the wings, a significant amount of spiritual energy is consumed. However, once formed, subsequent flight relies on flapping the wings, indistinguishable from true birds and beasts. Most importantly, this is a transmission. By probing with your divine consciousness, the technique forms on its own, eliminating the need for arduous cultivation and enlightenment. Wang Li added, the only thing you need to learn is how to flap your wings like a bird. Zhou breathing suddenly stopped. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind, as if a thunderclap had exploded. No arduous training, instant mastery? This isn't just a useless skill. This was clearly a divine technique tailored for cultivators like him, who lacked sufficient spiritual energy. With it, whether pursuing or fleeing, he would always have the upper hand. That good-for-nothing Feng Chen was still worrying about a broken fishing rod, while he was about to gain wings to fly in the sky. Brother Wang, are you serious? Zhou snatched the jade tablet, holding it like a priceless treasure, his hands trembling. Wang Li smiled, my shop sells surprises. Whether the item is real or fake, you'll find out once you try it. Ha ha ha. Good. Zhou flipped the jade tablet over and over, eager to find a place to probe it with his divine sense. He suddenly looked up, bowed to Wang Li with a fist, his face filled with unprecedented sincerity. Brother Wang, your kindness knows no bounds. Should you ever need anything in the future, I, Zhou, will never hesitate to help. With that, he couldn't wait any longer. He turned and rushed toward the door, his urgency surpassing even Li Rant's earlier escape by threefold. Feng Chen, you just wait. Next time we meet, I'll beat you so hard you'll fly. Feng Family Mansion, Main Hall. Feng Yunche wore a perfectly composed smile as he escorted a middle-aged man dressed in a cloud-patterned alchemist's robe to the door. Master Ouyang, thank you for your efforts in this collaboration. Master Feng, you're too kind. It is an honor for me, Ouyang, to collaborate with the first family of Shenwu City. Ouyang returned the bow, his words tinged with pride. The two exchanged polite banter, the atmosphere cordial. Put. A sudden muffled sound broke the harmony. A black water jet shot out from behind the pillar of the porch, hitting Ouyangxi's well-groomed face directly, trickling down his stunned expression. The air fell deathly silent. Feng Yunqing's smile froze on his face, then shattered inch by inch. He slowly turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife, fixing on the trembling figure behind the pillar. Feng Chen. This disobedient son, wasn't he told to go back to the courtyard to reflect on his mistakes and await punishment? Feng Chen's mind went blank, still clutching the strange black bottle in his hand. It's over. This time, it's truly over. He had thought that his father entertaining important guests would give him a moment's respite, allowing him to study this bottle of Coca-Cola, supposedly a miracle weight loss elixir. But as soon as he took a small sip, a burst of fiery, spicy bubbles exploded in his mouth, causing him to spit it out in shock. Who could have guessed that Master Ouyang was walking right by at that moment? You good for nothing. Feng Yan's voice sounded like it was being forced out between his teeth, every word carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Master Ouyang, please forgive me, please forgive me. He hurried forward, pulling out a clean silk handkerchief to wipe Ouyangxi's mouth. However, Ouyangxi raised his hand to stop him. This master, who had achieved great accomplishments in the art of alchemy, now had his eyes wide open, not in anger, but in a shock and fervor as if he had seen a ghost. Ignoring the black liquid covering his face, he stuck out his tongue and gently licked his lips. A strange, sweet taste with a hint of herbal fragrance exploded on his taste buds. He then dipped his finger into the liquid on his face, brought it to his nose, closed his eyes, and took a deep sniff. This scent, and this peculiar vitality. Ouyangxi murmured to himself, his expression growing increasingly excited. Impossible. Water is cold and yin, fire is hot and yang. How could these two completely opposite properties achieve such perfect balance in a single bottle of liquid? He could have easily used his spiritual energy to dispel these stains, but he didn't. This scent was all too familiar. It was exactly like the purifying elixir he had spent 10 years perfecting, yet still stuck at the final step. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Yunqi, or rather, on the culprit behind him, who was nearly frozen with fear. Mr. Feng, what is this? Feng Yunqi saw that he wasn't angry at all, but instead showed a keen interest in the bottle of weight loss water, and his heart stirred. He temporarily suppressed the urge to drag his son out and beat him. He snatched the bottle of cola from Feng Chen's hands and said sternly, "You ungrateful son, get out of here." Then, he handed the bottle to Ouyangxi. Ouyangxi, as if he had found a treasure, took the bottle, first examining the twisted, bold red runes on the bottle, then bringing it to his nose to sniff repeatedly, his face growing even more obsessed. Master Feng, may this old man taste a sip? Master. Under no circumstances. Feng Chen, standing nearby, was sweating profusely as he scrambled over, shouting, "This item is poisonous. It's a toxic liquid that dissipates a cultivator's spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Ouyangxi froze for a moment, then his eyes burst with an unprecedented intensity. The greatest challenge in refining the purifying elixir he was currently crafting was how to eliminate the toxic impurities within the body without damaging the cultivator's primordial spiritual energy. And the term weight loss, didn't it perfectly align with the concept of cleansing? No problem. Ouyangxi waved his hand dismissively. He had already used his divine sense to investigate and found that the substance was not highly toxic. Instead, it contained a peculiar energy. He hesitated no longer, tilted his head back, and downed a large gulp from the bottle. Feng Chen's face turned deathly pale. Feng Yan's eyelids twitched violently. The next moment, Ouyangxi's body stiffened suddenly, his eyes wide open. Burp! The sound of the belch was long and echoing. Immediately afterward, an indescribable foul odor filled the entire hall. Feng Chen's face turned pale in an instant, his stomach churning violently, nearly causing him to vomit on the spot. He scrambled out of the main hall, running and retching all the way, looking as disheveled as a defeated rooster. Feng Yunqi remained expressionless, but the knuckles of his hand holding the teacup turned slightly white. Looking at Master Ouyang before him, he doubted his own composure for the first time. However, Ouyangxi, at the center of the storm, seemed oblivious to the overpowering stench. His eyes were wide open, frozen in place, and his face flushed with a look of ecstatic rapture. Transparent. Unparalleled transparency. He suddenly grabbed Feng Yunqing's sleeve. Master Feng, do you know that I have been stuck at the 4th rank alchemist bottleneck for 20 years? The root of the problem lies in my early experiments with medicinal pills, which left too much toxic chi from the pills accumulated in my body, like maggots clinging to the bone, impossible to remove. Feng Yan's eyelid twitched. But just a moment ago. Ouyangxi pointed to his stomach, then to the lingering odor in the air. The moment that gas burst out of my body, the stagnant sensation that had plagued me for years finally eased. Weight loss, eliminating excess substances from the body, so that's it. This isn't just a weight loss potion, it's a sacred elixir for purifying the body. Ouyangxi looked up to the sky and sighed deeply. I've spent 10 years of my life researching the formula for the body cleansing elixir, yet I could never solve the problem of how to remove the toxins without damaging the original spiritual energy. But this can transform impurities into turbid chi and expel them in a single belch. Marvelous. Marvelous. Feng Yunqi looked at him and spoke slowly. Master Ouyang, are you saying this is a treasure? It's more than just a treasure. Ouyang Shi, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "This is an invaluable treasure that would drive countless alchemists and senior cultivators mad with desire. Mr. Feng, where did this item come from? Which alchemist master crafted it?" Feng Yun's gaze grew deep and distant. He recalled the young man lying on the chair, looking lazy and carefree. It was not crafted by a master alchemist. Feng Yunqing briefly explained Wang Li's shop and the rules of the blind boxes. Ouyang Shi listened in shock, nearly dropping the bottle he held. Blind boxes? 1 spirit crystal per draw? Opening a general store in the bustling city center, mixing such divine artifacts with steamed buns and fishing rods, and selling them at random. What a carefree and worldly mindset. He suddenly looked up, bowed deeply to Feng Yunche, his tone unprecedentedly solemn. "Master Feng, please introduce me to this Mr. Wang. No, I must personally pay him a visit and pay my respects to this venerable master." Chapter 27, A Hair That Saves a Life. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the city of Shenwu in a profound silence. Inside Wang Li's general store, a dim oil lamp flickered, casting his shadow long and stretched. Squeak! The door creaked open, and 2 figures entered, one ahead of the other. In the lead was Feng Yunche, who had changed out of his family head's brocaded robe and was now wearing a plain blue tunic. However, the aura of someone accustomed to power remained undiminished. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged man dressed in a cloud-patterned alchemist's robe, none other than Ouyang Shi. As soon as Ouyang Shi entered the room, his gaze locked onto Wang Li, his eyes not those of a man looking at another person, but rather those of someone staring at a walking encyclopedia of alchemy, filled with fervor and reverence. Feng Yunche bowed slightly to Wang Li in greeting. Ouyang Shi, however, took a swift step forward, bowed deeply to Wang Li, his voice trembling. "This junior, Ouyang Shi, pays respects to Mr. Wang." Wang Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, leaning lazily back in his chair as he played with a spirit crystal in his hand. "Feng Family head, bringing people here so late at night, are you here to return the goods?" Feng Yunqing's expression froze. Return the goods? That bottle of Coca-Cola was now being treated like a family heirloom by Ouyang Shi. There was no way they could return it. "Mr. Wang is joking," Feng Yunqing said solemnly. "Master Ouyang is quite curious about a peculiar item in your store and has come to seek your guidance." "Oh?" Wang Li finally turned his gaze toward Ouyang Shi. Ouyang Shi hurriedly took out the black bottle from his storage ring, held it with both hands, and carefully handed it to Wang Li, his posture humble to the extreme. "Senior, may I ask what kind of divine object this is? What kind of heavenly essence was used to refine it? I am ignorant and can only sense the profound principles of water and fire harmonizing, yin and yang balancing within it, but I cannot fathom its true nature." His face brimming with anticipation, he hoped to hear from this senior master the earth-shattering secret formula that could overturn the entire alchemy world. Wang Li took the bottle, shook it, and found that only half of it remained. He removed the stopper, brought it close to his nose to inhale the scent, then looked at Ouyang Shi with an expression of adoration, as if he were admiring a precious treasure. "Alchemy?" Wang Li snorted derisively. "You call this alchemy?" Ouyang Shi was taken aback. "Isn't it?" "Of course not." Wang Li placed the bottle on the counter with a soft clink. "This is the saliva drooled by a happy deity from another world while dozing off." "The saliva of a happy deity?" Ouyang Shi and Feng Yunche froze in place, their minds unable to process the information. What an absurd answer. Do you think alchemy is just throwing a bunch of herbs into a furnace and burning them to ashes? Wang Li's voice carried a hint of scolding. "True creation is the condensation of emotions, the manifestation of intent. The joy in the happy deity's heart overflowed and took this form. Mortals who drink it can forget their troubles, while cultivators can purify their hearts. Yet you only think about its formula. It's like buying the box and returning the pearl. How foolish." His words left Ouyang Shi flushed with embarrassment, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Yes. I've been studying alchemy, fixated on pharmacology, ratios, and timing, never once considering that the essence of alchemy is creation. This elder was enlightening me. The elder is correct. This junior has learned a lesson." Ouyang Shi bowed again, this time even deeper. He raised his head, his eyes burning with even greater fervor. "Then, does the senior have any other divine artifacts in your shop? I am willing to give everything I have to catch a glimpse of them, to gain insight into the great way." Feng Yunche listened beside him, his eyes twitching. He had finally figured it out. This Mr. Wang's skill in deceiving people was far more terrifying than his own mysterious cultivation. And Ouyang Shi, this alchemy enthusiast, was completely taken in by it. Wang Li's lips curled into a professional smile. "What I sell in this shop isn't merchandise, it's fate. Every blind box connects to a different world, containing fragments of the laws governing that realm. The Tao you seek is within, but whether you can obtain it depends on your fate." "Fate? I understand. Ouyang Shi trembled with excitement. He slammed his storage pouch, and 10 crystal-clear spirit crystals clattered onto the counter. "Senior, I want 10 consecutive draws. 10 spirit crystals." Wang Li smiled even more broadly, waving his hand casually. 10 identical blind boxes were neatly arranged on the counter. "Go ahead, Master Ouyang. Your path lies within." Yang took a deep breath, his expression solemn as if performing some sacred ritual. He picked up the small bamboo hammer and struck the first blind box. Scratch. A flash of white light. A packet of red food called spicy strips. She remained unfazed, convinced that this was a test from his seniors. The second one. Scratch. A flash of white light. A small yellow ball with a smiling face. The third one, white light, a pair of chopsticks. The fourth one, white light, a book titled Moral Education. 6 consecutive flashes of white light appeared, and the counter was piled high with various odd and unusual objects. Yang's forehead was already covered in a fine layer of sweat, and his hands holding the bamboo hammer began to tremble slightly. Feng Yunche stood beside him, expressionless. He began to doubt whether bringing Yang here was the right decision. If the heart is not sincere, the way will not manifest. Wang Li's voice echoed softly. Yang's body trembled, and a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. He closed his eyes, banishing all distractions from his mind, leaving only his devotion to the Great Way. He raised the bamboo hammer and struck the 7th blind box with all his might. There was no blinding white light, nor any dazzling blue blow. A crimson beam of light shot skyward from the box, instantly dyeing the entire shop red. A vast, ancient aura erupted outward. In the face of this aura, Feng Yunche, the head of the Feng family, felt his very soul trembling, an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in worship. He looked at Wang Li in horror, only to see the latter still leaning back in his chair, wearing a faint, amused smile, as if the earth-shaking phenomenon before him was nothing worth mentioning. The crimson light slowly retracted, condensing above the counter. The light faded away. A single golden yellow hair lay there quietly. Yang and Feng Yunche were both stunned. All this commotion just for a single hair? Wang boss. Yang's voice was hoarse as he pointed at the hair. What is this? In Wang Li's mind, the system's alert sounded crystal clear. Life-saving hair. Grade, diamond. From Journey to the West. Effect optimized, blow a breath, and it can transform into any object of your choice, living beings excluded, lasting for 1 hour. Wang Li picked up the hair, gently pinched it between his fingertips, and a knowing smile spread across his face. This object is called the life-saving hair. He looked at the stunned Yang and said slowly, "You wanted to uncover the secrets of creation, didn't you? This is creation itself. Breathe on it, think of an object, and it will transform into that object. Whether it's a legendary divine weapon, an ancient elixir long extinct, or even a flawless 9th grade elixir. As long as you can imagine it, it can be created." Wang Li paused and added, "Of course, you only have 1 hour." 1 hour? An hour is more than enough. Yang's breathing suddenly became incredibly heavy, and his eyes burst with an unprecedented brilliance. This isn't just a hair. This was the stairway to the pinnacle of the alchemical path. He could conjure a legendary pill and spend an hour studying its perfect pharmacology and alchemical patterns. He could conjure a divine herb that only existed in ancient texts and study its structure. He could even conjure an ancient alchemy furnace to experience the ultimate alchemy process. A divine artifact. A true divine artifact. Yang let out a loud cry to the heavens, his tears flowing freely with emotion. He knelt down before Wang Li with a thud, performing the ultimate act of submission. The favor of rebirth bestowed by the senior, Yang she will never forget. Chapter 28. Head to the martial arts arena, Wang Li's tricycle. Yang she remained kneeling on the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The hand holding the life-saving hair trembled like autumn leaves in the wind. He carefully took out a smooth white jade box from his storage ring, lined it with 3 layers of silk threads, and placed the golden hair inside with great reverence. The way he closed the lid was more respectful than how he would treat his own father. After completing all this, he finally raised his head, his face streaked with tears, and looked at Wang Li, about to kowtow again. Wang Li impatiently waved his hand. "Enough, stop kneeling. You're interfering with my business. This is your opportunity, it has nothing to do with me, a blind box seller." He corrected him, "I'm just an ordinary shopkeeper." "Ordinary?" Feng Yunche, standing nearby with twitching eyelids, remained expressionless. Feng Yunche thought to himself, if a general store owner could casually pull out the creation hair, then if that was considered ordinary, then as the head of the Feng family, wasn't he not even worth as much as an ant on the side of the road? Yang, however, took this as the humble self-deprecation of a senior master. He quickly got up from the ground, stood respectfully to the side, and dared not even breathe heavily. However, his eyes kept glancing at the jade box in his arms, sparkling with obsession and fervor. Wang Li no longer paid attention to the deranged alchemist, turning his gaze toward Feng Yunche. "Master Feng, the spectacle is over. It's time to discuss serious matters." Feng Yunche's heart sank, and he immediately composed himself, bowing and saying, "Please speak, Mr. Wang." "The Chunyuan secret realm, are we departing tomorrow?" Wang Li asked. "Yes." Feng Yunche nodded, his expression returning to the calm composure of a city lord. "The secret realm will open the day after tomorrow, so we must arrive a day early. At that time, elders from the Xianqing Holy Land will personally guide us inside." Wang Li hummed in acknowledgement. He glanced at the two of them and asked lazily, "Are we still going?" Feng Yunche tugged at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. Open? If it continued, he feared his heart couldn't take it. What he had seen tonight was more than enough to keep him occupied for a while. Yang Shi shook his head vigorously, his hands instinctively covering his storage ring. No, no, no. Let's not go. He waved his hands frantically, forcing a smile that looked worse than a cry. Senior, Junior's heart is in turmoil. I urgently need to return to seclusion to contemplate the Tao. I dare not disturb your seclusion any further. Are you kidding? 10 spirit crystals had already depleted nearly half of his savings. Though he was a master, he spent a lot on materials for alchemy, and often had accidents in the furnace. Sometimes the cost of a single was nearly as much as its original value. Plus, he refused to bother with lower grade, which left him penniless. Wang Li saw this and lost interest, standing up from his chair and stretching lazily. Alright, that's enough for today. I'm closing up shop. Feng Yunche bowed deeply to Wang Li before leaving the shop with Yang Shi, who was still dazed. Xianqing Holy Land. Wang Li closed the door and murmured softly, his lips curling into a slight smile. I hope it doesn't get too boring. As the sky began to grow faintly light, the alleys of the black market were still shrouded in the remnants of last night's embers and dampness. Dawn! 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 The dull, urgent knocking on the door shattered the morning's tranquility. Wang Gu! Open the door! It's your younger brother Feng Chen. Outside the door, Feng Chen's voice betrayed an excitement he couldn't contain. Wang Li was awakened by the urgent commotion, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he opened the shop door to find the man outside looking wide awake and energetic. What has the rush so early in the morning? Feng Chen paid no heed to Wang Li's morning grouchiness. He had deliberately changed into a sleek, stylish outfit, looking full of vigor and vitality. Brother, what time is it now? We have to assemble at the martial arts arena by the 3rd hour of the morning. The welcoming elders from the Xianqing Holy Land won't wait for us. At the 3rd hour of the morning, Wang Li counted on his fingers, that is still 2 hours away. Oh no, we have to leave early. So many people in Shenwu City are desperate to catch a glimpse of the divine masters at the sacred site. If we're late, we won't even have a spot to stand. Feng Chen was so anxious he stomped his feet. Wang Li yawned and waved his hand. I know, you go ahead and secure a spot. I'll pack up and ride over later. Bike? Feng Chen's eyes lit up instantly. A bike? Given that Wan Laogu is such a reclusive master who plays games for fun, what kind of bike could he possibly have? A ghostly war chariot made from the bones of ancient beasts, with clouds and mist as curtains? Or a celestial flying boat that could traverse the void and travel 10,000 miles in a day? Countless possibilities flashed through Feng Chen's mind, each one sending his heart racing. Brother Wang, your vehicle must be extraordinary. May I have the honor of hitching a ride and broadening my horizons? He rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation. Wang Li gave him a strange look, sizing him up from head to toe, then nodded. Sure. With that, he turned and walked back into the shop. Moments later, the clanging sound of metal scraping against metal echoed from inside the shop. Under the excited and curious gaze of the dusty crowd, Wang Li pushed out a entirely red-painted tricycle, with a few crooked characters printed on the rear cargo bed. The copper bell on the handlebars, its paint peeling off, emitted a few weak ding sounds with each movement. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. The dust-covered man's smile froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He stared in disbelief at the vehicle before him, which bore no resemblance to what he had imagined, then looked at Wang Li, who stood there unfazed. Wang Gu. The vehicle you mentioned is this? His voice trembled. That's right. Wang Li tapped the wooden seat in the back, producing 2 dull thuds. What's wrong? As he spoke, he rummaged through the truck bed and shoved something into Feng Chen's arms without a word. It was a helmet. A helmet with a rounded design, entirely pink in color, adorned with small flower stickers. Put this on. It's safe. Feng Chen held the pink helmet, feeling a buzz in his head as his mind went blank. He, the young master of the Feng family, a prominent figure in Shenwu City. Riding this thing, wearing this helmet, and riding through half of Shenwu City to the martial arts arena where the city's finest gathered? He could already imagine the look on his arch-rival Zhoutong's face when he saw this. That guy just learned how to fly yesterday, so he's probably going to fly around in circles in the sky today, laughing so hard his wings will cramp up. This is worse than killing him. Brother Wang, Feng Chen opened his mouth, trying to find an excuse to decline politely. But the words stopped at his lips as he remembered the items Wang Dage had pulled out. Not a single one was ordinary. What if this tricycle is actually a deeply hidden ancient artifact? This pink helmet was actually armor capable of withstanding soul attacks? What are you waiting for? Wang Li had already straddled the seat, balancing on one foot, and turned back to urge him, get on. My bike is fast. I'll make sure you don't miss your appointment. He paused, then added in a voice only the two of them could hear. And on my bike, no one can hurt you. Feng Chen's heart jolted violently. This was a promise. It was the promise made by this enigmatic older brother, Wang. To hell with face. Feng Chen clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and like a warrior heading to the execution ground, resolutely pulled the pink helmet over his head, then stiffly climbed into the back of the tricycle. Enough. Face is temporary, Wang Dage's thigh is eternal. Chapter 29, Opening Blind Boxes on the Martial Arts Arena. The Martial Arts Arena of Shenwu City. This was the largest open space in the city, now teeming with people and filled with deafening noise. Most of those gathered here were cultivators from small and medium-sized sects affiliated with the Xianqing Holy Land, along with a few scattered cultivators who had received invitations. All of them were craning their necks, eagerly gazing at the cleared area in the center of the martial arts arena, awaiting the arrival of the sacred site's divine masters. In a corner of the crowd, Feng Chen stood with his hands behind his back, frequently glancing toward the entrance of the martial arts arena, his brows furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Why hasn't he arrived yet? In another quarter of an hour, the Holy Land's welcoming elders will be here. That disobedient disciple he sent him to invite Wang Boss. Could he have been unable to resist and dragged Wang Boss into opening another blind box first? At the thought of this possibility, Feng Yunche's temples began to throb. Just then, a commotion erupted from the outer edges of the crowd. A brazen voice grew louder as it approached, brimming with unhidden arrogance. Hey, isn't that Uncle Feng? Why are you here alone? Where's your younger brother Feng Chen? A figure descended from the sky, flapping its wings to create a gentle breeze, landing gracefully before Feng Yunche. It was Zhou Tong, the young master of the Zhou family. His feet hovered half a foot off the ground, suspended in mid-air, his deliberate show-off posture drawing whispers from those around him. At the Qi cultivation stage and already able to fly? This Zhou family brat has some potential. Something to show off? More like a fool. Does spiritual energy cost nothing? Wait until he boards the sacred warship, let's see if he can even stand steady then. Feng Yunche's eyelids twitched. He quietly formed a hand seal behind his back and replied casually, my son is going to greet an honored guest. He'll be back soon. Distinguished guest? Zhou Tong sneered, about to circle around Feng Yunche to mock him. Suddenly, he felt as though an invisible giant hand had slammed him down from the sky. Thud. His entire body plummeted straight down from mid-air, landing with a thud on the ground. The surrounding cultivators were startled for a moment before bursting into suppressed laughter. Zhou Tong, covered in dust and dirt, struggled to his feet, with Zhou family servants rushing over to help him up. Feng Yunche watched his pitiful state with a blank expression. Oomph, you little brat, showing off in front of me. You like to fly, do you? I'll make you fly again. Feng attacking a junior like that? Don't you fear losing face? Feng Yunche was about to activate his spell again to make the boy perform another mid-air ascent, but a hand as strong as an iron clamp suddenly grabbed his wrist, which he had hidden behind his back. A middle-aged man whose aura matched Feng Yunche emerged from behind him. It was Zhou Ting, the head of the Zhou family. Just as Feng Yunche was about to speak, a clear yet odd bell sound suddenly echoed throughout the arena. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Everyone instinctively looked toward the sound. The crowded crowd parted like a split tide, slowly moving to the sides to clear a path. A three-wheeled iron cart, entirely painted red, was being pedaled slowly by someone, making its way inside. The man pedaling the cart was dressed in plain clothes, his hair disheveled, looking as though he hadn't woken up yet. And the person sitting in the cart. When everyone recognized his face, the entire training ground fell into a deathly silence, followed by a thunderous roar of laughter. Isn't that Feng Chen, the young master of the Feng family? What on earth is he wearing on his head? Pink? And there are even little flowers stuck on it? Goodness gracious, this cart, what kind of extraordinary contraption is this? It's being powered by human strength? How far has the Feng family fallen? Feng Chen sat in the cart, his face mostly hidden by the pink helmet, but the fiery red color burning his ears was impossible to conceal. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, curling up into a ball as he felt the stares from all directions piercing his back like needles. Wang Li stepped down from the cart, brushed the dust off his hands, and glanced at Feng Chen, who was nearly curled up in the cart as if trying to disappear. He raised an eyebrow. Get out. Feng Chen, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly climbed down from the truck, holding the helmet out with both hands, his voice barely audible. Thank you, Brother Wang. Wang Li took the helmet and tossed it back into the truck bed. Then, under the stunned stares of thousands of people, he kicked the tricycle straight to the center of the open space in the training ground. He pulled out a wooden plank from the truck bed, stuck it into the ground, then unfurled a cloth banner and hung it on the vehicle. The banner bore 2 lines of bold characters. Give it your all, turn the sacred place into a clubhouse. Give it your all, and mortals will ascend to heaven. The wooden board also listed the price, destiny blind boxes, 1 spirit crystal per box. This time, even the mockers grew fewer. Most people now looked at him as if he were a complete madman. Who is this guy? He is so arrogant. Turning the sacred land into a clubhouse? When the immortals from Xianqing's sacred land arrive, he'll be the first one sacrificed to the heavens. Feng Chen saw this and thought it was a good opportunity to show off. He was about to speak up for Wang Li. But Zhou Tong, who had just gotten back up from the ground, beat him to it. You idiots, what do you know? Zhou Tong pointed at Wang Li's stall, his eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. Wang Lao Go's blind boxes are profound and mysterious. Only those with great fortune can open them. You commoners have no right to comment. This is called fate. As soon as Zhou Tong spoke, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into even louder laughter. But did I hear that right? Destiny? A sharp voice rang out from the crowd, filled with unmasked mockery. Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhou? Why aren't you flying in the sky anymore? Have you started barking like a dog on the ground? Ha ha ha. I bet you fell too hard just now and hit your head. Your wings are strong, but your mouth is even stronger. Too bad. I wonder which worthless fool fell from the sky like a dead dog just now. Zhou Tong's face turned bright red, and he couldn't utter a single word. Feng Chen saw his chance to step forward and say a few words on Wang Li's behalf. A clear voice cut through the chaos. Sir, I'd like a blind box. The voice caused all the chatter to cease abruptly. Everyone turned to look, seeing a handsome young man dressed in the robes of a core disciple of the Shenqing Holy Land, pushing his way through the crowd and heading straight toward the eye-catching tricycle. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding cultivators fell silent, stepping aside, their eyes filled with reverence. That was someone from the Shenqing Holy Land. The young man walked up to Wang Li, ignoring the pointing fingers and the ridiculous tricycle around him. Wang Li lazily raised his eyelids. One spirit crystal. I heard that my elder sister recently obtained a fine treasure here, so I came to try my luck. The young man smiled faintly, speaking to himself. The older sister he mentioned was none other than Gun Yanwei. Do these blind boxes have any distinctions? Wang Li tugged at the corner of his mouth. No difference. You might get a legendary martial art technique, or you might get a pair of socks and a steamed bun. He glanced up and down at the young man, then changed the subject. However, I observe that you, young master, possess immense fortune, with a halo-like aura above your head. I doubt you would ever sell something as mundane as sock-shaped pancakes. The young man nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The boss really knows how to judge people. I often feel that I am the chosen one destined by heaven. Wang Li's lips twitched. How pretentious. He took the spirit crystals the young man handed him, casually pulled out a blind box from the cart, along with a small bamboo hammer, and handed them both to the young man. Hit it with this. The young man took the blind box and nodded. All eyes in the crowd were now fixed on the small wooden box in his hands. Those who had been mocking him moments ago now held their breath, eager to see what this prodigy from the sacred land could possibly come up with from this madman's stall. The young man weighed the bamboo hammer in his hand, aimed at the blind box, and struck it without hesitation. Chapter 30, Swift as the wind, steady as the forest. Scratch! A purple beam of light shot skyward from the blind box. The entire martial arts arena was bathed in this eerie purple glow. Countless gazes instantly converged on the stall shrouded in purple light. The purple light slowly retracted, eventually coalescing into a form and lying still on the counter. It was an oddly shaped blue object with an incomprehensible totem at its center, emanating a cold metallic glow and showing no signs of spiritual energy. Is that it? All this commotion, and all it amounts to is a piece of ordinary iron? Wang Li's mind was filled with the clear voice of the system. Flying Shadow Armor Trial Card 1. Grade Platinum. From Armor Warriors. Effect: after using the Flying Shadow Armor Summoner, merge into the Flying Shadow Armor. Defense slightly increased, speed greatly increased, attack greatly increased. Wang Li picked up the oddly shaped blue summoner and weighed it in his hand. He looked up at Gu Ruoxu. The disciple of the Holy Land was struggling to maintain an expression of disinterest in everything before him. Oh, really? Playing it cool? Wang Li chuckled inwardly. Alright, if you're not asking, I won't say a word today. Let's see who can hold out longer. Time ticked by second by second. On the martial arts field, thousands of cultivators had fallen silent, all their attention focused on the strange stall. Two people stood there, one leaning lazily against the counter, the other standing with his hands behind his back. Neither spoke, and they remained in a standoff. What on earth is going on here? Why isn't the shopkeeper introducing his treasures? Feng Chen and Zhou Tong beside them were so anxious they were scratching their heads and pulling at their ears, sweat pouring down their faces. Purple light. That's purple light. What is it? Just tell us. Even the usually composed Feng Yunche, with his hands behind his back, unconsciously clenched his fists. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Feng Chen couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward with a trembling voice. Swish! The invisible aura of confrontation between Wang Li and Gu Ruoxu suddenly shifted direction, bearing down on Feng Chen. Feng Chen felt a chill run down his spine, the pressure overwhelming him. But he still stiffened his neck and stammered out the question. Brother Wang, what on earth is this thing? But Wang Li remained silent. Gu Ruoxu spoke up. Cough, cough, that, boss. What is this thing? The curve of Wang Li's lips grew even wider. You finally couldn't hold it in, could you? He casually held the blue summoning device in his hand, tossing it lightly, but still said nothing. Gu Ruoxu's face twitched slightly, but the more he did so, the more composed Wang Li became. This scene, in the eyes of others, was pure torture. Especially Feng Chen, who felt that the two parties involved were more anxious than he was, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Brother Wang. He couldn't hold back any longer and leaned forward. Just spit it out already. Tell us. Wang Li shot him a glance and replied curtly. What's the rush? The emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Feng Chen. At those words, Gu Ruoxu's face turned dark instantly. Who was the emperor? Who was the eunuch? His chest rose and fell rapidly, and he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Boss. Gu Ruoxu's voice was hoarse. This item is called the Flying Shadow Armor Summoner. Wang Li's voice was not loud, but it was clear to everyone present. Flying Shadow? Armor? Summoner? A string of unfamiliar terms left everyone speechless. What kind of magical artifact is this? What grade is it? What is its purpose? Gu Ruoxu furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice, Armor? Is it some kind of protective magical artifact? No. Wang Li shook his head, a hint of mystery in his smile. It's not a magical artifact, nor is it a weapon. He held the summoning device in the palm of his hand and showed it to Gu Ruoxu. It is a qualification, a key. Wang Li's voice suddenly grew distant, as if recounting an ancient myth. With it, you can summon a set of battle armor from another world and merge with it. Once merged, your speed and strength will be enhanced beyond imagination. Wang Li paused, looking at Gu Ruoxu, and added each word carefully. As swift as the wind, as steady as the forest, as fiery as flames, as elusive as shadows. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of nowhere before Wang Li, as if he had always been there. The figure was dressed in the robes of an elder from the Xinqing Holy Land, exuding an aura as deep and majestic as a mountain. It was none other than Wu Hao, the welcoming elder of the Xinqing Holy Land. As soon as he appeared, the intangible pressure on the martial arts field intensified sharply, causing everyone to hold their breath instinctively. Gu Ruoxu's heart sank, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting, disciple Gu Ruoxu, paying respects to Elder Wu. Wu Hao didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Li, his eyes blazing with an astonishing brilliance. As swift as the wind, as steady as the forest, as fiery as flames, as elusive as shadow. He repeated these 16 words over and over, his eyes growing brighter with each utterance, until finally he clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Excellent. Well said. These 16 words have perfectly captured the essence of all martial arts techniques in the world. However, it seems there is more to it. Wu Hao bowed respectfully to Wang Li. May I ask, young friend, what comes after that? This scene sent the entire crowd into an uproar. The elder of the Xinqing Holy Land. He was actually paying such great respect to a madman selling goods on the street? And calling him young friend? Has the world gone mad? Gu Ruoxu stood beside him, completely speechless. He had just been pondering those 16 words, finding them profound in meaning, but never imagined they could elicit such a strong reaction from Elder Wu. Who exactly is this street vendor? Feng Chen and Zhou Tong were completely dumbfounded. Did they exchange glances and see the same emotion in each other's eyes just as expected? Wang Dage is truly Wang Dage. Just tossing out a few scholarly phrases can make the elders of the sacred place have an epiphany on the spot and bow down in worship. This level of sophistication is simply off the charts. Wang Li looked at Wu Hao, who was eagerly seeking knowledge, and was satisfied with the old man's attitude. He spoke casually, the ancestors came first, the descendants follow. Plan carefully, act decisively, and you will win every battle. With that, he turned around and walked away, leaving everyone with a mysterious and enigmatic silhouette. Still as a mountain, moving like thunder. 8 words fell lightly, yet they felt like 8 mountains crashing down on Wu Hao and Gu Ruoxu's hearts. Gu Ruoxu's expression grew peculiar. Damn it, how can he be so pretentious? This guy can act even better than me. Wu Hao, however, trembled all over, freezing in place with a blank expression, repeating those words over and over in his mind, plunging into a mysterious state of enlightenment. Moments later, he snapped back to reality, his face erupting with unprecedented excitement and joy. He bowed deeply, his head nearly touching the ground, in a 90-degree bow toward Wang Li's back. I've learned my lesson. His voice was loud and heartfelt. This bow left the entire crowd speechless. Everyone's minds were buzzing. The elders of the Xinqing Holy Land were actually performing such a grand gesture toward a street vendor. What the hell is going on here? Gu Ruoxu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Elder Wu. What are you doing? It's just a few mantras. Is this really necessary? Wu Hao slowly stood up, turned to look at Gu Ruoxu, his eyes filled with a hint of disappointment and admonishment. Mantras? What do you know? Wu Hao shook his head, his voice deep and solemn, exuding an air of unquestionable authority. This is the true essence of combat. These 32 words are like pearls, containing the ultimate truths of combat tactics. If you can grasp even a fraction of their meaning, it will benefit you for a lifetime. You take heed. After speaking, Wu Hao no longer paid attention to the stunned Gu Ruoxu, turning once more to Wang Li with a completely different demeanor, filled with reverence and eagerness to learn. May I ask your honorable name, sir? Where did you learn such profound words? Chapter 31, Where Does the Path Lead? Wang Li waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. I'm just a box seller, I don't deserve such titles. Wu Hao bowed deeply to Wang Li, his voice echoing throughout the hall. I have taken note of your opportunity, sir. Once the matter at the Chen Yuan secret realm is resolved, I will personally come to your door to purchase a box. These words caused an uproar throughout the crowd. Those who had previously mocked Wang Li as a madman and a fraud now felt a burning sensation on their faces. Even the elders of the sacred land had personally acknowledged this as a fate and were willing to come personally to purchase it. The value of these blind boxes was simply beyond estimation. Feng Chen and Zhou Tong were so excited their faces turned red, standing tall with pride. Look! That's Brother Wang! Wu Hao finished speaking and said no more, turning to face the center of the martial arts arena. He flipped his palm, and a wooden boat the size of a palm, intricately carved with complex patterns, appeared in his hand. The wooden boat was incredibly ancient, exuding a sense of desolation. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Wu Hao flicked his fingers, sending the wooden boat soaring into the air. Rise! He uttered a single word, his hands swiftly forming seals. Hum! A deep, thunderous roar echoed, as if an ancient beast had awoken from slumber. The tiny wooden boat swelled in the air, its size expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 zhang. 100 zhang. 1,000 zhang. In the blink of an eye, a colossal vessel, so vast it obscured the sky, loomed overhead, casting a massive shadow that engulfed the entire training ground. The warship was constructed entirely from an unknown type of mystical black wood, with carvings of armor and celestial warriors adorning its hull, emanating a chilling aura of iron and blood. A massive banner unfurled from the main mast with a thunderous roar, bearing two ancient characters written in flowing calligraphy: Shenwu. The Shenwu ship. It's the Shenwu ship. Among the crowd, seasoned cultivators gasped in astonishment, their voices trembling. My goodness! The legendary 8th grade divine vessel of the Xinqing Holy Land. What a blessing to witness this in my lifetime. An 8th grade divine vessel. It's said to be able to traverse the void, travel 1,000,000 miles a day, and even a full power attack from an ordinary golden core cultivator wouldn't leave a single mark on it. The martial arts arena erupted into chaos as everyone was utterly awestruck by the majestic sight of the colossal warship before them. Wu Hao's figure flickered, and he had already appeared on the deck of the Shenwu divine vessel. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the crowd below, his robes fluttering in the gale. He swept his sleeves aside. A gentle golden light descended from the sky, enveloping all the cultivators holding invitations on the martial arts arena. The next moment, cries of astonishment filled the air. The golden light swept up hundreds of people, lifting them into the air uncontrollably before gently setting them down on the wide deck. This display once again demonstrated the extraordinary abilities of the elders of the sacred land. Feng Yunche and Zhou Ting, along with other experts at the Golden Core realm and above, each unleashed their divine abilities, transforming into streaks of light and soaring onto the warship. Only Wang Li remained lazily standing beside his tricycle, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him. On the deck, Wu Hao's gaze swept past the crowd, landing on Wang Li. His voice boomed with respect. Sir, please. All eyes in the crowd instantly focused on Wang Li. Amidst the countless gazes filled with shock, envy, and jealousy, Wang Li yawned, then slowly pushed his bright red tricycle and stepped onto the deck of the Shenwu ship. Ding-ling ding-ling. The feeble clanging of the copper bells on the handlebars sounded particularly jarring on the majestic 8th grade divine vessel. On the deck, Feng Chen stared at Wang Li's tricycle, which had seemingly appeared out of thin air and climbed onto the deck, his mouth wide open in disbelief. No wonder he has called Big Brother Wang. Even his movements on the divine vessel are so unique. He had to think for a while before coming up with that word. Zhou Tong nodded vigorously in agreement. Once Wang Li had parked the tricycle steadily on the deck, Wu Hao wasted no time, clasping his hands together and activating the divine vessel. Hum. The Shenwu divine vessel trembled slightly before lifting off the ground, transforming into a streak of light that instantly broke through the clouds and raced toward the horizon. The divine vessel soared through the clouds, with gale force winds blocked by an invisible shield. Many Qi cultivation stage cultivators who were riding the divine vessel for the first time leaned over the ship's railings, excitedly gazing down at the rapidly receding mountains and rivers below, shouting with delight. Wang Li found a corner and plopped down in the back of his tricycle, yawning boredly. Just then, Gu Ruoxu led a disciple from the sacred land over. The disciple was holding the blue flying shadow summoning device in his hands, his expression oddly peculiar. Because the summoner was currently playing an unfamiliar, decadent melody at full volume, and the lyrics were even more bizarre. This is my first time like this. Don't bother denying it. The disciple, with a strained expression, approached Wang Li and spoke up nervously. Mr. Wang, this summoning device is emitting such obscene lyrics? He pointed at the small red screen on the summoning device, his face twisted into a grimace. And what does "because you're too beautiful" mean? Wang Li glanced at it. The Feiying summoning device, it does seem like an MP3 player, doesn't it? Playing songs is pretty normal. As for the song, well, let's just say the system has good taste in music. Let me take a look. The disciple instinctively glanced at Guruwaksu beside him. Guruwaksu nodded expressionlessly. He was also curious, wasn't it supposed to summon armor? How did it turn into a little music player? With permission granted, the disciple carefully handed the summoner to Wang Li. Wang Li took it in his hands, pressed a few buttons skillfully, and changed the song. A thrilling, high-pitched prelude instantly replaced the previous soft, melancholic melody. The red text on the screen also changed, displaying 3 new large characters: "Dare to ask where the path lies." Wang Li nodded in satisfaction. This is an additional feature of this device. It can play music from other worlds. He tossed the summoning device back to his disciple, who was still dumbfounded, and explained casually. The disciple approached Guruwaksu and returned the summoning device to him. Upon receiving the summoning device, Guruwaksu listened to "Dare to ask where the path lies" and felt an overwhelming sense of passion. Guruwaksu's eyes darted around, and a pretentious idea popped into his head. Then, Guruwaksu entered the main hall of the worship. At that moment, Wu Hao, Zhou Ting, Feng Chen, and several elders and sect masters from smaller sects were discussing matters. Guruwaksu stood with his hands behind his back, walking in with his head held high. As he entered, a melody played in the background. "You carry the burden, I lead the horse," welcoming the sunrise and sending off the sunset. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Dozens of gazes, each carrying a hint of spiritual energy, fixed on Guruwaksu at the door. Feng Yuncheng's lips twitched violently as he silently picked up his teacup and blew on the non-existent tea leaves. Sure enough, anything associated with Mr. Wang was anything but ordinary. Cough. Wu Hao's expression darkened, and he cleared his throat. His authoritative voice echoed throughout the hall. "Ruwaksu, what a disgrace. What are you holding in your hand that's causing such a commotion?" Guruwaksu didn't respond, instead closing his eyes and appearing completely absorbed in the moment. Just then, the music reached its climax. "After battling hardships, we set off again, set off again." The voice was bold and filled with an indomitable resilience. This line struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the hearts of everyone present in the hall. Who among those present hadn't climbed their way up from the lowest ranks, surviving countless life and death battles to achieve their current status? After battling hardships, we set off again. Isn't this the true embodiment of their lifelong quest for immortality and their relentless struggle against fate? Wu Hao's anger froze on his face, turning to astonishment. He repeated the lyrics over and over, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. Excellent. What a powerful phrase. After battling hardships, we set off once more. He looked at Guruwaksu, his tone no longer reproachful but filled with intense curiosity. Are there any other melodies within this object? Guruwaksu's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea if there were any more. But he maintained his enigmatic composure, nodding slightly. Your disciple has not yet fully explored it. However, this disciple believes that even with just this one piece, where the road lies, its profound meaning surpasses countless mundane melodies. Upon hearing this, even Zhou Ting, who had been watching from the side, looked peculiar. Wu Hao nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on the summoning device in Guruwaksu's hand. This item must have come from that Wang boss's blind box, right? Guruwaksu nodded slightly. This item contains a melody from another world. Music from another world? A flash of sharpness gleamed in Wu Hao's eyes. Music can convey so many things. Spirit, battle intent, or even the Tao of that world? Chapter 32, The Secret Realm of the Abyss, unveiled. The Shenwu ship glided through the clouds. The melody of Where the Road Lies had been playing on loop aboard the warship for a full hour. The volume was turned up to the maximum, as if to ensure no living being within 100 miles could miss it. Through the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, through the bitter and sweet tastes of life. Wang Li slumped in a chair, feeling his skull pulsate in rhythm with the music. At first, he thought these immortal cultivators had some taste. But now, he just wanted to grab that blue MP3 player and smash it to pieces. Repeating the same song on loop, what genius came up with this torturous idea? He turned his head to look. Elder Wu Hao sat upright, eyes closed, lips moving slightly, as if he were following the lyrics to comprehend some profound truth of the universe. Guruwaksu, however, stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back, holding a summoning device, exuding an air of arrogance as if he had the power to control the heavens, basking in the adoration and worship of the surrounding cultivators. Finally, the song came to an end. Wang Li exhaled deeply. The world was finally quiet. However, this piece lasted less than 3 breaths. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Guruwaksu smiled once more and pressed the play button. You carry the burden, I lead the horse. Wang Li's face turned dark. He now seriously suspected that Guruwaksu was deliberately seeking revenge on him. Just then, Feng Chen approached, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Brother Wang. This celestial music is truly enchanting. Every time I hear it, I feel my resolve grow stronger. Wang Li shot him a glance. Is that so? I feel like my spiritual core is about to shatter. Feng Chen froze, not understanding. Wang Li added softly. If I keep listening, I might just ascend on the spot and go to the western heavens to fetch the scriptures. The entrance to the Chen Yuan secret realm. This place was ancient and desolate, with spatial fissures resembling hideous scars, silently narrating the cruelty of time. Countless cultivators had already gathered here, some in small groups, others alone, creating an atmosphere that was solemn and oppressive. At the forefront of the crowd, Gu Nianwei floats in mid-air, her white robe as pure as snow, her demeanor cold and distant, resembling a snow lotus untouched by dust. Behind her were disciples of the Xinqing Holy Land, and further back were members of other sects and wandering cultivators who had received invitations. In the midst of this silence, a high-pitched, otherworldly melody suddenly pierced the sky. Where lies the path? The path lies beneath your feet. This abrupt voice caused all the cultivators present to freeze in shock, instinctively looking up toward the source of the sound. A celestial vessel broke through the clouds and descended slowly. The ship's hull was ancient and elegant, radiating a spiritual glow. It was clearly the Holy Land's vessel, but the music, wasn't it a bit too down to earth? The Xuanwu Zhou landed steadily. Elder Wu Hao stepped forward first, followed by Gu Ruoxu and the other cultivators. Each of them looked vigorous and radiant, with a glow on their faces and a wisdom that seemed to have been attained through enlightenment, as if they had just heard the ultimate truth and their hearts were now firmly rooted in the path of enlightenment. Gu Nianwei, upon seeing this, immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple Gu Nianwei greets Elder Wu Hao. Elder Wu Hao nodded approvingly, about to speak. Through the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, through the bitter and sweet trials of life, the music grew louder. A young man with a face that seemed to have lost all will to live pushed a red tricycle that stood out like a sore thumb, slowly making his way down from the Xuanwu boat. His expression was more agonizing than if he had just been robbed of 8 million spirit stones. Just then, Li Ran approached. He first noticed Feng Chen and was about to greet him, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Zhou Tong beside him, and his smile froze instantly. He scrutinized this bizarre duo, his expression odd. This world was too crazy, even mice were serving as bridesmaids for cats. Dust brother? What's going on here? Have you changed your ways with this guy from the Zhou family? Feng Chen heard this, raised his chin, straightened his back, and patted Li Ran on the shoulder. It's nothing. This was trying to show off in front of Brother Wang, but I stopped him in time to prevent him from offending the master. Who the hell are you calling a? Zhou Tong exploded on the spot. Feng Chen, you bastard. You were the loudest on the ship, yet you claim to have a firm heart? I spit on that. You don't know a damn thing about the heart. Feng Chen's face darkened, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. I'm Wang Dage's top lieutenant. What do you know? You're just a latecomer who doesn't understand what opportunity means. I was given a wake-up call by Wang Dage, a moment of enlightenment. You, who only know how to follow behind and flatter, will never understand the true meaning of it. Li Ran watched the two arguing and thought, this is normal. Earlier, I almost thought I was the third wheel. Wu Hao seemed oblivious to everything around him. He scanned the crowd, his authoritative gaze sweeping across every cultivator's face. You carry the burden, I'll lead the horse. The demonic melody continued to loop endlessly, making the otherwise solemn scene feel utterly bizarre. Wu Hao suddenly turned his head, fixating on Gu Ruoxu, who was still lost in the celestial music. Turn it off. His voice was soft, but it felt like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing the heated atmosphere. Gu Ruoxu's expression of rapture froze, and he finally snapped back to reality, reluctantly putting away the blue summoning device. The music came to an abrupt halt. Wu Hao nodded satisfactorily and began to announce the final precautions before entering the secret realm. At exactly midnight, the entrance to the Chen Yuan secret realm will open here. His voice boomed like a great bell, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. The entrance will only remain open for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the spatial fissure will completely close. Wu Hao's tone suddenly turned grim, carrying a bloodthirsty warning. At that time, anyone who fails to enter or attempts to force their way in will be swept into the spatial turbulence, their souls and bodies obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Within the secret realm, life and death are your own responsibility. The rules of the sect are null and void here. Your only task is to survive. Within the secret realm, there will not only be people from our Xinqing Holy Land, but also those from other holy lands. However, they are not at this entrance. Be cautious and vigilant to prevent conflicts with members of other sections. Do you all understand? Thousands of cultivators below felt a chill run down their spines and responded in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. Understood. As Wu Hao's words fell, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. Time ticked away slowly. The sun set in the west, dyeing the clouds on the horizon a blood-red hue. A massive shadow engulfed the barren wasteland, and the temperature plummeted suddenly. Many cultivators had already crossed their legs and sat in meditation, making the most of the remaining time to regulate their breath and meditate, or inspecting their magical artifacts and pills. Sharp weapons glinted coldly in the twilight. Occasionally, someone would glance toward the corner, where a conspicuous red tricycle stood, and the young man sitting idly in the cargo bed. The elders of the sacred land called it fate, but the price of that single spirit crystal was enough to deter 99% of people. That was a spirit crystal. Converted into spirit stones, that's a full 10 top-grade spirit stones. Enough to cultivate a single foundation establishment cultivator. Night finally fell. The hour of the pig had arrived. At that very moment, an inexplicable pounding sensation suddenly gripped the hearts of everyone present without warning. Hum. A low, rumbling sound, unlike anything heard in the mortal realm, echoed from the void, as if the very heavens and earth were groaning in agony. Everyone looked up abruptly. Before them, dozens of meters ahead, the air rippled like stones dropped into water. The abyssal secret realm has opened. Chapter 33, The Chenyuan Secret Realm sells blind boxes. Wu Hao's figure flickered, and he had already appeared before the twisted spatial fissure. His hands flashed, casting a series of mystical spells, forcefully holding open the raging spatial fissure and transforming it into a stable portal. Without looking back, he barked, "Enter." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of cultivators transformed into streaks of light, rushing in one after another. Wang Li, however, remained seated in the back of the three-wheeled cart, not even bothering to move. Behind him, Feng Chen, Li Ran, and Zhou Tong joined forces to push the crimson tricycle, grunting and straining as they followed the crowd into the light gate. The lights and shadows before his eyes shifted wildly, and the world spun. When Wang Li opened his eyes again, the three mischievous young disciples had vanished without a trace. He was alone, with only the loyal tricycle by his side. He found himself at the bottom of a bottomless canyon. Looking up, the sky had been compressed into a narrow slit, emitting a dim light. The sheer cliffs on either side were as sharp as if carved by axes, devoid of any vegetation. A cold wind blew from the depths of the abyss, carrying a musty, decaying odor. Ugh, what a hellhole! Wang Li scowled in disgust. He jumped off the tricycle, calmly pulled out the familiar wooden plank from the cargo bed, stuck it into the ground, and unfurled the cloth banner, hanging it on the tricycle. Take a chance to turn this sacred place into a clubhouse. Give it a shot, and maybe we'll make it to heaven. He surveyed his makeshift stall and furrowed his brow. In this pitch-black darkness, even ghosts can't see anything. What kind of business can I run? He muttered to the system in his mind, "System, add some lights to this sign, the brightest ones you've got, preferably with a scrolling light effect." The system remained indifferent, giving no response. But the next second. Hum. The two lines of large characters on the cloth banner suddenly burst into a dazzling array of neon lights, flashing continuously and illuminating the dark valley floor as bright as day, filled with a cyberpunk vibe. That's more like it. Wang Li nodded in satisfaction, climbed back into the truck bed, crossed his legs, and waited quietly for his first customer. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Nianwei's figure quietly appeared on the sheer cliff hundreds of feet above the canyon. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, and after confirming it was safe, she exhaled in relief. She was about to follow the signal agreed upon by the sect to find the meeting point. Suddenly, she froze, then abruptly looked down into the bottomless abyss below. There, how could there be flashes of multicolored light? And the light didn't seem to be the glow of a magical artifact, instead, it had an indescribable, vulgar quality? Gu Nianwei furrowed her brows. How could such an odd thing exist in this secluded abyss? Could it be some kind of previously unseen rare treasure emerging into the world? Many other cultivators shared Gu Nianwei's thoughts. They had been randomly teleported to the canyon, but after some exploration, without exception, they were all drawn to the flickering multicolored neon lights at the bottom of the abyss. In this desolate, eerie, and murderous secret realm, that light was like the sun in the night, impossible to ignore. Soon, the first group of cultivators followed the light and arrived. At the front was a burly man with a face covered in scars, holding a gleaming battle axe in his hand. He took each step cautiously, while the three companions behind him remained on high alert, clutching their magical artifacts tightly, ready to respond to any sudden danger. But when they rounded a massive boulder and caught sight of the source of the light in its entirety, all four of them froze in place. A street stall. A bright red tricycle. A young man sitting lazily in the back of the cart, his legs crossed. And the neon sign flashing, "Take a chance to turn the sacred site into a clubhouse." The burly man's face twitched violently. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had just been teleported here and his mind was still unstable, causing him to hallucinate. Damn it, what's going on here? A tall, slender cultivator beside him couldn't help but curse. We entered the Chenyuan secret realm, not some mortal city's black market, right? This guy's crazy? Setting up a stall in this godforsaken place? The burly man steadied himself, gripped his axe tightly, took a few steps forward, and barked at Wang Li, "Hey! Who are you? What the hell are you doing here?" Wang Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply extended his finger and tapped the neon sign. That arrogant attitude instantly ignited the burly man's anger. He strode up to the stall, slammed the axe blade into the ground, sending sparks flying, and glared menacingly at the price tag on the wooden board. Fate-blind box, 1 spirit crystal per box. 1 spirit crystal? The burly man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He laughed bitterly in anger. Why don't you just go rob someone? We came here to risk our lives for a chance, and you're treating us like we're the ones with the chance, huh? These words echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Everyone had come to the secret realm to strike it rich. How dare someone try to make money off them, and in such an outrageous way? Wang Li finally sat up straight, glanced at the burly man from head to toe, and spoke slowly. Opportunity? The opportunity is right in front of you. It's just that you're too blind to see it. He paused, then curved his lips into a mysterious smile. This blind box can only be opened by someone with great fortune. I see that you have some fortune, but it's mixed and impure. The divine light above your head is dim, and there's a hint of bloodshed. It seems you've committed too many sins recently, and misfortune is following you. If you don't find a great opportunity to turn things around, you'll be dead within 3 days. Wang Li spoke casually, but his words caused the burly man's expression to change drastically. He had indeed killed 3 rivals earlier in a fight over a spiritual herb. How does this kid know? Could he have guessed? Wang Li seemed to have read his mind and continued to manipulate him. Your forehead is not just black, it's a black that is tinged with green, and the green has a faint glow, and within that glow is a hint of death. This is a sign of great misfortune, 1 in 10,000. The burly man was completely flustered by his elaborate rhetoric, cold sweat beading on his forehead. One of his companions behind him quietly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Senior brother, don't believe him. This guy is clearly a charlatan. And look at you." The companion looked at the burly man's darkened face, still bearing traces of blood from the earlier struggle, and couldn't help but think that he didn't look like someone with good fortune. Another companion hesitated before speaking up, "But I think I saw him on the Shenwu boat." At the time, Elder Wu Hao from the Xianqing Holy Land was very polite to him. At those words, the burly man's resolve wavered. A figure whom even a Holy Land elder treated with respect couldn't possibly be a simple charlatan, could he? He looked at Wang Li's calm and composed demeanor, then thought about his own current situation, and for a moment, he was torn between heaven and earth. A spirit crystal was nearly his entire fortune. But if this kid was telling the truth? Wang Li didn't rush him, just smiled at him, as if everything was under his control. Finally, the burly man seemed to make up his mind, clenched his teeth, and pulled out a crystal-clear spirit crystal from his storage pouch, slamming it down on the stall. "Damn it! I'm betting everything." His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Wang Li. "One blind box. If it doesn't contain anything good, I'll smash your old car to pieces today." Chapter 34, Purple Glow. Wang Li took the spirit crystal, casually pulled out a blind box from the truck bed, along with a small bamboo hammer, and handed them over. "Here, smash it." The burly man took the blind box, feeling the growing number of eyes gathering around him, his heart pounding wildly. He placed the small wooden box on a flat stone and raised his axe high above his head. "Senior brother, don't use the axe. What if you damage the treasure inside?" A younger disciple hurriedly shouted out in warning. The burly man hesitated, realizing he had a point, and reluctantly put away the axe, replacing it with the bamboo mallet given to him by Wang Li. He weighed the small hammer in his hand, then looked at the wooden box again. No matter how he looked at it, the scene seemed absurdly comical. "Open!" He shouted loudly to steel his nerves, then brought the hammer down with all his might. Crack! The wooden box shattered at the impact. A faint white light, like a flickering candle in the wind, drifted out, then vanished. The entire room fell silent. Everyone strained their necks, staring intently at the shattered wooden box. The burly man stood frozen in place, his expression shifting from anticipation to shock, then to confusion. Is that it? What about the promised opportunity? What about dispelling the bloodshed? He trembled as he reached out and picked up a small piece of paper from the pile of wood shavings. The note read 4 large characters, "Thank you for your patronage." The burly man's body began to tremble slightly. His 3 companions behind him exchanged glances, daring not to breathe. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, glaring intently at Wang Li, who was still sitting in the truck bed with his legs crossed. That face, black with a greenish tint, green with a glint of light, and light tinged with the aura of death, was now twisted into a mask of fury. You dare to mock me?" Zhang Kanyang spoke slowly, each word a struggle, his voice sounding as though it were being forced out between clenched teeth. He suddenly grabbed the axe on the ground, and a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping the entire area with the overwhelming pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. "I'll smash this damn car to pieces today." The axe blade flashed with a cold light, aiming straight for Wang Li and the flashy red tricycle, ready to strike down. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a chill enveloped the entire area. Zhang Kenyang's axe, raised high in the air, seemed frozen in mid-air, unable to descend even an inch. A slender figure, as cold and pure as a lotus blossom atop a snow-capped peak, appeared silently before the crowd. Clothed in snow-white robes, she was breathtakingly beautiful. It was none other than Gu Nianwei. She didn't even glance at Zhang Kanyang, instead fixing her gaze on Wang Li to ensure he was unharmed before speaking slowly. "Stop." Zhang Kanyang stiffened. He recognized the woman. She was Gu Nianwei, a core disciple of the Xianqing Holy Land. This was a true powerhouse within the sanctuary. He forced himself to halt his attack, his spiritual energy surging backward, causing his face to turn beet red as he struggled to speak. "Gu, senior sister Gu?" Gu Nianwei finally turned her icy gaze toward him. "Mr. Wang is a distinguished guest of the Xianqing Holy Land. What do you think you're doing?" Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd once again. A distinguished guest of the Xianqing Holy Land? This madman who had been selling "thank you for your patronage" trinkets in the secret realm was actually a distinguished guest of the sanctuary? Zhang Kanyang's head spun, and the axe in his hand clattered to the ground. The ferocity and anger on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of sheer terror and flattery. Distinguished guest? A misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding, senior sister Gu. Zhang Kanyang snapped out of it, quickly bowing and scraping before Wang Li, his attitude shifting so rapidly that those around him were left speechless. I was just trying to joke around with Mr. Wang. Yes, just a joke. To liven up the atmosphere. As he spoke, he frantically tried to cover his tracks. This Chen Yuan secret realm is filled with dangers. My Yangqing sect is outnumbered and outmatched. I wonder if I could follow senior sister Gu and serve her faithfully, doing whatever I can to help? If you can't beat them, join them. Gu Nianwei nodded slightly. She did indeed need some people to scout ahead and handle unexpected situations. All right. She uttered 2 words. But my team will only follow my orders. Of course. Of course. Zhang Kanyang felt as though he had been granted a pardon, nodding vigorously like a garlic press, and hurriedly summoned his 3 younger disciples to stand behind Gu Nianwei, looking utterly loyal. After handling matters on this side, Gu Nianwei's gaze fell upon Wang Li's stall. She was filled with curiosity toward this man who had even praised her arrogant younger brother so highly. Mr. Wang, I'll take one too. She walked up to the stall, took out a spirit crystal, and handed it over. Wang Li took the spirit crystal and handed her a blind box in return. The transaction was complete. Gu Nianwei took the blind box and tapped it gently with a bamboo hammer. Still white light. It was still as faint and plain as ever. Gu Nianwei picked up a small, round lid from the wood shavings. It seemed to be the lid of some kind of bottle, with the words "one more try" written inside. She looked at the bottle cap in her hand, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, about to ask Wang Li what "one more bottle" meant. Just then, from the other side of the canyon, another set of footsteps echoed. Another group of cultivators had been drawn over by the neon lights. This group was dressed in uniform black and gold attire, their aura sharp and aggressive, starkly contrasting with the gentle style of the Shenqing Holy Land. Upon seeing Gu Nianwei and Zhang Kanyang behind her, they paused for a moment before their faces hardened with suspicion and hostility. People from the Lingxiao Holy Land. Zhang Kanyang muttered under his breath, instinctively gripping his weapon tighter. The Shenqing Holy Land and the Lingxiao Holy Land were 2 neighboring sacred lands, constantly vying for resources. Their disciples had always been bitter rivals, and encountering each other in the secret realm was like enemies meeting, filled with intense hatred. As this group appeared, more figures emerged from the shadows around them, all cultivators from the Lingxiao Holy Land and its affiliated sects. They quietly surrounded Wang Li's stall, forming a standoff with Gu Nianwei's group. At the forefront stood a tall, handsome man with an air of arrogance that refused to fade from his brows. He was none other than Xiao Tians, the leader of the Lingxiao Holy Land's expedition into the secret realm and a core disciple of the Lingxiao Holy Land. A disciple beside him, with a sharp nose and a monkey-like face, noticed the bottle cap in Gu Nianwei's hand and immediately opened his mouth to mock her. Hey, isn't that from the Shenqing Holy Land? Shut up. Xiao Tians uttered the 2 words casually, and the disciple fell silent, dared not say another word. Everyone assumed that Xiao Tians would, as usual, direct his hostility toward Gu Nianwei, sparking a showdown between the heirs of the sacred lands. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Tians' gaze swept past Gu Nianwei, not even lingering on her for an instant. His gaze was firmly fixed on the man who had been leaning against the tricycle the entire time, a man with no spiritual energy fluctuations, yet remained as relaxed as if he were sunbathing in his own backyard amidst the tense standoff between the 2 sacred lands. I hear there's a mysterious man in Shenwu City selling opportunities. Xiao Tians paused. I suppose that must be you, sir? At these words, Zhang Kanyang and the others behind Gu Nianwei's back paled slightly. Xiao Tians completely ignored the leader of the Shenqing Holy Land and addressed a street vendor directly. This was a blatant insult. Wang Li sat up straight in the cart, sizing up Xiao Tians with a mix of curiosity and admiration. I dare not claim to be a prodigy, I'm just a box seller. Wang Li changed the subject, pointing to his stall, but these blind boxes of mine do have a connection to the word fate. However, they are selective, only those with great fortune can open them. He leaned in closer, as if studying Xiao Tian's features, muttering, I see that you have a full forehead, walk like a dragon and a tiger, and are surrounded by a purple aura. You have the aura of a nobleman. This is no ordinary fortune. A disciple from the Lingxiao Holy Land immediately shouted, How dare you? Stop speaking nonsense about my senior brother. Hey, calm down. Wang Li waved his hand, wearing an expression that said, You commoners don't understand, and continued addressing Xiao Tians. Others have fortune, but you have destiny. It's predestined. Do you understand? Others come here to gamble, but you come here to go through the motions to claim your exclusive reward. Interesting. Xiao Tians suddenly smiled, staring at Wang Li with a gleam in his eyes. If that's the case, let's give it a try. He snapped his fingers, and a dazzling spirit crystal traced a perfect arc, landing precisely on Wang Li's stall. Let me see what kind of quality my fate has in your box. Chapter 35, Flying Shadow Armor, Fusion. Wang Li casually tossed a blind box along with a small bamboo hammer over. Xiao Tian's caught the items and tapped the wooden box lightly. Crack! The wooden box cracked open. The next instant. Boom! A dazzling purple glow erupted from the cracked wooden box. The light was overwhelming, shooting straight into the sky and instantly engulfing the entire canyon. Wang Li's pride and joy, his cyberpunk neon sign, paled in comparison to the purple light, its neon glow flickering dimly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The light came as quickly as it went. An ancient jade tablet, shrouded in a purple aura, floated quietly in mid-air. SSS-tier. The sound of people gasping in astonishment echoed through the air. Zhang Kanyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He looked at the other's purple light blazing into the sky, then thought of his own thank you for your patronage white light. His face turned as red as a pig's liver, jealous to the point of bursting. Even Gun Yanwei, who had remained composed and aloof, couldn't hide the astonishment on her face. Such a treasure was no ordinary item. Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's voice, which sounded precisely on time. Wrist Hero Skill Card 1. Grade Platinum. Origin League of Legends. Effect optimized, upon use, significantly enhances physical strength and instantly masters 4 ultimate combat techniques. Subdue with might, both fists deal armor-piercing and shock damage. Crushing Fist, grabs enemies on both sides and forces a head-on collision. Charged Punch, gathers all body strength to deliver a devastating blow to a fan-shaped area in front. If strength is accumulated to its peak, deals true damage. Astonishing, grabs a single enemy, leaps into the air, and crashes down, causing an area of effect impact. Limited to 1 hour. Wang Li listened to the system's lengthy description, his lips twitching slightly. Wow, these skill descriptions are brimming with violent aesthetics. Xiao Tian's extended his hand, and the purple jade tablet fell into his palm. He could clearly sense the explosive power contained within the jade tablet, a pure, unadulterated, battle-born will to fight. He suppressed his excitement and looked at Wang Li. Sir, may I ask where this item comes from? Wang Li cleared his throat and spoke in a mysterious tone, slowly uttering a few words. A supreme inheritance. He pointed at the jade tablet. It contains the lifetime of knowledge of a great cultivator who specialized in the path of proving one's strength through physical power. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. May I ask the name of this master? And what is the level of his cultivation? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. One who could leave behind such a legacy must be a terrifying existence that shook the ages. The entire canyon fell deathly silent. Everyone strained their ears, even their breathing slowed unconsciously, fearing they might miss a single word. Xiao Tian's gaze grew even more intense. This jade slip was tailor-made for him. Wang Li leaned lazily against the cart, crossing his legs, tapping his fingers lightly on his knees, as if recalling some distant memory. He didn't answer directly but instead chuckled and asked, the so-called realms you speak of, are you referring to the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul stages? Xiao Tian's paused, then nodded instinctively, exactly. Then you've asked the wrong person. Wang Li shook his finger, speaking with a tone that refused to be ordinary. This great being does not cultivate spiritual energy, does not contemplate the heavens and earth, and certainly does not concern himself with any so-called great Tao. These words caused an uproar throughout the crowd. Not cultivating spiritual energy? Not seeking the Tao? Then what's the point of cultivating immortality? Isn't he just an ordinary mortal? He only cultivates his fists. Wang Li's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears, carrying an inexplicable charm. He rose from the filthiest, bloodiest underground arena, step by step. With each punch and kick, he shattered everyone's rules and forged his own path. His reputation was earned through combat, not cultivation. Wang Li paused, then uttered 2 words. Wrist Master. As for his realm. Wang Li's lips curled into a playful smile. His realm is defiance. Whoever dares to challenge him, he'll fight them until they submit. These crude yet utterly domineering words left everyone present speechless. What kind of realm is that? But Xiao Tian's listened with gleaming eyes. This was the true path of a true warrior. Simple. Pure. Brutal. His fists can shatter any protective spiritual light and shake your internal organs. He can grab 2 enemies by the head with 1 hand each, forcing them into a brutal close encounter. He can channel all the pain and anger he endures into a destructive force, then unleash it with a single punch. When this force reaches its peak, the blow he delivers is true damage, ignoring any treasures or defenses you possess, striking directly at your flesh and soul. As for the final move, Wang Li dragged out the last syllable, building up everyone's anticipation to a fever pitch before finally letting out a couple of whistling sounds. He'll grab an unlucky soul, leap high into the air, and then crash back down to the ground with the force of a thunderbolt. The scene, the commotion. It's truly breathtaking. But it can only last for an hour. With each word Wang Li spoke, Xiao Tian's expression grew brighter. By the time Wang Li finished speaking, Xiao Tian's face was already filled with fervor. As for the fact that it only lasts an hour, Xiao Tian's had already forgotten about it. Zhang Kanyang, standing nearby, turned green with envy. He looked at the inheritance the other guy had received, then thought about his own thank you for your patronage, and jealousy made his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all twist in agony. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why? Why the hell why? This path. Xiao Tian suppressed his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Truly, so domineering. If that's the case. Xiao Tian's eyes blazed with a terrifying light. He crushed the jade tablet in his hand without a moment's hesitation. Such a supreme inheritance forged for battle, wasn't it meant for someone like him, a chosen one of destiny? What was there to wait for? Use it directly. Boom! A torrent of unmatched, ferocious power surged through Xiao Tian's limbs, causing his bones to crackle and his muscles to swell at a visible speed. A faint golden flame erupted around his body. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Xiao Tian felt the explosive power surging through his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and glared directly at Gun Yanwei across from him. Ha, let you all try the might of this supreme inheritance. Before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath his feet erupted with a thunderous explosion, and his entire body transformed into a blur, charging straight forward. Gun Yanwei's heart raced with alarm. This man's aura was rising rapidly, far surpassing the realm of the Foundation establishment stage. She dared not hesitate, drawing her long sword and sweeping it through the air to form a sword flower, attempting to block the attack. But Xiao Tian didn't flinch or dodge. His fist, shrouded in golden light, slammed straight toward her. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Gun Yanwei felt an unstoppable force surge through her sword, causing it to emit a mournful cry. She was violently knocked backward, tumbling wildly on the ground for several circles before finally coming to a stop. Ha 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 ha! That's awesome! So awesome! Xiao Tian laughed up at the sky, feeling an endless supply of strength coursing through his body. He charged toward Gun Yanwei once more. Gun Yanwei clenched her teeth tightly, knowing she couldn't match his strength and could only rely on her agility to evade his attacks. On the other side, the disciples of Lingxiao Holy Land, seeing their senior brother displaying such overwhelming power, grinned savagely and closed in on Zhang Kanyang and the others. Damn it! Zhang Kanyang looked at the enemies closing in and then at Gun Yanwei, who was being overwhelmed, and made up his mind. I'll fight you to the death. He roared, raising his axe, and charged headlong at a disciple of the Lingxiao Holy Land without a thought for his own life. The scene erupted into chaos, with swords and axes flashing and spiritual energy flying everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Wang Li remained seated steadily in the back of his tricycle, even yawning as if the fierce battle between the disciples of the sacred land was no more exciting than a street fight. Just then, boom! A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the center of the canyon. The ground cracked instantly, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Immediately afterward, a BGM began to play out of nowhere. You carry the burden, I'll lead the horse. The dust slowly dispersed, revealing a figure crouching in the center of the massive crater, maintaining a cool landing pose. It was Gu Ruoxu. He faced the stunned gazes of everyone present, slowly straightening his body, and brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes. Wang Li watched his flashy moves and twitched the corner of his mouth. He sure knows how to put on a show. I almost wanted to punch him myself. As Gu Ruoxu appeared, dozens of figures swiftly emerged from the shadows surrounding the canyon, encircling the entire battlefield. It was the main force of the Xianqing Holy Land, arriving just in time. Feng Chen, Li Ran, and Zhou Tong were among them. As soon as they spotted Wang Li, they rushed over eagerly, guarding the tricycle. Gu Ruoxu's gaze swept across the entire battlefield, finally settling on Xiao Tian's, who was brimming with arrogance. A golden core cultivator in such peak condition? This is interesting. He beckoned to Xiao Tian's with a flick of his finger. Big guy, your opponent is me. After speaking, he struck an overly dramatic pose, holding the flying shadow summoner in his hand. Listen to your lullaby. Hum. A blue-white light shot into the sky, and a sleek, stylish set of armor materialized out of thin air, piece by piece, covering Gu Ruoxu's body. Flying Shadow Armor, Merge. Chapter 36, Smash It. Armor Merge. A cold, mechanical voice boomed from Gu Ruoxu's armor, echoing throughout the entire canyon. All the sounds of battle and screams on the battlefield came to an abrupt halt. Everyone froze in place, staring intently at the figure shrouded in blue-white light. Damn, that's so cool. That was the only thought in the minds of all the male cultivators present. The streamlined blue and white armor exuded a futuristic and powerful aura. Red compound eye guards covered the eyes, and a dragon and phoenix-adorned fey character on the chest was the epitome of arrogance. This thing is a million times cooler than any flying sword or magical artifact. It's Senior Brother Gu. It's Senior Brother Gu's armor. Senior Brother Gu is mighty. After the initial silence, the side of the Xianqing Holy Land erupted into a deafening roar of cheers. All the disciples were as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their morale skyrocketing. All flash and no substance. Xiao Tian looked at the flashy transformation before him and snorted disdainfully. In his eyes, such reliance on external aids was nothing but a side path. How could it compare to the pure, world-shattering power within his own body? Before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded into a deep crater. His entire body was enveloped in a domineering golden aura, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, hurtling straight toward Gu Ruoxu. Gu Ruoxu saw this and lowered his body slightly, adopting a fighting stance. He did not dodge or retreat. Facing the unstoppable golden streak of light, he swung his fist forward as well. A fist encased in blue and white armor collided with a fist shrouded in golden flames. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the canyon. The golden flames and blue-white armor collided violently, sending a furious shockwave radiating outward from the two combatants, sweeping up sand and stones into the sky. The ground cracked inch by inch, forming a deep depression beneath their feet from the sheer force of their impact. The two were evenly matched. Xiao Tian's eyes burned with even greater intensity. He felt as though every drop of blood in his body was on fire. Meanwhile, Gu Ruoxu's body beneath the armor trembled slightly. A mere moment's pause. The two moved again. Clang! 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 The dull sounds of impact echoed continuously, as fists shrouded in golden light struck the chest and armors of the flying shadow armor time and again, sparking a string of sparks. Bang! 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 The piercing sound of metal grinding echoed throughout the arena, as the iron fists encased in armor struck Xiao Tian's bulging muscles with equal force, each blow sending out a visible wave of air. Ha 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 ha! Battle, so satisfying! Xiao Tian laughed wildly, his voice filled with unbridled battle intent. The more he fought, the more excited he became, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Wang Li sat on the tricycle, watching the two figures locked in a fierce battle in the arena, shaking his head. This Gu Ruoxu had completely forgotten everything he had said earlier. The essence of the flying shadow armor lies in speed and the unpredictable leg techniques. Now he's trying to show off by going head-to-head with a tough guy who's inherited the wrist master title. Isn't that just plain stupid? If this keeps up, he won't last much longer. Gu Nianwei shifted her gaze away from the two monsters in the ring. Her brother is holding his own for now. Let's clear out these minor foes first. Disciples of the Xianqing Holy Land, heed my command. Her cold voice wasn't loud, but it drowned out the roar of the entire arena. Surround and eliminate the remnants of the Lingxiao Holy Land. After the battle, come find me to record your merits. Kill. The morale of the Xianqing Holy Land forces soared, their eyes turning red as they charged toward the enemy. Brothers! What are you afraid of? Let's fight them to the death. Shenfei, a disciple of the Lingxiao Holy Land with a sharp nose and monkey-like features, saw the situation and could only grit his teeth, raising his long spear to encourage his men. But before he could finish speaking, a white figure had already closed in on him. Too fast. Shenfei's pupils contracted sharply, and he could only manage to hold his spear horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Gu Nianwei's sword tip struck the spear shaft with precision, unleashing a tremendous force. Shenfei felt an unstoppable force surge through him, sending him flying backward. He collided with two of his own men before crashing to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. This single blow ignited the powder keg. Kill them all! Avenge our brothers! The two groups clashed violently, swords and blades flashing, spiritual energy erupting in all directions, and the sound of battle cries shook the heavens. Feng Chen and Li Ran exchanged a glance, sharing a knowing, mischievous smile, and quietly made their way to the edge of the battlefield. Hey, buddy, I want to fight you fairly. Feng Chen said to a disciple of the Lingxiao Holy Land. The disciple froze. A fair fight? Put. Li Ran's dagger had already pierced his waist from behind. The two clapped hands and then sneaked around looking for their next target. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong had already flown into the air. His left hand held a ball of fire, his right a icicle, and he muttered incantations. Take this massive fireball spell. Taste my chain lightning. Is his spiritual energy almost depleted? Without batting an eyelid, he reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a handful of pills, stuffing them into his mouth like candy. His complexion instantly turned rosy. Firepower deficiency phobia? Not a chance. Alone, he managed to create the momentum of a magical cannon, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the crowd below. The entire canyon descended into chaos. There were reckless charges, desperate defenses, and treacherous backstabs. But all of this was merely the backdrop for the true showdown. The true storm raged on at the very center of the canyon. Xiao Tian glanced sideways at the other side of the battlefield, his heart sinking suddenly. Gu Nianwei's white-clad figure was like a merciless god of death, and wherever her sword light touched, disciples of the Lingxiao Holy Land fell like dumplings. No! If he kept dragging this out with this tin can, his men would be slaughtered to the last man. A thought exploded in his mind. He forced himself to withstand a powerful punch from the flying shadow armor, his chest caved in, but the golden aura surged even more violently. Now! Xiao Tian didn't retreat instead, he charged forward, abandoning all defense. He spread his arms wide and lunged directly toward Gu Ruoxu. Ignoring the excruciating pain from the armor's fists pounding his body, his arms clamped down like iron bands, firmly locking the still attacking flying shadow armor. You! Gu Ruoxu was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a reckless, injury-inducing tactic. The finishing move is coming. Xiao Tian roared furiously, his leg muscles bulging as the ground beneath him erupted with a thunderous explosion. Holding the heavy flying shadow armor, he transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky. It was the very technique Wang Li had mentioned, truly breathtaking. Trouble. The disciples of the Shenqing Holy Land below looked up in horror, seeing a massive black shadow rapidly growing larger above their heads. Xiaotians forced his body to twist midair, using Gu Ruoxu in his arms as a human cannonball, aiming at the densest crowd of Shenqing Holy Land disciples below, and slammed him down with all his might. Smash them. Chapter 37, Breaking Through 10,000 Laws. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, causing the earth to wail in agony. The entire canyon trembled, and a massive crater erupted in the crowd, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that tore apart over a dozen cultivators in an instant. For a moment, severed limbs and blood rained down from the sky. Xiaotians, who had endured Gu Ruoxu's relentless attacks, now had a layer of faint golden aura surrounding him. At this moment, it had intensified to its peak, transforming into blinding golden light. His heroic intent was at its peak. He raised his right fist, which had gathered all the damage and anger, wrapped in peak-level energy. Now, it's your turn. Charging his punch, he swung it out with brutal force. Boom! The golden fist beam, channeling the peak of his resolve, transformed into a devastating fan-shaped shockwave, ruthlessly sweeping away everything in its path. The sleek, streamlined armor of the flying shadow armor, unable to withstand the true damage that ignored all defenses, shattered inch by inch, peeling away in fragments, and eventually disintegrated into a shower of light, vanishing with a mournful cry. Put! Gu Ruoxu's background music abruptly stopped. His entire body plummeted like a blood gushing out as he crashed heavily into the ground. He twitched twice before fainting unconscious. Behind him, the dozens of disciples from the Shenqing Holy Land within the cone-shaped area didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized by the golden light of destruction, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. Junior brother. Gu Nianwei's pupils contracted sharply. Warm blood spattered her cheeks, yet she felt no warmth, only a bone-chilling coldness. The disciples who had been alive just moments ago, the younger brothers who had smiled and greeted her, were gone, like that? A surge of indescribable grief and murderous intent erupted within her chest, causing the long sword in her hands to emit a piercing, mournful hum. Now, it's your turn. Xiaotian slowly withdrew his fist, feeling the surge of power recede like a tide, but the fervent battle intent on his face only grew stronger. He looked at Gu Nianwei, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Before his words had even finished, the ground beneath his feet erupted once more, and he transformed into a cannonball, charging straight toward Gu Nianwei. Gu Nianwei clenched her teeth, her toes touching the ground, and her body drifted backward. Boom! Xiaotian's punch missed its mark, slamming into the sheer cliff behind him. The rock-hard cliff was shattered into a deep crater by the force of his blow, but his unstoppable fist was somehow lodged in the mountain, unable to be pulled out. You dog! Take this ice and fire double strike. Zhou Tong, hovering mid-air, saw this and his eyes turned blood red. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he squeezed the last remnants of his spiritual energy, unleashing countless fireballs and ice spikes that rained down on the immobilized Xiaotians. Damn it! Did Zhou Tong take the wrong medicine today? He's so fierce. Li Ran, who was stabbing someone in the waist at the edge of the battlefield, was so shocked by Zhou Tong's reckless actions that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. A mere fly dares to be so bold. Xiaotians roared in anger, his body covered in dust and debris from the relentless magical attacks. His left arm tensed, and with a sudden burst of strength, he managed to pull his right fist out of the mountain wall. He leaped into the air, his legs propelling him upward, and delivered a ferocious punch straight at Zhou Tong in mid-air. Just then, a deadly chill swept in from behind. Xiaotian's battle-hardened instincts made his heart race, and he forced himself to twist his body mid-air. Whoosh! Gu Nianwei's figure had appeared behind him at some point, and she thrust her sword forward, the tip grazing his lower back. A thin line of blood appeared, but the moment the blood began to seep out, it was instantly frozen by the extreme cold emanating from the sword's blade. A chilling coldness surged through the wound, violently penetrating his body. Oomph! Xiaotians grunted, the remaining Wanhao energy within him surged violently, and a golden flame erupted, forcing the cold energy out of his body. Gu Nianwei, unable to inflict a serious wound with her strike, furrowed her brows. The man before her was an unstoppable monster. Just then, Li Ran below suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, cursing Xiaotians. You bastard from the Xiao clan! You cheating piece of trash! Can't beat us, so you resort to cheating, huh? I'll kill you! As he cursed, he also threw harmless fireballs at Xiaotians, his actions brimming with provocation. These spells caused no harm to Xiaotians, but his words were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into his pride, which had swollen to an extreme due to his power. You're asking for death. Xiaotian's anger was instantly ignited. He completely disregarded Gu Nianwei, who posed the greatest threat to him, and turned around, diving straight toward Li Ran below. Li Ran watched the figure charging toward him with the force of thunder, and was so scared that he turned and ran. The direction he ran toward was the massive crater created earlier by Gu Ruoxu. As the fist the size of a clay pot was about to smash into the back of his head, Li Ran suddenly slammed on the brakes and came to a halt. He turned around to face the enraged Xiaotians, his face adorned with an eerie smile. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped Li Ran, turning him into a golden statue, motionless yet exuding an aura of invincibility. Stopwatch, start. Boom! Xiao Tian's fist struck the golden statue with tremendous force, producing a dull, thunderous sound. His fist was once again stuck. A golden opportunity. Gu Nianwei's figure appeared like a ghost beside Xiao Tian's. All the sorrow and anger in her eyes had turned into a cold, lifeless void, channeled entirely into the long sword in her hands. Shenqing sword technique. Her voice was as soft as a breeze. Fourth form. At the tip of the sword, a single point of pure darkness, as if capable of devouring all light, flickered into existence. Annihilation. The sword light pierced directly toward the pit. Put. That point of darkness, which seemed to devour all light, pierced precisely into Xiao Tian's back. But it did not pierce through. At the last possible moment, Xiao Tian's relied on his beast-like combat instincts to forcefully twist his body aside by an inch, avoiding the fatal heart region. Even so, the annihilating sword intent still clung to him like maggots on a bone, surgingly into his body, tearing apart his internal organs. Ugh! Xiao Tian's let out a gut-wrenching scream that didn't sound human, then swung his fist backward with all the remaining strength in his wrist, unleashing a furious blow. The force of the punch pushed Gu Nianwei back. The golden flames within his body surged violently, forcibly washing away the cold sword intent. However, the injuries were real and left their mark. The excruciating pain completely ignited his savagery. Ah! Xiao Tian's eyes turned blood red. He no longer cared about Gu Nianwei, turning around and charging straight toward Li Ran, who had just broken free from the golden body effect and was still lying on the ground. He intended to kill this lowly insect who had injured him with such underhanded tactics. Junior brother. Gu Nianwei let out a piercing scream as she watched the fist, as large as a clay pot, about to crush Li Ran's head into a pulp. She was too late to save him. Endless despair and grief erupted in that moment. A strange, indescribable aura suddenly spread out from Gu Nianwei at its center. It wasn't spiritual energy, nor was it divine consciousness. It was a deprivation of the very rules of existence. Wherever the aura passed, the active spiritual energy in the air instantly fell silent, as if an invisible hand had forcibly erased it from this world. Wang Li, who had been leaning against the truck bed watching the commotion, suddenly stood up straight. It's here! Breaking all laws! Invisible ripples swept across a radius of 500 meters. At that very moment, Xiao Tian's fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, struck Li Ran's back with a thunderous crash. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. Li Ran was sent flying by the punch, landing on the ground with a thud. Despite the excruciating pain, not even a scratch marred his skin. What's going on? Xiao Tian's froze in place. He looked down at his fist, then at Li Ran, who was still rolling on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. He looked inward at his dantian, where spiritual energy surged like a sea, yet why couldn't he summon it? The spiritual energy seemed to be separated by an impenetrable barrier visible yet intangible. No matter how he circulated his techniques or activated his meridians, there was no response. The surrounding celestial and earthly spiritual energy had completely severed their connection. This wasn't happening to him alone. The entire canyon, which had been filled with the sound of battle cries and bursts of spiritual light just a moment ago, had now fallen into complete silence. All the cultivators, whether from the Xinqing Holy Land or the Lingxiao Holy Land, remained frozen in mid-attack, their faces blank with confusion. A disciple who was about to throw a fireball found himself holding only a ball of warm air in his hand. Zhou Tong, who was flying in the sky, plummeted straight down. Except for Wang Li in the center of the rules, Gu Nianwei. Everyone, in that moment, was reduced to ordinary mortals. Chapter 38. I want to open a blind box. My spiritual energy, what's happening? Xiao Tian's let out a furious roar. He could clearly feel the sea of spiritual energy in his dantian still surging, but no matter how he circulated his cultivation techniques, his meridians remained empty, as if blocked by an invisible dam, unable to summon even the slightest bit. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth was completely cut off from him, turning into an intangible mirage. This sense of powerlessness was driving him mad. Damn it! On the other side, Li Ran, who had been knocked to the ground by a single punch, crawled to his feet with a start. He looked at his hands in confusion, unable to produce even a spark, then glanced around at everyone else, who stood frozen in place, their expressions blank and bewildered. Glancing at Gu Nianwei, who stood there with her eyes closed, her aura faint and ethereal, a flash of realization struck him. That's it. Break all techniques. As Feng Chen had mentioned, it was Gu Nianwei's trump card. In this domain, everyone except senior sister Gu was an ordinary mortal. In an instant, the pain in his waist vanished, the soreness in his back disappeared, and the humiliation and fear from being beaten dissipated like smoke. In their place arose an unprecedented sense of arrogance and defiance. Li Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, pointing at Xiao Tian's, who was still raging helplessly, and cursed furiously. You shall. Try being arrogant again. You think you're so great because you're out of mana? Come on, let's settle this with our fists. As he cursed, he gave a nod to Feng Chen, who was standing beside him, equally bewildered. Feng Chen, what are you waiting for? Take him down. This guy is just a muscle-bound fool with no brains. Feng Chen immediately understood, and the two of them exchanged lecherous grins before charging forward, one on each side, bellowing like wild beasts. Take this turtle punch. Taste my groin kick. The two of them unleashed a barrage of attacks on Xiao Tian's muscular body, but their punches landed like raindrops, only producing a series of dull thuds. Inside the truck bed, Wang Li shook his head in disbelief. Two idiots. Wrist strength is pure physical power. What does it have to do with spiritual energy? With just these two scrawny guys, even 10 of them couldn't break through Xiao Tian's defense. As expected. Get lost. Xiao Tian, annoyed by two flies buzzing around him, finally lost his temper. He didn't even bother to use his fists, he simply turned his hand and slapped Li Ran across the face with a resounding smack. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Li Ran was sent flying into the air like a spinning top, landing several meters away with a thud, his eyes spinning. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian kicked Feng Chen in the stomach. Ugh! Feng Chen flew backward like a cooked shrimp, landing on the ground and making the crater Li Ran had created even deeper. Damn it! The intelligence was wrong. The wind is picking up, let's get out of here. The two scrambled to their feet, frantically rummaging through their storage bags for pills, shoving them into their mouths without even looking, then sprinted toward the canyon exit without a glance back. Their speed was more than 10 times faster than when they had arrived. Xiao Tian's bloodshot eyes finally locked onto the white-clad figure. It's you! It must be you who did this. The rage and murderous intent in his chest found an outlet, his leg muscles bulging violently, the hard rock beneath his feet cracking inch by inch under the sheer force of his bare body. Die! He charged forward like a raging bull, unleashing a torrent of wind as he delivered a punch toward the unsuspecting Gu Nianwei. This punch, though devoid of spiritual energy, contained a force rivaling that of a peak chi cultivation practitioner. However, just as the fist, as large as a clay pot, was about to make contact with Gu Nianwei, she, who had been standing motionless with her eyes closed, did not even flicker an eyelid. Hum. A faint sword chirp. The spirit sword suspended silently beside her seemed to come to life, transforming into a silver bolt of lightning that sliced through the air without a sound. There was no earth-shaking momentum, only the utmost precision and coldness. Put! Xiao Tian's charging form suddenly froze. He looked down in disbelief, staring at the sword tip that had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. The sword blade showed no signs of spiritual energy, yet it carried an irresistible sharpness that belonged to the rules. The life force within his body was being ruthlessly drained away along with the blood flowing freely. Why? Xiao Tian struggled to turn his head, using his last ounce of strength to gaze at the cold, beautiful face before him, his eyes filled with endless confusion and resentment. Why, can your sword still move? Why, can you still use your power? He couldn't fathom it even in death. How had he lost? Thud! The towering figure crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The canyon fell into a deathly silence. The intangible domain slowly dissipated, and the suppressed spiritual energy began to stir once more in the air. All the cultivators felt the power that had been stripped from them slowly returning. They stared blankly at the gradually cooling corpse on the ground, then looked at Gu Nianwei, who still stood there with her eyes closed, as if a goddess had descended from the heavens, their minds a blank. Wang Li looked at the mysterious aura emanating from her body, deep in thought. This epiphany seemed like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. As the domain that had stripped away all rules quietly dissipated, the dormant spiritual energy of heaven and earth once again began to flow joyfully through the air. Gu Nianwei opened her eyes. Her spiritual energy had not increased significantly, but her entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Every movement she made seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the world around her. The bottleneck of the Yuan infant stage was as thin as a cicada's wing before her, ready to be pierced with a single push. But she was in no hurry, she needed deeper cultivation. She walked straight to Wang Li's tricycle and bowed deeply. Then she turned around, her cold face devoid of any emotion. The remaining disciples of the Lingxiao Holy Land, who had just regained their senses from the relief of recovering their spiritual energy, saw her raise her hand. A single word escaped her lips. Kill. Before the words had even finished echoing, she had already transformed into a white blur, her long sword sweeping through the air, leaving a trail of blood-red blossoms in its wake. The slaughter had begun. The disciples of the Xianqing sacred land, seeing this, charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Within the canyon, the recently subsided screams once again echoed through the heavens, only to fall into complete silence in an instant. The smell of blood was so thick it made one want to vomit. Gu Nianwei walked over to the unconscious Gu Ruoxu, casually infusing a strand of spiritual energy into his body. He groaned softly and slowly regained consciousness. Sis. As Gu Ruoxu opened his eyes, he saw his sister's cold face. He tried to say something, but Gu Nianwei didn't even bother to look at him again. She turned around and walked back to the old three-wheeled cart. Driver. Gu Nianwei's voice remained cold, but this time, there was a faint, barely perceptible, longing. I want to open a blind box. Chapter 39, Wang Yangming's School of Mind. Wang Li leaned against the tricycle, watching Gu Nianwei, who had just undergone an epiphany and now exuded an ethereal, otherworldly aura. A playful smile played at the corners of his mouth. Same as always, single draw for 1 spirit crystal, 10 draws for 10 spirit crystals. No exceptions, no exceptions. Gu Nianwei didn't waste any words, only coldly uttering 2 characters. 10 pulls. As soon as she finished speaking, she flipped her hand, and a storage pouch still warm from Xiao Tian's body appeared in her palm. It was the loot she had taken from the still warm corpse. With a flick of her divine consciousness, 10 crystal clear spirit crystals, so dense with spiritual energy they seemed almost tangible, floated before her and slowly drifted toward Wang Li. The disciples of the Xinqing Holy Land, including Gu Ruoxu, who had just been helped to his feet and was still dazed, were all stunned. Wow! Kill, loot, and consume on the spot. This entire process was executed flawlessly, without a single unnecessary movement. It was truly ruthless. Alright. Wang Li took the spirit crystal, his smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. He quickly counted out 10 square blind boxes from the truck bed, along with a small bamboo hammer, and handed them over. Fairy, please open the box. May you strike the jackpot and have endless good luck. At that moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued to the extreme. The canyon, which had just been engulfed in a bloody battle and still reeked of the heavy scent of rust, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. All the surviving disciples, whether from the Xinqing Holy Land or the affiliated sects, instinctively gathered around, stretching their necks and holding their breath, afraid to disturb the impending miracle. They had witnessed Gu Ruoxu's armored transformation and Gu Nianwei's mysterious, law-defying domain. All of this traced back to the dilapidated 3-wheeled cart in those ordinary-looking wooden boxes. At the edge of the crowd, Li Ran, with a bruised face, lowered his voice and nudged Feng Chen with his elbow, his voice trembling with excitement. Damn it, what do you think senior sister Gu will open this time? Gu Nianwei paid no heed to the commotion around her. Her cold, clear eyes were fixed solely on the 10 blind boxes before her. She picked up the first small wooden box and weighed the little bamboo hammer in her hand. Her hand rose, and the hammer fell. The motion was swift and decisive, without a single moment of hesitation. Click! The wooden box shattered into pieces. Boom! A purple glow shot into the sky. Purple! It's purple! Oh my god, the first one was purple! Someone in the crowd let out a startled cry, their voice trembling. The glow slowly faded, revealing a plain, ancient-looking book lying quietly among the fragments of the wooden box. What the hell? It's a book? Li Ran, with a bruised and swollen face, nearly popped his eyes out of his head as he pushed forward desperately. What book? Could it be the second installment of Learning to Slay Gods in a Mental Hospital? Feng Chen also stretched his neck, his face brimming with anticipation. Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's prompt sound, which rang out precisely on schedule. Wang Yangming's School of Mind. Another book of unknown grade. It seems like it could open any kind of light. Gu Nianwei picked up the book, its cover adorned with 5 elegantly written ancient characters. Boss, what's this? She looked up, her voice tinged with a hint of surprise she hadn't even noticed herself. Wang Li glanced at the title and spoke slowly. A book about the heart. He paused, observing Gu Nianwei's pensive expression, and continued, techniques, spiritual power, and supernatural abilities are all external things. They are the cultivation of technique. But this book cultivates the Tao, the inner source. As for Wang Yangming, he was a man. A man who, in another world, could be called a sage. Wang Li changed the subject abruptly and asked, did you rely on spiritual energy for your sudden enlightenment just now? Gu Nianwei's body trembled again, and a tidal wave surged in her heart. That power that stripped away the rules of heaven and earth was a pure intention, a domineering thought that declared, I believe you cannot do it, so you truly cannot. Wang Li smiled and said no more, merely pointing to the book. Your path may lie within. Gu Nianwei put away the book and did not immediately open it. She pressed the book tightly against her chest, feeling the resonance with her own path, then lifted her head and picked up the second blind box. Everyone's hearts once again leaped to their throats. The first one was such a sacred object pointing directly to the Tao. What could the second one be? Click. A flash of white light. Thank you for your purchase. Click. Another flash of white light. One warm steamed bun. Click. 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 Gu Nianwei's movements didn't pause for a moment. The small bamboo mallet rose and fell, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, accompanied by one dim white light after another. The hearts of the onlookers, which had been suspended by the purple glow, sank little by little. The canyon fell silent once more, the atmosphere growing awkward. No way, this can't be happening. At the edge of the crowd, Li Ran covered his swollen face and muttered under his breath, Senior Sister Gu must have sacrificed her entire lifespan to that old book. Shut your mouth. Feng Chen gave him a sharp elbow in the ribs. Just as everyone thought this 10 in a row would end in an anticlimax, Gu Nianwei picked up the 7th box. Click. This time, the sound of the wooden box shattering was unusually dull. Scratch. A cold, sharp, and murderous blue light burst forth from the fragments. As the light faded, a pitch-black, menacing magic artifact lay there motionless. It was about as tall as a person, covered in sharp, angular metal lines. The front end was a thick, long iron tube capable of holding an adult's fist, emitting a faint, icy glow. The rear end featured an odd-shaped support frame, with a delicate cylindrical object mounted in the center. The entire artifact exuded a terrifying aura that seemed to say, "I can shatter anything." None of the cultivators present recognized this object. Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's voice. Barrett. Grade, Gold. Exists in multiple worlds. Effect optimized, infuses spiritual energy to fire, can be charged. High damage, long range, strong armor piercing capability. This item is called Barrett. Wang Li's voice echoed softly, breaking the silence, a long-range weapon of destruction. He pointed at the menacing gun barrel and explained, "No arrows, no talismans, simply infuse it with spiritual energy to activate. The more powerful the spiritual energy, the more terrifying the force." Gu Nianwei picked up the weapon named Barrett, feeling its cold, heavy weight in her hands. She didn't ask any further questions, she simply put it away and continued opening the remaining blind boxes. Unfortunately, the last 3 boxes yielded only 3 faint white lights. After finishing the blind boxes, Gu Nianwei didn't linger for a moment, not even glancing at anyone else. She turned and walked away, her solitary figure quickly disappearing into the unknown darkness of the canyon's depths. As Gu Nianwei's resolute figure vanished, the deathly silence on the scene was suddenly shattered, erupting into chaos. "Boss! Boss! It's my turn! It's my turn! It's my turn! I want to open one too! Money isn't an issue!" Feng Chen, Li Ran, and Zhou Tong rushed forward like 3 starving wolves sensing blood, scrambling and pushing their way to the tricycle, their eyes bloodshot, shoving the other disciples aside. "One at a time, don't rush. Everyone will get a turn." Wang Li looked at the 3 battered and excited men, their faces contorted with anticipation, and his smile grew even broader. "I'll go first." Feng Chen shoved Li Ran aside and slammed a heavy storage bag onto the truck bed with a loud thud, shouting menacingly, "Wang Gu! Give me 10 too." Chapter 40, The Mysterious Seed. Wang Li pushed the 10 blind boxes and the signature small bamboo hammer toward Feng Chen. Feng Chen's breathing grew heavy, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at the 10 small wooden boxes. He snatched the bamboo hammer, raised it high, and shouted at the surrounding crowd. "Everyone watch closely. What do you call a chosen one? Today, I'll show you all." With that, he swung the hammer and smashed it down on the first blind box with all his might. Crack! A faint, pale light flickered briefly before vanishing into nothingness. The smile on Feng Chen's face froze. "Put!" Li Ran beside him couldn't hold it in and nearly burst out laughing, quickly covering his pig-like face with his hands, his shoulders shaking as he struggled to contain his laughter. Zhou Tong, however, had no such reservations. He simply crossed his arms and let out a strange laugh. "Oh, so this is the chosen one of fate? What a waste of a good start." The dust-covered man's face twitched slightly. He clenched his teeth and grabbed the second blind box. "Damn it, my mistake. I was just warming up." Click. Another flash of white light, not much brighter than the previous one. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhou Tong couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. The disciples around him joined in, and the tense atmosphere that had been caused by Gu Nianwei instantly turned into joy. "Feng Chen, if you can't do it, switch out. Don't just stand there taking up space." "Exactly. Your luck must have been ruined by stepping in dog poop when you left home." Next. Feng Chen's face had turned as red as a pig's liver. He ignored the taunts, acting like a madman, grabbing the blind box, swinging the small hammer, and smashing it wildly. Crack! 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 A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed through the canyon, accompanied by flashes of despairing white light. A bag of sunflower seeds. Moldy steamed buns. A pair of hole-ridden socks. Feng Chen's movements grew faster and faster, his expression increasingly ferocious. By the time he smashed the 8th box, he was nearly possessed. 8 consecutive misses. The air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Li Ran was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight, holding his stomach and crouching on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "I can't take it anymore, Feng Chen, you've really done it this time, ha." Zhou Tong was laughing so hard he was bending over, pointing at Feng Chen and shouting to the people around him. "Did you see that? That's the fate of a loser. 10 spirit crystals for a sound, and it's even a continuous one. Just for a laugh." The dust-filled air made his chest heave violently as his eyes fixed intently on the last 2 boxes remaining in the truck bed. He trembled as he reached for the 9th box. Bang! The wooden box shattered at the sound. Scratch! A brilliant emerald green light burst forth from the shards, instantly drowning out all the surrounding noise. The laughter echoing through the canyon came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's mouths formed an O shape as they stared intently at the green light. Within the glow, a strange creature began to take shape. It was roughly half a person tall, resembling a 4-legged toad with a hint of a turtle, entirely emerald green with dark patches on its skin. Most peculiar of all, its back bore a massive, garlic-shaped green bulb. It blinked its large red eyes, curiously surveying its surroundings, and emitted a soft, muffled cry. "Dana? Dana?" Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's prompt sound. Bulbasaur seed. Rank, Silver. From Pokemon. Effect can evolve as it grows. The effects after evolution require observation. Feng Chen was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the green turtle with a garlic bulb on its back. Is this a demon beast? Or some kind of spirit plant that had gained sentience? He stood there for a moment, then suddenly turned his head, his voice trembling with confusion as he looked at Wang Li, who remained calm and composed. Brother Wang, what is this thing? Feng Chen's voice was filled with confusion as he stared intently at Wang Li, who remained calm and composed. Wang Li had never seen a living creature emerge from a blind box before, but he remained composed on the surface and quickly regained his composure. Cough, this is called a. He cleared his throat and explained solemnly. In your terms, it's a type of demon beast. But what makes it special is that it can evolve. As for what it will become and what abilities it will possess after evolving, that all depends on how you raise it. Feng Chen was completely taken aback. A demon beast? It can evolve? He looked down at the green, clumsy creature again, his face filled with disgust. How could a demon beast look so ugly? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Bulbasaur seemed to understand human speech. Its big eyes widened and it puffed up, letting out a loud cry. Da na! Da na! Wang Li reached out and stroked the Bulbasaur's head, and the little creature immediately rubbed against his palm affectionately. He glanced at Feng Chen. It's nothing. That guy just looks dumb. Feng Chen. He felt like he'd been hit with a ton of blows, his mindset completely shattered. He didn't bother arguing with this worthless toad anymore. Feng Chen grabbed the last blind box and smashed it with a hammer in despair. Scratch. Another familiar flash of white light. Inside lay a lone glove, completely useless. Feng Chen had completely lost his temper. He resignedly picked up the still dada crying Bulbasaur, slunk out of the crowd, and crouched in a corner to study it. Li Ran saw this and was about to dash forward to seize the opportunity. Just then, from the outskirts of the crowd, a loud, resonant cough echoed throughout the venue. The sound was clearly infused with spiritual energy, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Cough cough. Everyone turned their heads in unison toward the sound. There stood Guruoxu, who had just regained his composure. Though his face was still pale, his eyes had regained their clarity. The disciples of the Xianqing Holy Land surrounding the tricycle quickly made way. Senior Brother Gu! Senior Brother Gu, you go first! Li Ran, who had just taken a step forward, abruptly pulled his foot back, forcing a smile onto his face as he stepped back as well. Right, Senior Brother Gu first. Guruoxu, surrounded by the crowd, walked up to the tricycle. However, he didn't immediately reach for the blind box. Instead, he stared at Wang Li with a tone that seemed to accuse him of something. Mr. Wang, the Fei Ying armor you sold doesn't seem very effective. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell silent once more. Everyone perked up their ears, eager to hear how the boss would respond. Wang Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, instead continuing to wipe the edge of the carpet as he spoke casually. The product is good, it just depends on who uses it. Guruoxu's expression froze. Wang Li finally lifted his head slowly, gave him a sidelong glance, and curled the corners of his mouth into a blatant sneer. It's called Flying Shadow. It's all about speed and agility, emphasizing grace and fluidity. You insist on wearing it and going head to head with others, as stubborn as a fool, charging straight into the fray. Wang Li paused, gave him a once-over from head to toe, then shook his head and delivered the final blow. A brain is a good thing, but it seems like you didn't bring yours. Guruoxu's face turned from pale to a deep crimson. As a genius disciple of the inner sect of the Xianqing Holy Land, he had never been so openly humiliated in front of so many people. But when he saw Wang Li's calm, unconcerned expression, the raging anger in his heart was suddenly extinguished by a chill. Fight? What did he have to fight with? Even his own sister, Gu Nianwei, had to address him respectfully as boss. Going up against him would be suicide. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. Guruoxu's chest rose and fell violently. Finally, all his anger, resentment, and humiliation boiled over into a few words forced out between clenched teeth. Give me 10 blind boxes. Chapter 41, Endless Blade. Beside him, Li Ran watched Guruoxu's face turn red, then darken, before finally erupting in frustration and demanding to open the blind boxes. He couldn't hold back. Put. A faint sound echoed through the silent canyon, piercing the silence. As Li Ran's laughter escaped his lips, he felt dozens of icy stares pierce him like needles. The sensation was akin to being naked and falling into an ice cave. He jolted upright, quickly raising both hands, forcing a smile that was even more painful than crying, and desperately explained to Guruoxu's direction. Senior Brother Gu. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. I was just standing up for you. That flying shadow armor must be a trick. You were ambushed by that Xiaobrat. Otherwise, with your divine cultivation, even in a direct confrontation, you could have beaten him to his knees begging for mercy. Wang Li didn't bother to pay attention to the commotion. He flicked his fingers lightly on the cart, and 10 square blind boxes slid neatly in front of Guruoxu. Guruoxu's eyes turned red with anger, not sparing a single glance for the hyperactive Li Ran beside him. He snatched the small bamboo hammer and, with all his strength, smashed it down on the first blind box. Crack! A faint, lifeless glow emerged. Gu Ruoxu's movements froze. Crack! He grabbed the second one and smashed it down again. Still just white light. Gu Ruoxu's face had turned completely dark. He swung the hammer wildly, smashing the remaining blind boxes with all his might. Clang! Clang! Crack! A series of intense cracking sounds echoed, accompanied by faint white lights that merged into a single glow before everyone's eyes. 5 in a row. Goodness gracious, this luck is unmatched. 5 consecutive blanks. That's almost as bad as senior brother Feng Chen's 8 consecutive blanks. 10 spirit crystals and only 5 rings all for nothing. Gu Ruoxu's chest rose and fell violently. His hands, clutching the small bamboo hammer, were so tight that the veins stood out and his knuckles turned white. The disciples around him all lowered their heads, but their shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Everyone wanted to laugh, but no one dared. Senior brother Gu was like a barrel of gunpowder ready to explode at any moment. Anyone who spoke up now would definitely be in for a world of trouble. Li Ran's pig-like face was turning purple from holding back his laughter. He clamped his hands over his mouth, feeling that if he didn't laugh now, he might burst from the internal pressure. The 6th one. Gu Ruoxu closed his eyes and slammed the hammer down on the 6th box with all his might. Bang! This time, the sound of shattering was unusually dull. The air in the entire canyon seemed to freeze in that moment. Scratch! A blue light suddenly burst forth from the shattered fragments of the wooden box. The light wasn't blinding, but it carried a brutal, domineering aura that instantly suppressed all the chaos and merriment around it. Li Ran was the first to lose his composure, letting out a startled cry. All the disciples who had been holding back their laughter froze, their expressions stiffening as their mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg, staring intently at the blue light. Blue light! It's actually blue light. After 5 consecutive failures, it actually worked. The glow faded. A massive sword with an exaggerated design and entirely gilded lay quietly among the wood shavings. The blade was terrifyingly wide, engraved with intricate and sharp patterns, the guard was fierce, and the entire sword exuded a brutal and ruthless killing intent. What grade of magical artifact is this? A blue light produced a golden sword? Holy crap! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they stared intently at the sword, their eyes filled with greed and astonishment. Gu Ruoxu trembled as he reached out and grabbed the hilt. Hum! A colossal force surged through the sword hilt into every part of his body. At the same time, Wang Li's mind was filled with the system's prompt. Endless blade. Grade, gold. Origin, League of Legends. Effect optimized: when wielding this sword, attacks deal critical hits, increasing damage. Critical hits drain spiritual energy from the body. Ha 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 ha. Gu Ruoxu felt the power surging within him, letting out a laugh he couldn't contain. He raised the massive golden sword with one hand, the tip pointing diagonally downward, and a domineering aura erupted, overwhelming the surroundings. The inner disciple who had been so humiliated his face had turned purple was gone. In his place stood a madman wielding a divine weapon, his arrogance reaching the heavens. Wang Li leaned against the carriage, lazily breaking the frenzy. This sword is called the Endless Blade. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears. Gu Ruoxu's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. He whipped his head around and glared at Wang Li with a new expression, one filled with scrutiny and arrogance. Wang Li didn't bother to acknowledge him, continuing his explanation. The effect is simple: wield it to strike an enemy, and there's a chance to trigger a critical hit, causing damage to surge instantly. Critical hit? Damage skyrockets? The crowd erupted into chaos. This was an unheard-of, game-breaking ability. Gu Ruoxu's breathing grew heavy, and the fervor in his eyes nearly overflowed. Wang Li curled the corners of his mouth into a playful smile and added slowly. However, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Every critical hit will ruthlessly drain a large portion of your spiritual energy from your dantian. If your foundation isn't strong enough, or if you're too lucky to keep getting critical hits. Wang Li shrugged and didn't continue. He understood. This sword is a gift from the devil. It can elevate you to the heavens in an instant, or reduce you to a dried-up husk in the blink of an eye. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Gu Ruoxu, who held the golden greatsword in his hand, his expression shifting between anger and calm. Gu Ruoxu gripped the hilt and sensed it carefully. The sword was completely empty, devoid of any spiritual energy, let alone a sword spirit. It was nothing more than a lifeless object. However, the weighty feel in his hands and the raw power it emanated made it worth it. He casually opened the remaining 4 blind boxes all at once. 4 more white lights appeared in succession. Gu Ruoxu's expression didn't flicker, not even a glance at the junk he'd gotten. All his focus was now on the golden greatsword in his hands. Holding the sword, he walked straight toward the cliff wall beside him. Everyone watched his back, eager to see just how powerful this endless blade truly was. Gu Ruoxu came to a halt, took a deep breath, and channeled the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the sword with all his might. Ha! He roared, swinging the massive sword with both hands and slashing it down with all his might against the hard rock wall. Clang! A deafening crash echoed through the air, sparks flying everywhere. A half-meter deep gash appeared on the mountain wall. The power was decent. The crowd murmured in discussion, agreeing that while the power was impressive, it seemed inadequate for the terrifying blue light. Guruaksu furrowed his brows, clearly dissatisfied with the power of that strike. Again! He refused to believe it, summoning his spiritual energy once more and striking down with another sword strike. Boom! This time, it wasn't the dull clang of metal. Instead, there was a deafening explosion. A blinding golden light erupted from the moment the sword blade made contact with the mountain wall. Everyone was blinded by the blinding light, unable to see anything. When the golden light finally dissipated, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. There, on the once impregnable mountain wall, was a terrifying crater over 3 meters in diameter. Debris and dust continued to fall in a steady shower. Li Ran's pig-like face was filled with sheer terror. Is this a critical hit? One sword. Just one sword. The crowd went completely mad. This isn't a magical artifact. This is a godly weapon capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Guruaksu looked at his masterpiece, feeling the spiritual energy within him drained away in an instant, yet his face wore an extremely smile. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, his laughter echoing throughout the entire canyon. Did you see that? This is my power. From today onward, let us see who dares to look down on Guruaksu. He was like a madman, completely overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, and once again raised the endless blade high, aiming it at the massive crater. He was going to do it again. He would make everyone remember this earth-shattering strike. However, just as he raised the massive sword above his head, the man's face froze in a frozen grin. The spiritual energy within his body was sucked dry in an instant, as if by an invisible black hole. An overwhelming sense of weakness swept through his entire body. His vision went black, and his arms could no longer muster even a shred of strength. Clang! The elaborately designed golden greatsword slipped from his hands and crashed heavily onto the ground. Guruaksu's body swayed, then fell backward stiffly. Thud! The canyon fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone was stunned by the dramatic scene. Just a moment ago, he was full of confidence, looking down on the world. The next moment, they fainted? Senior brother Gu! Quick! Quick, save him! The disciples of the Xianqing Holy Land snapped out of their daze, rushing forward in a panic. They lifted the unconscious Guruaksu and frantically shoved pills into his mouth. In the corner of the crowd, Li Ran covered his face and whispered to Feng Chen beside him. Did you see that? I told you so. He wasn't even handsome for 3 seconds. Feng Chen hugged the still dada crying meow FWA seedling and nodded in agreement. Pride goes before a fall. The ancients were indeed wise. Wang Li leaned against the tricycle, watching the chaos unfold, his smile growing more amused. This was far more entertaining than a storyteller's performance. Just then, a figure pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front of the tricycle. It was Li Ran. He slammed his storage bag onto the truck bed, his eyes bloodshot, almost shouting. Sir! It's my turn! I want 10 in a row too. Chapter 42, 10 white. Wang Li pushed the hammer in 10 blind boxes toward Li Ran. Li Ran rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Brother Wang, I've always had good luck. Maybe I'll get something good today. Really? Wang Li gave him a casual glance. Good luck then. Li Ran grabbed the small hammer and smashed it down on the first blind box. Crack! A pale light flashed, revealing a rotten apple inside. This. Li Ran's smile froze on his face. Just warming up. Warming up. He grabbed the second box. Click. Another flash of white light. The third, fourth, fifth. 9 boxes in a row, all without exception white light. A pair of worn-out slippers. An expired bun. A chipped bowl fragment. Li Ran's expression shifted from anticipation to stiffness, then from stiffness to pitch black. The disciples around him dared not utter a sound, fearing they might trigger this ticking time bomb. Feng Chen hugged his Pokemon, Mutwo, and muttered under his breath, my luck is even worse than his. Da! The Pokemon called out, as if in agreement. Li Ran's hand holding the small hammer trembled as he stared intently at the last blind box, his last hope. The last one has to be the one. He clenched his teeth and swung the small hammer down with all his might. Scratch! Another flash of white light appeared, but this time the glow seemed slightly brighter. As the light faded, a filthy, stinking sock emerged, its odor so foul it could have killed a yak. Li Ran was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the torn sock, his expression shifting from anticipation to despair. Am I really this unlucky? His voice trembled, as if he had been struck by lightning. Ha ha ha. 10 straight blanks. The first ever 10 straight blanks in history. Senior brother Li Ran has made history. This luck is beyond belief, unbelievably bad. The surrounding disciples erupted into chaos, pointing and whispering among themselves. Li Ran's face turned bright red, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing that Li Ran had pulled off an unprecedented 10 consecutive misses, everyone looked at Wang Li's blind box with a mix of awe and fear. The enthusiasm that had been building up just moments ago was instantly doused with a bucket of ice-cold water. Damn it, is there something wrong with this thing? 10 spirit crystals just to hear a sound, and it's a dud. What if I end up with a bunch of junk too? Li Ran, covered in dust and dirt, hugged the pile of junk, stepped aside, and crouched down to draw circles on the ground. Just then, a slender cultivator stepped forward from the crowd. Everyone, don't be intimidated. Luck is unpredictable, it can be good or bad. Maybe I'm the chosen one. He was the eldest disciple of Qingyun sect, an affiliate of the Xianqing Holy Land, named Zhang Jin. A spirit crystal was half his life to him, but seeing the golden sword Guru Waksu had drawn, he couldn't suppress his greed. Wang Gu, give me a blind box. Zhang Jin gritted his teeth. Wang Li smiled faintly, slowly pulling a blind box from the truck bed. Are you sure you want to try? You saw how lucky the last guy was. Fortune favors the bold. I don't believe my luck could be that bad. Zhang Jin snatched the blind box and tremblingly handed over a precious spirit crystal to Wang Li. He stared intently at the blind box in his hands, as if peering into his own destiny. Open it. Bang! The small hammer came down with a heavy thud. Scratch! Once again, that familiar white light flashed. It's over. Zhang Jin's eyes went blank, and his entire body felt as though he had been struck by lightning. It's white again. Haha, I told you so. Good things don't come that easily. The white light faded away, revealing a thick book with several large characters on the cover. Feng Chen and Li Ran hurried over to take a closer look, hoping it was the sequel to what I learned about slaying gods in a mental hospital. A book? What book could be worth a spirit crystal? Could it be some kind of legendary martial arts manual? Zhang Jin trembled as he picked up the book, his eyes flickering with the last glimmer of hope. Wang Li heard the system prompt in his mind. Perfect world. Like the previous books, it had no rank or effects. However, this should be the complete edition, unlike the previous ones that were divided into volumes. What is this? Zhang Jin flipped through the pages, finding them densely packed with text, but it seemed to be some kind of storybook. He furrowed his brows and quickly skimmed through a few pages, growing more confused with each glance. Brother Wang, what on earth is this? It looks like a storybook. This is a legend from another world. It tells the story of a child who loved drinking animal milk and how he gradually grew up to become the emperor of the wilderness. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ran and Feng Chen, who had been studying the seeds of a mysterious plant in the corner, both looked up simultaneously, their eyes sparkling with excitement. A child who drinks animal milk? Feng Chen muttered, this beginning sounds so familiar. Li Ran was so excited he almost jumped up, the frustration from the previous 10 consecutive losses instantly vanishing. Damn it! Could this be a story similar to Sword of the Gods? What Sword of the Gods? Zhang Jin looked at the two of them with a blank expression. You don't understand. Li Ran hurriedly pushed his way over. Younger brother, how about we give you 2 spirit crystals for this book? The surrounding disciples looked at each other in confusion, completely baffled by why these two were so excited over a worn-out book. 2 spirit crystals? Zhang Jin paused for a moment, then burst into joy. Are you sure? This is just a storybook. We're sure. Absolutely sure. Feng Chen also crowded over, afraid Li Ran would beat him to it. We'll each give one, right now. Zhang Jin hesitated, feeling that something was off. These two had just been humiliated over the blind box incident. Why were they so enthusiastic about a book now? He turned to ask Wang Li. Brother Wang, does this book have any other effects? Like improving cultivation or learning martial arts techniques? Wang Li shook his head. None of those functions exist. Then, Zhang Jin was even more confused. It's just a regular storybook? Yes, it's just a storybook. Wang Li said indifferently. Li Ran was so anxious he stomped his feet. Don't hesitate, junior brother. 2 spirit crystals. You just spent 1 on a blind box earlier, now you can double your profit. That's right. Feng Chen joined in the commotion, this is a surefire deal. The other disciples watching the scene were even more confused. A tattered storybook is worth 2 spirit crystals? Have these two lost their minds? Zhang Jin looked at the book in his hands, then at Li Ran and Feng Chen's eager expressions. Though he was still very confused, the temptation of 2 spirit crystals was simply too great. All right. Zhang Jin sighed, 2 spirit crystals, deal. Li Ran and Feng Chen almost simultaneously reached into their storage bags, each pulling out a spirit crystal and handing it to Zhang Jin. The speed was so fast it was like they were. Ha! Finally got them. Li Ran held the book tightly, his expression more excited than if he had found a treasure. The two of them hurriedly crouched in the corner, their heads together as they flipped through the pages. Niao Waji, do you want to see too? Feng Chen said to the little creature in his arms. Dana? Niao Fazeo tilted his head, looking at the pages with curiosity. The surrounding disciples looked at each other in confusion, completely baffled by what was happening. Chapter 43, Ambush. Guru Waksu's collapse and Li Ran's 10 consecutive misses were like 2 buckets of ice water poured over everyone's heads. At the stall, there was a deathly silence. The cultivators who had been restless moments ago now looked at each other, none daring to take a step forward. Joking aside, one was an inner sect prodigy, drained of all his spiritual energy by a single sword, collapsing unconscious on the spot. The other was a young master from a prominent family, who spent 10 spirit crystals and didn't even hear a single sound, only to receive a pile of genuine junk in return. This blind box is poisonous. Cough, there seems to be some commotion in the secret realm. I'll go check it out first. Finally, someone came up with a flimsy excuse and was the first to turn and flee. With someone leading the way, the rest quickly followed suit. Right, treasure hunting comes first. Let us go. This thing is too spooky. We can't handle it. In no time at all, the crowd that had been packed 3 layers deep was scattered like birds, rushing headlong into the depths of the abyssal secret realm without looking back. Wang Li paid no attention to this, leisurely leaning against the tricycle, crossing his legs, as if the commotion had nothing to do with him. In the blink of an eye, only a few people remained at the mouth of the canyon. Feng Chen and Li Ran huddled together, intently reading the book Perfect World, murmuring to themselves. Holy crap, the Heavenly Sovereign! This kid is way too powerful. Turn the page faster. What happens next? Did they dig out his bones? Da! The Pokemon seedling in Feng Chen's arms also peered out, seemingly fascinated by the book's contents. The two were so engrossed in the book that they didn't notice a shadowy figure creeping up behind them, its eyes fixed on the pages. Suddenly, Feng Chen felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if someone was watching him. He whipped his head around to find Zhou Tong's inquisitive face staring back at him. Zhou Tong! You bastard, you were peeking! Feng Chen exploded in anger. Zhou Tong, caught red-handed, remained unfazed. He straightened up, crossed his arms, and sneered, What do you mean peeking? Your heads are so big, blocking my view. Can't I glance over once? You! Feng Chen was so angry he almost threw the book at him. Li Ran snapped out of it, shielding the book, and glared at Zhou Tong. If you want to see it, go open a blind box yourself. You want to see this book? Feng Chen's eyes twinkled mischievously. Sure, bring some spirit crystals. 100 spirit sand per word. Take it or leave it. Why don't you just go rob someone? Zhou Tong snorted derisively, his words tough but his eyes unable to resist glancing at the book. Just then, Li Ran tugged at Feng Chen's sleeve and whispered, Don't bother with him. Everyone's gone. We should head into the secret realm too. Otherwise, we'll have trouble explaining ourselves to the clan when we get back. Feng Chen glared at Zhou Tong, but acknowledged that Li Ran had a point. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. All right. The two carefully put away the book and stood up, heading toward the depths of the secret realm. Zhou Tong hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to follow them. What are you following us for? Feng Chen turned around angrily. The path isn't your private property. I can go wherever I want. Zhou Tong replied boldly. Take one more step and I'll have Frog Brother bite you. Da! Your little garlic-headed turtle? Come on, who is afraid of who? The 3 figures, accompanied by the sound of fighting and shouting, gradually disappeared around the bend in the canyon. The commotion died down, leaving only Wang Li alone. He looked in the direction where the others had gone, shook his head, and chuckled softly. This was far more entertaining than simply opening blind boxes. The wind in the canyon carried away the last remnants of the commotion. Wang Li leaned against the tricycle, his eyes tightly closed, breathing steadily, as if he had already fallen asleep. After an unknown amount of time, several shadowy figures emerged from behind a massive rock, peering warily in Wang Li's direction. Black Tiger Senior Brother, should we really do this? A voice was barely audible, trembling with fear. That man dared to insult Guruwaksu of the Xinqing Holy Land to his face. I'm scared. The one called Black Tiger Senior Brother was a young man with a fierce appearance. His eyes gleamed with greed, and he snorted disdainfully at the words. Look at you, such a coward. He slapped his junior disciple on the back of the head. What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear? This Chen Yuan secret realm has cultivation restrictions. Those who can enter aren't that powerful. I think he's just a lucky random cultivator relying on those strange gadgets on the cart to put on a show. Another disciple chimed in, Senior Brother is right. If he were really that powerful, why would he be here selling things? He'd have been invited into the sect long ago and worshipped as an ancestor. Black Tiger Senior Brother's gaze was fixed on the tricycle, his Adam's apple bobbed once. Think about that golden giant sword, and that frog that can evolve. If we could get our hands on either of those, our Black Wind sect wouldn't have to kowtow to those big sects anymore. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly dispelling the last remnants of fear in the two disciples' hearts. Right. Fortune favors the bold. Senior Brother, what should we do now? Black Tiger Senior Brother narrowed his eyes, a savage smile spreading across his face. We've been watching him for half a day. This kid is pretty alert, but now he's finally asleep. This is our golden opportunity. He lowered his voice and quickly gave his orders. Later, the two of you pretend to have just emerged from the secret realm and walk past him to see if he is really out cold. If he wakes up, pretend to ask for directions and immediately abort the mission. If he doesn't wake up, Black Tiger's eyes flashed with cruelty. You attack him directly. I'll ambush him from the shadows with the black wind dagger and disable his dantian first. Understood. The two disciples exchanged glances and nodded firmly. They took a deep breath, straightened their robes, and forced themselves to look unconcerned as they emerged from behind the rocks. Their steps were stiff as they approached Wang Li's tricycle, taking one step at a time. The canyon was eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps and heartbeats echoing endlessly. Senior disciple, he's really asleep? One of the slender disciples trembled, lowering his voice to ask. Shut up. Don't make a sound. The other, more muscular disciple snapped, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. The two approached to about 5 meters away from Wang Li and came to a halt. The young man by the tricycle leaned against the cargo bed, breathing steadily, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The two exchanged glances, seeing greed and fear in each other's eyes. Ultimately, greed prevailed. They nodded toward the direction where Black Tiger's senior brother was hiding, doing so in a highly discreet manner. The next moment, Black Tiger's figure darted out from behind the rocks like a leopard, his eyes blazing with ferocity, his voice low and harsh. Attack! At the command, the two disciples instantly shed their disguises, revealing savage intent on their faces. Spiritual energy erupted as one wielded a knife and the other a sword, attacking from both sides and sealing off all of Wang Li's escape routes. At the same time, Black Tiger's senior brother had already circled around to Wang Li's rear, a black bone spike coated in poison appearing in his hand, silently piercing toward Wang Li's vital point at the back of his chest. The three worked together seamlessly, clearly no strangers to such murderous deeds. As their attacks were about to land, they even revealed triumphant grins on their faces. Just as the blades were about to touch Wang Li's robe, a sudden change occurred. The space around Wang Li's body twisted slightly, like ripples on water. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying force erupted from Wang Li, exploding outward with overwhelming force. This force was formless and intangible, yet utterly ruthless. The two disciples at the forefront froze in mid-smile, their expressions frozen in terror before they could even react. Their bodies, along with the magical artifacts they held, were instantly disintegrated and vaporized by the force's impact. Not a single drop of blood remained. They vanished into thin air. What? The black-clad senior disciple behind him narrowed his pupils to pinpricks, his soul trembling in fear. He tried to retreat, but the force had already engulfed him. He could only manage a brief, distorted scream before following his two junior disciples into oblivion, completely erased from this world. The terrifying shockwave showed no signs of weakening, crashing violently into the canyon walls on either side. Boom! The solid rock walls, like tofu struck by a giant's iron fist, shattered and collapsed instantly. Huge boulders rolled down, sending dust and debris into the sky, causing the entire canyon to tremble. After a long while, the dust slowly dispersed. The ground around them was in complete disarray, with 2 gaping holes in the mountain walls. Only Wang Li and his dilapidated 3-wheeled cart remained unscathed, with not a speck of dust within 3 feet of them, not even a single pebble. Wang Li slowly opened his eyes, yawned, and stretched, as if he had just woken up from a peaceful afternoon nap. He glanced at the collapsed half of the mountain wall, then looked ahead at the empty space, and finally furrowed his brow. Sigh. He sighed and muttered to himself. They say the brain is a good thing, but why do people always forget to bring it when they go out? Chapter 44, Emerging from the Secret Abyss. In the distance, several cultivators who had just returned from the depths of the secret realm were planning to try their luck again. But when they saw the 2 mountain walls that seemed to have been shattered by a divine fist, their faces turned deathly pale. The 2 massive gaps had edges so smooth they were eerie, and the surrounding rocks had turned into dust. Could this be the work of human hands? The group turned their gaze to the center of the canyon, where the young man was leaning against his tricycle, yawning leisurely, as if the apocalyptic scene that had just unfolded had nothing to do with him. Fear gripped their hearts in an instant. Quick, run! One of them spoke tremblingly, and the others scrambled away, not daring to look back, as if invisible demons were chasing them. After witnessing this, no one dared to harbor even the slightest desire for the mysterious vendor. Wang Li himself, however, seemed unfazed. He jumped down from the tricycle, brushed the dust off his buttocks. He even took the time to pull out a piece of cloth from the cargo bed, carefully wiping the handlebars while humming an unknown tune. The dilapidated tricycle, amidst the desolate canyon, was clean to the point of being jarring. Just then, a graceful figure approached from the distance. Gu Nianwei had arrived. She walked gracefully, her white robe as pure as snow. But when she saw the scene before her, the coldness in her eyes couldn't help but stir. 2 mountain walls, as if 2 huge chunks had been torn out. Her gaze shifted slowly from the collapsed cliffs to the young man leisurely wiping down his vehicle, sending a shockwave through her heart. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the shock in her heart, and walked up to the stall. Wang Daoyu. Her voice remained steady. What happened here? Wang Li raised his eyelids, glanced at her, and casually replied, "Oh, the wind was a bit strong earlier, and the mountain wasn't very stable, so it collapsed on its own." Gu Nianwei's lips twitched slightly. Strong wind? What kind of wind could blow a mountain like that? This excuse was an insult to her intelligence. But she was smart enough not to press further. The The mystery and terror of the man before her far exceeded her understanding. She composed herself and changed the subject. The Chenyuan secret realm is about to close. All disciples must return immediately. We should start preparing to leave. All right. Wang Li tossed aside the rag, stretched lazily, and said, perfect timing to pack up. Business has been slow. Gu Nianwei looked at his lazy demeanor, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Business is tough? The devastating scene she had just witnessed was something few in the entire Xianqing Holy Land could accomplish. Who exactly is he? Soon, news of the imminent closure of the Chenyuan secret realm spread, and the cultivators who had scattered like birds and beasts began to gather once again. But this time, the atmosphere was eerily tense. Everyone instinctively avoided a large arc, keeping a safe distance from Wang Li's three-wheeled cart. Their eyes darted back and forth between Wang Li and the two collapsed mountain walls, their Adam's apples bobbed, but not a single person dared to speak. Are we all here? Gu Nianwei's cold voice broke the silence. She stood at the front of the crowd, her gaze sweeping over the frightened faces, sighing inwardly. A disciple from the Xianqing Holy Land mustered his courage, enduring immense pressure, and hurried to Gu Nianwei's side, bowing and reporting to senior sister Gu, we've counted 2 are still missing. Gu Nianwei furrowed her brows, boo. It's its senior brother Li Ran and senior brother Feng Chen. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of 2 angry voices echoed from the depths of the canyon. It's all your fault. You insisted on watching that bone-digging scene, making us almost forget the time. Bull. It was you who dragged me there and refused to let go, insisting on studying whether that willow spirit was male or female. 100 spirits sand per word, and you were the one enjoying it. Everyone followed the sound and saw Li Ran and Feng Chen, covered in dust and dirt, rushing toward them from the distance. They were clutching a thick book tightly to their chests, as if it were some priceless treasure. The 2 of them ran straight to the front of the crowd, completely oblivious to the eerie atmosphere around them. Li Ran stood with his hands on his hips, panting heavily as he said to Feng Chen, I don't care. Once we get back, this book is mine to read first. I'm the major shareholder who contributed 2 spirit crystals. Feng Chen clutched the book even tighter. We each get one. Why should you get to read it first? Let's let the Pokemon choose. Da! The Meowfwa seedling in his arms let out a weak cry, clearly exhausted from being tormented by the 2 bookworms. The 2 were arguing heatedly when they suddenly realized that the entire canyon entrance was eerily quiet. Everyone was staring at them with the same expression as if they were watching a cute little creature. Li Ran shrunk his neck and cautiously asked the disciple closest to him, Senior disciple, what's going on? And why is the mountain bald? The disciple turned pale with fear, backing away quickly and waving his hands, too scared to speak. Li Ran and Feng Chen finally noticed the 2 gaping holes in the mountain walls and Wang Li, standing before them, casually brushing the dust off his tricycle seat. The 2 of them sucked in their breath in shock. This destructive power, it's somewhat similar to the treasure techniques described in the books? Gu Nianwei rubbed her throbbing temples, too lazy to bother with these 2 clowns. She flipped her hand, and a simple, ancient-looking token engraved with the characters Xin Cheng appeared in her palm. As spiritual energy flowed into it, the token hummed and shot into the air, bursting into a brilliant light. The space ahead rippled like water, and a deep, stable spatial tunnel slowly took shape. Let's go. Gu Nianwei didn't waste any words, stepping forward first and disappearing into the tunnel. The remaining disciples, as if granted a pardon, rushed in one after another, fearing that they might be left behind by that demon in the secret realm. Li Ran and Feng Chen exchanged glances and hurriedly followed, clutching their books. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Li and his tricycle remained at the original spot. He glanced at the dark tunnel and patted his vehicle. Time to pack up and go home. The next moment, he hopped onto the tricycle, pedaled slowly, and, along with the vehicle, swayed into the distorted space. The spatial ripples dissipated, and everyone stood firmly on the ground. The fresh air outside the secret realm flooded their lungs, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered for days. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard had been waiting there all along, his expression anxious. He was Elder Kai of the Xianqing Holy Land. Gu disciple. You've finally come out. Kai Kuan rushed forward in a single bound, his eyes darting quickly over the group. Seeing that no one was missing an arm or a leg, he sighed in relief. His expression darkened, and he lowered his voice, asking, Did you encounter any conflicts with the people from the Lingxiao Holy Land while in the secret realm? At these words, the disciples around them all looked uneasy, their gazes turning toward Gu Nianwei. Gu Nianwei's cold eyes showed no emotion. She nodded slightly. They provoked us first. The leader, Xiao Tians, has been killed by me. Elder Lu was taken aback for a moment, then a flash of satisfaction crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by a heavy expression of worry. Well done. Those arrogant brats have always been so arrogant and tyrannical. He paused, his tone growing urgent. But, we're in big trouble. The people from Lingxiao Holy Land have come looking for us. They're currently confronting Elder Wu and the others outside, demanding that we hand over the murderer by name. Before he could finish speaking, 2 figures scrambled out of the spatial passageway, which had not yet fully closed. It's all your fault. You insisted on watching Shroud's technique, nearly missing the deadline. Nonsense. It was you who insisted on figuring out whether the willow spirit was male or female. Li Ran and Feng Chen were covered in dust and dirt, clutching the book Perfect World tightly to their chests, still arguing fiercely over who got to read it first, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere around them. Just as Elder Lu was being driven to fury by the two troublemakers, a slow, creaking sound echoed through the air. Wang Li rode out of the spatial portal on his old, rickety tricycle, swaying back and forth, before coming to a steady stop in front of everyone. Elder Lu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He pointed at Wang Li, then glanced at the tricycle that looked completely out of place in the cultivation world. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak, finally turning to Gu Nianwei and asking, "Gu disciple, who is this cultivator?" Gu Nianwei glanced at Wang Li and replied indifferently, "A businessman." "A businessman?" Elder Lu was completely baffled, but the situation was urgent, and he had no time to ask further. He stomped his foot. "Don't worry about that. The mad dogs from Lingxiao Holy Land are causing a commotion at the mountain gate. We must return immediately. Delay will only lead to trouble." With that, he summoned a flying vessel, and everyone boarded one after another. The flying boat transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the direction of the Xianqing Holy Land. Chapter 45, The Difficulty of Establishing a Clan? The flying boat landed, and spiritual energy surged. Within the gates of the Xianqing Holy Land, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Several elders had already gathered there, each with a stern expression. Elder Kaikuan stood at the front of the boat, his gaze sweeping over the young faces, which were filled with fear, before settling on the disciples from the affiliated sects. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, he spoke in a solemn tone, "The Lingxiao Holy Land has gone too far. They have now arrived at the foot of the mountain, and the situation is dire." At his words, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The disciples from the affiliated sects paled visibly. "Everyone, your sects are located at the border between our Xianqing Holy Land and the Lingxiao Holy Land, serving as the first line of defense." Kaikuan's voice was not loud, but each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking everyone's heart. "Return to your sect leaders and tell them that from this day forward, we will stand ready for battle. If the Lingxiao Holy Land dares to make a move, they shall not return alive." The crowd below fell into complete silence, so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. Sending them to be the first line of defense was essentially sending them to their deaths. In the corner, Li Ran nudged Feng Chen with his elbow and whispered, "Look, this is exactly what the books say about the small tribes on the borders of the Stone Kingdom. When a great nation goes to war, they're the first to suffer." Feng Chen nodded in agreement and whispered back, "Exactly. But at least the books say the Stone Kingdom gives them some magical artifacts and elixirs. I wonder what our Holy Land will give them." As if he had heard his thoughts, Elder Kaikuan changed the subject abruptly, his voice suddenly rising. "Of course not. Our Xianqing Holy Land will never let our allies bleed and feel betrayed. All sects preparing for war will receive elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts within 3 days, delivered by the Executive Hall. Those with battle merits may exchange them for foundation establishment pills, or even higher-tier cultivation techniques, based on their merits. Where there's a reward, there's a brave soul." These words were like a potent medicine, instantly dispelling the fear and hesitation in everyone's hearts. The previously oppressive atmosphere relaxed, and many eyes once again lit up with determination, their breathing growing heavier. "All right, everyone disperse. Hurry back and relay the message, no mistakes." Kaikuan waved his hand. The disciples of the affiliated sects, with mixed emotions, bowed in respect and departed in small groups. In the blink of an eye, the field was left with only a few people from the Xianqing Holy Land and a figure that stood out like a sore thumb. Wang Li was leaning against his tricycle, picking his ears, looking as though he hadn't heard a thing in the wind. Kaikuan's gaze finally landed on Wang Li and his dilapidated vehicle, his brows furrowing into a knot. He looked at Gu Nianwei, his eyes filled with questions. "Who is this person? How did he get in here? And what's that thing he's bringing along?" Before Gu Nianwei could explain, Wang Li stood up straight. He cleared his throat, patted the back of the tricycle, and grinned at Kaikuan, revealing a row of white teeth. "Elder, it seems like you're about to start a fight? As it happens, my blind box can contain any supplies. Even items that could decide the outcome of a battle aren't out of the question. Considering we all came out of the secret realm together, why not buy some?" Kaikuan. Gu Nianwei. All the elders and disciples present were dumbfounded. Taking advantage of the founder's wealth? Is this person crazy, or just plain stupid? Elder Kaikuan's old face turned as red as a pig's liver, and his white beard trembled slightly with anger. He had just delivered a passionate speech, urging all sects to stand ready for battle and unite against external enemies. Yet, in the blink of an eye, someone had turned this into a business opportunity, and in such a trivial manner? "How dare you!" Behind Kaikuan, a hot-tempered elder finally couldn't hold back, pointing at Wang Li and shouting angrily, "Who are you, you audacious fool, daring to spread such heresy here? This is the sacred land of Xianqing. Do you think you can run wild here? Seize him!" Several disciples of the Holy Land exchanged glances. Though they thought Wang Li was mentally unstable, they hesitated to act, remembering that he had emerged from the secret realm alongside Gu Shiji. In the corner, Li Ran and Feng Chen leaned their heads together again. Feng, do you think the blind box Wang Gogot could really contain something that could turn the tide of battle? Li Ran's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. It's hard to say. Feng Chen stroked his chin and lowered his voice. What if they come up with some legendary sword or an invincible golden body? Then what would the Lingxiao Holy Land be worth? Da! The Miao FWA seedling in his arms nodded in agreement. Wang Li seemed oblivious to the rage and killing intent swirling around him, even yawning as if he hadn't woken up yet. His attitude only fueled the flames further. Kai Kuan's chest rose and fell with anger, about to take matters into his own hands to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, when a voice as cold as snow, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority, rang out unexpectedly in the air. Bring me 10 blind boxes. Everyone turned to look, only to see a woman dressed in moon-white palace robes standing there, as if she had appeared out of thin air. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with an ethereal aura. Though she stood right before them, she gave off an otherworldly, untouched by dust aura. Upon seeing her, Elder Kai Kuan's furious expression vanished instantly, and he bowed respectfully alongside the other elders and disciples. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Gu Nianwei also bowed slightly. Greetings, Master. The woman was none other than the Supreme Elder of the Xinqing Holy Land, Shangguan Xingxue. 10 spirit crystals, no exceptions. All right. Shangguan Xingxue waved her hand, and 10 crystal clear spirit crystals, radiating spiritual energy, flew steadily toward Wang Li, hovering before him. Got it. Wang Li skillfully caught the spirit crystals, counted out 10 brand new blind boxes from the cart, and pushed them over along with the plain-looking small wooden hammer. The entire process flowed smoothly, one daring to sell, the other daring to buy, as if they weren't conducting a transaction worth a fortune, but rather buying cabbages at a roadside stall. Shangguan Xingxue took the small hammer, and in her eyes, which seemed to pierce through all the illusions of the world, a rare hint of curiosity flickered. Open it. Wang Li made a gesture of invitation, leaning back lazily against the tricycle. Everyone's gaze fixed intently on Shangguan Xingxue's slender hand holding the small hammer. That was the Supreme Elder. She was actually accompanying this mysterious young man in such a frivolous manner. Shangguan Xingxue remained composed, picked up the first blind box, and tapped it gently. Click. A faint, pale light flashed, then faded away, revealing a piece of charcoal lying inside the box. The room fell into complete silence. Elder Kai Kuan's eyebrow twitched violently, feeling his blood pressure skyrocket. 10 spirit crystals. Just to open a piece of charcoal for burning? Shangguan Xingxue remained expressionless as she picked up the second one. Click. Once again, a white light appeared, this time revealing a torn straw sandal. A suppressed commotion began to rise among the crowd. The disciples looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. This is exactly the same as senior brother Li Ran's start. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. In the corner, Li Ran unconsciously touched his face, feeling a dull pain beginning to surface. Feng Chen clutched the Pokemon seedling tightly, muttering under his breath, this is bad. The Supreme Elder is going to make history too? Dana. Miao Fatsi Seed let out a weak cry. Shangguan Xingxue continued her actions without pause, as if she were not opening a blind box but handling some trivial task. The third one. Click. A white light. A rusty nail. The fourth. Click. A flash of white light. Half a moldy steamed bun. The fifth one. Click. A flash of white light. The sixth. Click. A flash of white light. 6 consecutive flashes of white light, 6 pieces of genuine trash, casually piled at the feet of the Supreme Elder. The elder who had earlier scolded Wang Li now wore a mocking cold smile on his face, no longer bothering to hide it. Kai Kuan's old face had turned from liver-colored to dark purple. He dared not look at Shangguan Xingxue's expression, feeling a surge of anger rising to the top of his head, wishing he could tear Wang Li's old three-wheeler to pieces right there. Shangguan Xingxue finally stopped her actions. She did not look at the pile of trash on the ground or the complex expressions of those around her. Instead, she raised her cold, clear eyes and quietly looked at Wang Li. Wang Li met her gaze, grinned, and shrugged his shoulders in a helpless gesture. His expression seemed to say, bad luck, it's not my fault. Shangguan Xingxue withdrew her gaze and raised the small hammer once more. She picked up the 7th blind box. This time, the force of her strike seemed slightly heavier than before. Thud. A dull thud, completely different from the crisp sounds before. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the crack in the box, like the rising sun. This golden light was overwhelming, instantly dispelling the gloom left by the previous 6 white lights and bathing the entire area in a brilliant golden glow. Everyone's eyes were stung painfully, and they instinctively squinted. Chapter 46, A Battle Flag. That golden light was not merely blinding, it carried an overwhelming, ancient, and primordial pressure, as if it had come from the ancient starry seas, instantly enveloping the entire mountain gate. Everyone present, regardless of their cultivation level, felt a tremor deep within their souls, as if they were facing not a beam of light, but a vast, ever-expanding universe in motion. The elder who had been mocking earlier had his cold smile frozen on his lips, his entire body stiff as if frozen in place, his mouth slightly open but unable to utter a sound. Elder Kai Kuan's pupils contracted sharply. He stared intently at the source of the light, feeling as though his very soul was being drawn into that overwhelming aura. This was not the kind of phenomenon he had ever encountered before, not even from the most legendary treasures of the heavens. In the corner, Li Ran and Feng Chen, the two troublemakers, had forgotten to breathe. My goodness. Li Ran stammered, tugging at Feng Chen's sleeve. This aura is even more terrifying than the Supreme Bone and Immortal Sutra described in the books. Feng Chen clutched the Pokemon seed in his arms even tighter, murmuring softly, if this were displayed before a battle, wouldn't the people of Lingxiao Holy Land kneel down and beg for mercy on the spot? Da! The Pokemon called out with full force, its little eyes sparkling with excitement. The golden light slowly retracted, eventually converging into a single point, hovering quietly before Shangguan Xingxue. It was a small black flag, no larger than the palm of a hand. The flag's surface was as deep as the night sky, with what seemed to be silver threads embroidering tiny stars. It looked simple and unassuming, almost inconspicuous. Yet it was this very flag that emanated a terrifying aura of Taoist energy, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice sounded at the right moment. Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Rank, Master Level. Origin, Hongwang. Effect, requires the sun and the moon as array eyes, with 360 cultivators holding the Great Zhou Heavenly Star banners corresponding to the main stars, and 14,800 cultivators holding the small Zhou Heavenly Star banners corresponding to the secondary stars. The array is formed in a specific manner. The array flags contain 360 Great Zhou Heavenly Star banners and 14,800 small Zhou Heavenly Star banners. The higher the quality of the array, the greater its power when formed, capable of both offense and defense. The array eyes can be replaced with inanimate objects, but the sun and moon elements are still required. Shangguan Xingxue extended her jade-like finger and gently touched the black banner. The sensation that emanated from her fingertip was an overwhelming weight that seemed capable of crushing the ages, accompanied by the boundless power of the stars. The calm depths of her eyes finally rippled with genuine emotion. She slowly raised her eyes to look at the young man still lazily leaning against the tricycle. Mr. Wang, what is this? Her voice remained as cold as ever, but it carried an imperceptible hint of solemnity. Wang Li yawned, straightened up from the tricycle, and tapped the small flag, as casually as if he were introducing the cabbages in his own field. Oh, this? It's called the Zhou Tianxing Do Array. Wang Li mentioned the name offhandedly, as if it were a trivial matter. He paused, glanced around at the elders standing there like statues, grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and slowly uttered the rest of his sentence. As for how to use it, it's simple. Find a sun and a moon to serve as the array's focal points, then gather 360 cultivators holding large flags and 14,800 cultivators holding small flags. Have them take their positions, and that's it. Oh, and the higher the cultivation level of those within the array, the stronger its power. There's no upper limit. The scene fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. 360, 14,800. Elder Kai Kuan's lips trembled. While the Xianqing Holy Land did have that many people, most of them were at the Qi cultivation or foundation establishment stages, with fewer than 100 at the nascent soul stage, let alone those above it. In the corner, Li Ran sucked in a sharp breath, suddenly grabbing Feng Chen's sleeve, his voice trembling. Feng brother. Did you hear that? Over 10,000 people. Feng Chen was also stunned, instinctively hugging the Miao Fwa seedling in his arms and muttering, if we were to line them all up, there'd be no need to fight the Lingxiao Holy Land, just let them come over and kneel down to acknowledge their ancestors. Dana. Miao Fatsi nodded vigorously in agreement. In the frozen atmosphere, a calm yet supremely authoritative voice rang out without warning. Interesting. Everyone's hearts sank as they looked toward the source of the voice. There stood a man dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, who had appeared in the center of the field at some point. Though he stood there, he seemed to have merged with the entire space, his depth unfathomable. It was none other than Gu Changsheng, the ruler of the Xianqing Holy Land. Greetings, Holy Master. Kai Kuan and the other elders and disciples, their expressions changing drastically, all knelt down on the ground in unison, not daring to breathe a single breath. Rise. Gu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, but his gaze remained fixed on the small black flag. I wondered what was disturbing my seclusion. It was this thing. He took a step forward, his figure instantly appearing beside Shangguan Xingxue, ignoring everyone else, and reached out to grab the array flag. Shangguan Xingxue furrowed her brows slightly but did not stop him. Gu Changsheng's eyes narrowed, and his divine sense surged forth like a vast sea, probing toward the small flag. However, the moment his divine sense touched the flag, it felt like a mortal colliding with an invisible wall of heaven, and a vast, boundless force rebounded back. Gu Changsheng grunted softly, his body trembling imperceptibly, and for the first time, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He couldn't penetrate it. Interesting, truly interesting. Gu Changsheng withdrew his hand, his face betraying no emotion, repeating those words to mask the turmoil within him. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone had witnessed the Holy Master's subtle movement, and their hearts were churning with shock. Even the Holy Master couldn't discern the true nature of this object? Wang Li stood by, taking in everything that was happening. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. He scratched his ear nonchalantly. This thing recognizes its master. Whoever summons it, it belongs to them. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze instinctively shifted from Wang Li to the face of Gu Changsheng, the master of the Xinqing Holy Land. The look of inquiry on Gu Changsheng's face paused slightly. His eyes, which seemed to pierce through the depths of the underworld, finally shifted away from the black banner and landed on Wang Li, his gaze unmistakably filled with scrutiny. A treasure so precious that even he couldn't fathom its true nature, its ownership was being decided so casually? In the corner, Li Ran excitedly grabbed Feng Chen's arm, lowering his voice, trembling with excitement. Feng brother. Did you hear that? This is the legendary bound treasure, isn't it? It's even better than the blood binding method. Feng Chen clutched Li in his arms tightly, nodding repeatedly. Dana. The Miao FWA seed also nodded in agreement. Gu Changsheng ignored the two of them. His gaze finally landed on Shangguan Qingxue, his voice growing slightly deeper. Are you saying that the control of this array now lies solely in the hands of Qingxue? Wang Li nodded lazily, more or less. But if she's willing, she can grant temporary access to others. Sharing is no big deal. A fleeting flicker of emotion crossed Gu Changsheng's eyes. As the revered holy master of Xinqing, he actually needed someone else to grant access to study the artifacts of his own sacred site? This feeling was novel. He said nothing more, but turned his gaze toward Shangguan Qingxue. The unspoken words were the most weighty request in the entire sacred site. Shangguan Qingxue met his gaze, her cold face still expressionless. Without another word, she took a step forward and once again extended her slender, jade-like finger, gently touching the suspended black banner in the air. This time, there was no obstruction. Boom! In an instant, an vast and boundless sea of stars erupted in her mind. It was not an illusion, but a real universe that seemed capable of sucking her very soul into its depths. 360 main stars shone brilliantly, their light reaching to the heavens, like emperors reigning over the starry sea. 14,800 subsidiary stars orbited around them, densely packed, guarding their sovereigns. On each star, a star banner of varying sizes floated quietly, imprinted with profound and mysterious runes, waiting to be awakened. So that's how it is. This is the array diagram, this is the true form of the Zhou Tian Xing Do. Shangguan Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, and deep within her gaze, it seemed as though billions of stars were being born and extinguished. She had succeeded. Where the holy Lord Gu Changsheng had failed, she entered effortlessly. Kai Koan and the other elders dared not breathe a word. They looked at the terrifying aura that flashed briefly on their supreme elder's body, then at the Holy Lord's complex and enigmatic expression, and their hearts were already in turmoil. Everything that had happened today had completely overturned their understanding of the world. Senior Elder Shangguan. Gu Changsheng's voice broke the silence. What did you see? Chapter 47, The Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. The Holy Lord knew upon entering. Shangguan Qingxue's voice remained as cold as ever, offering no further explanation. Gu Changsheng did not ask any further questions, merely nodding slightly. The next moment, his divine sense surged forth once more, probing toward the black banner. This time, there was no trace of the overwhelming counterforce. His divine sense merged into the flag without any obstruction. Boom! In an instant, the heavens spun and the earth turned. Gu Changsheng's consciousness felt as though it had been seized by an invisible giant hand, instantly dragged into a vast, suffocatingly real cosmic sea of stars. This was not an illusion created by his divine consciousness, but a real array space imprinted with the supreme laws of the Tao. 360 main stars shone brightly, emanating an overbearing aura of dominance. 14,800 subsidiary stars swirled densely around the main stars, forming a strict defensive system. On each star, a star banner of varying sizes floated quietly, its intricate patterns endlessly flowing, elucidating the ultimate truths of the universe's birth and destruction. Gu Changsheng, the holy sovereign of Xinqing, stood amidst the sea of stars, as insignificant as a speck of dust. He did not immediately retreat but forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and began frantically calculating, memorizing the orbital paths of these stars. Every position, every trajectory, harmonized perfectly with the Tao of heaven. Add a single element, and chaos ensues. Omit a single element, and the whole is incomplete. This was nothing short of a divine miracle. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Changsheng finally found that single discordant note within the intricate and vast array diagram. The entire array was flawless, yet it lacked the core that governed everything. It was like a beautifully drawn dragon missing its most crucial finishing touch. What was missing was precisely what Wang Li had referred to as the sun and moon. Slowly withdrawing his divine consciousness, Gu Changsheng opened his eyes once more, the shock still lingering in his gaze. Now was not the time to study the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. In the corner, Li Ran's mouth was wide open, as if he could fit an egg inside. He pulled fiercely at Feng Chen's sleeve, his voice trembling. Feng brother. The Holy Lord. He's obtained the permissions? Feng Chen looked dazed, instinctively hugging the Miaofatsi seedling in his arms and muttering, it should be. Dana. The Bulbasaur nodded in agreement. Gu Changsheng's gaze swept past Shangguan Qingxue and landed on the lazy-looking young man for the first time, with such formality and seriousness. Mr. Wang. Gu Changxing's voice was low, tinged with a hint of urgency he hadn't even noticed himself. If this formation were to be set up with all the might of our Xinqing Holy Land, how powerful would it be? This question was the core of all questions. Everyone held their breath, even Elder Kai Kuan clenched his fists tightly and stared intently at Wang Li. Wang Li yawned and spoke slowly. Power? He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, but his words left everyone present speechless. That depends on the quality of your formation. Wang Li paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the elders around him, before slowly uttering the second half of his sentence. Especially the quality of the array's focal point. If you could create a sun star and a moon star. Don't even mention a single Lingxiao Holy Land piercing through this entire continent wouldn't be impossible. Boom! Those 4 words echoed like a thunderclap from the heavens, reverberating in everyone's minds. Pierce the continent. What does that even mean? It's a myth from the oldest ancient texts, a power only true immortals can possess. Gu Changsheng, the Holy Lord, froze in place, his deep eyes flickering with uncontrollable horror for the first time. Behind him, Elder Kai Kuan stumbled, nearly losing his balance. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He felt his throat was so dry it was on fire. The entire hall fell silent. In the corner, Li Ran sucked in a sharp breath, grabbing Feng Chen's sleeve tightly. His voice trembled. Feng brother. Did you hear that? He broke through. He didn't just win. Feng Chen also looked stunned, instinctively hugging the Pokemon in his arms and muttering, if this is what it comes down to, why even bother fighting the Lingxiao Holy Land? Just let them come over and kneel down to acknowledge their ancestor. Dana. The Pokemon agreed. After a brief moment of silence, Gu Changxing forced himself to suppress the turbulent emotions surging in his heart. He knew all too well that the Sun Star and Moon Star mentioned by Wang Li were entities far beyond the reach of their world. The joy he had felt instantly turned heavy. He snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with the urgency he hadn't even noticed himself. Must it be the Sun Star and the Moon Star? Not necessarily, Wang Li replied casually, as if he were commenting on the weather. Wang Li's response was as casual as if he were commenting on the weather. You can use objects associated with the sun and the moon instead. Oh? Gu Changxing's eyes lit up with renewed hope. So you know, Mr. Wang? Wang Li pondered for a moment, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the coldly elegant Shangguan Qingxue standing nearby, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Does the Xianqing Holy Land have any individuals with the ultimate yang essence or the ultimate yin essence? If so, we could use 2 living people as array points. That would work too. Or, use some top-tier yang and yin objects as the array's focal points. At these words, Gu Changxing's gaze sharpened instantly, and he turned abruptly toward Shangguan Qingxue beside him. Meanwhile, the calm, still eyes of Shangguan Qingxue also rippled slightly at that moment. The elders present were all shaken to the core. The ultimate yin body. Within the sacred grounds, who did not know that the supreme elder Shangguan Qingxue cultivated the ultimate yin and cold cultivation technique? Could it be? Gu Changsheng ignored the reactions of the crowd. He looked deeply at Wang Li, his tone completely changed. It was no longer the inquiry of a holy lord to a merchant, but more like seeking advice from a profound and enigmatic master. Mr. Wang, where exactly should we go to find this yang-attributed object? Wang Li spread his hands, adopting an I just sell, I don't handle after sales attitude. That's up to you. Gu Changxing nodded and did not press further. He fell into a prolonged silence, his deep eyes swirling with an impending storm. The ultimate yang object, the ultimate yin body, the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array, piercing through the continent. These words swirled and collided in his mind, unleashing a tidal wave of chaos. The Xianqing Holy Land had been passed down for 10,000 years, with profound foundations, but when it came to something that could rival the true sun and moon, he couldn't think of anything off the top of his head. The atmosphere at the mountain gate was tense to the extreme. All the elders and disciples held their breath, daring not even to breathe, their eyes darting between the silent Holy Master and the cold-eyed Supreme Elder, their hearts in turmoil. Today's events were too shocking, too earth-shattering. In the almost frozen air, Wang Li's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. He tapped the 3 remaining blind boxes in the tricycle's cargo bed and nodded toward Shangguan Qingxue. Senior Shangguan, the deal isn't finished yet. There are 3 left here. Shall we open them? I need to pack up once we're done. At these words, everyone froze. Elder Kai Kuan's eye began to twitch again. What on earth was he thinking? The Holy Master is struggling with the fate of the sect, and you're still thinking about your 3 worthless boxes? In the corner, Li Ran and Feng Chen exchanged glances, seeing admiration in each other's eyes. Feng, did you see that? That's what you call professionalism. Even if the sky falls, business must go on. That's called professional ethics. Feng Chen bowed respectfully, and the Pokemon in his arms nodded vigorously. Dana. Chapter 48, moving to the main hall. Shangguan Qingxue's gaze shifted from Gu Changxing to the 3 blind boxes. She extended her delicate hand and picked up the small wooden hammer once more. Everyone perked up, their gazes once again converging on the scene. Having already revealed the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array, such a miraculous artifact, could the remaining 3 hold any more surprises? Thud. The 8th blind box opened with a sound. A familiar pale light flashed, then faded away. Inside the box lay a half-eaten chicken drumstick. Shanguan Xingxue remained expressionless as she picked up the ninth blind box and tapped it again. Clang! Once again, a white light appeared, this time revealing a whole-written sock emitting a faint, peculiar odor. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but cover their mouths with their hands, their shoulders shaking violently as they tried to stifle their laughter. Shangguan Qingshue's movements didn't falter. She picked up the last blind box. The last one, would there be a miracle? Thud. A dull thud, followed by the last flash of white light. As the light faded, a wild chicken flew out of the box, flapping its wings and landing beside Elder Kai Kuan. Elder Kai Kuan. His old face turned bright red, his expression complex beyond words. What on earth is going on here? Did you see that, Feng? That's what they call the law of conservation of good luck. In the corner, Li Ran excitedly slapped his thigh and whispered, "One flash of gold light, and he's used up 10 lifetimes of luck." Feng Chen nodded in agreement. This is called gotcha calibration to prevent data overflow. Brother Wang is so meticulous. Da! Niao Fatsi Seed let out a weak cry, clearly disappointed with the outcome as well. Wang Li whistled and prepared to pack up and leave. This farcical conclusion unexpectedly snapped Gu Changsheng out of his heavy thoughts. He looked at Wang Li, who was about to ride away on his bike. "Mr. Wang, wait a moment." Gu Changsheng called out to Wang Li. Wang Li paused in his packing and turned to look at him. Gu Changsheng surveyed the crowd, his voice suddenly turning cold. "What happened today must not be revealed to anyone. Anyone who disobeys will be executed." The elder disciples all felt a chill run down their spines and responded in unison, "We will obey the Holy Master's decree." Gu Changsheng then fixed his gaze back on Wang Li, his tone now tinged with solemnity. "Mr. Wang, please accompany us to the sacred hall. We have urgent matters to discuss." Gu Changsheng's voice echoed before the mountain gate. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. To be personally invited by the Holy Master was an immense honor. Kai Kuan and the other elders looked at Wang Li, their expressions shifting from initial shock to a complex mix of emotions that defied description. This man was likely about to rise to great heights. Everyone believed that Wang Li would be overwhelmed by the honor and immediately agree with reverence. However, Wang Li merely stretched lazily, his bones cracking loudly. "That won't do." He refused outright. "I haven't finished my work yet, this is delaying my business." As the words fell, the entire scene fell silent. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Elder Kai Kuan's eyes twitched violently, and he almost choked on his breath. He refused? He actually refused the Holy Lord? All for his shabby stall? The disciples from the sacred land stared in disbelief, their jaws dropping to the ground, doubting their own ears. In the corner, Li Ran excitedly covered his mouth with his hands to suppress a scream. He shook Feng Chen beside him violently and whispered hoarsely, "Feng brother. Did you see that? Wang brother, he refused the Holy Master." Feng Chen was also speechless, forgetting to call out to the Pokemon in his arms. He muttered, Is this the way of the strong? To disregard the powerful and care only for one's own path? Dana. He nodded vigorously, its big eyes filled with admiration. For the first time, a crack appeared on Gu Changxing's face. He had lived for hundreds of years, ruling over the Shenqing Holy Land, where his words were law. Had he ever been so bluntly rejected in person before? A flash of anger rose from the depths of his heart, but he forced it down instantly. His piercing gaze fixed on Wang Li. Had it not been for his broken illusion demon eyes, which couldn't penetrate the other's defenses, he would have already struck to suppress his soul. This heightened his vigilance toward Wang Li to the utmost, though it seemed the young man was only interested in the spirit crystals. Realizing this, the ripple in Gu Changxing's eyes quickly subsided. He looked at Wang Li and spoke slowly, his voice betraying no emotion. "Mr. Wang, if you're willing to step forward for a chat." He flipped his palm, and 10 translucent spirit crystals, shimmering with spiritual energy, appeared out of thin air, floating above his palm. The spiritual energy fluctuations they emitted made the surrounding air feel thick and sticky. "These 10 spirit crystals are yours." Wang Li's eyes lit up instantly. The face that had just moments ago been filled with "I'm busy, don't bother me" was now overflowing with enthusiastic smiles. The speed of his transformation left everyone stunned once again. "Oh my! Holy Master, you're too kind." Wang Li took a swift step forward, moving so quickly he left a trail of afterimages, snatching the 10 spirit crystals into his chest, afraid the other might change his mind. As he counted them skillfully, he said with a sincere expression, "We can discuss this later. Why use money? It would hurt our feelings. But since you're so sincere, this junior will not refuse such kindness." This shameless maneuver caused Elder Kai Kuan's blood pressure to skyrocket, turning his old face a deep purple. In the corner, Li Ran and Feng Chen were already in awe of Wang Li. "Did you see that, Feng? That's called being able to bend and stretch, to control oneself with ease. Brother Wang is showing us through his actions that when it comes to principles, as long as you give enough, principles can be bent a little." Da! After putting away the spirit crystals, Wang Li's smile grew even brighter. He patted the tricycle beside him and presented his conditions. "Holy Master, we can talk business, but I'm a man who values the past. I can't part with this thing that feeds me. He looked at Gu Changsheng with a serious expression. Or, shall we discuss this by the tricycle? Or, could the elders kindly help me push the tricycle to the holy hall? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell silent once more. All the elders were speechless. Ask the elders of the sacred place to push his old three-wheeler? Gu Changsheng's eyebrow twitched involuntarily. All right. The word all right fell like an invisible mountain, crushing the hearts of everyone in the Xinqing Holy Land. Especially Elder Kai Kuan, who felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, his old face turning from red to purple. To have him push a cart for this brat? He, a senior enforcer of the Xinqing Holy Land and a cultivator at the Yuanling stage, was being ordered to push a three-wheeled cart used for collecting scrap? If word of this got out, what would become of his reputation? Wang Li didn't care what he was thinking. He crossed his legs contentedly, ready to set off. Then we'll leave it to you all. Gu Changsheng turned around expressionlessly and began walking toward the depths of the mountain gate. Elder Kai Kuan took a deep breath, then another. With a flick of his sleeves, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted, forming an invisible giant hand that steadied the bottom of the tricycle. Hum. The tricycle hovered in mid-air, suspended by the invisible hand, as the crowd of cultivators stared in disbelief. Wang Li swayed on the cart, found a more comfortable position, and nodded approvingly. Not bad. Your technique is quite polished. You must have practiced a lot. The shock absorption is much better than when I ride it myself. Chapter 49, Theme Blind Box. Xinqing Holy Temple. This place was the core of power in the Xinqing Holy Land. Only the Holy Master and the Supreme Elders were permitted to reside here permanently. Ordinary elders were not allowed to enter the hall unless summoned for important matters. The hall was vast and majestic, with a dome that seemed to be adorned with a real starry sky. Every pillar supporting the sky was carved with the totems of ancient divine beasts, and the air was filled with an ancient and solemn atmosphere, so thick it was hard to breathe. However, today, this timeless solemnity has been completely shattered. Hum. A dilapidated three-wheeled cart, supported by an invisible spiritual force, glides into the center of the sacred hall with an eerily smooth yet utterly bizarre posture. Wang Li lay sprawled out in the truck bed, legs crossed, humming an unknown tune. Elder Kai Kuan's face had turned from a deep purple to a grim shade of gray. He carefully manipulated his spiritual energy to place the tricycle on the polished jade floor without making a single sound. For a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, this was more mentally exhausting than fighting a same-level opponent for 300 rounds. Shame. Utter disgrace. He, the esteemed enforcement elder, had been reduced to a mere cart driver today. After setting the cart down, Elder Kai Kuan didn't linger for a single second. He bowed slightly toward Gu Changsheng seated at the head of the table, said nothing, and turned to leave. His back was straight, yet it was filled with endless desolation and bitterness. Wang Li sat up from the cart, patted his buttocks, and looked around in wonder. Not bad, not bad. The decor has a nice retro style, but the lighting is a bit dim, that's a minus. And why isn't there even a fruit platter? Your hospitality could use some improvement. He commented as if no one else was there, as though inspecting his own business. At the head of the table, Gu Changsheng remained expressionless, watching Wang Li intently. In the third seat to his right sat Shangguan Xingxue. Mr. Wang. Gu Changsheng finally spoke, his voice echoing through the hall with a natural air of authority. Now, we can discuss that young attributed object. Wang Li stretched lazily, his bones cracking with a crisp sound. He didn't get off the tricycle but instead found a more comfortable position leaning against the rim. Talk, sure. Wang Li spoke lazily, but Holy Master, I must clarify that I'm just a blind box seller, not a know-it-all. If you ask me where the supreme young object is, I can only tell you that the answer is in the next blind box. He seamlessly switched back into his role as a shrewd merchant. Gu Changsheng's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Open a blind box? He glanced at the results of Shangguan Xingxue's 10 consecutive draws, a divine array, followed by a chicken leg bone, a torn sock, and a wild chicken. This pure form of gambling, entrusting the fate of the sect to the whims of chance, was not the act of a wise man. I won't open the blind box. Gu Changsheng's voice was steady, carrying an unwavering resolve. Mr. Wang, just name your price. As long as you have what we need or any related clues, the Xinqing Holy Land will buy it. He believed that in the face of absolute wealth, nothing was untouchable. Wang Li heard this and stroked his chin. Buy outright? That was a new line of business. He silently called upon the system in his mind. System, did you hear that? A big client has a new request. Can you set up a targeted procurement? Ding. Special client request detected. Theme blind box mode can be activated. Theme blind box, the host can specify the general type of items to be produced in the blind box based on the client's needs. Note, the price of the theme blind box will be significantly higher than that of a regular blind box, and the final price will be settled based on the actual value of the items obtained. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly the so-called targeted card pool combined with pay after the fact? System, you really know how to do business. He asked himself again, how exactly is this price calculated? How much can I add? The price is determined by the host based on the quality of the item offered. The higher the quality, the higher the premium, the lower the quality, the lower the premium. Wang Li was overjoyed. The pricing power is now in my hands. It's like a custom-made rip-off feature designed just for me. He cleared his throat and put on a face that said, "This request is quite difficult, but I'll ask for you. Holy Lord, this is my small business, and rules are rules. However, considering your sincerity, I specifically contacted my, main supplier." Wang Li spoke with a straight face, making up a story on the spot. The supplier said they can make an exception for the Shenqing Holy Land and provide a special themed blind box that only contains items of pure yang energy. A gleam flashed in Gu Changxing's eyes. But Wang Li changed the subject with a fox-like smile. The price, however, isn't something that can be settled with just 10 spirit crystals. We'll have to wait until the item is revealed, see what it is, and then negotiate the price. We deal fairly, no haggling. Gu Changxing's expression grew solemn. Pricing based on quality? Unconsciously, the image of the black banner depicting the cosmic starry sea flashed through his mind. The Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. How do you even put a price on that thing? Even if you sold the entire Shenqing Holy Land, you wouldn't know if you could afford it. This isn't about buying something, it's like handing over a blank check for the other party to fill in any amount. Gu Changxing fell silent, and the atmosphere in the grand hall grew oppressive once more. He stared at Wang Li and spoke slowly, his voice heavy with gravity. If the items offered exceed the financial capacity of the Shenqing Holy Land, what then? This was the core of the matter. Wang Li had already prepared his response and called upon the system once more. System, the client is worried they can't afford to pay and might run away. Oh, no, they're worried they can't afford it. What should we do? Do we offer installment payments or mortgage loans? If the customer cannot pay the full amount, they must pay a corresponding observation fee based on the quality of the item. Observation fee, this serves as compensation for the client witnessing the emergence of high-quality items and is cost reimbursement for the host to unlock higher-tier blind boxes. Wang Li understood. This was the legendary pay-to-view system. The Holy Master is overthinking it. Wang Li waved his hand, looking as though he were thinking of the other party's best interests. If the deal doesn't go through, we'll still be friends. Let's be honest with each other. If the item turns out to be too valuable, even if you sell everything you have, you won't be able to afford it, and that's fine too. He paused, then presented the condition that Gu Changxing couldn't refuse. All you need to pay is an observation fee. Observation fee? Gu Changxing heard the term for the first time and clearly didn't understand. Yes, observation fee. Wang Li explained, think of it as broadening your horizons and gaining knowledge. You've seen the divine artifact, and I have wasted my time. Let us call it a fair exchange and make friends. The grand hall fell into complete silence. Gu Changxing, the sage ruler who had lived for hundreds of years, felt his understanding of the world being repeatedly challenged by this young man. You can't afford to buy something, yet you have to pay an observation fee? What an unheard of, outrageous clause. Yet, coming from his mouth, it somehow sounded so natural. He looked at Wang Li's sincere face, his thoughts racing. The risks were still enormous. But compared to the unknown possibility of losing everything, there was at least a safety net now. The worst-case scenario was simply paying a fee to catch a glimpse of the legendary Yang-attributed artifact. And the best outcome would be obtaining the core to activate the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, completely eliminating the threat from Lingxiao Holy Land, and even leading Shenqing Holy Land to an unprecedented era of glory. This gamble seemed too tempting to refuse. After a long silence, the deep eyes of Gu Changxing finally made up their mind. He looked at Wang Li and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. All right, I'll follow your lead, Mr. Wang. Open the blind box. Chapter 50, The Flame-Lit Banner. Open the blind box. Upon hearing this, Wang Li immediately sat up straight in the back of the tricycle. The Holy Lord is so generous. He praised it, then began rummaging through the cluttered cargo bed with great seriousness. Wait a moment, let me look. My main supplier said the custom-made items for your sacred site have different packaging, so I have to be careful. He muttered to himself as he pulled aside scraps of metal, empty drink bottles, and crumpled magazines, creating a clanging noise that starkly contrasted with the solemn atmosphere of the sacred hall. Gu Changxing and Shangguan Xingxue watched him go about his business, one with a stern expression, the other as cold as ever. But upon closer inspection, their tense bodies betrayed the turmoil within. Finally, Wang Li pulled out a box that stood out from the pile of junk. The box was entirely crimson, with a golden flame pattern imprinted on its surface, looking far more elegant than the plain wooden boxes they had seen before. Found it! Wang Li held the box in the palm of his hand, as if showcasing a priceless treasure. Holy Master, this is the custom-made theme blind box for you, codenamed Blazing Sunday. It contains items of the purest yang energy, with a guarantee of 10 times the refund if counterfeit. He handed the box over and added. The opening fee remains the same 1 spirit crystal. But I must remind you once more, the opening fee is for opening the box. The contents inside are priced separately. The words sounded familiar, like congratulations on winning the first prize. Please pay the $20 processing fee first. Gu Changxing said nothing, simply reaching out to take the crimson-colored blind box. He took out a spirit crystal from his storage ring, flicked it with his fingers, and the crystal landed steadily in Wang Li's tricycle cart. The transaction was complete. Gu Changsheng held the blind box, feeling a faint, scorching heat emanating from within. He hesitated no longer, picked up the hammer, and tapped the box gently. Scratch! A dazzling golden light erupted from the box, instantly engulfing the entire hall. Gu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Golden again! How similar it was to the scene when the Zhou Tianxing Do array had been activated earlier. Could it be that this so-called Supreme Yang object is of the same caliber as that? His breathing grew. The golden energy waves slowly dissipated, revealing the true form of the object within the box. It was a small banner. The flag was a deep crimson color, with a pure golden flagpole. On the flag's surface was embroidered a vivid golden lotus flower, surrounded by concentric rings of mystical flame-like patterns. It floated quietly in mid-air, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of burning away the 8 desolate realms and illuminating the ages. Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Xingxue both cast their curious gazes toward it. A flag? What mysteries does this banner hold? Wang Li observed their expressions, cleared his throat, and prepared to begin his product presentation. In his mind, the system's voice rang out clearly. Flaming light flag. Grade, Master. Origin, the investiture of the gods. Effect, the ground-shattering flame banner embodies the ultimate power of the Li hexagram fire. When unfurled, it releases a crimson light barrier that incinerates evil spirits and protects the soul. It distorts the battlefield environment, causing enemies to fall into the ground-shattering state detached from gravitational pull, thereby weakening their mobility. Wang Li muttered to himself. Wow, isn't this one of the treasures of the Supreme Elder Lord? One of the 5 primordial flags, a genuine primordial divine treasure. This thing. Given Gu Changsheng's wealth, I doubt he could afford it even if he sold the entire Xianqing Holy Land. Facing Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Xingshue's eager expressions, Wang Li adopted the posture of a professional commentator. This item is called the Flaming Banner of the Heavens. He paused for a moment, giving the two time to process the information, before continuing his explanation at a leisurely pace. This flag is the ultimate manifestation of innate fire energy. When unfolded, it emits a crimson barrier that not even demons or gods can break through in a short time. It is an unparalleled tool for protection and survival. Of course, that is merely its most basic function. Wang Li shifted the focus of his conversation and began to explain the most important aspect. Its most formidable ability lies in its power to alter the rules of a given realm. With a single shake of the flag, enemies will lose their footing, deprived of the Earth's support, floating in midair like they're in outer space. Even if they retain 3/10 of their abilities, that would be considered fortunate. In simple terms, it creates its own domain and forces weakening. Using it as the Sun-Star Array for the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array is more than sufficient. Every word Wang Li spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Xingshue's hearts. Altering the rules of the heavens and earth. Forcibly weaken enemies. This was beyond their understanding of magical artifacts. It was a technique said to be exclusive to immortals. Gu Changsheng fell into a prolonged silence. This was something he had always dreamed of obtaining. Even better than the best outcome he could have imagined, by 1,000 or 10,000 times. But the more he thought about it, the heavier his heart grew. For he knew all too well that such a divine artifact must possess a value beyond his wildest imagination. He slowly raised his head and asked, "Mr. Wang, how much is this worth?" Wang Li called out to the system in his mind once more. "System, how much is this thing worth?" The system responded with its emotionless electronic voice. "This is a heavenly treasure, priceless. Suggested selling price, 100,000 celestial stones." Wang Li couldn't help but twitch his lips. Xian Yuan stones? What kind of currency unit is that? From the name alone, it's clear this isn't the same as the mortal currencies like spirit stones or spirit crystals. This must be something used by immortals. He forced himself to suppress the turmoil within his heart, raised his head, and met the tense gazes of Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Xingxue. He extended a finger and waved it in front of them. Gu Changsheng's heart tightened. Could it be 10,000 spirit crystals? Though expensive, perhaps with the combined strength of the sacred land. Wang Li watched his expression, shook his head, and revealed a smile that was both innocent and cruel. In a tone as casual as if he were saying, "Cabbage is 2 cents a pound today," he clearly uttered the number that could bankrupt the entire Xianqing Holy Land. Not expensive. Just 10,000 celestial spirit stones. Xian Yuan stones? Gu Changsheng's expression froze. He had lived for hundreds of years as the ruler of the Xianqing Holy Land and had seen countless rare treasures, but the words Xian Yuan stone only existed in the most ancient and decayed texts. They were said to be the currency used among immortals in legend. Not even one piece. He had never seen it in his entire life. As he stared at the small crimson flag floating in the air, an overwhelming sense of helplessness welled up in the heart of the Holy Sovereign. Beside him, the usually composed Shangguan Xingxue, whose cold eyes had flickered with an imperceptible ripple, quickly grew dim again. After a long while, Gu Changsheng finally regained his voice, which carried a hint of hoarseness and fatigue he hadn't even noticed himself. Mr. Wang, this item, the Shenqing Holy Land cannot accept. Speaking those words felt as though he had drained every ounce of strength from his body. He struggled to look away, unable to bear to gaze upon the tempting little flag any longer, as if another glance might cause his resolve to waver. Try something else. Wang Li's smile remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. He nodded, speaking with great understanding. All right, changing it is no problem at all. Gu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. But Wang Li changed the subject, slowly extending a finger. Holy Master, let's be clear from the start. If the deal falls through, we'll part ways amicably, but the rules must be followed. According to our agreement, you need to settle this observation fee. Gu Changsheng froze. Wang Li's smile was so bright it was almost blinding. Not much, a token of appreciation. 100 spirit crystals. 100 spirit crystals. Gu Changsheng's eyes widened in shock. This number felt like a harsh slap across the face of the Holy Lord. Just moments ago, he had admitted that the entire sacred land couldn't afford the divine artifact even if they sold everything they owned, and now he was being asked to pay a hefty sum for this fleeting glimpse. The money could be obtained, but paying it would be equivalent to admitting that they were only worthy of a mere glance. The humiliation was more agonizing than death itself. Wang Li was secretly calculating in his mind. The system had allowed him to set the price for the observation fee himself. He had initially considered asking for 1,000 spirit crystals, but upon further thought, he decided against it. A price too high would scare away potential buyers. 100 spirit crystals was just right. It would make the other party feel the pinch, highlight the value of the divine artifact, yet not push them to the point of no return. After all, this is a super high-value client capable of activating the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array. We need to play the long game and reel them in slowly. After the transaction was completed, Wang Li wore the characteristic enthusiastic smile of a businessman. Thank you for your patronage, Holy Lord. The observation fee we've charged is definitely worth every penny. Gu Changsheng remained silent, seated at the head of the table, his aura so oppressive it was almost suffocating. Those deep, piercing eyes now seemed frozen like ice from 1,000 years. Wang Li seemed oblivious, casually brushing the dust off his hands. So, Your Holiness, shall we continue or call it a day? He paused, as if genuinely considering the other's perspective. This Yang attributed object is like seeking a spiritual partner. It's all about fate. The first one might have been too picky, but the next one might be a perfect match. Every word of this speech felt like needles piercing Gu Changsheng's heart. He took a deep breath. At this point, he had no choice. Open. Chapter 51, Open again. The word was forced out between his teeth, weighing 1,000 pounds. All right. Wang Li had been waiting for that word. He flipped his wrist, and another blind box appeared out of thin air in the three-wheeled cart. Holy Master, open it. Wang Li handed over the small wooden hammer. Gu Changsheng gripped the lightweight wooden hammer and didn't hesitate for long. Thud. The hammer struck, and a dull sound echoed through the empty sanctuary. A streak of blue light burst forth from the crack in the box. This is it. The same thought flashed through Gu Changsheng and Shanguan Qingshua's minds. Within the blue light, the outline of an object began to slowly take shape. Wang Li's mind was filled with the system's prompt. Heavenly Godstone Plate Armor. Grade, Gold. Origin, Cloud Top Chest Golden Shovel War. Effect, when equipped, defense increases with the number of enemies, up to a maximum of 5 enemies. Note, enemies refer to those who have attacked you or are about to attack you. If no enemies appear within a quarter of an hour, defense returns to normal. Light equipment grants the Yang effect. Wang Li immediately felt more confident. He directly asked the system about the value of this item. The system indicated that it required 5,000 spirit crystals. 5,000 spirit crystals. Gu Changsheng should be able to afford that. Plus, the system notes that light equipment comes with the pure Yang effect. This perfectly matches the customer's requirements, doesn't it? While he was calculating in his mind, Gu Changsheng couldn't wait any longer. The blue glow, though not as overwhelming as the previous golden light, carried a weighty and solemn aura. As the light faded, a simple stone armor floated quietly in mid-air. The armor was crafted from an unknown golden rock, its surface adorned with natural patterns. Between the armor seams, faint golden halos swirled, and at its chest, a V-shaped golden emblem was imprinted, emanating a pure and warm aura. The essence of Yang energy. Gu Changsheng and Shanguan Qingshua's eyes narrowed simultaneously. Though faint, it was indeed the supreme Yang Qi. Gu Changsheng suppressed the turmoil in his heart and looked at Wang Li, his voice steady, betraying no emotion. Mr. Wang, what is this? Wang Li cleared his throat, his face adorned with a professional smile, and began his product presentation. The Holy Lord has keen eyes. This item is called the Heavenly Godstone Plate Armor. He paused for effect, noticing that Gu Changsheng and Shanguan Qingxue had both turned their attention to him, before continuing. This armor is a defensive treasure. Its extraordinary property lies in the fact that the more enemies surround it, the stronger its defensive power becomes. The more enemies, the stronger the defense? Gu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a trait he had never heard of before. Exactly. Wang Li snapped his fingers. In simple terms, if one person attacks you, it provides 1 point of defense. If 5 people surround you, it instantly boosts your defense to 5 points. When you're surrounded by enemies, this armor becomes the most impenetrable barrier. This explanation was clear and straightforward, and Gu Changsheng immediately understood the value of this armor. For a sect, this was undoubtedly a strategic treasure that could allow disciples to challenge opponents of higher ranks and outnumber their enemies. Shangguan Xingshue's cold eyes also flickered with a hint of astonishment. Wang Li observed the expressions on their faces, knowing the timing was right, and revealed the true crux of the matter. Of course, that's just its basic function. The most crucial aspect of this armor is that it is a light armor, with its core inherently imbued with the power of pure yang. Though it cannot compare to the we saw earlier, it is more than sufficient to serve as the array eye for the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array and drive the array. And most importantly, Wang Li dragged out his words, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. It only requires 5,000 spirit crystals. 5,000 spirit crystals. Gu Changsheng sat upright at the head of the table, his face hidden in the shadows, his features indistinct. He remained silent, and the entire sacred hall fell into complete stillness. Even the flow of air seemed to have frozen. After a long while, he finally moved. He raised his hand, and a storage pouch, shimmering with light and adorned with a design of a mystical bird, appeared out of thin air. With a flick of his finger, it traced a precise arc and landed directly on Wang Li's tricycle. Wang Li acted swiftly, snatching the storage pouch into his hands. His divine sense swept over it swiftly. 5,000 spirit crystals were neatly arranged, not one missing. He's made it. This time, he's really made it. He forced down the surging excitement in his heart, maintaining his professional smile of pleased to cooperate. The Holy Lord is indeed a man of his word. Wang Li tucked the storage bag into his robe, patting it gently, his movements as practiced as a landlord collecting rent. He cleared his throat and bowed respectfully toward Gu Changsheng, who sat at the head of the table. Since the transaction is complete, this junior will take his leave. With so many spirit crystals, I should return to seclusion to enhance my strength, lest the Holy Lord distrust me next time there's something valuable. These words were half truth, half joke, a farewell, but also a reminder to Gu Changsheng that this investment was well worth it. Gu Changsheng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely emitting an almost inaudible syllable from his nostrils. He didn't want to say another word. Then, his indifferent voice echoed through the hall. Elder Kai. In the corner, Elder Kai Kuan, who had been trying his best to blend into the background and become a pillar, stiffened suddenly. His already sullen face turned a kaleidoscope of colors, more vibrant than a dye shop. In the end, he couldn't escape it. He took heavy steps out of the shadows, bowed deeply to Gu Changsheng, and didn't dare to glance at Wang Li or the tricycle once. Gu Changsheng finally opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Kai Kuan, his tone devoid of any emotion. Escort Mr. Wang down the mountain. Kai Kuan's lips twitched violently, but he finally managed to force out a single word. Yes. Wang Li saw this and broke into a wide smile. He plopped back into the truck bed, deliberately finding a comfortable position to lie down, and waved enthusiastically at the pale-faced Kai Kuan elder. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Kai. Your service attitude is top-notch. I'll give you a 5-star review next time. The three-wheeled cart, buoyed by a mix of sorrow and anger, rose smoothly into the air once more, slowly turning around and floating toward the palace gates. Elder Kai Kuan followed behind the vehicle, his back straight as an arrow, each step feeling like he was walking on his own dignity. He swore that he had never felt so humiliated in his entire life. The tricycle landed steadily before the gates of Shenwu City. Wang Li rushed back into the shop and closed the door. He crossed his legs and sat down, his mind focused. System, check the accounts. Ding. Current balance, over 5,000 spirit crystals. Seeing this number, Wang Li's heart began to race uncontrollably. Over 5,000 spirit crystals. This enormous sum was enough to drive even a nascent soul cultivator mad with desire. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him. Money is only truly yours when it becomes power. System, enhance my strength. Detecting host request. Power enhancement service activated. Current host cultivation level, foundation establishment perfection. In the next instant, the storage pouch containing 5,000 spirit crystals vanished from his embrace. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming energy too vast to describe with words emerged from the void, surging into every part of his body. Boom! Wang Li's body trembled violently, feeling as though he were a balloon that had been punctured. Every meridian, bone, and muscle in his body was swept away, torn apart, and beamed in a more perfect form. Pain! It hurt so much. The agony nearly made him scream, but he clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes bloodshot. But the pain lasted only a fleeting moment before transforming into an unparalleled sense of relief. As if breaking free from an invisible shackle, the golden pill spinning in his dantian crack opened a crack. More cracks appeared, spreading like a spider's web. Finally, with a crisp ringing sound, the golden pill shattered completely. In its place appeared a miniature figure identical to Wang Li's face, seated cross-legged at the center of the Qi Sea. The miniature figure was translucent and radiant, exuding an air of solemn dignity. With each breath, it inhaled and exhaled vast amounts of celestial and terrestrial qi. The Yuan infant was formed. Chapter 52, Testing the Zhou Tianxing Do Array. At the same time, at the Xianqing Holy Land, Shenwu Plain. This place was the sacred site for martial arts training and gatherings, carved out of a single massive piece of black tortoise rock, vast and boundless. The usually solemn and majestic square now presents an extraordinary sight. 360 golden core cultivators floated in mid-air, each holding a star banner. Their expressions varied. Some looked tense, others confused, while a few were secretly adjusting their postures, trying to make themselves look more stylish as they floated. They are the attendants and core disciples of the sect, with the lowest cultivation level being mid-golden core stage. At this moment, they resemble a group of elementary school students awaiting inspection, daring not to breathe a word. At the front of the formation stood two figures, as bright as the sun and moon, capturing everyone's attention. On the left was Shanguan Qingxue, still dressed in white, her icy demeanor seeming to freeze the air. On the right was the holy son of the Xianqing Holy Land, Gu Tsangqiang. At that moment, Gu Tsangqiang was undoubtedly the most striking figure in the entire hall. He was clad in a golden stone armor, the very same divine stone plate armor sold by the royal court. The V-shaped emblem on the chest of the armor emitted a warm glow, making him look like a moving, golden brick with a divine aura. Sis, look at the holy son's outfit, it's so blindingly bright. In the crowd, Gu Ruoxu couldn't help but whisper to Gu Nianwei beside him. Gu Nianwei remained expressionless and nodded in agreement. It wasn't just dazzling, it was practically begging enemies to target him. The Holy Lord's sense of style is becoming increasingly unpredictable. At the highest point of the square, Gu Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back, holding a black array flag. He had spent several days trying to decipher the array diagram of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, but he still hadn't fully understood it. But time was of the essence, and he had to verify the array's power as soon as possible. Thus, today's small-scale practical drill was arranged. 360 golden core cultivators served as the stars, with two array eyes, one at the mid-stage of fusion with the body and the other at the peak of the divine transformation stage. Gu Changsheng looked down at the 360 stars below and the golden sun above, his heart pounding. 5,000 spirit crystals, plus an additional 100 spirit crystals as observation fees if this deal went south. Where would his face as the Holy Lord be? He waved the array flag in his hand. Move! At his command, the 360 suspended cultivators sprang into action. From the ground, the scene was chaotic, resembling a pot of boiling porridge, with cultivators drifting aimlessly in all directions. Hey, hey, hey! Lu's senior brother, don't push me. Li Ji, your banner is poking my waist. Oh my goodness, we're going to collide. However, in Gu Changsheng's eyes, these 360 points of light were moving strictly according to some mysterious trajectory. Each light point represented a star, seemingly chaotic yet moving along its own path, maintaining a delicate balance with one another. Chaotic yet orderly, traversing the heavens. As the cultivators moved, a powerful and ancient aura began to gather above the Shenwu plain. Gu Changsheng waved the array flag once more. Change formation. The trajectories of the stars in the sky suddenly shift, moving faster and their energy growing more concentrated. Finally, a dazzling light erupted from the bodies of the 360 cultivators, connecting into a vast expanse of stars in the sky. The Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation was activated. The 360 cultivators, connected by starlight, eventually formed a massive yin-yang fish pattern that slowly rotated. The left side represented yin, with Shangguan Qingxue at its core, the starlight cold and carrying the essence of the dark moon. The right side was yang, with the ancient sky wearing a divine stone armor as its core, the starlight fiery and radiating the essence of yang. The 360 stars, like 360 precision gears, mesh perfectly together, driving the entire array to rotate slowly. A terrifying power capable of altering the very fabric of heaven and earth began to brew within the array. It's done! Gu Changsheng's heart filled with joy. Even just the activation had such overwhelming might. That scheming merchant, no, that Mr. Wang, indeed didn't deceive me. He turned to an elderly man beside him, whose aura was deep and steady, as if he had merged with the void, and said, Senior Qin, act now. Shenwu was a supreme elder who had lived for countless years and reached the peak of the fusion realm. Today, he was the inspector responsible for quality control. Upon hearing this, Shenwu slowly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and struck out toward the starry array in the sky. As his palm struck out, the entire space of the Shenwu plain seemed to freeze, and a terrifying might capable of crushing mountains descended upon the array. Gu Changsheng immediately waved the array flags. Defend! Boom! The yin-yang fish pattern spun violently, and endless starlight surged into the sky, coalescing into a massive starlight barrier that met the Taishang Elder's world-shattering palm strike. At the moment of collision, no sound was heard. Time and space seemed to lose all meaning in that instant. The golden core cultivators present felt an irresistible force pressing down from above, while an equally vast force lifted them from below. They felt like the filling in a sandwich, trapped between two divine forces colliding, trembling uncontrollably. Especially for Gu Tsangxiong, the young array, the sensation was most intense. He felt as though he were bearing the weight of a mountain, the pressure so intense that he wanted to scream for his mother. But the divine stone armor plate on his chest suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, and a colossal force surged throughout his body, forcing him to withstand the pressure. Holy crap, this armor, it really holds up! Gu Tsangxiong shouted inwardly. Moments later, the oppressive pressure dissipated, and the starlight retreated. The Zhou Tianxing Do array in the sky continued to rotate smoothly, and the Supreme Elder withdrew his hand, standing in place. This strike had ended in a deadlock. Gu Changsheng was completely stunned. After all, that was the Supreme Elder at the peak of the fusion realm. Within the erase core, Shangguan Xingxue was only at the mid-stage of the fusion realm, while Gu Tsangxiong was merely at the peak of the transformation realm. As for the 360 golden core cultivators, they were nothing more than disposable battery packs. How could such a group of people, when combined, withstand a single strike from a peak fusion realm cultivator? A tidal wave of shock surged through Gu Changxing's heart. This is it. This is our big break. This was merely a small-scale Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array with 360 participants. Currently, the simplest defensive application he could comprehend was to simply withstand the attack head-on. If he were to fully comprehend the entire array and master the countless combinations of starlight techniques, how terrifying would its power be? If he could gather 14,800 cultivators to form the complete array, wouldn't they even be able to fight against immortals? Thinking of this, Gu Changsheng was so excited he trembled all over. He looked at the array flag in his hand. Let's try again. Chapter 53, The Power of the Zhou Tianxing Do Array. Gu Changxing's arms, clutching the array flags, were veins bulging as he forced himself to suppress the wild joy within, trying to appear as composed as the steadfast holy lord he was supposed to be. He turned to the side and addressed the Supreme Elder Qinyu, who had remained as still as a backdrop throughout the entire ordeal. Elder Qin, there is no need to hold back this time. Give it your all. Qinyu nodded. He knew exactly how much strength he had put into that palm strike. It wasn't a test, it was an attack powerful enough to make even peers of the same cultivation level brace themselves. Yet this great array had effortlessly withstood it as if nothing had happened. Interesting. Shenwu immediately assumed a battle stance, his aura surging upward, no longer the casual, effortless gesture of before. On the Shenwu plain, the 360 golden core cultivators who had just been gloating over having withstood the attack of a senior cultivator saw their smiles freeze on their faces. More? And with full force? Master Elders, we're just golden core cultivators. We are the future of the sect, the flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, not disposable tools for testing weapon performance. Time ticked away second by second. The devastating attack we had anticipated did not immediately strike. Elder Qinyu stood there with his eyes closed, his aura growing increasingly terrifying, yet he still did not move. Within the array, some disciples' taut nerves began to relax. A disciple standing at the edge of the array even began to calculate in his mind. Is the test over? Is it time to eat? I wonder if the canteen has braised lion's head today. Keep your minds focused. Your positions are the lifeline of the sect. Gu Changxing's icy intent felt like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, instantly dousing all their wandering thoughts. Everyone snapped back to attention, quickly gathering their minds and channeling their spiritual energy into the star-shaped banners beneath their feet. Gu Changsheng himself also remained vigilant. He looked at Qinyu and saw that the body of the Supreme Elder was suddenly surrounded by tiny red sparks that danced and flickered. Is he gathering power? Gu Changsheng muttered to himself. The build-up phase is way too long. What's the difference between this and those overpowered villains in mortal novels who spend ages building up to a big move only to be killed by a lowly soldier with a single strike? He thought to himself, no wonder he had never seen Elder Qin use this move before. Judging by this setup, if this were a real battlefield, the enemies would probably have finished fighting and gone home to eat by the time he finally unleashed his move. Of course, while he complained, Gu Changxing didn't underestimate his opponent in the slightest. He knew better than anyone that the longer a technique took to charge, the more devastating its power would be. He gripped the array flag tightly, focusing all his attention, ready to intervene personally the moment the array couldn't hold any longer. Just then, Shenwu finally moved. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the spiritual energy of the entire world boiled in that instant. Raising his right hand, he pointed at the starry array in the sky. Scarlet Sky Divine Thunder. Boom! A colossal crimson thunderbolt, enveloped in a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all things, erupted from Qinyu's fingertip, tearing through the sky and striking directly at the Zhou Tianxing Do array. In that instant, the entire Shenwu plain was bathed in an eerie crimson glow. Hold on! Gu Changsheng roared, wildly waving the array flag in his hand. Within the array, the 360 golden core cultivators had already prepared themselves. They exerted every ounce of strength, their spiritual energy surging like a floodgate opened, rushing into the star banner. The yin-yang fish pattern spun rapidly, and endless starlight energy gathered without reservation, forming a starlight barrier several times thicker than before. It met the crimson divine thunderbolt head-on, holding firm against it. Ji La. The collision of thunderlight and starlight produced a bone-chilling sound. The crimson thunderbolt, like a red-hot iron branding wax, tore through the first layer of the starlight barrier with unstoppable force. Second layer. Third layer. The entire right side of the array, centered around the ancient sky and representing the young side, suddenly erupted into violent turmoil. The starlight flickered, growing dimmer and dimmer, as if it might extinguish at any moment. I can't take this anymore. Gu Zhangxiang felt as though he had been struck head-on by a rampaging primordial beast, with his internal organs churning violently. With only peak spirit transformation cultivation, the stars beneath his feet trembled, dragging along the dozens of golden core disciples behind him. Their faces turned deathly pale, and they swayed precariously, like flickering candles in the wind. At the critical moment, the divine stone armor plate on his chest suddenly erupted with a blinding golden glow. The V-shaped golden emblem now resembled a miniature sun, emanating pure, heavy yang energy that forcibly stabilized his collapsing form and distributed the terrifying pressure across the entire yang side array. Hold on. We can do this. Gu Zhangxiang roared, forcing the array's core to stabilize. On the left side, centered around Shanguan Qingxue, the yin side, the cold Tianyang star energy flowed smoothly. Though it was also affected, it was clearly much more composed. The interplay of yin and yang continued endlessly. The turmoil on the right side quickly stabilized with support from the left side. Finally, the once mighty crimson sky divine thunder, having exhausted all its power, reluctantly dissipated before the starlight barrier. We held it off. It actually withstood it. Gu Changxing's hand, which had been raised halfway and was ready to intervene at any moment, froze mid-air. The power of that previous strike had undoubtedly reached the peak of a full power attack at the fusion realm. He had even prepared himself for the array to shatter and to intervene to save them. But in the end, aside from the right corner of the array where Gu Zhangxiang stood looking a bit disheveled, the entire array remained intact. Gu Changxing's heart was instantly overwhelmed by a surge of joy. This power. 5,000 spirit crystals. This isn't expensive at all. This is like a fire sale, as if Wang Boss is shedding tears while doing charity. It's worth every penny. He immediately retrieved all the star banners from everyone's hands. The 360 golden core disciples instantly felt as though their bodies had been drained of all energy, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Yet, every face bore the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. We withstood the full force of a Supreme Elder's attack. This is something we can brag about for the rest of our lives. Gu Changxing didn't give them much time to savor the moment. Clearing his throat, his heavy voice echoed across the entire Shenwu plain. Disciples, attendants. He surveyed the faces, some weary, some excited, and delivered a weighty piece of news that struck everyone to the core. Just moments ago, I received an urgent report from the front lines. The Lingxiao Holy Land has torn up the ceasefire agreement and declared war on our Holy Land. Elder Wu, who was defending the front lines at Wangyue City, has been severely injured in a surprise attack by the enemy, and the situation at the front is critical. The sect has decided that, effective immediately, all elite forces of the sect shall be mobilized to rush to the aid of Moonlight City and repel the enemy at the gates of the sect. The entire Shenwu plain fell into complete silence. After a brief moment of silence, the air was filled with a surge of battle intent. We swear to defend the Xianqing Holy Land with our lives. We will die for the Holy Lord. Damn the Lingxiao Holy Land. The 360 disciples who had just been acting as battery packs were now filled with passion, shouting wildly, eager to charge to the front lines at once. Chapter 54, Confronting the Blind Box Boss. On the Shenwu plain, battle intent boiled like oil. The blood of the 360 golden core cultivators was completely ignited by Gu Changxing's few words. Slogans echoed in waves, and the faces of the disciples, pale from overexertion, were now consumed by fanaticism. In the corner of the crowd, a figure stood out starkly against the passionate atmosphere. He Chuan, an elderly elder renowned for his composure within the sect, was quietly retreating to the rear. In the city of Shenwu, inside an antique shop named Zhongjin Pavilion. On the surface, this was a place where ordinary antiques and paintings were sold, with elegant decor and the scent of sandalwood wafting through the air, exuding an air of refinement. However, in the deepest chamber of the store, the atmosphere was far from elegant. He Chuan sat upright on a purple sandalwood chair, recounting every detail of what had just transpired on the Shenwu plain. The array is called the Zhou Tian Xing Do, with 360 golden core cultivators as its foundation. Shanguan Qingxue serves as the Taiyin Array I, and the Holy Sun Gu Zhangxiang is the Taiyang Array I. That armor, known as the Tianshan Stone Plate Armor, possesses innate yang energy and is the key to activating the Yang Array I. His speech was not hurried, but every word was like a poisoned steel needle. The Crimson Sky Divine Thunder, the full power strike of Elder Qingyu, should be well known to you from the Lingxiao Holy Land. Yet that array withstood it. Aside from leaving Gu Zhangxiang, that worthless fool, in a sorry state, it remained unscathed. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man with a kind face, resembling a wealthy gentleman. He was none other than Yun Wanli, the Cloud Elder of the Lingxiao Holy Land. Yun Wanli slowly poured tea while listening quietly, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Gu Changxiang spent a full 5,100 spirit crystals on this array. He's gambling if he wins, he can use this array to block your Lingxiao sacred land. If he loses, the Xianqing sacred land will collapse on its own. Yichuan's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Wang Li pushed a cup of freshly brewed tea toward Yichuan and smiled. Elder He, you've worked hard. Rest assured, the Lingxiao sacred land never treats its friends unfairly. A heavy storage pouch was placed on the table. Yichuan picked up the storage bag, scanned it with his divine sense, and the venom on his face eased slightly. He stood up and coldly said, what I want is not this. I know. Wang Li continued to smile, you will get it. Yichuan said no more, turned, and pushed open the door, his figure quickly disappearing into the alley behind the antique shop. The secret room fell silent once more. Moments later, a dark figure emerged from the shadows in the corner, kneeling on one knee. Senior Yun, this man is filled with hatred and has a cold heart. Can we really trust him? The shadow's voice was hoarse, devoid of any emotion. Wang Li picked up his teacup, gently blew on the floating tea leaves, and spoke casually, trust? I don't trust him. What I trust is his hatred. This Yichuan was once the most outstanding disciple of the previous generation on the Xianqing Holy Land. Both his natural talent and achievements were more than sufficient to secure the position of Supreme Elder. Yet what was the outcome? Wang Li took a sip of tea, a mocking smile curving his lips. Instead, that good-for-nothing younger brother of Gu Changsheng, relying on his family's influence, snatched the position that rightfully belonged to him. Not only that, but that man also constantly oppressed Yichuan, sending him to guard the most barren mine in the sect. Tell me, doesn't this sound like the stories in your mortal world, where a hard-working employee watches helplessly as the boss's foolish son is suddenly promoted to be his superior, and then the son starts making life miserable for him every day? Wang Li recounted a sordid tale from the cultivation world in a casual tone, as if it were mere gossip from the streets. This hatred is ingrained in his bones. He would gladly see the Xianqing Holy Land wiped out tomorrow, as long as it means the Gu clan is destroyed. Such a person is the most useful kind. The shadowy figure nodded silently, clearly agreeing with Elder Yun's workplace manipulation victim theory. The elder is wise. The shadow then added, regarding the origin of the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array, I have also uncovered some leads. Oh? Wang Li perked up. The origin is quite peculiar. The shadow seemed to be choosing his words carefully. The item comes from a vendor in the black market of Shenwu City, named Wang Li. Wang Li paused in the act of holding his teacup. A vendor? Yes. The shadow's voice remained calm. He is in his early 20s, with cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. He has no sect background and sells goods at the black market, using a mundane three-wheeled cart as his mode of transportation. The items he sells are called blind boxes. Gu Changsheng purchased the Heavenly God stone plate armor and the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array diagram from him. The air in the secret room seemed to freeze. Wang Li's smile vanished for the first time. He slowly set down his teacup, his brows furrowed. A young man in his early 20s, driving a tricycle and selling blind boxes in the black market, yet in possession of strategic-level artifacts capable of altering the course of a Holy Land war? This story is even more absurd than Yichuan being bullied at work. Is the source reliable? Absolutely reliable. Our people saw it with their own eyes. Gu Changsheng took something from the young man's tricycle cart. Wang Li stood up and paced back and forth in the secret room. Who exactly is this Wang Li? Is he the disciple of some reclusive master out to play with the world? Or is there a terrifying force behind him that even the sacred lands don't know about? Regardless of which, it was enough to make him feel apprehensive. Interesting, truly interesting. Wang Li stopped in his tracks, and the same kind smile reappeared on his face, though this time it was tinged with the sharpness of a predator. A young man who can casually summon the Zhou Tian Xingdou array. The treasures in his possession are likely not limited to this alone. The shadow did not respond, simply kneeling in silence. If the Xianqing Holy Land can buy a shield from him, then can our Lingxiao Holy Land also buy a sharper spear from him? Wang Li's eyes flickered with calculating light. He walked to the door, pushed open the chamber's entrance, and the sunlight outside illuminated half his face. Prepare the carriage. I must go and meet this blind box seller on the tricycle. Chapter 55. Wang Li opens the blind box. Shenwu City, Black Market. Unlike the usual chaotic and noisy scene, the depths of the black market today were shrouded in an eerie calm. Before an unremarkable shop, a middle-aged man dressed in fine robes and with a kind face stood motionless. He was none other than Wang Li, the elder of Lingxiao Holy Land. The shop had no proper sign, only a pair of couplets written in crooked calligraphy on the pillar at the entrance. Take a chance, and the sacred land becomes a clubhouse. Take a chance, and mortals ascend to heaven. Wang Li's eyebrow twitched slightly. What a bold claim. He had lived for over 1,000 years and had seen his share of arrogance, but never anything this brazen. The arrogance seeping through every word was no longer confidence, but a blatant "you mortals don't know a thing" attitude. He straightened his robes, reverted to his harmless, wealthy old man smile, and stepped into the store. The interior was Spartan to the point of being sparse. Rows of dilapidated wooden shelves were filled with uniformly sized wooden boxes. In the corner, a three-wheeled cart, the kind used for hauling goods in the mortal world, was parked carelessly, its cargo bed empty. A young man who looked no older than 20 sat cross-legged on a traditional armchair, engrossed in his sketchbook. "Sir, what's available? Single draw or 10 draw?" Wang Li didn't even bother to look up, his voice lazy and indifferent, like a street vendor hawking his wares. "This store accepts spirit crystals for payment. No credit, no exceptions. Honest dealings for all." Wanli's smile remained unchanged, but his heart was already in turmoil. He silently activated his unique detective technique, attempting to uncover the true nature of the young man before him. Spiritual energy, like invisible threads, quietly extended outward. However, just as his spiritual awareness was about to touch Wang Li, the scene before him suddenly changed. There were no meridians, no dantian, and no signs of spiritual energy flowing. Nothing at all. In his eyes, Wang Li was not a living person but a shapeless black hole that defied all rules, deep, hollow, and emanating an unknown force that made his heart race. Wanli's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't see through him. With his cultivation at the fusion stage, he couldn't even perceive the cultivation level of a foundation establishment stage practitioner. No, not even the presence of cultivation in this young man. A thought in his mind: capture him directly, search his soul, and extract every secret from his body. But the thought vanished in an instant, suppressed by his will. No. Too risky. Caution was the very foundation of his existence as the chief spy of the Lingxiao Holy Land. The young man before him was either in possession of a treasure that could block all detection, or his very existence was beyond the scope of his understanding. Regardless of which, it meant this person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. "Ha, your business is quite unique, young man." Wanli withdrew his divine ability, his smile growing even more benevolent, as if nothing had happened earlier. Wang Li finally put down the album and raised his eyes to appraise him. Dressed in fine clothes, with a steady demeanor, and eyes that held more than 900 cunning glances, clearly a wealthy customer. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Wang Li stood up from his chair and introduced himself enthusiastically. "My blind boxes are all about the thrill of the unknown." "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Wanli followed up with a question. "Simply put, anything could come out of these." Wang Li picked up a blind box at random and tossed it in his hand. "If you're lucky, you might get a divine weapon or a legendary technique, and becoming an immortal is no longer a dream. If you're unlucky, you might get a brick engraved with 'Thank you for your patronage,' and then you can only blame yourself for not checking the almanac before leaving home today." He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Fairness and impartiality are our hallmark. Everything is determined by fate, and we take no responsibility." Wanli sneered inwardly. Entirely up to fate? Gu Changsheng, that old fox, would spend over 5,000 spirit crystals to gamble on such an intangible and elusive thing as fate? He asked calmly, "What if I want a specific item? For example, a powerful offensive artifact?" "Good question." Wang Li snapped his fingers, and his smile grew enigmatic. "Sir, if you're a high-spending player seeking precise strikes, we also offer VIP customization services." He lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. "Theme-based blind boxes, care to hear more? For example, the attack artifact you mentioned, we have the Cure All Ailments series. For defense, there's the Survive Until the End of Time series. And if you're looking for a partner, we even have the Blooming Peach Blossom series." "Of course." Wang Li changed the subject. "As for the price for this custom service, you know how it goes. You get what you pay for, and it's definitely worth every penny." Wanli immediately understood. The divine stone armor plate Gu Changsheng had purchased must have been obtained through this customized service channel. He checked the spirit crystals in his storage bag. This time, to avoid drawing attention, he hadn't brought much with him. 5,000 spirit crystals, he couldn't afford it. It seemed he would have to test the waters first. "That's interesting." Wanli's face lit up with interest as he took out 10 crystal-clear spirit crystals from his storage pouch and placed them on the counter. "Let's start with 10 regular blind boxes first, so I can take a look." "Sure thing." Wang Li swiftly collected the spirit crystals, took 10 identical blind boxes from the shelf, along with a small wooden hammer that appeared to be carved from tender bamboo shoots, and handed them over. "Sir, please." Wanli picked up the lightweight little hammer, feeling a bit absurd. Is this thing supposed to break open the Zhou Tian Xingdou array, which can withstand a single strike from the peak of the fusion stage? He no longer hesitated, picked up the first blind box, aimed it at the lid, and tapped it gently. Dong! The box opened with a click, but there was no glow or unusual phenomenon. Wanli peered inside and saw a lollipop, half-eaten and still sticky with saliva, lying quietly at the bottom of the box. Wanli's smile froze for a moment. He picked up the second one. Thud! Inside was a holy sock, the left one. The corners of Wanli's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. The third one. Thud! A small booklet with a square iron box drawn on the cover, with words he couldn't read. Microwave oven user guide. The fourth one. Thud! A piece of paper with 4 large characters written in a flowing hand. One more box. Wanli's expression grew darker with each box he opened. When he opened the 8th box and saw the bottle of yogurt inside, emitting a sour, rotten odor and clearly past its expiration date, the kind facade he had maintained his entire life finally cracked. He even began to suspect that He Chuan, the traitor, was playing him. Gu Changsheng spent 5,000 spirit crystals on this pile of junk? He must have had his brain knocked out by that kid on a tricycle. He stared intently at the last 2 boxes, picked up the 9th one, and slammed it down with all his might, almost grinding his teeth in frustration. Thud. This time, after the dull thud, a dazzling purple light burst forth from the cracks in the box. Chapter 56, Star Rage. Thud. This time, after the dull thud, a dazzling purple light burst forth from the cracks in the box. The entire shop was bathed in the intense purple glow, even the tricycle in the corner was coated with an eerie purple hue. As the purple light faded, a small sword, entirely crimson in color, lay quietly within the box. The sword was short and had a simple, ancient design. The tip of the hilt was adorned with a 5-pointed star, resembling a toy for ordinary children. Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's prompt, sounding precisely on schedule. Star Rage. Grade, Platinum. Origin, Terraria. Effect, when attacking in the night or in a dark environment, this sword will upgrade to Star Fury. Each swing will summon a meteorite from the sky to attack the target. Wang Li looked at the small red sword. He picked it up. It felt smooth and warm in his hand, with no signs of spiritual energy. What is this? What is its purpose? Wang Li smiled slightly, his professional salesman's demeanor returning. Sir, you have keen eyes. This sword is called Star Rage. During the day, it is ordinary and unremarkable, merely sharper than an ordinary iron sword. However, once night falls or you are in a pitch-black environment, each swing summons a meteorite from the sky to strike the target. Wang Li fell into deep thought. Summoning a meteorite? This sounds even more exaggerated than Elder Qin used Crimson Sky Divine Thunder. But this sword looked like nothing more than a worthless trinket. He asked again, his tone tinged with curiosity, how big is this meteorite? Is it a fist-sized rock or a massive boulder capable of crushing a mountain? That's a huge difference. Wang Li spread his hands, giving a "you've stumped me" expression. Well, I don't know the exact size. It wasn't mentioned in the manual. He pointed to the sword in Wang Li's hand. But you can try it yourself, sir. Once you try it, you'll know, right? All items sold in this store are final sale, no returns or exchanges, and the store reserves the right to interpret all terms. Wang Li's eye began to twitch again. What's the point of saying that? He put the Xing Nu sword back into his storage bag and didn't ask any more questions. Then, he picked up the last blind box and tapped it casually. Thud. A plain white light flashed, revealing a wooden plaque engraved with 2 characters, "Thank you." Not even the courtesy of thank you was bothered to be written. Wang Li tossed the wooden plaque back into the box, said nothing, and turned to leave. He needed to return immediately to test the power of this Star Rage. If it was truly as that young man had said, then the Lingxiao Sacred Land would effectively gain a powerful weapon out of thin air. After Wang Li left, Wang Li looked at the empty shop and felt a hint of confusion. Today's business was a bit odd. Given the commotion caused by the martial arts demonstration at the Shenqing Sacred Ground, it was unlikely that no one in Shenwu City had heard about it. Why hadn't his regular customers Feng Chen, Li Ran, and Zhou Tong shown up? Wang Li was just pondering whether the recent low shipment rate of blind boxes had caused customer loss when the shop door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. With a loud clatter, a large crowd rushed in, instantly filling the already cramped shop to capacity. A rough count revealed at least a dozen people. Wang Li looked at their uniform attire and recognized them immediately. They were all from the Shenqing Holy Land. Among the few leading the group was none other than Guru Aksu. This was odd. Wasn't it said that the Shenqing Holy Land was about to go to war with the Lingxiao Holy Land? Why aren't these core disciples preparing for battle at the sect, but instead showing up at this small black market shop? Could they be here for a team-building activity? What Wang Li didn't know was that just a short while ago, Gu Changxing's pre-battle rally on the Xuanwu Plain had completely ignited a sense of crisis among all the disciples. War means death. Cultivation? In times of war, who has the luxury of sitting around meditating and cultivating? In the past, they were reluctant to spend spirit crystals because a single crystal could sustain their cultivation for a long time. But now, with their lives on the line, were they going to cling to those few spirit crystals like family heirlooms? Wang Li's blind box store had become their only lifeline. It's expensive here, but it can really work miracles. The Holy Sun's golden armor, shining brightly, isn't that the best advertisement? So, after Gu Changsheng announced preparations for battle, the first thing these disciples thought of wasn't heading to the armory for magical weapons or the alchemy lab for elixirs. They rushed in groups toward Wang Li's blind box shop. Each of them carried the savings they had scrimped and saved for years, ready to gamble their future here. Wang Li looked at the dozens of eyes before him, all filled with the desire to spend money, and his smile grew brighter. He stood up from his throne-like chair, cleared his throat, and spoke like an experienced salesman. Hey, everyone, don't push, don't rush. He pointed to the counter. Those who want to try the blind boxes, line up here. One at a time. Everyone will get a box. Wang Li looked at the dozens of eyes before him, each one filled with the words "I want to spend money," and his smile grew brighter. He stood up from the armchair, which was almost worn smooth from his frequent use, and cleared his throat. Hey, everyone, don't push, don't rush. He pointed to the empty space in front of the counter. Those who want to try the blind boxes, line up here one by one. I guarantee everyone will get a box and a share. Don't knock over my shelves, these are antiques. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally calmed down a bit and began to line up. Moments later, a winding, serpentine line as long as the final stage of a snake game had formed, filling the already cramped shop of Wang Li. The shop was bustling with people, spiritual energy surging, the atmosphere as lively as a bustling market at 5:30 in the morning. At the front of the line was not Gu Ruoxu, but a young cultivator with a square face and a steady demeanor. Dressed in the meticulously tailored robes of a core disciple of the Shenqing Holy Land, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the golden core stage, just one step away from forming an infant soul. Gu Chang. Wang Li gave a professional smile and asked, "Sir, how many blind boxes would you like to open? Single draw or 10 draw?" Gu Chang did not respond immediately. He turned to look at Gu Ruoxu, who was tiptoeing on his toes with an excited expression. Gu Ruoxu was already getting impatient and shouted loudly. "Big brother, don't hesitate. Just open anyone. It's like you're giving us a trial run." His voice was filled with unhidden superiority as he added, "Anyway, it doesn't matter if we lose. After all, not everyone is like me, the true child of fortune." This was personally acknowledged by Mr. Wang. When I first met Mr. Wang, he immediately recognized my extraordinary potential and declared that I was destined for greatness, blessed with divine favor. At these words, the entire group fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning toward Gu Ruoxu and the Mr. Wang he had mentioned. Standing behind the counter, Wang Li's smile almost slipped, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He was inwardly ranting. Goodness gracious, I clearly said this to every customer who came to open a blind box, to every esteemed customer as part of our standard script. Things like, your forehead is glowing with purple chi, you must be a dragon among men, or your bones are extraordinary, you're a once-in-a-lifetime blind box opening genius, or you and this blind box are meant to be, you're sure to have a big win today. He could say these lines 800 times a day. How could you, of all people, take them seriously? You still remember it and are spreading it everywhere. Are you advertising for me, or just rubbing salt in the wound? Gu Cheng heard his younger cousin's words and felt a bit embarrassed. But he nodded anyway, pulled out a spirit crystal from his storage pouch, and placed it on the counter. Alright, let us open one first. Chapter 57, another purple item appears. Wang Li took the spirit crystal and casually grabbed a blind box from the shelf, handing it over. Gu Cheng took the blind box and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, gently tapped it with the small wooden hammer. Thud! A plain white light flashed, then faded away. At the bottom of the box lay an item. It was a black leather belt with an automatic buckle, and on the buckle was a silver emblem resembling a wolf in full stride. Wang Li looked at the belt and felt a pang of recognition. He recognized it. A 7 wolves belt, the favorite of middle-aged men in the mundane world, a must-have for home use, travel, and educating children, commonly known as the kind father's weapon. What did Gu Cheng mean by bringing this out? Was he planning to stage a heartwarming scene of brotherly love and respect today? Gu Cheng held the belt, turning it over and over in his hands, his face filled with questions. What kind of magical item is this? Even when infused with spiritual energy, it showed no reaction, and the material seemed to be nothing more than ordinary animal hide. Before Wang Li could figure out how to explain the magical use of the belt to him, Gu Ruoxu had already pushed his way out of the crowd. He shoved Gu Cheng aside, who was still studying the belt, and slammed a spirit crystal onto the counter, lifting his chin high. Watch closely. This is what it means to be a child of destiny. This is what opening a blind box truly looks like. His expression was as though what he was about to open wasn't a blind box, but the future of the entire world. Wang Li handed him another blind box without expression. Gu Ruoxu took the box and tapped it. Open it. Thud! Another blinding white light flashed out. Gu Ruoxu's smug expression froze. As the light faded, the air in the entire shop seemed to freeze when everyone saw what was inside the box. In the center of the box lay a round object, orange-red in color, covered with granular protrusions and black stripes. A basketball, revealed in all its glory. The air in the shop froze. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the orange-red sphere. Gu Ruoxu's smug expression froze like cheap paint exposed to frost, cracking and peeling away in patches. He remained frozen in the position of holding the small wooden hammer aloft, his entire body stiff as a statue. What's going on? Where was the purple chi rising from the east? Where was the dragon among men? Where was the once-in-a-lifetime box-opening genius? What happened to the divine weapon and supernatural abilities that were supposed to grant instant enlightenment? How did you end up opening a ball? What's this thing even for? Is it meant to hit people? But it looks flimsy and soft, not even as sturdy as a brick. After a brief moment of silence, someone in the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing. That single laugh was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, instantly sending ripples across the surface. Ha 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 ha. Is this the chosen one of fate? A ball? Is this ball a magical artifact? It looks more like a regular toy ball for kids. Senior brother Ruasu, your fortune must be ball fortune, right? The mocking laughter echoed, unrestrained. Those who had been silenced by Gu Ruaxu's bold words earlier now found an outlet for their pent-up emotions, laughing so hard they could barely stand. Gu Ruaxu's face turned as red as a pig's liver in an instant. He grabbed the basketball out of the box, clutched it to his chest, and shouted at the crowd, "What are you laughing at? You don't know anything. I am the chosen one by heaven, blessed with good fortune. The things I create are not ordinary items." He clutched the basketball, turning it over and over, muttering to himself. This object is round on the outside and hollow on the inside. The patterns on its surface appear chaotic, but they actually contain in supreme array formation. The orange-red color is forged from the true fire of the sun. This must be a legendary artifact that will shake the heavens and earth. Speaking, he mimicked the gestures of a master from a storybook, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the basketball. However, the basketball showed no reaction. It simply remained in Gu Ruaxu's hands, plain and unremarkable, utterly boring. Gu Ruaxu refused to believe it. He threw the basketball to the ground. "Watch my divine ball show its power." Thud. 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 The basketball bounced a few times on the ground before rolling to the feet of a disciple and coming to a stop. The entire shop fell into an eerie silence once more. The disciple silently bent down, picked up the basketball, and silently handed it back to the stunned Gu Ruaxu. "Senior brother Ruasu, your ball." No one paid him any attention. The excitement of opening blind boxes had been reignited. "Mr. Wang, give me one. Mr. Wang, I want one too." Wang Li attended to each of them in turn, his professional smile flawless, as if none of the previous events had anything to do with him. "Alright, here you go, sir. Next, place the spirit crystals here." However, the scene that followed left everyone's hearts sinking. Thud. A flash of white light. "Thank you for your patronage." Next. Thud. Another flash of white light. One bottle of expired fasting pills. Next. Thud. A flash of white light. A replica of the robe worn by the sect leader in his youth. One after another, people brought out odd, useless white grade items. The atmosphere in the shop, which had been frenetic from the start, gradually grew tense. Tension was written all over everyone's faces. Could it be that today's blind box had been tainted by Gu Ruaxu's ill omen? Has his luck been sucked away by that ball? Even Gu Ruaxu, who was crouched in the corner, stopped muttering to himself and raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude. "See? It's not my fault, it's everyone's fault today." Just then, the sixth disciple in line stepped up to the counter. He looked nervous, with sweat beads on his palms. He carefully placed all his belongings, a single spirit crystal, on the counter. "Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, give me one." Wang Li handed him a blind box. The disciple took the blind box and the small wooden hammer, his hands trembling. He closed his eyes, as if in prayer, then struck it with all his might. Scratch! A dazzling, brilliant purple light burst forth from the cracks in the box. The dense purple mist instantly filled the entire shop, causing everyone to hold their breath. Purple light. It's purple light. The shipment has arrived. Everyone was stunned, even Gu Chang and Gu Ruaxu in the corner, who both turned to look in shock. Everyone strained their necks, fixated on the box. The purple light slowly faded away. A emerald-green butterfly lay motionless at the bottom of the box. It showed no signs of life, yet it was lifelike, with its wings shimmering with a dreamlike glow. Wang Li's mind was filled with the system's voice, sounding precisely on time. Divine immortality, one-time use. Grade, platinum. Origin? Effect, after use, you can travel to any place in your heart. Wang Li understood immediately. The cultivator who had summoned the butterfly was now so excited that he was trembling all over and could barely speak. He impatiently said to Wang Li, "Wang. Wang boss. What is this? What is this thing?" Chapter 58, Any Place. Wang Li looked at the eager cultivator before him and cleared his throat. The entire shop fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone strained their ears, waiting for Wang Li's explanation. Wang Li explained the system's effects in a matter-of-fact tone, as if he were describing a dish. This item is called the Spirit Binding Traveler, a single-use consumable. The usage is simple: crush it, think of the place you want to go, and it will take you there. Anywhere. Wang Li paused and added a crucial restriction. The prerequisite is that the place in your mind must be something you have a clear memory of, otherwise, the teleportation will fail. As the words fell, the air in the entire shop rose. Anywhere. What did that mean? It meant that on the battlefield, as long as you weren't killed in one blow, as long as you still had enough breath to crush this butterfly, you could instantly escape the battlefield, return to your sect, and go back to any place you deemed safe. This isn't just a magical artifact, it's a second life. The cultivator who had summoned the butterfly, after a moment of stunned silence, began to tremble violently. His face, which had been pale from tension, turned bright red, and his lips trembled as he struggled to speak. I. He carefully took the emerald green butterfly out of the box. He stared at the butterfly as if it were his own flesh and blood, tears welling up in his eyes. With this, he would have the greatest confidence to face the battlefield. The disciples around him, who had been stunned into silence, snapped back to reality, their eyes fixated on the butterfly. My goodness, this is a life-saving treasure. One chance could change the course of life and death. Senior disciple, your luck is too unbelievable. Trading a spirit crystal for a life, that's a steal. Among the crowd, a disciple couldn't resist stepping forward, rubbing his hands together, and saying with a fawning expression, Senior disciple, can I touch it and absorb some of its divine energy? Get lost. The cultivator immediately clutched the butterfly tightly to his chest, glaring warily at everyone around him, as if they were all bandits trying to steal his treasure. Without another word, he pushed through the crowd and sprinted out of the shop without looking back. He had to find the safest place possible to hide this second life. His departure was like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil, completely igniting the passion of everyone else. A living example was right before their eyes. A single spirit crystal could bring about a miracle. Mr. Wang. Give me 10. No, 20. I'll take them all. I'm going to make a name for myself today. Don T from me. I was here first. Mr. Wang, give me 1. The crowd, who had been hesitant moments ago due to the continuous flashes of white light, was now completely. They waved their storage bags, slapping spirit crystals onto the counter. The scene resembled not a blind box sale but a frenzy to secure tickets to the immortal realm. Even Guruwaksu, who had been crouched in the corner, had forgotten the basketball in his arms. He watched the disciple-less receding figure, then looked at the ball in his hand, his eyes filled with resentment and envy. Why? Why could he, an unknown nobody, obtain a life-saving artifact, while I, the chosen one, only got a ball? This doesn't make sense. Something must have gone wrong. Big brother. Guruwaksu said to Gu Chang, I can feel it, my luck is returning. The next divine artifact will definitely be mine. Gu Chun looked at his younger cousin, who was already getting carried away, and shook his head helplessly. However, before Guruwaksu could push his way to the front, the next round of the box opening ceremony had already begun. Mr. Wang, watch me. A disciple confidently knocked open the box. Dawn. A green light flashed. Though not as dazzling as the purple light earlier, it was still countless times brighter than white light. It's out. It's out again. The crowd erupted in a chorus of exclamations. The disciple eagerly peered into the box and saw a single emerald green pill lying there, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Mr. Wang, what is this? Wang Li glanced at it and casually replied, a third-grade mirror-shattering pill. It can help cultivators below the Golden Core realm break through their bottlenecks and enter the Golden Core path. The disciple's smile froze instantly. The surrounding disciples burst into laughter. Ah, Zheng senior brother, you're quite lucky, but unfortunately you've already reached the Golden Core stage 3 years ago. This pill is no different from candy for you. Why don't you sell it now? Auction it off on the spot, the highest bidder wins. Zhang Shixiang's face turned pale, then red. He was indeed a Golden Core cultivator, and the only use for this pill was to exchange it for spirit stones. He sighed, put the pill away, and sulkily stepped aside, muttering under his breath, does any junior disciple want the mirror-breaking pill? It's freshly made. I'll sell it at a 20% discount. Unfortunately, everyone present was a core disciple of the Xianqing Holy Land, with the lowest cultivation level being early Golden Core. No one needed such a thing. After this minor incident, the enthusiasm for opening the box remained undiminished. However, the scene that followed caused everyone's hearts to grow cold, bit by bit. Clang! White light, thank you for your patronage. Clang! By Guang, the same style Taoist robe worn by the master in his youth, high-quality replica. Thud! By Guang, a pack of expired sunflower seeds. Thud! Another white light, a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. One after another, over a dozen people opened dozens of blind boxes. Besides the flying white light and a pile of odd, broken items, not a single green light was seen. The atmosphere in the entire shop plummeted from the peak of frenzy to freezing cold. The disciples who had been shouting to buy everything just moments ago had all calmed down. They looked at the hundreds of identical wooden boxes on the shelves, then at the rapidly shrinking spirit crystals in their storage bags, their eyes filled with fear and hesitation. This thing is too strange. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If you open it, you could rise to the top in one step. If you can't open it, you'll lose everything. This enormous disparity began to shake their resolve. Cough, I suddenly remembered I have something to do with the sect. I'll be going first. A disciple silently gathered the remaining spirit crystals and slipped away from the crowd without a sound. His departure was like a signal. Oh dear, my master is waiting for me to report on my cultivation progress. I must take my leave. The front lines are in dire straits. I need to go to the armory to maintain my flying sword. Let's go, let's go. If we keep this up, we'll end up losing our pants. Everyone quickly found various excuses and left the shop one after another. The shop, which had been packed with people just moments ago, was now empty and deserted. Only Wang Li and the Gu brothers, Gu Chang and Gu Ruoxu, remained. Gu Ruoxu was still holding his basketball, standing there dumbfounded. The bold words he had prepared were left unsaid as the audience had already dispersed. Gu Chang sighed, walked up to him, and patted his shoulder. Ruoxu, we should probably head back. Gu Ruoxu reluctantly glanced at the shelves, then at the basketball in his hands, and finally steeled himself. He hugged the basketball, walked to the shop entrance, and imitated the manner of a street storyteller. Facing the empty alley, he shouted with all his might. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west don't mock the poverty of youth. After shouting, he hugged the basketball and stormed off angrily. Gu Chang bowed apologetically to Wang Li and quickly followed after him. Chapter 59, The Wrath of the Stars. Wang Li looked at the empty shop, then glanced toward the entrance. Gu Ruoxu's overly dramatic line, "Don't look down on a poor young man," seemed to echo through the alley. He was speechless. What on earth was that all about? Don't mock the young and poor? You really think you're the chosen one? Wang Li shook his head. He walked to the door, turned around, and slammed the creaking wooden door shut with a loud bang. The world suddenly fell silent. He rubbed his hands together, his face breaking into the pure smile of a capitalist counting his spoils, and hurried to the counter, dumping all the spirit crystals he had received today onto the table. Clatter! One by one, the translucent spirit crystals, each containing pure energy, piled up on the table like a small mountain, emitting a mesmerizing glow. Wang Li hummed an unknown tune as he began to count them. 1, 2, 3. At the same time, outside the walls of Shenwu City, atop a remote, desolate peak, a cold wind howled. Unwanli stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood a figure shrouded in a black robe. The sky grew increasingly dim, and the last rays of sunlight sank below the horizon. Night slowly enveloped the entire land. Unwanli raised his head, gazing at the scattered cold stars beginning to appear in the sky, and drew the small red sword from his storage pouch. Star Rage. His purpose for this journey was to test the true power of this sword. The black-clad figure beside him raised his head, his voice hoarse and dry beneath the hood. Senior Yun, with just this little sword, is it really that extraordinary? He simply couldn't connect this small, lifeless object which didn't even emit the slightest hint of spiritual energy and was even somewhat crude in its craftsmanship to the devastating power of summoning meteorites. Yun Wanli gently ran his fingers along the smooth blade of Xingnu. Try it, and you'll see. As he spoke, he gripped the hilt tightly and casually swung the sword toward the majestic mountain peak ahead, which served as his target. He didn't infuse much spiritual energy into it, he simply swung his arm once. Whoosh! A faint arc of energy sliced through the air from the tip of the sword, striking the rock wall of the isolated peak dozens of zhang away with pinpoint accuracy. Scratch! A rock on the sheer cliff was shattered, and several fragments tumbled down before coming to a halt. The black-clad figure watched the scene, the corners of his mouth beneath the hood twitching slightly. Is that all? This power is probably not even enough to match a single strike from a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected change occurred. Without any warning, a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race suddenly descended from the heavens. Yun Wanli and the black-clad figure looked up simultaneously. In the depths of the night sky, a massive fireball appeared out of nowhere, trailing a long, burning tail of flame. It tore through the night sky with an unstoppable, ferocious momentum, crashing down toward the isolated peak ahead of them. The meteorite grew larger and larger, closer and closer. The air was violently compressed, emitting piercing screeches, and the terrifying heat caused the surrounding air to warp. Yun Wanli's pupils contracted sharply. The black-clad figure leaped off the ground, his body stiff as he stared at the apocalyptic scene, forgetting to breathe. The next second. Boom! The deafening explosion seemed to shatter the eardrums of everyone present. The meteorite struck the isolated peak with pinpoint accuracy. The towering peak, hundreds of feet high, crumbled like a cookie crushed by an invisible giant hand upon impact, along with the surrounding ground, vaporizing and vanishing in an instant amidst a blinding white light. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in a ring, sweeping up clouds of dust and carving deep gullies into the ground. After a long time, the dust slowly dispersed. Where the peak once stood, there was nothing left. Only a bottomless crater, spewing. Yun Wanli and the black-clad figure stood where they were, their robes clinging tightly to their bodies in the howling wind, their faces etched with indescribable shock. Yun Wanli looked down at the red sword in his hand, which remained ordinary and even lacked the slightest hint of heat. He swung the Star Rage once more. Almost at the same moment he swung his sword, another meteorite of nearly identical size, trailing the same destructive aura, screamed toward them from the heavens. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted in the distance, causing the earth to tremble violently once more. A tidal wave of emotion surged through Yun Wanli's heart. This power, for someone of his level, a great being at the fusion stage, might not be the strongest single attack. However, its true horror lay in its range, its lack of energy consumption, and the fact that every swing triggered a natural disaster. This thing was never meant for lone warriors. This is a strategic-level weapon of mass destruction designed for war. On the battlefield where two armies face off, wielding this sword and wildly swinging it at the enemy ranks. What kind of apocalyptic scene would that be? Countless meteors would rain down from the sky like divine punishment, reducing the enemy's formations, cities, and gates to ashes. Wang Li handed the Star of Rage solemnly into the hands of the black-clad figure. He ordered in a deep voice, "Take this item back to the Lingxiao Holy Land immediately and hand it over to the Supreme Leader personally. There must be no mistakes." The black-clad figure took the Star Rage with both hands, nodded firmly, and vanished into the night like a streak of black smoke. At the peak of the isolated mountain, only Wang Li remained. He turned, his gaze piercing the endless darkness, gazing toward the direction of the divine martial city. There was a variable that posed an immense challenge to him. The young man sitting on the throne, casually crossing his legs. A thought began to grow wildly in his mind. Act immediately, capture him, and use the soul-searching technique to extract every secret from his mind. But this thought was quickly quashed. No. He couldn't fathom the depth of that young man's abilities, and this unknown factor instinctively filled him with fear. Moreover, the shop was so brazenly located in the black market the Xinqing Holy Land couldn't possibly have failed to notice it. In his view, the area around that small shop must be teeming with spies and hidden guards from the Xinqing Holy Land. If he acted now, he would likely be surrounded in an instant. He recalled the bizarre items that had been drawn from Wang Li's blind box. This extreme randomness made him even more baffled. Wang Li's heart stirred. Since force wouldn't work, he could only continue playing by his rules. What's so special about spirit crystals? He checked his storage pouch. There weren't many spirit crystals inside, but there were some. For the sake of the sect's future and to prepare for the upcoming war, this investment was worth it. Gamble. Must gamble. Wang Li made up his mind, his figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing at the edge of the sky pit. The next day, as dawn broke, the black market of Shenwu City. A shadowy figure appeared furtively at the alley entrance. It was Wang Li. He did not conceal his aura but revealed himself as a cultivator at the Golden Core Realm, with the title of Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion being his identity in Shenwu City. He entered Wang Li's shop. The shop was quiet, with only the faint sound of snoring. Wang Li immediately spotted the counter. Wang Li was lying on the counter, sleeping soundly, with his head resting on his arm and a string of crystal-clear drool hanging from the corner of his mouth, rising and falling with his breath, creating a rhythmic pattern. In that instant, the spiritual energy within Wang Li surged uncontrollably. A cold thought once again rose from the depths of his heart. Now was the time. While he was completely unprepared, all it would take was a single thought to crush this young man along with the dilapidated counter. But the risk was too great. Wang Li forced himself to suppress the urge to act. He did not wake Wang Li but instead took a step forward and walked to the shelf. Row after row, column after column, all identical wooden boxes. They stood there silently, each one seeming to mock him in silence. Come on, take a chance. What if the next one is a divine artifact? Or maybe it's just a wholly left sock. Huff. Wang Li exhaled deeply, lifted his head from the counter, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. He yawned and only then noticed there was an extra person in the store. Hey, old buddy, you're here so early? Wang Li's voice was hoarse from just waking up, but his tone was as familiar as ever, as if he were greeting a neighbor who came to buy breakfast every day. How about last night? Did that little star work smoothly? Did you feel like the brightest star in the night sky? Wang Li's body froze. He suddenly turned around and stared intently at Wang Li. He knew. How could he know? He had clearly tested it on a desolate peak 100 miles outside the city. Yet Wang Li's face remained calm, his expression seeming to say, "What's so surprising about that?" He even grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Looking at your expression, I can tell it worked wonders. What would you like today? The usual 10 draw set to experience the thrill? Or maybe we could talk about that custom series that cures all doubts? I'll tell you, we just received a new shipment yesterday. It's guaranteed to be explosive." Wang Li remained silent for a moment before nodding. 10 more, please. Chapter 60, 10 straight whites? The dust has settled. 10 more, please. Wang Li's face lit up with a bright smile as he quickly grabbed 10 blind boxes from the shelf. All right. You're a man of your word. 10 consecutive draws, the express ticket to your dreams. May you draw the golden legend. Wang Li ignored Wang Li's playful remark. He picked up the first box and tapped it with a small bamboo hammer, his expression unchanged. Thud. A familiar white light flashed. The light faded, and at the bottom of the box lay a pair of socks, gray and slightly damp. Wang Li's lips twitched slightly. He silently pushed the box aside and picked up the second one. Thud. A flash of white light. A wooden plaque engraved with "Thank you for your patronage," with a crooked smile drawn in cinnabar ink beside it. Wang Li's eyelid began to twitch. The third one. Thud. A white light. A thin booklet with a strange iron box drawn on the cover, bearing a few characters he couldn't read. Electric rice cooker user guide. Wang Li's breathing became slightly irregular. Wang Li stood beside him, reading with great interest, even offering an explanation on his own. Oh, this is great. Although you might not need it, this is a masterpiece of wisdom that spans the ages. It has immense collectible value. Wang Li ignored him and continued opening the fourth one. Thud. A flash of white light. A small green plastic figure, about the size of a palm, held a gun in one hand and a walkie-talkie in the other, with a base beneath its feet. I know this. It's a soldier model. You can use it to arrange troops and simulate battle scenarios. Though it's a bit small, the creativity is endless, old buddy. Wang Li's voice was full of enthusiasm. Wang Li's face had turned dark. He grabbed the fifth box and nearly smashed it open. Thud. A flash of white light. A red slip of paper read, "Present this voucher for a buy one get one free offer on Lanzhou noodles," with a line of small print below, "Final interpretation reserved by the store." The sixth one. Thud. White light. A torn bag with a few broken, yellowish fragments inside. Wang Li leaned in to take a whiff. Cucumber-flavored potato chips. Expired 3 months ago. What a waste. The seventh one. Boom. A flash of white light. A circular plastic disc with a hole in the center, featuring several elaborately dressed women on the surface, seemingly weeping. The DVD of The Temptation of Returning Home, a classic ethical drama from the mortal world, tells the story of family, love, and betrayal, provoking deep reflection. Eighth one. Clang. White light. A yellow, oddly shaped chicken that squeals piercingly when squeezed. Wang Li's hand trembled, and the rubber chicken let out a loud quack, startling him. Wang Li clapped his hands in delight. Look. The ultimate stress reliever. A must-have for home, travel, and pre-battle stress relief. Squeeze it. Doesn't it make you feel much better? Wang Li's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The spiritual energy within him began to surge due to the intense emotional fluctuations. He stared intently at the last two boxes. The ninth one. Thud. White light. Thank you for your purchase. The 10th. Thud. White light. A keychain with a yellow, square-shaped cartoon character hanging from it, featuring 2 large, prominent teeth. 10 blind boxes, 10 flashes of white light, a table piled high with junk. The entire shop was filled with only Wang Li's enthusiastic voice and the occasional screech of a rubber chicken being accidentally triggered. Wang Li stood motionless, his chest heaving violently. He looked at the pile of items before him, then at Wang Li's cheerful, harmless face. A cold, murderous intent nearly burst through his skull. However, reason ultimately prevailed over impulse. He recalled the meteorite that had fallen from the sky and the young man's mysterious background. In the end, all his anger turned into a cold snort. Wang Li suddenly flung his sleeves aside, not even glancing at the trophies on the table, and turned to leave. His departing figure was filled with an indescribable mix of frustration and anger. Wang Li watched his departing figure, shrugged his shoulders, and muttered under his breath. Why get so worked up? It's just opening a blind box. The most important thing is to have fun. These are all treasures. It'd be a shame to throw them away. As he spoke, he skillfully sorted the trash, merchandise, on the table into categories and put them away. Wang Li had only been gone for a short while when the creaking wooden door of the shop opened again. A familiar figure walked in, followed by a small green creature. Hey, isn't this the young master of the Feng family? What brings you here today? Wang Li raised his head and greeted him with a smile. The visitor was none other than one of his regular customers, Feng Chen. Following closely behind Feng Chen was his Pokemon, a Bulbasaur. It was walking steadily on its short legs, and the seat on its back seemed to have swollen a bit more. As soon as it entered the shop, it curiously looked around before calling out to Wang Li. Dana! Feng Chen's face no longer bore its usual ease. He gave Wang Li a wry smile. Mr. Wang, please don't mock me. He found a place to sit down, his expression growing serious. It's because the Xianqing Holy Land and the Lingshao Holy Land are about to go to war. My father, Feng Yuncheng, has decided to take most of the family's people and assets and temporarily relocate to Wanyue City. Wanyue City also has our Feng family's assets. Though it's on the front lines of the battlefield, opportunities and dangers coexist. Feng Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, as a family affiliated with the Xianqing Holy Land, we must also contribute troops to the war. My father and I must both go to the battlefield. He sighed, his eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. We're leaving today. Before we go, I came here specially to try one last time with you. Feng Chen raised his head, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Wang Li. See if you can come up with something decent to help me survive on the battlefield. Wang Li understood fully. War was an unimaginable catastrophe for these pampered young nobles. The spirit stones and crystals they had saved up over the years suddenly seemed worthless in the face of their lives. I see. Pre-battle procurement, I understand. Wang Li nodded, his smile fading slightly as he adopted a more professional demeanor. Single draw or 10 draw? 10 roll. Feng Chen didn't hesitate, pulling out 10 spirit crystals from his storage bag and slamming them down on the counter. Wang Li took the spirit crystals, turned around, and took 10 blind boxes from the shelf, placing them one by one in front of Feng Chen. Good luck, young Master Feng. Feng Chen looked at the 10 boxes in front of him and took a deep breath. He turned to look at the Bulbasaur at his feet, knelt down, and stroked its large head. Buddy, it's up to you, give me some buffs. The Bulbasaur seemed to understand, nodding seriously before closing its eyes. The seeds on its back emitted a faint green glow. Feng Chen stood up, picked up the small wooden hammer, his eyes filled with determination. He struck the first blind box. Chapter 61, Light-Footed Boots. Thud. The small wooden hammer in Feng Chen's hand fell, cracking open the first blind box. A blinding white light flashed, causing him to squint. As the light faded, a lone chopstick lay quietly in the center of the box. Feng Chen's facial muscles twitched. What does this mean? Is he being sent to the battlefield and has to bring his own eating utensils? Dana? The Bulbasaur by his feet tilted its head, seeming just as confused. Feng Chen said nothing. He picked up the second box and tapped it again. Dawn. The same familiar white light appeared, along with the familiar contents. Inside the box was a yellowed paper voucher with a line of large characters written on it, 1 haircut voucher. Below was a smaller note, for use by bald monks only, entitling the holder to 1 free polishing and waxing service. Feng Chen's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. He, a young master from a prominent family with thick hair and a dashing appearance, what on earth was he supposed to do with this? He picked up the third blind box, his hands already trembling slightly. Thud. A flash of white light. Inside the box was a half-eaten apple, with clear tooth marks still visible. The world was about to explode. He felt his resolve being tested like never before. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the innocent-looking Bulbasaur crouching at his feet. You said you'd give me a buff. Is this your buff? Lucky E? Dada. Dada. The Bulbasaur hopped up and down in place, its seed swaying on its back, as if to say it wasn't his fault. Feng Chen sighed and pinned his hopes on the next blind box. Fourth one. Thud. A green light finally shone through the crack in the box. Though faint, it wasn't white. There's hope. Feng Chen's heart leaped into his throat as he eagerly peered into the box. Inside lay a package wrapped in brown paper, with a drawing of a thriving spiritual herb on it and 3 large characters written beside it: root strengthening fertilizer. Mr. Wang, what is this? Wang Li glanced at it and explained solemnly, oh, it's a specialized composite fertilizer for spiritual plants. It has long-lasting fertility, loosens the soil, and everyone who uses it says it's great. Chen's face turned green. He looked down at the Bulbasaur seedling, and to his surprise, the 2 large eyes of the Bulbasaur seedling also seemed to gleam with a hint of longing. Feng Chen silently put the packet of root-strengthening fertilizer away. He decided to give this little guy an extra treat when he got back. The 5th one. Dawn. White light, thank you for your patronage. 6th one. Ding. A white light, a broken palm fan painted with the words calm mind, natural coolness. The continuous blows left Feng Chen numb all over. He looked at the remaining 4 boxes, his heart growing cold. 10 spirit crystals. Was today going to be a complete waste? He picked up the 7th box as if completing a task and gently tapped it with the small wooden hammer, his strength fading. Scratch. A dazzling blue light burst forth from the box without warning. The light was so pure, so dazzling, that it instantly transformed the entire shop into a vast, azure ocean. Intense energy ripples danced through the air, even causing the dust in the corners to dance joyfully. Feng Chen froze in place. He remained in the position of raising his hammer, his mouth slightly open, his mind a blank. Blue light? Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's voice, which sounded precisely on cue. Lightness boots. Grade, gold. From League of Legends. Effect, increases movement speed when equipped. Wang Li understood immediately, and the expression on his face as he looked at Feng Chen grew more amused. The blue light slowly faded away, revealing a pair of uniquely shaped shoes lying quietly at the bottom of the box. The shoes were entirely blue and white, with smooth and elegant lines. Feng Chen's breathing grew. He trembled as he reached out his hand, then pulled it back, as if afraid that his touch would defile this sacred object. Wang. Mr. Wang. His voice trembled slightly. What is this? Wang Li, with his legs crossed, leaned back in his chair and spoke casually, as if describing street vendor merchandise. The light spirit boots. Put them on, and you'll experience the sensation of flying. In simple terms, it enhances your movement speed, allowing you to run faster. Run faster? The ecstasy on Feng Chen's face froze instantly. That's it? He had expected some earth-shattering attack artifact or a defensive relic capable of withstanding a fatal blow. Instead, it was just a pair of running shoes? This sense of disappointment lasted less than a second. The dust-covered man's mind suddenly snapped into place. Run fast. On a battlefield where everything changes in an instant, what does running fast mean? It means avoiding more deadly attacks. It means having an extra chance to survive when surrounded. It means leaving no escape for enemies when chasing them down. These shoes, though lacking the power to destroy the world, were enhancing his survival capabilities in a different way. This is definitely a valuable item. Realizing this, the disappointment on Feng Chen's face vanished, replaced by uncontrollable joy. He carefully pulled out the pair of lightweight boots and caressed them with admiration. Wang Li watched his pathetic expression and teased him with a laugh. You brat, be content. All you think about is obtaining some divine artifact? Do you think golden legends are as common as cabbages, just there for the taking? A golden grade item is more than enough to make you stand out among your peers. Feng Chen chuckled, scratching his head, a touch of embarrassment on his face. It's just one has to hold on to a little hope, right? He carefully stored the lightness boots in his storage bag, then looked at Wang Li with a serious expression. Mr. Wang, I came here today not just to open a blind box. There's something else I want to ask you. Oh? Feng Chen organized his thoughts and spoke up. Our Feng family is about to relocate to Moonlight City. That place is now the front line of the battle between the two realms, dangerous but full of opportunities. Here in Shenwu City, things will soon grow quiet. Mr. Wang, keeping your business here is a waste of your talent. Would you be interested in joining us in developing Wanhua City? Wang Li heard this and tapped his fingers lightly on the counter. Go to Moonlight City? The front lines of war, countless cultivators would risk their lives to survive and enhance their strength, willing to gamble everything for a chance. Spirit crystals? They'll be flowing in by the bucketful. But there's a catch. His current shop is just this 3-wheeled cart. Although, with his current cultivation level, he doesn't need to pedal, he can make the cart fly with a single thought. But he can't possibly spend every day living, eating, sleeping, and doing everything else on this tricycle, can he? Feng Chen seemed to sense Wang Li's concerns and immediately added, Brother Wang, don't worry. As long as you're willing to go, the Feng family can arrange a shop for you in Wanhua City. All expenses will be covered by the Feng family. Wang Li's heart stirred, and he immediately asked the system in his mind. System, can I open a branch store elsewhere? Ding. Detecting the host's demand for expanding their commercial territory. System functionality has been upgraded. The host can now establish up to 4 system-linked shops. Once established, the host can teleport freely between all shops. Wang Li was overjoyed. This wasn't just opening branches, it was like having 4 safe houses with teleportation arrays. From now on, he could stay at the headquarters in Shenwu City, remotely command operations, occasionally teleport to the frontline stores to inspect work, and harvest a batch of spirit crystals. It was perfect. He immediately slapped the counter and gave Feng Chen a brilliant smile. Deal. Young Master Feng, we're neighbors now. Please look out for us. Feng Chen was overjoyed to see Wang Li agree. He had witnessed firsthand how Wang Li's blind box store was. Such a mysterious and enigmatic existence could accompany the Feng family to the Moonlit City. This was a huge piece of good news, both for him personally and for the entire Feng family. In a great mood, Feng Chen turned his attention to the last 3 blind boxes left on the table. He picked up the small wooden hammer and said confidently, Alright. It seems my luck hasn't run out yet. Let's see what treasures the last 3 blind boxes hold. Chapter 62, The Noxus Guillotine. Feng Chen looked at the last 3 blind boxes on the table, his mood having calmed down from the earlier excitement. To be honest, getting the light feet boots was already an unexpected bonus. As for the last 3, he didn't harbor much hope. After all, opening 10 boxes and getting 1 blue light item was already a stroke of incredible luck. Feng Chen picked up the 8th box without even looking at it, raised the small wooden hammer, and gave it a whack. Thud. Sure enough, the familiar white light flashed again. Inside the box lay a crumpled piece of paper with a few crooked words written on it. Today's fortune, avoid all activities. Feng Chen glanced at it expressionlessly and pushed the note aside. Is this blind box doing this on purpose? After giving out something good, it does this? He picked up the 9th box, his mindset now completely detached. Anyway, it's all white light. Better to die young and be reincarnated sooner. Thud. Another flash of white light. This time, the box contained a plastic toy that looked like some kind of animal, entirely orange with a flame on its tail. A little fire dragon toy. Wang Li lazily explained from the side, a children's toy with no practical function. Feng Chen's lips twitched. As the young master of the Feng family, a man about to head into battle, what was he supposed to make of a children's toy? The Bulbasaur at its feet seemed quite interested in the little Charmander, extending its legs to brush away the dust and emitting curious chirps. Dana? If you like it, you can play with it. Feng Chen reluctantly handed the little fire dragon to the Bulbasaur happily hugged the Charmander and rolled around on the ground. Feng Chen looked at the last box and sighed deeply. 10 boxes, 10 spirit crystals. He was pinning all his hopes on this last one. Though he knew deep down that this last one was probably just another white light. But people always need something to cling to. Feng Chen clenched the small wooden hammer and struck the last box with all his might. Thud. Scratch. A dazzling purple light suddenly burst out from the box. Feng Chen was completely stunned. He remained in the position of holding the hammer, his eyes wide like copper bells, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Purple light. It's purple light. A purple light even more intense than blue light. Wang Li's mind was filled with the system's voice, which sounded at the perfect moment. Noxus Guillotine. Grade Platinum. From League of Legends. Effect: consumes spiritual energy to leap into the air and slash an enemy, dealing 10% damage. If the enemy's health is below 10%, it is instantly killed, and the skill's spiritual energy cost is restored. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. Wow, this guy really has some luck. Light feet boots paired with the guillotine, this is going to turn him into a reaper on the battlefield. The purple light slowly faded, revealing an ancient jade tablet lying quietly at the bottom of the box. The jade tablet was deep purple in color, engraved with intricate runes, and emanating a chilling aura of violence. The dust that had just settled in his heart was once again violently stirred. His hands trembled as he carefully picked up the jade tablet. The jade tablet felt smooth to the touch, but the information it contained sent a chill down his spine. This must be some extraordinary martial arts technique. Feng Chen looked at Wang Li with excitement, his voice trembling. Brother Wang, what is this? Is it an unparalleled martial art technique? Wang Li looked at Feng Chen's excited expression and nodded. It can be considered an unparalleled martial art technique. Feng Chen grew even more excited, his eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. What kind of martial art is this? What effects does it have? Wang Li simplified the system's prompt and explained to Feng Chen. The Noxus Guillotine, an extremely ruthless offensive secret technique. When used, it consumes spiritual energy to leap and attack the enemy, dealing damage equivalent to 1/10 of the enemy's total strength. Most importantly, if the enemy's health has dropped below 10%, this strike can instantly kill them, and it ignores all defense. Furthermore, after a successful kill, the consumed spiritual energy is immediately restored. Feng Chen was completely stunned after hearing this explanation. Instant kill? Ignore defense? And it restores spiritual energy? This isn't some legendary technique, it's a cold-blooded killing tool. Imagine the scene on the battlefield, enemies are beaten to the brink of death, either trying to escape or making their final desperate struggles. Then he delivers a decapitating strike, sending them to their doom, and instantly restores his spiritual energy to continue hunting for the next target. This is the standard skill of a battlefield reaper. However, upon calming down, Feng Chen began to feel concerned. Brother Wang, this technique sounds so overpowered, it must consume a lot of spiritual energy, right? After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The more powerful the technique, the greater the energy cost. If this decapitation technique requires half of his spiritual energy to use just once, its value in actual combat would be greatly diminished. Wang Li smiled faintly. Why not give it a try? Feng Chen heard this and felt a stir in his heart. Right, why not give it a try? After all, this was Wang Li's shop, so it was relatively safe. Plus, he was genuinely curious about the exact power of this guillotine. Feng Chen placed the jade slip on his forehead and began to study the techniques within. The information from the jade slip surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The complex energy circulation routes and spellcasting techniques were surprisingly easy to understand. In just a few breaths, he had already mastered the basic application methods of this secret technique. Feng Chen stood up and surveyed the shop's surroundings. The space was too small to practice the techniques properly. Brother Wang, may I try it outside? Wang Li nodded. Go ahead, but be careful not to tear the black market apart. Feng Chen chuckled, picked up the pokeball containing his Pokemon, and quickly stepped out of the shop. The alley of the black market was deserted, making it the perfect place to test his techniques. Feng Chen placed the Bulbasaur in a safe spot and began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. Following the method described in the jade tablet, he gathered his spiritual energy into his legs and leaped upward with all his might. With a single leap, he soared over 3 zhang into the air. In mid-air, Feng Chen clenched his fists together, adopting a slashing stance as his spiritual energy surged wildly within him. An invisible intent to kill erupted from his body, as if it were about to cleave everything in sight in two. Boom! Feng Chen landed heavily, leaving a small crater in the ground. Though there was no actual target, he could clearly feel the power of that strike. However, this single strike had drained half of his spiritual energy. After landing, Feng Chen took a moment to catch his breath, feeling the emptiness in his dantian, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This level of energy consumption was indeed quite significant. At his current cultivation level, he could only release it twice in a row. After 2 uses, he would have to sit down and recover his spiritual energy. Moreover, this technique had a flaw: it had to hit the target. While ignoring defense sounds impressive, if the enemy simply dodges, wouldn't that be wasting half the spiritual energy for nothing? In that case, he'd end up with insufficient spiritual energy and become an easy target. That said, this technique is perfect for finishing off enemies. Feng Chen's mind was already envisioning the battlefield: wait for others to weaken the enemy, then jump in for the finishing blow, recover your spiritual energy, and move on to the next target. Isn't that exactly what they call a headhunter? At this thought, Feng Chen couldn't help but grin. He picked up the Meow FWA seed still fiddling with the little fire dragon doll and walked back into the shop. How about it? Did you test its power? Wang Li sipped his tea leisurely, glancing up at Feng Chen as he entered. I tried it. The power is indeed impressive. Feng Chen sat down on the chair, but it consumes a lot of energy, and you have to make sure you hit the target. Of course. Wang Li put down his teacup. There is no such thing as a perfect technique in this world. There are always trade-offs that test the balance of the heavens. Feng Chen nodded and carefully put away the jade tablet of the Noxus guillotine. Despite its flaws, this was undoubtedly a valuable item. Combined with the light-footed boots he had just obtained, one for escaping and one for finishing off enemies, it was the perfect combination for surviving on the battlefield. By the way, Wang Gu. Feng Chen suddenly remembered something. We're leaving for Moonlight City this afternoon. When would be a good time for you? This afternoon? Wang Li raised an eyebrow. So urgent? There's no choice. Military orders are absolute. The Xinqing Holy Land is pressing us, and my father said if we don't leave soon, we'll be labeled as cowards. Feng Chen sighed and shook his head. That's how noble families are. They look glamorous on the surface, but they have no control over their own fate. Chapter 63, Moonlit City. After hearing Feng Chen's words, Wang Li calculated in his mind. Anyway, with the system's teleportation feature, he could return to Shenwu City at any time. Moreover, as a frontline city in the war, Moonlight City would undoubtedly have far more cultivators than Shenwu City, making business there naturally more lucrative. I can go any time. Wang Li crossed his legs casually, looking nonchalant. Just come get me in the afternoon. Alright. It's settled then. Feng Chen excitedly slapped his thigh. Brother Wang, I'll go back and prepare now. I'll be there to pick you up on time this afternoon. After speaking, Feng Chen picked up the little fire dragon doll that Niaowazi was still playing with and hurriedly left the shop. Wang Li watched his departing figure, a faint smile curving his lips. In the afternoon, Feng Chen arrived promptly at the entrance of Wang Li's shop. Brother Wang, let's head out now. My father is waiting outside the north gate of Shenwu City. Feng Chen's face bore a hint of urgency, clearly having been urged on quite a bit. Wang Li nodded, indicating he understood. He walked to the back of the shop and began fiddling with the ordinary-looking three-wheeled cart. He felt around the vehicle, tapped the seat, and muttered something under his breath. Moments later, Wang Li emerged from the shop on the tricycle, flashing a wide grin at Feng Chen. Want a ride? Feng Chen didn't hesitate and jumped onto the cargo bed. Of course. Wang Ji's tricycle is so comfortable. As he spoke, he reached into the cargo bed and pulled out the pink helmet, putting it on his head with practiced ease. Miao Fazeo also jumped onto the cargo bed, holding the small fire dragon plush toy in his arms, looking excited as if he were ready for an outing. Hold on tight, it might get a bit bumpy. Wang Li turned around to remind him. Feng Chen waved it off nonchalantly. It's fine, it's fine. He thought to himself, last time Wang Li had kicked with his feet, and even if he stood up to kick, he wouldn't go much faster. It was just gliding slowly along the ground. What was there to worry about? However, just as Feng Chen was thinking this, the tricycle suddenly leaped into the air. Whoosh! The entire vehicle seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand, rising into the air in an instant, then shooting toward the north gate. Feng Chen was thrown backward by the sudden acceleration, landing in the cargo bed with his pink helmet tilted at a 45-degree angle, looking like a defeated enemy soldier. Wang Dage! Feng Chen shouted amidst the jolting, why so fast this time? Wang Li didn't respond, simply gripping the handlebars with a calm demeanor, exuding the aura of a master. The wind whistled past his ears, and the buildings below quickly receded, revealing the entire landscape of Shenwu City spreading out beneath them. Feng Chen lay in the truck bed, staring at the houses and streets growing smaller below, completely dumbfounded. Before long, to Feng Chen's astonished gaze, they had already reached the northern gate of Shenwu City. The tricycle slowed to a stop, coming to a steady halt on the empty ground outside the city gate. Feng Chen climbed out of the cargo bed, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, and his pink helmet was askew. He looked at Wang Li with awe in his eyes. Brother Wang, your tricycle. Just a ordinary mode of transportation. Wang Li said casually, as if the astonishing scene moments ago had been no big deal. Feng Chen swallowed hard and silently tidied up his appearance. In the distance, Feng Yunqing was waiting with a group of men. Upon seeing Feng Chen and Wang Li arrive, he hurried over to greet them. Mr. Wang, it's good to see you. Feng Yunqing bowed to Wang Li with great respect. Mr. Feng, you're too kind. Wang Li smiled faintly and stepped down from the tricycle. Then, the group set off in a large procession. The Feng family's entourage was quite large, consisting not only of family members but also numerous guards, servants, and carts loaded with various supplies. Wang Li's tricycle followed in the middle of the procession, blending in seamlessly. Along the way, Feng Chen occasionally glanced at Wang Li with a curious expression. He desperately wanted to ask how the tricycle worked, but dared not speak up. The next morning, after a night of travel, the group finally arrived at Moonlight City. This city was much larger than Shenwu City, with towering walls reaching into the clouds. The city gates were bustling with people, creating a lively scene. Various cultivators moved through the city, some carrying massive swords, others riding spirit beasts, and still others controlling all manner of oddly shaped magical artifacts. A tense atmosphere permeated the air, and everyone's faces bore solemn expressions. The clouds of war had already gathered over the city. After entering the city, Feng Chen and Feng Yunqie split up. Feng Yunqie went to handle family affairs, while Feng Chen was tasked with arranging a shop for Wang Li. Brother Wang, I'm truly sorry. Feng Chen said apologetically, there are too many people gathering in Wangyue City lately, and all the good shop locations have been snapped up. I could only arrange a spot for you on a slightly more remote street. I hope you don't mind. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, indicating it didn't matter. As long as there's a shop, the location doesn't matter. To be honest, given the popularity of his blind boxes, even if he opened the shop in the most remote corner, customers would still come. Following Feng Chen, Wang Li arrived at a relatively quiet street. Most of the shops were closed, with only a few passers-by hurrying by, giving the street a desolate feel. This is the place. Feng Chen pointed to an empty shop and said, the location isn't great, but the shop itself is decent. Wang Li took a look at the shop. It wasn't very large, but it was big enough to store his blind boxes. Plus, it was relatively quiet, making it convenient for him to carry out some activities he didn't want others to notice. It's perfect. Wang Li nodded in satisfaction. Feng Chen, seeing that Wang Li had no objections, sighed in relief. He pulled out the key and opened the shop door. Mr. Wang, here's the key. This shop has been rented by the Feng family, so you can use it as you please. Wang Li took the keys and stepped inside the shop. The interior of the shop was simple, with nothing but a few empty shelves. You go ahead and take care of your business. I'll clean up on my own. Wang Li said to Feng Chen. Feng Chen nodded and took his leave. After Feng Chen had left, Wang Li closed the shop door and began setting up the store. He silently repeated to himself, designating this place as the system's second shop. Ding! Moonlit City shop setup complete. The host can now teleport between any system shops. As the system prompt sounded, the entire shop underwent subtle changes. Though it appeared unchanged from the outside, Wang Li could sense that the place was now enveloped by the system's power. He walked to the shelves and began retrieving blind boxes from the system space, arranging them neatly on the shelves one by one. Soon, the once empty shop was filled with items. Row after row of wooden blind boxes sat quietly on the shelves, each exuding an air of mystery. Wang Li surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, then placed a table and several chairs in the center of the shop. Everything was ready. Just then, the shop door was pushed open. Two young monks walked in. Wang Gu, it's been a while. Yes, brother Wang, it's been ages. Chapter 64, Zhou Tong and Li Ran. Wang Li looked at Zhou Tong and Li Ran and felt something was off. Aren't these two notorious archenemies? Back in Shenwu City, they wouldn't even speak to each other without exchanging insults. It was like the sun had risen in the west if they did. Why were they acting like Siamese twins today, coming one after the other to his new store in Wangyue City? Moreover, they were deliberately keeping a step apart, neither of them touching the other, creating a tense atmosphere. Could it be there's some under-the-table deal going on? Wang Li's mind was flooded with all sorts of outlandish scenarios. Of course, he didn't know that Li Ran and Zhou Tong had each heard different things. The other had received confirmed information from Feng Chen. The two had coincidentally met at the city gate and had originally planned to settle their differences in a showdown, but upon remembering Wang Li's blind box store, they forced themselves to suppress their urge to fight and decided to temporarily call a truce, opting instead to open the boxes first, leading to the current bizarre scene. Brother Wang, you opened a new store without giving us a heads up. We've been searching everywhere for you. Li Ran spoke first, walking up to the counter with a casual demeanor. He emphasized the words brothers and nudged Zhou Tong with his elbow. Zhou Tong stumbled from the nudge and immediately retorted, "Who was your brother? Don't try to take credit for something you didn't do. Hey, how can you talk like that? We're all loyal customers of brother Wang now, united by the same goal. What else could we be but brothers?" Li Ran spoke confidently. "Put. My goal is to achieve the golden legend, while yours is to get another 10 consecutive losses. How can we be the same?" Zhou Tong didn't hold back. Li Ran's face twitched. That 10 consecutive losses incident had become an indelible stain on his cultivation career. Wang Li watched the two of them bickering and didn't feel like getting involved. He simply tapped the counter with his fingers. "Are you going to open it or not? If not, go outside and argue. Don't disturb my business." The two immediately stopped arguing and said in unison, "Open." Li Ran acted first, pulling out a spirit crystal from his storage pouch and slapping it on the table, then raising his eyebrows at Zhou Tong. "I'll go first. I'll show you what it means to be a true lucky charm." Wang Li took the spirit crystal and casually grabbed a blind box from the shelf, handing it to him. Li Ran took the blind box and picked up the matching small wooden hammer from the counter, striking a pose he deemed incredibly cool. He closed his eyes, muttering something under his breath, as if praying for something. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the small wooden hammer in his hand whistled through the air, smashing down on the blind box with a loud thud. Thud! A pure white light flashed, blinding everyone. Li Ran's smile froze on his face. As the light faded, a pair of blue pants with two suspenders lay quietly in the center of the box. Li Ran reached out, pinched the suspenders, and tugged at them. The fragile fabric seemed ready to snap at any moment. The entire shop fell into complete silence. Zhou Tong struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders trembling, his face turning purple from holding it in. Li Ran's face flushed alternately red and white. He silently stuffed the suspenders into his storage bag, said nothing, and stepped aside to make room for Zhou Tong. That figure was a picture of desolation. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Tong finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into a thunderous laugh. Li Ran, your luck is truly unmatched. You pulled out this thing? Are you here to sing, dance, rap, or play basketball? Li Ran's body stiffened, but he didn't turn around. Zhou Tong laughed his fill before walking up to the counter. With a grand gesture, he slammed 10 crystal-clear spirit crystals onto the counter, producing a crisp sound. Wang Gu, give me 10 of these. Today, I'll show certain people what real luck looks like. Wang Li collected the spirit crystals without expression, turned around, and took 10 blind boxes from the shelf, placing them one by one in front of Zhou Tong. Good luck. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, picked up the small wooden hammer, and struck the first blind box with all his might. Thud. A flash of white light. Inside the box was a wooden plaque engraved with "Thank you for your patronage." Zhou Tong's smile faded slightly. No big deal, just an appetizer. He reassured himself. He picked up the second box and knocked again. Ding. Still just white light. This time, the box contained a thin booklet with a strange iron box on the cover and a few words written on a computer manual. Zhou Tong's breathing began to grow uneven. He picked up the third box, gripping it tighter. Thud. Once again, the familiar white light appeared, the same as before. A small green plastic figure, about the size of a palm, held a gun in one hand and a walkie-talkie in the other, with a base beneath its feet. Wang Li watched with interest and volunteered an explanation. These are soldier models. They can be used for tactical formations and battle simulations. Though they're a bit small, the creativity is endless, old buddy. Zhou Tong's face had already turned dark. He grabbed the fourth box and nearly smashed it open. Thud. A flash of white light. A red piece of paper with the words WDNMD written on it. Zhou Tong clenched his fists. The fifth one. Thud. White light. A bag. Zhou Tong opened it. Wang Li leaned in to take a whiff. Cucumber-flavored potato chips. The sixth one. Thud. A flash of white light. A round plastic tray with a hole in the center, printed with several large characters, Tram series. Wang Li spoke again. The Electric Train series DVD, a classic ethical drama from the mortal world, thought-provoking. The seventh. Dawn. White light. A yellow, oddly shaped chicken that squeals piercingly when squeezed. Zhou Tong's hand trembled, and the rubber chicken let out a quack sound, startling him. Wang Li clapped his hands in delight. Look. A stress relief gadget. A must-have for home, travel, and pre-battle stress relief. Squeeze it, doesn't it make you feel much better? Zhou Tong's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The spiritual energy within him began to surge due to the intense emotional turmoil. He stared intently at the last 3 boxes. The eighth one. Thud. White light. Thank you for your patronage. The ninth one. Ding. White light. A keychain with a yellow, square-shaped object hanging from it. The undying totem, maybe it can save your life? 10 blind boxes, 9 already opened. 9 blinding white lights formed a small mountain of trash on the counter. The entire shop was filled with only Wang Li's enthusiastic voice and the occasional piercing screech of a rubber chicken being accidentally triggered. Zhou Tong stood motionless, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He looked at the pile of items before him, then glanced at Li Ran, who had been mocked by him earlier. Li Ran was leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. Though his face showed little emotion, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed the wild joy within him. A surge of indescribable frustration and anger welled up in Zhou Tong's heart. He felt his resolve was teetering on the brink of shattering. He looked at the last blind box on the table, his eyes devoid of any hope. He raised the small wooden hammer, his entire being exuding a despairing aura of giving up, and struck the last blind box with a feeble blow. Thud. Scratch. A dazzling purple light burst forth from the box without warning. Chapter 65, The Ancient Ingot Knife. The dazzling purple light was so powerful that it instantly illuminated the entire shop ceiling, turning it into a breathtaking starry sky. Intense energy fluctuations rippled through the air, causing even the dust in the corners to dance joyfully, as if paying homage to a newly born ruler. Zhou Tong froze in place. He remained in the stance of raising his hammer, his mouth slightly open, his mind a blank. Just moments ago, it was the endless abyss of the ninefold white, and now it was the stunning reversal of the purple chi rising from the east. This dramatic rise and fall was simply too thrilling. Li Ran, who had been standing beside him with a smug smile on his face, now had his expression completely frozen. He stared at the purple light column shooting into the sky, feeling his face burn with pain, as if someone had struck him 99 times with the sole of a shoe. Purple light. It was actually a purple light, one rank higher than the blue light. Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's voice, which sounded precisely on time. Ancient Ingot Blade. Grade, Platinum. Origin, a certain 3-character game. Effect, when attacking, deals double damage if the enemy has no items in their hands. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. This effect is quite interesting. The purple glow slowly faded, revealing an ancient-looking long sword lying quietly at the bottom of the box. The blade was not ornate, even somewhat dull, exuding a deep, weathered hue from years of use. The blade, however, glinted with a cold, menacing light, as if it could sever one's gaze entirely. A sharp and heavy aura emanated from the blade. Jotun's breathing grew. He trembled as he reached out his hand, then abruptly pulled it back, as if afraid that his touch might defile this sacred object. Wang boss. His voice trembled with a hint of tears, a mix of despair and hope. What is this? Is this an unparalleled masterpiece? Wang Li, with his legs crossed, leaned back in his chair and spoke casually, as if describing a street vendor's wares. An ancient ingot knife, platinum quality. Not bad, I guess. The effect is pretty interesting. When you use it to hit someone, as long as they're not holding a weapon, the damage is doubled. Double the damage. Those 4 words thundered through Jotun's mind like a bolt from the blue. He was completely dumbfounded. However, the condition was that the person had no weapon in their hands. Jotun pondered silently. Some cultivators relied entirely on spells, which would be easy to deal with. But against sword cultivators, it might be a bit tricky. Mr. Wang. This effect ignores the difference in cultivation levels? Think again. Wang Li glanced at him. It doubles the damage you can inflict on your own. However, it's sufficient against cultivators of the same rank. Enough? It was indeed enough. Jotun carefully brought out the ancient dagger, feeling its weight in his hands. A surge of power coursed through his arms, straight to his heart. He couldn't resist running his fingers along the blade, feeling its cold yet powerful aura, almost floating off his feet. Ha 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 ha. Jotun could no longer contain his inner joy and burst into laughter. He turned his head and looked at Li Ran, who was pale in the corner, with the air of a victor. Li Ran. Did you see that? What does accumulate strength in silence mean? What does turn the tables in the nick of time mean? Can your suspenders compare to my ancient dagger? Li Ran's face twitched violently. He stared intently at the knife in Jotun's hand, then looked down at his empty hands, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. Pfft, it's just a broken knife. What's so great about it? Li Ran said stubbornly, today, I'll show you what true Euro royal bloodline means. He strode confidently to the counter, pulled out 10 crystal clear spirit crystals from his storage bag, and slammed them down on the table with a crisp clatter. The scene looked less like buying blind boxes and more like causing a scene. Wang Gu. Give me 10. Today, I'm going to get the golden legend. Wang Li collected the spirit crystals without expression, turned around, and took 10 blind boxes from the shelf, placing them one by one in front of Li Ran. Good luck. Li Ran took a deep breath, picked up the small wooden hammer, and began his performance. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and muttered, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Supreme Lord Laozi, manifest your power. After completing the ritual, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the small wooden hammer in his hands, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck the first blind box with all his might. Thud. A pure white light flashed, blinding everyone. Li Ran's confident smile froze on his face. As the light faded, a lone wooden chopstick lay quietly at the center of the box. Wang Li commented from the side, not bad, made of bamboo, eco-friendly. You can use it next time you eat, just remember to find a matching pair. Jotun, holding an ancient dagger, let out a pfft sound. Li Ran's face turned half black. It's okay, the first one is for sacrificing to the heavens. He picked up the second box and struck it again. Dawn. The same familiar white light appeared. This time, inside the box was a stiff paper card with a few words written in elegant handwriting. You're a good person, but we're not compatible. Ha 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 ha. Jotun couldn't hold back anymore, hugging the knife and laughing so hard he was bending over. Li Ran, you got the good guy card. And it's from a blind box. A vein popped out on Li Ran's forehead. He picked up the third box, gripping it tighter. Thud. Still just white light. A transparent bottle with half a bottle of unknown liquid remaining inside. Wang Li leaned in to take a whiff and said, it's mineral water from the mortal realm. It's been sitting for a while, but it should still be drinkable. Li Ran's breathing began to grow uneven. The fourth one. Thud. A flash of white light. A blue ballpoint pen with no ink left. Wang Li, it can be used as a weapon, though it doesn't have much killing power, but it can be annoying. Fifth one. Thud. White light. A colorful piece of paper with a muscular man printed on it, accompanied by the words check out fitness swimming. Li Ran clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. 5 white lights in total. He felt his resolve being ruthlessly eroded by a force known as non-elite. He glanced at Jotun, who was laughing so hard he was about to pass out, then looked at the pile of useless junk on the counter. A wave of sorrow and anger welled up inside him. His hands trembling, he picked up the sixth box. This time, he didn't even dare to apply any force, merely tapping it gently with the small wooden hammer. Scratch! A green light finally shone through the crack in the box. Though faint, it was not white. There's hope. Li Ran's heart leaped into his throat as he eagerly peered into the box. Inside lay a gray square the size of a palm, resting quietly. On the square were several red buttons and a few wires. Wang Dage. Li Ran's voice trembled slightly. What is this? Could it be some kind of array artifact? Wang Li glanced at it and explained seriously, oh, this? It's called C4. A single-use high-powered alchemical bomb. It's simple to use. Press the red button, count to 10 in your head, then run as far away as possible. When you count to 1, it will, boom. Wang Li made an explosion gesture. The world will be at peace. Li Ran held the gray block. This thing is a bomb? I know. Zhou Tong stepped forward from the side. I opened a similar thing last time, and my dad thought it was a firecracker. Its power should be enough to threaten ordinary people. Zhou Tong shouted from the side. Last time he had opened a hand grenade, brought it home to show his father, who was so angry he threw it on the ground, causing it to explode. The power was only enough to threaten ordinary people. Li Ran, feeling utterly defeated, put the C4 away, his heart feeling as bitter as gall. He looked at the remaining 4 boxes, his eyes holding no hope. He raised the small wooden hammer, his entire body exuding a sense of despair, as if he had given up all hope. With a feeble swing, he struck the 7th blind box. Thud. Scratch. A blinding red light erupted from the box without warning. Zhou Tong's laughter abruptly stopped. He clutched the ancient dagger, his eyes wide with shock. Li Ran also froze, still holding the hammer in mid-swing, completely caught off guard. Even Wang Li, who had been leaning back in his chair watching the spectacle, sat up straight at that moment. Chapter 66, The Master of the Shadow Flow. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice rang out. Master of the Shadow Flow. Rank, Diamond. From League of Legends. Effect, upon use, inherits all skills of the Shadow Master, Zed. Shadow Art, all blades, the main body and shadow clones release a single attack forward. Shadow Art, clone, creates a shadow clone in front, lasting 5 seconds. When activated again, the shadow clone and the main body swap positions. Shadow Art, Ghost Slash, the main body and shadow clone perform a spinning slash. Forbidden Shadow Art. Instant Prison Shadow Kill Array, the main body becomes unselectable, charges forward to target an enemy, and marks them. After 3 seconds, the mark triggers to deal damage. A shadow clone is left behind when charging. When used again, the main body and the shadow clone swap positions. Shadow Ninja Technique. Soul-devouring cataclysm, all skills used, including those already learned, deal 6% to 10% damage to enemies with health below 50%. Wang Li looked at the system's lengthy skill description and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This thing's skills must take half a day to explain. The red light slowly faded, revealing a pitch-black jade tablet lying quietly at the bottom of the box. The surface of the jade tablet was engraved with strange runes that seemed to move slowly, emitting a chilling aura of violence. Li Ran trembled as he reached out and carefully picked up the jade tablet. It felt icy cold to the touch, and a chilling aura surged up his arm, sending a shiver down his spine. Brother Wang. Li Ran's voice trembled. What is this divine artifact? Wang Li watched Li Ran, who was so excited he was about to faint, and spoke slowly, the Shadow Lord, Diamond quality. Diamond? Zhou Tong jumped to his feet, nearly dropping the ancient dagger in his hand. Higher grade than my platinum? Li Ran was so excited he was trembling all over, his eyes almost sparking with excitement. He clutched the jade tablet tightly, afraid it would vanish the next moment. Wang Li crossed his legs, speaking in a tone as if describing a recipe, and said slowly, this item will allow you to inherit all the skills of the Shadow Clan Master's inheritance. Who is the Shadow Clan Master? Don't worry about that for now. Wang Li began explaining the skills. First is the Shadow Art. Multi-blade, you and your shadow clones can simultaneously release attacks forward. Li Ran's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he nodded repeatedly. Next is Shadow Art. Clone, you can split off a shadow clone in front of you, which lasts for 5 seconds. When you release it again, you can swap positions with the shadow clone. Shadow Art, Ghost Slash. You and your shadow clone perform a spinning slash attack, dealing area damage. Forbidden Technique. Instant Prison Shadow Kill Array. Wang Li glanced at him and continued, the main body becomes untargetable, then charges forward toward an enemy. Unselectable state? Li Ran interrupted again, his voice nearly breaking. What kind of state is that? Wang Li set down his teacup and explained patiently, once in this state, enemies cannot attack you. No attacks can hit you, including soul attacks or spatial attacks. Li Ran sucked in a sharp breath, completely stunned. Invincible state? Isn't this the legendary ability only mastered by those peerless experts? Zhou Tong listened in disbelief, staring at the ancient dagger in his hand, suddenly feeling it wasn't as impressive anymore. Seeing that Li Ran was completely overwhelmed, Wang Li continued, charge toward the enemy and mark them. 3 seconds later, the mark will trigger and deal damage. When you charge, you'll leave a shadow clone behind you, and you can use it to return to your original position. And the final one, Shadow Ninja Technique. Soul-shattering cataclysm. All skills you use, including techniques you've already mastered, deal an additional 6% to 10% damage to enemies with health below 50%. Li Ran listened to the lengthy explanation and felt completely overwhelmed. He felt like he had won the jackpot, and from today onward, he was destined for greatness. He trembled as he pressed the jade tablet to his forehead. Instantly, a massive flood of information surged into his mind. Countless esoteric knowledge about shadows, assassination, and ninja techniques swirled in his mind. The complex and mind-boggling energy circulation routes and spellcasting techniques were surprisingly easy to understand. Even more astonishingly, he seemed to see a figure shrouded in shadow, performing a breathtakingly beautiful combat demonstration. Shadow clones, teleportation, and decapitation. Every movement was as smooth as flowing water, and every strike carried a deadly beauty. In just a few breaths, Li Ran had completely mastered the essence of this shadow-style ninja art. He opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with an unprecedented confidence. He felt a new power surge within his dantian, the power of shadows, cold and deadly. Wan Gu. Li Ran's voice trembled, not out of fear, but excitement. I feel like I could take on 10 of my former selves now. Zhou Tong sneered from the side. You're just bragging. You've just learned a few flashy ninja techniques. How strong could you be? Li Ran turned to look at Zhou Tong, a strange smile curving his lips. Is that so? Want to try? Before he could finish speaking, Li Ran's figure suddenly blurred, and the next moment, an identical Li Ran appeared on the other side of the shop. Zhou Tong rubbed his eyes and looked at the original Li Ran, completely dumbfounded. What? What's going on? Which one is real? Both Li Rans spoke at the same time. We're all real. Wang Li watched with interest and commented, not bad, you've mastered the shadow clone technique pretty well. But don't mess around in my shop, be careful not to break anything. Li Ran quickly retracted his clones and returned to his original position, his face still flushed with excitement. He felt like an ordinary person who had suddenly gained superpowers, his entire worldview turned upside down. Zhou Tong looked at Li Ran, then at the ancient dagger in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. He had thought that forging a platinum-grade ancient ingot knife was already impressive enough, but here came someone who was the master of the shadow style, a diamond-grade practitioner. The contrast was more shocking than falling from heaven to hell. All right, everyone disperse. Wang Li waved his hand. This isn't a training ground. If you want to test your moves, find an open space. Li Ran finally realized he had overreacted and quickly apologized. Sorry, Mr. Wang, I got too excited. He carefully put away the jade tablet and looked at the remaining 3 blind boxes, his eyes once again filled with hope. If he could get a diamond tier Shadow Lord, might the remaining 3 hold even greater surprises? Chapter 67, The Battle Outside Moonlight City. Li Ran took a deep breath, staring at the 3 remaining blind boxes on the table. Although he had already obtained a diamond tier Shadow Lord, he couldn't help but anticipate even greater surprises. The 8th box. Thud. The familiar white light flashed again, and Li Ran's expression immediately grew calm. Inside the box lay a crumpled piece of paper with a few crooked words scrawled on it. Today's lucky color, transparent. Li Ran glanced at it and pushed the note aside. He had already made a fortune, this minor setback was nothing. The 9th box. Thud. Another flash of white light. This time, it was a small plastic toy, resembling some kind of animal, bright yellow in color with a tail shaped like a lightning bolt. A Pikachu doll. Wang Li lazily explained from the side, a children's toy. Besides being cute, it has no practical use. But Feng Chen should like it. Li Ran's lips twitched slightly as he casually put the Pikachu away. The heir to the Shadow Flow Master actually gave a children's toy. The 10th and final one. Li Ran clenched the small wooden hammer and gently tapped the last box. Thud. A white light flashed again, and inside the box lay a card featuring a cartoon character in a blue uniform, with the words Repairman Bob written beside it. Repair Tool Card. Wang Li commented, it grants you the ability to temporarily repair various items for 1 hour. Li Ran couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This thing sounded pretty powerful, but the white light probably could only fix simple, mundane objects. 10 blind boxes, 1 diamond tier Shadow Master, 1 green C4 bomb, 1 pair of overalls, and the rest were all junk. But he was already satisfied. The Shadow Lord alone was worth the price of admission. Zhou Tong stood beside him, clutching an ancient dagger. Though he didn't say anything, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Platinum tier versus diamond tier, there is definitely a whole tier of difference. Alright, everyone, let's go. Wang Li waved his hand. If you want to test your moves, find an open space. Don't cause a commotion in my shop. Li Ran and Zhou Tong exchanged glances, then silently made their way out of the shop. The hostility from earlier had been largely overshadowed by their recent gains, and now they were more eager to find a place to test the power of their new equipment. After the two had left, Wang Li stood up, closed the shop door, and silently recited the teleportation command in his mind. The scene blurred for a moment, and the next second, he was back in his shop in Shenwu City. The shop in Shenwu City was still deserted, with only a few passers-by occasionally glancing in before moving on. After all, Wang Li's fame was mainly within the cultivator community, and ordinary people were still unfamiliar with this novelty item known as blind boxes. Wang Li yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. There wasn't much business anyway, so he might as well take a nap. He walked to the small room at the back of the shop, lay down on the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Outside Moonlit City. Wu Hao stood on a high ground, gazing intently at the two figures engaged in a fierce battle ahead. One was his junior disciple Chen Yunfeng, and the other was Xiao Beihe, an elder from the Lingxiao Holy Land. Both were at the Lianqiu cultivation level, evenly matched in strength. By all accounts, this battle should have been evenly contested. However, the current situation was far from balanced, with Xiao Beihe clearly at a disadvantage, being overwhelmed by Chen Yunfeng. The reason was simple: Xiao Beihe not only had to deal with his opponent but also had to constantly watch out for the mysterious sniper lurking in the shadows. On the city walls of Wangyue City, Elder Lu was crouched behind the parapet, clutching a Barrett rifle. The crosshairs of the scope were locked firmly on Xiao Beihe. But he didn't fire, maintaining his aiming posture like a dormant venomous snake, ready to strike at any moment. While battling Chen Yunfeng, Xiao Beihe vents his frustration in his mind. These people from the Xianqing Holy Land are so shameless. Where's the fair duel you promised? You're ambushing us. What's worse, that guy in the shadows has been building up his power the whole time, but he still hasn't fired a shot. It felt like a sharp sword was hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment, leaving him on edge. If the opponent had just fired directly, Xiao Beihe wouldn't feel this miserable. At least during the moment of attack, the enemy would need to build up their strength, and that would be the perfect opportunity to decide the outcome. But now, he can only defend passively and can't fight back with all his strength. Bang! Chen Yunfeng's golden fist struck Xiao Beihe's chest with tremendous force, sending him staggering back several steps. Xiao Beihe grunted softly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He felt the overwhelming spiritual energy surging within him and hurriedly activated his cultivation technique to counteract it. This can't go on. Xiao Beihe steeled his resolve and prepared to launch a reckless counterattack. Even if I get shot in the back, it's better than being slowly worn down to death. However, just as he was about to fight with all his might, a piercing sound suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A crimson beam of light whizzed past his ear, then continued its ascent toward the sky with undiminished force. Xiao Beihe's body froze abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply. It was that split-second pause that Chen Yunfeng seized. A golden seal struck out with tremendous force, hitting Xiao Beihe square in the chest. Put! Xiao Beihe spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground. He struggled to get back up, but the excruciating pain in his chest nearly caused him to faint. Senior Chen has won! On the walls of Wangyue City, disciples from the Xianqing Holy Land erupted into cheers. Xiao Beihe clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, and staggered back to the ranks of the Lingxiao Holy Land. Senior Xiao! Several disciples from the Lingxiao Holy Land rushed forward to support him. Xiao Beihe waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, but the pallor on his face betrayed his true condition. How are you? Shenfei, the leader of the group, walked over, frowning at the injured Xiao Beihe. Someone was shooting from the shadows. Xiao Beihe clenched his teeth and said, "That guy has been targeting me the whole time, but he didn't fire. He was just waiting for the crucial moment to interfere with me." That's disgusting. Shenfei narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The Xianqing Holy Land actually has such a new type of magical artifact? And the way it's used is so treacherous, specifically designed to disrupt an opponent's mental focus. This isn't good news for the upcoming battle. Shenfei pondered for a moment before addressing a disciple beside him. "Send word back to the sect headquarters. Report that a new situation has arisen at the front lines and request Elder Ling to come to our aid immediately." Yes. The disciple bowed in response and immediately transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night sky. On the other side, Chen Yunfeng returned to the camp of the Xianqing Holy Land with a smile on his face. "Senior brother." He bowed to Wu Hao and said, "I have fulfilled my mission and avenged you." Wu Hao burst into laughter, stepping forward to pat his younger disciple on the shoulder. "Excellent. Excellent. You're truly formidable, younger brother." He then turned his gaze to Elder Lu on the city wall and praised him loudly. "Elder Lu's Barrett is truly marvelous. This victory would not have been possible without your contributions." Lu the Elder jumped down from the city walls with a satisfied smile on his face. "This Barrett is indeed effective, but it's a pity that it requires charging to reach its maximum attack power." "No big deal." Wu Hao waved his hand. "As long as we win, that's all that matters." As the group excitedly discussed the recent battle, Elder Lu suddenly grew serious. "However, Elder Wu, the enemy will likely devise countermeasures soon. This tactic may work once or twice, but it won't be effective in the long run." Wu Hao nodded, his expression growing serious. Elder Lu was right. We can't rely on this one tactic to win every battle. He looked at everyone and spoke slowly. The war hasn't truly begun yet. This is just the reconnaissance phase. During this phase, we must focus on improving our own strength and prepare for the upcoming all-out war. An elder couldn't help but ask, "Elder Wu, why does the Lingxiao Holy Land insist on fighting us to the death? Both sides are evenly matched. If we really fight, we'll both end up badly." Wu Hao sighed, "Because of Xiao Tiance." "Xiao Tiance? The core disciple who was killed by Gu Shizuan?" "That's correct." Wu Hao nodded. Xiao Tiance is the bloodline heir of the current Lingxiao Holy Land's Holy Master. The Holy Master is on his deathbed and has infused part of his primordial essence into Xiao Tiance's bloodline. He intended for him to inherit the position of Holy Master, but he ended up dying at our hands. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder the Lingxiao Holy Land was so enraged. Xiaotians was that important to them. Therefore, this battle is inevitable. Wu Hao said solemnly, we must prepare thoroughly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu Ruoxia suddenly leaped out of the crowd. Elder Wu. I know where we can quickly replenish our trump cards. Oh? Wu Hao turned to look at the energetic young man. Wang Boss's blind box store. Gu Ruoxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. He's already opened a store in Wanyu City. We can go there and try our luck. Wu Hao's eyes lit up. Wang Li's blind boxes were indeed magical, capable of yielding all sorts of strange treasures. If we're lucky, we might even get some strategic level cards. Good idea. Wu Hao nodded, but there's one rule: any elders above the Yuanling realm who want to open a blind box must inform me in advance. We don't want the Lingxiao Holy Land to suddenly attack while you're still opening boxes there. The elders all nodded in understanding. At that moment, a Yuanling stage elder raised his hand and said, Senior Wu, I'd like to try my luck right now. Wu Hao glanced at the sky and nodded, go ahead, but be careful. The elder excitedly nodded and hurried toward Wang Li City. He soon found Wang Li's blind box shop. The shop's exterior looked ordinary. The elder cleared his throat twice, cough, cough. A rustling sound came from inside the shop, followed by Wang Li's voice, no need to cough. The door opened, and Wang Li appeared at the entrance with sleepy eyes, his hair disheveled, clearly having been woken up. Open the blind box? Wang Li asked with a yawn. Yes. The elder nodded hurriedly, took out a spirit crystal from his storage bag, and said, thank you, Mr. Wang. Wang Li took the spirit crystal, turned around, and took a blind box from the shelf, handing it to him. The elder took the blind box, took a deep breath, and raised the small wooden hammer, striking it down with force. Dawn. Chapter 68, Cold Wuya. A plain white light flashed briefly before quickly fading away. The heart of the Yuanling elder sank along with the light. He strained his neck to look inside the box and saw a small, roughly made cloth medal lying there. Embroidered in gold thread were 4 crooked characters, participation is key. The elder's lips twitched. As a Yuanling elder of the Xianqing Holy Land, he had come here with great anticipation for the sake of the sect's future, only to open a blind box and find this? Not bad. Wang Li leaned against the doorframe, yawning as he commented, this is a limited edition item with great collectible value. Look at the stitching, senior. It's filled with postmodern deconstructivist style, symbolizing the philosophical truth that the process is more important than the result. The elder's face flushed with embarrassment. He didn't understand what Wang Li was rambling about, but he could sense the subtle mockery in his words. He shoved the tattered cloth medal into his storage bag as if it were something shameful. No, he couldn't just go back like this. Wu Elder was waiting for his good news, and the sect needed more trump cards to prepare for the upcoming battle. One failure doesn't mean anything, it must be because I wasn't sincere enough. Mr. Wang. The elder took a deep breath, his tone growing solemn. Bring me 10. He waved his hand, and 10 crystal-clear spirit crystals were neatly arranged on the counter, emitting a crisp sound, showcasing his determination. Got it. Wang Li perked up immediately. He swiftly collected the spirit crystals, turned around, and brought down 10 blind boxes from the shelf, arranging them one by one in front of the elder. The elder looked at the 10 boxes before him, and hope reignited in his heart. He picked up the small wooden hammer and struck the first box. Thud. A flash of white light. Inside the box was a broken comb. It's okay, good things come to those who wait. The elder comforted himself. He picked up the second box. Thud. Still white light. A small, yellowed book with 2 bald children on the cover, titled The Adventures of Sanmao. The elder's breathing began to grow rapid. The third one. Thud. The white light remained unchanged. A rusty tin frog, its paint peeling off, could still hop a few times on the ground after being wound up. Wang Li watched with interest and explained, a fine hidden weapon. It can jump out unexpectedly and bite an enemy's heels, disrupting their focus. The elder's face had already turned dark. He no longer hesitated and sped up. The fourth. Thud. White light. An empty glass bottle labeled Wang's secret chili sauce. Fifth. Thud. White light. A blackened banana. Sixth. Thud. White light. A holy sock emitting an indescribable odor. Wang Li pinched his nose and took a step back. Senior, this is a bit too powerful. I suggest sealing it in a storage bag, it might make a decent biochemical weapon. The seventh. Boom. White light. Thank you for your patronage. Eighth. Boom. White light. A plastic bag containing several broken cookie pieces. The ninth. The elder held the hammer, his hands trembling. He looked at the last 2 boxes, then at the pile of trash on the counter, reeking of failure, and his resolve began to waver. He clenched his teeth and struck down with all his might. Thud. Still a pure, flawless beam of white light. Inside the box was a card with a drawing of a yellow bean-shaped person wearing a hard hat, and the words, "You have been removed from the group chat." 10 blind boxes, 9 already opened. 9 blinding white lights nearly shattered the confidence of this Yuanling elder completely. He stood there, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at the last box. All his hopes rested on that final box. He trembled as he raised the small wooden hammer, gathering all his strength, driven by a mix of grief and determination, and struck it down with all his might. Thud! A green light finally shone through the cracks in the box. Though faint, it was not white. The elder's heart leaped into his throat. He eagerly peered into the box. There lay a black, spherical object, still connected to a thread. Wang! Wang boss! The elder's voice trembled slightly. What is this? Could it be some kind of high-grade magical artifact? Wang Li glanced at it and explained solemnly, oh, this? It's called a hand grenade. A one-time use explosive. The effect is better than nothing. Pull out the pin and throw it. The elder held the black hand grenade, feeling his heart was as bitter as gall. 11 blind boxes, 11 spirit crystals, and all he got was a pile of junk and a bomb of unknown power? How was he supposed to explain this to Elder Wu? Just as the elder was about to give up and pack his things to return home, the shop door suddenly swung open. A cold breeze swept in, and a man dressed in black, with a stern expression, walked in. The man exuded an icy aura that made others keep their distance. His eyes, as cold as a frozen pond, swept across the shop's furnishings before settling on Elder Yuan Feng. Cold Woya! Elder Yuan Ying's pupils contracted, and he instinctively took a step back, his spiritual energy surging within him. The man was none other than Cold Woya, an elder from the Lingxiao Holy Land. Famous for his tracking and assassination techniques, he was ruthless and one of the most formidable opponents of the Xianqing Holy Land. What was he doing here? Cold Woya merely gave him a cold glance before ignoring him entirely, as if he were nothing more than a stone by the roadside. He walked straight to the counter, his gaze fixed on Wang Li. You're the boss? Cold Woya's voice was as cold and hard as his demeanor. Yes. Wang Li responded lazily, pointing to the price list on the wall, single extraction of 1 spirit crystal, 10 extractions for 10 spirit crystals, no credit. 1. Lang Woya took a spirit crystal from his storage pouch and placed it on the counter. Wang Li took the spirit crystal and casually grabbed a blind box from the shelf, handing it to him. Throughout the entire process, he didn't spare a single glance at the Xianqing elder, who was standing there with a guarded expression. Xianqing's mood was extremely complicated at that moment. He never expected to encounter his sworn enemy here, let alone that the other party was also here to buy a blind box. He stared intently at the blind box in Lang Woya's hand, a deeply ominous. Cold Woya didn't go through any rituals like the others, nor did he use the small wooden hammer. He simply extended 2 fingers and gently pinched the blind box. Click! The box cracked open. In the next instant, a dazzling platinum gold light burst forth from the box without warning. The light was so blinding that it instantly illuminated the entire shop as bright as day, while a powerful and mysterious energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. Xianqing elder froze in place, staring blankly at the beam of light, feeling as though his heart had been pierced by an icy spike. Purple light. As the light faded, a white eagle head rested atop a pedestal, floating there silently. Heavenly Eagle Cannon. Grade Platinum. From Clash of Clans. Effect: after placement, it requires spiritual energy to activate. Once activated, it requires spiritual energy to fire missiles, dealing damage. The more spiritual energy injected, the higher the quality of the spiritual energy, and the greater the damage. Wang Li looked at the system panel's description and raised his eyebrows slightly. This thing is practically made for war. Cold Woya looked at Wang Li with a questioning expression. Chapter 69, Sky Eagle Cannon. Wang Li leaned against the counter, lazily glancing at the eagle-headed cannon, his tone as flat as if he were describing a rock by the roadside. Sky Eagle Cannon, Platinum quality. He paused, then looked at the expressionless Lang Woya and added, this thing is a fixed cannon. You need to find a place to set it up first, then infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it. Once activated, it will automatically lock onto enemies within a wide range. You can then infuse it with more spiritual energy to fire tracking missiles. The more spiritual energy you infuse, the higher the quality, and the louder the explosion and the greater the destructive power. Wang Li spoke casually, but every word felt like a steel needle piercing the heart of the nearby Xianqing elder. Fixed turret. Wide-range lock-on. Tracking missiles. This is essentially a mobile war fortress. If this thing were set up outside the moonlit city and fired a few rounds at the Xianqing Holy Land's defenses, the consequences. Xianqing elder's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He looked at Lang Woya, then at the black grenade and pile of junk in his storage pouch, and a surge of humiliation and crisis overwhelmed him. No! Absolutely cannot let him take this thing back. This thought spread like wildfire, instantly filling his mind. He quietly took a step backward, determined to immediately notify Elder Wu. Before Lang Woya left Wangyue City, he must gather reinforcements and ensure that both him and this deadly weapon were left here forever. Lang Woya put away the Heavenly Eagle cannon, his icy eyes glancing imperceptibly at Xianqing elder, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible sneer. He didn't utter another word, turning and walking toward the store exit. Mr. Wang, thank you. Chen Elder forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace, bowed to Wang Li, then turned and left the shop, pretending to be in a daze. Wang Li watched the two depart one after the other, yawned, and leaned back into his chair, as if the priceless transaction and the impending ambush that was about to unfold had nothing to do with him. Outside the shop, Long Ward's figure turned into a black shadow and sped toward the city gates. As soon as the Chen Elder stepped out of the shop, he crushed a communication jade tablet and immediately burst forth with his spiritual energy, closely following behind. He knew he was no match for Lang Wuya. A direct confrontation would be like hitting a rock with an egg. His mission was to hold him back and buy time for Elder Wu and the others. Cold Wuya! Where do you think you're going? The elder shouted fiercely from behind, simultaneously clasping his hands in seals and unleashing a barrage of fireballs and wind blades toward Cold Wuya's retreating figure. He dared not use more powerful spells, fearing his spiritual energy would deplete too quickly, and even more so, fearing he might provoke the enemy. He simply lingered at a distance, like an annoying fly, causing minor disruptions. However, Cold Wuya didn't even glance back, let alone slow down. Those colorful spells were shattered into pieces by an invisible protective aura before they could even come within 3 feet of him, not even grazing the hem of his robe. Chen, the elder, was growing increasingly anxious. As Lang Wuya approached the city gates, he made a decisive decision and pulled out the hand grenade he had just activated. Taste this. He mimicked Wang Li's words, pulled off the ring, and threw it with all his might toward Lang Wuya. A black, iron-like object traced a parabolic arc through the air. Cold Wuya finally reacted, nearly shifting his body slightly as he sped forward, easily dodging the projectile. Boom! The grenade exploded on the distant street, making a loud noise, but it only left a shallow black crater on the ground, with debris flying everywhere. Its power was even weaker than a full-force attack from a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. Useless! A cold voice rang clearly in Cheng's ears. In the next instant, Lang Wuya's figure suddenly accelerated, like a black bolt of lightning, instantly leaving him far behind. In just a few breaths, he had vanished at the end of the street. Chen Elder came to a halt, panting heavily as he looked at the empty street, his face filled with despair and resentment. Just then, several powerful auras descended from the sky, and Wu Hao, accompanied by several elders, landed beside him. Younger brother, what's the situation? Where is Cold Wuyan? Wu Hao looked at his disheveled state and asked in a solemn voice. The elder hung his head in shame, his voice hoarse. Senior brother Wu. I couldn't stop him. He escaped. He recounted everything that had happened at the blind box store, including the heavenly eagle cannon that Lang Wuya had unleashed, leaving out no detail. After hearing this, the elders present couldn't help but gasp in shock, their expressions growing extremely grave. War cannons. Lingxiao Holy Land has really hit the jackpot this time. An elder spoke angrily. Wu Hao's brows furrowed tightly. Senior brother, what should we do now? The unfortunate Yuanling elder, whom we will refer to as Yuan elder for now, spoke with a voice filled with guilt and anxiety. Wu Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His gaze swept over the few elders behind him, all of whom looked equally solemn, before finally settling on the blind box shop in the distance, which was still brightly lit. The shop looked ordinary in the night, but who could have imagined that such an unremarkable place could repeatedly produce items capable of turning the tide of battle? Since the person has already fled, chasing after them now will be of no use. Wu Hao's voice regained its composure. Cold Wuya is a cautious man. By now, he's likely already set up an ambush, waiting for us to walk right into it. He patted Yuan Elder on the shoulder, his tone devoid of blame. This isn't your fault. No one could have anticipated that the enemy would be so fortunate. Then, he changed the subject abruptly, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. However, we cannot just sit here and wait for our doom. Wu Hao pointed at Wang Li's shop and said solemnly, if the Lingxiao Holy Land can have such an opportunity, why can't we? We've come this far, we can't return empty-handed. He looked at Elder Yuan and then pointed to another elder with a square face and a steady demeanor. Elder Yuan, Elder Chen, the two of you stay behind. Each of you will draw 10 times, and you must obtain something useful. The rest of you will follow me back and immediately reinforce the city defenses in case of any contingencies. Yes, Senior Brother Wu. Everyone responded in unison. Wu Hao nodded, made no further delay, and led the others, transforming into several streaks of light, swiftly disappearing into the night. At the shop entrance, only Elder Yuan and Elder Chen remained. Yuan Elder looked at the familiar shop door, his face filled with bitterness. He had already failed twice today, and his resolve was nearly shattered by those white lights. Chen Elder patted his shoulder and comforted him. Senior brother Yuan, relax. Opening blind boxes is all about luck. The bad luck you've had so far might just be laying the groundwork for an incredible stroke of fortune in the future. Elder Yuan sighed wryly and could only console himself with that thought. The two exchanged glances, tidied themselves up, and once again entered Wang Li's shop. Wang Li was still in his usual lazy manner, leaning back in his chair, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Here you are again? How many are you planning to open this time? Mr. Wang. Elder Chen stepped forward, bowed slightly, and placed 20 spirit crystals neatly on the counter. My senior brother and I will each take 10 consecutive draws. Upon seeing the spirit crystals, Wang Li finally perked up. He slowly stood up, took 20 blind boxes from the shelf, and divided them into 2 piles in front of the 2 men. Who goes first? Senior Yuan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and declared, I'll go first. He refused to believe it. As a Yuanling elder, even if his luck was terrible, he couldn't be that unlucky. He picked up the small wooden hammer and smashed it down on the first box with all his might. Thud! A pure white light flashed, making his eyes squint. Inside the box was a squeaking rubber duck. Wang Li commented, not bad. You can put it in the bathtub to add a touch of childhood fun. Yuan Lao's face twitched slightly as he picked up the second box. Thud! White light. A packet of spicy snacks from the mortal realm, with the words Kiss Burn printed on the packaging. The third one. Thud! White light. A red plastic whistle that produced a sharp, piercing sound when blown. Elder Yuan's breathing grew heavy, and he mechanically tapped the boxes one after another. Fourth, white light, a box of used matches. Fifth, white light, a bottle cap with one more bottle written on it, but the bottle was nowhere to be found. The sixth, a flash of white light, a small rattle the size of a palm. Chen Elder, standing nearby, couldn't help but flinch, silently worrying for Yuan Elder. This luck was truly bottomless. Elder Yuan had gone numb. His eyes were vacant as he raised the hammer and struck the 7th box. Dong! Scratch! A faint blue light finally burst forth from the box. There's color. Elder Yuan perked up, his eyes filled with excitement as he peered into the box. Inside lay a blue card, depicting the image of a first aid kit. Mr. Wang, what is this? Wang Li glanced at it and said, it's a healing potion card, blue quality. After use, it can instantly restore some injuries, with significant effects on cultivators below the Yuanling stage. Elder Yuan heard this and felt slightly reassured. Though the grade wasn't high, it was at least a useful item that could save lives in critical moments on the battlefield. He put the card away and continued opening the 8th one. Clang! A flash of white light. An empty wallet. The 9th. Clang! A flash of white light. A rusty pair of scissors. Only one remained. Elder Yuan looked at the last box, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He raised the small wooden hammer, no longer holding any hope, and struck it weakly. Thud! Scratch! A dazzling golden light burst forth from the box, instantly illuminating the entire shop in brilliant gold. Chapter 70, The Resurrection Armor. As the light faded, a golden sword with a pair of pure white wings on its back floated silently above the box. Wang Li heard the system prompt in his mind. Guardian Angel. Rank, Master. Origin, League of Legends. Effect, upon death, stun for 4 seconds, then revive at 30% health. Limited to once per year. Yuan Elder stared at the angelic sword, his eyes flickering with disbelief. He cautiously reached out his hand but dared not touch it, fearing it was all a dream. Mr. Wang, what is this? Elder Yuan's voice trembled slightly. Wang Li yawned, his tone casual. This item is called the Guardian Angel. Its effect is to resurrect in the same spot in a severely injured state 4 seconds after death. Elder Yuan suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Revive in place? That's so powerful? Wang Li nodded. However, it can only be used once a year, and you have to wait until next year to use it again. Senior Yuan sucked in a sharp breath, his hands trembling. In the cultivation world, life-saving techniques that could tip the scales between life and death were always priceless. And this Guardian Angel sword was essentially a second chance at life. Chen Elder watched in disbelief. Senior brother Yuan, you're so lucky. Just now you opened 9 blank cards in a row, and now you've gotten a master grade treasure. Senior Yuan was so excited he could barely speak. This is the return of the European Emperor. Wang Li added, the previous blank cards were all set up all leading up to this final blow. Senior brother Yuan carefully took the Guardian Angel sword, afraid to touch it even slightly. He felt the warm energy flowing through his hands, completely immersed in ecstasy. How do you use this thing? Elder Yuan asked. Wang Li pointed to a small groove on the sword hilt. Just drip your blood into it to bind it to you. Once bound, it will automatically merge into your life-bound artifact. It will remain invisible until the moment of your death. Elder Yuan hesitated not a moment, bit his finger, and let a drop of his essence blood fall onto the sword hilt. The golden sword immediately emitted a blinding light, transforming into a golden beam that shot into Yuan Lao's forehead before disappearing. Elder Yuan felt a warm power surge through his body, as if a pair of invisible wings were protecting him. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Elder Yuan bowed excitedly, unable to hide the joy on his face. Chun the Elder watched enviously. I'll try too. He picked up the small wooden hammer, silently praying, while guardian angels are great, I want to create something even better. Elder Chen took a deep breath. He felt that Elder Yuan's experience had already cleared all the obstacles for him. According to the principle of the conservation of luck, a person's fortune cannot remain consistently bad or consistently good. Senior brother Yuan had 9 blank slates before him, which earned him a master-level guardian angel. And he would stand on Yuan Shixiang's shoulders to reap the fruits of victory. Senior brother Yuan, watch closely. Chen the elder confidently picked up the small wooden hammer and struck the first blind box in front of him with a decisive blow. Dawn! A familiar white light flashed, pure and untainted by any impurity. Chen Lao's smile froze on his face. He peered inside the box and saw a half-eaten piece of malt sugar, still dusty from where it had been handled. It's nothing, just an appetizer. Elder Chen cleared his throat, trying to reassure himself. Elder Yuan, standing beside him, touched his chest, where the warmth from the guardian angel's fusion still lingered. He looked at Elder Chen and gave him a meaningful smile. Chen Lao's heart skipped a beat as he picked up the second box. Thud. Still white light. This time, it was a left sock with a crooked beak duck printed on it, looking rather old. Wang Li, standing nearby, added weakly, this item is made of a special material, warm in winter and cool in summer. Unfortunately, the other one was taken by a fellow cultivator during the last opening. If the senior is interested, you could go look for it to complete the pair, which would double its value. Chen Lao's face began to tense up. He said nothing more, picked up the third box, and slammed it down with force. Thud. The white light remained unchanged. A rusty iron top, not even a whip to strike it with. Chen Lao's breathing became slightly irregular. He glanced at Yuan Elder, who remained calm and composed, staring at him with an I understand you expression, which only made him more irritated. He sped up, almost as if venting his frustration, and began to strike the remaining boxes with all his might. Dawn! 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 A series of crisp sounds echoed, accompanied by 4 consecutive flashes of white light, nearly blinding him. The fourth box contained an expired scratch-off ticket from the mortal realm, with the words "Thank you for participating" prominently displayed. The fifth box contained a worn copy of The Legend of the Mortal Cultivator, missing its cover, with the pages yellowed from age. The sixth box contained an empty bottle labeled Brain Gold. The seventh box contained a broken arrow with its string snapped. Senior Yuan shook his head repeatedly as he watched, murmuring, Chen Shixiang, steady your heart, steady your heart. Back in my day, I went through the same thing. After the storm, the rainbow will appear. His words were heartfelt, but to Chen Elder's ears, they were like pouring oil on a fire. Chen Elder's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared intently at the remaining 3 boxes. He refused to believe it. He refused to believe that his fortune could be worse than Yuan's. He picked up the 8th box, his hands trembling slightly. Thud. A flash of white light. A wooden itch scratcher. The 9th box. Thud. Still white light. A mask with a scary face painted on it. 10 blind boxes, 9 have been opened. 9 faint white lights shattered Chen Elder's confidence completely. He stood there, his chest heaving violently, feeling a sweet taste in his throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Senior Yuan stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and spoke earnestly, Junior brother, don't lose heart. There's still one left. I was the one who turned things around in the end. You must believe in yourself. Chen Elder stared at the last box, which seemed to mock his arrogance. All hope, all anticipation, converged on this final strike. He trembled as he raised the small wooden hammer, gathering every ounce of strength in his body, and with a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve, he struck down with all his might. Thud! No golden light, no purple light, not even a faint green glow. A white light purer and brighter than all 9 previous strikes combined erupted with a deafening boom. As the light faded, a small wooden plaque lay quietly inside the box. Chen Elder looked at it in despair. On the wooden plaque, 4 large characters were written in cinnabar. Next time, for sure. Puff. Elder Chen could no longer hold back, gasping for breath, his body swaying twice before collapsing backward. Ah, younger brother. Senior Yuan acted quickly, grabbing him before he could fall and avoid making a scene. Elder Chen leaned against Elder Yuan, his face ashen, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, it's all gone 20 spirit crystals and this is all I got. Wang Li watched the dramatic scene unfold, yawned, and slowly stood up from his chair. He swept the pile of trash on the counter, which reeked of failure, into the nearby scrap heap. Sigh, it seems the 2 elders have used up all their luck today. He walked to the farthest corner of the shop, where there was a cabinet covered in black cloth, covered in dust. Wang Li reached out and pulled back the black cloth, revealing an ancient-looking wooden cabinet inside. He brushed off the dust, turned around, and looked at Chen Lao, who had regained his composure but still wore a look of despair, and Yuan Lao, who looked relieved. Actually, Wang Li dragged out his words. To get something good, you don't necessarily have to rely on luck. He pointed at the ancient wooden cabinet, a mysterious smile curving his lips. I have a special blind box here, but it's a bit pricey. Chapter 71, Gu Changsheng arrives at Wangyue City. Yuan Elder and Chen Elder, one filled with relief and the other as pale as death, both turned their gaze toward the ancient wooden cabinet that Wang Li had uncovered. The cabinet looked ancient, adorned with intricate patterns that were impossible to decipher, exuding an air of mystery that stood in stark contrast to the brand new blind boxes on the nearby shelves. A special blind box? Elder Chen's eyes flickered with a faint glimmer of hope. His hoarse voice trembled with uncertainty. He had lost everything he would grasp at any straw. Wang Li leaned against the old wooden cabinet, ran his finger across the dusty door, and spoke lazily. That's right, special blind boxes. It's called a theme blind box. Theme blind box? Yuan Elder furrowed his brows, sensing something unusual in those 4 words. It means that these blind boxes don't rely on luck. Wang Li's tone was as casual as if he were discussing a trivial matter. You can simply make a wish for what you want. For example, if you want a powerful defensive artifact or a strategic weapon that can turn the tide of battle, you can ask for it. At those words, Elder Chen's breathing grew. No luck involved? Whatever you want, you can have? Is there such a good thing in this world? He took a step forward, staring intently at Wang Li. Mr. Wang, are you serious? Of course it's true. Wang Li yawned. I run a business, and integrity is my top priority. Yuan Elder, however, was far more composed than Chen Elder. He had just recovered from the emotional roller coaster and knew well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He asked in a low voice, what about the price? Such blind boxes must be quite expensive, right? The price. Wang Li dragged out the word, a playful smile curving his lips. It's not fixed. What do you mean by not fixed? Elder Chen pressed further. Wang Li held up a finger and waved it in front of them. It's simple. You make a wish and choose a theme. Then, open the box. The box will generate an item that matches your wish and the theme. Once the item appears, I'll assess its actual value and give you a price. If you can afford it, the item is yours. If you can't. Wang Li paused, his smile growing even more enigmatic. If you can't afford it, you'll have to pay an observation fee as compensation for seeing this treasure. Then, I'll take the item back. Silence. The shop fell into complete silence. Elder Yuan and Elder Chen stood frozen in place, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. They had imagined countless possibilities. Perhaps the price was exorbitant, or perhaps some special offering was required, but they never could have imagined such an unprecedented method of transaction. Inspect the goods first, then set the price? If you can't afford it, you have to pay a penalty? This isn't selling goods, it's outright robbery. And it was the kind of robbery where you willingly extend your neck for them to cut off. The faint glimmer of hope that Elder Chen had just kindled was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving him numb to the bone. What if he had wished for a strategic grade weapon, and Wang Li actually offered him a treasure that could rival the Sky Eagle cannon, or even surpass it? What would the price be? 100 spirit crystals? 1,000 spirit crystals? Or 10,000 spirit crystals? What could he possibly pay with? Sell the entire Xianqing Holy Land? He couldn't afford it, and he'd still have to pay an observation fee. How much will that fee be? The uncertainty here is 10,000 times more terrifying than those blind boxes that relied purely on luck. That's not gambling, it's an abyss. It's an endless abyss that will drag you in the moment you dare to reach out. Mr. Wang. Yuan Elder's expression turned grim. He bowed slightly, his tone tinged with distance. Your rules are a bit too. He wanted to say tyrannical, wanted to say unreasonable, but the words stopped at his lips. Facing this enigmatic young man, he dared not speak too harshly. My shop, my rules. Wang Li shrugged indifferently, recovering the ancient wooden cabinet with the black cloth. His movements were casual, as if he had merely made a casual remark earlier. Business is free, you two can take your time deciding. Besides, your holy master has already spoken. With that, he walked back to his chair, lay down again, closed his eyes, and looked ready to continue sleeping. This completely indifferent attitude only made the two elders feel even more uncertain. Shen the elder was torn between reason and instinct. Reason told him they must leave this place immediately. Wang Li's proposed deal was a trap from start to finish. But emotionally, he couldn't bring himself to give up. Lingxiao Holy Land's Lang Woya had already returned with the Heavenly Eagle cannon. Once deployed, it would deal a devastating blow to Wanyue City's defenses. Shenqing Holy Land needed a trump card that could match or even surpass it. And before him, it seemed to be the only opportunity. A voice screamed wildly within him, take a gamble. For the sake of the sect, take a gamble. What if the price isn't too high? What if the sect can afford it? Another voice sneered, don't even think about it. Look at his greedy merchant's face. Whatever he offers, the price will be higher than you can imagine. You're risking the future of the entire sect. Junior brother. Senior Yuan's low shout snapped Senior Chen out of his chaotic thoughts. He saw Yuan Elder shaking his head slowly at him, his expression solemn. Let us go. Senior Yuan's voice left no room for argument. He grabbed Elder Chen's arm and dragged him toward the store exit. Senior brother Yuan. Elder Chen tried to say something else, but upon seeing Elder Yuan's resolute expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. Yes, he couldn't be so selfish. He had already caused the sect to lose 10 spirit crystals because of his own misfortune. He couldn't let his impulsive actions drag the sect into an even greater crisis. Mr. Wang, we'll take our leave. Senior brother Yuan bowed slightly toward the shop, then pulled the dazed Chen elder and hurried out of the blind box shop that had left them feeling like they'd been on a roller coaster. Wang Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, nearly snorting disdainfully through his nose in response. The shop door closed, blocking out the night breeze. Wang Li opened his eyes, glanced at the cabinet covered in black cloth, and rolled his eyes. What a coward. He stretched lazily, sat up from the chair, and strolled over to the counter, sweeping the pile of junk Chen Elder had handed him into the scrap heap. After finishing, he yawned and prepared to return to the back room to catch up on his sleep. Outside the shop, Elder Yuan and Elder Chen walked along the deserted street, neither of them speaking. The night wind blew against their bodies, and Chen Elder felt a chill run through him, from his skin all the way to his heart. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" He finally couldn't hold back and spoke, his voice filled with helplessness and confusion. Elder Yuan sighed and patted his shoulder. "Return to the monastery and report everything that happened here to Senior Brother Wu, exactly as it occurred. As for that theme blind box, just pretend you never heard of it. This matter is too important for us to decide." Senior Brother Chen nodded painfully. The two hurried their steps, preparing to return to the headquarters of the Xianqing Holy Land. Just as they turned a corner, both of them stopped in their tracks. In the distance, a familiar figure was walking leisurely in the direction they had just come from. The figure was dressed in blue robes, standing tall and straight, with a face that, though not aged, exuded an air of profound authority and majesty. It was none other than the master of the Xianqing Holy Land, Gu Changsheng. Following behind him was a woman with an ethereal demeanor, her white robe as pure as snow. The Supreme Elder, Shang Wan Qingxue. Yuan Elder and Chen Elder were both startled, hurried forward, and bowed deeply. "We pay our respects to the Holy Master. We pay our respects to the Supreme Elder." Gu Changsheng stopped in his tracks, glanced at them, and asked casually, "Are you also from that shop?" "Yes." Senior Yuan answered with a trembling voice. Gu Changsheng's gaze swept over the two of them, finally resting on Chen Elder's face, which was etched with despair. He did not ask any further questions, merely said calmly, "Go back." With that, he no longer paid them any attention, instead leading Shangguan Qingxue straight toward Wang Li's blind box store. Chapter 72, here to deliver more money again. As Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Qingxue stepped into the blind box store, they just happened to see Wang Li sweeping the pile of junk that Chen the Elder had offered into the scrap heap. The motion was as though he were clearing away worthless trash, done with casual indifference. Gu Changsheng's eyebrow twitched slightly. He had encountered Yuan Elder and Chen Elder on the street earlier, and from the despairing expressions on their faces, he could guess with near certainty they were two more unlucky souls who had been subjected to the white light ritual. "Oh, here come our two distinguished guests again." Wang Li lifted his head, his face instantly breaking into his standard professional fake smile. "Are you here for 10 consecutive draws today, or ready to go straight for the mystery box?" Gu Changshan walked up to the counter, his expression much more serious than before. "Mr. Wang, I have come here today not to open a blind box." "Oh?" Wang Li raised his eyebrows, "Then what for?" Gu Changsheng paused for a moment before speaking. "It's about the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array." Wang Li leaned back in his chair lazily, gesturing for him to continue. "Since I obtained the array flag last time, some time has passed. I have been studying it day and night, but progress has been slow." Gu Changsheng's tone carried a hint of rare confusion. "The profundity of this array far exceeds my imagination." Shangguan Qingxue added softly from the side, "The Holy Lord has already gone through every astrological text he could think of, even the ancient scrolls from the primordial era, but our understanding of this great array remains as limited as seeing the tip of an iceberg." Wang Li nodded, wearing an expression that said, "I knew it all along." "That's normal." He yawned. "It's called the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation. What do you think is the core of this formation?" Gu Changsheng pondered for a moment. "The principles of the movement of the stars? That's too superficial." Wang Li shook his head. "Think about it some more." Shangguan Qingxue narrowed her eyes. "The ultimate truth of heaven and earth? Still too superficial." Wang Li extended a finger and drew a circle in the air. "Do you know why this formation requires 360 main stars and 14,800 secondary stars?" Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Qingxue exchanged glances, seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. This question had indeed never crossed their minds before. "You don't know, do you?" Wang Li chuckled. "That is exactly right. Because the concepts involved here aren't something you can just figure out by flipping through a few astrology textbooks." Gu Changsheng's heart sank. From Wang Li's tone, he sensed some bad news. Mastering this grand formation would not be as simple as he had imagined. "So what does Mr. Wang mean?" Wang Li shrugged his shoulders. "It's simple. If you want to know the answer, just open the blind box." Gu Changsheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "So after all that, we're back to opening blind boxes?" Shangguan Qingxue couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Wang, can't you just tell us directly?" "That's not possible." Wang Li shook his head solemnly. "This is a blind box store, not a consulting firm. If you want the answer, you have to follow the rules." Gu Changsheng took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration. Facing this enigmatic young man, any attempt at negotiation was futile. The other party held all the cards, and they could only play by the rules he had set. "All right, let us open the themed blind box." Gu Changsheng clenched his teeth. "The theme is an analysis of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array." Wang Li's eyes lit up instantly. His excitement at seeing a big client was impossible to hide. "Great. I love Gu Xingju's straightforward personality. He jumped up from his chair and walked to the ancient wooden cabinet covered in black cloth, pulling it off in one swift motion. The cabinet emitted a soft creak, as if an ancient beast had awakened from a long slumber. Wang Li took out a box from the cabinet that looked more than an ordinary blind box. The box was a deep starry blue, with intricate silver patterns on the surface, resembling a complex star map. Here it is, the themed blind box. Wang Li placed the box on the counter. As usual, open it and buy it if you can afford it, if not, pay the observation fee. Gu Changsheng looked at the exquisite box, feeling an inexplicable sense of tension. The shadow cast by the flaming banner of the heavens from last time was simply too deep. The exorbitant observation fee still made him wince whenever he thought about it. However, to truly master the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, this risk was one he had to take. I understand. Gu Changsheng nodded and reached out to take the mystery box. The moment the box touched his hands, he felt a strange resonance, as if the box in his hands had formed some kind of connection with the array flag within his body. Shangguan Xingxue stood nervously by his side, her hands clenched into fists unconsciously. Wang Li, on the other hand, wore an expression of anticipation, his eyes brimming with expectation. Gu Changsheng took a deep breath and raised the small wooden hammer in his hand. This single strike would either bring a huge surprise or another heartbreaking observation fee. Thud! With a crisp clang, the box cracked open. A green light slowly emanated from the box. As the green light faded, a thick ancient text was revealed. The Buddha is the way. A system prompt sounded in Wang Li's mind. Another book. Wang Li stared at the ancient text. Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Xingxue both turned their gaze toward the ancient text. The book had an ancient appearance, with a dark golden cover engraved with intricate ancient characters. A mysterious aura emanated from it. Mr. Wang, what is this? Gu Changsheng asked cautiously, fearing it might be another exorbitantly priced item. Wang Li cleared his throat and explained lazily, this is called The Buddha is the Tao. This book records numerous secrets from the primordial era, including details about the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Gu Changsheng looked puzzled. The primordial chaos era? Wang Li waved his hand, you don't need to know about that. Just know that it mentions the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Shangguan Xingxue couldn't help but ask, can it solve our current problem? It should at least help a little. At least it's better than you guys just fumbling around. Gu Changsheng's heartbeat quickened. Though it wasn't a perfect solution, it was better than having no clue at all. What is the price? This item will cost you 100 spirit crystals. Wang Li extended a finger and waved it. It not only contains the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, but also some other important things. What else? Shangguan Xingxue pressed further. Wang Li paused deliberately, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. For example, the 12 Divine Heavenly Demon Array, which is of the same rank as the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Chapter 73, The Buddha is the Tao. At this, Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Xingxue were both stunned. Same level? They held the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array in their hands and naturally knew how profound and powerful it was. According to their estimations, this should be an array only usable by beings above the level of immortals. Now Wang Li was telling them that there was another array of the same level? Gu Changsheng's breathing grew slightly. A single Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array had already been a priceless treasure for the Xianqing Holy Land. If there truly were arrays of the same level. Mr. Wang, are you certain that everything recorded in this book is true? Shangguan Xingxue's voice trembled slightly. Wang Li rolled his eyes. When have I ever lied to you? Didn't we verify the flaming light banner last time? Gu Changsheng recalled the array flag of the Xian Tian Lingbao level, and the last remnant of doubt in his heart vanished. Wang Li had never lied about the quality of an item. If he said this book recorded an array of the same level, it must be true. 100 spirit crystals. Gu Changsheng quickly calculated the financial resources of the sacred land in his mind. The price wasn't cheap, but it wasn't unbearable either. The most critical point was that if they could truly unlock the secrets of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, this investment would be well worth it. Shangguan Xingxue was also quietly calculating. As a supreme elder, she was well versed in the sacred site's resources. 100 spirit crystals were no small sum, but compared to a complete Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, it was practically a bargain. Is there anything else? Gu Changsheng asked cautiously. Wang Li chuckled, secrets of the primordial era, cultivation techniques, and insights into weapon forging, it has everything. You'll find out once you buy it. Gu Changsheng and Shangguan Xingxue exchanged glances, seeing the same desire in each other's eyes. I'll take it. Gu Changsheng finally made up his mind, took out 100 spirit crystals from his storage bag, and neatly placed them on the counter. As he took the book with its dark gold cover, his fingertips barely touched the pages, and his entire body froze. His hands flipped through the pages so quickly they left after images, and the pages rustled loudly like thunder. The dust at the store entrance was swept up by the air currents, swirling around. Excellent. A fine book. He slammed the book shut, the noise startling Shangguan Xingxue so much she nearly thought the holy master had lost control and was about to tear the book apart. Gu Changsheng's eyes shone brightly, his face betraying a wild joy as if he had finally relieved a 1,000-year-old constipation. So that's it. This thing is truly. He was so excited he couldn't form coherent sentences, spinning in place like a gaming addict who had just drawn an SSR card. Wang Li propped his chin up with one hand, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Take your time leaving, remember to close the door. It's windy. Gu Changsheng didn't bother with formalities. He shoved the book into Shangguan Qingshu's arms and hurried out, his feet moving as if they were greased. Senior Shangguan. I must immediately enter seclusion. This book, you must read it carefully. The Tao. It's all about the Tao. Before he could finish speaking, he had already vanished from the store like a streak of green light. Shangguan Qingshu held the book, which felt heavier than her own life, and looked in the direction where the Holy Master had disappeared. The corners of her mouth twitched imperceptibly. She lowered her head and flipped through the pages, her eyes scanning the text that detailed the ancient secrets of the primordial chaos, such as Pango creating the heavens and earth and the Purple Shao Palace sermon. Though she didn't flip the pages as swiftly as Gu Changsheng, whose movements were accompanied by a whirlwind effect, her speed was still enough to put the best storytellers in the mortal realm out of business. The pages fluttered between her fingertips, the swirling air currents gently stirring a strand of white hair at her temple. Primordial chaos, the 12 constellations of the heavens, the 12 divine gods and demons. She closed the book, her fingertips turning slightly pale. The book contained little information about arrays, just a few scattered words. But the explanations of the Tao cut straight to the core, with an impact as powerful as being struck by a brick of truth. She looked up at Wang Li. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Shangguan Qingshu's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of dryness. She carefully stored the book in her storage ring, feeling as though she were carrying a truth bomb that could explode at any moment. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. No need to be so formal. Come again next time. Discount coupons, I don't have any. The next day, outside Wangyu's city. The biting wind whipped sand and gravel against the protective barrier of the city, producing a soft rustling sound. Outside the array, a dark mass of Lingxiao Holy Land cultivators stood in formation, their murderous intent palpable. Inside the array, on the side of the Xianqing Holy Land, the atmosphere was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. Elder Wuhao stood at the city wall, his white beard fluttering in the wind, his eyes narrowed to slits. Which disciple will go first to scout the enemy? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud, angry shout erupted from behind him, filled with pent-up frustration. I'll go. Everyone turned around in unison. There stood Yuan Ji, the elder who had only yesterday used 9 blank cards as blades in a blind box shop and ended up with the Guardian Angel card, the ultimate lucky charm pushing through the crowd. His face screamed, I'm going to make a name for myself today. He held a sword that flickered with spiritual energy, and without a word, he charged out of the protective barrier of the city walls, straight toward an equally formidable Ling Xiao elder across the field. Take this sword from your old master. Afraid of me? You old dog from the Xianqing sect. The two clashed instantly, their magical artifacts flying everywhere, and the collision of spiritual energy sent a deafening roar that caused stones to fall from the city walls. Yuan elder fought with great intensity, his sword gleaming brightly. The guardian angel within him felt warm and comforting, giving him immense confidence. After all, he was now a man with a resurrection armor. Just as Yuan elder and his opponent were locked in a fierce battle, with sword and blade effects at their peak. On the city walls, a chubby figure quietly squeezed its way to the parapet. Elder Lu, acting like a thief, reached into his storage pouch and pulled out his Barrett rifle. He skillfully aimed the gun, his fingers resting on the cold trigger, a lecherous grin spreading across his lips. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bone-chilling, deathly gaze suddenly locked onto him, freezing him in place. Lu the elder's hair stood on end, his movements froze, like a frog frozen by a snake's gaze. He abruptly looked up in the direction the aura was coming from. There, behind the Lingxiao formation, on an inconspicuous hill, stood Long Woyan, cold and impassive. He held a primitive-looking, blood-red bow in his hands. A long arrow, entirely black in color with an arrowhead wrapped in ominous black mist, was already firmly knocked on the string. The arrowhead, shimmering with a faint glow, was aimed directly at Elder Lu's head. Lu the elder's scalp tingled, and almost instinctively, his spiritual energy surged forth uncontrollably, instantly condensing into a thick, turtle shell-like shield of spiritual energy before him. Whoosh! A piercing screech rent the air. The black arrow transformed into a streak of light too fast for the naked eye to follow, closing the distance in an instant. Bang! A bone-chilling explosion echoed through the air. Lu the elder's pride and joy, his massive spiritual energy shield, couldn't even withstand a fraction of a second, shattering like cheap glass struck by an iron hammer, exploding into a shower of sparks. The black arrow continued its relentless momentum, grazing Elder Lu's numb scalp before embedding itself 3 feet away at his feet in the green stone ground. The arrow's tail trembled wildly, and the black spiritual energy coiled around the arrow shaft hissed like venomous snakes. This wasn't a fatal attack, it was a blatant warning. Dare to ambush me, and I'll blow your head off. Senior Lu's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat, and his soul nearly flew out of his body. In the center of the battlefield, Yuan Elder remained completely oblivious to the danger closing in. He was in the heat of battle, forcing his opponent back with a sword strike, just about to cross his arms and catch his breath while tossing out a few taunts. Suddenly, A piercing, ear-splitting screech echoed from above, like a red-hot iron rod piercing through oil-soaked cloth. Elder Yuan instinctively looked up. Chapter 74, The Guardian Angel Reveals Its Might. Yuan Ji snapped his head up, his pupils contracting sharply. A blinding golden light descended from above, its destructive energy fluctuations causing his protective spiritual light to flicker unsteadily. This blast alone could easily blow him to pieces. You dog! The elder Ling Xiao on the opposite side let out a savage laugh, and his flying sword seized the opportunity to gather a colossal surge of spiritual energy, piercing straight toward his heart. Whoosh! Another bone-chillingly cold energy locked onto him from the side. Cold Woya's dark red giant bow opened once more, and a black arrow wrapped in deathly energy tore through the air, precisely sealing off his only escape route. Three-pronged attack. Yuan Ji's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to retreat, but Lang Woya's arrow locked his escape route like a venomous snake. He tried to confront them head-on, but the golden cannon above his head was already within range. Before him, the sword light of Ling Xiao Elder clung to him like maggots on a bone, refusing to let go. It's over. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He had only activated the Guardian Angel armor yesterday. Was he going to lose it today? Boom! The golden light cannon exploded first, engulfing him in a blinding energy storm. Following closely behind were Ling Xiao Elder's flying swords, and that silent yet most deadly black arrow, aimed straight for his heart. Put! Put! His protective aura shattered like paper. Excruciating pain erupted simultaneously throughout his limbs and bones. Yuan Ji felt a sweet taste in his throat as blood gushed out, and his body was hurled away like a broken sack. Not yet. His consciousness was fading as he struggled to activate his teleportation technique. Finish him off. Cold Woya's icy voice pierced through the aftermath of the explosion. The golden light cannoned once more. The black arrow was once again drawn back on the bowstring. The elder Ling Xiao, grinning savagely, charged forward, his hands forming seals as countless malevolent spells rained down on the severely injured Yuan Ji, who lay on the ground. Strike while the iron is hot. Yuan shitty. Wu Hao's eyes bulged with fury as his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He swept his sleeve aside, and a colossal yet gentle force precisely deflected the golden energy projectile that had reformed. Simultaneously, he struck out with a palm, and the overwhelming palm force sent the charging Ling Xiao Elder reeling backward, his chi and blood surging violently. Seen your brother. Yuan Ji's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope amidst despair. A black light, faster than sound. In the brief moment when Wu Hao was busy repelling his enemies, it emerged precisely from the chaotic whirlwind of spiritual energy. Puff! Blood mixed with tiny white specks erupted violently before Wu Hao's eyes. Scalding liquid splashed all over his head and face. The black arrow pierced Yuan Ji's skull, and the death energy coiling around the arrow shaft erupted instantly, completely shredding his remaining soul. Yuan Ji's body froze in place, his face still frozen in a look of bewilderment after narrowly escaping death, then he fell backward stiffly. Wu Hao froze, warm blood trickling down his wrinkled face. He slowly raised his hand, wiped his face, and looked down at the sticky, blood-red liquid in his palm, his fingers trembling slightly. In the next instant, he suddenly looked up, locking his gaze on the Ling Xiao Elder, who was retreating with a smug expression on his face. Die! Wu Hao's figure vanished from where he stood, and the space around him seemed to tear open a fissure. A palm strike filled with overwhelming killing intent swept toward the Elder's face. Oomph! Shenfei appeared behind the Elder like a ghost and pushed out a palm toward Wu Hao. Boom! Two terrifying forces at the peak of the Lianshu realm collided without any flourish. The shockwaves erupted like a tsunami. Wu Hao and Shenfei's figures trembled simultaneously, each retreating several steps, their feet grinding the rocky ground into spiderweb like cracks. Now! A crimson-red deathline, as sharp as a blade, tore through the smoke and dust, aiming straight for Shenfei's face. Shenfei's old energy had just dissipated, and his new energy hadn't yet gathered, causing his protective aura to dim to the point of extinction. Hum! Another dark, sharp beam, moving faster than the eye could follow, struck first. Clang! A piercing clang of metal echoed through the air. A crimson beam was precisely struck by a black arrow, sending energy fragments flying in all directions like shards of shattered glass. Lu the Elder crouched behind the rampart, his gun barrel scorching hot, hissing through clenched teeth. Cold old devil! Cold Woya's gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the embrasure once more. Go! Shenfei reacted swiftly, grabbing the still-shaken Ling Xiao Elder by the collar. His figure blurred, and in a few flickers, he vanished behind the layers of light barriers of his own formation. Ha! Something's wrong. Yuan Shixiang. Wu Hao's gaze instinctively darted toward where Yuan Ji had fallen, his heart sinking suddenly. The dust began to settle. A few faint specks of light flickered silently. The light suddenly expanded, blinding everyone. In the next instant, the light faded. Yuan Ji stood rigidly in the center of the scorched crater. His head was intact, but his face was as pale as paper, his eyes vacant and hollow, as if he had just awakened from a nightmare, still unable to distinguish reality from illusion. His robes were torn to shreds by the chaotic spiritual energy, revealing the outline of a peculiar armor shimmering with a gentle, sacred golden light. The armor's glow was fading at a visible pace until it vanished completely. Senior brother. Yuan Ji shuddered violently, like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline, his voice hoarse and strained. Go! Hurry! He didn't even glance at Wu Hao, nearly crawling and rolling as he frantically charged toward the gap in the protective barrier of Wangyue City, his figure a pitiful sight. Wu Hao suppressed the surging waves in his heart and followed closely behind without hesitation. On the other side, Shen Fei had just stabilized his stance at the edge of his own formation when he turned around, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The body? He stared intently at the patch of ground left with only scorch marks and bloodstains, then suddenly turned his gaze toward the frantic figure fleeing in the direction of the moonlit city, his voice trembling. He's alive? Cold Woya, who had remained silent all along, appeared beside him. His gaze was fixed on Yuan Ji, who was fleeing for his life. It's probably that small shop. Lang Woya's Adam's apple bobbed once, his voice as dry as sandpaper. It's that shop again. Shen Fei's eyes flashed with coldness. Does the shopkeeper intend to oppose me in Lingxiao? Not necessarily. Lang Wuya shook his head, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the blood grooves on his bow arm. He only sells boxes. Shenqing simply has the advantage of location. As the two fell silent, the tent flap was lifted, and Yun Wanli, shrouded in a chill, stepped inside. Senior Yun. Shen Fei nodded. Yun Wanli waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the two men's tense faces. Senior Shen, no need for formalities. I just received news. He casually cast a soundproof barrier, and the air inside the tent suddenly grew heavy. The scout reported that the items from that blind box store are more troublesome than we anticipated. Yun Wanli lowered his voice. Besides the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array, that girl Gunyanwei from Xianqing has another deadly item, the Break 10,000 Laws. What? Those affected lose all their spiritual power, becoming as weak as ordinary mortals. Yun Wanli's voice was calm, but each word hit Shen Fei's heart like a hammer. And the Feng Family, the trump card they drew from the blind box, is golden grade, and it hasn't been touched yet. We don't even know what it is. Shen Fei's temples throbbed as he paced back and forth. His boots scraped against the rough ground, producing a sharp, grating sound. The original formation had already made them hesitate, but now this breaking 10,000 laws technique was an unbeatable underhanded move, and with that golden trump card lurking in the shadows. Senior Cloud. Shen Fei suddenly stopped in his tracks, his voice straining through clenched teeth. How do we fight this battle? Yun Wanli twirled his gray beard, his eyelids half closed. A frontal assault will only invite retaliation. To break the deadlock. He paused, a cold smile curling his lips. We must first neutralize the break-all techniques, then eliminate the Feng clan. How do we neutralize it? That divine ability is within Gun Yanwei. Naturally. Yun Wanli lowered his voice even further, almost to a whisper. Cold Woya's eyelids twitched imperceptibly. Chapter 75. Gun Yanwei returns to the blind box store. The walls of Wangyue City were swept by biting cold winds, stinging the cheeks of those below. Yuan Ji leaned against the icy rampart, slumped in a heap, his chest rising and falling unevenly, each breath tugging painfully at his lungs. The front of his robe was soaked through with blood, now congealed into dark brown clumps. So? Wu Hao's voice was as taut as a drawn bowstring. Your life depends entirely on that guardian angel you sold yesterday? Yuan Ji nodded with great effort. His face was deathly pale, and his lips were devoid of any color. Bang! An impatient elder beside him punched the wall, sending stones flying. This is too much. Too much. Wu senior brother, just reveal your trump card and activate the Zhou Tian array to blast him to pieces. The wind swept through Wu Hao's white beard. His brows furrowed into a knot as he shook his head slowly. Such a decision concerning the survival of the sect is not within our authority. It must be decided by the Holy Master himself. He turned his gaze to Gun Yanwei, who stood quietly beside him, and said in a solemn voice, Gu disciple, how certain are you of your breaking 10,000 laws technique? Gun Yanwei stood in the wind, her white robes fluttering not a single thread. Since she had studied the Wang Yangming's heart learning, her aura had grown increasingly cold and desolate, like a deep well. However, every elder on the Moon City walls knew that this young disciple's resolve was as firm as cold iron. She had already been designated as the Holy Maiden, lacking only the final refinement of her cultivation. She met Wu Hao's inquiring gaze with a calm voice, showing no emotion. I cannot guarantee a direct hit. Whether this divine ability can be activated depends entirely on one's heart, and is related to cultivation, timing, and other factors. It cannot be forced by willpower alone, it is merely a matter of probability. A suffocating silence descended, broken only by the whistling wind through the cracks in the city walls. Burp. Yuan Ji, who had been slumped in a heap, suddenly let out a loud belch, which sounded unusually jarring in the dead silence. He covered his mouth in confusion, glancing at the complex expressions on the faces around him. His face was pale and flushed, and he couldn't tell if it was from his injuries flaring up or from shame and anger. Wu Hao's eye twitched violently. He abruptly turned his face away and addressed the dark mass of Lingxiao troops outside the city walls, forcing out a stiff reply, understood. We'll wait for the Holy Lord's decree. Stalemate. Both sides waited, each hoping for an opportunity to break through the other's defenses without drawing the attention of the rest of the enemy forces. The lives of those low-tier cultivators were no more than pebbles on a chessboard in the eyes of their superiors. The true battle lay in how to strike a single blow that would sever the opponent's bones, such as an old monster in the fusion stage, or that breaker of 10,000 laws who had made the Lingxiao army hesitate to act. Difficult. Wu Hao uttered a single word, his white beard trembling slightly in the wind. He suddenly turned to Gu Nianwei, who stood quietly by his side. Nianwei, is that endless blade of Ruosu still there? The gazes of several elders nearby immediately focused on her. Gu Nianwei nodded, it is. Soon, Gu Ruoxu was summoned to the city walls, clutching a golden greatsword tightly in his arms. Elder Wu. Gu Ruoxu stood tall, his voice trembling with excitement. This sword's power is earth-shaking. Once activated, its destructive force. How much spiritual energy did you draw from him? Wu Hao interrupted him, his eyes as sharp as rulers, measuring the faint traces of vital energy on Gu Ruoxu's face. Gu Ruoxu's momentum faltered. It's being drained quickly, like opening a floodgate. But when it erupts, it's real. What's the critical hit rate? Another elder asked in a deep voice. Gu Ruoxu stumbled, the smug expression on his face fading. It depends on fate. The elders exchanged glances and shook their heads. On the battlefield, where lives are on the line, who dares to gamble their life on chance? Useless. Yuan Ji collapsed against the wall, clutching his still aching chest, and spat. It sounds impressive, but it's just a death sentence. My guardian angel yesterday was the real deal, it actually saved my life. He recalled the scene where his head was pierced by an arrow, yet he somehow survived, still trembling with fear yet also feeling a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped death. Gu Ruoxu's face turned as red as a pig's liver. You don't know anything. Mr. Wang himself said that this sword. Wang boss. His white beard trembled, and his cloudy eyes suddenly froze. The key to breaking the deadlock might truly lie in that mysterious shop? But he couldn't stake the fate of the sect on those boxes. Still, he had to open them, he had to. He turned to Gu Nianwei, Gu disciple, take your brother to the blind box store. Your luck has always been good. He added coldly, remember, open them and leave immediately. Don't follow in the footsteps of those who get addicted to selling everything they own. Gu Nianwei nodded once, grabbed Gu Ruoxu by the collar, and dragged him down. Gu Ruoxu flailed in the air, hey, sis. I can walk on my own. Let those old fossils see what a child of fortune looks like. Before he could finish, he was already dragged down the city wall and around the corner, leaving only a trail of muttered protests in the wind. Several city guards struggled to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Inside the blind box shop, Wang Li was dozing off on the counter. The cold breeze from the lifted curtain made him shiver. Oh. He lifted his eyelids lazily, dragging out his words, a rare visitor, Gu Xianzi. Did the sand and wind on the city walls not mar your snow-white silk? Gu Nianwei walked straight to the counter, clinking 10 spirit crystals onto the table, 10 blind boxes. Got it. Wang Li swept his sleeve to collect the spirit crystals and, like a magician, arranged 10 blind boxes on the counter. Gu Ruoxu darted forward, snatching the one on the far left. Watch closely. The first prize has to be mine, the chosen one. The blind box was roughly torn open. Whoosh. A blinding white light flashed. A square paper box appeared on the counter, bearing 2 prominent red characters, Likun. Wang Li's eyelid twitched, and his fingers, resting on the counter, curled unconsciously before relaxing. His Adam's apple bobbed half an inch, but he remained silent. Empty. Gu Ruoxu rolled his eyes and reached for the second box. A pale hand pressed down on the box even faster. Sis? Gu Ruoxu was confused. Gu Nianwei didn't look at him, she simply swept the packet of Likun to the corner and picked up the small bamboo hammer. Thud. A white light. Thud. White light. Thud. White light. On the 5th strike, a faint green finally began to show. It turned out to be a dagger, though not one suitable for her level. Several peering cultivators quickly retracted their necks. Gu Nianwei's face showed not even a ripple. She continued to raise her hand. Thud. White light. Gu Ruoxu's lips twitched, but he held back the words he wanted to say. Gu Nianwei stopped her movement, turned her head, and gave him a fleeting glance. She said nothing. Gu Ruoxu was startled for a moment, then a surge of heat rushed to his forehead. He almost lunged forward to grab the hammer, his knuckles turning white. Watch me. He growled, his voice filled with anger at being underestimated and the excitement of proving himself. Gu Ruoxu snatched the hammer and smashed it into the 7th blind box. The lid flew open, and the blinding white light made his face freeze. Gu Nianwei said nothing, her fingertips gently brushing the lone pack of Likun cigarettes on the counter, which was pushed to the corner. Gu Ruoxu's throat tightened, and he grabbed the hammer again, smashing it into the 8th one. White light. The 9th. Blinding white light. His nails dug into the wood grain of the hammer handle. He took a deep breath and swung his arm in a wide arc, smashing the last box. A flash of white light. The counter was bathed in a bleak silver light, with only a green-hued dagger lying at the center, its blade tinged with rust spots. The mocking laughter of the surrounding cultivators pierced his ears like needles. Mr. Wang. Gu Ruoxu snapped his head around, his voice dry, another one. Wang Li was flicking a spirit crystal with his fingertip. Upon hearing this, he lifted his eyelids, one spirit crystal. A spirit crystal clinked as it rolled onto the counter. Wang Li flicked his sleeve and the 11th blind box appeared out of thin air. Gu Ruoxu closed his eyes and the hammer came down with a whistling sound. Puff! A burst of purple light erupted, bathing the entire shop in a glow as if it were bathed in dawn's light. The light condensed but did not disperse, vaguely outlining a palm-sized spherical object. Wang Li heard the system's voice in his mind. Master Ball Single Use. Chapter 76, Master Ball. Master Ball Single Use. Grade, Platinum. From Pokemon. Effect, can capture a demon beast of level 9 or below. When released again, it will release the captured demon beast. Note, it cannot be tamed. Mr. Wang, what is this? Wang Li slowly raised his eyelids and lazily said to Gu Nianwei, this item is called a Master Ball. It can capture a demon beast of level 9 or below. He paused for a moment before adding, releasing it again will set the demon beast free, but it will not be tamed by you. A 9th rank demon beast? A flicker of emotion crossed Gu Nianwei's eyes, while Gu Ruoxu's eyes widened in shock. A 9th tier demon beast was a beast emperor level existence, with power rivaling that of a cultivator at the tribulation stage. To capture such an existence, even if it can't be subdued, just thinking about it is enough to send one's heart racing. Ha 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 ha. Gu Ruoxu laughed up at the sky, I told you I'm the chosen one. Sister, did you see that? Platinum grade. He proudly grabbed the master ball, which was glowing with purple light, and tossed it back and forth in his hands. Gu Nianwei furrowed her brows. This thing was indeed extraordinary, but whether it could break the current deadlock was still uncertain. More importantly, Gu Ruoxu was nearing a state of madness. Continuing this could lead to unpredictable consequences. She gathered all the items she had summoned, including the master ball, and dragged Gu Ruoxu, who was still grinning like an idiot, straight to the council chamber. Inside the council hall, several elders were gathered, their brows furrowed as they discussed countermeasures. Elder Wu. Gu Nianwei entered and went straight to the point. This item is called a master ball, capable of capturing demon beasts of 9th rank or below. What? 9th tier? Wu Haoding jumped up from his seat, and the gazes of several elders around him immediately turned toward him, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. It's below 9th rank. Gu Nianwei nodded in confirmation. The hall erupted into chaos. A 9th rank demon beast. That's the level of a beast emperor. A magical artifact capable of capturing a beast emperor, this. The purple light grade truly lives up to its reputation. After the initial excitement, Wu Hao sat back down, the excitement on his face gradually fading. He stroked his gray beard thoughtfully for a moment before speaking slowly, that may be true, but what good is capturing it? Where would we find a 9th rank demon beast? Even if we did, how can we ensure it will attack Lingxiao instead of us? The hall fell silent once more. Indeed, while the master ball was it seemed useless in the current situation. A 9th tier demon beast was extremely rare, and even if they did encounter one, they might not dare to provoke it given their current strength. Gu Ruoxu muttered discontentedly, it's better than those useless ones. Before he could finish, a sharp-eyed elder suddenly perked up, wait. Who said we have to find a 9th tier demon beast? What about 8th tier or 7th tier ones? Everyone's eyes lit up. Wu Hao stroked his beard, a gleam of calculation flashing in his eyes, brilliant. 7th and 8th tier demon beasts are no pushovers. If we can lure them into the battlefield. But another elder poured cold water on the idea, demon beasts don't distinguish between friend and foe. We might end up both getting hurt. It all depends on the timing. Wu Hao stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. If we can release them at the critical moment, perhaps we can break the deadlock. On the other side, Yun Li was leading Shen Fei to meet someone. This person was riding a massive demon beast, none other than the sect master of the 10,000 Beast sect, Hui Yan. Master Hua, it's been a long time. Yun Li bowed his hands, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Yun Li's words, Hui Yan finally put down the book he was holding, the 300 Questions of Pig Farming. The book's cover was worn out, and the edges of the pages were curled up. Indeed, this was the same person who had recently purchased the 300 questions on pig farming from the Royal Blind Box store for 5 spirit crystals. Upon returning to the Wanshou sect, he followed the methods outlined in the book, and the demon beasts being raised by the sect's disciples saw a dramatic increase in their strength. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the Wanshou sect had increased by more than 30%. However, greater power means greater resource requirements, and the consumption of demon beast feed and medicinal herbs was flowing like water. Just then, Yun Li, in order to counteract that powerful demon beast, had spent a fortune to invite Hui Yan. After all, powerful demon beasts could match human warriors in physical strength alone and were not constrained by spiritual energy. Senior Yun. Hui Yan leaped down from the demon beast and bowed to the person in front of him, his movements carrying a hint of defiance. The agreed-upon supplies must not be lacking. He cut straight to the point, without any formalities. Yun Li laughed heartily, of course. The Lingxiao Holy Land keeps its word. Moreover, once the matter is settled, the Lingxiao Holy Land will protect your Wanshou sect and help you fend off the retaliation from the Shenqing Holy Land. As he spoke, he took out a bulging storage bag from his storage ring. I'll give you a portion of the supplies first, as a deposit. Huayan took the storage bag, scanned it with his divine sense, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. The items are of good quality. He put the storage bag away. However, Elder Yun, are you certain that the broken 10,000 laws is as powerful as the legends claim? Absolutely true. Shenfei interjected from the side, recalling the intelligence reports from scouts a few days ago, his expression growing grim. Lingxiao disciples witnessed it firsthand. Those affected lost all their spiritual energy and became no different from ordinary mortals. Huayan narrowed his eyes. Interesting. That's why we need the sect master to intervene. Yun Wanli lowered his voice. Demonic beasts do not cultivate spiritual energy, they rely solely on the power of their physical bodies and bloodlines, which perfectly counteracts such bizarre abilities. I understand. Huayan nodded, patting the head of the 7th-tier demon beast beneath him. My iron-armored giant rhinoceros could stand there and let her unleash her divine ability. It would still charge and kill her with a single blow. Yun Wanli nodded in satisfaction, mentally mapping out his battle plan. With the Wanshou sect as our trump card, breaking the 10,000 laws is no longer an insurmountable threat. Night. Moonlit City. Wu Hao and the others were gathered around a map marked with locations where 7th and 8th tier demon beasts might be found. There's a 7th tier blue wolf in Xingmu Gorge, but that thing is incredibly cunning. Before he could finish, a piercing sound suddenly echoed through the sky. Boom! A meteorite weighing half a pound and measuring about 5 meters in diameter crashed into the city's defensive array, erupting into a blinding flash of light. Immediately afterward, the second, third. A dense shower of meteorites rained down from the sky, each one flickering with an eerie red glow. The city defense array shook violently under the continuous impacts, its patterns flickering between light and dark. What the hell is that? Wu Hao darted out of the council hall, followed closely by several elders. Looking up, the night sky was filled with meteorites swarming like locusts, so dense they blocked out the sky. Each one that struck the ground carried the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. What's going on? Wu Hao raised his hand and smashed a meteorite with a single palm strike, sending shards of rock flying in all directions, accompanied by scorching sparks. It's probably the work of the Lingxiao Holy Land. An elder clenched his teeth and said, is it the Heavenly Eagle Cannon? But the Heavenly Eagle Cannon doesn't have that kind of power. And the number. Another elder turned pale, at least 1,000. Boom! The city defending array finally gave way, and the first crack appeared at the top of the light barrier. Wu Hao's face turned ashen. It must be the work of the Lingxiao Holy Land. What kind of new gadget did those bastards get their hands on this time? The defenders on the city walls were in complete chaos. Someone shouted, Elder. The array is about to break. Chen Yunfeng, my junior brother. Wu Hao roared. Here. You and I will head to the Lingxiao Holy Land camp and see what these bastards are up to. Wu Hao spoke, then struck another palm, shattering 3 meteorites. The rest of you, defend Wanyue City with all your strength. Yes. The elders responded in unison, each flying off in different directions to intercept the meteor shower. At that moment, the citizens of the city had already taken shelter in cellars, leaving only the cultivators to hold the line. Damn it! Yuan Ji had just recovered from his severe injuries and was now forced to fight again. When will this ever end? He cursed under his breath while activating his magical artifact to blast the meteorites. The cracks in the city's defensive array grew larger and larger, on the verge of complete collapse. Just then, a long, piercing cry echoed from the distance. Gu Nianwei, dressed in snow-white robes, appeared out of thin air. Her gaze swept across the sky filled with meteorites, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Can the technique that breaks all laws be effective against celestial phenomena? She thought to herself. Chapter 77, Night Raid on Moonlit City. Wu Hao and Shen Yunfeng had not gone far from Moonlit City when they heard the piercing sound of sword chi cutting through the air ahead. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a black-clad figure wielding a purple-red long sword, its blade emanating an eerie glow that mirrored the aura of the meteorite. Cold Woya. Wu Hao recognized the cold, stern face and felt a surge of murderous intent. Cold Woya heard the shout, turned around, and smiled mockingly. The old dog of Xinqing sure showed up quickly. The purple-red sword in his hand trembled slightly, its tip pointing at Wu Hao. Come on. Let me see what you're made of. Wu Hao didn't hesitate for a moment, his body darting forward like lightning. His aged palm gathered a colossal surge of spiritual energy, aiming straight for Long Woya's face. Cold Woya sneered coldly but did not linger in battle, as if he had not spoken a word. He planted his foot on the ground, his body drifting backward, while the purple-red long sword in his hand flipped, slicing through the air to create several sharp sword chi that blocked Wu Hao's attack. Trying to escape? Just as Wu Hao was about to pursue, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently. The Great Array has been activated. Yun Wanli's voice echoed from all directions, filled with triumph and murderous intent. In an instant, blue spiritual energy pillars shot up from the ground, enveloping the entire meteor crater. Dozens of figures emerged from behind the light columns, with Wang Li and Shen Fei leading the way. Wu Hao, your time has come. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, the terrifying pressure of his combined form descended like a mountain. His 5 fingers formed claws, and blue spiritual energy gathered in his palms, carrying the destructive force of a meteorite as it slammed toward Wu Hao. Wu Hao's expression changed drastically. Though he was at the peak of the Lianshu realm, he dared not confront a full power attack from someone at the fusion realm head-on. He turned to flee, only to discover that he was already trapped within the array. The blue light pillars not only blocked his path but also locked the space tightly. He tried to tear open the void, but his hands could only touch the resilient blue chains. You cowardly scoundrel! Shen Yunfeng roared furiously, stepping in front of Wu Hao without hesitation, ready to block the fatal blow with his own body. Just as Wang Li's attack was about to strike Shen Yunfeng, a white figure appeared in the center of the battlefield, drifting down like snowflakes. With a gentle raise of her hand, a pure stream of spiritual energy effortlessly deflected Wang Li's attack. Shang Guan Qingxue? Wang Li's pupils contracted, his voice betraying obvious shock. How could the supreme elder of the Xinqing Holy Land be here in Wangyue City? According to their intelligence, shouldn't she be at the sanctuary studying those array manuals? Shangguan Qingxue slowly turned around, her gaze landing on Wang Li's face, her eyes narrowing slightly. She rarely ventured out into the world, and anyone who could recognize her identity at a glance must be intimately familiar with the higher echelons of the Xinqing Holy Land. Who are you? Shangguan Qingxue's voice was calm and composed, but the pressure she exerted instantly made the air around her freeze. Wang Li's temples throbbed violently. How had this old woman ended up here? But there was no point in overthinking it now. Since they had crossed paths, it was best to act immediately. It's no use coming here. Wang Li roared, attack! Before his words had even finished, he transformed into a blue streak of light, charging straight toward Shangguan Qingxue. Shangguan Qingxue didn't even bat an eyelid. She raised her slender hand, and a pure stream of spiritual energy met him head-on. Boom! The two terrifying forces of the fusion stage collided, unleashing a shockwave that instantly lifted the surrounding sand and soil dozens of meters into the air. Go! Wang Li and Shangguan Qingxue exchanged a silent glance, simultaneously leaping into the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached the heavens. The minor cultivators below, still at the Lianshu stage, couldn't withstand their turmoil. In the sky, thunderous explosions echoed as 2 figures darted through the clouds, engaging in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the battlefield below quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Old man, die! Shen Fei grinned savagely as he charged toward Wu Hao, followed by 3 other cultivators at the same cultivation level. Wu Hao's face turned ashen. 4 against 1? These bastards really have no shame. Just as he was about to charge head-on, he heard the whistling sound of arrows tearing through the air. Turning around, he saw Chen Yunfeng being chased and hacked by 5 or 6 Lingxiao elders, looking utterly disheveled. Chen Yunfeng! Don't worry about me! Chen Yunfeng shouted as he ran frantically, take care of yourself first. Before he could finish speaking, a golden energy cannonball exploded at his feet, sending him stumbling backward and nearly knocking him to the ground. Even more dangerous was the fact that the cold-eyed Wu Yaya was still continuously hurling meteor showers toward the moonlit city. Boom! 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 One after another, fireballs with a radius of 5 meters plummeted from the sky, shattering the protective array surrounding Wangyue City. The cultivators on the city wall screamed and fled in all directions, showing no trace of the dignity of disciples from a sacred place. Damn it! What the hell are they doing? Yuan Ji hugged his head, trembling behind the rampart. This isn't a fight, it's a natural disaster. Wu Hao watched with his eyes wide open. If this continued, even without Wang Li intervening personally, cold Wuyan's star rage alone would be enough to level Moonlit City. Let's fight to the death. Wu Hao clenched his teeth, and his storage ring flickered with light. A golden longsword and a bottle of crystal clear 7th grade revitalizing pill appeared in his hands. This was Guruwaxa's endless blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved the pill and the bottle into his mouth, crunching and swallowing them whole. The terrifying potency of the 7th grade revitalizing pill erupted within Wu Hao, sending a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body. His veins bulged, and his meridians crackled with the force. I'll fight you all to the death. Wu Hao gripped his sword tightly and unleashed a fierce sword technique at Shen Fei, who was charging toward him. Golden light erupted. Endless blades instantly drained most of the spiritual energy from Wu Hao's body, but in return, a terrifying sword chi over 10 zhan long erupted. Shen Fei's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly activated his protective spiritual light. Boom! The sword chi collided with the spiritual light barrier, erupting in blinding light. Shen Fei was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother! The other 3 Lingxiao elders, seeing Shen Fei injured, all paled in shock. Don't worry about me. Shen Fei wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes bloodshot. Kill that old man first. His sword is draining his spiritual energy, he won't last much longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and charged toward Wu Hao. Wu Hao felt the spiritual energy rapidly recovering within him and sneered. The effects of the 7th grade revitalizing pill were still in effect, enough to sustain him for a while. He raised his sword and swept it horizontally, unleashing a series of sword chi. Wu Hao didn't bother with the critical hit probability, but the frequency of his sword swings was astonishingly fast. Quantity leads to quality. The 3 attackers were instantly stunned. This sword was too bizarre. At times, Wu Hao channeled all his strength, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. They hurriedly raised their strongest defenses, only to be met with a seemingly ordinary strike, wasting most of their spiritual energy. At other times, Wu Hao seemed to swing his sword casually, and they didn't take it seriously, only to be struck by a terrifying sword chi that nearly took their lives. This old man is cheating. A Lingxiao elder was knocked back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. No, it's the sword that's the problem. Another elder looked around in disbelief. Its power is completely unpredictable. Shenfei grew increasingly alarmed as the battle continued. This sword was like a madman, one moment as gentle as a sewing needle, the next as furious as a mountain-splitting axe. What was most dangerous was that you could never predict the power of its next strike. Wu Hao took advantage of the 3's momentary confusion and struck 7 or 8 consecutive blows. 2 of the strikes triggered critical hits, sending one of the elders, who was at the mid-stage of the Lianqiu realm, flying backward, coughing up blood. Retreat! Retreat first! Shenfei's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. This sword is extremely unorthodox, we can't fight it head-on. The 3 temporarily retreated, forming a semicircle to face off. However, Wu Hao's face began to pale quickly. The endless blade drew an enormous amount of spiritual energy with each release, while the spirit-restoring pill, though incredibly potent, could only restore energy gradually. It was like the difference between turning on a faucet and pouring water from a bucket. What was even more dangerous was that the sword seemed to be addicted. After each critical hit, its craving for spiritual energy grew more, and the speed at which it drew it out grew faster and faster. Damn it! Wu Hao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and the glow of the golden sword in his hand dimmed noticeably. The spiritual energy pool within his body was nearly depleted, and the effects of the spirit-restoring pill were also waning. Shenfei swiftly noticed this, and the caution on his face instantly turned into a savage grin. Old man, you can't hold on much longer, can you? Fellow disciples, this old demon is on his last legs. Shenfei bellowed, his broken sword is draining his own spiritual energy. He's just an empty shell now. Attack! The 3 of them charged forward again, this time with even greater ferocity. Wu Hao clenched his teeth and raised his sword to block, but he was clearly struggling. The golden sword struck several times with ordinary attacks, lacking the power to push the enemy back. It's over. Chapter 78, The Master Ball shows its power. Wu Hao's mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood and iron, his spiritual energy in his dantian was completely depleted, causing a searing pain to surge through his body. His meridians felt like scorched grass ropes, ready to snap at the slightest touch. Forcing himself to activate the 7th grade revitalizing pill and wielding this unpredictable endless blade, he had already exhausted his last ounce of strength. The once golden sword in his hand now glowed dimly, like a piece of dusty brass. Old man, your time has come. Shenfei's maniacal laughter echoed in his ears as his palm, filled with a chilling intent to kill, closed in on his face. The divine artifacts of the other 3 Lingxiao elders converged from all directions, sealing off all escape routes and weaving an inescapable net of death. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a sense of emptiness descended without warning. The net of divine light woven by the magical artifacts, like embers doused with cold water, sizzled and extinguished in an instant. The palm winds and spell techniques unleashed by Shenfei and the others, along with all their spirit-infused attacks, dissipated into nothingness 3 feet away from Wu Hao, transforming into the purest form of intangible air currents that caused his tattered robes to flutter wildly. All sounds ceased. Time seemed to have been paused. Shenfei's savage grin froze on his face. He stared in disbelief at his empty palms, the power that had just been strong enough to shatter boulders now vanished without a trace. The other Lingxiao elders looked as though they had seen a ghost, frantically trying to reignite their spiritual energy, only to find that the sea of spiritual energy in their dantian was lifeless and stagnant, like a swamp, unable to be stirred even slightly. They had become ordinary mortals. A pale figure appeared silently before Wu Hao, standing with his back to him, his robes fluttering gently in the breeze. "Gu, disciple?" Wu Hao called out weakly, his heart pounding wildly. It was the one who had broken all laws. Retreat! Shenfei was the first to react, forcing out a hoarse growl from his throat. His face was filled with resentment. Just a hair's breadth away. Just a little more and he could have killed that old demon Wu Hao. He turned and ran. Mobilizing all his strength, he sprinted forward with sheer physical power, his speed surprisingly swift. The other Lingxiao elders snapped out of their daze, scrambling and crawling after Shenfei as they fled for their lives, wishing their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. They knew all too well that in this domain, they were nothing but fish on a chopping block. Gu Nianwei did not pursue. Though she had already reached the Yuanling stage, her speed couldn't compare to that of a Lianqiu stage cultivator fleeing for his life. Earlier, in the Moonlit City, she had attempted to use the breaking 10,000 laws technique to withstand the meteor shower, but the results were unsatisfactory. The domain could strip away the flames and spiritual energy attached to the meteorites, but it couldn't eliminate their terrifying inertia and mass. The massive stones, stripped of their extraordinary power, remained stones. When they crashed down, the houses that were meant to collapse would still collapse. "Thank you for saving my life, junior disciple." Wu Hao gasped for breath, helping the severely injured Chen Yunfeng to his feet, still shaken by the ordeal. Chen Yunfeng's body was half covered in blood, his breath weak and faint. Gu Nianwei nodded slightly, but her gaze remained fixed on the distance. It was Long Woya. He had not fled with Shen Fei and the others but had raised the dark red giant bow in his hand. He was not within the core range of the breaking 10,000 laws technique. Whoosh! A piercing whistle rent the air. A completely black arrow, like a bolt of death, spanned hundreds of feet and aimed straight for Gu Nianwei's back. The dense death energying the arrow dissipated like smoke the moment it entered the realm of the broken 10,000 laws. However, the arrow's speed and force remained unchanged. This was a weapon of pure physical force, designed solely for killing. Gu Nianwei swung her bare hand backward. Clang! A crisp clang of metal rang out. The black arrow, capable of piercing mountains, was firmly held between her two jade-like fingers, with the arrowhead less than an inch from her back. The arrow's tail feathers trembled violently, emitting a mournful hum. Cold Woyat's pupils contracted slightly from a distance. Gu Nianwei released her fingers, allowing the arrow, forged from rare meteorite iron, to fall lifelessly to the ground. She understood the strategy of the Lingxiao Holy Land. Using the Star Rage to launch indiscriminate bombardments to force Wu Hao out, then using an array formation to annihilate him. What a cunning plan! Gu Nianwei's thoughts raced, and she was about to lead Wu Hao and the others to retreat first. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Boom! Boom! Heavy footsteps, as if mountains were crushing down from above, echoed from the distance, each step causing visible ripples to form on the ground. Wu Hao and Chen Yunfeng turned in horror. Behind the military formation of Lingxiao Holy Land, a colossal creature was charging toward them. It was a gigantic rhinoceros nearly 10 zhang tall, its body covered in thick, iron-gray armor, with a thick, menacing horn on its head gleaming with a metallic coldness. A 7th-tier demon beast, the iron armor giant rhinoceros. It did not cultivate spiritual energy or master any spells. Its entire strength lay in its brutal, blood-soaked flesh. Oomph, so what if you can break all spells? Shen Fei stood at a distance, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of revenge. Can you stop the iron armor rhinoceros? Another elder joined in the mockery. This is pure physical strength. In the distance, Shen Fei and the others laughed savagely. The man standing beside them, Hui Yan, wore an expression of triumph. This move was specifically prepared to counter the breaking 10,000 laws technique. Here we go. Wu Hao's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. He flipped his wrist and the purple light-emitting master ball appeared in his palm. The iron-clad rhinoceros charged forward at an astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. The putrid stench and deafening roar that engulfed them nearly shattered their eardrums. Take this! Wu Hao roared, exerting all his strength in his right arm as he hurled the master ball forward. The sphere traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the iron-clad rhinoceros squarely on the forehead. Crack! A blinding purple light flashed, and the massive body of the iron-clad rhinoceros rapidly shrank within the glow, eventually transforming into a streak of light and being sucked into the master ball. The ball landed, trembled slightly, then settled into stillness. What? Shen Fei and the others were speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Hui Yan's face turned deathly pale. The mental connection between him and the iron-clad rhinoceros had been forcibly severed, causing him to stumble backward. Earthquake! Hui Yan roared, what did you do to it? Wu Hao picked up the master ball, blew off the dust, and grinned, borrowed it for a spin. No thanks needed. Give it back to me. Hui Yan flew into a rage and charged forward. Master Hua, don't act rashly. Shen Fei grabbed him by the arm. That's the breaking 10,000 laws domain. Going in there is suicide. Behind Wu Hao, the elders of the Xianqing Holy Land arrived one after another, but they all remained at the perimeter, watching from a distance. No one dared to enter the broken 10,000 laws realm. Everyone, stay back. Gu Nianwei's voice was cold and clear as she gestured for everyone to step aside. She then led Wu Hao and Chen Yunfeng toward the direction of the Moonlit City. The remaining elders looked toward Shen Fei and the others in the distance, their eyes filled with rage. Today's battle had completely enraged the entire Xianqing faction with the despicable tactics employed by the Lingxiao Holy Land. Senior Brother Wu, what about your endless blade? An elder asked in a low voice. Don't mention it. Wu Hao waved his hand, his face brimming with frustration. That damn thing nearly killed me. Just then, Feng Yunche, who had been ignored all along, rushed forward. His face was covered in blood, but it clearly wasn't his own. Feng Shixiang, what happened to you? The Lingxiao traitor sent men to assassinate me. Chapter 79, Lingxiao's Martyrdom Song. Wu Hao glanced up at Shangguan Qingxue, who was still engaged in a fierce battle in the heavens, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He clenched the master ball in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. Today, we fight to the death. The 4 words were forced out between his teeth. Indeed, today we fight to the death. A majestic voice echoed from the heavens, like the crash of thunder. Gu Changsheng appeared above the crowd, his blue robe fluttering in the wind, his aura as vast as the ocean. His expression was cold and stern, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Everywhere he looked, the elders of Lingxiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. What? Gu Changsheng is here too? Shenfei's expression changed abruptly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He instinctively took a half step back, his eyes filled with fear. Wanli's heart trembled violently. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. He had originally intended to lure the snake out of its hole, eliminate the old man Wu Hao, and test the power of the broken 10,000 laws. But who would have thought that not only did Shangguan Xingxue suddenly appear, but even the Xinqing Holy Master Gu Changsheng had personally descended. The 2 combatants above sensed Gu Changsheng's presence and immediately ceased their battle, descending to the ground. Shangguan Xingxue's robes fluttered in the wind, her expression calm. While Wanli wore a solemn expression, his eyes darting nervously. Gu Changsheng, your intervention violates the regulations of the 10,000 Laws Alliance. Wanli pointed at Gu Changsheng, his voice sharp and piercing. The Alliance of 10,000 Laws? Gu Changsheng sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. It's nothing more than a creation of the top powers to achieve their own ends. He waved his hand, and an invisible pressure spread out, causing the sand and stones on the ground to tremble. So what if I did? Wanli was forced to retreat by the pressure, but he refused to admit defeat. Gu Changsheng. You dare to disregard the 10,000 Laws Alliance so much. Don't you fear their punishment? He shouted hoarsely, trying to stir up everyone present's reverence for the 10,000 Laws Alliance. The 10,000 Laws Alliance was a coalition of powerful figures from the 10,000 Laws Alliance, composed of numerous great perfection stage experts from the Sacred Lands and some tribulation stage experts. Its motto is to maintain peace on the Tianyang continent, with a clear stipulation that cultivators at the tribulation stage or above must not intervene in a Holy Land war. It is important to note that once a tribulation crossing stage cultivator intervenes, it is no longer a sacred land war, it becomes a catastrophe for the entire Tianyang continent. Even if the battle were to take place in the 9 heavens, the aftereffects of the combat would be too much for any living beings on the ground to withstand. Oomph. Gu Changsheng's eyes flashed with cold light, and his aura surged by another third. I'm not here to argue with you. You're not worthy of hearing my reasoning. He slowly raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and pointed at Wanli. Kill him. At his command, the elders of the Xinqing Holy Land charged forward like arrows leaving the string, their killing intent surging. Gu Changsheng held the array flag in his hand, his fingers fluttering rapidly as he muttered incantations. The array flag suddenly burst into brilliant light, and countless star-shaped banners surged forth, darting through the air like fish, quickly forming an array behind Wanli. Great Array, activate! The starlight intertwined into a net, instantly enveloping the area within several miles. The disciples of the Lingxiao Holy Land felt as though they were stuck in quicksand, their spiritual energy flowing sluggishly. Gu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, observing the array he had set up. This was an array he had figured out on his own, requiring no assistance from other cultivators. He could form it directly, exerting a suppressing effect on enemy cultivators. However, it was not very effective against cultivators of the same rank. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for this battlefield. Gu Changsheng. Wanli's face turned ashen, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The 10,000 Laws Alliance won't let you off. Gu Changsheng sneered, the 10,000 Laws Dao Alliance? Those old fossils are still in seclusion. By the time they emerge, you'll be nothing but a pile of dust. Holy Master, this is going to cause an upheaval. Wu Hao's heart raced, both shocked and delighted. Gu Changsheng's gaze was like lightning. Today, either he dies or I perish. A flash of despair crossed Wanli's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. He sneered, if that's the case, then let's fight to the death. He suddenly pulled out a blood-red talisman from his robe and crushed it without hesitation. In an instant, Wanli's body was enveloped in a blazing red light, his aura surging, and he even began to exhibit the might of a late-stage fusion cultivator. Blood Demon Talisman. Shangguan Xingxue furrowed her brows, you're actually willing to burn your essence and lifespan? Ha ha ha. Wanli laughed wildly, at the brink of death, who cares about lifespan? He flickered forward, charging straight at Shangguan Xingxue. The two engaged in a fierce battle once more, each strike deadly. Shenfei, seeing this, his eyes turned red. He pulled out a small black knife and slashed it across his arm. Blood gushed out, but instead of hitting the ground, it was absorbed by the knife. Blood-stained blade, drink my 3 feet of essence blood and aid me in slaying my enemies. The blade's glow intensified, transforming into a blood-red blade several zhang long. Shenfei's face contorted as he swung the blade toward the densest crowd of Xinqing elders. Before the blade even reached them, the piercing screech tearing through the air sent chills down their spines. Wu Hao's face was deathly pale, his dantian empty, yet he showed no sign of fear. Instead, he grinned and held up the purple sphere in his palm. Come out. A flash of purple light erupted, and the massive form of the ironclad rhinoceros materialized out of thin air, blocking the crimson blade in its path. Clang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Shenfei felt an unstoppable force rebound from the blade, shattering his palm and sending him flying backward, his blood surging violently. The ironclad rhinoceros, with its thick hide and tough skin, shook its head and emerged unscathed. The ironclad rhinoceros was a 7th-tier demon beast, possessing the defensive power of the fusion stage. No matter how much Shenfei burned his essence blood, he was still only at the peak of the refined void stage. Earthquake! I'm here! In the distance, Huiyan, who was being forced into a frenzy by a Xianqing elder, let out a piercing scream. He himself was not skilled in combat, and all his abilities were channeled into the rhinoceros. Without earthquake, he was nothing. Roar! The iron-armored giant rhinoceros, hearing its master's call, immediately turned around, spread its 4 hooves, and charged toward Huiyan like a moving mountain. The Xianqing elders along the way saw the imposing scene and quickly stepped aside. Capture the leader first. The 2 Xianqing elders exchanged a glance, immediately abandoning their current opponents, and their figures turned into 2 streaks of light, charging straight toward Huiyan. Huiyan felt the pressure mount instantly. As the 2 deadly attacks closed in, he was terrified out of his wits, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Don't attack! I'm not with the Lingxiao Holy Land. I surrender. They promised me resources, that's why I came." Gu Changsheng, suspended in the air, heard this and coldly replied, "Alright, you can attack the Lingxiao Holy Land." Huiyan hesitated not a moment, immediately issuing new orders to the ironclad giant rhinoceros. Moo! The ironclad rhinoceros, which had been charging toward Huiyan, suddenly came to a screeching halt, churning up a cloud of dust. It then turned around, its fearsome horn aimed at the elders of the Lingxiao Holy Land, and charged toward them with relentless ferocity. Huiyan's defection at the last moment dealt a devastating blow to the already struggling Lingxiao Holy Land. Kill the remaining Lingxiao rebels first. Gu Changsheng roared, simultaneously summoning a star-lit barrier to intercept the scattered meteorites summoned by Lang Wuya from the sky. The 2 elders who had been attacking Huiyan immediately turned their weapons and charged toward the other Lingxiao elders. The battle turned against the Lingxiao Holy Land in an instant, leaving only Wang Li, Shenfei, and Lang Wuyan still holding on. Cold Wuya saw that the meteorites summoned by Xingnu were easily blocked by Gu Changsheng. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes as he swung his sword backward, severing the purple-red long sword in 2. This weapon had become a liability in the chaos of battle. All 3 were covered in wounds, with Lang Wuya, who had abandoned his ranged advantage and been forced into close combat, suffering the most severe injuries. Wanli glared intently at Gu Changsheng, exchanging a glance with Shenfei and Lang Wuya by his side. Their eyes held no trace of life, only the of mutual destruction. Suddenly, the 3 shouted in unison. The Song of Martyrdom in the Lingxiao. Chapter 80, The Song of Self-Sacrifice in the Lingxiao, the Punishment of the 10,000 Laws Alliance. As the words fell, a pale blue, ethereal light erupted from their bodies, bright yet not blinding. Within the light, a peculiar melody suddenly rang out, echoing across the battlefield. The melody was not a solemn war song but rather light and ethereal, as if celebrating something. The Song of Martyrdom in the Heavies. Gu Changsheng's eyes narrowed sharply, and for the first time, shock appeared on his face. This is impossible. When he was not yet the Holy Master, he had once come across a record of it in a rare text of his sect. The bloodline of the first Holy Master of Lingxiao Sacred Land had descended into the world, only to perish shortly thereafter. In the midst of great joy and sorrow, he had a groundbreaking Taoist technique. With the most brilliant form of life, they played the Song of Destruction. The Holy Lord! They're going to self-destruct. An elder cried out in alarm. The 3 of them's aura surged wildly, and the green light grew increasingly intense, almost solidifying into a tangible form. The air was filled with the scent of destruction, even the void began to warp. This power. Gu Changsheng's expression darkened as he quickly calculated in his mind. This force was already approaching the level of a single strike from a cultivator at the tribulation stage, enough to obliterate everyone below. Though it posed no threat to him, the elders of Xianqing would never be able to withstand it. Damn it, these madmen. Yuan Ji's face turned deathly pale, and his legs went weak. I just came back to life, and now I'm going to die again? Shut up! Wu Hao shouted harshly, but cold sweat was already trickling down his forehead. Gu Changsheng no longer hesitated. He shook the array flag in his hand, and golden light surged forth. Great Nirvana Truth. Gu Changsheng spread his 5 fingers, and a massive golden handprint materialized in the void, descending toward the 3 of them. Trying to stop us? Too late. Wanli laughed maniacally, the Lingxiao is indestructible, the bloodline endures forever. Humph, you know nothing about the tribulation. Boom! The golden palm formed by the great Nirvana Truth collided with the blue light, causing the entire heavens and earth to tremble. In the next instant, a terrifying shockwave swept across all directions, scattering the surrounding clouds. Gu Changsheng clenched his fist tightly, sealing all the explosive power within his palm. The golden palm vanished, leaving nothing behind. The 3 Lingxiao cultivators, along with their storage rings and magical treasures, were completely obliterated. The battlefield fell into complete silence. Holy Lord, what should we do next? Shanguan Qingxue approached Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng shook his head, cutting her off. Let's return to Wanyue City first. Tianyang Continent, Wanfa Gate. How dare you? A cultivator at the tribulation stage slammed the table, causing the jade slips on the surface to jump 3 inches into the air. His hair and beard stood on end, and the anger in his eyes was about to erupt. Gu Changsheng dares to disregard the regulations of the 10,000 Laws Alliance and personally intervene against the disciples of Lingxiao Holy Land. This is an open challenge to the authority of the Alliance. The Xianqing Holy Land must be severely punished. Another cultivator at the same stage echoed the sentiment, tapping his fingers on the table to produce a series of cracking sounds. If we do not punish them severely, what rules will the major sacred lands have to follow in the future? The other cultivators in the hall had various expressions on their faces but remained silent. Some furrowed their brows, others shifted their gazes nervously, while a few smirked slightly, each harboring their own thoughts. The Great Perfection Stage cultivator at the head of the table swept his gaze over the crowd, finally settling on a blue-robed cultivator undergoing tribulation. Chu Kanglin, you are from the Xianqing Holy Land. What do you have to say? Chu Kanglin sighed bitterly in his heart. He hadn't expected Gu Changsheng to act so recklessly and attack directly. What was even more troublesome was that Wang Li had clearly warned him, yet Gu Changsheng still acted. Now, as the judgment elder of the Xianqing Holy Land, he was truly in a bind. Gu Changsheng did not initiate the conflict. Chu Kanglin cleared his throat. He was merely standing by to support, not directly intervening. Bull. The cultivator across from him, who had just survived a tribulation, blurted out an oath. We all saw it clearly. Whose great nirvana truth is that? Did it just fall from the sky? Exactly. Shu Daoist, you're lying through your teeth. Another person joined in the commotion. Chu Kanglin remained unfazed. Have any of you considered that if Gu Changsheng hadn't intervened, the self-destruction of those 3 Lingxiao cultivators would have been enough to level the Moonlit City? The casualties would have been countless. That's their own business. The opposing cultivator stood his ground. The Dao Alliance's regulations state that cultivators at the tribulation stage are not permitted to participate in wars between sacred lands. Those who violate this rule will be severely punished. Are the rules just for show? Rules? Chu Kanglin sneered. The self-destruction of 3 Lingxiao cultivators had the power of a tribulation stage attack. What kind of rules are those? The atmosphere in the hall was tense, with several cultivators already gripping their magical artifacts. Enough! The Great Perfection Stage cultivator at the head of the table slammed his fist on the armrest, causing the entire hall to tremble. His gaze swept coldly over everyone present. Chu Kanglin, we both know the truth. Gu Changsheng did indeed intervene. There is no room for debate. Chu Kanglin opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. The Great Perfection Stage cultivator turned to the others, but the actions of the Lingxiao Holy Land are equally despicable. Threatening to self-destruct is an attempt to drag the entire cultivation world into madness. He paused for a moment, then whispered with several cultivators beside him. Moments later, he raised his head, his gaze intense. Transmit my orders, have Mo Changqing, a cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage, lead a team to the Xianqing Holy Land for punishment. Chu Kanglin's expression changed. Master, this. No need to say more. The Great Perfection Stage cultivator waved his hand. Gu Changsheng violated the rules first and must be punished. However, the severity of the punishment will depend on his attitude. Chu Kanglin sighed, knowing further words were futile. He only hoped that the old man Gu Changsheng would be wise enough to recognize the situation and not complicate matters further. Speaking of which, the Great Perfection Stage cultivator suddenly added, I heard that Gu Changsheng possesses an array formation capable of piercing through the continent? Chu Kanglin's heart skipped a beat and his fingers unconsciously clenched his sleeves. Had this news actually reached the Wanfa K? I am unaware of such matters. He remained composed on the surface. You don't know? A cultivator at the Great Perfection Stage flashed a sharp glance. As a senior elder of the Xianqing Holy Land, you don't even know what trump cards your own holy master holds? Several cultivators inside the hall let out a mocking laugh, their voices filled with derision. Chu Kanglin's forehead broke out in a fine sheen of sweat. The Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array was of utmost importance. If it were truly targeted by the Wanfa, the Xianqing Holy Land would be in grave danger. Chu Kanglin remained silent. But a cultivator from Lingxiao Holy Land who was undergoing tribulation spoke up. Master, as far as I know, Gu Changsheng does indeed possess an array formation called the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. However, I am unaware of its true power. According to reports from our spies at Lingxiao, the Xianqing Holy Land has invested a significant amount of manpower and resources into this array, even going so far as to use the ultimating body of the Holy Maiden Shangguan Qingxue as its array core. The Yin-dominated body? The Great Perfection Stage cultivator raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Master. Chu Kanglin grew anxious. This matter has not yet been conclusively determined. I implore the Dao Master to investigate further. Senior Chu, there is no need to rush. The Great Perfection cultivator waved his hand, a fleeting gleam of unfathomable depth flashing in his eyes. In that case, have Mo Changqing go take a look as well. He tapped the armrest lightly, his voice calm yet unwavering. If it truly exists, have Gu Changqing hand over the array formation. If it does not, then hand over other items of equal value. A cultivator from the Lingxiao Holy Land who had just survived a tribulation immediately agreed, the Tao Master is wise. Such an array capable of destroying heaven and earth, if it falls into the hands of someone with impure motives, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 81, Chu Kanglin opens a blind box. Chu Kanglin cursed inwardly. These old foxes are clearly coveting that array formation, yet they insist on cloaking themselves in the noble guise of acting for the sake of all living beings. Master, this is a matter of great importance. Please allow me to return and report to the Holy Lord before making a decision. There is no need. The Great Perfection Stage cultivator spoke indifferently. Mo Changqing will depart in 3 days. You may return now and deliver a message to Gu Changsheng. Chu Kanglin opened his mouth but could only force a smile and bow in farewell. As he stepped out of the hall, he sighed deeply. This was trouble. Mo Changqing was no pushover. It was said he had deep connections with the Lingxiao Holy Land. If he leads the expedition, it probably won't be as simple as just punishing someone. Changsheng, I hope you truly possess the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Chu Kanglin shook his head with a wry smile, then flickered and vanished into the mist surrounding the Wanfa. Chu Kanglin entered the moonlit city, where the atmosphere was tense. Cultivators hurried about, and most of the shops along the streets were closed. The war was not over. They now faced even more brutal retaliation. He headed straight for the Xianqing Holy Land's headquarters in the moonlit city. Senior Chu. Gu Changsheng was examining a map in the main hall when he saw Chu Kanglin enter and looked up to greet him. What's the situation? Chu Kanglin shook his head. Not good. The Wanfa has decided to send Mo Changqing to lead the forces to deal with them. Gu Changsheng tapped his fingers on the table. Mo Changqing? That old man isn't dead yet? Don't mention him. Chu Kanglin sighed wryly. He has deep connections with the Lingxiao Holy Land. This time, he's probably not here with good intentions. Gu Changsheng snorted coldly. Let him come. Do I fear him? The problem is. Chu Kanglin lowered his voice. They want you to hand over the Zhou Tianxing Do array. The grand hall fell silent. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brows. How did the news spread so quickly? The people from Lingxiao Holy Land mentioned it openly on the Wanfa Quebec. Chu Kanglin sighed. They said you have an array that can directly pierce the continent. Gu Changsheng remained silent for a moment. Indeed, such an array does exist. Chu Kanglin sighed in relief. That's good. Gu Changsheng looked puzzled. Having this array is enough? Aren't you worried about handing it over? Chu Kanglin smiled faintly. When others think you possess something capable of destroying the heavens and earth, it's best that you actually have it. Oh? Then others will hesitate to act, fearing your martial arts. Chu Kanglin explained. As for Mo Changqing, just handle him casually. Gu Changxing nodded, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. You really see things clearly. By the way, Chu Kanglin suddenly asked, where did you obtain the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array? I heard it was obtained by Shangwan Qingxue from a mysterious shop? Gu Changsheng laughed. That's right, it came from a blind box shop. A blind box shop? I heard they sell all sorts of strange items? Exactly. Chu Kanglin rubbed his hands together. Take me to see it? Gu Changsheng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The two left their base, walked through several streets, and arrived at an unassuming shop. A simple wooden sign hung above the door, reading Blind Box Store. Stepping inside, the store was surprisingly spacious. A lazy-looking young man was dozing off on the counter. Mr. Wang. Gu Changsheng cleared his throat. Wang Li lifted his head, saw Gu Changsheng, and sat up straight immediately. Oh, the Holy Master has arrived. What an honor. He glanced at Chu Kanglin. Who is this? Chu Kanglin, the Judgment Elder of the Xianqing Holy Land. Gu Changsheng introduced him. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Judgment Elder? What a high-ranking official. Chu Kanglin appraised the ordinary-looking young man, feeling puzzled. Is this the mysterious shopkeeper who could create the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array? Elder Chu wants to open a few blind boxes. Gu Changsheng said. Wang Li smiled and rubbed his hands together. Single draw or 10-pack? 10 at a time. Chu Kanglin replied without hesitation, taking out 10 spirit crystals from his storage pouch and placing them on the counter. Wang Li took the spirit crystals, waved his hand casually, and 10 boxes the size of fists appeared on the counter. Please. Chu Kanglin took a deep breath and reached out to pick up the first box. The box opened automatically in his hand, a flash of white light appeared, and a small doll appeared in his hand. What is this? Chu Kanglin asked in confusion. Wang Li glanced at it and said, oh, this is SpongeBob, white quality, no special effects, average collectible value. Chu Kanglin remained expressionless as he picked up the second box. Another flash of white light. Minions, white quality, no special effects. The third one, white light. The fourth, a white light. The 10th one, a white light. Chu Kanglin stood motionless in place, holding 10 useless little dolls in his hands. Congratulations, Elder Chu. 10 consecutive whites. Wang Li smiled broadly, this is a very low probability. You really have exceptional luck. Gu Changxing couldn't help but chuckle beside him. Elder Chu, why not try for 10 more? Chu Kanglin nodded, let's do it. He pulled out 10 more spirit crystals and slapped them on the counter. Wang Li collected the spirit crystals and waved his hand again, causing 10 boxes to appear. Chu Kanglin no longer hesitated and quickly opened the first box. White light. The second one, white light. The third, white light. The fourth box emitted white light. The fifth one, white light. No way. Chu Kanglin muttered to himself. The sixth, white light. The seventh, white light. The eighth, a white light. The ninth, white light. The final box. Chu Kanglin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. A flash of green light. Finally. Chu Kanglin exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. A uniquely shaped short knife appeared in his hand, its blade glowing with a faint blue light. Folding dagger, green quality. Wang Li explained, it can be freely altered in size, reaching up to 3 feet at its largest and as small as a fingernail. The blade is sharp enough to cut through the defenses of cultivators below the golden core stage. Chu Kanglin examined the short knife in his hand carefully and tried to infuse it with a thread of spiritual energy. The dagger immediately shrank to the size of a fingernail, then returned to its original form under his control. Not bad. Chu Kanglin nodded. Though this knife was of little use to him as a cultivator at the tribulation stage, it was still better than those toy knives. Senior Chu, would you like 10 more? Wang Li asked with a smile, maybe next time we'll have better luck. Chapter 82, Upgrade Scroll. Again? Chu Kanglin felt his storage pouch. Money wasn't meant to be spent like this. The previous 20 consecutive draws had cost him 20 spirit crystals, equivalent to 200 top-grade spirit stones. Elder Chu, this blind box shop also has a customization feature, allowing you to get exactly what you want. Gu Changsheng said from the side. Customization? Get what you want? Chu Kanglin's eyes lit up, but he quickly grew wary. This isn't some kind of trap, is it? Gu Changsheng shook his head. I used this method to obtain the divine stone plate armor before. Chu Kanglin fell silent for a moment. The only thing he desired most at that moment was to break through to the Great Perfection realm. As a cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage, he had been stuck at this realm for a long time. If he didn't break through soon, he wouldn't be able to withstand the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Do you have anything here that can help me break through to the Great Perfection realm? Chu Kanglin asked directly, his tone tinged with urgency. Of course I do. Wang Li yawned lazily and pulled out an ordinary-looking blind box from under the counter. The universe contains everything. Chu Kanglin stared at the box, his heart racing for no apparent reason. Could this seemingly ordinary box really contain the treasure that would help him break through to the Great Perfection stage? But I should mention this beforehand. Wang Li stretched lazily, any item that can help you break through to the Great Perfection realm is bound to be valuable. If you can't afford the price later, you'll need to pay an observation fee. Chu Kanglin looked at Gu Changsheng, who nodded. The observation fee isn't cheap. I paid 100 spirit crystals for an array flag back then. 100 spirit crystals? That's still manageable. Alright, how much is this blind box? Chu Kanglin bit his lip. He had already spent 20 spirit crystals, one more wouldn't make a difference. 1 spirit crystal. If you get something good, you'll need to pay the corresponding fee. If it's something ordinary, the price won't be too high. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, looking nonchalant. Alright. Chu Kanglin took a deep breath and reached out to pick up the box. At that moment, his hands trembled slightly. The box opened automatically in his hands. Scratch. A beam of white light emanated, purer than the white light from before. Chu Kanglin's lips twitched. Why was this custom blind box still emitting white light? Wasn't it supposed to contain something good? As the white light faded, a card-like object emerged. It appeared to be made of some kind of special metal, with the characters XP written in an unfamiliar script on its surface, surrounded by intricate patterns. Mr. Wang, what is this? Chu Kanglin picked up the card cautiously, sensing a peculiar power emanating from it. This is a day experience card. Its effect doubles the experience you gain within a day. Wang Li glanced at it indifferently, it's a fairly practical auxiliary item. Chu Kanglin grew curious. This item sounded somewhat like the legendary Enlightenment Tea, but its effects seemed more direct. What if you don't gain any insights? If you don't gain any insights, you won't get any experience points, so it can't be doubled. Wang Li rolled his eyes. You can't expect this card to directly help you break through, can you? Cultivation depends on personal talent and opportunity. Chu Kanglin examined the card in his hand carefully. No enlightenment means no experience points? Maybe the Enlightenment Tea is better. How much does this cost? Chu Kanglin asked. Not expensive, just 10 spirit crystals. Wang Li yawned, after all, it's just an auxiliary item, not some miraculous treasure. Gu Changxing nodded in agreement, this price is reasonable. Compared to those exorbitantly priced items, this is practically a bargain. Chu Kanglin didn't hesitate to pull out 10 spirit crystals and place them on the counter. For a cultivator at the tribulation stage, 10 spirit crystals for a chance to break through was a steal. Then he took out another spirit crystal. Open another one. Alright. Wang Li took out another blind box and placed it in front of Chu Kanglin. Chu Kanglin took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. Although the experience card he had just obtained was decent, it still fell short for him, an old monster who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years. Open it, he said, then tapped the blind box lightly. Scratch. A green light flashed, much more intense than the white light earlier. Why is it either green or white? Chu Kanglin was speechless. He looked at Gu Changsheng with a hint of complaint in his eyes. You said it was easy to open. Why is it so bad? Gu Changsheng cleared his throat, feeling a bit uneasy. Wang Li stood by, gloating, Senior Chu, that's called luck. Some people get it right on the first try, while others fail 20 times in a row. That's all normal. The green light faded, revealing a pill the size of a fist. The pill was a deep green color, with complex patterns on its surface, and it emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Wang Li raised an eyebrow, his expression growing slightly more serious. This one isn't bad. What kind of pill is this? Chu Kanglin carefully picked up the pill, sensing the immense medicinal power within, and his heart filled with joy. Foundation building pill, green quality. Wang Li spoke slowly. It's specifically used to break through the foundation building realm. Its efficacy is more than 10 times stronger than ordinary foundation building pills. Chu Kanglin's smile froze on his face. Foundation building pill? As a cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage, what use did he have for a foundation establishment pill? Mr. Wang, did you make a mistake? Chu Kanglin's voice trembled. What I want is a treasure to break through the great perfection realm. Wang Li shrugged. I never said I could definitely get you what you want. I only said there was a possibility. What about the 10 spirit crystals I paid? No refunds. Wang Li pointed to the signboard at the store entrance, where those 4 words were clearly written. Chu Kanglin felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. He had been cultivating for thousands of years and had never encountered such a frustrating situation before. Gu Changsheng, standing nearby, suppressed a laugh and patted Chu Kanglin on the shoulder. Senior Chu, why not try again? Maybe next time you'll get something good. Chu Kanglin clenched his teeth, pulled out another spirit crystal, and slammed it hard on the counter one more time. Wang Li's eyes lit up. This customer was hooked. Chu Kanglin thought to himself that even if he didn't get anything good, he might as well give it a try. He then tapped the blind box that Wang Li had brought out. Scratch. A blue light flashed, brighter than the previous green light, flickering with an odd glow throughout the store. As the blue light faded, an ancient scroll was revealed. The edges of the scroll glowed purple, adorned with mysterious runes that emitted faint energy ripples. Upgrade scroll. Grade, gold. From DNF. Effect, increases 1 minor realm. Chu Kanglin stared at the scroll, his eyes fixed on it. What is this? Chapter 83. What kind of demonic technique is this? Chu Kanglin carefully picked up the scroll, fearing it might be an illusion. Wang Li yawned, but couldn't hide the gleam in his eyes. This is what you need. It's called an upgrade scroll, and its effect is to advance 1 minor realm. Does it matter what realm it's for? Chu Kanglin's voice trembled slightly. He had been stuck at the peak of the tribulation stage for years. If he could advance further, he would reach the early stage of the great perfection realm. Wang Li nodded. As long as you have the cultivation base now, you can advance 1 minor realm. However, it can only be used once it's used, it's gone. Chu Kanglin clenched the scroll tightly, his palms sweating slightly. He turned to Gu Changsheng, this. Gu Changsheng was also stunned. Senior Chu, your luck is truly astonishing. I'll take it. Chu Kanglin's voice trembled slightly, fearing that Wang Li might change his mind. How many spirit crystals? 10,000 spirit crystals. Wang Li held up 3 fingers, a faint smile on his face. 10,000? Chu Kanglin didn't even flinch. 10,000 spirit crystals for a chance to break through to the great perfection realm, and a 100% guarantee at that? This was an absolute steal. Without hesitation, he pulled out 10,000 spirit crystals from his storage pouch and neatly stacked them on the counter. A satisfied gleam flashed in Wang Li's eyes as he waved his hand to collect the spirit crystals. However, Chu Kanglin did not immediately use the upgrade scroll. Instead, he carefully stored it in the deepest part of his storage pouch. The heavenly tribulation of breaking through to the great perfection realm was no joke. He needed to prepare thoroughly. Mr. Wang, thank you very much. Chu Kanglin bowed slightly to Wang Li and turned to leave. You're welcome. Feel free to come again anytime. Wang Li waved his hand lazily. Chu Kanglin hurried out the door with the upgrade scroll, not even bothering to acknowledge Gu Changsheng, merely tossing out a hurried, I'm going to prepare for the breakthrough, before disappearing without a trace. Gu Changsheng watched his departing figure and shook his head helplessly. This old man, upon hearing that he could break through to the great perfection realm, had even forgotten basic etiquette. Mr. Wang, I'll take my leave as well. Gu Changsheng nodded to Wang Li. Wang Li yawned, the holy master, take your time. Come by again when you have the chance. After leaving the blind box store, Gu Changsheng's expression grew increasingly serious. Although Chu Kanglan had said to just handle Mo Changqing casually, he knew deep down that all their confidence was rooted in the intimidating power of the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array. If the members of the 10,000 Laws Alliance underestimated the power of this array, the consequences would be unimaginable. He took out a sound transmission talisman and infused it with spiritual energy. Qingxue, return immediately to the Xianqing Holy Land and prepare to activate the full demonstration of the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array. Moments later, Shangguan Qingshua's voice came through the transmission talisman. Holy Master, are we dealing with the Wanfa Dao Alliance? That's correct. Mo Changqing will arrive in 3 days. We must let them witness the true power of this array, otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Understood. I'll return immediately to make preparations. Putting away the sound transmission talisman, Gu Changsheng glanced in the direction of the blind box store and sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that a small blind box store could alter the entire landscape of the cultivation world? Xianqing Holy Land, Shenwu Plain. Tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered here, with even the weakest being at the golden core stage. This lineup would even make the ancient sects blush with shame. A Huanshan stage elder gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Indeed, this was the true depth of the Xianqing Holy Land. Over 10,000 golden core and nascent soul cultivators stood in neat formation, each holding a star banner in their hands. These silver gleaming array flags shone brilliantly under the sunlight, creating a majestic and awe-inspiring sight. As for why disciples at the foundation establishment and Qi cultivation stages weren't used, the main reason was that those below the golden core stage couldn't fly. Although arrays could be formed on the ground, it would greatly limit the power of the grand array. 360 Huatian and Lianqiu stage elders were stationed at key positions, each holding a main star banner. These deep blue array flags were dotted with starlight, each containing terrifying power. Senior disciple, I'm feeling a bit nervous. A Yuaning stage disciple whispered. What are you nervous about? The Huanshan elder glared at him. With the Holy Lord present, the sky won't fall. Shangguan Qingxue, a disciple at the fusion stage, wore a white robe and stood slightly to the left of the center of the array, serving as the eye of the Tianyang star array. A faint chill emanated from her body, even the stone slabs beneath her feet were covered in a thin layer of frost. Senior Qin Yu had replaced the previous holy sun, Gu Tsangxiang, and stood at the opposite sun star position, clad in divine stone armor that shone with golden light, looking majestic and imposing. As the sun star array eye, he emanated a scorching heat. This armor is truly impressive. Qin Yu nodded approvingly, feeling the yang energy flowing through the stone armor. Gu Changsheng was flanked by 4 cultivators at the tribulation stage, all elders of the Judgment Council of the Xianqing Holy Land, holding absolute authority over the affairs of the sect. Changsheng, if this goes wrong, we're in big trouble. One of the judgment elders whispered. Gu Changsheng remained expressionless. There won't be any issues. Nearly 10 more supreme elders at the fusion realm stood nearby, each with a solemn expression. It could be said that all the strongest cultivators of the Xianqing Holy Land had gathered here, a lineup that would shake the entire Tianyang continent. Everyone! Gu Changsheng's voice echoed across the entire Shenwu plain. Today's demonstration concerns the survival of our sect. Everyone must give it their all. Obey the Holy Master's orders. Tens of thousands of cultivators responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth, even scattering the clouds in the distance. Gu Changsheng nodded to Shangguan Qingxue and Qin Yu. Shangguan Qingxue took a deep breath, channeling her yin energy to its fullest, causing the cold air around her to surge, freezing the stone slabs beneath her feet until they cracked and crumbled. Qin Yu was not to be outdone. The divine stone armor plates on his body shone brightly, and the yang energy surged forth, causing the air to warp. Gu Changsheng raised the array flag high and infused it with his spiritual energy. Form the array. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire Shenwu plain erupted in dazzling starlight, so bright it was blinding. Disciples and elders holding star-shaped banners began moving along predetermined trajectories, slowly rotating around the sun star and the moon star. The formation of tens of thousands of people shifted seamlessly, without a single hint of chaos. How many times must they have practiced this? A disciple at the Yuanling stage murmured to himself, but dared not stop moving. As they rotated, everyone gradually formed a massive Tai Chi pattern. Viewed from above, the pattern was starkly divided into black and white, with yin and yang harmoniously intertwined, creating a breathtakingly magnificent sight. Wow, this formation would even give the Holy Lord a run for his money. A Lingxiao spy observing from the distance turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He trembled as he reached for a communication talisman, but his hands shook so violently that he couldn't even channel his spiritual energy steadily. As everyone completed a full rotation, the main and secondary stars within the array suddenly erupted with blinding starlight. A colossal force surged outward, radiating in all directions. Other cultivators at the tribulation stage across the Tianyang continent all sensed the sudden change in the celestial phenomena, and their expressions turned grim. Look up, let your gaze pierce through the clouds, and gaze upon the brilliant stars in the night sky. Suddenly, those stars began to emit waves of intangible energy, converging toward the direction of the Xianqing Holy Land. Meanwhile, the sun erupted with an even more magnificent and supremely young energy, also converging toward the Xinqing Holy Land. The moon, symbolizing the Tianyang star, erupted with an aura of extreme yin and coldness, converging toward the Xinqing Holy Land. What kind of demonic technique is this? Chapter 84, The Might of the Zhou Tianxing Dou Array, the Thousand Machinations Tao Master. A cultivator in the mid-stage of the Tribulation Realm, thousands of miles away, cried out in shock. He had just been awakened from seclusion and felt the terrifying momentum of the heavens and earth, nearly causing his Tao heart to waver. On the other side, a late-stage tribulation-crossing alchemist, who was refining, trembled, causing the priceless 9 transformation golden to explode in the furnace. Damn it! Which old monster is undergoing the lightning tribulation? He flew into a rage, but quickly realized something was wrong. This wasn't a thunder tribulation, it was a celestial phenomenon deliberately triggered by someone. Within the Xinqing Holy Land, the cosmic force was immense. The 4 Judgment Elders in the late stage of the tribulation were the first to be hit. They had to activate their protective spiritual light to the fullest to withstand the force. My goodness! One of the Judgment Elders couldn't help but curse, is Changxing trying to tear the heavens apart? Another elder gritted his teeth, if I had known it was this terrifying, I shouldn't have stood so close. Those cultivators below the fusion stage simply knelt down on the ground. Many nascent soul disciples turned ashen-faced, their legs trembling, relying solely on the star banners in their hands to stay upright. Senior brother, I think I'm dying. A golden core cultivator cried out with a sorrowful expression. Shut up! The Yuanling stage senior disciple beside him, though also gritting his teeth to endure, shouted harshly, you can't even withstand this much pressure? What do you think you're doing? Even cultivators undergoing tribulation countless miles away could sense this overwhelming force. The Alliance of 10,000 Laws, the Gate of 10,000 Laws. Tianhong Daozhu, the great perfection stage cultivator who had previously mentioned punishing the Xinqing Holy Land, looked toward the direction of the Xinqing Holy Land. His eyes revealed shock he hadn't felt in tens of thousands of years. The mere aura alone was enough to rival that of a great perfection cultivator. How is this possible? The few cultivators at the tribulation stage beside him were speechless with astonishment. One of them stammered, Tao Master, the power of this array formation might truly be able to pierce through the continent. Tianhong Daozhu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Let's observe further. Gu Changsheng had been observing the array the entire time. Seeing that some disciples were struggling to withstand the power of the stars, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The golden core stage is still lacking. If we could continuously gather the power of the stars, we might be able to directly withstand the great perfection stage and perhaps even challenge a true immortal. He then waved the array flag. The sun star, the moon star, and the countless stars in the sky ceased to channel their stellar energy downward. The golden core disciples instantly relaxed, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. I thought I was going to be crushed into mincemeat. Senior brother, can you not bring me along next time? Shut up, this is a historic moment. Gu Changsheng looked toward the 4 Judgment Elders in the distance, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. The 4 Judgment Elders exchanged glances, seeing tension in each other's eyes. What they had to endure was the attack of this legendary array said to be capable of shattering the continent. Saying they weren't nervous would be a lie. Relax, Gu Changsheng won't really kill us. One of the elders whispered reassuringly, at worst, we'll be severely injured. Seriously injured is still pretty bad. Another elder sighed wryly, I still want to live for a few thousand more years. If we really die, make sure to erect a decent tombstone for me. The third elder began making his final arrangements. Stop talking nonsense. The fourth elder snapped angrily, at worst, we'll just lie there for a few hundred years. The senior elders in the fusion stage who were watching from afar had already begun secretly activating their secret techniques, ready to flee at any moment. Everyone, prepare the retreat routes. One of the supreme elders transmitted the order. Gu Changsheng remained expressionless, but sweat was trickling from his palms. The power of this Zhou Tianxing Dou Great Array was still beyond his full understanding. If he accidentally killed these 4 old men, that would be trouble. Forget it, let's test its power first. Gu Changsheng took a deep breath and swung his hand. The Zhou Tianxing Dou Great Array erupted with blinding light. At the positions of the sun star and the moon star, Shanguan Xingxue and Qin Yu shouted simultaneously. Boom! 2 beams of starlight lasers, each about a meter in diameter, erupted from the center of the array. One was pure white like snow, the other crimson gold like fire, intertwining as they shot toward the 4 Judgment Elders. Wherever the lasers passed, the void was torn apart by black fissures, and even space itself couldn't withstand the force. This was still the effect of Gu Changsheng not using his full strength, having already compressed the lasers to a radius of 1 meter. If he were to unleash his full power, it might truly pierce through the continent. Holy crap, that's so strong? The 4 Judgment Elders' expressions grew grim, and they even felt like cursing. They all unleashed their most powerful offensive techniques, bursting with various lights, attempting to withstand this terrifying force. Let's give it everything we've got. I'm not ready to die yet. Boom! 2 colossal forces collided. The entire world fell silent in that instant. Space was shaken into ripples, and even cultivators thousands of miles away could feel the shockwave. The heavens and earth grew dark, and the sun was obscured by the blinding light of the Force. The supreme elders of the fusion stage had already activated their secret techniques to break free from the gravitational pull of the heavens and earth, then retreated tens of thousands of miles away, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Run! This thing is about to explode. Damn it, is Changqing trying to wipe us all out? Shenwu plain was completely flattened by the shockwave, its once solid green stone ground reduced to dust in an instant. Even the land within thousands of miles was affected, with countless mountains leveled and rivers diverted. Fortunately, Gu Changshang had already cleared everyone within 10,000 miles of the area beforehand, otherwise, this single strike would have caused countless casualties. The two intertwined beams of starlight pinned the four judgment elders firmly in the air, constantly pushing them toward the heavens. My protective artifact is about to shatter. We can't hold on. Gu Changshang really means business. Quick, use your primordial secret technique. Otherwise, we'll all die here today. The four ancient monsters, who had lived for over 10,000 years, were now in a pitiful state, with not a trace of the dignity of cultivators undergoing a tribulation. They struggled desperately, their spiritual energy surging like a burst dam, but could only barely slow the pace at which they were being swallowed by the light pillars. Finally, as their treasures shattered, the four roared in unison, their bodies erupting in blinding bloodlight. They burned their very essence, unleashing their most powerful escape technique, transforming into four streaks of light, narrowly escaping the edge of the stellar light pillar. However, the light pillar, having lost its target, did not dissipate. Within the Xianqing Holy Land, Gu Changshang held the array flag, a cold smile curving his lips. A test? No, this is a show of force. He twisted his wrist slightly, and the array flag trembled. The terrifying starlight pillar seemed to gain a will of its own, tracing an unimaginable arc through the sky, changing direction, tearing through the heavens, and hurtling straight toward the distant celestial palace shrouded in clouds, the Wanfake. At that moment, all the top-tier experts across the entire Tianyang continent felt the unmasked provocation. How dare you! Within the Wanfa gate, Tianheng Daozhu suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with anger. He took a single step forward, already outside the celestial palace, gazing at the colossal pillar of light hurtling toward him. Instead of anger, a smile spread across his face. A mere array dares to act so brazenly before me. He extended a finger and gently tapped the light pillar. Boom! The tip of his finger collided with the front of the light pillar, erupting in a deafening roar. The sea of clouds surrounding the Wanfa was instantly shattered, revealing the endless void below. Several cultivators undergoing tribulation were shaken by the aftereffects, causing their qi and blood to surge, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Tianheng Daozhu stood with his hands behind his back, motionless. Nothing special. He thought to himself, though the power was formidable, it was still far from enough to threaten his great perfection stage cultivation. However, no sooner had he spoken than an unexpected change occurred. The starlight pillar he had been holding back with his fingertips suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, as if stars were shattering within. The light pillar, which had originally been a meter in diameter, suddenly expanded wildly, transforming into a terrifying light river nearly 100 meters in diameter. The light was no longer pure white and golden, but had transformed into a deep, chaotic hue, with the destructive aura it contained surging by at least tenfold. The contempt on Tianheng Daozhu's face froze in an instant. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped his heart. Open! He dared not hesitate for a moment, clenching his hands into seals and unleashing a colossal surge of divine power from within his body. The energy coalesced before him into a massive golden barrier spanning the heavens and earth. With a deafening roar, the chaotic light river collided violently with the golden barrier, causing the entire Wanfa to shake violently. Countless palaces and towers appeared with cracks under the impact, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. What? The Tao Master has been forced to defend with all his might? This formation can actually hold its own against a great perfection stage cultivator? The cultivators watching the battle from the sidelines fell completely silent, their eyes filled with endless horror. They saw clearly that the slender beam of light earlier was merely a test from the Xianqing Holy Land. In another celestial palace 9 heavens above, a Tao Master with equally unfathomable aura pierced through the void, watching Tianheng locked in a stalemate with the river of light, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If it were him, could he have blocked that strike? Xianqing Holy Land. Gu Changshang gazed at the earth-shattering collision in the sky, his expression calm. He slowly raised the Zhou Tianxing Do array flag in his hand. Since you've come to watch, you might as well watch to your heart's content. As he swung the array flag once more, the celestial map above the Xianqing Holy Land, the majestic sun star and the cold moon star, along with the countless stars in the sky, burst into a blinding light. Even more terrifying stellar energy began to converge wildly. A river of light erupted, causing a violent upheaval. Within the light river, swirling vortexes began to form, each containing the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Above the Wanfa, sweat began to trickle down the forehead of Tianheng Daozhu. He clung desperately to the golden barrier with both hands, feeling the increasingly violent impact, his heart trembling with awe. Where did this Gu Changshang obtain such a demonic array? He clenched his teeth, his aura of a great perfection cultivator refusing to show weakness in front of his subordinates. But the power of the chaotic light river continued to rise, giving him the illusion of facing a heavenly tribulation. Master! Several cultivators at the tribulation stage cried out in alarm. They saw spider web-like cracks appearing on Tianheng Daoju's golden barrier. Tianheng Daoju's face turned ashen. He had cultivated for countless years and had never encountered such a humiliating situation. A great cultivator of the great perfection realm was being suppressed by an array formation to such a pitiful extent. On the side of the Xianqing Holy Land, Gu Changsheng raised the array flag once more. If you want to watch, then watch your fill. He transmitted his voice to Shanguan Xingshui and Xinyu, prepare for the second round of attacks. Shanguan Xingshui's body erupted with icy coldness, Hurricane energy reaching its peak, causing even the moisture in the air to freeze. Xinyu's divine stone armor shone with blinding golden light, his yang energy as scorching as a miniature sun. The two exchanged a glance and shouted in unison, "Inverted Star River!" With a thunderous crash, the chaotic light river suddenly split into two, transforming into black and white spiral-like columns, their power surging several-fold in an instant. Above the Wanfa gate, Tianheng Daoju's expression turned grim. Damn it! He no longer cared about his dignity, frantically forming seals with both hands as his great perfection stage cultivation energy poured out without reservation. Bang! The golden barrier finally couldn't withstand the force and shattered with a loud crash. A spiral of black and white light struck the Tianheng Daoju directly, sending the great perfection stage cultivator who had lived for tens of thousands of years flying backward. Put! A mouthful of golden blood spurted from Tianheng Daoju's mouth. His robe was torn to shreds, and even his hair had turned charred black. The cultivators undergoing tribulation within the Wanfa K were completely stunned. Their Dao Master, an unparalleled great perfection stage powerhouse, had been struck by an array formation until he spat blood. How is this possible? The Dao Master is injured? Tianheng Daoju struggled to steady himself, gazing toward the direction of the Xianqing Holy Land, his eyes filled with fear. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse, "Well done, Xianqing Holy Land. Well done, Gu Changsheng." Even other great perfection stage cultivators tens of thousands of miles away were shaken to their core. Even Tianheng has been defeated? This Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array actually possesses such power? We must reassess the strength of the Xianqing Holy Land. Within the Xianqing Holy Land, the disciples and elders who had just been knocked senseless were now trembling with excitement. We VE1. Even the great perfection realm cultivators have been defeated. Ha ha. Let's see who dares to underestimate the Xianqing Holy Land now. The four judgment elders at the tribulation stage exchanged smiles. Though they had been thoroughly exhausted earlier, it all seemed worth it now. That kid Changxing sure knows how to hide his true strength. With this great array, the Xianqing Holy Land will be invincible on the Tianyang continent. Gu Changsheng slowly retracted the array flags, and the light of the Zhou Tianxing Do array gradually faded away. He looked toward the direction of the Wanfa gate, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Want to punish us? First, measure your own strength. However, just then, a transmission talisman suddenly flew toward Gu Changsheng. He took the telepathic token and infused it with spiritual energy. An unfamiliar voice echoed from within, "Xianqing Holy Master, this is Qianji Daoju. The power of your array was astonishing. May I request an audience?" Gu Changsheng furrowed his brows. The aura emanating from the telepathic talisman was peaceful yet vast as a sea of smoke, bottomless and immeasurable. Qianji Daoju. It was said that this man was obsessed with array formations, weapon forging, alchemy, and various other arts. Though his strength might not be among the top of the great perfection realm, when it came to knowledge and the ability to break formations, no one could match him. Changsheng, who is it? A judgment elder who had just returned approached, his robes torn and disheveled, his hair in disarray, and his face still pale from the impact of stellar energy, but his eyes shone with an astonishing intensity. Those bastards from the 10,000 Laws Alliance aren't giving up? They want to taste the power of our Zhou Tianxing Do again? His words carried a sense of triumph after narrowly escaping death, clearly still immersed in the glory of his recent clash with a great perfection stage cultivator. Gu Changsheng shook his head, his expression subtle. It's the Thousand Machines Dao Master. Qianji? The judgment elder, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, suddenly fell silent, and the other elders also turned their heads, their excitement fading. Tianheng Daoju was domineering and intimidating, one could simply fight back. But the Qianji Daoju, this man was infamous as a thief, renowned for his unmatched skill in stealing techniques. Countless Sex Mountain defending arrays had been studied by him, and he had figured out their weaknesses after just a few glances. What does he intend to do? Another elder asked in a low voice. He said, he wants to see our array formations. Gu Changsheng spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere above the Shenwu plain grew tense. Allowing the master of the Thousand Machines to witness the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation? That's like handing over the blueprints of your own treasure vault to the world's greatest thief. No way. Absolutely not. The elder who spoke earlier immediately objected. This formation is the very foundation of our Xianqing Holy Land. How can we allow others to peek into it? I second that. Shenji is far too mysterious, we must be on guard. Gu Changsheng did not respond immediately, his thoughts racing. Fear that he might learn it? If it were an ordinary array, he might indeed have such concerns. Xianji Daoju's talent was undeniable given enough time, there was no array in the world he couldn't decipher. But this Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation. Gu Changsheng unconsciously gripped the main array flag in his hand. The structure of this thing doesn't even belong to this world. The laws and Taoist principles it contains are so profound that even he, as its master, can only understand its form, not its essence. Have Qianji take a look? It would be like asking the most brilliant mathematician in the mortal realm to study a jade tablet from the celestial realm. He might be able to decipher the patterns on the surface of the jade tablet, or even calculate the number and arrangement of the patterns, but he would never comprehend the profound truths contained within. Because the two exist on entirely different dimensions. At this thought, Gu Changsheng's lingering doubts vanished, replaced by a deeper confidence. He even felt a hint of anticipation, eager to see how the Thousand Machines Tao Master, this master of 100 arts, would react upon encountering this creation that did not belong to this world. How utterly shocked, how utterly despairing. This despair would highlight the transcendent status of the Xianqing Holy Land far more than defeating him with force. It doesn't matter. Gu Changsheng spoke softly, his voice barely audible, yet it silenced all the elders' murmurs. He gazed toward the distant horizon, his gaze piercing through the endless void, landing on the mysterious Qianji Palace. Let him come. Let him see what true stars are, and what a miracle truly is. Chapter 85, The Master of the Thousand Machines opens a blind box. Wang Li's shop. He was lying bored on the counter, his eyelids half closed, until the light at the door was blocked by a figure. The visitor was dressed in a dazzling outfit. The jade crown on his head shimmered with vibrant colors. The staff in his hand was adorned with gems larger than pigeon eggs. A golden silk sash was wrapped around his waist, and he wore a pair of cloud-patterned Taoist boots, each item exuding a strong aura of spiritual energy. Truly a walking treasure trove. He didn't seem to fear being robbed on the road. As if reading Wang Li's thoughts, the Thousand Machinations Tao Master chuckled, his voice betraying the composure of one who had long occupied a position of power. In this world, no one has ever been able to take anything from me. He surveyed the ordinary little shop, his gaze finally settling on Wang Li. I hear you can produce anything here? Wang Li finally raised his eyelids and replied weakly, yes, everything in the universe is available. He paused for a moment before adding, however, if you want to open a specific item, you'll need a themed blind box. Theme-based blind boxes? Xianji Daozhu raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny. Your little shop has quite the variety. You're not trying to rip me off because of my appearance, are you? Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, looking uninterested in explaining. Whether I rip you off or not depends on what you're looking for. The themed blind boxes are expensive, but they're definitely worth every penny. No cheating, no exceptions. Xianji Daozhu pondered for a moment, seeming intrigued by the explanation. Alright, then give me a blind box similar to the Zhou Tianxing Dodijin array from the Xianqing Holy Land. He spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, as if discussing something trivial. Wang Li sat up straight, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He scrutinized Xianji Daozhu from head to toe, his gaze as though he were looking at a country bumpkin who thought he could enter the imperial treasury with a few pieces of silver. The Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array? Wang Li snorted derisively, then lay back down lazily. Let me be honest with you, don't take this the wrong way. Even if I really found it for you, you couldn't afford it. Xianji Daozhu had lived for 10,000 years and had never been looked down upon like this. Not only did he not get angry, but his smile grew even broader. Just take it. Whether you can afford it or not is my problem. Upon hearing this, Wang Li shook his head. Let us make one thing clear, if you can't afford it, you'll have to pay some observation fees. Observation fee? All right. Xianji Daozhu nodded. If it was truly a treasure he couldn't afford, at least he could admire it and broaden his horizons. Wang Li reached under the counter and pulled out a plain wooden box, then placed a small, rusty hammer beside it with a clang. He nodded toward Xianji Daozhu, gesturing for him to try it himself. Xianji Daozhu glanced at the crude hammer, then at the wooden box that showed no signs of spiritual energy, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. As the esteemed Xianji Daozhu and master of 100 arts, how could he possibly use such a crude object? He extended a finger, its tip shrouded in a faint aura of mystical energy, and gently tapped the wooden box. The wooden box remained motionless. Wang Li yawned, his voice brimming with disdain. Use the hammer. I said it's a blind box, not a Taoist manual. Don't overthink it. The smile on the Thousand Machinery Tao Master's face froze slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the odd sensation in his heart, and reached out to pick up the small hammer. The feel of it in his hand was that of ordinary iron. He hesitated no longer and struck the blind box with the hammer. Scratch! A golden light burst forth, carrying a sharp and ruthless killing intent. Within the golden light, faint traces of blood seemed to flow. The dazzling treasures on Xianji Daozhu's body paled in comparison to the golden light, appearing as dull as ordinary stones by the roadside. Whoa! Xianji Daozhu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, his eyes fixed intently on the wooden box, his expression stunned. As the golden light dissipated, 4 ancient, simple swords of different colors and a rolled-up scroll were revealed. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice rang out. Sword Array of Execution. Rank, Master. Origin, Huang. Effect, the array diagram contains the Jinxian sword array. After comprehending it, one can form the array using the 4 Jinxian swords. The 4 Jinxian swords can also be used separately. Xianji Daozhu's throat felt dry. He reached out his hand, but it stopped mid-air, his fingertips trembling slightly. The 4 small swords lay there quietly, seemingly harmless, yet the murderous aura piercing straight into the soul caused even this great cultivator at the tribulation stage to feel a pang of fear. Master. What is this? His voice was hoarse, devoid of any trace of his previous composure. Wang Li extended his finger and slowly touched each one in turn. These 4 swords are called the Zuxian sword, the Luxian sword, the Xianjian sword, and the Juexian sword. This diagram is the Zuxian array diagram. When the 4 swords are combined with the array diagram, they can form the Zuxian sword array, which cannot be broken by anyone except the 4 saints. Of course, each sword is also a top-tier offensive weapon and can be used individually. He yawned. This item was definitely beyond the means of the guest before him. Xianji Daozhu froze completely, his breathing seeming to halt for an instant. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, boasting that he knew every treasure and array diagram on the Tianyang continent and mastered them all. Yet the 4 swords before him and the diagram completely overturned everything he had ever known. He instinctively reached out with his divine sense to investigate, but as soon as his divine sense approached, it was shredded by an invisible sharpness, causing a buzzing sound in his mind and nearly causing him to lose control of his Dao heart. Zhu. Zhu Xian? The 2 words forced their way out of his throat, dry and hoarse. Poof. Wang Li shifted into a more comfortable position, lying there lazily, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Sort of. However, while this thing is called the Jinxian sword array, if you only use it to slay immortals, that would be a waste of its true potential. It would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Wasting a valuable tool? Executing immortals is considered wasting a great talent? Xianji Daozhu felt his mind spinning. He forced down the turmoil in his heart and asked hoarsely, could it be the holy you mentioned earlier? Wang Li finally perked up and nodded. You're a quick learner. This array requires 4 saints to break it. In other words, unless you find 4 old guys who are as strong as the great perfection stage you mentioned, no, make that countless times stronger, and have them attack from 4 directions at the same time, no one will survive. The master of 1,000 machines' eye twitched violently. Saint? 4 of them? Throughout the history of the Tianyang continent, the great perfection realm had always been as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin's horn, marking the pinnacle of cultivation. What on earth was this saint he was talking about? The shock in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by suspicion. This is too absurd. Awe, doubt, various emotions intertwined, finally coalescing into a question. What are you bragging about? Chapter 86, have you not heard that the path to enlightenment has no end? Bragging about how great you are. That's a new term. He had been in this world for so long, yet this was the first time he had ever heard someone dare to speak to him like that. The air in the shop seemed to freeze for a moment. Wang Li, who had been leaning on the counter, merely had a fleeting thought. In an instant, an indescribable sense of pressure descended silently upon Xianji Daozhu. The doubt and questioning on Xianji Daozhu's face froze instantly. The immense spiritual energy within his body enough to stir up the seas and send even cultivators undergoing tribulation into trembling now felt like frozen rivers, unable to stir even the slightest bit. The various Taoist techniques and insights he had pried in were now nothing but a joke. Creak, creak. Every bone in his body groaned under the unbearable pressure, and his knees could no longer support the dignity of a great perfection stage cultivator, bending uncontrollably. He tried to lift his head, to see the expression on Wang Li's face, but the overwhelming pressure felt like billions of divine mountains, crushing him down with relentless force. The world before his eyes began to warp, and his soul trembled, as if the next moment he would be completely crushed by this terrifying force and erased from existence. Thud. A dull thud. Xianji Daozhu, the most renowned master of the 100 arts on the Tianyang continent, a Mahayana stage existence who had lived for tens of thousands of years, collapsed onto the ground. Wang Li froze for a moment. He had merely intended to quiet the old man, who was being somewhat noisy. Why did he collapse like that? Did I use too much force? That shouldn't be possible. He thought to himself, and the oppressive aura enveloping Xianji Daozhu vanished instantly, as if it had never been there. The shop once again returned to its lazy, leisurely atmosphere. Wang Li stepped out from behind the counter, walked over to the motionless Xianji Daozhu lying on the ground, and gently kicked his arm with his toe. Hey, old man. Are you trying to scam me? Did you faint from anger? Seeing no response, Wang Li scratched his head, squatted down, and muttered to himself in confusion. What kind of mental toughness does he have to have reached the great perfection stage? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Xianji Daozhu lying on the ground stiffened. He wasn't unconscious, and he wasn't dead. In the instant that terrifying pressure descended, this Taoist master who had lived for tens of thousands of years had only one thought in his mind. Do not kneel. Kneeling meant the collapse of his Tao heart, complete submission. Thus, just as his knees were about to bend, he relied on the fastest reaction of his life to lunge forward, crashing to the ground with a thud, his body flat on the ground. Lying on the ground could be dismissed as an accidental slip. Kneeling, however, was an entirely different matter. Dignity, he believed, lay in that single act of kneeling or lying prone. At that moment, he could feel the overwhelming pressure that had seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth vanish without a trace, as if it had been nothing more than a dream. But the shattered fragments of his consciousness in his mind, and the excruciating pain still coursing through his bones, all served as stark reminders that what had just happened was very real. He slowly turned his head and met Wang Li's eyes, which held a mix of curiosity and disdain. Damn it, he's back from the dead. Wang Li was startled by his movement and took a step back. Shenji Daozhu, seeing that Wang Li seemed to have no intention of killing him, finally relaxed the tension that had been building up inside him. He scrambled to his feet, his movements slightly disheveled, but he forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and cleared his throat twice. Sorry, the floor was a bit slippery, and I slipped and fell. After saying this, he felt his face grow slightly warm. Wang Li stared at him expressionlessly, saying nothing, just looking. This silence was more painful than any mockery for Shenji Daozhu. He hurriedly bowed to Wang Li, bending his waist lower than ever before, his tone now incredibly respectful. Please continue, senior. Wang Li finally nodded, too disinterested to care what the old man was up to, and proceeded to name his price. This item can only be purchased with Xian Yuan stones. Xian Yuan stones? Upon hearing those three words, the last shred of hope in Shenji Daozhu's heart was completely shattered. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he wore an expression that said, I knew it. A sword array capable of slaying immortals being purchased with the currency of immortals was only fitting. He shook his head bitterly and said frankly, this junior cannot afford it. Oh. Wang Li responded with a nod, extending a finger. Then, according to the rules, 100 spirit crystals as an observation fee. Shenji Daozhu immediately retrieved 100 spirit crystals from his storage ring, held them in both hands, and presented them with the utmost respect. He stood straight, but his entire being seemed drained of vitality by the invisible pressure from earlier. The Jinxian sword array, the Xian Yuan stone. These terms collided repeatedly in his mind, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, completely overturning all his previous knowledge. His throat went dry, and his lips trembled several times, but he couldn't suppress the burning desire for knowledge that threatened to consume him. That was the foundation of his cultivation, the sole reason he had become the master of the 1,000 machines. Senior. Junior, dare I ask one more question? Wang Li glanced at him, leaned back in his chair, and adopted an expression that said, you're annoying, but I'm too lazy to chase you away. The master of 1,000 machines took a deep breath. The holy you speak of, what kind of realm is that? Wang Li stroked his chin, as if recalling something from a distant past. A sage according to your terminology, isn't a true immortal the pinnacle of cultivation? Shenji Daozhu nodded reluctantly. True immortals were the legendary endpoint, the starry sky that all cultivators on the Tianyang continent looked up to. The path ahead is still long. Wang Li said casually, as if discussing today's weather. After true immortals come earth immortals, heavenly immortals, mystic immortals, golden immortals. With each word Wang Li spoke, Shenji Daozhu's body trembled imperceptibly. From heavenly immortal onward, even he, a Taoist master at the great perfection stage, had never heard of such realms. When the words golden immortal floated effortlessly from Wang Li's lips, the Shenji Daozhu felt a crack appear in his Tao heart. Golden immortal, how noble, how immortal. Above that are Tai golden immortals and Taoist golden immortals. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in Shenji Daozhu's mind, causing his vision to darken and his body to sway. Daluo. Just these two words contained a transcendent, timeless, and eternal essence of the Tao, causing even the soul of this great perfection stage cultivator to feel a stinging pain. Wang Li remained oblivious, continuing in his lazy tone to utter the final answer. Above De Luo Jinxian is the quasi-Saint Hun Yuan Jinxian. One step higher is the great Tao Golden Immortal, which is the sage. The shop fell into complete silence. The master of the 1,000 machines stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, his mouth slightly agape, resembling a stone statue weathered by the elements for 10,000 years. Above the realm of true immortals, there is still such a despair-inducing path. Have you never heard that the path of the Tao has no end? Chapter 87, The Blind Box Auction. The path of the Tao has no end. He had heard these words countless times, but now they had transformed into the heaviest truth of the Tao, crashing down upon his heart with relentless force. It turned out that the end of the Tao he had spent his entire life pursuing was merely the starting point for others. He wasn't standing at the peak of the mountain, he hadn't even touched the base of the mountain yet. After the initial despair and fear, what surged forth was a frenzy of excitement. The path still lay before him. Taking a step back, the master of the 1,000 machines straightened his slightly disheveled robe, his expression solemn to the extreme. He bowed deeply before Wang Li, his forehead hitting the dusty ground with a thud. Thank you, senior, for enlightening this junior. This bow was made with complete willingness, with every limb pressed firmly against the ground. Wang Li was taken aback by this sudden gesture, shifting his chair backward to avoid being touched by the master's feet. Xianji Daozhu remained kneeling, his voice trembling yet unwavering. If the senior does not disdain me, this junior is willing to follow you wherever you go, to be your servant at your command. He had come to a realization. On his own, he might never even glimpse the threshold of true immortality. And the person before him was the only vessel to cross the sea of suffering. What of the dignity of the great perfection realm? What of the status of the alliance of 10,000 Dao? Before this path to enlightenment, all were but dust. Wang Li heard this, looked down at the Qianji Daozhu kneeling on the ground, and scratched his head. Follow me? He scrutinized Qianji Daozhu from head to toe and asked seriously. My shop isn't short of people. Besides, can you even keep accounts? Accounting? Qianji Daozhu suddenly raised his head, his body stiffening as he knelt on the ground. Accounting? That is something mundane merchants or outer disciples of sex would do. But these words came from the mouth of this enigmatic elder before him. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Qianji Daozhu's mind in an instant, and he suddenly realized. This was a test. The elder is testing my resolve. To see if I can set aside my pride, return to simplicity, and reveal my true nature in the most ordinary of circumstances. Once he grasped this, the fleeting astonishment in his eyes vanished, replaced by awe. His esteem for Wang Li soared to new heights. This junior will. Qianji Daozhu answered solemnly, his voice betraying a hint of excitement he hadn't even noticed himself. He straightened his chest and added, Senior, rest assured. My spiritual essence is powerful, and my mental calculation abilities are adequate. Analyzing the countless changes of a grand array is no problem for me. Such trivial accounts are certainly no issue. His words betrayed a hint of the confidence inherent in a master of 100 arts. Oh? Wang Li raised an eyebrow, seeming to take an interest. Alright, let me test you. He leaned back in his chair, sinking into it, and lazily extended a finger, tapping the air. Just something simple, the Zuxian sword array. Estimate its value and calculate how many spirit crystals it's worth. Qianji Daozhu's confident expression froze instantly. The Zuxian sword array? How does one even begin to calculate that? He didn't even know the origin of the item. Wang Li picked up the teacup on the table, blew on the steam, and glanced at the stunned Qianji Daozhu. See? You can't even figure that out, can you? Wang Li set down the teacup, shook his head, and spoke with a touch of genuine regret. You can't even do the accounts. What use are you to my shop? I think you're not suited for this. Qianji Daozhu grew anxious and quickly looked up. Senior, I can do other things. This junior has dabbled in alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, and talisman inscriptions. After spending countless years, I have gained some reputation. There must be something I can do for you. He rattled off his signature skills one after another, each of which was enough to make cultivators across the entire Tianyang continent regard him as a model to follow. However, Wang Li merely scratched his ear, seeming slightly annoyed by the commotion. Look, you're getting impatient again. Qianji Daozhu choked on his words, nearly choking himself. He took a deep breath, forcing down the pride and urgency that came from being a cultivator at the great perfection realm, and bowed once more. Yes, it is this junior who is unstable in mind and has become attached to form. Please, senior, no matter what, please accept this junior. Wang Li looked at the white-haired head on the ground, stroked his chin, and glanced toward the storefront. That old fox, Gu Changshang, had just caused such a commotion with the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Now, the entire Tianyang continent's attention was likely focused on the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array in Gu Changshang. This buzz is too good to pass up. A brilliant plan quickly took shape in his mind. Perfect. The free labor right in front of him had the right status, and Feng using him for this task would surely yield excellent results. The more he thought about it, the more Wang Li felt like an ordinary yet brilliant business genius. He cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Taking you an ISNT entirely out of the question. Qianji Daozhu suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with disbelief, as if a drowning man had grasped a lifeline. But you know, I don't keep idle hands around here. Wang Li changed the subject lazily. There's a task for you right now. If you do it well, you'll pass the probation period. If you mess it up, you can leave on your own. Don't linger here and get in my way. Please speak, senior. I'll do whatever it takes. Qianji Daozhu was so excited that his body was trembling. Enough, enough. Don't be so dramatic. Wang Li waved his hand and ordered, go spread the word. Tell everyone that the mysterious seller of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array will hold an auction in Wanyue City in 3 days. An auction? Qianji Daozhu was taken aback. Yes, an auction. Wang Li nodded and added, also, when you spread the news, make sure to emphasize a few key points. First, the words seller of the Zhou Tianxing Do array must be spoken loudly so that everyone can hear. Second, only invite those renowned old masters or the rulers of major sacred sites and ancient clans. In short, only invite those who are wealthy. Wang Li paused, looking at the Qianji Daozhu, who was recording everything with a serious expression, and added another sentence. Oh, and don't let the poor know about this. They might come and not be able to afford it, which would ruin my mood for doing business. Yes, this junior will obey your orders. Xianji Daozhu bowed respectfully once more, then stood up without any hesitation and walked away. His heart was filled with excitement. The elder was not only guiding him but also testing him. This was not merely a task, it was a trial that would determine whether he could stay. The news spread like wildfire across the entire upper echelons of the Tianyang continent within just 2 days. Ordinary cultivators knew nothing of it and continued to scramble for a low-grade spirit stone. However, those ancient beings who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years were startled awake from their seclusion by this news, which had been personally transmitted by the thousand machinery Taoist. In the moonlit city, a floating palace suspended above the clouds. The spiritual energy here was so dense it had condensed into tangible mist. Every piece of furniture in the hall was crafted from 10,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood, each priceless. Several figures with depths of energy as vast as the sea sat in various corners. They were the true rulers of this continent. Tianhang Daozhu of the Wan Fa Dao Alliance sat alone in a corner with a grim expression. The spiritual tea before him had long since grown cold, and a chill that kept others at bay emanated from his body. A few days ago, I was struck from afar by the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array. Though I wasn't severely injured, my reputation as a great perfection cultivator was completely ruined, making me the laughingstock of the entire upper echelon. Tian Heng, you fought against that array before. Tell me, can this thing really be bought and sold? A female Taoist master dressed in palace robes, still radiating elegance, broke the silence in the hall with a light laugh. Her voice was melodious, but her words were sharp and unsparing. Tian Heng, the Taoist master, didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard a thing. In my opinion, Xianji has grown senile. Chapter 88, The Auction Begins. Another Taoist master with an overbearing aura snorted coldly, the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array, which channels the power of the heavens and stars, is a divine artifact. How could it be measured by spirit crystals? He must have been used as a pawn by the Xianqing Holy Land. You can't speak so lightly. Xianji is not one to act without cause. He personally sent the message and invited only us. There must be something amiss. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their glances occasionally drifting toward the corner where Tianheng Daozhu stood. Everyone knew that Tianheng Daozhu was the litmus test. Even he was beaten into a pulp. The power of that array is beyond doubt. The question now was, who was the mysterious figure behind such a powerful array? And why did they entrust Xianji Daozhu to host this auction? Just then, the gates of the celestial palace opened silently. Xianji Daozhu, dressed in a simple Taoist robe, walked in slowly. The hall fell silent instantly, with all eyes fixed on him. Everyone noticed that the Xianji Daozhu of today seemed different. The aura of a master who had studied the ways of the universe had faded significantly, replaced by an indescribable calmness and detachment, as if he had seen through the essence of all things and returned to simplicity. Fellow cultivators, how have you been? The Xianji Daozhu swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing briefly on the Tianheng Daozhu. His eyes were as still as a well, as if he were looking at a complete stranger. Tianheng Daozhu suddenly looked up and locked eyes with him, feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart. That gaze, something was off. Xianji. The Taoist master with the overbearing aura spoke first, his voice booming like a bell. What are you up to? Are you the seller of the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array? Are you mocking us? Xianji Daozhu remained unfazed, not even batting an eyelid. Do you all really not trust my word? At these words, several Taoist masters in the hall exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Indeed, we do not trust you. The Qianji Taoist's eye twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, he saw no point in arguing further. I won't say much more. The auction will take place in 3 days. The VIP seats are limited. You're welcome to come or not. With that, the Qianji Taoist master turned and walked out of the hall without a single glance back. As he walked, he silently counted in his mind. By all accounts, these old fools had lived for 10,000 years, each one a seasoned veteran. He had spoken so bluntly they would surely call him back to ask for more details. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Behind him, there was still complete silence. Xianji Daozhu stopped in his tracks, nearly breaking out in a cold sweat. This isn't how the script goes. Why aren't you following the script? He dared not turn back, forcing himself to take 1 step at a time out of the divine palace hall. Inside the hall, the domineering Taoist master let out a derisive laugh. Just putting on a show. Since there's nothing else to discuss, I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a streak of light and vanished. The other Tao masters, seeing this, also rose and departed. The vast celestial palace was soon half empty, leaving only the Tianheng Tao master with a fluctuating expression. Meanwhile, the Qianji Daozhu, who had just stepped out of the celestial palace, felt a chill run through his heart. It's over. The first task the elder entrusted to me has been botched. The elder had said to invite the richest old monster, but now not a single one had been invited. Does that mean he really has to go to those life-forbidden zones and dig out those ancient relics who've been in seclusion for who knows how many years? Just as Qianji Daozhu was filled with despair, contemplating whether he should prepare to flee, an extremely subtle divine thought transmission sounded silently in his mind. Qianji Daoist, I, Sangxiong, will be attending the auction. I hope you'll save a good spot for me. It was the voice of the Sangxiong Daozhu. Qianji Daozhu's body trembled violently as he suddenly looked up at a patch of empty space. Though there was nothing there, he seemed to see a figure smiling at him. He suppressed his overwhelming joy and nodded solemnly toward the void. The first one has taken the bait. After that, Qianji heard the words of those Dao masters all along the way. Even Tianhong Daozhu eventually arrived. This made Qianji sigh in admiration. It seemed that experience truly mattered. He had thought he was already a master, but it turned out that these Dao masters were all more cunning than him. 2 days later. Wang U.S. City, Blind Box Auction House. This was a piece of land specifically allocated by Gu Changxing to Wang Li, located in the heart of the city. The cunning and calculating Shenqing Holy Master knew full well that pleasing this gentleman was more important than anything else. Wang Li stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the vast hall, surveying his surroundings. The hall was towering, with dragon and phoenix carved beams and pillars, and the floor was paved with black jade that reflected human shadows, exuding an air of opulent extravagance. It's acceptable. It's barely befitting my status. Wang Li nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, he moved his mind. Guards, get to work. Hum. His familiar, dilapidated counter, along with the creaking recliner, materialized out of thin air at the center of the opulent auction podium. The solemn atmosphere of the entire hall instantly turned into something absurd. Set this area as the system space, the invincible domain. Wang Li plopped down into the recliner, crossing his legs casually. Don't let those old fools start fighting over the items and tear down my shop. Who's going to compensate me then? Field safety protocol activated. Within the domain, the host is invincible. Any unauthorized destruction will result in the perpetrator's assets being forcibly transferred to the host's account. Hey, this is good. Wang Li's eyes lit up. That's ruthless, just like my old self. The venue was settled. Next came the merchandise. Wang Li rubbed his chin, pondering what blind boxes to put up for sale this time. The people coming here are either wealthy or powerful, all old monsters who've lived for countless years. Ordinary items wouldn't even catch their eye. We need to categorize them properly so they can see clearly and part with their money willingly. After some thought, he decided to divide the blind boxes into 5 categories for the auction: Dan class, G class, Jin class, battle class, and special class. As for the auction rules, Wang Li had already thought them through. These were themed blind boxes with a low starting bid of just 1 spirit crystal. However, the spirit crystal is not for the blind box itself, but for the priority purchase right of the item inside the blind box. Once the blind box is opened in public, the person who won the priority right can decide whether to buy or not. If they choose to buy, they pay the system-assessed base price. If they choose not to buy or cannot afford it, then unfortunately, that's the end of the matter. The item will then enter the second round, where it will be auctioned off to everyone without any restrictions. Wang Li crossed his legs and ran through the entire process in his mind, his smile growing broader. As for opening junk, Wang Li glanced outside the hall. Well, that'll just mean Qianji Daozhu has to foot the bill this time. After all, the Qianji Daozhu had already reaped enormous benefits. Having him chip in a little was just a token fee for the venue and publicity. This rule ensures the auction's excitement while making him, Mr. Wang, appear fair and impartial. It's perfect. Of course, there would always be some clever individuals trying to exploit loopholes. For example, a certain Taoist master could bid for the priority right, buy the treasure at the starting price, then immediately resell it to someone else at a higher price, pocketing the difference? Wang Li merely scoffed at the idea. Before the auction, he specifically requested the system to automatically generate a mark for whoever opened it, effectively granting ownership. Once the items were in someone else's hands, they could no longer be used. A day later, outside the auction house in Moonlight City, the crowd was bustling. Shadowy figures with profound auras tore through the void and silently descended. The blind box auction officially began. Chapter 89, The 9 Transformation Golden. The blind box auction hall. This place did not resemble any known structure. It was more like an independent space carved out of thin air by immense divine power. Above the dome was a simulated dazzling starry sky, while below were concentric rings of suspended private rooms, each separated by faint golden light screens that blocked all spiritual perception. All eyes in the private rooms were fixed on the solitary white jade platform at the very center. On the platform stood 2 figures. One leaned lazily against the display stand, looking as though he hadn't woken up yet, while the other stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep and piercing, none other than the Thousand Machinations Taoist master. Wang Li cleared his throat, and his voice echoed throughout the hall via the magical array. Everyone should be here. I am Wang Li. He paused, as if gathering his thoughts, but after a moment, only managed to utter a single sentence. The rules are clear to everyone, so I won't waste any more time. One more thing, if a particular category of blind boxes yields nothing but junk for 10 consecutive tries, or if the items from 10 consecutive tries are all beyond your means to purchase, simply switch to the next category to save everyone's time. As soon as he spoke, a murmur of suppressed discussion filled the private room. Can't afford it? He sure talks big. Does he think every item is as valuable as the Zhou Tianxing Do array? A deep voice rang out, brimming with unhidden arrogance. Even if it were the Zhou Tianxing Do array, so what? The Wanbao Tower isn't the kind of place that can't produce such items. Oh, it's the master of the Wanbao Pavilion paying us a visit. My apologies. In the private room of the Xianqing Holy Land, Gu Changxing heard this and curled his lips. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Can they afford the Zhou Tianxing Do array? Ignorance truly knows no bounds. What they saw was merely the limit of what the Xianqing Holy Land could unleash, not the array's true limit. If there were truly powerful cultivators and resources to activate it, that thing wouldn't even be measurable in spirit crystals. On the high platform, Wang Li ignored the discussions below, picked up a small hammer, and tapped the display stand. Then he produced a blind box. Alright, quiet. The first item is a pill-type blind box, and the auction is for the right to open it first. Starting bid, 1 spirit crystal. Each bid must be at least 1 spirit crystal. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the hammer gently fell, producing a crisp sound. 5 spirit crystals. A private room lit up immediately, announcing the bid. This was just the beginning. 10 spirit crystals. 20. 50 spirit crystals. Such a mere pill, I'll see what kind of trick they can pull. The price kept rising, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Gu Changsheng remained seated, unmoved, and did not participate. Though the pills were valuable, the Xianqing Holy Land had deep-rooted foundations and was not lacking in such items. He was more concerned about the treasures or martial arts techniques that might appear later. Just as the price reached 100 spirit crystals, the deep voice of the master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion rang out once more. 1,000 spirit crystals. The entire hall fell silent. To secure priority, someone had directly bid 1,000 spirit crystals? 1,000 spirit crystals. Any higher bids? Wang Li asked lazily, raising the hammer. If there are no higher bids, the first priority for this class item will go to the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. 3, 2, 1. Deal. The hammer fell, and Wang Li gestured for the master of the 1,000 machines to step forward. Zhenji Daozhu withdrew his gaze, walked to the display stand, and gently tapped the ordinary-looking blind box. Scratch. A pure golden divine light shot into the sky, instantly dyeing the entire auction hall's starry dome golden, and an indescribable aura of nobility spread out. Wang Li's heart leaped with joy. This is a good start, a golden light. It doesn't seem like something they can afford. Perfect, let's give these bumpkins a taste of their own medicine. As the golden light slowly faded, the system's voice sounded in Wang Li's mind. 9 Transformation Golden Pill. Grade, Master. Origin, Huang. Effect, upon consumption, instantly attain the status of a golden immortal. Wang Li's eyelids twitched. How absurd is that? If this effect were to get out, he'd probably be labeled a madman. As he was deep in thought, the deep voice of the master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion echoed from within the private room. Mr. Wang, what is this? Cough cough. Wang Li cleared his throat and spoke slowly. This item is called the 9-turn golden pill. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment, followed by suppressed laughter erupting from every private room. But 9-turn golden pill? I thought it was some rare divine medicine. The master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion spent 1,000 spirit crystals just to get priority access to this thing? What a waste of money. I'm truly impressed. I have piles of these pills in my alchemy room. They're good for consolidating the cultivation of disciples at the fusion stage, but for us, Mockery and whispers echoed throughout the hall. Wang Li didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at the 1,000 Machines Taoist and asked directly, what? Does your Tianyang continent also have a pill called the 9-turn golden pill? Zhenji Daozhu nodded slightly and transmitted his voice to Wang Li. Senior, the 9-turn golden pill in this realm is indeed a common pill that can refine spiritual energy. However, it is of little use to cultivators at the tribulation stage. But the Tao essence flowing from your pill is ancient and profound, completely unrelated to our world's system. Zhenji Daozhu was still puzzled, as he could clearly sense the Tao essence of the pill, yet the other cultivators present could not perceive it. Wang Li understood immediately. He turned to face the crowd, his voice soft yet clear enough to carry throughout the hall. I suppose there has been a misunderstanding. He paused, wearing an expression of realization. This 9 Transformation Golden Pill is not the same as the 9 Transformation Golden Pill you know. This item comes from another world and was crafted by a great being named Tai Shan Lao Jun. As for its effects, it is similar to your 9-turn golden pill, both enhance one's strength. Wang Li changed the subject, a playful smile appearing on his face. However, the increase in strength it provides is just a tiny bit more. After consumption, one immediately attains the status of a golden immortal. The entire hall fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Golden immortal? What kind of realm is that? I've never even heard of it. After a brief silence, even more intense skepticism erupted. Golden immortal? You're just making things up. What about the Supreme Elder Lord? I've never heard of that person either. Exactly, at least make up a more plausible story. You're just making things up. Just as everyone was convinced that Wang Li was bragging, Shenji Daozhu stepped forward, his expression solemn to the extreme. He addressed the crowd, his voice trembling slightly, a tremor even he hadn't noticed. Golden immortal above true immortal. The path of immortality is long and arduous, with 4 stages: earth immortal, heavenly immortal, mystic immortal, and finally, golden immortal. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd, plunging them into an even deeper silence. Who is the master of 1,000 machines? He is the universally recognized master of all arts on the Tianyang continent, the most erudite being in existence. No one dares to question his words. Yet precisely because of this, it only makes the situation seem even more absurd and hard to believe. Within the private chamber of the Xianqing Holy Land, Gu Changqing suddenly leaped to his feet. His eyes fixed intently on the golden pill, his breathing grew, and the blood in his entire body seemed to surge to his head in that instant. Others may not know, but he does. He had read The Buddha is the Tao. The book clearly stated that the 9 transformation golden pill refined by the Supreme Old Lord had the effect of to instantly attain the path of a golden immortal. It's real. After the initial excitement subsided, Gu Changqing slowly sat back down. He stared intently at the pill, his heart racing, but the flames in his eyes gradually gave way to a sense of helplessness. Such a thing was far beyond his means. Not only him, but even if he sold the entire Xianqing Holy Land, he wouldn't be able to scrape together even a fraction of the cost. I know none of you believe me. Wang Li's lazy voice interrupted Gu Changqing's thoughts, causing the mocking laughter in the auction hall to pause momentarily. Since that's the case, then you all watch closely. As he finished speaking, Wang Li no longer suppressed the Taoist aura emanating from the 9-turn golden pill. Chapter 90, the 9-turn revival pill. An ancient aura that defied description, like a primordial deity awakening, swept through the entire auction hall in an instant. What? This? What kind of supreme Tao essence is this? I gaze upon this pill and feel like an ant gazing at a tree, or a worm beholding the sky. There rests no such a huge gap. The private rooms that had been filled with mocking laughter moments ago now fell deathly silent. Everyone felt their own Tao hearts grow as small as dust in the face of this aura, trembling uncontrollably, as if they might shatter at any moment. Wang Li nodded satisfactorily. This was more like it otherwise, he might have thought he was selling common goods. Mr. Wang. The voice of the master of Wanbao Tower echoed from within the private room, no longer calm but filled with urgency and awe. What is the value of this item? This is no ordinary item, it must be purchased with Xian Yuan stones. Xian Yuan stones? Another term unfamiliar to everyone present. But this time, no one dared to question it. May I ask, Mr. Wang, how many Xian Yuan stones are required? The master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion pressed, his voice carrying a hint of pleading he hadn't even noticed himself. Wang Li glanced at the private room where he was seated, then slowly extended a finger. Not much. 10,000 spirit stones to start with. 10,000? As a starting price? Inside the private room, the master of the Wanbao pavilion trembled violently, nearly pulling out his own beard. He did have spirit stones, but they were the only ones his sect had managed to obtain by depleting its reserves during his attempt to break through to the tribulation realm. Just one piece had brought him immeasurable benefits. 10,000 pieces? What did that even mean? May I ask the master of the Wanbao pavilion if you wish to purchase this item? Wang Li's voice rang out again. The master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion leaned back in his chair, his face filled with bitterness. Buy? With what? Even if he sold the entire 10,000 treasures pavilion, it wouldn't be enough. He sighed deeply, his voice hoarse as he spoke. This item is not meant for the Wanbao Tower. Let other fellow cultivators bid on it. Wang Li smiled inwardly, knowing that you poor souls couldn't afford it. He surveyed the crowd and spoke decisively. Very well, I will count to 3. If no one bids, this item will be withdrawn from the auction. 3, 2, 1. Wang Li didn't pause for even a moment, clearly having anticipated this outcome. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the 9 transformation golden pill, a treasure capable of sending the entire Tianyang continent into a frenzy, vanished into thin air. At the same time, a voice transmission reached Shenji Daozhu's ears. The observation fee is 100 spirit crystals. Please settle it later. Yes, senior. Shenji Daozhu responded respectfully, his voice devoid of any trace of a master's arrogance. He took out a storage pouch and presented it with both hands. Wang Li didn't even glance at it. With a casual wave of his hand, the storage pouch vanished. He then conjured a plain, ordinary blind box out of thin air and tossed it onto the table with a loud clang. This single action was like lighting a fuse on a powder keg. Before Wang Li could speak, eager shouts erupted from the private rooms. 50 spirit crystals. I'll offer 100. 800. Dante from me. The price skyrocketed in an utterly irrational manner. These powerful beings, who were usually so aloof, now resembled gamblers with blood in their eyes. Just then, a cold and oppressive voice cut through the chaos. 1,200 spirit crystals. It was Tianheng Daozhu. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone could tell that this great perfection stage cultivator, who had recently suffered a major defeat at the hands of the Xinqing Holy Land, had reached the point of no return. He needed something that could restore his honor. Wang Li lazily scanned the crowd, seemingly uninterested in the price. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? No one responded. 1,200 spirit crystals were already beyond the financial limits of most people, and no one dared to provoke the wrath of the heavenly constant Tao Master. All right. Wang Li extended 3 fingers, counting slowly. 3, 2, 1. Deal. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even glance at Tianheng Daoju's private room. Instead, he nodded toward the blind box with his chin and said to Qianji Daoju beside him, "You open it." Qianji Daoju's heart sank, and he stepped forward. He reached out and tapped the blind box gently. Scratch. A deep, blood-red light erupted suddenly. Red light? Diamond grade? Wang Li squinted his eyes, thinking, could it be another one of those impossible-to-afford items they can't buy? In his mind, the system's voice sounded at the right moment. 9-turn reincarnation pill. Grade, diamond. From Journey to the West. Effect, reverses life and death, reshapes the soul. When taken after death, it can immediately revive the deceased. Another one of these unreasonable items. Wang Li's eyelid twitched. This thing was like candy in the hands of the Supreme Elder Lord. Back then, the great sage demanded 1,000 of them just by asking. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and scanned the crowd. Inside the auction hall, it was deathly silent. The once bustling private rooms were now so quiet that even breathing sounds had vanished. Everyone was firmly suppressed by the Taoist aura emanating from the red light, feeling their souls tremble, as if they were about to be completely assimilated by that crimson hue at any moment. This item is called the 9-turn revival pill. Wang Li's voice sounded lazy, breaking the suffocating silence. The effect is simple: if someone dies, give them one, and they'll come back to life. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sound came from the private room of Tianheng Daoju. Mr. Wang. Does it work on any level of cultivation? Wang Li glanced at him, tugging at the corner of his mouth, his expression as though he were looking at a naive country bumpkin. Based on your world's cultivation level, this pill isn't just for the great perfection realm. Even the legendary immortals, as long as their souls haven't dissipated, can be brought back to life. He paused for a moment before adding. Not only can it revive them, but it might also allow them to purify their foundational cultivation and ascend to a higher realm. At those words, the entire hall fell silent. We can't afford it. This thought spread like a plague through everyone's minds. This was no longer a treasure, it was a second life, a true defiance of fate. This item still requires divine essence stones to purchase. Wang Li said indifferently. In the private room where Tianheng Daoju was seated, the flickering flame of hope that had just begun to burn was instantly extinguished by those words. He slumped back in his chair, unable to utter a word. Wang Li waited for a few breaths, seeing no one respond, and seemed to lose interest. With a sweep of his hand, the 9-turn revival pill was taken by Wang Li. Immediately afterward, Wang Li reached under the counter and pulled out an ordinary-looking blind box, slamming it onto the auction table with a loud clang. This action was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. 1,300 spirit crystals. 1,500 spirit crystals. This is mine. I'll offer 1,800 spirit crystals. Just as the crowd was arguing fiercely, a rough voice boomed out like a gong, instantly drowning out all the noise. 250 spirit crystals. The speaker was the celestial Tao Master. The spiritual energy in his private room rippled, showcasing his unwavering resolve. Chapter 91, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The entire hall fell silent once more. This price far exceeded the intrinsic value of a blind box. Wang Li lazily raised his eyelids, seemingly losing patience with this farce. 2,500 spirit crystals. Is that all you've got? He scanned the crowd, but no one dared to speak. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, he nodded toward Qianji Daoju, signaling him to step forward. Qianji Daoju took a deep breath, walked to the front of the stage, and tapped the ordinary-looking blind box lightly with his fingertips. Scratch. A dazzling purple light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire auction hall in a hazy glow. Blue light. Everyone instinctively stood up, their breath catching in their throats. As the blue light faded, a ball of icy white flame materialized out of thin air, floating gracefully in mid-air. Strangely, the flame emitted no heat at all, but instead caused the surrounding air to form a layer of delicate ice crystals. A contradictory aura of extreme cold and heat spread out. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice sounded at the right moment. Bone Spirit Cold Flame. Grade, Gold. Origin, Fighter of the Heavens. Effect, a dual attribute ice and fire, usable for combat, alchemy, weapon forging, and more. Golden grade not bad. Mr. Wang, what is this? The voice of the Sky Sovereign echoed from the private room, tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. This item is called Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Wang Li yawned and explained slowly, it's a type of ice-fire dual attribute. As for its specific uses, whether for combat, alchemy, or weapon forging, that depends on the buyer's own abilities. He paused for a moment before announcing the price. The starting price is 10,000 spirit crystals. Adding your earlier auction price, that makes a total of 12,500 spirit crystals. 12,500 spirit crystals. This price made many people gasp in shock, but in the private room where the celestial sovereign of the azure sky was seated, there was no hesitation. I'll take it. Before the words had even finished, a storage pouch flew out of the private room and landed steadily on the counter in front of Wang Li. Wang Li swept his divine sense over it. Exactly 12,500 spirit crystals. Alright, deal. With a casual wave of his hand, the ball of bone spirit cold fire transformed into a streak of light, flying into the private room of the celestial Tao Master. A thrilling transaction ended as casually as if it had never happened. The other powerful beings in the private rooms could only watch helplessly, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions: envy, jealousy, but mostly regret. If only they had known it was such a treasure, they should have fought harder earlier. Wang Li, satisfied, collected the mountain of spirit crystals. He brushed the dust off his hands and spoke lazily. The pill-making segment is over. Now we'll move on to the artifact category. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more intense. While pills are good, they are ultimately consumables. Once used, they're gone. But magical artifacts are different. A powerful magical artifact not only greatly enhances combat power but can also be passed down through generations as a foundation of one's cultivation. One artifact can be passed down through 3 generations. Even when the person is gone, the artifact remains. This is the true currency of value. Wang Li casually pulled out a blind box and tossed it onto the table. As usual, first come, first served. Starting bid, 1 spirit crystal. 1,000 spirit crystals. Before Wang Li could finish speaking, an impatient bid came from a private room. 1,500 spirit crystals. 2,000. The price kept going up, clearly showing that the present masters desired the magical artifact far more than the elixirs. Just as the crowd was arguing fiercely, a steady and resonant voice rang out, exuding an undeniable aura of wealth. 5,000 spirit crystals. It was the master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion. The entire hall fell silent. This price was enough to purchase a golden-grade magical artifact, yet it was being offered merely for the privilege of opening a box. Wang Li scanned the crowd, saw no one else speaking, and began counting down lazily. 5,000. Any more? 3, 2, 1. Deal. As Wang Li finished speaking, Genji Daozhu extended his hand and gently tapped the blind box. Scratch. A faint white light flickered, growing dim and flickering, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The auction hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. Earlier, all the items were either golden or purple. How could the item be so lackluster? As the white light faded, a rusty short sword lay quietly on the auction block. The blade had several notches, and the cloth wrapped around the handle was rotting away. But someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was like lighting a fuse, and suppressed laughter erupted from every corner. 5,000 spirit crystals, and all I got was loneliness? This sword isn't even as good as the kitchen knife in my house. Inside the private room of the Wanbao Tower's master, the air was filled with chaos, clearly indicating that he was extremely angry. Wang Li stepped forward, picked up the short sword, examined it carefully for a moment, and tapped the blade with his fingers, producing a dull clang. He cleared his throat and announced solemnly, "This item has no other use, it is simply a knife." The laughter grew louder. The private room where the owner of Wanbao Lu was seated fell into an eerie silence. He had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that this object might be ordinary on the surface but hide something extraordinary within. But Wang Li's single sentence sent him plummeting into despair. Wang Li turned toward his private room and kindly asked, "Master of the Wanbao Pavilion, do you want this item? The starting price is 5 spirit crystals." 5 spirit crystals. This was a blatant insult. "I don't want it." The master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion almost ground the words out between his teeth. "All right." Wang Li nodded, raised the rusty knife, and pointed it at the crowd. "If the master of Wanbao Tower doesn't want it, is there anyone else here who does? 5 spirit crystals, don't miss out." The crowd fell silent instantly, each keeping their eyes downcast, not daring to make a move. No one wanted to be the unlucky one. Everyone was waiting for this ordinary item to be auctioned off, waiting for the next blind box to be opened. "Alright, let's move on to the next blind box." Wang Li spoke, then casually tossed the short knife to Genji Daozhu. He conjured another blind box and placed it on the table. This time, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably colder. The crowd no longer buzzed with excitement, fearing they might be the next unlucky soul to spend 5,000 spirit crystals on a worthless piece of scrap. 10 spirit crystals. A tentative bid came from a corner, sounding weak and hesitant. 20 spirit crystals. 30 spirit crystals. The bidding rose slowly, each increase accompanied by a cautious air. Just as everyone thought the priority would be secured at an extremely low price, a voice rang out from a private room in the Lingxiao Holy Land. 500 spirit crystals. The entire hall fell silent. The price wasn't exorbitant, but no one bid again. Wang Li scanned the crowd and spoke lazily, 500 spirit crystals, sold. He nodded toward Xianji Daozhu, signaling him to open the box. Xianji Daozhu tapped the blind box. Scratch. In the next instant, a dazzling rainbow-colored light shot into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire auction hall. The light seemed to contain the most primordial rules of the universe, and as it shimmered, all the cultivators present felt a pang of fear, even their souls trembling. What grade of light is this? 7-colored divine light. Unheard of. Everyone in the hall suddenly stood up, staring intently at the dazzling light on the stage, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. Even Wang Li, who had been lazily leaning back in his chair, sat up straight, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Since the last time the system had produced Du Nianwei's Break All Laws, this was the second time it had revealed a concept-level item. The light slowly faded away, revealing a sword with an unusual design. The sword's body was red and black, yet it did not reflect any light, as if it could swallow all light. The blade was adorned with eerie dark red runes, emanating a chilling aura of annihilation. Curse Blade. Grade, Conceptual. Origin, Death Cell. Effect, holding this weapon, striking an enemy results in certain death. Being struck by it has the same effect. Chapter 92, Cursed Blade, 3-pronged double-edged sword. Wang Li saw the effect clearly and couldn't help but gasp in shock. This thing is way too overpowered. Wang boss, what kind of divine weapon is this? A cultivator from the Lingxiao Holy Land who had reached the tribulation stage spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Wang Li composed himself, regaining his calm demeanor, and spoke casually, this item is called the Cursed Blade. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and spoke each word slowly, the effect is simple. Hold it, strike your enemy, and they will die. If you are struck by an enemy, you too will die. The entire auction hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this blunt and brutal description. What? After a brief silence, a cultivator shouted, one hit and you die? Regardless of cultivation level? Regardless of defense? Even if it's just a scratch? That's correct. Wang Li confirmed the cultivator's guess. Once the words were out, the entire auction hall erupted like a bomb dropped into deep water, exploding instantly. You don't consider cultivation level? You don't consider protective treasures? A single touch is enough to kill? This is a forbidden artifact. A lethal weapon tailored for suicide squads. What death squad? Who would dare hand this over to someone else? If he changes his mind and uses it against you, who will you turn to for justice? Whispers echoed throughout the hall, but everyone instinctively lowered their voices, fearing that others might overhear. This sword, named Curseblade, pierced the hearts of all the powerful beings present like a poisonous thorn. Tempting, yet deadly. Everyone wanted it, but no one dared to be the first to claim it. Everyone feared becoming the target of its one-strike, certain death curse. Wang Li looked down at the ever-changing expressions of the crowd below and smiled inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted to make these arrogant old monsters taste what it meant to be paralyzed by choice. He cleared his throat and slowly announced a price that left the entire hall in complete silence. This item must be purchased with 1,000 yuan stones. 1,000 yuan stones. Those 3 words seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 tons, crushing everyone beneath them. The faint glimmer of unrealistic hope that had just begun to flicker in everyone's hearts was completely extinguished. Wang Li shrugged his shoulders, wearing an expression that said, I'm just as helpless as you are. Since none of you can afford it, it will go unsold. Let's move on to the next item. After speaking, he turned to look at the pale-faced Xianji Daozhu beside him, his tone as light as if he were buying vegetables at the market. Master, please settle the observation fee of 1,000 spirit crystals. Xianji Daozhu's eye twitched violently. He had to pay to buy a worthless item. He had to pay the observation fee for an item no one could afford. But he had no complaints, instead finding joy in the process. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 shimmering spirit crystals appeared on the counter. Wang Li satisfiedly collected the spirit crystals and casually conjured another blind box, placing it on the counter. Next, continue. However, after the shock of the cursed blade earlier, the atmosphere in the room had completely changed. Everyone became unusually cautious, fearing that they might be the next unlucky one to draw the hot potato. 1,000 spirit crystals. Just as everyone hesitated, a steady voice echoed from the VIP box, raising the price to an astronomical figure that left everyone speechless. It was the Taoist master who had remained silent all along. Everyone's heart sank, and no one dared to bid higher. Deal. Wang Li sealed the deal with a decisive strike. Xianji Daozhu stepped back onto the stage, and all eyes in the hall turned to him. Having witnessed the bizarre and forbidden 7-colored glow of the curseblade, everyone's emotions were complex and indescribable at that moment. This Taoist master, renowned for his mastery of 100 arts, what astonishing creation will he unveil next? The 1,000 Machines Tao master remained unfazed, as if the 1,000 spirit crystals he had just spent were nothing more than a few pebbles. He extended his hand, tapped the ordinary-looking blind box lightly. Dong! A dazzling golden divine light shot into the sky. Another golden light. This light, such a domineering aura. Below the stage, the gathered powerful cultivators felt their souls tremble slightly under the golden light, as if facing an ancient celestial war god from the heavens, filled with awe and reverence. Xianji Daoju's heart sank, and he prepared himself to pay another observation fee. The golden light slowly retracted, revealing the outline of a long weapon. It was forged from an unknown divine metal, measuring approximately 10 feet in length, with blades at both ends. One end was three-pronged with two blades, sharp beyond compare, while the other end was crescent-shaped, its design both ancient and majestic. On the weapon's surface, intricate Taoist patterns were naturally formed, and merely looking at them evoked a sense of unbreakable will. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice sounded at the right moment. Three-pronged double-edged blade. Grade, Master Level. Origin, Journey to the West. Effect, the weapon of Qingyuan Myoto Jinjuan, Yang Jian. The user must be at least a true immortal to use it. It is extremely powerful and one of the most formidable offensive weapons. Only true immortals can use it? Wang Li's eyelid twitched imperceptibly before he regained his usual composed expression. Mr. Wang, what is this? In the private room, a cultivator from the Lingxiao Holy Land who had reached the tribulation stage couldn't help but speak up, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. This weapon is extraordinary just by looking at it. Wang Li glanced at him and spoke slowly. This item is called the three-pronged double-edged blade. It is the weapon of the Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan. Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan? The room fell silent, followed by suppressed whispers erupting from the other private rooms. Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan? I've never heard of such a name. When did the Tianyang continent produce such a powerful being? In the private room of the Xianqing Holy Land, Gu Chongqing's pupils suddenly contracted, and he gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. That name. He suddenly recalled the records in that book. The Buddha is the Tao. On the high platform, Wang Li ignored the murmurs below and smiled faintly before adding. Oh, I almost forgot. This true lord's secular name is Yang Jian. As for his cultivation level, Wang Li deliberately dragged out the tone, gazing at the countless pairs of eyes below that were holding their breath in anticipation, before lazily uttering 4 words. Great Golden Immortal. This time, even the whispers ceased. The entire auction hall fell into an eerie, frozen silence. Great Golden Immortal? What on earth was that? After a brief moment of silence, an even louder uproar erupted. De Luo Jinxian? What kind of realm is that? From the name alone, it seems to be above the Golden Immortal realm achieved through the 9 transformations golden. Nonsense. The pinnacle of the immortal path is true immortal. Where did all these unheard of realms come from? A disdainful snort echoed from a private room, clearly dismissing Wang Li's words with contempt. At that moment, Xianji Daoju, who had been standing by all along, slowly stepped forward. He did not look at anyone, his gaze filled with a reverence bordering on pilgrimage, fixated on the three-pronged double-edged blade. The great Golden Immortal is indeed above the Golden Immortal. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable weight, instantly silencing the chaos in the room. The path of immortality is long and arduous. Beyond the Golden Immortal realm lies the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Xianji Daoju took a deep breath and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. And above Taiyi Golden Immortal stands the Great Row. Boom! If the words Golden Immortal had merely dropped a boulder into everyone's hearts, then the Xianji Daoju's words were no less than detonating an ancient divine mountain. Above the Golden Immortal realm, there were actually 2 more great realms. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. They had spent 10,000 years pursuing the path of true immortality, yet in others' eyes, it might not even qualify as the threshold. This is impossible? On the path to immortality, there is still such a distant journey. Then this weapon must be the divine artifact of a great roaring golden immortal? Everyone's gaze once again focused on that divine weapon, their expressions completely transformed. Filled with endless awe and fear. This was beyond their comprehension. How powerful must such a divine object be? Do mortals truly have the qualifications to touch it? This item still requires divine essence stones to purchase. I'm sure you can't afford it either. Wang Li spoke and directly took the three-pronged double-edged knife. Before Wang Li could speak, Xianji Daoju directly handed a storage pouch to Wang Li. After taking the storage pouch, he pulled out another blind box. Chapter 93, Barret Destruction. 1,000 Spirit Crystals. The voice of the Wanbao Tower Master rang out again. 1,500 Spirit Crystals. In another private room, the domineering Taoist master didn't back down, immediately doubling the price. 2,000. 3,000. A private room that had remained silent suddenly announced a price that silenced the entire hall once more. 3,000 spirit crystals. That could already buy a golden-grade magical artifact. To gamble on an unknown blind box with such a price, that's no small feat. The master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion fell silent, and the domineering sect master snorted coldly, refusing to match the bid. Clearly, 3,000 spirit crystals had reached the psychological threshold they were willing to pay for a single priority right. Wang Li saw this and picked up the small hammer. 3,000 once, 3,000 twice. His gaze swept across the crowd. Seeing no one else move, he brought the hammer down decisively. Sold. Xianji Daozhu stepped forward and tapped the blind box lightly. Scratch! A dense purple glow erupted into the sky. Within the glow, the outline of an object slowly emerged. It was an oddly shaped magical artifact, entirely black, long and bulky, with no sharp edges or flowing runes, but instead emanating a cold, pure aura of violence. What is this? A fire poker? It doesn't look like a magical artifact, more like some odd weapon crafted by a mundane artisan. The crowd below murmured in confusion, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Though its aura was extraordinary, its design was far too bizarre to resemble the divine weapons they had ever encountered. However, within the private room of the Xinqing Holy Land, Gu Changxing suddenly sat up straight, his pupils contracting sharply. That outline. He stared intently at the object on the stage, and another similar item instantly flashed through his mind: Senior Luz Barrett. However, the one before him was entirely pitch black, with intricate and mystical dark golden patterns engraved on the gun body. The pressure it emitted was far stronger than that of Gu Nianwei's weapon. Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's voice, which sounded at the perfect moment. Barrett Destruction. Grade Platinum. From CF. Effect: infuses spiritual energy into bullets, unleashing immense power. Can be charged before firing. Mr. Wang, what is this? A hoarse, deep voice echoed from a private room. It was the Demon Abyss Lord who had secured the priority bid. Wang Li lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced at the massive black object, and casually replied, "This item is called the Barrett Destruction." He paused for a moment before adding, "The usage is simple: infuse it with spiritual energy, and it fires projectiles. Oh, and it can be charged. The longer you charge it, the greater the power. As for how powerful it can get, with your cultivation levels, a single shot could kill a cultivator of the same realm, though that's only when fully charged." He spoke casually, as if describing a large firework. But these words struck the ears of everyone present like a thunderclap. A single shot could kill a cultivator of the same realm? They were all at the Great Perfection stage, and killing someone of their caliber was extremely difficult, unless one was at the Great Perfection stage themselves. In the private room of the Demon Abyss Taoist Master, the aura fluctuated briefly, clearly indicating inner turmoil. He remained silent for a moment before speaking again, his voice carrying an unwavering resolve. "What's the starting bid?" All eyes in the room immediately turned to Wang Li. Wang Li extended a finger and waved it in front of everyone. 10,000 spirit crystals. Alright, I'll take it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pitch-black storage pouch shot through the air, landing steadily on the counter in front of Wang Li. "I don't have many spirit crystals on me. Is this enough for you?" Wang Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, casually sweeping his divine sense over the contents. Inside the storage pouch were not piles of spirit stones, but rather oddly shaped objects: bone blades shrouded in demonic energy, crystals sealed with remnant souls, and several pieces of ore emitting an ominous aura. Ordinary cultivators would likely avoid them at all costs. Wang Li paid no heed, silently murmuring to the system in his mind, "Estimate the value." Ding! Detected: demonic artifacts, soul crystals, abyssal iron. Total value: 101,580 spirit crystals. Over 1,000 more. Wang Li remained unfazed, merely nodding lazily in the direction of the Demon Abyss Lord's private room. Deal. He casually waved his hand, and the pitch-black Barrett Destruction transformed into a black beam of light, disappearing into the Demon Abyss Taoist's private room. A transaction worth 10,000 spirit crystals was concluded with such casual ease. Wang Li satisfiedly tucked away the bag of trash, brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands, and yawned. Dan class and artifact class items are concluded. Now we begin with array class items. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted abruptly. The reputation of the Zhou Tian Xing Do array still weighed heavily on the hearts of every great being. Everyone instinctively sat up straight, their breathing growing hot and heavy. Wang Li casually pulled out another blind box and tossed it onto the table. Same as before. Before he could finish speaking, an impatient voice erupted from the VIP box. 3,000 spirit crystals. 5,000 spirit crystals. 8,000 spirit crystals. The voice of the master of Wanbao Tower followed closely behind, carrying a resolute determination. He had already lost face twice today. This array formation was something he absolutely had to obtain. The moment the price was announced, the hall fell silent. 8,000 spirit crystals just to buy the right to open the box. Such a lavish offer left many people speechless. Wang Li scanned the crowd and, seeing no one else bidding, declared decisively, "Sold." Xianji Daozhu stepped forward as usual, ready to open the box. "Wait." The voice of the Wanbao Tower master echoed from the private room, tinged with embarrassment and pleading. "Xianji Daozhu, please stay. Your luck today seems to clash with mine." Xianji Daozhu. Everyone present. The master of the Wanbao Pavilion cleared his throat and continued, "Mr. Wang, would you be willing to take over? I am willing to pay an additional 1,000 spirit crystals as compensation." The crowd perked up, anticipating a show. Wang Li, upon hearing this, finally lifted his head, glanced at him, and turned up the corner of his mouth. "My hands are for counting spirit crystals, not for bringing good fortune." The implication was clear: stay out of it. The master of the Wanbao Pavilion was met with a cold shoulder. The private room fell silent for a moment before a sigh of resignation echoed through the room. Old Wang, you go? Yes, master. An elderly man dressed as a servant emerged from the private room of the Wanbao Pavilion, walking slowly and unremarkable in appearance. He walked to the front of the stage, looked at the small blind box, then glanced at the hammer that had opened countless treasures, his palms sweating nervously. The entire auction hall, filled with countless cultivators at the Great Perfection and Tribulation crossing stages, now had their eyes fixed on this servant named Old Wang. Old Wang took a deep breath, raised the hammer tremblingly, closed his eyes, and struck the blind box with all his might. Clang! In the next instant, a dazzling golden divine light shot into the sky. Chapter 94, The 12 Divine Heavenly Demon Array. As the golden light dissipated, an array diagram floated in mid-air on the stage. The array diagram was pitch black, resembling the entrance to a chaotic abyss. A malevolent and destructive aura swirled slowly around the array diagram. A malevolent aura originating from the primordial chaos swept toward them, causing all the cultivators present to feel a pang of dread, and their spiritual energy began to flow sluggishly within their bodies. 12 Divine Heavenly Demon Array. Rank, Master Level. Origin, Primordial Chaos. Effect, the earth-shattering energy can be divided into 12 strands of law energy. Those who absorb this energy can form the array, and none can be missing. The array diagram contains the essence of the entire 12 divine heavenly gods' slaughter array. Once formed, it can summon the true form of Pangu for battle. Wang Li's eyelid twitched imperceptibly. Another one he couldn't afford. However, this item pairs perfectly with the one from the Xianqing Holy Land, making them natural enemies. He glanced at the direction of the Xianqing Holy Land's private room with interest, already anticipating the show to come. Mr. Wang, what kind of array is this? The voice of the Wanbao Tower master echoed from within the private room, dry and hoarse. He had no hope left, only praying that it wasn't another forbidden item he had never even heard of. Wang Li leaned back lazily in his chair and casually explained, "This is called the 12 Divine Gods and Demons Array." He pointed at the 12 swirling streams of. This energy is both earth energy and the essence of the laws of the universe. This array diagram is the core of the formation. It requires 12 people to absorb and refine this earth energy separately before the formation can be set up. He paused. Once the array is successfully formed, it can summon the true form of the great god Pangu for battle. The entire auction hall fell deathly silent. Pangu? This name was even more unfamiliar to them than the Qingyuan Niaodou Xinjuan. But the 4 words true form of the great god felt like 4 ancient divine mountains, crushing the hearts of everyone present. In the private room of the Xianqing Holy Land. Bang! The 10,000-year-old black iron chair beneath Gu Changsheng crumbled into dust at the armrests. His eyes widened in shock as he stared intently at the array diagram on the stage, his breathing halting. The 12 Divine Heavenly Demon Array. Stars against Divine. Heavenly Tao versus Earthly Tao. This was their fated enemy. It was the greatest uncertainty for his sect's future. Just as Gu Changsheng's mind was shaken to the core, nearly losing his composure, Wang Li's lazy voice rang out once more. But then again, you can't afford this anyway. Gu Changsheng suddenly snapped back to reality. Thankfully, they were all poor and couldn't afford it. Inside the private room at Wanbao Tower, the tower master remained silent for a long time. He had spent 8,000 spirit crystals for the priority right, plus another 1,000 spirit crystals for the transportation fee, only to be shown this. A legendary array capable of summoning the true form of a great deity yet doomed to remain unattainable. He felt like he hadn't come to attend an auction, but to play the straight man for Wang Boss. Wang Li looked at the stunned expressions of everyone in the room, nodded satisfactorily, then turned toward the private room of the Wanbao Pavilion. Master of the tower, do you want this array diagram? You don't want it, right? Alright, 9,000 spirit crystals. Please settle the payment. The master of Wanbao Tower tossed the storage pouch over, his actions tinged with a hint of petulance. He was starting to suspect that Mr. Wang was intentionally targeting him. From the moment he entered the venue until now, he had spent tens of thousands of spirit crystals, yet he hadn't gained anything in return, merely serving as a backdrop for others. But then he thought again he had no grudge against Wang Boss. It must just be sheer bad luck. Alright, next blind box. Wang Li put away the storage bag and produced another blind box, placing it on the table. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice echoed from the private room of Wanbao. 8,000 spirit crystals. At that price, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, completely baffled. Has the master of the Wanbao Pavilion lost his mind? After suffering consecutive defeats, he dares to keep throwing money around? Someone couldn't help but whisper, has the master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion lost his mind? Maybe he's just throwing caution to the wind. He's already lost so much, might as well keep gambling. Or maybe he thinks after so much bad luck, his fortune has to turn around eventually. Wang Li scanned the room, saw no one bidding, and lazily declared, sold. Inside the private room of Wanbao Tower, the master took a deep breath and said to his old servant, Old Wang, you start. He refused to believe in bad luck. As the master of the Wanbao Pavilion, he couldn't keep losing forever. Yes, master. Old Wang trembled as he walked up to the stage, looking at the ordinary-looking blind box and then at the hammer in Qianji Daoju's hand. The master's previous experiences opening boxes had left him trembling with fear. Either it was an item too expensive to afford, or a worthless piece of junk. There was no middle ground. I've got to get something in the middle range, or else I'd be letting the master down. Old Wang thought to himself. He swallowed hard, raised the hammer, closed his eyes, and struck it with all his might. Scratch! A intense purple light shot into the sky. Purple light. Purple light again. Has the master of Wanbao Tower finally turned his fortune around? The crowd below perked up. Purple light signified a high-grade item. At the very least, it wasn't junk, and certainly not a top-tier item. Inside the private room of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, the master clenched his fists tightly, sweat beading on his palms. Several consecutive losses had left him in a complicated mood. If he ended up selling something he couldn't afford to buy back, he would have to consider leaving early. This time, there must be something good, right? The purple glow faded, revealing an ancient-looking talisman. The talisman was golden yellow, adorned with intricate runes. Just looking at it gave off an aura of sacred solemnity. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice rang out. Settle the soul technique, one-time use. Grade, platinum. Origin, journey to the west. Effect, upon use, creates a circle around the user, blocking all damage from beings below the true immortal realm. However, stepping outside the circle will result in certain death. Wang Li's eyelids twitched slightly. He remembered this from the original text, where the great sage drew a circle for Tang Sanzang during his alms-seeking journey. It was clearly a life-saving artifact, but it was deceived by Zhu Beiji, who stepped out of the circle and was eventually captured by a demon. Mr. Wang, what is this? The voice of the owner of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was clearly urgent, and his speech had quickened. This grade should be something he could afford. Wang Li lazily glanced at the talisman. This item is called the body protecting technique. It's a single-use item. Once activated, it creates a circle around the user, protecting them from all damage from beings below the true immortal realm. He paused, his tone growing ominous, but once you step outside the circle, you will surely meet a deadly end. The owner of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was taken aback. The first half sounded like an invincible artifact. The highest-ranked cultivators present were only at the Great Perfection stage, with no true immortals among them. This item should be absolute defense. But the last part left him completely baffled. Mr. Wang, what does once you step outside the circle, you will be met with a deadly blow mean? The powerful cultivators in the other private rooms also perked up their ears, intrigued by this peculiar restriction. Wang Li thought for a moment, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair. This item contains a trace of the causality law. Causality law? Not only the master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, but even the other private rooms echoed with gasps of astonishment. The power of laws, that was something legendary. And this seemingly ordinary talisman actually contained the laws of cause and effect? Wang Li continued to explain, in simple terms, as long as you stay within the circle, you are absolutely safe. However, if you step outside the circle, the karmic force will bring down misfortune. It could be encountering a powerful enemy, or an unexpected disaster, but you will not die. You might be severely injured or lose your wealth. It's anyone's guess. The entire hall fell silent. What on earth is this thing? It's a life-saving artifact, but the restrictions are way too harsh. It's like trapping yourself in one place, step out and you're severely injured? But, what if someone destroys the circle? Someone couldn't help but ask. Breaking the circle doesn't count as leaving it voluntarily, so it won't trigger the cause and effect mechanism. Wang Li replied calmly. The master of Wanbao Tower remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. What's the starting price? Wang Li held up 5 fingers, 5,000 spirit crystals. After some consideration, the master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion decided to purchase the item. I'll take it. Saying this, he took out a storage pouch and flew it toward Wang Li. Wang Li swept his divine sense over it and nodded, accepting it. Chapter 95, Zhu Kanglin's Breakthrough. While the blind box auction was in full swing, on the other side, the thunderclouds dispersed and the heavens and earth returned to clarity. Ha ha ha, I did it. I did it. Ha ha ha. Zhu Kanglin let out a loud cry to the heavens, his surging spiritual energy surging like a raging river, each breath causing the void to tremble slightly. Great Perfection stage. He had finally reached this legendary realm. Zhu Kanglin gazed toward the distant moonlight city. Qianji Daoju, I really owe you this time. Had it not been for Qianji Daoju inviting the continent's top cultivators to attend the blind box auction, he would not have been able to survive the heavenly tribulation so smoothly. In everyday life, these old monsters who had already crossed the Great Perfection stage were all keeping a close eye on each other, fearing that someone might break through and threaten their status. From now on, call me Kanglin Daoju. Zhu Kanglin burst into laughter, feeling utterly exhilarated. However, after the excitement subsided, he couldn't help but think about that grand auction. For the Qinji Daozhu to personally invite all the major factions, the blind box in Wang Boss's hands must be no ordinary item. Having just broken through his cultivation, he desperately needed some suitable treasures to solidify his new realm. But now that he was heading there, he wondered if Mr. Wang would be willing to let him participate. Chu Kanglin pondered in his heart, then moved swiftly toward the moonlit city. Inside the auction hall, Wang Li was about to proceed to the next phase. Now we will begin the next battle-themed blind box. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his brows furrowed slightly. Someone was approaching from outside, and it was a late-stage cultivator. This person deliberately released their aura, clearly signaling their identity. But coming at this time was intriguing. Wang Li turned to look at Qinji Daozhu. Go check who's outside. Qinji Daozhu's expression grew serious. Yes, senior. The other great cultivators below also sensed the pressure from the great perfection stage cultivator and frowned. Someone else is coming at this hour? The auction is already halfway through. The aura is unfamiliar, it doesn't belong to any of us old-timers. The master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion snorted coldly. Could they be here to disrupt the auction? Perfect, I'd been holding my anger in all day. Master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, calm down. Your luck today is indeed. Shut up. The crowd whispered among themselves, their eyes flashing with caution. Wang Li, however, remained calmly seated in his chair, lazily fiddling with the blind box in his hands, looking unconcerned. Soon, the master of the 1,000 machines returned. He sent a message to Wang Li. Senior, the person outside is Chu Kanglin. He asks if you can let him in. He also said that if there are no rooms available, he should be arranged to stay with the Shenqing Holy Land. Chu Kanglin? Wang Li remembered him. He was the one who had activated an upgrade scroll during the tribulation peak. It seemed he had succeeded this time. Wang Li didn't think much of it. As long as he wasn't here to cause trouble, it was fine. He nodded, then arranged for him to stay in a room at the Shenqing Holy Land. Yes, senior. Qinji Daozhu walked out again. He immediately came back in, accompanied by Chu Kanglin. At that moment, Chu Kanglin's great perfection realm aura was clearly visible, and his face was still filled with the excitement and pride of having just broken through. All the Dao masters present were utterly shocked. They had already sealed off the area with all their strength, yet someone had still managed to break through to the great perfection realm. And it had been achieved in such a short amount of time. This is impossible. We were all here. Chu Kanglin? The judgment elder of the Shenqing Holy Land? He actually broke through. Damn it, he caught us off guard. Everyone's faces turned grim. Chu Kanglin entered the private room and first bowed respectfully to Wang Li. Greetings, Mr. Wang. I am Chu Kanglin. I have just managed to break through and have come to pay my respects. He then walked straight into the private room of the Shenqing Holy Land. Elder Chu, I never expected you to have broken through. It was just sheer luck. I owe this to Mr. Wang. Everyone turned to look at Qinji Daozhu. Qinji, did you deliberately lure us into this ridiculous auction? The speaker was a renowned Daoist master. Although he was at the great perfection stage, he had made too many enemies in his early years, which led to him being ambushed during his breakthrough, leaving him at the bottom of the great perfection stage in terms of strength. On the day Tianhang Daozhu was defending against the Zhou Tianxing Do array, he was standing nearby and could clearly sense that if he had been the one to face it, he might have been killed outright. Originally, the titles of great perfection stage Daoist masters within the Wanfa alliance had already been decided. If Chu Kanglin ascended to power, he might even have his title revoked by the Wanfa alliance. Such a huge disparity had left him nearly losing his mind. His hands trembled slightly, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. The position of Daoist master he had worked so hard for over 10,000 years was about to be taken away? Qinji. He suddenly stood up, pointing at Qinji Daozhu, his voice filled with suppressed rage. You did this on purpose. You deliberately gathered us together so that Chu Kanglin could take advantage of the situation and break through. In the private room of the Shenqing Holy Land, Chu Kanglin furrowed his brows. He had just broken through and was eager to participate in the auction, only to be interrupted by this unexpected incident. Honey, my breakthrough has nothing to do with Qinji Daozhu. Chu Kanglin spoke calmly, but a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. Besides, the path of cultivation is inherently a struggle. Who can you blame? Bull. Hani had completely lost his composure. I am the Xianyi Daozhu. Who do you think you are to dare call me by my name? You must have colluded with the Qinji Daozhu to deceive us all. Qinji Daozhu's face turned ashen. Hani was questioning him in front of so many powerful beings, which was a complete lack of respect. Hani, you've gone too far. Too far? Han Daozhu sneered. Qinji, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want to reshuffle the rankings of the Wanfa Dao Alliance to give your neutral faction more influence. Upon hearing this, many of the Dao masters present shifted their expressions slightly. The 10,000 Laws Dao Alliance was internally factionalized, and as the representative of the neutral faction, Qinji Daozhu indeed had motives to reshuffle the ranks. However, they were all well aware that questioning Qinji Daozhu was tantamount to questioning Wang Li. Sure enough, Wang Li's expression grew cold. The lazy demeanor on the high platform vanished instantly, replaced by an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. "Humph, you're the first to question my auction." Wang Li's voice was calm, but to Han Daoju's ears, it sounded like thunder. Han Daoju snapped back to his senses, cold sweat pouring down his face. Where was this place? It was a place where even numerous Daoju would bid obediently. How dare he question Wang Li just now? Even if Qianji Daoju didn't intervene, the other day as present alone could tear him to pieces. "No. I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn in my haste." Han Daoju hurriedly bowed deeply, his voice trembling violently. Wang Li gave him a cold glance before sweeping his gaze around the room. Everyone present wanted to see him act, to gauge his strength. "Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish." With that thought, Wang Li swept his hand through the air. Boom! His aura erupted suddenly, plunging the entire auction hall into complete silence. Overwhelming pressure surged outward, making the air feel thick and sticky. Han Yi, who was closest to him, was immediately forced to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. He tried to stand up, but the pressure was too terrifying, leaving him unable to even lift his head. The Dao Masters in the other private rooms were also struggling, rushing to channel their spiritual energy to resist. Even those at the Great Perfection realm seemed insignificant in the face of this overwhelming pressure. What kind of realm is this? How could there be such a terrifying pressure? In the private room of the Xinqing Holy Land, Gu Changshi clung desperately to the chair's armrests, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As a tribulation stage cultivator, he would have ended up kneeling on the ground like Han Yi if not for Chu Kanglan blocking the way in front of him. Chu Kanglan's excitement from breaking through to the Great Perfection stage vanished instantly, replaced by deep shock. So this was the true strength of Mr. Wang? Han Yi was completely dazed, kneeling on the ground unable to move, his mind filled with endless fear and regret. How dare he question such an existence? Wang Li watched everyone's reactions and satisfiedly withdrew his pressure. "Now do you know what it means to follow the rules?" His voice was calm, but no one dared to speak. Han Yi bowed repeatedly. "I have made a mistake. Please forgive me, Mr. Wang." Wang Li ignored him and sat back down in his chair, yawning lazily. "Alright, let's move on to the next category." Chapter 96, Emulating Heaven and Earth. Wang Li produced another blind box and tossed it onto the table. 1,000 spirit crystals. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone immediately bid higher. 1,005. 2,000. 3,000. 5,000. A steady voice rang out. It was Tianheng Daoju. As soon as the price was announced, the other private rooms fell silent. Wang Li scanned the room and saw no one bidding. Is there anyone else bidding 5,000? Seeing everyone's silence, he made the decision, sold. Qianji Daoju stepped forward skillfully to open the blind box. A faint sound echoed. A burst of purple light illuminated the entire auction hall, filling it with a vibrant purple aura. A relaxed sigh echoed from Tianheng Daoju's private room. He hadn't expected it to sell so quickly. Purple light signified the pinnacle of wealth. As the purple light faded, a jade-like talisman lay quietly on the table. Engraved on its surface were ancient and mysterious patterns, emitting a faint divine glow. In Wang Li's mind, the system prompt sounded promptly. Transform heaven and earth one-time use. Grade, Platinum. Origin, Journey to the West. Effect, crushing the jade talisman allows you to cast the forming heaven and earth technique once. Mr. Wang, what is this? Tianheng Daoju asked impatiently. Wang Li yawned and spoke slowly. This item is called Transform Heaven and Earth. F-A-T-I-N-C-I-N-D? What is it? The name sounds like a cultivation technique. It must be a divine ability used in battle. Whispers erupted from the crowd below. Everyone was unfamiliar with the name. Wang Li pressed his hands together, signaling everyone to quiet down. F-A-T-I-N-C-I-N-D is an ancient divine ability. When activated, one's body swells to 10,000 feet in height, their head becomes like a mountain, their eyes like the sun and moon, their fangs sharp like spears, and their mouth like a pool of blood. He paused for a moment before adding, it can at least double one's attack power. However, it can only be used once, and it requires crushing the jade talisman to activate. The entire crowd erupted in chaos. A body tens of thousands of feet tall? What does that even mean? Even a great cultivator at the tribulation stage has a divine body no taller than a few dozen feet. A 10,000-foot tall divine body is unheard of. Double attack power boost? A 10,000 Zhang Dharma body? This is the legendary technique of gods and demons. It's a pity to use it only once, but it's definitely a life-saving move in critical moments. In Tianheng Daoju's private room, the excited breathing could be heard clearly. 5,000 spirit crystals, that's definitely a profit. A divine ability of this caliber, even if it can only be used once, is more than enough to turn the tide in a life or death situation. Wang Li glanced at Tianheng Daoju's private room. The starting price for this item is 80,000 spirit crystals. I'll take it. The Tianheng Daoju hesitated not a moment, tossing his storage pouch onto the table. Wang Li caught the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. Exactly 80,000, not a single crystal more or less. Deal. He casually waved his hand, and the jade talisman turned into a streak of light, disappearing into Tianheng Daoju's private room. The crowd in the auction hall glared enviously, but could only watch helplessly. Who could blame them for not bidding higher earlier? Alright, now comes the main event. Wang Li leaned forward slightly, his tone more serious than before. Special category blind boxes. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted instantly. Everyone straightened their posture in unison, even the usually composed Dao masters had put away their casual demeanor. After the previous rounds, they had already gained a deep understanding of the peculiar nature of Wang Li's shop. Not only could anything be opened, but they were all unprecedented oddities. Since Wang Li had specifically emphasized that this was the main event, the contents of this special category blind box must be something extraordinary. What on earth could come out of this special blind box? Even Wang the boss is taking it so seriously, there must be something truly astonishing inside. Everyone, be careful. The pills and magical artifacts we just saw were already absurd enough. This special category is probably. Whispers filled the air, but everyone spoke in hushed tones, afraid of missing any crucial information. Wang Li scanned the crowd, seeing everyone focused intently on waiting, before slowly continuing. The starting price remains 1 spirit crystal, with each bid increase must be at least 5 spirit crystals. He raised the small hammer and waved it in the air. Bidding begins. The hammer gently struck the table, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the auction hall. 1,000 spirit crystals. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone placed a bid. This starting price was higher than any previous round, clearly indicating the importance everyone placed on the special edition blind boxes. 2,000 spirit crystals. Another bidder followed suit, doubling the previous bid. 3,000. 5,000. The price was rising faster than ever before, and everyone's bids were made with unwavering determination, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The master of the Wanbao Pavilion clenched his teeth in the private room. He had already been outbid multiple times today and couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. 8,000. His voice echoed out of the private room, carrying a sense of desperation and determination. The moment the price was called, the room fell silent. 8,000 spirit crystals. This had already exceeded many people's expectations. After all, it was merely a priority purchase right. Wang Li watched the activity in the other private rooms with interest, gently rotating the small hammer in his palm. 8,000 spirit crystals. Any higher bids? Whispering voices could be heard from several private rooms as they weighed the pros and cons. Just as everyone thought the owner of Wanbao Tower was about to get his wish, a deep voice suddenly rang out. 10,000 spirit crystals. The number came from the private room of the Xianqing Holy Land, which had remained silent throughout the bidding. They had been waiting here all along. A muffled groan echoed from the Wanbao Tower master's private room, clearly stunned by the price. 10,000 spirit crystals. This was no ordinary bid, but a clear statement of intent. They were determined to win at any cost. In the other private rooms, the powerful beings who had been hesitating whether to match the bid fell silent. Spending 10,000 spirit crystals for the privilege of opening a box was a sum that exceeded the budget of most people. Wang Li glanced in the direction of the Xianqing Holy Land with interest, his lips curling slightly. Is there anyone willing to bid 10,000 more? His voice echoed through the auction hall, but no one else spoke. After scanning the room, Wang Li struck the gavel. Sold. Shenji Daoju walked up to the stage with an expressionless face. After going through so many box openings earlier, his mental resilience was now off the charts. He extended his hand and tapped the box gently. Scratch. A burst of multicolored light erupted from the box, more brilliant and dazzling than any previous display. Amidst the light, a faint, ancient, and mysterious chant could be heard, causing all the cultivators present to feel a chill run down their spines. This feeling was strange, not one of fear, but a sense of awe, as if they were facing something of the highest order. Another rainbow light. This is the second time today. Goodness, this special blind box is truly extraordinary. The crowd below buzzed with excitement, everyone staring wide-eyed, afraid to miss any detail. The light gradually faded, and the outline of an object began to emerge. It was a mask. A mask shaped like a sheep's head. The mask was exceptionally lifelike, with the wool on it resembling living fur, moving and breathing as if it were real. The most eerie part was the eye sockets, pitch black like an abyss. Just a single glance sent a chill down one's spine, as if the soul was being pierced from within. Wang Li's mind was interrupted by the system's voice. Chapter 97, Endless Vitality. The Turbulence of Endless Life. Rank, Conceptual. Origin, 10 Days of Doom. Effect, the Eternal Surge. Requires activation with extreme belief. Upon activation, it forms a designated area. When the activator dies, the area returns to the time point before the activator's death, which must be controlled by belief. If the activator survives, they fully heal all injuries and heal everyone within the area. Mr. Wang, what is this? Gu Chongqing's voice echoed from the private room, tinged with tension and anticipation. This is called the Eternal Surge. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The eternal vibration? What does it have to do with this sheep-headed mask? The name sounds pretty mysterious, and the aura emanating from the mask is also quite peculiar. Wang Li spoke slowly, "Gentlemen, what exactly is this endless surge? This is a long story." He paused, scanning the crowd with a lazy expression tinged with mockery. "I won't go into detail here, you couldn't afford it anyway." A muffled snort of frustration echoed from the private room of the Wanbao Tower's master, clearly displeased by Wang Li's direct insult. Wang Li paid no heed and continued, "Let us just talk about its effects. It requires extremely strong belief to activate. Once activated, it forms a designated area. When the activator dies, the area returns to the time point before their death, and that time point can be controlled by belief. If the activator is still alive, they will heal all their injuries and heal everyone within the area." Boom! As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, the entire auction hall erupted into chaos. What? Resurrection? That's impossible. Even the legendary 9-turn soul-restoring pill couldn't achieve such a feat. Time reversal? This is no longer within the realm of magical artifacts, it's a divine ability that alters the heavens and earth. Shocked whispers echoed from every private box, even the usually composed Great Perfection Dao masters couldn't remain calm. In the private room of the Xianqing Holy Land, Gu Changshi gripped the chair arms tightly, his knuckles turning white. Time reversal, resurrection from the dead. He muttered to himself, his mind racing with countless possible uses. With this, wouldn't it mean that even in a situation where death is inevitable, one could start over again? Mr. Wang, are you serious? Can you really bring the dead back to life? In the private room of the Lingxiao Sacred Land, the voices of the cultivators at the tribulation stage trembled slightly. Wang Li yawned lazily and replied, "When have I ever told a lie? But there's a catch." He paused, then curved his lips into a mischievous smile. "It requires an extremely strong belief to activate. You old monsters have lived for tens of thousands of years, how much belief do you have left?" At those words, many fell silent. On the path of cultivation, they had witnessed countless births and deaths, endured countless betrayals, and their hearts had long since grown calm and unruffled. To awaken extreme belief was indeed no easy feat. Then how many immortal stones does this require? The voice of the demon Abyss Dao master echoed, directly asking the question on everyone's mind. Wang Li rolled his eyes, "It's a conceptual level item. What do you think?" He didn't give a direct price but instead asked a counter-question. Everyone understood that conceptual level meant an astronomical price. "Forget it, let's move on to the next one," Wang Li said, then directly put away the sheep-headed mask. "Qianji Daozhu, the observation fee remains the same." Qianji Daozhu sighed wryly and handed over 1,000 spirit crystals. After repeatedly opening items that were beyond his means, he had grown accustomed to this loss-making business. Wang Li satisfiedly put away the spirit crystals and conjured another blind box. Next, continue. After the earlier barrage of concept-level divine artifacts, the atmosphere in the venue had grown eerie. Everyone's mindset had shifted from initial excitement to current anxiety. While obtaining divine items was certainly desirable, those that were unaffordable were nothing but torture. 500 spirit crystals. This first bid was significantly more conservative, with everyone watching cautiously, afraid of bidding on something they couldn't afford. 1,000. 2,000. The price rose slowly, nowhere near as fiercely as before. Just as everyone thought the transaction would conclude at a relatively reasonable price, the voice of the master of the Wanbao Pavilion suddenly boomed. 20,000 spirit crystals. The entire hall fell silent. This price completely stunned the other bidders. No one had expected the master of Wanbao Tower to be so generous. Is the master trying to buy back his luck all at once? Someone murmured. 2,000 spirit crystals? That must be some serious grudge. Wang Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, asking lazily, "Any more?" The entire hall fell silent. Deal. A heavy sigh echoed from the private room of the Wanbao Pavilion, clearly indicating that the pavilion master was also torn by a decision. Will he make the next move, or will it be the 1,000 machinery Daoist? Wang Li asked with interest. The owner of Wanbao Tower remained silent for a moment before finally sighing resignedly. Let Qianji Daozhu make the first move. Qianji Daozhu shook his head with a wry smile. He had now become the tool of this auction, tasked with revealing the astronomical prices of divine artifacts that no one could afford. Stepping forward, Qianji Daozhu tapped the blind box slightly. Scratch! A rainbow of light shot into the sky once more. What the hell? 7 colors again? This is the third time, right? Master Qianji's luck is unbelievable. The crowd below erupted into chaos. The probability of 7-colored light appearing 7 times in a row was simply astronomical. A muffled groan echoed from the private room of the Wanbao Pavilion, nearly causing the pavilion master to spit out a mouthful of blood. Having spent 2,000 spirit crystals, he ended up with something he couldn't afford. His luck was truly unbelievable. The 7-colored light slowly faded away, revealing a plain-looking dice floating in mid-air. The dice was entirely white, indistinguishable from the ordinary dice found in mundane gambling dens. The moment the system voice echoed in Wang Li's mind, his expression subtly changed. This thing is interesting. Mr. Wang, what is this? In the private room of Lingxiao Holy Land, the cultivator at the tribulation stage couldn't help but speak up. Having witnessed so many concept-level divine artifacts, they now held an extraordinary reverence for anything emitting a 7-colored divine light. Wang Li casually glanced at the dice, his lips curling into a faint smile. This is called the Destiny Die. The Destiny Die? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. The name alone sounded extraordinary. Its effects are also quite interesting. Wang Li spoke slowly. When you want to accomplish something, roll the dice. 1 means certain failure, 6 means certain success. He paused, looking down at the faces below, holding their breath in anticipation, and continued. 2 to 5 are probabilities of success. The more unrealistic the task, the lower the probability of success, but it will never be a guaranteed failure. As soon as he finished speaking, the auction hall fell into complete silence once more. Moments later, a roar erupted, louder than anything heard before. What? Manipulate fate? 6 o'clock guarantees success? Does that mean even defying heaven and altering fate is possible? This is a divine artifact that defies the laws of heaven. Wang Li smiled. He loved this kind of situation where they couldn't afford it but still bid fiercely for the priority purchase right. Alright, you probably can't afford this either. Wang Li took out another blind box and casually tossed it onto the table. 1,000 spirit crystals. 3,000. 5,000. The price was rising much slower than before, and the crowd's enthusiasm had been dampened by the 2 consecutive concept-level items. After 5,000, no one dared to bid anymore, clearly intimidated by the 2 unaffordable divine artifacts. Heavy breathing could be heard from the private room of the owner of the 10,000 treasures pavilion. He dared not make a single move. Master, should we try again? Old Wang cautiously suggested from within the private room. Try my ass. If we keep this up, I'll lose everything I've got. The owner of the Wanbao Tower gritted his teeth, his voice low, but it was still clearly heard by the powerful figures in the nearby private rooms. Many people chuckled to themselves. The once mighty Wanbaolu master had truly stumbled today. Do you still have 5,000? Wang Li asked half-heartedly. The entire hall fell silent, no one dared to speak. Deal. Shenji Daozhu raised the small hammer once more and tapped the blind box lightly. Scratch. A blinding golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire auction hall with a dazzling golden glow. Golden light. We can't afford this either. As the golden light slowly faded, a cicada the size of a palm emerged, its body resembling brown wood, with a brownish-yellow trunk adorned with growth rings. Even more peculiar was the air around the cicada, which seemed to warp slightly, fluctuating in speed, causing one's vision to spin. Chapter 98, The Spring and Autumn Cicada. Wang Li heard the system's voice in his mind. Spring and Autumn Cicada. Rank, Master. Origin? Effect, upon use, allows travel through the river of time to return to the past. Each use reduces the success rate of the next use, with the first use guaranteed to succeed. Even the Divine Lord has done this, Wang Li thought to himself, impressed. Mr. Wang, what is this? The cultivator who had just purchased the transaction rights asked, not holding out much hope. The golden light signaled it was beyond his means. This item is called the Spring and Autumn Cicada. After use, it allows one to travel through the river of time and return to the past. Spring and Autumn Cicada? Travel through the river of time? Boom! The auction hall erupted into a deafening uproar. What? Time reversal? The resurrection of the dead was already defying the heavens, and now time reversal? Everyone was stunned. Today was truly an eye-opening experience, paying money to gain knowledge. You can't afford this either. Next blind box. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, the voice of the owner of Wanbao Tower rang out impatiently. 10,000. This bid was unusually quick, as if they believed that after opening several concept-level artifacts in a row, this time they might finally get something affordable. Whispers could be heard from the other private rooms. The Wanbao Tower master must be desperate. After getting outbid several times in a row, his mindset must be shattered. Starting at 10,000, they must want to wrap this up quickly. Wang Li scanned the room and, seeing no one bidding, raised his gavel. Anyone for 10,000? The entire hall fell silent. Clearly, everyone had been intimidated by the previous few astronomical prices. Sold. The hammer tapped the table lightly, and Shenji Daozhu stepped forward. Swoosh. A soft blue light flickered, neither as dazzling as the previous rainbow hues nor as blinding as the golden glow, just an ordinary blue light. A sigh of relief echoed from the private room of the Wanbao Pavilion. The pavilion master secretly rejoiced. This time, it won't be another conceptual item, will it? The blue light slowly faded away, leaving a book lying quietly on the table. The book had an ancient and simple binding, with a deep blue background and 4 large characters written in gold letters on the cover: 10 days to the end. Wang Li heard the system's voice in his mind, unusually concise, with only 4 words for the item's name. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The title alone sounded extraordinary. Mr. Wang, what is this? The voice of the owner of Wanbao Tower carried a hint of nervousness, fearing it might be another item he couldn't afford. This is a book titled 10 Days to the End. Wang Li spoke slowly, his gaze lingering on the book for a moment. The crowd below exchanged glances, all wondering the same thing. What could be so special about a book? Is it just an ordinary book? Someone murmured softly. Blue light signifies silver tier quality, it shouldn't be too expensive, right? Finally, something we can afford? The master of Wanbao Tower heard the whispers and felt slightly relieved. After repeatedly pulling out items that were beyond anyone's means, his heart was on the verge of giving out. This time, it should finally be his turn to snag a bargain, right? Wang Li glanced at the various private rooms, his lips curling slightly. However, the content of this book is quite interesting. The crowd fell silent instantly, everyone straining to hear what he would say next. After the previous rounds, anyone who started with such a tone knew it wasn't something ordinary. If you're quick-witted, this book might be worth far more than a Blu-ray. If you're not, it's just a book. After Wang Li finished speaking, a fierce discussion erupted below. Insight? Before today, I thought my insight was top-notch, but after seeing all this, I feel like my insight isn't that great after all. There is too much to process today. I must retreat to seclusion after this gathering. What kind of book could make Mr. Wang speak so highly of it? Could it be some kind of martial arts manual? A book of Blu-ray quality, how much value could it possibly have? Inside the private room of the Wanbao Pavilion, the pavilion master felt uneasy. He had been humiliated multiple times today. This time, it should finally be his turn to turn the tables, right? But Wang Li's comment about his good made him doubt himself. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, what kind of martial arts manual hadn't he seen? Could there really be a book he couldn't understand? Mr. Wang, how much is this worth? The master of the Wanbao Pavilion suppressed his inner anxiety and asked. This item requires 1,000 spirit crystals. Wang Li slowly stated the price, his tone casual. 1,000 spirit crystals? The master of the Wanbao Pavilion was taken aback. At today's prices, that was practically a bargain. The divine artifacts that had been priced at tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones earlier were now being offered for just 1,000 spirit crystals. It was almost like charity. I'll take it. He blurted it out almost involuntarily, fearing that someone else might snatch it away before him. As he spoke, a storage pouch flew out from the private room of the Wanbao Tower Master and landed directly on the stage. Wang Li caught the storage bag, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and found exactly 1,000 spirit crystals. Deal. He waved his hand casually, and the book 10 Days to the End turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the private room of the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. Inside the private room of the Wanbao Tower, the Tower Master trembled as he took the book. It was a thick volume, heavy in his hands, with a cover resembling a sheep's head. This. Could it be related to the endless cycle? Wang Li put away the spirit crystals and clapped his hands. Alright, today's auction is now concluded. Everyone may now disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed to leave, eager to return and process the extraordinary artifacts they had witnessed today. In Tianheng Daoju's private room, a long sigh echoed. Today's encounter has shown me that there are heavens beyond heavens. Upon returning, we must re-examine our path of cultivation. The other powerful beings in the private rooms shared similar feelings. Today's revelations were enough to overturn their understanding of the world, which had been formed over tens of thousands of years. I've struck it rich. Wang Li thought to himself, feeling elated. This auction had been a huge success. The auction gradually came to an end, and the powerful figures from the various private rooms began to leave. However, some remained behind, likely seeking private transactions with him. Wang Li ignored them, brushing aside Shenji Daoju, and returned directly to his own room. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Li eagerly summoned the system. Liao Tong, how many spirit crystals did we make this time? 360,656. Wang Li's eyes lit up instantly. Over 36,000 spirit crystals. The number alone was thrilling. Enhance my strength. Host's current strength, early nascent soul stage. Enhancing strength for the host. A warm current surged throughout his body, and Wang Li felt his spiritual energy growing wildly, with his meridians and blood vessels undergoing earth-shattering changes. The constraints of the nascent soul stage were shattered in an instant, and the barriers of the spirit transformation stage crumbled like paper. The threshold for the fusion stage was easily crossed, and the process continued until it reached the tribulation stage before coming to a halt. Ding, the host's strength has been upgraded to early tribulation stage. Remaining spiritual crystals, 56. Holy crap! Wang Li nearly jumped out of his skin. Jumping directly from the Yuanling stage to the tribulation stage? This leveling speed is insane. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. The tribulation stage outside, that was the realm of a regional overlord. Even the rulers of the major sacred lands were no better. And he had achieved it with just over 300,000 spirit crystals. No wonder it's you, Hacky Tong. Wang Li marveled, the leveling up is fast enough, but the cost is pretty steep. Chapter 99, The Portal. Just as he was about to continue his admiration, a knock sounded at the door. Mr. Wang, I am Jinyuan Daoju. I have urgent matters to discuss. Xiao Woyo of Lingshao Holy Land also wishes to speak with Mr. Wang. Gu Changsheng of the Xianqing Holy Land requests an audience. Wow, 3 big shots gathered outside the door. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the few conceptual level divine artifacts he had just mentioned had stirred them up, prompting them to seek a private transaction. Interesting. Wang Li's lips curled slightly. It seems today's business isn't over yet. As he opened the door, the aura of a cultivator at the tribulation stage swept over him. The 3 great perfection stage cultivators all paled. This pressure was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Who had angered Mr. Wang? What brings you here? Wang Li's tone was calm, but the intangible pressure he exuded made the 3 dare not act rashly. Xiao Woyo took a deep breath and forced himself to steady his mind. Mr. Wang, I've come here to purchase some blind boxes. He bowed, his white hair appearing especially aged under the light. The battle between Lingxiao Holy Land and Xianqing Holy Land was imminent, and he must secure more trump cards for his sect. Jinyu and Daozhu cut straight to the point. Mr. Wang, now that Chu Kanglan has broken through to the Great Perfection Realm, there are already 10 Great Perfection Realm cultivators on the Tianyang continent. According to the rules, they will soon ascend to the immortal realm. I am also here seeking treasures to ensure my survival in the immortal realm. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. Oh? Ascend to the immortal realm? It sounded impressive, but the true Source Dao Master's tone was clearly off. That's correct. Jinyu and Daozhu sighed wryly. While ascending to the immortal realm may seem like a good thing, in reality, the guides who receive the Great Perfection cultivators will assign them to menial tasks within the immortal sects. And they might even end up worse than menial servants. Gu Changsheng listened in horror. Ascending to the immortal realm was like this? Wang Li grew curious. How do you know that? Jinyu and Daozhu sighed. I have cultivated for nearly 1,000,000 years. During an expedition in my early days, I discovered some ancient records. Over time, I pieced together the truth. He paused, a flash of fear crossing his eyes. The guides are traitors from a certain faction in the immortal realm. They lure Great Perfection stage cultivators into ascension, only to deceive them into becoming laborers. As for the specific reasons, I am also unaware. That is why I dared to come here, hoping that Mr. Wang would grant me some items to protect my life. Xiao Wuyo's face turned ashen. Ascending to the immortal realm was a trap? Then he was going to be tricked to his death? Interesting. Wang Li stroked his chin. He too intended to ascend to the immortal realm. As for being assigned to menial labor, he scoffed. As long as he had his tricycle, no one could stop him. All right. What kind of blind box do you want? Mr. Wang, I need a blind box for escaping. Wang Li conjured a blind box and a hammer out of thin air and handed them to Jinyu and Daozhu. Open it. If you can't afford to pay, just take a small observation fee. Jinyu and Daozhu took a deep breath and struck the blind box. Scratch. A flash of purple light flickered. Wang Li heard the system's voice in his mind. Any door single use. Grade Platinum. From Doraemon. Effect allows travel to any desired location, but each use consumes a large amount of spiritual energy. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. This thing was actually quite useful. The purple light faded, and a pink door panel lay quietly on the table. The door panel looked ordinary, like a regular wooden door, with the only unusual feature being some strange runes carved into the doorframe. Mr. Wang, what is this? Jinyu and Daozhu asked cautiously, fearing it might be another exorbitantly priced item. A portal door. Wang Li answered lazily, it can take you to any place you desire, but each use consumes a large amount of spiritual energy. It can only be used once. Jinyu and Daozhu was taken aback, then burst into wild joy. A portal? This was practically a custom-made escape device for him. With this, even if the immortals in the celestial realm wanted to capture him as a slave, he could simply flee. One use was enough. Mr. Wang, what's the price for this item? 10,000 spirit crystals. Jinyu and Daozhu didn't hesitate to pull out his storage pouch. I'll take it. Xiao Wuyo watched enviously from the side. This old guy is just too lucky. Just activate the purple light, and you can obtain this life-saving artifact. Wang Li put away the spirit crystal and casually handed the teleportation gate to Jinyu and Daozhu. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Junior brother, look. In a secluded cave within the immortal realm, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe pointed at the light mirror before him, which displayed the scenery of the Tianyang continent. Oh? Such dazzling light? Could it be that 10 great perfection cultivators have appeared in this realm? The young monk leaned in to take a closer look. The light mirror was filled with golden light, and the entire Tianyang continent was shrouded in a faint golden glow. The senior disciple nodded. That is correct. 10 great perfection cultivators have indeed appeared. According to tradition, the day of their reception will be soon. A shadow flashed across his eyes. Last time, they let one of those who were guided here escape. The younger disciple's expression changed. He also remembered that incident. Last time, 10 great perfection cultivators were guided here, but during the critical moment of refining the tenfold breakthrough, someone broke the array and escaped. This caused the 10-stage breaking immortal pill to fail. I had to waste a lot of resources to save you, junior brother. The senior disciple's voice carried a clear hint of displeasure. If I hadn't interceded for you before the elders, it would be you lying in the alchemy furnace now. The junior disciple's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. The 10-stage breakthrough required the essence, blood and souls of 10 great perfection stage cultivators to be successfully refined. With one person missing, not only would the pill fail to be refined, but the person responsible would also have to bear the consequences. If another person escapes this time, the vacant position will likely be filled by you. The senior disciple gave him a cold glance. You happen to be at the great perfection realm as well. The junior disciple trembled and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Yes, senior disciple. This time, I will not fail in my mission. The senior disciple nodded in satisfaction. Prepare yourself well. There must be no mistakes this time. Remember, it's better to kill them than let any of them escape. I understand, senior disciple. The young monk bowed respectfully, but what if the great perfection stage cultivator is too powerful? The senior disciple scoffed, a mere cultivator from the lower realms? Even if they're at the great perfection stage, so what? The methods of the immortal realm are beyond their imagination. He casually picked up a jade talisman from the desk. This is a soul-binding talisman, specifically designed to target the soul. Even a peak great perfection cultivator would fall into a 3-day coma if hit by this talisman. And this. The senior disciple produced a chain, the heaven binding chain. It binds anyone it touches, and even great perfection stage cultivators would struggle to break free. The younger disciple took the 2 magical artifacts, feeling slightly reassured. With these items, there should be no further complications. Go now. Remember, success will be rewarded, but failure. The senior disciple didn't finish his sentence, but the threatening intent was already clear. This junior disciple takes his leave. Chapter 140 Consecutive Whites. What blind boxes would you like to open? Wang Li looked lazily at Xiao Wuyo and Gu Changsheng, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Gu Changsheng, however, was distracted, his gaze wandering. The words of the true Source Tao Master earlier had hit him like a bombshell, echoing endlessly in his mind. The great perfection stage was just around the corner, and this ascension was a trap. This information was too crucial. He had to inform Chu Kanglin immediately. Mr. Wang, I suddenly have some business to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Gu Changsheng stood up, his tone urgent. Jinyu and Daozhu also stood up. Mr. Wang, I also have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. The two hurriedly took their leave, exiting the room one after the other. Qianji Daozhu stood expressionless at the door, watching them leave. As Jinyu and Daozhu passed by Qianji Daozhu, he sighed inwardly. This Qianji really has chosen a powerful patron. Following Mr. Wang, he's bound for great success. Inside the room, Wang Li turned to Xiao Wuyo, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery. What about you? In such a hurry to leave? Xiao Wuyo remained silent for a moment. He had intended to find a treasure that could help him break through to the Great Perfection Realm and strengthen the foundations of Lingxiao Holy Land. With the Great Perfection Realm cultivator stationed at the Xinqing Holy Land, the situation was even more unfavorable for the Lingxiao Holy Land. However, after hearing the words of the Jinyu and Daozhu, he calmed down. Mr. Wang, give me 10 ordinary blind boxes. Xiao Wuyo decided to try his luck first. All right. Wang Li yawned, casually pulled out 10 blind boxes from his storage bag, and neatly arranged them on the table. Xiao Wuyo took a deep breath and picked up the first blind box. With a gentle tap, a flash of white light appeared, revealing an ordinary spirit-gathering pill on the table. Continue. He remained unfazed. The second one, white light. The third one, still white light. 7 in a row, all white light. Xiao Wuyo's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, but his expression remained calm. It seems my luck isn't good today. Wang Li rested his chin on his hand, watching the scene with interest. Xiao Wuyo said nothing and continued to open the 8th one. White light. The 9th one was also white light. The last one. Should we try a different position? Wang Li teased. I think some guests might first bow or recite a few auspicious phrases. No need. He picked up the last blind box and tapped it forcefully. White light. 10 in a row. Xiao Wuyo's expression finally showed a crack, but it quickly returned to calm. 10 more. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. You're persistent. He took out another 10 blind boxes and casually placed them on the table. Hopefully this time my luck will be better. Xiao Wuyo took a deep breath. This time, he changed his approach, arranging the 10 blind boxes in a circle, then closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, as if praying for something. Interesting. Are you praying to the blind box god for blessings? Wang Li propped his chin up, watching his little gestures with interest. Xiao Wuyo ignored Wang Li's teasing and focused on picking out the first blind box. To go head-to-head with the Xinqing Holy Land, he needed to get something of golden quality. However, themed blind boxes required Shenyuan stones to purchase, which he couldn't afford. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the ordinary blind boxes. With a snap, a flash of white light appeared. Continue. Xiao Wuyo remained expressionless. The second one, white light. The third one was also a flash of white light. Wang Li yawned. Do you want me to open it for you? I've got good luck. No need. Xiao Wuyo replied coldly, his hands continuing their movements. The 4th, 5th, 6th. After 9 consecutive white lights, Xiao Wuyo's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, but he still forced himself to remain calm. The last one. Want me to bless you? Wang Li laughed, I'm the spokesperson for the blind box god. Xiao Wuyo clenched his teeth, picked up the last blind box, and struck it forcefully. White light. Another 10 consecutive white lights. Xiao Wuyo's face turned pale, and his fingers clenched unconsciously. 20 blind boxes, all white light. The probability was absurdly low. 10 more. He took out spirit crystals from his storage pouch and placed them heavily on the table. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. You're really persistent. But I like it. He counted the spirit crystals and took out 10 more blind boxes. Xiao Wuyo didn't hesitate this time and started tapping the boxes immediately. Amidst the continuous clapping sounds, flashes of white light appeared one after another. 29 consecutive flashes of white. Wang Li shook his head in amazement. Your luck is truly setting a new record for my shop. Xiao Wuyo's forehead veins bulged, but he refused to give up, picking up the last blind box. Come on, last hope. Wang Li deliberately stoked the flames. Xiao Wuyo took a deep breath and struck it with all his might. White light. 30 consecutive whites. Xiao Wuyo's face turned pale. Not being able to produce anything was a minor issue. The main problem was that he felt Wang Laoban was targeting him again. He was targeting Lingxiao Holy Land while aiding Xinqing Holy Land. If this continued, Lingxiao Holy Land would inevitably fail. His fingers trembled slightly. He thought to himself, after finishing these 10, he must return immediately, sell the news that the ascension was a trap, and then come back to continue. Should we try 10 more? Maybe the next one will be golden light. Wang Li asked with a mischievous smile, his eyes sparkling with teasing light. 10 more. Xiao Wuyo gritted his teeth and pulled out more spirit crystals. Unfortunately, the remaining 10 were all 10 consecutive blanks. 40 consecutive misses. This wasn't just bad luck, it was fate playing a cruel joke. Xiao Wuyo silently put the items away and stood up to leave. Come back next time. Wang Li smiled and waved, maybe next time you'll have better luck. Xiao Wuyo didn't look back, his figure stiffening slightly as he walked out of the room. On the other side, Gu Changsheng, who had already returned to the Xinqing Holy Land, went straight to the cave residence of the Judgment Elder. Holy Master, Elder Chu is in seclusion, consolidating his cultivation. The gatekeeper hurriedly bowed. I have urgent business. Gu Changsheng's expression grew solemn. Yes. I will go and inform Elder Chu immediately. Shortly after, Chu Kanglin hurried out of his cave residence. His aura was subdued yet powerful, clearly indicating that his cultivation had stabilized after breaking through to the Great Perfection Realm. Oh, Shang, next time just come in directly. Chu Kanglin smiled and patted Gu Changsheng on the shoulder. We've known each other for thousands of years. Why bother with such formalities? Now that Elder Chu has broken through to the Great Perfection Realm, how can he be the same as before? Gu Changsheng shook his head. You are now the pillar of our Xinqing Holy Land. As you wish, as you wish. Chu Kanglin waved his hand and led Gu Changsheng into the inner chamber. The two arrived at the inner chamber of the cave residence, where Chu Kanglin waved his hand to cast a soundproof barrier. What's so urgent? Chu Kanglin poured Gu Changsheng a cup of spiritual tea. Did you get into another conflict with the Lingxiao Holy Land? Gu Changsheng shook his head, downed the spiritual tea in one gulp, and furrowed his brows. Senior Chu, we just received news that there are now 10 great perfection cultivators on the Tianyang continent. The immortals from the celestial realm will send envoys to guide them to ascend to the celestial realm. Ascend to the immortal realm? Chu Kanglin jumped to his feet, nearly knocking over the teacup. Is that true? A gleam of determination flashed in Chu Kanglin's eyes. Ascending to the immortal realm, the temptation was too great. It was a dream that countless cultivators had spent their entire lives striving for, yet it was now within reach. But why does Changsheng look so serious? Senior brother Chu, I heard this news from the true source Taoist master as well. Gu Changsheng sighed, but it's not that simple. What? Is there a condition? Chu Kanglin sat back on his cushion, his expression growing solemn. This ascent to the immortal realm is a trap. Chapter 101, The Ascension Trap. Gu Changsheng lowered his voice. It appears to be a welcome, but it is actually an ambush. Once you ascend to the immortal realm, you will become menial servants for the immortal sect. Menial laborers for the immortal sect? Chu Kanglin was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Even menial servants in the immortal gate have the cultivation level of the Great Perfection Realm? That's too generous. No wonder it's the immortal realm. Senior Chu, you've misunderstood. Gu Changsheng shook his head. The term menial laborer may sound respectable, but it's merely a euphemism for slaves. He lowered his voice. According to the true source Taoist master, those who are guided into the immortal realm will have restrictions imposed on them once they enter. They must serve the immortal sect for life and dare not disobey in the slightest, or else their souls will be obliterated. Chu Kanglin furrowed his brows. So you're saying that the so-called ascension guidance, it's just a nicer sounding name. Gu Changqing sneered, the immortal realm is short on labor, so they've set their sights on us natives. Zhu Kanglin fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, where did you hear about this? Why would the Jinyuan Daozhu tell you all this? Gu Changsheng sighed. It is said that he discovered some clues during an expedition, which he gradually pieced together. Otherwise, the true source Dao master wouldn't have known the details either. The true source Daoist master is indeed the most qualified great perfection stage cultivator. During his tribulation period, you and I were probably not even born yet. His words are indeed trustworthy. Gu Changsheng stood up and paced. The true source Daoist has already purchased a life-saving item from Wang Boss. He plans to escape immediately after ascending. That old fox. Zhu Kanglin snorted coldly. If he escapes, won't all the other ascending cultivators be doomed? Exactly. Gu Changxing nodded. If the celestial realm discovers someone has escaped, they will inevitably take it out on the others. Zhu Kanglin pondered for a long time before suddenly saying, there's something I don't understand. All ascended beings possess top-tier talent and genius in this realm. Why would such individuals be neglected and instead reduced to menial labor? This defies logic. I don't understand this either. Gu Changxing shook his head. Perhaps the true source Dao master knows more about the inner workings. That old fox is cunning, he won't reveal it easily. Zhu Kanglin sneered. If he told you that much, it's already a sign of mercy. Gu Changsheng nodded. If that's the case, we should prepare for the future. Perhaps Mr. Wang has some life-saving items worth trying. The Alliance of 10,000 Laws, the Gate of 10,000 Laws. You mean that immortals from the celestial realm will come to guide us, the great perfection cultivators, to ascension? Tianheng Daozhu put down the jade slip in his hand, his brows furrowed. Xiao Woyo nodded, his expression solemn. That is indeed the case. Those words came directly from Jinyuan Daozhu. Jinyuan Daozhu. Tianheng Daozhu stood up and paced back and forth, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Jinyuan Daozhu was the most senior among the great perfection stage cultivators. Even when they were still at the nascent soul stage, Jinyuan Daozhu had already reached the great perfection stage. While he might not be the strongest in combat, no one could match his knowledge and experience. Why would he suddenly reveal such information? Tianheng Daozhu stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp. Xiao Woyo sighed wryly. He bought a blind box from Wang Boss and got a portal that can take him anywhere. A portal? It's a one-time use. He said ascension is a trap, and the guides will assign Mahayana stage cultivators to menial tasks in the immortal sect. Xiao Woyo paused. Not even menial tasks. Tianheng Daozhu slammed his palm on the table. Nonsense. We've cultivated for tens of thousands of years, finally breaking through to the great perfection realm. How could we end up as someone else's servants? Jinyuan Daozhu said he discovered ancient records during his early explorations. The guide is a traitor from a certain faction in the immortal realm, specifically deceiving great perfection cultivators into becoming laborers. Why did that old fox tell you all this? Tianheng Daozhu narrowed his eyes. Xiao Woyo sneered. He bought a teleportation gate to escape. If he escapes alone, the rest of us will be doomed. This old man pretends to be kind, but he's actually using us as cannon fodder. A flash of cruelty crossed his eyes as he whispered, Daozhu, shall we team up to kill a great perfection stage cultivator? With one less of them, we won't have to ascend to the immortal realm. Tianheng Daozhu glanced at him, his eyes filled with mockery. Kill a great perfection cultivator? Do you know how difficult it is to kill one? Xiao Woyo's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to continue. Master, with your vast abilities, if it were that easy to kill a great perfection cultivator, Han Yi would have died during his tribulation back then. Xiao Woyo's face paled. He knew Han Yi's reputation well. Tianheng Daozhu turned around, his gaze sharp as he stared at Xiao Woyo. And don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want to use me to take advantage of Zhu Kanglin's instability after breaking through to the great perfection realm and kill him. Xiao Woyo's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he hurriedly waved his hands. Master, you've misunderstood. I never had such intentions. Xiao Woyo, you underestimate the great perfection realm. Tianheng Daozhu shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. Even if Zhu Kanglin has just broken through, he is still a genuine great perfection cultivator. Do you think the great perfection realm is something trivial like the golden core or nascent soul stages? Xiao Woyo opened his mouth to defend himself, but ultimately closed it. Tianheng Daozhu sat back down on his cushion, tapping his fingers on the armrest. The 10 great perfection cultivators are already set. The only variable now is that blind box shop. That Wang boss is mysterious and unpredictable. He might truly have some heaven-defying techniques. Xiao Woyo recalled his own humiliating 40 consecutive losses, and his expression grew even more grim. That Wang boss was clearly targeting him, targeting Lingxiao Holy Land. Do not mention this to the other Dao masters. Tianheng Daozhu suddenly spoke up. Spreading the news will only cause panic, which benefits no one. Xiao Woyo nodded, but his mind was already spinning. The news that the ascension was a trap could fetch a good price among the other Dao masters. Tianheng Daozhu snorted coldly. Before the ascension, I will protect you in the Lingxiao Holy Land. Anyway, we're almost there. If it comes down to it, we'll just fight Zhu Kanglin. Xiao Wuyo suddenly looked up, his eyes brimming with excitement. Are you serious, Taoist master? I, Tianheng Daozhu, keep my word. Tianheng Daozhu stood up, turning his back to Xiao Wuyo. However, don't get too excited just yet. Once we reach the immortal realm, everyone must fend for themselves. I won't be able to protect you. On the other side, Chu Kanglin and Gu Changsheng hurried to Wang Li's blind box store. The two had been discussing the matter of ascending to the immortal realm the entire way, growing increasingly uneasy. Senior Chu, do you think the old fox, Xinyuan Daozhu, is going to deceive us? Gu Changsheng asked in a low voice. Chu Kanglin shook his head. It's unlikely. If he wanted to deceive us, he wouldn't have revealed so much. Besides, he's already purchased life-saving items, which proves that he's telling the truth. Then how should we respond? Let's check what life-saving items Wang Boss has first. As the two entered the store, they saw Wang Li sitting lazily in a chair, playing with a small hammer. Oh, two important figures have arrived together? Chu Kanglin cut straight to the point. Mr. Wang, I've come to ask for something to help us escape. Another escape item? Wang Li's tone carried a hint of teasing. Again? Chu Kanglin and Gu Changsheng exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Wang Li ignored the two of them, took out a blind box and a small hammer, and casually placed them on the table. Open it. Chu Kanglin reached out and took the hammer. I hope it's something good. Chu Kanglin murmured to himself, raising the hammer high above his head. Chapter 102, The Earth Escaping Pearl, opening the blind box in the sky. Chu Kanglin took a deep breath, holding the small hammer high in his hand. Crack! A flash of purple light appeared. A system voice echoed in Wang Li's mind. Earth Diving Pearl Single Use. Grade, Platinum. Origin, Journey to the West. Effect, upon use, instantly teleports underground, traversing the 9 layers of the underworld, leaving no trace. The purple light faded, and a crystal-clear bead lay quietly on the table. The bead is entirely earth yellow in color, containing an endless supply of earth essence within. When held in the hand, it feels heavy and substantial. Mr. Wang, what is this? Chu Kanglin carefully picked up the pearl, sensing the terrifying power within. The Earth Diving Pearl. Wang Li yawned. Once used, it allows you to instantly dive into the ground, traverse the 9 layers of the earth, and become untraceable. It's a one-time use item. Chu Kanglin's eyes widened. 9 layers of the underworld? How deep could that be? Even immortals couldn't dig that deep, could they? But how would I get out? Mr. Wang, if I use it to enter the 9 layers of the underworld, immortals can't get in. How do I get out? Wang Li waved his hand. This realm is not that realm. This realm is also part of the divine realm. To escape, one must possess the strength of a divine being or higher. You can cultivate here until you reach the earth immortal realm. Then you can break out using your strength. Chu Kanglin's expression relaxed. Although he might not be able to cultivate to the earth immortal realm with his talent, the 9 layers of the underworld wasn't the kind of deep underground place he had imagined. What is the price for this item? 10,000 spirit crystals. Chu Kanglin didn't hesitate to pull out his storage pouch. I'll take it. Compared to the astronomical prices of those conceptual level divine artifacts earlier, 10,000 spirit crystals were practically a bargain. Wang Li put away the spirit crystals and handed the earth diving pearl to Chu Kanglin. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Chu Kanglin was so excited his voice trembled. With this earth diving pearl, he no longer had to fear any divine beings from the celestial realms. Gu Changsheng smiled and spoke from the side. Senior Chu, congratulations. The two left the blind box store. Xianji Daozhu remained expressionless at the door, seeing off the two elders. Inside the room, Wang Li stretched lazily. Today had been a good day. He had obtained 10,000 spirit crystals. But another person arrived outside. Sanxiong Daozhu? Xianji Daozhu spoke, furrowing his brows slightly. Why were these Dao masters coming so frequently today? Weren't they supposed to be back in seclusion to process the overwhelming revelations from the auction? Sanxiong Daozhu hurriedly entered the shop without acknowledging Xianji Daozhu's confusion. His expression was solemn, clearly having heard some news as well. Mr. Wang, I'm here to request an escape-lined box. Another escape-lined box? Wang Li raised an eyebrow, smiling to himself. It seems that Xiao Wuyo really couldn't contain himself and spread the news that the ascension was a trap. But none of that concerned him. After all, he had his tricycle, and as for Qianji, he could just ride in the cargo bed later. Wang Li thought to himself as he conjured up a blind box and casually tossed it onto the table. Open it. Sanxiong Daozhu was just about to reach for the hammer when footsteps sounded outside the door. Tianheng? Sanxiong Daozhu turned around and saw Tianheng Daozhu also walking in. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew awkward. You open it, you open it. Tianheng Daozhu waved his hand, but inwardly cursed Xiao Wuyo, that bastard. Just moments ago, he had sworn not to mention this matter to anyone else, yet he had already informed the celestial sovereign of the sky. Sanxiong Daozhu didn't bother with formalities, grabbing the hammer and striking it. Clang! A flash of white light flickered, and when the glow faded, a yellow can lay quietly on the table. What? What is this, Mr. Wang? Shangqiang Daozhu stared at the oddly shaped container, which was adorned with symbols he couldn't decipher. Wang Li looked at the Red Bull with a mix of laughter and tears. A blind box that grants an energy boost from a certain perspective, it makes sense, right? This is called Red Bull, a functional beverage that enhances the endurance and mental focus of ordinary people. Endurance for ordinary people? The Sky Lord's lips twitched, feeling insulted by this blind box. A cultivator at the Great Perfection realm opening something meant for mortals? He stuffed the Red Bull into his storage pouch without expression and gritted his teeth. "Mr. Wang, give me another one." Tianheng Daozhu shook his head in disbelief beside him. Sanchion's luck was truly terrible. "Alright, still the escape type?" Wang Liman asked casually, producing another blind box from his hand. Sanxiong Daozhu took a deep breath, silently reciting a prayer several times in his mind before picking up the hammer. "This time, we have to get something good." Tianheng Daozhu stood by, watching the scene with interest. However, after 8 consecutive attempts, the Sky Sovereign only got white light. Most of them were escape-type items. There was a pair of straw sandals with the words "Put on these sandals and feel like you're flying" written on them. There were also bicycles, skateboards, roller skates, and parachutes, all mundane items used for escape. Shangqiang Daozhu's expression grew increasingly grim. As a great cultivator at the Great Perfection realm, the items he had summoned were so inferior that even a Foundation establishment disciple would scorn them. He gritted his teeth and stuffed the pile of treasures into his storage bag. "Master, shall I teach you a secret to opening the box?" Wang Li stood by, enjoying the spectacle. "I noticed some guests bow before opening the box or recite some auspicious words." "No need." He took several deep breaths. The most important thing now was to obtain the item that could save his life. Everything else was secondary. "Another one." Wang Li shrugged and pulled out another blind box. Shangqiang Daozhu had learned his lesson this time. He closed his eyes for a moment to calm his mind and adjust his state of mind. Then he picked up the small hammer and tapped it gently. A white light. Another item for mortals, a hat labeled invisibility cap, but it only made mortals slightly harder to spot in dimly lit areas. Shangqiang Daozhu's eyelids began to twitch. "Master of the heavens, your luck." Tianheng Daozhu couldn't help but shake his head, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. "Should we have someone else try?" "Shut up." The Sky Sovereign clenched his teeth. He tried 3 more times, but all 3 were just white light. This was the final straw. Shangqiang Daozhu's face alternated between pale and red, with veins bulging on his forehead. 12 consecutive white lights. This wasn't just bad luck anymore. It was as if the heavens were out to destroy him. "You take over. I need a break." The Celestial Sovereign relinquished his position to the Eternal Sovereign, his voice betraying his frustration. Tianheng Daozhu was enjoying the spectacle and, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate to step forward. "Watch me." He picked up the hammer and struck it down with confidence. Chapter 103, The Truck. Hum. A burst of green light erupted, dyeing the entire shop emerald green. Shangqiang Daozhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was everything Tianheng created better than his? Just now, he had 12 consecutive failures, but this guy started with a green glow? As the light faded, a massive red contraption appeared directly inside Wang Li's shop. Its massive body nearly occupied half the shop, but fortunately Wang Li's shop was large enough, otherwise, this thing wouldn't have fit. It was a standard cargo truck, with a red body reflecting a metallic sheen under the lights. The tires were taller than a person, and the cab was spacious and well lit. Wang Li stared at the truck, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mr. Wang, what is this?" Tianheng Daozhu had initially seen the green light and hadn't expected much, as green light was only silver tier. But Wang Li's expression, as if he had seen a treasure, caught his attention. Could this thing be powerful? Wang Li snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. "This is called a truck. It's used for carrying goods and is fairly fast." As Wang Li spoke, he was secretly considering whether to buy the truck. After all, that 3-wheeler was rather shabby. He wouldn't even dare to say he was the owner of a blind box store while driving it. "Mr. Wang, is that all?" Tianheng Daozhu had been waiting for a while and, seeing that Wang Li wasn't continuing his introduction, couldn't help but urge him. Such a large item couldn't possibly be just an ordinary cargo vehicle, could it? "What else do you want?" Wang Li shrugged his hands. "It's just a truck. It's not some kind of magical artifact." Tianheng Daozhu's face darkened. So the thing he had brought out was inferior to the white light artifacts of Shangqiang Daozhu? At least those were escape vehicles. What was his truck compared to that? But Wang Li changed the subject, his eyes darting around the truck. "This thing of yours could actually be sold to me. I won't charge you an observation fee, nor will I ask for the spirit crystals used to purchase the truck. Let's just swap it for something else." Tianheng Daozhu froze. "What do you mean?" Shangqiang Daozhu perked up his ears. Wang Boss was actually offering to buy something the customer had brought? This was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. Wang Li walked over to the truck, reached out, and touched the door. The metal felt cold and smooth. He walked around the red behemoth, growing more satisfied with each glance. "I'll trade you this truck for a blind box. How about it?" "A blind box?" Tianheng Daozhu raised an eyebrow. This deal didn't sound very profitable. What grade of blind box? Wang Li shook his head. Forget about a fixed grade blind box. I can only offer you the item inside the blind box for free. Tianheng Daozhu was taken aback. Does that mean no matter what grade of item comes out, even something as valuable as a 7-colored golden light divine artifact, you can just take it? This deal is a total steal. Deal. He blurted it out almost before he could think, afraid Wang Li would change his mind. All right. Wang Li satisfiedly patted the truck, then took out a blind box and handed it to Tianheng Daozhu. Tianheng Daozhu took the blind box and took a deep breath. The gruesome scene of Shangqiang Daozhu's 12 consecutive white draws was still fresh in his mind, and he certainly didn't want to repeat that mistake. Clang! The hammer struck and a burst of red light erupted, dyeing the entire shop a vivid red. Red! Tianheng Daozhu's heart raced. Red was diamond grade and absolute treasure. Shangqiang Daozhu watched from the side, his eyes turning red with envy. Why did Tianheng Daozhu have such good luck? He had 12 consecutive failures, yet this guy just casually struck red light? Wang Li heard a voice in his mind. Cloud somersault. Grade, diamond. Origin, journey to the west. Effect, perform a somersault to travel 10,800 li, but requires divine energy to activate. The red light faded, and a golden cloud floated in mid-air, its edges shimmering with a faint golden glow. Wang Li's heart was also stirred. Was Tianheng Daozhu's luck good or bad? He had summoned the somersault cloud, a top-tier escape artifact, but it required divine energy to activate. Mr. Wang, what is this? Tianheng Daozhu asked cautiously, his eyes fixed on the cloud. This is called the Cloud of Somersaults, Wang Li spoke slowly. A single somersault can take you 10,800 li. So, once you activate it, you can appear 10,800 miles away in just a few breaths? Tianheng Daozhu's eyes lit up instantly. Crossing 10,800 li in a few breaths? This was definitely the work of an immortal. With this item, any divine realm summoning would be a joke. Thank you, Mr. Wang, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Wang, I am unworthy of this gift. He reached into his storage pouch to pull out spirit crystals. Here are 10,000 spirit crystals. Consider them a gift to Mr. Wang. Stop, I haven't finished yet. Wang Li hurriedly interrupted him. You haven't finished yet? Tianheng Daozhu's eyes grew even more eager. Does this item have any other extraordinary properties? Shangqiang Daozhu also perked up his ears, wondering if this cloud somersault had any hidden functions. No. This item has a limitation. Wang Li scratched his nose. Tianheng Daozhu's smile froze. What limitation? As you might have guessed, this is a technique of the immortals, and such techniques can only be activated using immortal energy. As the words fell, the entire shop fell into dead silence. Tianheng Daozhu's expression was priceless, shifting from ecstasy to shock and then to despair, all within a few breaths. Shangqiang Daozhu nearly burst out laughing beside him. So this guy had offered a treasure that required divine energy? What was the difference between that and a worthless item? Mr. Wang, immortal energy. Tianheng Daozhu's voice was dry. Yes, celestial energy. Wang Li nodded. Without celestial energy, this cloud of the 8 trigrams is just an ordinary cloud. Tianheng Daozhu's face turned pale. Wasn't this saying he had obtained something that looked powerful but was completely useless? No, it wasn't completely useless. A gleam of calculation flashed in Tianheng Daozhu's eyes. During the auction earlier, the master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion had asked how many celestial essence stones were needed, indicating he had them. Could the Xianyuan within the Xianyuan stones be used to activate it? After much deliberation, Tianheng Daozhu accepted the somersault cloud. In an instant, detailed information about the somersault cloud appeared in his mind. Mr. Wang, please take these 10,000 spirit crystals. This item is useless to us, or about to ascend. Saying this, Tianheng Daozhu still handed the storage pouch to Wang Li. He needed to go find the master of the 10,000 treasures pavilion immediately and obtain the Xianyuan stone. Shangqiang Daozhu saw through Tianheng Daozhu's intentions and sneered, Tianheng, you wouldn't dare go find the master of the Wanbao Tower, would you? He has the Xianyuan stone, why would he lend it to you? What's it to you? Tianheng Daozhu didn't even turn his head, his tone betraying a hint of urgency. Shangqiang Daozhu shook his head. Do you really think the master of the Wanbao Pavilion would help you for no reason? If he had that many Xianyuan stones, he would have used them himself long ago. Tianheng Daozhu paused in his steps, feeling a bit uneasy. The master of the Wanbao Tower was cunning to obtain the Xianyuan stones from him, one must pay a corresponding price. But the temptation of the cloud somersault was too great. A single somersault could take one 10,800 miles away. Such a life-saving artifact was hard to come by. Wang Li didn't hesitate and directly accepted the spirit crystals. Tianheng Daozhu, actually, spirit stones can also be used to activate the cloud of somersaults. The essence of spirit stones is not much different from spirit crystals. The only difference is that spirit stones contain divine energy, while spirit crystals contain spiritual energy. Use the Xianyuan stone in the same way you use the spirit crystals. It can activate the cloud somersault just as effectively. Wang Li added, after all, he had received 10,000 spirit crystals from the other party. Tianheng Daoju's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, but Xianyuan stones are extremely rare in the mortal realm. Wang Li shrugged. You'll have to decide for yourself. Tianheng Daoju's eyes flickered with a complex expression, then he took a step back and bowed deeply to Wang Li. If I ever encounter Mr. Wang in the immortal realm in the future, I will definitely pay you another visit. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianheng Daoju turned and left in a hurry. Clearly, he was in a hurry to discuss the matter of the Xianyuan stones with the master of the Wanbao Tower. Songqiang Daoju watched from the side, grinding his teeth in frustration. Why did this old fox have such good luck? He had rolled 12 consecutive blanks and hadn't even gotten a usable escape tool, while the old fox had casually summoned a diamond grey cloud. Though it required Xianyuan stones to activate, at least there was hope, right? His pile of mundane junk was an insult to intelligence. Mr. Wang, let me try a few more. The Sky Lord pulled out his storage pouch and slammed it on the table. Alright, but I suggest you calm down first. Opening boxes when you're in a bad mood usually doesn't bring good luck. Songqiang Daoju's face darkened. He felt that his bad mood was due to his bad luck. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. It's just opening a blind box. I refuse to believe in bad luck. The Sky Master picked up the small hammer, squinted his eyes, and stared intently at the blind box in front of him. This time, it has to be something good. Wang Li propped his chin up, watching the scene with interest. The Sky Lord's current expression, gritting his teeth in determination, bore no resemblance to the dignity of a cultivator at the Great Perfection realm. Master, why don't you pay your respects to me first? Maybe it'll bring you some luck. Wang Li teased. The Sky Sovereign glared at him, raised the hammer, and smashed it down. Open it again. Chapter 104, Return to the City. Crack. The hammer in the Sky Lord's hand came crashing down, and a burst of blue light erupted, bathing the entire shop in a deep blue glow. Blue light. Golden tier. A flash of wild joy crossed the Sky Lord's eyes. Finally, it wasn't white light. He stared intently at the blue light, fearing it might vanish suddenly. As the light faded, a blue ring and a symbol appeared in its place. Return to city one-time use. Grade, gold. This item exists in multiple games. Effect, upon use, a ring forms beneath your feet. After 10 breaths, you are teleported to the marked location. Mr. Wang, what is this? Songqiang Daoju examined the ring carefully. This is likely a teleportation array. The marked point is the destination you need to set up in advance. This ring is the activation device for the teleportation array. After use, it forms a circular ring under your feet. After 10 breaths, you will instantly teleport to the pre-designated location. And it can only be used once. Songqiang Daoju pondered for a moment. The most critical aspect of this device was the 10 breaths of time. If one could endure it, escape would be possible. If not, how much does this cost? 5,000 spirit crystals. Songqiang Daoju didn't hesitate to pull out his storage pouch. Deal. The transaction completed, the Sky Domain Master left the blind box shop. Inside the store, Wang Li stretched lazily. Today's business had been unexpectedly good. These late-stage cultivators were flocking in to buy life-saving items, practically handing over their money. Mr. Wang, someone else is coming. Xianji Daoju reported from the doorway. Who is it? Wang Li asked lazily. Master Lingfeng and Master Qingxiao. Wang Li raised his eyebrows. These two were also Great Perfection stage cultivators. Let them in. Soon, 2 cultivators with deep and profound auras entered the room. Linfeng Daoju was a young man with a handsome face and piercing eyes. Qingxiao Daoju was a middle-aged woman with a stern demeanor, her brows exuding a hint of authority. Honored Dao Masters, what brings you here? Wang Li remained in his usual laid-back manner, as if he were facing ordinary guests rather than 2 powerful cultivators at the Great Perfection realm. Linfeng Daoju cut straight to the point. Mr. Wang, we're here to find the escaped blind box. We all know the rules. If you can't afford it, pay the observation fee. If you can, buy it. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. Why were these Great Perfection stage cultivators all coming here to buy escape items today? It seems the news that Ascension is a trap has already spread far and wide. All right. Who's first? Wang Li casually took out a blind box and placed it on the table, then tossed the small hammer lightly. Qingxiao Daoju glanced at Linfeng Daoju. You go first. Linfeng Daoju took the hammer. Open. The hammer fell, and a flash of white light appeared. A yellow aluminum can appeared on the table. What is this? Linfeng Daoju stared at the strange container. Red Bull, a drink mortals use to stay awake. Wang Li yawned. Songqiang Daoju also opened one earlier. It seems we are meant to be. Linfeng Daoju smiled slightly. It seems I truly have a connection with Songqiang Daoju. Mr. Wang, another one. Wang Li pulled out another blind box. Master Lingfeng clenched his teeth and tapped it again. White light. Another white light. The third, the fourth. Linfeng Daoju remained expressionless, but Qingxiao Daoju beside him frowned deeply. She had originally thought that Master Lingfeng was quite lucky, but it turned out he wasn't much better than Master Zhangxiong. Mr. Wang, what about these things? Xingxiao Daozhu pointed at the pile of treasures on the table, his voice trembling slightly. They're all items ordinary people use to escape. Wang Li shrugged. Though they're useless to cultivators, they at least fit the occasion, don't they? Xingxiao, it's fine. If they can't be activated, it just means I wasn't meant to have them. Linfeng Daozhu remained unfazed, his expression calm, as if the pile of white light debris had nothing to do with him. Hey, you're pretty calm about it. Wang Li teased, the other Dao masters would have been jumping up and down by now. After all these years of cultivation, if one lacks even this much composure, it would be a waste of the great vehicle. Master Lingfeng smiled faintly, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Continue. All right. Wang Li took out another blind box and placed it on the table. Linfeng Daozhu took a deep breath, raised his hammer high, and brought it down with a thud. Crack. This time, it wasn't white light, but green light. Linfeng Daozhu didn't react much, but Wang Li perked up, his eyes shining brighter. Earlier, Tianhang Daozhu had opened a blind box that revealed a truck, which had left him deeply impressed. If only a sports car had appeared now. The green light faded, and a small metallic object appeared on the table, resembling some kind of mechanical device. What is this? Linfeng Daozhu picked up the object and examined it carefully. Wang Li's eyes lost their sparkle, and he shook his head disappointedly. A hook claw gun, a silver grade item. A hook claw gun? Linfeng Daozhu and Shengxiao Daozhu spoke in unison. Yes, a tool for escaping. Wang Li casually took the device, pulled the trigger, and with a whoosh, a slender metal hook shot out, firmly latching onto the shop's crossbeam. Pull the trigger, and the claw will shoot out and firmly grasp the target, then pull you quickly toward it. Wang Li released the trigger, and the claw automatically retracted. However, this device is of limited use to you at the Great Perfection realm. Linfeng Daozhu took the grappling gun, tested the trigger, and felt the mechanism inside, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. How far can this thing escape? Xingxiao Daozhu asked from the side. It depends on the length of the claw and your arm strength. Wang Li shrugged. For ordinary people, escaping dozens of zhang away would be considered decent. Several dozen zhang? Xingxiao Daozhu's lips twitched, that's way too short. I told you, this is for mortals. Wang Li spread his hands, if you want something better, keep digging. Linfeng Daozhu tucked the hook claw spear into his storage pouch, his face still as calm as water. Mr. Wang, one more. Wang Li took out another blind box. Linfeng Daozhu struck it down. Scratch. A burst of purple light erupted, dyeing the entire shop a deep purple. As the purple light faded, a crystal ball the size of a fist lay quietly on the table, with a faint green glow flowing within it. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice sounded. Highland Bloodline. Grade, Platinum. Origin, League of Legends. Effect, a skill that, when activated, enhances all attributes and significantly increases speed for 15 minutes. Chapter 105, isn't this for combat? Wang Li's lips twitched. Isn't this for combat? Why is it in an escape-themed blind box? Lao Tong, be honest, are you mocking me for frequently using my ultimate ability to flee in my previous life? Mr. Wang, what is this? Linfeng Daozhu's voice interrupted Wang Li's inner rant. He carefully picked up the crystal ball, feeling the violent power contained within. Wang Li snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. This item is called the Highland Bloodline. It's a skill, similar to your cultivation techniques. Upon use, it enhances all attributes, with a significant boost to speed. Wang Li paused, though it sounds like a combat-oriented ability, the speed boost makes it excellent for escaping as well. A gleam of sharpness flashed in the eyes of the Wind Master. Speed enhancement? That was indeed crucial for escaping. Xingxiao Daozhu peered over from the side. Linfeng, your luck is way better than that old guy Sung Qiong. He got a string of white, while you at least got a purple glow. That's indeed impressive. Linfeng held the crystal ball in his hand, feeling the power within responding to his aura. Mr. Wang, how do we use this? It's simple. Project your divine consciousness into it, then activate it according to the instructions inside. Wang Li spoke lazily, but there's one thing to note, once activated, this thing has a time limit, lasting roughly a quarter of an hour. Linfeng Daozhu closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment, then smiled satisfactorily. Mr. Wang, what is the price for this item? 15,000 spirit crystals. Deal. Linfeng Daozhu reached into his storage pouch without hesitation. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Xingxiao Daozhu watched enviously and hurried forward. Mr. Wang, it's my turn. I also want an escape-themed blind box. Wang Li took out another blind box and placed it on the table. Go ahead, see how lucky you are. Xingxiao Daozhu took a deep breath, picked up the small hammer, and struck it hard. A flash of white light. Her expression changed slightly, but she remained composed. Let's try another one. Another flash of white light. The third one was also white light. The Xingxiao Daozhu's expression began to darken. Lingfeng Daozhu comforted him from the side. Xingxiao, don't worry. I had to open several white lights before the purple light appeared. I know. Xingxiao Daozhu clenched his teeth and said, keep going. The Alliance of 10,000 Laws, the Gate of 10,000 Laws. At this moment, aside from Qianji Daozhu and the 2 Days opening blind boxes, the other 7 Days were all present here. Everyone, we have gathered you here today to discuss an important matter. Tianheng Daozhu surveyed the crowd, his tone solemn. The other Dao Masters remained silent, waiting for Tianheng to continue. I presume you are all aware of the matter of ascension? If you don't know, that's fine. You'll find out shortly. Jinyuan Daozhu, you should explain this matter. Jinyuan Daozhu spoke in a solemn tone, detailing the clues he had discovered. From the scattered fragments in ancient texts to the bizarre discoveries made during their expeditions, all the way to the true inner workings of the ascension to the immortal realm. True Source Dao Master, are you serious? Huitong Daoist spoke first, his voice trembling slightly. Ascending to immortality is the ultimate dream of every cultivator, yet now they were told it was a trap, a revelation no one could easily accept. Jinyuan Daozhu shook his head. I have no reason to deceive you all. In truth, I did not intend to reveal this matter. Had I kept it to myself, I would have been the only one prepared to escape, greatly increasing my chances of success. These words sent shockwaves through the room. The other Dao Masters looked at Jinyuan with changed expressions, their previous respect turning to anger and suspicion. Li Jinyuan. What do you mean? Xianyi Daoist Master Hani suddenly stood up, his aura fluctuating. You speak so lightly. Do you really think you can save yourself alone? So you think we'll hold you back? Huitong, another Daoist master, echoed the doubt, his tone dark. I won't speak for the others, but you're definitely holding us back. Jinyuan Daozhu showed no fear toward Xianyi Daozhu, striking directly at his weak point. You. Hani was so angry he couldn't speak, his fingers trembling. Hani, after all this time, you still haven't come to terms with your own position. Jinyuan Daozhu continued to deliver the final blow, his tone unnaturally calm. I'm telling you the truth. You're only capable of bullying those in the tribulation stage. If you ever face a true great perfection expert, you won't even have the right to resist. Li Jinyuan. Hani erupted in fury, his spiritual energy surging, ready to attack. Everyone, sit down. Tianheng Daozhu suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his overwhelming aura instantly suppressing the entire room. This is a time for discussing important matters, not settling personal grudges. Hani gritted his teeth but slowly sat back down. The other Dao Masters also wore various expressions, some deep in thought, others filled with worry. Jinyuan Daozhu, Tianheng Daozhu, since you have informed us of this matter, you must have some plans in mind, correct? Xinghe Daozhu spoke up. He was the youngest among the Daes present, even younger than Chu Kanglin, who had recently broken through his cultivation realm. However, his cultivation was no joke. Jinyuan Daozhu nodded. I suggest we hunt down the intruders from the immortal realm. Why are all 20 of them white lights? Xinghe Daozhu gritted her teeth. She had just summoned a pile of escape tools for ordinary people: straw sandals, skateboards, canes, parachutes, and a tattered piece of cloth labeled invisibility cap. As a great cultivator at the Great Perfection realm, the items she had conjured were so inferior that even disciples at the Foundation Establishment realm would look down on them. Qingxiao, calm down. Lin Feng tried to calm Qingxiao Daozhu. Why don't I try? I'll summon something better for you later? Qingxiao was about to nod when Wang Li directly waved his hand to interrupt. That's not allowed. Whoever opens the blind box gets the item. Items obtained from blind boxes cannot be traded. Wang Li yawned, unless it comes with a similar authorization feature. Why wasn't this rule established earlier? Lin Feng Daozhu asked. As far as he knew, it should have been possible to trade with others before. Wang Li shook his head. This restriction was specifically added for the auction. It's not allowed now. Lin Feng Daozhu paused. Alright then. He thought to himself, this rule is pretty strict. But upon further thought, it made sense. If anyone could trade freely, those with good luck would be swamped by others trying to snatch them up. Qingxiao Daozhu took a deep breath. Mr. Wang, 10 more. Are we still bidding? Wang Li raised an eyebrow. Why not take a break and adjust your mindset? The way you're looking now, the chances of getting something good. What do you mean? Qingxiao Daozhu's expression turned dangerous. Nothing, just a friendly reminder. Wang Li shrugged, producing 10 more blind boxes from his hand. That said, your luck really is terrible. 20 consecutive misses, that's rare even in my shop. Lin Feng Daozhu couldn't help but smile to himself, thinking that Qingxiao was going to be even more upset now. Sure enough, Qingxiao Daozhu's expression darkened further. She grabbed the hammer and smashed the first blind box with all her might. White light. The second one, white light. The third one, still white light. Qingxiao Daozhu's hands began to tremble, not out of fear, but out of anger. Qingxiao, maybe we should just give up. Lin Feng Daozhu couldn't bear to watch anymore. We all have our life-saving items now, that's enough. No. Qingxiao Daozhu clenched his teeth. I refuse to believe I can't produce something better. Wang Li leaned on his chin, watching the spectacle, thinking to himself how terrifying the gambler's mentality of these great perfection stage cultivators truly was. Blinded by loss, they cared about nothing else. Swoosh. This time, it wasn't white light. This time it was blue light. Xingxiao Daozhu stared intently at the blue light, fearing it might vanish suddenly. Her hands trembled slightly, not out of fear, but out of excitement. Over 20 blind boxes finally, they weren't white light. Linfeng Daozhu also sighed in relief. If Xingxiao kept going, she might go mad here. The blue light faded, revealing a metal device the size of a palm on the table. It was golden in color, covered in intricate patterns, and featured a figure resembling a human form. Wang Li heard the system's voice in his mind. Chapter 106, Flashback, discussing countermeasures. Teleportation one-time use. Grade, Gold. Origin, this item exists in multiple games. Effect, upon use, instantly teleport a short distance. Mr. Wang, what is this? Xingxiao Daozhu hurriedly asked. Wang Li stretched lazily. This item is called teleport. Pressing this button allows you to instantly teleport a short distance. A certain distance? How far exactly? Xingxiao Daozhu pressed further. Wang Li checked the system and replied, about 2 or 3 kilometers, which is roughly 1,000 zhang. Only 1,000 zhang? Xingxiao Daozhu's tone betrayed his disappointment. Only? Wang Li rolled his eyes. This is teleportation, not slow, leisurely movement. Plus, there are no side effects, just press a button and you're there. It's way faster than your so-called teleportation techniques. Xingxiao Daozhu fell silent for a moment. 1,000 zhang wasn't exactly far, but the key was the instantaneous speed. If facing someone from the immortal realm, this distance might not be enough. But if combined with other escape techniques. Xingxiao, want to take another gamble? Linfeng Daozhu suggested from the side. Maybe the next one will be something good. Forget it. Xingxiao Daozhu retracted his teleportation ability. Today's luck is just like this. If we keep going, we might not even get this. She recalled the pitiful sight of Shangxiang Daozhu's 12 consecutive losses earlier, and a chill ran down her spine. If she ended up with a string of losses like that, she'd really be out of luck. What's the price for this item? Xingxiao Daozhu asked. 3,000 spirit crystals, Wang Li quoted. Xingxiao Daozhu didn't hesitate to pull out his storage pouch. Deal. Seeing that Xingxiao Daozhu had stopped, Linfeng Daozhu also relented. Mr. Wang, that's all for today. We'll come by again another time. Take your time. Wang Li waved his hand. After the 2 Dao Masters left, the store fell silent once more. Wang Li counted today's haul and felt in high spirits. These great perfection stage cultivators were all rushing to buy life-saving items, like walking treasure troves of spirit crystals. I must enhance my strength. When the time comes, I'll ascend with them. What about the ascension traps? Wang Li pondered, then turned his gaze toward the large truck. Go tell my insurance agent. Hunting down those from the immortal realm? Zhenyuan Daozhu, do you know the cultivation level of the incoming individuals? Zhenyuan Daozhu pondered for a moment before saying, according to the information I have received, the intruders should still be at the Great Perfection Realm. Li Zhenyuan, this is just your speculation. If the intruders are true immortals, we might as well be captured and sent to the immortal realm to work as menial laborers. Xianyi Daozhu rebutted, then looked at the other Daos, hoping someone would support him. However, the other Dao Masters all sneered at Xianyi Dao Master. Han Yi was truly naive. According to Li Zhenyuan's words, it was likely not as simple as being a menial laborer. Seeing no one supporting him, Han Yi's face turned red with embarrassment. Li Zhenyuan, what should we do if we fail to hunt him down? Even if they're from the immortal realm, even those at the Great Perfection stage aren't something we can match. You're right. Even if they're at the Great Perfection stage, we can't just kill them at will. Zhenyuan Daozhu nodded, but a gleam flashed in his eyes. However, he raised his voice, his gaze sweeping over the other Dao Masters. Do not underestimate yourselves. Though we are natives of this realm, we are genuine Great Perfection realm cultivators. And besides. He paused, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth. Moreover, we have the numerous divine artifacts offered by that mysterious king boss. After speaking, the True Source Daoist turned to the Demon Abyss Daoist. Demon Abyss Daoist, during the previous auction, didn't you obtain a Barret destruction? The Demon Abyss Daoist's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively reached for his storage pouch. When fully charged, this item is powerful enough to severely injure a Great Perfection cultivator. Zhenyuan Daozhu continued, if used in a surprise attack, even someone from the immortal realm would suffer a severe loss. The Demon Abyss Dao Master remained silent for a moment before nodding slowly. You're right, this item's power is indeed terrifying. Zhenyuan Daozhu turned to Shangxiang Daozhu with satisfaction. Shangxiang Daozhu, you must have obtained the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, right? Shangxiang Daozhu's expression darkened. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire had been his trump card and couldn't be used lightly. This item possesses both ice and fire attributes. Even if it doesn't cause significant damage, it can still catch the immortals off guard. The Lord of the Azure Sky snorted coldly. You're quite the strategist, aren't you? You want us to risk our lives for this? Master of the Azure Sky, your words are mistaken. Zhenyuan Daozhu shrugged his hands. We are all in the same boat. If we sit idly by, our fate will be even worse. He turned his head again and looked at Chu Kanglin. Chu Kanglin, doesn't your Xinqing Holy Land have the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array? We all witnessed its power that day. Chu Kanglin narrowed his eyes. Jinyu and Daozhu, are you suggesting that the Xinqing Holy Land should be the one to take the lead? Not at all. Jinyu and Daozhu shook his head. What I mean is, with this array, we have a way out. We can advance to attack or retreat to defend. He then surveyed the other Dao Masters once more, his gaze briefly skimming over Han Yi. After being at the Great Perfection Realm for so many years, how could we not have a trump card up our sleeves? Moreover, if we unite, we may still have a chance to fight. Han Yi, seeing himself ignored, grew even more furious. You're playing with fire. What if you provoke the immortal realm? In rage? Jinyu and Daoist sneered. Han Yi, do you really think they're here to guide us to immortality? According to the information I've received, those so-called guides are nothing more than traitors from a faction within the immortal realm. They're here to conscript us. Rather than surrender without a fight, let's take a chance. But 3 of the Dao Masters haven't arrived yet. Xinghe Daozhu said from the side, glancing at the empty seats. Lin Feng Daozhu and Xing Xiao Daozhu went to open blind boxes. As the true source Dao Master finished speaking, the space in the hall suddenly rippled, and 2 figures appeared simultaneously. It was indeed Ling Feng Daozhu and Xing Xiao Daozhu. How about it? Did you get anything good? Song Qiong Daozhu couldn't help but ask, recalling his own dismal fate of 12 consecutive empty boxes. Not bad. Lin Feng Daozhu replied casually, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Xing Xiao Daozhu shot a glance at Sangqiang Daozhu and sneered, at least it's better than someone else's 12 consecutive blanks. Sangqiang Daozhu's face darkened, and he snorted coldly before remaining silent. There is still Qianji left. Qianji has already aligned himself with that Wang boss. He probably won't fight me to the death. Xinghe Daozhu said. 9 of us are enough. Shenwu and Daozhu said. Immediately, everyone began discussing countermeasures. Chapter 107, Visitors from the Immortal Realm. On the other side. Wang Li stretched lazily, feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body. The power of the Great Perfection Realm surged through his blood, giving him a sense of control over the heavens and earth that was utterly intoxicating. The euphoria of breaking through his cultivation realm was even more exhilarating than opening a golden light blind box. This sudden boost in power is truly exhilarating. Wang Li exclaimed inwardly. Now that he had broken through to the Great Perfection stage, all he had to do was wait for his ascension. However, ascension was the last thing on his mind. With the system in his hands, even if he ended up as a menial servant in the celestial realm, those immortals would have to obediently open blind boxes for him. Qianji. Present. Qianji Daozhu appeared immediately, bowing respectfully. Let's go out for a stroll. Wang Li stood up and stretched his limbs. After breaking through the Great Perfection stage, he felt his entire body brimming with power, making it the perfect time to go out for a stroll. As he spoke, Wang Li waved his hand, and the red truck instantly appeared outside the shop. This truck had been modified by the system and equipped with a dedicated system space. Once inside, it was like entering an invincible domain. Even a true immortal wouldn't stand a chance. Get in. Wang Li gestured for Qianji Daozhu to get in, then headed straight for the driver's seat. Qianji Daozhu looked at the massive vehicle and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Mr. Wang, how do you control this? Qianji Daozhu stood at the car door, feeling a bit at a loss. I forgot you're a local. Wang Li tapped the steering wheel. You'll see once you get in. It's much simpler than your flying swords. Qianji Daozhu reluctantly climbed into the passenger seat and sat down carefully. Hold on tight. Wang Li stepped on the gas pedal, and the truck roared to life. Qianji Daozhu felt his body shake violently, then he was suddenly pressed into the seat, and the scenery before his eyes rushed backward at an incredible speed. Wang Li burst into laughter. How about that? Faster than your flying swords, huh? Qianji Daozhu opened his mouth, wanting to say that flying swords were much faster than this. Before Wang Li could go much further, he was blocked by someone. What's the matter? Missing someone? Wang Li honked the horn while sticking his head out the window and speaking to the person in front of him. The man was dressed in a white Taoist robe, wearing a jade crown, with a handsome face and emanating an ethereal aura. He floated in mid-air, blocking the truck's path, his expression calm and composed. I am a messenger from the celestial realm, here to guide those who have reached the Great Perfection stage to ascend. The figure bowed to Wang Li with a fist, his voice clear and resonant, carrying an air of undeniable authority. A messenger from the celestial realm. He's really here. Wang Li, however, yawned nonchalantly. Oh? Ascension? Sure. Let's go. The celestial messenger was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a straightforward response. He had prepared a speech, but now it was all useless. The celestial messenger furrowed his brows, sizing up the strange red creature before him. Sir, what is this? He pointed at the truck, his tone tinged with confusion. Wang Li tapped the steering wheel. A mode of transportation. Much more practical than your old flying swords. A mode of transportation? The celestial messenger was even more confused, but quickly waved his hand. Never mind. We'll discuss this strange object later. Please follow me now to find other great cultivators. All right. Within the Wanfa Gate, 9 great perfection cultivators gathered together. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, and every face was etched with tension and resolve. Mo Yuan, is your Barret ready? Asked Jinyuan Daozhu in a low voice. The demon abyss Taoist nodded, clutching the coldly gleaming sniper rifle in his hands. One shot, one kill, the demon abyss Dao master said, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Song Qiong Daozhu fiddled with his storage pouch beside him. My bone spirit coldfire is ready to strike at any moment. Even if we can't kill him, we can at least throw him into chaos. Chu Kanglin's expression grew solemn. Everyone, this battle concerns our very survival. If we fail, there are no ifs, Tianheng Daozhu interrupted him. Either we succeed or we die. It's better than being a menial servant. Hani sat in the corner, his face as pale as paper. He still thought this plan was too reckless, but there was no turning back now. They're here. Xinghe Daozhu suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on the entrance to the hall. Everyone tensed up instantly, with various magical artifacts secretly preparing to unleash their power. Boom! A strange sound echoed from the distance, growing louder and closer. What is that sound? Xingshao Daozhu furrowed his brows. Soon, a massive red creature appeared before the Wanfa Gate. The rumbling sound was coming from this monster. Is that Mr. Wang? Lin Feng Daozhu narrowed his eyes and recognized the familiar figure in the truck's driver's seat. Why is Mr. Wang here? Chu Kanglin's heart skipped a beat. Could he be here to ascend as well? The truck came to a stop, but Wang Li did not get out. Instead, he rolled down the window. Hey, everyone is here. He greeted them lazily. The celestial messenger leaped out of the truck bed and landed on the square in front of the Wanfa Gate. Esteemed fellow cultivators at the Great Perfection stage, we apologize for keeping you waiting. The celestial messenger swept his sleeve and a swirl of divine energy enveloped him. I am Tong Xian, sent to escort you all to the celestial realm. The 9 Dao masters appeared calm on the surface, but secretly, they had already prepared for battle. Jinyuan Daozhu stepped forward, bowed his hands, and said, Greetings, Tongxian Immortal. When shall we depart? We may depart at once. Tongxian smiled faintly, all you need to do is. Before he could finish, the demon abyss Dao master's eyes flashed with a cold light. The long-charged Barret destruction suddenly opened fire. Boom! A massive energy beam tore through the void, hurtling straight toward Tongxian. This strike had channeled all of the demon abyss Dao master's magical power, its might terrifying beyond imagination. Tongxuan's expression changed drastically. He never expected these natives to dare to ambush him. You're asking for death. He flickered out of the way, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, but his sleeves were still grazed by the energy, instantly turning to ash. Binding heaven's rope! Tongxian roared, and a golden chain shot out from his hand, transforming into a serpent tens of thousands of feet long in midair, coiling toward everyone present. The celestial sovereign of the heavens coldly snorted, and the bone spirit's cold flames erupted instantly. Icy blue flames swept out, colliding with the divine binding chain, emitting a piercing sizzling sound. Break it! Tianheng Daozhu crushed the Fa Tianxiang D talisman in his hand, his body instantly swelling to a height of 10,000 feet, and his massive fist slammed down toward Tongxian. The other Dao masters also attacked simultaneously, unleashing various divine abilities and treasures. The entire Wanfa Ke was instantly shrouded in a sea of colorful spiritual lights. Tongxuan's expression darkened like water. The strength of these natives exceeded his expectations, especially those strange magical treasures. Their power was truly terrifying. Oomph, I expected this. He sneered coldly as the confinement of the immortals coiled in the air, instantly splitting into dozens of chains that swarmed toward the crowd. The confinement of the immortals was a divine artifact specifically designed to subdue disobedient guides. Once caught, even a great perfection stage cultivator would find it nearly impossible to escape. Wang Li sat inside the truck, watching the fierce battle with great interest. Xianji, who do you think will win? Xianji Daozhu's forehead broke out in a sweat. Senior, this is hard to say. I think the celestial messenger will win. Wang Li rested his chin on his hand and analyzed, look at that confinement of the immortals rope, it's clearly well prepared. Sure enough, the divine binding rope was incredibly powerful, binding Hani and Xinghe Daozhu within just a few breaths. The two struggled desperately, but the golden chains grew tighter and tighter, soon rendering them unable to move. Damn it! Jinyuan Daozhu's expression changed drastically, there's something off about those chains. Tongxian smirked triumphantly, a mere native dares to challenge a divine artifact? Soon, the confinement of the immortals swiftly flew toward the crowd. The golden chains, emanating the unique pressure of a divine artifact, directly wrapped around Wang Li's red truck. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed from the vehicle, but Wang Li remained calm and composed in the driver's seat. Don't move. Wang Li mentally restrained the system, I'm counting on this guy to take me to the celestial realm. If I kill him now, what will I do? Xianji Daozhu, sitting in the passenger seat, was sweating nervously, but seeing Wang Li's calm demeanor, he felt inexplicably reassured. A senior is a senior, even divine artifacts hold no fear for him. On the battlefield, Tongxian's smug smile was cut short by a sudden laser beam. Boom! A dazzling beam of starlight shot toward him from the direction of the Xianqing Holy Land, the full force of the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array. The laser pierced through the void, carrying the destructive power of a world-ending force, heading straight for Tong Xian. Tong Xuan's pupils contracted, and his body dodged swiftly. Even so, the laser still grazed his shoulder, tearing a hole in his divine robe. There is such an array in the lower realm? Chapter 108. Tong Xian confronts the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation. Tong Xian was utterly shocked. There was actually such a terrifying array formation in the lower realms. He could clearly sense that the person controlling the array was not very powerful, only at the tribulation stage. At such a low cultivation level, yet able to unleash power surpassing that of the Great Perfection realm through the array, this completely shattered his understanding of the world. If he could obtain the array diagram for this formation. A greedy gleam flashed in Tong Xuan's eyes. His senior brother had been searching for treasures to enhance the strength of the Qingyun Xianmen sect, and this array was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. If he could present the array diagram to his senior brother, his status within the sect would undoubtedly rise significantly. With this thought, Tong Xian no longer hesitated. He swept his hand forward. A faint purple mist drifted out from his sleeve, quickly spreading out. This was a soul-binding incense specifically designed to affect divine souls. Even a cultivator at the Great Perfection stage would fall unconscious for 3 days upon inhaling it. The few Dao lords trapped by the divine ropes instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Tong Xian glanced at the remaining people, then coldly smiled as he took out a golden jade talisman from his storage pouch. This was a life-saving item given to him by his senior disciple before he set out, capable of directly transmitting a message back to the Qingyun immortal sect. Originally intended for use in emergencies when facing an opponent too powerful to be defeated, it was now put to good use. The jade talisman shattered, and a golden light shot into the sky, vanishing instantly into the void. My junior brother should receive the message soon. Tong Xian thought to himself. According to the agreement, his junior brother would immediately relay the message to his senior brother. At that time, the senior disciple will undoubtedly dispatch stronger forces to come. This great array and these disobedient natives will not escape a single one. After finishing these tasks, Tong Xian once again looked at the Great Perfection stage cultivators lying motionless on the ground, his eyes filled with contempt. You lowly natives from the lower realms dare to defy the immortal realm? He turned toward the direction of the Xianqing Holy Land, where the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array's attacks continued unabated. Blinding starlight relentlessly pounded down, each strike carrying the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Tong Xian took a deep breath, his divine energy surging throughout his body, and charged forward, defying the array's attacks. Boom! 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 Beams of starlight struck his body, tearing his divine robe to shreds, but his footsteps did not falter. The power of this array has surpassed that of an ordinary Great Perfection cultivator. Tong Xian was deeply shocked. Finally, he charged through the swirling starlight and reached the skies above the Xianqing Holy Land. With a sweep of his divine sense, the entire situation at the Xianqing sacred ground was laid bare before him. 14,800 cultivators at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages, and 360 at the Transformation and Void Fusion stages. Tong Xian calculated silently, the numbers are quite large, but their cultivation levels aren't particularly high. His gaze quickly locked onto the position of the yin-yang fish at the center of the array. 2 figures were seated there, one male and one female. The woman was at the fusion stage, while the man was at the tribulation stage. Are these 2 controlling the array? Tong Xian narrowed his eyes. It seems the key lies with them. Unfortunately, they were still lacking something. Tong Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The methods of these lower realm natives were indeed unexpected, but to think they could use this to oppose the immortal realm was simply too naive. He slowly raised both hands, his fingers tracing intricate runes in the void. Golden ancient characters flowed from his fingertips, swiftly combining to form a massive defensive barrier that blocked all the starlight outside. A mere array from the lower realms dares to show off in front of an immortal? Tong Xian's voice was indifferent, tinged with contempt from above. Within the Xianqing Holy Land, Shanguan Qingshues sensed that the array's power was being blocked, and her face turned pale in an instant. She frantically channeled her yin energy, striving to enhance the array's power. Gu Changshan was also drenched in sweat, channeling his spiritual energy toward the array's core. But no matter how hard they tried, the golden defensive barrier remained as steady as a mountain. Today you'll see what true divine power is all about. Tong Xian clasped his hands in a seal, and golden ancient characters instantly appeared before him. These runes emitted a divine pressure, each character containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Just as he was about to release these golden ancient characters to counter the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array, suddenly, he felt himself locked onto by a murderous intent. Years of combat experience in the immortal realm caused him to instinctively shift his body. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Tong Xian's left arm was shattered. The sound of shattered bones was clearly audible, and blood spattered everywhere. What? Tong Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the several figures that had suddenly appeared. The master of the demon abyss held a Barrett rifle, its muzzle still smoking. The other Dao masters surrounded him from all directions, each exuding a murderous intent. You dared to resist. Tong Xian had thought the others had already fled, but he never expected them to return. A divine artifact is nothing special. Jinyu and Daozhu sneered, thanks to Mr. Wang's treasure. Without another word, they attacked. Transform heaven and earth. Tianhong Daozhu transformed into a giant 10,000 feet tall, his fists crashing down with a whistling wind. The bone spirit of the celestial sovereign unleashed a torrent of icy blue flames that engulfed the sky, freezing the air around them. Damn it, you're pushing it too far. Tong Xian roared, forcing himself to ignore the excruciating pain from his severed arm as he charged forward. After all, he was a cultivator from the immortal realm. Even injured, he was no one these natives could underestimate. At first, Tong Xian relied on his superior cultivation level to fight several great perfection stage cultivators alone without falling behind. As his solid spiritual energy surged, golden runes danced through the air, each strike sending the others reeling back several steps. However, as the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array continued its relentless interference and bombardment, and the several Dao masters grew increasingly coordinated in their attacks, the tide of battle began to shift. The Demon Abyss Daoist targeted vital points for sneak attacks, while Barrett's energy bolts forced Tong Xian to divert his attention to defense. Jinyu and Daozhu roamed the edges of the battlefield, occasionally harassing with various strange artifacts. Tianhong Daoist engaged in direct combat, while Songqiong Daoist's bone spirits launched a flanking attack with icy flames. Their coordination was seamless, clearly the result of extensive joint training. These guys. Tong Xian dodged a sniper shot, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The Demon Abyss Dao Master and his companions were also somewhat surprised. They had assumed that the beings from the immortal realm would be difficult to deal with. After all, they were one major realm higher than them. However, the current Tong Xian, despite his higher cultivation realm, lacked the combat experience of their own Dujie stage elders. Though his attacks were powerful, most of them were simply thrown out without much thought. It seems the immortal realm isn't all that after all. The sovereign of the azure sky sneered coldly, and the bone spirit's cold flames transformed into an ice dragon that roared forth. Tong Xian hurriedly dodged, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. If this continued, he might very well fall into the hands of these natives. Damn it, damn it. Chapter 109, Go tell your insurance company about this. Tong Xian's anger burned within him. After all, he was a cultivator from the immortal realm. Though not a true immortal, he was still no ordinary mortal from the mortal realm who could be bullied at will. He had no choice but to retrieve the confinement rope bound to the royal cargo truck. As a divine artifact, the length of the confinement rope could be freely altered, but once it successfully bound a target, it would consume an equivalent length. Earlier, to wrap around that strange red truck, it had already consumed a full third of its length. Damn that broken down truck. Tong Xian gritted his teeth in anger, his heart aching with regret. This confinement rope was something he had spent half his savings to obtain, and now it had been wasted on some mysterious vehicle. Tong Xian swung his hand, and golden chains swirled in the air before flying toward the crowd once more. The Demon Abyss Lord's expression changed drastically as he raised his barret and fired a shot. The energy blast struck the confinement chain, sparking only a few sparks and leaving no trace behind. What the hell is this thing made of? Tianhong Daozhu transformed into a colossal giant, grabbing the confinement chain with both hands and tearing at it with all his might. The golden chains remained motionless, instead leaving bloody marks on his palms. The magical artifact won't work. Let's try our divine abilities. After trying every possible method to no avail, they had no choice but to retreat while continuing to resist the confinement rope. Jinyu and Daozhu's face turned ashen. None of his techniques had any effect on the confinement of the immortals. Tianhong Daozhu's transforming heaven and earth technique was also tightly bound by the golden chains, and the more he struggled, the tighter they became. How on earth do we break this thing? Songqiong Daozhu clenched his teeth, but the bone spirit's cold flames only sparked a few sparks when they hit the confinement of the immortals. The Demon Abyss Dao Master raised his barret and fired 3 shots, but all the energy bullets were deflected by the confinement rope. Seeing the others trapped by the confinement rope, Tong Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. These natives' combat power was indeed unexpected, but they were still too inexperienced. A divine artifact is a divine artifact. How could mundane methods possibly stand against it? Tong Xian shifted his gaze to the red truck not far away. Since the beginning, the mysterious Wang boss had been sitting inside the truck, watching the spectacle unfold without moving a muscle. Such composure could either mean he was truly powerful or simply too foolish to recognize the danger. Since you won't come out on your own, don't blame me for being impolite. Tong Xian sneered, raising his hand to send a golden rune hurtling toward the truck. Wang Li had originally planned to watch the show. After all, watching these late-stage cultivators fight was quite entertaining. But this guy actually attacked him. That was going too far. If he didn't act now, the other great perfection cultivators would think he was made of clay. Xianji, hold on tight. Wang Li spoke calmly. Shenji Daozhu hadn't even reacted yet when he suddenly felt himself being pressed into the seat. Wang Li stomped the gas pedal to the floor, and the red truck roared to life with a deafening noise. Roar! 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 The massive vehicle crushed the void and charged straight toward Tong Xian. Tongxuan's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? What the hell is that? Tongxian scrambled to dodge, but the truck's speed exceeded his expectations. Bang! Tongxian was struck hard by the front of the truck, sending him flying through the air like a cannonball. He tumbled in mid-air for over a dozen rotations before finally managing to stabilize himself. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Tongxian's face turned as pale as paper. He looked down at his chest, which was sunken, and his protective robe was torn into several pieces. What on earth was that? Tongxian's mind was in turmoil. The force of the truck's impact was even more terrifying than a full power strike from a great perfection stage cultivator. Most crucially, there was no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations on the truck. It felt like a purely physical collision. Wang Li stuck his head out of the window. You can go tell your insurance company. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the red truck roared toward them once more. Tongxian's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly activated the confinement rope to block it. The golden chains whistled as they wrapped around the truck, but they were crushed by the vehicle's body. The divine artifact, the confinement chain, was as brittle as paper in front of the truck. Bang! Tongxian had no time to react and was struck head-on by the truck's front bumper. The immense impact instantly pinned him to the bumper, with the bones in his chest cracking loudly. What the hell is that thing? Tongxian tried to break free, but the force was utterly overwhelming, far beyond his comprehension. Wang Li stepped on the gas, and the truck continued to roar forward. Tongxian was dragged backward through the air, leaving a chaotic trail behind him. What the hell is Wang Boss doing? The master of the demon abyss widened his eyes, forgetting to fire his Barrett. Sanqiong Daozhu swallowed hard. This truck is way more powerful than my bone spirit cold fire. Respect, senior. Shenji Daozhu in the passenger seat was so excited his voice trembled. Though he was being pressed back by the force, his mood was incredibly exhilarating. Roar! The truck plowed forward, carrying Tongxian, its speed increasing with every passing moment. Tongxian struggled desperately to break free, but the force holding him back was like iron clamps, gripping him tightly. Bang! In less than 3 breaths, Wang Li drove the truck directly into the ground, slamming Tongxian into the earth. The ground trembled violently, and a massive crater shaped like a human figure emerged amidst the flying dust. Tongxian lay at the bottom of the crater, covered in blood, too weak to even crawl. Cough. Who are you? Tongxian struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Wang Li turned off the engine, jumped out of the truck, and brushed the dust off his hands. We were all trying our best, cough cough. I'm just a blind box seller. Wang Li walked to the edge of the pit, looking down at Tongxian from above. I heard you were going to take me to the celestial realm? What are we waiting for? Let's go already. Tongxian lay at the bottom of the pit, his face covered in blood from his nose, nearly fainting at the words. You're going to the immortal realm? Tongxian's voice was nasal, clearly indicating a broken nose. Wang Li nodded, of course. I never said I wouldn't go. Tongxian was at a loss for words, wanting to cry but unable to. If he had known this guy would be so cooperative, why did he bother to act first? The other party was sitting quietly in the car waiting to be picked up, but he had to go and complicate things. Now look at him, he'd been hit by the other guy's beat-up car and was in a sorry state. What's worse, this guy's strength is unimaginable. That single collision left him with no chance to resist, and his divine artifact, the spirit-binding rope, was crushed into pieces. I can certainly take you to the immortal realm. Tongxian struggled to climb out of the pit, grimacing in pain. I have a specialized teleportation ship that can traverse the Chaos Star Sea. Wang Li nodded satisfactorily. That'll work. When should we depart? At that moment, the other several great perfection stage cultivators also gathered around. Those who had been bound by the Xian Shua were also freed after the divine artifact was crushed by the truck. Mr. Wang, are you really going to the immortal realm? Jinyuan Daozhu was somewhat surprised. After all, with Mr. Wang's abilities, he could easily ignore the immortal realm's summoning. After all, someone who could effortlessly crush a divine artifact would be wasting their talents by becoming a menial servant in the immortal realm. Of course I'm going. Wang Li naturally wouldn't admit he didn't know the way. Staying here is boring. The master of the demon abyss swallowed hard. But the immortal realm? What's wrong with the immortal realm? Wang Li glanced at him. Could it be more interesting than here? Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to persuade him. Jinyuan Daozhu remained silent for a moment before clenching his teeth and speaking up. Mr. Wang, would you be willing to take us with you? He had calculated everything clearly in his mind. Since Mr. Wang was going to the immortal realm, following him was better than being captured alone. Moreover, the scene of Wang Boss effortlessly overwhelming the immortal realm's envoys was still fresh in their minds. Perhaps by following this man, they might actually make a name for themselves in the immortal realm. Sure. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively. It's all the same on a boat, a few more people won't take up any space. Chapter 110, Xian Yuanjinren. Soon, everyone was seated in the cargo bed of the large truck. Let's go. Let's get moving. Wang Li sat in the driver's seat of the truck, turning to look at Tongxian sitting in the passenger seat. Tongxian had just taken some pills and was recovering from his injuries. He was secretly amazed this was definitely the work of an immortal, capable of directly sealing off everyone's spiritual energy. But why had this immortal appeared in the lower realms? Point the way. Where are we going? Just head straight to the 9 heavens. There's a barrier there. Tong Xian spoke, still calculating something in his mind. Just as he was thinking, Wang Li suddenly appeared in the 9 heavens. As they flew higher, the clouds around them gradually changed color, eventually turning completely black and shrouding everything in a mist. Tong Xian looked out the window at the scene, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. How fast was that? In just a few breaths, they had reached the 9 heavens. What on earth was this strange mode of transportation? What now? Should we just ram through? Tong Xian exclaimed in alarm, No. If we charge out like that, we'll be detected by the heavenly Tao. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If the heavenly Tao senses us, it will immediately send down a heavenly tribulation. What then? Bang! 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 Wang Li was about to ask for a solution when the sound of a fight erupted from the vehicle, accompanied by various screams. Oh no! Xin Yuan, you old fox, you're just trying to embarrass me. Han Yi, you good for nothing. You were so arrogant earlier. Tian Heng, enough. I'm already like this, and you still won't let me go? Wang Li looked over and saw the chaos. All 10 of the Great Perfection Stage cultivators were locked in a fierce brawl. Except for Qingxiao and Lingfeng Daozhu, who were sitting upright in the corner, everyone else was engaged in a fierce struggle. Han Yi was pinned to the bottom of the cart, with Song Qiong Daozhu riding on top of him and beating him mercilessly, while Jin Yuan Daozhu kicked him in the waist from the side. Mo Yuan Daozhu was wielding a Barrett rifle like a club, while Chu Kanglin was clinging to Tianheng Daozhu's legs to prevent him from joining the fight. The scene became extremely chaotic. What's going on? Wang Li asked helplessly. Upon hearing that it was Mr. Wang speaking, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at each other. Han Yi took the opportunity to crawl to his feet, his face bruised and swollen, and hid in a corner. Tianheng Daozhu brushed the dust off his body and stepped forward. Mr. Wang, aren't we about to go to the immortal realm? Now that our spiritual energy is sealed, let's take this opportunity to settle all our old scores. So we won't be thinking about it once we're in the immortal realm. Song Qiong Daozhu added from the side, exactly. Now that everyone is without spiritual energy, it's the perfect time for a fair duel. I understand the logic, but why are all of you targeting him? Wang Li pointed at Han Yi. At that moment, Han Yi was already beaten to a pulp, his left eye was black and swollen, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked worse off than Tong Xian. Cough, cough. We all have a grudge against Han Yi. Jin Yuan Daozhu cleared his throat. This kid has been bullying people all along, relying on the backing of the sacred land. Exactly. At the last gathering of the 10,000 Laws Dao Alliance, he even called our Sangqiang Holy Land trash. But Sangqiang Dao Master spoke angrily. And me he called my Demon Abyss Dao lineage heretical cultivators unworthy of sitting at the same table as him. The Demon Abyss Dao Master joined in the complaints. I never said those things. Han Yi covered his face, unable to hold back tears. Slander. You're slandering me. You've always bullied me. I was just taking a little verbal advantage. You did say it. Even if you didn't say it, you thought it. Fine, do whatever you want. Just don't kill me. Wang Li shook his head. These Great Perfection Stage cultivators can be so childish when they get angry. Tong Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, was speechless. These cultivators from the lower realms were way too casual. Just moments ago they were fighting for their lives, and now they're already turning on each other? Wang Li was about to ask Tong Xian if there was any way to get out. Suddenly, the boundary wall ahead rippled like water disturbed by a pebble. A figure slowly emerged from within. The figure was clad in a purple gold Taoist robe, wearing a lavish magical crown on his head, and emanating an aura of authority even more intense than Tong Xian's. He looked at the red truck in front of him, his brows furrowed, his expression solemn as if facing a flood or a fierce beast. Senior brother, I'm here. Tong Xian excitedly poked his head out and waved at the Xian Yuanjinren in front of him. However, his eyes betrayed obvious anxiety, and even a hint of fear. The few Dao masters inside the truck bed grew tense upon seeing another immortal cultivator arrive. Another one? Han Yi huddled in the corner, muttering softly. This one looks much more powerful than the last one. The Demon Abyss Taoist clenched his Barrett rifle. Xian Yuanjinren heard his junior disciple's voice, but his attention was completely captivated by the strange cargo truck. His divine sense scanned frantically, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He couldn't sense a thing. What's going on? Xian Yuanjinren's voice was low, tinged with obvious caution. On the way here, he had used the heaven-gazing mirror to investigate, but the mirror's surface was chaotic and he couldn't see anything clearly. This situation could only mean one of two things: either they had encountered an existence far beyond his realm, or it was some kind of special concealment artifact. Tong Xian, seeing his senior brother's serious expression, feared he might act rashly. Senior brother, this is a great immortal traveling among mortals. Tong Xian hurriedly explained, he's here to take us back to the celestial realm. He frantically signaled to his senior disciple, hoping he would understand the crux of the matter. Shenwu Anjinren was startled, never expecting to encounter an immortal in this lower realm. No wonder he couldn't see through him at all. The difference in their realms was simply too great. He quickly bowed to Wang Li and said, "Greetings, immortal. I am Shen Yuan, an elder of the Qingyun immortal sect." Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, "No need to be so formal. Since you're all here, why not get in the car? There's plenty of room." Shenwu Anjinren did not get into the car immediately but looked at his younger disciple with confusion. Tongxian stared wide-eyed, frantically gesturing with his hands, desperate to tell his senior disciple, "Don't get in. You're doomed if you do." If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't use his spiritual energy to communicate, he would have already informed his senior disciple of the situation. Shenwu Anjinren had never seen his junior brother make such an odd expression before. They usually communicated through spiritual awareness, so now he could only guess from his expressions. Judging by his junior disciple's terrified expression, he clearly didn't want him to get in the car. Could this divine being have some peculiar preferences? "Thank you for your kindness, great master." Shenwu Anjinren said cautiously, "It's just that I brought a teleportation ship, so it's not convenient for me to get in the car." Tong Xian heard this and sighed in relief. The senior disciple didn't get on the car after all, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Wang Li didn't press the matter. "Let's go then. I'll follow you." "Yes, master." Shenwu Anjinren clasped his hands together, and golden ancient characters flew out from his fingertips, merging into the dimensional barrier. The runes shone with the radiance of the Tao, and the dimensional barrier began to crack open a small fissure. "It's ready, great sage. Please." Shenwu Anjinren led the way, pulling out a silver-hued shuttlecraft and charging into the chaotic starsea. Wang Li stepped on the gas pedal, and the red truck followed closely behind, charging into the spatial fissure. The few Tao masters in the truck bed felt the world spinning, and then the scene before their eyes completely changed. Chapter 111, Entering the Divine Realm. The chaotic starry sea stretched endlessly, shrouded in eternal darkness and deathly silence. Occasionally, a meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a long trail of flame, only to be swiftly swallowed by the endless void. There was no concept of time here, no sense of direction, only eternal drifting. Shenwu Anjinren piloted the silver lightspeed vessel ahead, carving a path through the darkness. The runes engraved on the vessel's surface flickered with a faint glow, standing out starkly against the darkness. Wang Li's red truck followed closely behind, its engine roaring loudly in the silent starry sky. "Holy crap, this place is pretty intimidating." The demon abyss lord leaned over the edge of the truck bed, marveling at the scene outside. Chu Kanglin widened his eyes. "Is this the legendary Chaos Starsea?" "Of course it is. What else did you expect?" Tianhang Daozhu rolled his eyes. "With your limited knowledge, you call yourself a Daozhu? What did you say? Do you think I'll beat you up right now?" Chu Kanglin rolled up his sleeves. "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Tianhang Daozhu wasn't about to back down. Just as the two were about to fight, they were stopped by Zhenyu and Daozhu. "You two Dao friends, now is not the time for internal strife. True Source Dao Master is right." Chu Kanglin nodded in agreement. "This Chaos Starsea is filled with dangers. We should be cautious." Tong Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, listened to the conversation behind him and shook his head silently. Do these lower realm cultivators even realize their current situation? The Chaos Starsea was no place for the weak. The slightest misstep could lead to eternal damnation. He glanced sideways at Wang Li beside him, feeling even more uneasy. Who exactly is this great immortal? Why had he appeared in the lower realms? And why was he accompanying them to the immortal realm? That nebula up ahead looks pretty nice. Wang Li pointed to a purple mist in the distance. Tong Xian followed his finger and his expression suddenly changed. Great sage. That's not a star cloud, it's a devouring star cloud. No sooner had he spoken than the purple mist began to writhe, as if sensing its prey. A massive suction force pulled the cargo truck and the shuttlecraft in front of it. Shenwu Anjinren also noticed the anomaly and hurriedly accelerated the shuttlecraft to escape. Hold on tight. Wang Li stomped the gas pedal to the floor. The red truck erupted with terrifying speed, overtaking the shuttlecraft ahead in an instant. The few Taoists inside the truck bed were pressed against the truck bed by the immense force, unable to speak. The great immortal is mighty. Tong Xian shouted excitedly inside the truck, completely forgetting the fear he had felt moments ago. Shenwu Anjinren heard his junior disciple's words and grew even more certain that this person was indeed a powerful being from the celestial realm. Keep going. How much further? Wang Li slowed down, waiting for the other shuttlecrafts to catch up. Almost there. Almost there. Just past that star field ahead and we'll be there. Shenwu Anjinren hurriedly replied. After flying for another half an hour, a massive vortex finally appeared ahead, resembling the Milky Way Wang Li had seen in his previous life. We're here. Tong Xian's heart raced with anxiety. This mission had been completely botched. Originally, they had gone to guide several lower realm cultivators in alchemy, but instead, they had brought back a mysterious and powerful immortal. How would the sect view this? Reward or punishment? Tong Xian glanced sideways at Wang Li beside him and silently prayed that this immortal wouldn't have an eccentric temperament, or else his life would be in jeopardy. Suddenly, a series of golden runes erupted from the teleportation ship of Xianyuanjinren. The ancient characters flickered and danced in the void, as if communicating with some unknown entity. The golden runes merged into the void, causing ripples to spread throughout the space like pebbles dropped into a calm lake. A massive spatial portal slowly opened, emitting a faint aura of divinity. Let's go! Wang Li stepped on the gas, and the red truck followed the shuttle craft into the portal. After a blinding flash of white light, the scene suddenly opened up. Countless stars twinkled in the void, some as fiery as the sun, others as bright as the moon, and still others shimmering with vibrant colored lights. The entire space was filled with a thick, ethereal aura. Holy crap! This is what the celestial realm looks like. The demon abyss lord leaned over the edge of the truck bed, his eyes wide with astonishment. It's even more magnificent than I imagined. Tianhan Daozhu couldn't help but exclaim. Even the usually composed Lingfeng Daozhu couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Wang Li looked at the countless stars before him, feeling as though he had entered a massive planetarium. Is this the immortal realm? Tong Xian paused for a moment. The tone of this immortal sounded like he was visiting for the first time. Songqiong Daozhu spoke first, just answer when you're asked. Don't beat around the bush. Exactly, stop teasing us. The demon abyss Taoist joined in the teasing. Tong Xian was startled and hurriedly said, yes, please forgive me, great immortal. He pointed to the star domain ahead, great sage, this is the immortal realm. The immortal realm is divided into 5 star domains. The central one, which is the largest and brightest, is the central great star domain, and the surrounding ones are the outer star domains. The central great star domain is the core of the immortal realm, where all the great immortal sects and clans are located. The outer star domains are. Tong Xian paused to choose his words carefully, they are more remote areas, akin to subsidiary regions. Wang Li nodded, oh, I see. Which one should we go to? Of course, the central great star domain. Tong Xian hurriedly replied, our Qingyun immortal sect is located there. The few Taoist masters in the carriage exchanged glances, surprised by the complexity of the celestial realm structure. What about the other star domains? Shenwu Daoist asked curiously. Tong Xian was about to answer when he heard the voice of Xianyuanjinren from ahead, everyone, there's a celestial realm patrol team up ahead. Several streaks of light raced toward them from the distance, carrying the unique aura of the immortal realm. At the forefront was a great perfection cultivator clad in silver armor, his eyes as brilliant as stars, followed by over a dozen equally well-equipped patrolmen. Stop! Routine inspection. Xianyuanjinren hurriedly stopped the shuttlecraft and bowed respectfully, greetings, patrol commander. I am Xianyuanjinren of the Qingyun immortal sect, here to escort the cultivators from the lower realms. Qingyun Xianmen? The silver-armored patrol officer turned to look at the patrolmen behind him, who all shook their heads. Upon receiving the answer he sought, the silver-armored patrol officer curled his lips into a cold smile. Ha, the Qingyun Xianmen, huh? He deliberately dragged out the words, a third-rate sect no one's ever heard of, and you dare to roam the immortal realm? A few patrolmen behind him snorted in derision. Sir, can such a minor sect really guide cultivators from the lower realms? Probably pulled some strings behind the scenes. Everyone, come out. The silver-armored patrol officer waved his hand, routine inspection. Xianyuanjinren's face alternated between red and white, but he hurried forward and pulled out a bulging storage pouch from his robe. This is a token of my respect. I hope the patrol officer will be lenient. The silver-armored immortal swept his divine sense over the storage pouch, and the valuable items inside caught his eye, causing his expression to soften slightly. You're not too bad. He tucked away the storage pouch and waved his hand. You may go. The rest of you stay behind. Xianyuanjinren was stunned. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Usually, as long as we gave them a bribe, the patrol would turn a blind eye. Why is it different today? Sir, this. What? Do you have an objection? The silver-armored patrol officer narrowed his eyes, and the pressure emanating from his body surged outward. Xianyuanjinren was forced to take a few steps back, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. At that moment, the silver-armored patrol officer's gaze fell on the oddly shaped red truck, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. Especially this one, it must be seized for inspection. The few Dao masters inside the truck bed erupted into chaos. What the hell? These celestial beings are even more ruthless than those from the lower realms. The demon abyss Taoist clenched his Barrett rifle. Exactly, what a dump. It's not even as good as our lower realms. The celestial realm Taoist joined in the complaints. Hani cowering in the corner muttered softly, we're done for. We've just escaped one danger and walked straight into another. Xianyuanjinren was sweating profusely, rushing over to explain. Sir, this vehicle belongs to a great immortal. What you're doing might not be appropriate. Divine being? The silver-armored patrol officer burst into laughter, you're just a disciple from a third-rate sect. What kind of divine being do you think you know? He pointed at the large truck, his eyes filled with contempt, you call this rusty hulk a vehicle? I bet it's just scrap metal picked up from a junkyard. The patrolman behind him joined in the laughter. The boss is right. The design is too ugly. Probably made by some bumpkin from the lower realms. They don't even have a decent flying artifact. Tong Xian sat in the passenger seat, his face turning green. These fools have no idea what they're messing with. He desperately signaled to his senior disciple, but Xian Yuanjinwen was currently overwhelmed and didn't notice his junior disciple's hint. At that moment, in Wang Li's mind. System upgrading. Chapter 112, System Upgrade, Primordial Holy Body. System upgrade complete. New features unlocked. Preview, the host can now preview items inside blind boxes for customers. Preview functionality requires a preview fee. Guaranteed blind box, the guaranteed blind box requires a 10-pack purchase and guarantees at least one golden grade item. Upgraded blind boxes require one divine crystal to purchase. Theme blind box upgrade, select a specific world, type, and grade. If you cannot afford it after selection, an observation fee is required. If you cannot afford it after 2 selections, the observation fee doubles. If you cannot afford it after 3 selections, the observation fee doubles again. Hosts can now open up to 10 shops. Additional shops can be unlocked by enhancing the host's strength. Designated shops must be unclaimed items or belong to the host. Wang Li's mind completed the system upgrade. He glanced at the new features and nodded in satisfaction. This upgrade was indeed powerful, especially the preview feature, which would make it easier to deceive customers in the future. However, the current situation was a bit tricky. A group of Celestial Patrol soldiers were staring intently at his truck. But it didn't matter. As long as the truck was there, no one could harm him. Wang Li turned to Tong Xian beside him. Do you have any Celestial Essence stones? Tong Xian was taken aback. What does this immortal need immortal yuan stones for? Could he be planning to bribe the patrol officers? Great master, you. Don't waste your breath, hand it over. Wang Li said harshly, glancing at the group of patrolmen shouting outside. I'll get it, I'll get it. Tong Xian hurriedly pulled out a spirit stone from his storage ring, his heart racing in shock. Just a second ago, his spiritual energy had suddenly returned when he activated the storage ring, but after taking out the divine energy stone, his spiritual energy instantly fell silent again. This must be the work of an immortal, and possibly even someone above the true immortal realm. Tong Xian glanced at Wang Li secretly. What does this great immortal intend to do? Wang Li took the divine essence stone, weighed it in his hand, and asked Tong Xian again, what is the one thing you desire most? I want to break through to true immortal. Tong Xian answered cautiously. Change it. This one is too inferior. Wang Li shook his head and waved dismissively. Tong Xian's heart twisted in pain. Breaking through to true immortal was actually called trash? This great immortal's perspective is way too broad. I want a talent that can instantly elevate my abilities to the highest level. Tong Xian's eyes darted around, preferably one that can make me a true immortal overnight. The few Dao masters in the cart perked up at those words. Damn, that's a pretty harsh demand. The Demon Abyss Daoist master muttered under his breath. Become a true immortal overnight? Why not just wish to become a golden immortal? The celestial Daoist rolled his eyes. Wang Li thought for a moment and asked the system, Lao Tong, is there anything that can enhance one's innate talent? Host can enter the system space to check on their own. Enter the system space? Wang Li thought to himself. The silver-armored patrol officers outside saw that no one had moved inside the truck for a while and grew impatient. What's going on? Playing dead? Get out here immediately. He waved his hand, and a dozen patrolmen immediately surrounded the truck, their spiritual energy rippling through the air. The few Dao masters inside the truck bed were tense, gripping their respective magical artifacts tightly. We're doomed. Could Wang Boss have really entered some strange state? Jinyuan Daoju's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Tong Xian watched Wang Li, who remained motionless with his eyes closed, feeling both tense and eager. What exactly is this great master planning to do? This item, after Wang Li entered the system space, contained numerous items that could enhance one's innate talents. Wang Li only looked at items of golden color or higher. Primordial Holy Body. Effect, immune to all techniques, unmatched physical prowess, and boundless strength. Upon mastering the Holy Body, one can withstand a true immortal using only physical strength. Wang Li nodded in satisfaction. This is the one, the Primordial Holy Body. Tong Xian, take a look at this fine item. Wang Li exited the system space, and an ancient-looking stone appeared in his hand. As soon as the stone appeared, the entire starry sky fell silent. A primordial aura emanated from the stone, evoking the essence of the ancient primordial era, causing one's heart and mind to tremble uncontrollably. Tong Xian's eyes widened, and his body trembled. What is this treasure? The few Dao masters in the cart also sensed the aura, leaving them all speechless. Holy crap, this aura is more terrifying than any heavenly treasure I've ever seen. The Demon Abyss Daoist swallowed hard. Is this what they call the treasures of the immortal realm? Tianhong Daoist was so shocked he couldn't speak. The silver armored patrol officer who had been shouting outside froze in place upon sensing the aura. Sir Envoy, what is that thing? A nearby patrolman whispered, his voice trembling. The silver armored patrol officer's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This aura, it must be a top-tier treasure. He had been in the immortal realm for so many years and had never seen such a terrifying treasure before. This is good stuff, absolutely good stuff. The silver armored patrol officer was so excited his voice trembled. I'm rich. He pushed past Shenwu and rushed toward the truck, his eyes gleaming with greed. You peasants inside, hand over the treasure you just took. I might consider letting you off. Tong Shen, sitting in the passenger seat, was sweating profusely. Great sage, what should we do? What's the rush? Wang Li glanced at him. It's just a patrol officer. Shenwu stood beside him, his eyes flashing with a gleam of sharpness. This was going to be interesting. It was the perfect opportunity to test the true strength of this mysterious immortal. The silver armored patrol officer, seeing that the people in the truck weren't responding to him, flew into a rage. You won't take the wine, so you'll have to drink the punishment. Brothers, surround them. A dozen patrolmen immediately spread out, surrounding the truck completely. Sir, should we just attack? What are you waiting for? Such a valuable treasure, we have to get our hands on it. The silver armored patrol officer sneered, these lowly mortals from the lower realms don't deserve such a treasure. The few Taoists inside the truck bed were tense beyond belief. Mr. Wang, these people from the celestial realm are being so unreasonable. Shenwu Taoist clenched his magical artifact. Exactly, they're worse than the bandits from our lower realms. Sanqian Taoist joined in the complaints. Wang Li slowly played with the stone in his hand, completely ignoring the patrol soldiers outside. Tong Shen, do you want this? Yes. Of course I want it. Tong Shen was so excited he nearly jumped up. Great sage, what kind of treasure is this? The primordial holy body. Wang Li spoke casually, after consuming it, your physical body will be unmatched and no laws will affect you. Once the holy body is fully developed, you can defeat a true immortal with just your physical body. What? Tong Shen was so shocked he nearly fell off his seat. Is that true? Of course it's true. Do you think I'd lie to you? The silver armored patrol officer outside heard everything clearly, his eyes turning red. Defeat a true immortal with just your physical body? What the hell is this divine artifact? Chapter 113, The Celestial Patrol Bureau. This item is quite cheap, it might only cost 1 spirit stone to open. Wang Li leaned out of the car window and waved the blind box in his hand at the silver armored patrol officer. Want to buy my blind box? 1 divine essence stone per blind box. The silver armored patrol officer froze for a moment before erupting in anger. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? He pointed at Wang Li. I'm talking to you about the inspection and you're trying to sell me some junk box? The patrolman behind him joined in the commotion. Sir, this kid must be crazy. He must have gone mad from being down there too long, he doesn't know where he is. Exactly. Does he think he has a say in how the Celestial Patrol operates? The few Dao Masters in the cart exchanged glances. The Demon Abyss Dao Master muttered under his breath, what's Wang Boss up to? Selling blind boxes? Selling blind boxes at a time like this? The Celestial Taoist was also baffled. Tong Shen in the passenger seat was sweating profusely. This great master's thinking was truly unpredictable. Asking for trouble. The silver armored patrol officer, seeing that Wang Li had completely ignored his authority, flew into a rage. His fingers curled into claws as spiritual energy surged from his body. Since you don't know your place, let me show you the might of the celestial realm. A claw shot toward Wang Li's face, so fast it tore tiny cracks in space. Bang! Unfortunately, it was blocked by the windshield. The silver armored patrol officer's claws left no marks on the glass. What is that? He widened his eyes. What kind of material is this glass made of? The patrolmen behind him were also stunned. The commander's full force strike was blocked by the glass? This doesn't make sense. Is there such protective material in the celestial realm? Shenwu watched in horror. His disciple was right, this person was indeed a mysterious and powerful immortal. Ha, you started it. Wang Li peered through the windshield, smiling faintly at the silver armored patrol officer. I was trying to do business with you peacefully, but you insisted on attacking first. He slowly started the engine, emitting a deep rumble. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. The silver armored patrol officer's heart tightened. The previous strike had been effortlessly deflected, making him realize that this seemingly ordinary truck was no ordinary vehicle. What do you think you're doing? I'm with the Celestial Patrol. How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll use you to make a name for my blind box shop. Wang Li finished speaking and stepped on the gas. Boom! The red truck erupted with terrifying force, slamming the silver armored patrol officer into the front of the vehicle. Ah! The silver armored patrol officer let out an agonizing scream, his body firmly pinned to the bumper, with the silver armor on his chest instantly dented and deformed. Damn it! The boss got hit. Quick, save the boss. Several patrolmen rushed forward in panic, trying to block the truck, but the red truck was gaining speed and they couldn't catch up. Help! The silver-armored patrol officer struggled desperately at the front of the truck, but the force was too overwhelming to break free. Wang Li kept his foot on the gas pedal, charging straight toward the central star domain. The great sage is mighty. Tong Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, was so excited his voice trembled. The few Dao masters in the cargo hold also grew excited. Ah, this is great. The Demon Abyss Dao master clapped his hands in approval. I've always had my eye on that guy. Wang boss is amazing. Tianheng Daozhu joined in the applause. Great sage. The Xian Yuanjinren behind him was startled and immediately piloted his shuttlecraft to give chase. This great immortal was actually charging straight toward the central star domain while confronting the Heavenly Patrol Bureau. This was sure to stir up a hornet's nest. The Celestial Patrol Bureau is the enforcement agency of the immortal realm. Offending them would mean there's no place to hide in the entire immortal realm. Wang Li directly pushed the patrol officer toward a star in the central star domain. Pop! He broke through the star's protective barrier. Like a falling meteor, it plummeted toward the ground. What is that? Could it be some kind of treasure? Everyone in Qingling domain gazed at the falling meteor in the sky. Soon, Wang Li plummeted to the ground. Boom! 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 A large crater appeared where he had been, with a red truck inside. A silver-armored patrol officer lay motionless at the front of the truck, smoke billowing from his body. His silver armor lay shattered on the ground, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and he was unable to speak. Am I still alive? He asked in a trembling voice. Wang Li turned off the engine and jumped out of the truck. Of course you're alive. I know how to handle things. He clapped his hands. All good. The few Taoists in the truck bed also climbed out one after another. The Demon Abyss Taoist staggered to his feet. Holy crap, this was way more thrilling than a roller coaster. Mr. Wang, your driving skills are truly amazing. Tianheng Daozhu gave him a thumbs up. The sovereign of the azure sky looked at the immortals from the celestial realm gathering outside the pit. But what should we do now? We've caused quite a commotion. By the way, where are we? Wang Li turned to look at Tong Xian, who was trembling beside him. This is the Qingling domain. My Qingyun immortal sect is located here. Tong Xian pointed toward the distant mountain ranges. That's where our mountain gate is. Outside the pit, a large circle of cultivators from the immortal realm had gathered, pointing and whispering to one another. What kind of magical artifact is that cart? Its design is so peculiar. Look at that silver-armored one. Isn't that someone from the Celestial Patrol Bureau? How did they end up like that? Shoo, keep your voice down. It might be someone important. Wang Li surveyed the area and nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. There's quite an audience. He pulled out a blind box and shouted loudly, fellow immortals. I am Wang Li, specializing in cross-dimensional blind box sales. Just open for business, no scams. 1 spirit stone per blind box, guaranteed to contain an unexpected treasure. The surrounding cultivators looked at each other in confusion. Blind box? What's that? 1 spirit stone? That's pretty cheap. Look, even the heavenly patrol officers couldn't do anything to him after that collision. He must have some real skills. The silver-armored patrol officer finally regained his composure and struggled to his feet. Do you know what you're doing? I'm from the Celestial Patrol Bureau. I know. Wang Liyun replied casually, you're just a great living advertisement, aren't you? He pointed at the silver-armored patrol officer and addressed the onlookers. Everyone saw that, even the Celestial Patrol couldn't handle me. The quality of my blind boxes is top-notch. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Wang Li was up to. Mr. Wang, now that we've reached the Celestial Realm, I must take my leave. Thank you for your kindness along the way. Beside him, the Star River Taoist bowed to Wang Li. The few others who were preparing to leave also bowed to Wang Li. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wang. Wang Li waved his hand. All of you, take care. Once you've made it big, don't forget about me. We certainly won't. Tianheng Daozhu said. Following that, Xinghe Daozhu, Jinyuan Daozhu, and the others departed one after another. Only Shenyi Daozhu and Shenji Daozhu remained behind. Why aren't you leaving? Wang Li asked Shenyi Daozhu. I want to follow Mr. Wang. Shening Daozhu lowered his head, twisting the hem of his robe, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Earlier, he had been beaten up by the crowd in the truck bed, leaving him bruised and swollen, which made him feel utterly humiliated. Now that he had finally reached the immortal realm and his old enemies were gone, he felt more insecure than ever. Mr. Wang, my cultivation potential is low, and I have no friends in the lower realms. Shenyi Daozhu grew increasingly aggrieved as he spoke. If I have to survive alone in the immortal realm, I might not last 3 days. Shenji Daozhu, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but interject, are you planning to latch onto someone powerful? I'll do it. Shenyi Daozhu gave up all pretense, I don't care about my reputation. Mr. Wang is so powerful, following him is better than wandering around aimlessly on my own. Wang Li shook his head. I don't need any more people here. You should leave. Mr. Wang. Xianidao suddenly knelt down with a thud. I can work. Sweeping the floor, pouring tea, guarding the door, anything. The surrounding immortals began to murmur in confusion. What's going on here? A cultivator from the lower realms is kneeling before that blind box seller? It seems like the blind box seller must be quite influential. Even the Celestial Patrol Divergence dares to confront him. Shenji Daozhu, standing nearby, gloated, "Oh, Xianyi, you're really bringing shame upon all of us cultivators from the lower realms. What do you know?" Xianyi Daozhu glared, "We're in the immortal realm now, not the lower realms. Even a lowly cultivator here could crush us. Are you just going to wait to die without seeking protection?" Tong Xian watched the scene unfold, wondering if the sect would punish him for failing to complete his mission. He had gone to recruit a few talented individuals, but instead brought back an enigmatic immortal and collided with someone from the Celestial Patrol Bureau. How was he supposed to explain this to the elders? Wang Li glanced at Xianyi Daozhu, who was still wailing on the ground, and was utterly exasperated. The guy had been crying and whining since he got on the car, and now he was still kneeling on the ground refusing to get up. He grabbed Xianyi by the collar, flung him into the air, and Xianyi flew through the sky, drawing a perfect parabolic arc before disappearing into the horizon. Master Wang is mighty. Shenji Daozhu clapped his hands in admiration. Wang Li clapped his hands and turned to face the crowd. Everyone, today is our first day of business. We've specially added a guarantee feature, open it 10 times, and you're guaranteed to get something good. Wang Li shouted to the crowd, his voice booming so loudly that it could be heard outside the pit. As for the patrol officer, he was currently with Tong Xian, both of their spiritual energies sealed, sitting obediently on the ground. The crowd was once again taken aback. Was this man mad or just stupid? Why weren't they running away at a time like this? Were they waiting for the heavenly patrol to arrive? Is he mentally unstable? He dared to set up a stall here after colliding with someone from the Celestial Patrol? I think he's gone mad for money. The onlookers whispered among themselves, all thinking that Wang Li was not quite right in the head. Just as they were thinking this, a series of whistling sounds echoed through the sky, followed by a dozen streaks of light rushing toward them. The Celestial Patrol had arrived. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, whose aura was countless times more powerful than that of the silver-armored patrol officer earlier. He was clearly a true immortal. Beside him were several patrolmen who had been scattered by Wang Li earlier. "Commander, it's him." One of the patrolmen pointed at Wang Li, his voice still trembling. "It was him who crashed into our leader with that strange vehicle." The bureau chief stood by the edge of the pit, observing the situation below with a furrowed brow. His silver-armored patrol officer sat on the ground, covered in dust and dirt, with several unfamiliar cultivators by his side. The most eye-catching was the oddly shaped red truck, which stood out like a sore thumb in this celestial realm. "Interesting." The commander's lips curled into a cold smile. "You dare to injure my men on my territory and then set up shop here to do business?" Wang Li looked up at the golden-armored official in the sky and waved his hand calmly. "Oh, you're their boss? You're just in time. Why don't you buy a blind box and try your luck?" The onlookers were completely stunned. This man was truly mad. How dare he speak to the head of the Celestial Patrol Bureau like that? Chapter 114, The Mysterious True Immortal. After all, this Heavenly Patrol Bureau commander was a true immortal, a genuine one at that. Everyone looked at Wang Li with the same adoring gaze one might reserve for a cute child. The silver-armored patrolmen wore expressions of anticipation, and a few began to whisper among themselves. Has this kid lost his mind? How dare he speak to the bureau chief like that? Just wait and see. Once the head of the Celestial Patrol moves, this guy won't even leave a trace. The commander glared at Wang Li with a cold expression, and a unique aura of a true immortal began to emanate from his body. However, he did not act immediately, choosing instead to wait. Wang Li remained seated in the driver's seat, looking completely unconcerned. He even had the leisure to glance out the window at the scenery. There sure are a lot of stars in the celestial realm. At those words, everyone present froze in shock. Tong Xian in the passenger seat nearly fainted. "Great immortal, what are you doing? Can you please not be so calm? That's a true immortal." The expression on the seatmaster's face grew even more grim. The authority of a true immortal was not to be challenged. "You brat, are you looking for death?" Just as tensions were reaching a boiling point, Xian Yuanjinren hurriedly arrived with someone in tow. "Your Excellency." The man who arrived was the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Xianmen, Xuanji Jinren. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he sensed the intense killing intent and hurried forward to pay his respects. "Xuanji, is this man from your Qingyun Xianmen?" The seat of authority pointed at Wang Li, his voice clearly displeased. Xuanji Renren examined Wang Li carefully, then glanced at the red truck, a look of confusion fleeting across his eyes. He shook his head. "I have come here for one of my disciples." He gestured toward Tong Xian. Tong Xian sighed in relief. The senior elder had arrived. There was hope. "Senior elder, you finally arrived." Tong Xian was so excited his voice trembled, as if he had seen a savior. Xuanji Jinren raised his hand to stop Tong Xian from speaking. He surveyed the situation before him, silently calculating his next move. Lord Commander, I have come here on behalf of one of my disciples. I humbly request your leniency. The seat of authority sneered, he's your disciple? So the other person has nothing to do with you, then? Xuanji Jinren nodded without hesitation, it has nothing to do with us. Upon hearing Xuanji Jinren's response, the official's face lit up with satisfaction. Good, very good. Since that's the case, this man is now an orphan. His gaze returned to Wang Li, and the murderous intent in his eyes was unhidden. Dare to show disrespect to this seat? Die. A true immortal's first move reveals their true power. Powerful divine energy instantly, forming a light sphere radiating terrifying might. The sphere roared toward Wang Li, leaving a dazzling trail in its wake. Xuanji Jinren witnessed this scene, his expression turning pale. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" But it was too late. A true immortal's attack couldn't be stopped on a whim. The silver-armored patrolmen all wore expressions of schadenfreude. This kid is as good as dead. Daring to provoke the seat of authority? He deserves to die for his mouth. Not even his body will be left behind. Tong Xian closed his eyes tightly, unable to bear witness to what was about to unfold. Although this great sage was mysterious, facing a full power attack from a true immortal, his chances were slim. However, just as the light sphere was about to strike Wang Li, a miracle occurred. The light sphere collided with the windshield and instantly dissipated, like a bubble meeting a needle tip. The onlookers collectively sucked in their breath in shock. Holy crap! The true immortal's attack was blocked? What's that glass made of? What's the deal with this truck? The driver stared in disbelief as his attack was effortlessly deflected. He had been in the immortal realm for so many years and had never encountered such a situation before. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The silver-armored patrol officer climbed to his feet, pointing at the truck and stammering, "It's just an old wreck. How could it possibly block the commander's attack?" Wang Li peered through the windshield and grinned at the captain. "It seems your attack power isn't even as strong as that little minion's." "What did you say?" The divine official's face turned ashen. "I said, it looks like we'll have to use a true immortal to make a name for my blind box shop." Wang Li started the engine, emitting a low rumble. "Qianji, hold on tight." Qianji Daozhu gripped the armrest nervously in the passenger seat. "Mr. Wang, what are we doing?" "Of course we're going to ram him." Wang Li replied matter-of-factly, "In business, you need a gimmick. A blind box store that can knock a true immortal flying, doesn't that sound impressive?" Qianji Daozhu's lips twitched. "Isn't that a bit too much of a gimmick?" "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the red truck shot forward like an arrow. The driver, seeing this, sneered, "Trivial tricks. A mere old truck dares to challenge me?" He raised his right hand slightly, with the other hand behind his back. The power of a true immortal gathered in his palm, ready to crush the reckless truck with a single strike. However, the next second, his smile froze on his face. Bang! The truck collided directly with his hand, shattering it. It then slammed into his chest with full force. The driver couldn't even utter a scream before his entire body flew backward like a cannonball, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air. Ah! The screams echoed through the sky. The driver flipped several times in mid-air before crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak, collapsing half of it. The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the smoking mountain peak in the distance. The commander has been knocked flying? A patrol soldier's voice trembled. A true immortal was hit by a truck? Another patrolman rubbed his eyes, doubting he was dreaming. The onlookers from the immortal realm were so shocked they couldn't speak. Xuanji Jinren turned to look at Xian Yuan, his eyes filled with obvious doubt. This person's strength is at least that of a true immortal, if not higher. Xian Yuan's face paled. Senior Elder, I didn't know he was this powerful either. You didn't know? Xuanji Jinren's voice grew colder. Then why did you ask me to distance myself from him earlier? Xian Yuan Jinren began to sweat profusely. When he went to find the Elder, he had imagined a mysterious man driving a dilapidated truck and the vast and powerful Celestial Patrol Bureau. Comparing the two, it was obviously safer to play it safe. So, in front of the Grand Elder, he only mentioned that the other party might possess true immortal level power, but it wasn't worth offending the Celestial Patrol Bureau for such a person. But who could have imagined that this guy could actually knock the statue of the true immortal bureau to the ground like a sandbag? Elder, Xian Yuanjinren tried to explain, but seeing the increasingly displeased expression on Xian Jizhenren's face, he swallowed the rest of his words. You think you're so clever, do you? Chapter 115, Xuanji Jinren opens a blind box. Xuanji Jinren sneered, weighing the pros and cons, playing it safe? We could have befriended such a great master, but now you've ruined the opportunity. Xian Yuanjinren lowered his head, dared not argue. Tong Xian walked over and whispered to the Elder. This great master's power is far more terrifying than you could ever imagine. What do you mean? Tong Xian took a deep breath and detailed their journey. Elder, he can seal my spiritual power at any time and release it just as easily. Do you think an ordinary true immortal could do that? Xuanji Jinren's pupils contracted. Moreover, his truck can fly through the void at speeds faster than a shuttlecraft. Most importantly, he possesses an item that enhances physical prowess, known as the primordial holy body. When fully cultivated, the holy body allows one to confront true immortals with nothing but their physical form. With just his physical body? Xuanji Jinren sucked in a cold breath. That's correct. I've seen that item before, and the aura emanating from it is undeniable. Tongxian continued transmitting his voice. Senior Elder, considering the incident where he knocked the seat out of the way earlier, this person's strength must surpass that of a true immortal. Xuanji Jinren was so shocked he couldn't speak. Above true immortal? That means. He looked toward Wang Li, who was currently hawking blind boxes to the onlookers, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Are you saying that we just missed the opportunity to befriend a golden immortal level powerhouse? It is highly likely. Xuanji Jinren's gaze fell upon Shenwu Jinren. Shenwu Jinren felt the two gazes and shuddered all over. Senior Elder, your disciple has made a mistake. What good does it do to admit your mistake now? Xuanji Jinren, frustrated, said, do you know what it means to be above a true immortal? There are only a few such beings in the entire Qingling domain. Shenwu Jinren was at a loss for words. Tongxian watched from the side with a heavy heart. He had just been about to speak, but the Grand Elder cut him off. However, this matter clearly wasn't the Grand Elder's fault. Senior Elder, what should we do now? Xuanji Jinren's expression darkened as he glanced at the distant mountain peak still billowing smoke. A true immortal had been knocked off it moments ago. Wasn't he that person selling something called a blind box? He pondered for a moment. Go buy a few. Even if we can't befriend them, we shouldn't offend them. Yes. Shenwu Jinren dared to lift his head at last, silently cursing his misfortune. Earlier, he had acted to protect himself, but now he had missed the opportunity to befriend a powerful figure. This deal had truly been a loss. The three of them walked toward Wang Li, and the surrounding onlookers automatically made way for them. At that moment, the station master was probably still buried under the pile of stones, digging away. The patrol soldiers and officers of the Celestial Patrol Bureau scrambled away, running faster than rabbits, fearing that Wang Li might repeat his truck ramming maneuver. Wang Li was also growing impatient, rubbing his chin as he stood beside the truck. He had thought that after knocking a true immortal off his feet, these onlookers would come to buy his blind boxes. Instead, they looked at him as if he were a ghost. They all scattered, afraid the Celestial Patrol would come after them. Damn it, this business is really tough. Wang Li muttered, I hit a true immortal to use as a living advertisement, but ended up scaring away all the customers. Xianji Daozhu leaned out from the passenger seat. Mr. Wang, why don't we try a more gentle marketing approach? Milder? What nonsense. Business requires boldness. Just as they were talking, Xuanji Jinren walked over with two others. Great Immortal, I am Xuanji, the senior elder of the Qingyun Immortal sect. Xuanji Jinren bowed respectfully, his tone even more polite than when he had addressed the seat earlier. Just as he was thinking about how to sell it, someone arrived. Wang Li's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a lifeline. Want to buy a blind box? Of course. Xuanji hurriedly nodded, afraid Wang Li would change his mind. May I ask how the great sage prefers to be addressed? Wang Li pulled out the blind box and hammer from his system space while casually saying, just call me Mr. Wang. Xuanji Jinren's lips twitched. This Mr. Wang sounded like a street vendor's nickname, completely at odds with the overwhelming aura he had just displayed when he had knocked a true immortal flying. But he kept his expression neutral. Wang Boss was Wang Boss. How could he possibly fathom the thoughts of a sage? Mr. Wang, these are some specialties from my Qingyun Xianmen sect. Please accept them. Xuanji Jinren took out 10 pieces of Xianyuan stones from his storage ring, each emitting a strong aura of divine energy. He deliberately didn't use a storage bag but instead revealed them directly. The 10 divine essence stones shone brightly in the sunlight. This was a clear signal to those around them that the Qingyun Xianmen was seeking to befriend this mysterious figure. The onlookers witnessed this scene and immediately began to buzz with excitement. Wow, even the senior elder of the Qingyun Xianmen is trying to curry favor with this guy who opens mystery boxes? 10 divine essence stones? That's a decade's worth of cultivation resources for me. It seems this Mr. Wang is no ordinary man. Even the senior elder is going out of his way to show favor. Wang Li looked at the 10 spirit stones and waved his hand. I can't accept them. If you want them, buy 10 blind boxes from me, but I can't accept these free spirit stones. Xuanji Jinren froze, regretting his decision. This was clearly a refusal. If he had accepted them outright, it would have been a favor. But buying the blind boxes would be a transaction. The two concepts were completely different, but who could blame him for not stepping forward at the best opportunity? Then I'll buy 10 blind boxes. Xuanji Jinren gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this is the only option. Wang Li's eyes lit up. That was more like it. He quickly retrieved 10 blind boxes from the system space and arranged them in a row on the truck bed. Come on, everyone, get up on the truck bed so we can see better. The truck bed was open, and now several people were standing on it. The onlookers stretched their necks to get a better look at what was inside the blind boxes of this mysterious figure. Wang Li clapped his hands and began introducing his blind boxes. These blind boxes can contain anything. They might be worthless trinkets for ordinary people, or they might be priceless treasures. It all depends on your luck. Trash? Shenwu couldn't help but interrupt. Mr. Wang, you're being a bit too blunt, aren't you? Honesty is the foundation of business. Wang Li shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not a fraudster. I have to be clear about what I say. Jinren nodded in agreement, but inwardly thought, what comes out is still up to you, isn't it? If it's something inferior, it probably means Mr. Wang doesn't like it. If it's something good, it means Mr. Wang doesn't hold any grudges against them. Tong Xian murmured beside him. When the master pulled out the primordial holy body earlier, its aura was far more terrifying than these blind boxes. Ancient holy body? Jinren's eyes narrowed. The primordial holy body can also be drawn from these? That's right. If you're lucky, you can even get something even more powerful. Jinren sucked in a cold breath and looked at Wang Li with even more reverence. Enough, stop wasting time. Wang Li handed the hammer to Jinren. Strike it. We'll see what luck brings. Jinren took the hammer, weighing it in his hand. It was an ordinary item. The actions of a great immortal truly defied conventional logic. Mr. Wang, this hammer. It's a special tool for opening the box. Wang Li replied casually, hurry up and hit it. That true immortal might crawl out again any moment. Taking the hammer, Jinren struck the first blind box as Wang Li gestured. Bang! The blind box cracked open, and a flash of white light appeared. Chapter 116, The Ghostly Curved Blade. Scratch. A soft white light dissipated, revealing a pair of blue and white flip-flops lying on the truck bed. Oh, just a pair of slippers for mortals. Wang Li chewed on a grass root, announcing the result in a matter-of-fact tone. The gathered immortals were taken aback, then erupted into suppressed whispers. Slippers? What kind of magical artifact is that? I've never heard of such a thing. A magical artifact? Give me a break. Look at the material, it's just some trash from the mortal world. You bought this with a single divine stone? Jinren's face twitched slightly, but he remained silent, picking up the hammer and striking the second one. Clang! Another flash of white light. A used toothbrush from a mortal. Wang Li's voice remained calm. Clang! A plastic basin with a missing corner. Clang! A red cloth cap with the words pass every exam written on it. 7 blind boxes were opened one after another, and without exception, all of them emitted a blinding white light. The truck bed was piled high with mundane items like toothbrushes, towels, and plastic basins, starkly out of place in the ethereal surroundings, looking both absurd and jarring. Jinren's forehead was already covered in a fine layer of sweat. He wasn't afraid of getting junk, but rather the meaning behind the continuous white light, the attitude of the royal court. This was a warning. This is a slap in the face. This is a silent mockery of his previous attempts to distance himself from the matter. Elder. Jinren's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling as he tried to speak but dared not. The surrounding murmurs grew louder. This is hilarious. The Grand Elder of Qingyun Xianmen spent 7 spirit stones on a pile of junk. This isn't buying a blind box, it's clearly a tribute. Too bad they don't even appreciate it. I think that Wang boss is a fraud, and yet the Qingyun Xianmen is willingly being scammed. What a strange tale. Jinren ignored the mockery around him, his eyes fixed solely on Wang Li. However, Wang Li didn't even bother to glance at him, instead idly kicking a small pebble with his toe. That was what truly broke his heart. Ignoring someone is the ultimate form of contempt. He understood now. What Wang Laoban was truly interested in wasn't what he could offer, but his state of mind in the face of all this. Jinren slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze once again growing resolute. He raised the hammer and struck the 8th blind box with all his might. This single blow contained no divine power, yet it seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. Hum. A clear, crisp sound unlike anything before. A dazzling blue light pillar shot into the sky, instantly dispelling all the white light around it. A pure and overwhelming force of divine law spread out like a tidal wave, causing all the immortals present to feel a chill run down their spines. This is such powerful law fluctuations. This must be a treasure, an absolute treasure. The entire scene fell deathly silent, with everyone's gaze fixed on the dazzling blue light. In Wang Li's mind, the system's voice sounded quietly. Ghostly curved blade, single use. Grade, gold. Origin, League of Legends. Effect, upon use, instantly teleports to a designated location. Returns to original position after 10 breaths. Mr. Wang, what is this? Jinren's voice trembled as he stared intently at the curved blade suspended mid-air, emitting a faint green glow. The blade was small but uniquely shaped, as if containing some profound spatial principle. The surrounding immortals had long since ceased their mockery, stretching their necks to get a better look, their eyes filled with greed and astonishment. Oh, this? Wang Li spat out the grass root in his mouth and lazily pointed at it. It's called the ghostly curved blade. A single-use item. Single use? Shenwu blurted out instinctively, his heart skipping a beat, fearing that this treasure might have a catch. Wang Li shot him a glance. Once used, it can teleport you instantly to any place within your line of sight. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. Xuanji Zhenlun's pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing halted for a moment. Instant teleportation? This wasn't just instant teleportation, it was a violation of the laws of space. That's right. Wang Li nodded and added, then, after 10 breaths, no matter what you're doing, it will automatically send you back to your original location. Convenient, right? Use it and throw it away, it doesn't take up any space. Convenient? This is more than just convenient. Xuanji Zhenlun's mind went blank, then was overwhelmed by immense joy. What is this? This is an ultimate life-saving artifact. If surrounded by enemies, using this item to escape instantly and returning after 10 breaths, the enemies would already be dazed. Unless the enemy already knows the properties of this blade, they will be caught completely off guard. Moreover, this is the ultimate assassination weapon. Sneak into enemy territory, take the general's head, and return safely without a trace. My goodness! This is simply a divine artifact. Tong Xian muttered to himself beside him. He finally understood the terrifying gap between the junk and the supreme treasure that Wang Li had mentioned. 7 pieces of divine essence stones for a pile of junk, just to get this thing? Someone in the crowd shouted, it's worth it. It's worth it. It's not just worth it, it's a steal. Qingyun Xianmen must have hit the jackpot. Damn it, who just called Wang Boss a fraud? Come out and say it. I'm the first to disagree. Such a divine artifact, I'd pay 100 divine essence stones for it. The earlier mocking voices had all turned into envious and jealous whispers. Xuanji Zhenren trembled as he held the, feeling its weight as though it were 1,000 pounds. He looked at Wang Li, his eyes no longer holding a trace of suspicion, only the purest reverence and gratitude. This Mr. Wang wasn't scolding him, he was enlightening him. The 7 flashes of white light were for tempering his resolve. The single blue light was a true divine opportunity. Wang Li yawned, lazily pointing his finger at the 2 lonely boxes on the truck bed. Hey, old man, there's 2 left. Are you going to open them or not? At those words, the immortals around him nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. Xuanji Zhenren snapped out of his ecstasy at obtaining the treasure, quickly bowed, and his attitude became even more respectful than before. Open them. Of course I'll open them. He dared not hesitate for even a moment. 7 white lights had refined his mind, and 1 blue light had altered his fate. The remaining 2 blind boxes were no longer mere commodities in his eyes, but the final test from this sage. Open what? Open what? Xuanji Zhenren, you've used up all your luck. Let me have the rest. A plump immortal pushed his way through the crowd, grinning broadly. I'll pay 3 times the price in divine stones. No, 5 times. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Mr. Wang, sell it to me. I'm the manager of the Tianbao Pavilion. I'll pay 10 times the price. Mr. Wang, look at me. My daughter is as beautiful as a flower and hasn't been married yet. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The immortals who had just moments ago looked down on the blind boxes were now arguing fiercely over 2 boxes, nearly coming to blows. Wang Li scratched his ear impatiently. What's all the commotion? Do you know how to line up? Those who bought first get first. Show some manners. The crowd fell silent, daring not to make a sound. Xuanji Zhenren took a deep breath under the intense gaze of the crowd, picked up the ordinary hammer, and felt a sense of reverence akin to pilgrimage. Instead of striking the 9th one immediately, he first bowed 3 times in the direction of Wang Li with great solemnity. Wang Li was taken aback by his gesture. Why are you bowing to me? I don't do that. If you break it, you're not going to pay for it, are you? Xuanji Zhenren said nothing, simply raised the hammer and struck. Bang! Chapter 117, The Blood Blade. Bang! The hammer fell, and the box opened. However, the white light Wang Li had anticipated did not appear. A purple light pillar shot into the sky, dyeing half the sky a eerie purple. Purple? What grade of light is this? Is there something beyond blue light? This aura, it's terrifying. My immortal soul is trembling. The gathered immortals fell silent, each of them staring at the purple light in sheer terror, as if their throats had been squeezed shut. Wang Li also froze, even stopping the motion of chewing on a grass root. What the hell are you doing, Lao Ton? This old man bowed to me 3 times, and you just give him purple light? Wang Li suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he had lost something precious in the depths of his being. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had been sacrificed. No way. Wang Li rubbed his chin, looking suspicious as he muttered, this old man must be wishing to trade my entire lifetime of romantic fortune for a single instance of being a European royal. Before he could think further, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Blood Blade. Grade, Platinum. Origin, Death Cells. Effect, attacking enemies with this blade inflicts continuous bleeding damage, ignoring all defense. Bleeding can stack up to 10 layers. A purple glow slowly faded away, revealing a short blade with an eerie design and a blade covered in blood-red patterns, floating in the air and emanating a chilling, malevolent aura. King. King Boss. Xuanji Zhenwen's voice was hoarse, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He dared not even reach out to touch the blade. What kind of is this? Wang Li snapped back to his senses, glanced at the blade, and casually explained, oh, this is called the blood blade. Blood blade? Shen. Yuan Zhenwen repeated softly, the name alone enough to suggest it was no ordinary weapon. The effect is simple. Wang Li pointed with his finger, one cut, and the person will bleed uncontrollably. Bleeding? Someone in the crowd snorted derisively, what kind of divine being would be injured by mere bleeding? I could eat blood-stopping pills by the handful. Wang Li seemed not to hear, continuing slowly, oh, and it ignores defense. Put. The immortal who had just been snorting nearly choked on his breath, his eyes widening in shock. Ignores defense? The entire crowd fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. And Wang Li yawned and added the final sentence, this bleeding effect can stack up to 10 layers. As for its true power, you'll have to test it yourself. Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. A demonic artifact. This must be an ancient demonic artifact. Xingyun Xianmen, they're trying to defy heaven. Xuanji Zhenren stared blankly at the blood-stained blade, his hands trembling. The 7 flashes of white light earlier were not strikes or grinding. They were simply this master casually clearing out the junk from his storage ring. Xuanji Zhenren departed. The last box emitted a white light, revealing a plastic lighter inside. Wang Li exhaled deeply, secretly relieved, thank goodness he didn't drain all my luck. He instinctively touched his chest and patted his pants pocket, feeling like he had lost something important. Never mind, I don't have a girlfriend anyway. Wang Li muttered to himself, trying to console himself. The onlookers, seeing that the mysterious immortal had gone, immediately swarmed around like starving wolves. Mr. Wang. I want to buy a blind box. I was here first. Line up, line up. Mr. Wang, look at me. I'll pay double the price. Bull. I'll pay triple. A group of immortals nearly came to blows over the order to buy the boxes, creating a scene more chaotic than a bustling marketplace. Wang Li rubbed his temples, one at a time, what's the rush? The boxes aren't going anywhere. Just as he was about to continue with his business, a steady, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the distance. Thud, thud, thud. A squad of silver-armored patrolmen flew in from the horizon, led by a stern-faced middle-aged immortal wearing gold-trimmed silver armor and carrying a star emblem on his shoulder. It's the Celestial Patrol again. The onlookers quickly stepped back, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. The scene of the bureau chief being knocked flying was still fresh in their minds. These people were truly daring to come looking for trouble. Wang Li narrowed his eyes, his hand already resting on the steering wheel. It seems the previous collision wasn't severe enough. Xianji Daozhu, sitting in the passenger seat, was sweating nervously. Mr. Wang, maybe we should find another place? Change where? Wang Li chewed on a blade of grass, you can't just change the location for business. The patrol team landed, and the middle-aged immortal at the front slowly approached the truck. The onlookers held their breath, eagerly awaiting the second round of the truck colliding with the immortal. Some people had already quietly stepped back a few paces, afraid of being splashed with blood. However, to everyone's surprise, the middle-aged immortal stopped 10 meters away from the truck. I am Lin Xian, the head of the Celestial Patrol Bureau. He bowed respectfully, his tone humble. I have come to pay my respects to the senior. The entire scene fell silent. Xianji Daozhu froze in the passenger seat, his mouth wide open as if he could fit an egg inside. After the silence, a fierce discussion erupted. I recognize him. He is one of the 4 great bureau chiefs. His cultivation level is at the true immortal realm. I didn't expect him to not avenge the previous department head and instead come here to befriend this person. Damn it, what a coincidence. Just now, Luli was knocked flying, and now Lin Xian comes to apologize? Has the Sun Tian Bureau collectively lost its mind? Wang Li also froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. Oh, the Celestial Patrol Bureau is quite polite, aren't they? What's going on? Did your bureau head crawl out of a pile of rocks? Lin Xian's expression flickered but quickly returned to normal. Luli is recovering from his injuries. I've come on his behalf to apologize to the senior. Apologize? Wang Li raised an eyebrow. What are you apologizing for? Earlier, Luli offended the senior. We humbly request your forgiveness. Lin Xian spoke, taking out a jade box from his storage ring. This is a token of our department's regards. The onlookers were completely baffled. Holy crap, the prestigious Celestial Patrol actually came to apologize? And they're even bringing a gift? What's going on in this world? Those silver-armored soldiers were running faster than rabbits earlier. Now they're trying to cozy up? Some bold immortals began to jeer. Lin Xian, your Celestial Patrol Bureau changes its face faster than turning a page. Lin Xian's forehead veins twitched, but he maintained his smile. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively. I can't accept these things. His tone was calm, either buy me a few blind boxes, or just leave. Lin Xian's smile froze, and he instinctively touched his storage ring. Inside was a soul, and this soul belonged to Qingxiao Daozhu, a cultivator at the Great Perfection Realm. Chapter 118, Phantom Sword. At that moment, Xingxiao Daozhu was curled up inside the storage ring, his soul weak and nearly transparent. He kept muttering, Lin Feng, it's all my fault. I'm the one who ruined you. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. From the memories of this great perfection stage powerhouse, he had uncovered many secrets through soul searching. This Wang boss's blind box cost only 1 spirit crystal in the lower realms, but in the immortal realm, it had skyrocketed to 1 immortal realm stone. Not only had the price increased 1,000-fold, but more importantly, no one in the Celestial Patrol Bureau could fathom this man's true capabilities. The fact that he could collide with a true immortal realm cultivator like Lu Li and leave him severely injured was beyond their comprehension. Mr. Wang, would you be willing to accompany me to the Celestial Patrol Bureau? Lin Xian cautiously asked. Wang Li scratched his nose, looking utterly confused. Go to your Celestial Patrol Bureau? Are you out of your mind? This. Lin Xian's forehead began to sweat. Our department head wishes to meet the senior. Why see me? Wang Li rolled his eyes. I'm not a monkey in a zoo. The surrounding immortals listened intently, craning their necks to watch the commotion. Oh my, the Celestial Patrol Bureau is trying to recruit him. Of course. Who wouldn't he want to recruit such a powerful expert? But Mr. Wang isn't buying it at all, haha. Lin Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. As the head of the department, when had he ever been treated so coldly? But thinking of Lu Li still lying in bed, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. Senior, our department head has said that as long as you deign to accept, the terms are entirely up to you. Wang Li chewed on a grass root, lazily waving his hand. If you want to buy a blind box, go ahead. If not, get lost. I can't stand you bureaucrats, all you do is talk nonsense. You. The silver-armored soldier behind Lin Xian couldn't help but want to act, but he was stopped by a single glance from Lin Xian. Shenji Daozhu huddled in the passenger seat, thinking to himself that this Wang boss was truly formidable, daring to confront the Celestial Patrol Bureau like that. Lin Xian took a deep breath and pulled out 10 spirit stones from his storage ring. Then I'll buy 10 blind boxes. That's more like it. Wang Li grinned. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Wang Li handed him the 10 blind boxes and a hammer. Open them. Lin Xian gave Wang Li a meaningful look before striking the blind box with the hammer. Scratch. A white light flashed. A square object was revealed, with a red package bearing 2 large characters. Wazi? Wang Li froze, his mind in turmoil. This thing appearing in the celestial realm was too surreal to look at. But he didn't say much. Mr. Wang, what is this? Lin Xian picked up the red package and examined it carefully. This is an item used by mortals to release their worries. Something mortals use to release their worries? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian grew even more curious. What kind of thing could mortals use to release their troubles? In his view, the only source of trouble was insufficient strength. The surrounding immortals also craned their necks, filled with curiosity about the red package. Just open it and see for yourself. Lin Xian tore open the outer packaging and swept his divine sense over it, furrowing his brows slightly. It was poison, but the toxicity was not strong, and it posed no threat to him, a true immortal. He pulled out a slender white object from inside, examined it for a moment, then, feeling a connection, directly placed it in his mouth. A wisp of divine fire emerged from his fingertips. Whoosh! A faint wisp of smoke rose slowly. Lin Xian took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. His expression relaxed noticeably. Did you forget everything? Wang Li, seeing how smoothly he did it, was so surprised he almost swallowed the grass root in his mouth. This guy is already so skilled on his first try? The onlookers were left speechless. Is Lin Zhu using drugs? No, his breathing is steady, there are no signs of poisoning. The smoke does smell pretty good, with a unique aroma. Lin Xian took another puff, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This stuff actually relaxes the mind? He felt the anger that had built up inside him from Lu Li being hit slowly dissipate in the smoke. Interesting. Lin Xian tapped the ash from his fingers. Even mortal wisdom shouldn't be underestimated. Wang Li rolled his eyes. Enough, hurry up and open the next one. Don't act so deep. Lin Xian nodded and immediately tapped the second blind box. Scratch. A purple light flashed, revealing a sword-shaped object. Phantom Sword Durability 1. Grade Platinum. From Minecraft. Effect requires use with sword control technique. After being thrown, it automatically pursues enemies. Mr. Wang, what is this? Lin Xian picked up the oddly shaped sword, its blade semi-transparent and emitting a faint blue glow. This is called the Phantom Sword. When you throw this at an enemy, it will automatically pursue them. Lin Xian was taken aback. Automatically pursue enemies? It can track the enemy no matter where they are? Wang Li nodded. This thing has a bit of a concept behind it, target acquisition. However, it's a one-time use item. Once it's used, it's gone. Lin Xian gripped the sword hilt, feeling the laws contained within, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. This ability to automatically lock onto and pursue an enemy had already delved into the realm of causal laws. The onlookers among the immortals were once again in an uproar. Goodness gracious, more purple light. Automatic pursuit? Isn't that unstoppable? Shenji Daozhu swallowed hard in the passenger seat, secretly relieved that he had chosen the right side. Lin Shen took a deep drag on his cigarette, and as the smoke swirled around him, his gaze grew intense. Just moments ago, he had thought Wang Li was merely a prodigy, but now it seemed that this man's abilities had surpassed his understanding. Mr. Wang, may I ask how far the Phantom Sword's pursuit range extends? Wang Li waved his hand lazily. Theoretically, there's no distance limit, but don't expect it to deal much damage. Its damage depends on your strength. Lin Xian sucked in a sharp breath. This effect was truly mind-blowing, no distance limit at all. He recalled the great perfection stage cultivator he had encountered earlier, who had simply run away right in front of him, not even within the range of his divine sense, vanishing in an instant. The silver-armored soldiers behind him were also stunned, whispering to each other in disbelief. The commander's luck is even better than that of the mysterious true immortal. Lin Xian held Huazi between his fingers, glancing at the remaining 8 blind boxes, a strong sense of anticipation welling up inside him. The first 2 had already yielded such treasures, there were still 8 left. Who knew what even more powerful items might come out? Mr. Wang, I'll continue opening them. Wang Li yawned. Go ahead, you've already paid. Lin Xian raised the hammer, this time without hesitation, and struck the 3rd blind box. Chapter 119, Xingyun Xian Palace, the City of Immortals. Scratch. A flash of white light illuminated the area. A plain data cable emerged, its black wires dull in the sunlight. Even the surrounding immortals didn't bother to look twice. A data cable, something mortals use. Wang Li glanced at it dismissively, useless. Lin Xian picked up the cable, scanned it with his divine sense, and indeed detected no fluctuations in the laws of the universe. He nodded, stored it in his storage ring, then tapped the 4th blind box. Scratch. Another blinding white light. A plastic comb lay there quietly, its pink casing adorned with several cartoon patterns. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Lin Xi's luck isn't that great, is it? The first 2 were good, but the rest were a letdown. Out of 10 boxes, getting 2 purple lights is already pretty good. Lin Shen took a deep drag on his cigarette, the smoke swirling around his nostrils. He remained calm. After all, he had already opened the Phantom Sword, a legendary item, so whatever came next wouldn't be a loss. The 5th one, white light. An old mouse pad. The 6th one, white light. A used ballpoint pen. The 7th one, white light. A half-empty bottle of mineral water. The crowd's interest was waning, and some people had already started yawning. Hey, Lin Xi, have you run out of luck? Ha, the first few were too lucky, now the bad luck is kicking in. Lin Xian tapped the ash from his cigarette and continued tapping without batting an eyelid. 8th, white light. A used eraser. The 9th one, white light. An empty soda can. As he raised the hammer to strike the last blind box, the onlookers began to disperse, clearly having lost hope in the outcome. Scratch. Still white light. A plastic bag lay quietly in the truck bed, still bearing the supermarket's logo. 10 boxes, 8 trash, 2 treasures. Someone remarked, the ratio is pretty consistent. Lin Xian extinguished the cigarette and gathered all the items. Although he had collected a pile of trash, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, he wore a satisfied smile. The Phantom Sword alone was worth the price of admission. He looked at Wang Li with even greater respect than before. Mr. Wang, would you consider joining my Celestial Patrol Bureau? Our bureau chief has long admired you. No interest. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, his tone betraying his impatience. Lin Xian nodded and didn't press the matter. He gave Wang Li a meaningful look before leading the silver-armored soldiers into the sky, heading toward the Celestial Patrol Bureau. The onlookers, seeing that the Sun Tian Bureau had left, swarmed around like sharks sensing blood. Mr. Wang, I want one too. Give me 10. First come, first served. Don't push. Wang Li scratched his ear, one at a time, stop arguing. 1 Xian Yuan stone for 1, 10 Xian Yuan stones for 10. Is there a minimum guarantee for 10 Xian Yuan stones? Someone asked urgently. At least it'll emit a blue light, but whether you get one depends on your luck. Wang Li answered lazily. The crowd of cultivators instantly calmed down. 1 or 2 Xian Yuan stones they could scrape together, but 10 would be a fortune. Mr. Wang, give me 1. A wandering cultivator dressed in black robes said through gritted teeth. He clutched the spirit stone tightly in his hand. It was all he had saved up over 3 years of hard work. Wang Li handed him the blind box and the small hammer. The wandering cultivator took a deep breath, raised the hammer, and struck it with all his might. Scratch. A blinding white light flashed, and the wandering cultivator's face turned as pale as the light. Inside the cart lay a worn-out plastic bottle, with labels still clinging to its surface. Trash for mortals. Wang Li glanced at it dismissively, useless. The wandering cultivator's body swayed. 3 years of savings had gotten him this piece of junk. He nearly vomited blood on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Wang. His voice was hoarse as he forced a bow, then slunk back into the crowd, his face ashen. Other cultivators watched in silence, feeling uneasy, but some refused to believe it. I'll try too. Me too. A flash of white light. Swoosh, a flash of white light. Swoosh, still white light. Several cultivators in a row all produced trash. Some produced half a candle, others produced torn socks, and one even produced a plastic cup missing its handle. The crowd's enthusiasm was instantly dampened, and the previously chaotic scene fell silent. Damn, my luck is really bad. Lindsay could get purple light, why are we all getting junk? Damn it, I should VE known better. That S1 spirit stone. Those who had drawn junk were on the verge of tears, but dared not vent their frustration. After all, even the Celestial Patrol Bureau couldn't do anything about Wang Li, so what were they, mere nobodies? The crowd began to disperse, and no one dared to try again. Wang Li saw that business had slowed down and yawned. Shenji, close the cargo bed. Let's find a place to rest. Yes. Shenji Daozhu hurriedly got out of the passenger seat and frantically began cleaning the cart. Just then, people from the Qingyun Xianmen arrived. Besides Xuanji Jinren, there was a middle-aged man in a blue Taoist robe, his aura subdued, his cultivation depth unimaginable. The two approached Wang Li. Xuanji Jinren introduced himself first. Mr. Wang, this is the master of the Qingyun Xianmen, Qingyun. Qingyun stepped forward, bowed, and said, I have heard of your great reputation, Mr. Wang. Qingyun greets you. Wang Li nodded lazily, waiting for further instructions. Mr. Wang, would you be so kind as to accompany us to the Qingyun Xianmen for a chat? The master of the Qingyun sect spoke politely, but his eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation. Going to your sect is out of the question. Wang Li waved him off directly, but could you tell me where the most prosperous place in the Qingling domain is? The most prosperous place? The Qingyun sect master paused for a moment. It must be the upper immortal city within the Qingling Immortal Palace's territory. The Qingling Immortal Palace? Wang Li perked up. That's correct. The Qingling Xian Palace is the dominant power in the Qingling domain, far surpassing our Qingyun Xianmen in strength. The master of the Qingyun sect sighed wryly. The upper immortal city is located 3,000 li outside the gates of the Qingling Immortal Palace, making it the largest gathering place for cultivators in the entire Qingling domain. How many cultivators are there? There are over 100,000 resident cultivators, with every kind of rare treasure imaginable. Even cultivators from other realms come there to trade. The Qingyun sect master continued his detailed explanation. However, Mr. Wang, the Qingling Xian Palace has always been domineering. Outsiders doing business there. Arrogant? Wang Li grinned. I love domineering people. Mr. Wang. Xuanji Jinren spoke cautiously. The Qingling Xian Palace is guarded by a celestial being. Oh. Wang Li spoke in a tone as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. Seeing that Wang Li was determined to go to the upper immortal city, the master of Qingyun sect no longer tried to dissuade him. Since Mr. Wang has made up his mind, Qingyun is willing to guide you there. No need, I can find my way. Wang Li started the truck. Xianji, let's go. Yes. Xianji Daozhu hurriedly fastened his seatbelt. The master of the Qingyun sect wanted to say something else, but the truck had already begun to rise into the air, flying toward the direction of the upper immortal city under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Master, shouldn't we go and take a look? Xuanji Jinren was a bit concerned. Qingyun shook his head. The heavens of the Qingling domain are about to change. Chapter 120, The Enchanted Golden Sword. At that moment, a floating palace appeared in the sky before Wang Li and Shenji. Surrounded by swirling clouds, the special techniques within the clouds blocked any divine sense from probing. Mr. Wang, this must be the Qingling Immortal Palace, right? Shenji Daozhu squinted his eyes, examining the majestic palace. Wang Li nodded. There's another city below this, which should be the upper immortal city. Shenji peered through the window and indeed saw a vast city below, though it seemed completely different from any city he had ever known. The upper immortal city floated in the air, with all its buildings suspended mid-air. They were not flat but resembled spherical structures. The upper immortal city is far more advanced than the cities of the mortal realm. It seems that the cultivators here must fly around the city in their daily lives. I wonder what kind of people live there. True immortals and perhaps some highly accomplished wandering cultivators. Wang Li started the truck. They're mostly influential figures, but they're all potential customers for us. Mr. Wang, driving straight into the city like this might be too conspicuous. Shenji Daozhu was concerned. After all, we just knocked over the head of the Celestial Patrol Bureau on the road. Wang Li rolled his eyes. What's there to fear? Business needs a gimmick. A blind box boss who can knock a true immortal flying, that's a name that'll get people talking. Shenji Daozhu twitched his lips. Your marketing philosophy is truly one of a kind. Of course. While others toil away in cultivation, I'm lying around earning spirit crystals and divine stones. Wang Li smugly tapped the steering wheel. Let's find a bustling spot to set up shop later. I guarantee the business will be booming. The red truck slowly descended and headed toward the direction of Shangxian City. At the distant city gates, several immortals had already noticed this unusual combination and began pointing and whispering. What is that thing? It looks like a mundane cargo vehicle. How can it fly? The people sitting inside seem to be cultivators. Is this some kind of new magical artifact? Wang Li heard the murmurs and felt delighted. Shenji, did you hear that? Free advertising. Xianji the Taoist master shook his head helplessly. Mr. Wang, you really have a big heart. Let us go to the upper immortal city. The cargo truck stopped at the city gate, immediately catching the attention of the celestial soldiers guarding the city. Several silver-armored soldiers surrounded the truck, with the captain at the front frowning as he examined the red vehicle. Who are you? What are you driving into the city? Wang Li leaned out from the driver's seat and answered lazily, I'm here to do business in the upper immortal city. This is my cargo vehicle. Doing business? The captain of the celestial soldiers scrutinized Wang Li from head to toe. You, a mortal dressed like this, dare to come to the upper celestial city to do business? Xianji Daozhu, sitting in the passenger seat, grew tense, but Wang Li paid no heed. He pulled out a blind box from his system space and shook it. See this? I'm selling these. 1 for 1 celestial spirit stone. The celestial soldier captain froze. A blind box? What is that? If you're lucky, you might get a life-saving artifact. If you're unlucky, it's just a pile of junk. Wang Li grinned. Want to try your luck? 1 spirit stone? Are you out of your mind? The Xianbing captain scoffed. 1 Xianyuan stone can buy so many pills. This crappy box isn't worth a thing. Chapter 121, Visitors from the Qingling Immortal Palace. The celestial soldier captain was about to continue mocking him, but several celestial soldiers quietly pulled on his sleeve. Captain, look at the person in the passenger seat. The captain looked closely and finally noticed the cultivator's aura emanating from Xianji Daozhu, causing his expression to change instantly. It turns out you're a senior cultivator traveling with us. We were rude earlier. Xianji Daozhu hurriedly waved his hands. It's a misunderstanding. I was just hitching a ride. Senior, but this fellow cultivator's vehicle is indeed rather unusual. According to city regulations, all external magical artifacts must be registered and inspected. The captain's tone had softened considerably. Wang Li rolled his eyes. Check my ass. This is just a broken-down vehicle. Taoist friend, please cooperate. Just get out and register your information. I'm not getting out. Wang Li refused outright. If you want to buy a blind box, buy it. If not, get out of the way. The captain's expression darkened again. Fellow cultivator, this is city regulation. No one is exempt. Then come and arrest me. Wang Li leaned back in his seat, looking unconcerned. The celestial soldiers exchanged glances. This man didn't seem very powerful, but he dared to be so arrogant he must have some backing. Moreover, there was a cultivator sitting beside him. If they caused any trouble, they, as low-ranking soldiers, wouldn't be able to take responsibility. Just as the two sides were at an impasse, a fragrant breeze swept in from the distance. A green figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the truck. All the celestial soldiers immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings, Princess Yunqing. The arrival was a young woman dressed in green, with an otherworldly beauty and an ethereal aura. She landed gracefully, her body emanating no trace of earthly energy, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Rise, she said. The woman's voice was cold and indifferent. What has happened? The captain of the celestial soldiers hurriedly reported, My lady, there are foreign cultivators driving strange magical artifacts attempting to enter the city, but they refuse to undergo inspection. The woman finally turned her gaze toward the red truck, her brows furrowing slightly. This was indeed the strangest magical artifact she had ever seen, lacking the spiritual energy fluctuations typical of cultivators' artifacts and instead emanating a mundane aura. Are you the blind box seller Wang boss? The woman asked. Wang Li leaned out of the window. It's me. What's the matter? Do you want to buy one too? The onlookers gasped in shock. How dare he speak to Princess Yunqing in such a tone? Princess Li Yunqing, whose full name was Li Yunqing, was the only daughter of the city lord of Shangqian City. She was exceptionally talented and had already reached the great perfection realm at such a young age. In the entire Qingling domain, aside from her father and those from the Qingling Immortal Palace, almost no one dared to show her disrespect. I heard your blind box is pretty magical. Li Yunqing's tone remained calm. No, it's not magical at all. It's all about luck. Wang Li pulled out a blind box and shook it. 1 spirit stone each, 10 for a blue light. Want to try? Li Yunqing examined the unremarkable box, sweeping her divine sense over it, but detected no fluctuations in the laws of the universe. Interesting. She smiled indifferently. Give me 10. The divine soldiers were stunned. The princess actually wanted to buy them? Li Yunqing took out 10 spirit stones, which Wang Li accepted. He then handed her 10 blind boxes and a small hammer. Just knock them open. Remember to use some force. Li Yunqing took the hammer, raised it, and gently tapped the first blind box. Scratch. A blinding white light flashed, revealing a plastic lighter inside the box. A fire starter for mortals. Wang Li glanced at it dismissively. Useless. Li Yunqing raised his eyebrows slightly and continued tapping the second one. Scratch. Another flash of white light, this time revealing a worn-out mouse pad. The third one, a flash of white light, a ballpoint pen. The fourth one, a flash of white light, a mineral water bottle. For consecutive flashes of white light caused the onlookers to begin whispering among themselves. The princess isn't very lucky today. Mr. Wang's blind box has way too high a chance of giving out junk. Li Yunqing remained calm and continued tapping the fifth one. Scratch. A blinding blue light suddenly erupted, causing everyone to close their eyes. When the light faded, a uniquely shaped sword appeared inside the box. Enchanted golden sword. Grade, gold. From Minecraft. Effects, enchanted sharpness 5, durability 3, knockback 2. What is this? Li Yunqing picked up the sword and felt the peculiar laws contained within it. An enchanted golden sword. It really hurts when you cut someone with it. Wang Li gave a brief explanation. Li Yunqing swung it a few times. A faint glow flickered along the blade, emitting a soft hum as it sliced through the air. Continue. She struck the sixth box with it. Chapter 121, Princess Yunqing's Request. A blinding white light flashed again. Li Yunqing stared expressionlessly at the old, battered power bank inside the box and casually put it away. The seventh box, a flash of white light, followed by an abandoned phone case. The eighth box, a flash of white light, a half-broken pencil. The ninth item, a flash of white light, a used wet wipe. The 10th item was still a flash of white light, an empty plastic bag. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. The princess's luck is really terrible. Out of 10 boxes, only one had a blue light. Is Wang Boss's blind box really reliable? Wait a minute, Lin Si just got a purple light, but why are all the boxes junk when it's the princess's turn? Li Yunqing put away the last plastic bag, showing no sign of disappointment on his face. Instead, he examined Wang Li with interest. Interesting. It's all about luck. Wang Li shrugged. I told you, this is gambling. Good luck can make you rich, bad luck is just paying tuition. Mr. Wang. Li Yunqing suddenly changed the subject, his voice tinged with curiosity. I'd like to ask you about something personal. About someone? Wang Li scratched his head. Do you know someone named Chu Kanglin? Wang Li froze. Chu Kanglin? Why is Princess Yunqing looking for him? Yes, I do. Wang Li nodded. What is going on? Li Yunqing perked up instantly, her aura growing sharp and intense. This person stole the divine plants I cultivated. I've been searching for him everywhere but can't find him. She stared intently at Wang Li. Mr. Wang, I implore you to provide me with this person's information. I, Li Yunqing, will reward you handsomely. The surrounding immortals sucked in their breath in shock. Dare to steal the divine plants of Princess Yunqing? Has Chu Kanglin lost his mind? Everyone knew that Li Yunqing was famous for protecting her own. Once, someone stole one of her spiritual herbs, and she chased them for 3 months. In the end, the person had to flee to another realm to escape. Wang Li stroked his chin. How do you know his name is Chu Kanglin? Li Yunqing's face flushed with anger again, her eyes seeming to shoot flames. This man not only stole my divine plant but also dared to show contempt for us. She gritted her teeth. Originally, he only stole the divine plant. After we discovered him, he dared to act so brazenly. When we surrounded him, not only did he refuse to admit his mistake, but he shouted, I am Chu Kanglin. Remember my grandfather's name. The onlookers were speechless, their eyes wide with shock. What the hell? Is that even possible? Stealing something and then daring to reveal your family name? This guy must be crazy. And he even called himself grandfather? That's asking for trouble. Li Yunqing grew increasingly furious, his chest heaving with anger. This man is utterly despicable. Not only did he steal my divine plant, but he dares to act so brazenly. I swear I will tear him to pieces. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's expression grew peculiar, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. He exchanged a glance with the master of the 1,000 machines, who immediately understood. He whispered, Mr. Wang, this person's behavior doesn't seem like Chu Kanglin. Think about it, that kid is usually meek and timid. He would never do something so foolish. It's more like. Zhenji Daozhu paused before whispering, it sounds more like that fool from the azure sky. Wang Li's lips twitched even more violently as he cursed inwardly, that fool Song Xiong. If you're going to steal something, just steal it. Why impersonate someone else? Now you've dragged Chu Kanglin into this too. He cleared his throat and addressed Li Yunqing, Princess Yunqing, could you describe the man's appearance? After all, there are many people with the same name, perhaps it was an imposter. Li Yunqing calmed down slightly and began to describe in detail. The man was over 8 feet tall, with a full beard, and his eyes darted around suspiciously. He didn't look like a good person at all. And he was wearing a tattered Taoist robe, with a gourd hanging from his waist, and spoke with a coarse accent. As Li Yunqing continued her description, Wang Li's lips twitched even more violently. Those features could only belong to the celestial Tao master. That fool dared to impersonate Chu Kanglin to steal things. Truly, the poor friend dies, but the poor monk lives on. Zhenji Daozhu also heard everything clearly and was laughing so hard in the passenger seat that his face turned red. The surrounding immortals began to discuss among themselves. From the description, he doesn't sound like a righteous person. Probably just a wandering cultivator who couldn't handle the princess and fled. Using a fake name is normal. Who would use their real name to steal something? Wang Li struggled to control his expression, but inside he was laughing hysterically. Feng Chen, that fool, not only got caught stealing but also caused such a big trouble for Chu Kanglan. If Chu Kanglan finds out, he'll definitely fight him to the death. Mr. Wang, do you know that Chu Kanglan? Li Yunqing stared intently at Wang Li, his tone urgent. Wang Li rubbed his chin, feigning deep thought. The name Chu Kanglan sounds vaguely familiar. Xianji Daozhu in the passenger seat nearly burst a blood vessel from holding back laughter, thinking to himself, Wang boss's acting is truly masterful. Li Yunqing perked up. Mr. Wang, if you can provide any leads on this person, I'm willing to offer 10 spirit stones as a reward. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. 10 spirit stones. That's an astronomical bounty. After all, many wandering cultivators couldn't save up that much celestial spirit stone in their entire lives, yet the princess was willing to offer such a huge sum just to find someone who stole a divine plant. Some were already tempted. 10 spirit stones would be enough for me to seclude myself for 100 years. Unfortunately, we don't know where that Chu Kanglan is. If I knew, I would have captured him long ago to claim the reward. Wang Li looked at Li Yunqing's eager eyes and smiled inwardly. If this girl knew that the Chu Kanglan she was looking for was actually that fool from the heavens impersonating him, I wonder what expression she'd have. It's not about the money. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, looking indifferent. Li Yunqing was taken aback, not expecting Wang Li to refuse. Then what does Mr. Wang want? She asked cautiously. Even if you give me money, I can't accept it. Wang Li pointed to the blind boxes in the truck bed. It must be used to open blind boxes. I have principles, I only do blind box business. The onlookers were completely baffled. Has Mr. Wang lost his mind? Yes, refusing 10 spirit stones and insisting on blind boxes? Can opening blind boxes really be worth 10 spirit stones? The princess just opened 10 and most of them were junk. Maybe he just enjoys the thrill of it. Li Yunqing furrowed her brows. She finally understood this Wang boss was a real oddball. He wouldn't take money from others but insisted on making them buy his blind boxes. Alright, if Mr. Wang can provide useful information, I'll buy 10 blind boxes for 10 spirit stones. Wang Li shook his head. I really don't know where those two are. I just know them. He said this with an innocent expression, as if he truly had no idea where Feng Chen and Chu Kanglan were. Two people? Li Yunqing quickly caught the key words. Oh, Chu Kanglan has a friend named Feng Chen, and they're often together. Wang Li deliberately mentioned Feng Chen's real name, but their whereabouts are unpredictable, and I have no idea where they are now. Xianji Daozhu secretly admired Wang Li's acting skills. Even though he knew that Feng Chen was the imposter, he could still speak so casually. Li Yunqing nodded thoughtfully. Feng Chen, I'll remember that. Why don't you ask someone else? Wang Li shrugged his shoulders, indicating he didn't know much. Maybe someone has seen them. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Chu Kanglan and Feng Chen remember those names. If we ever run into them, we'll strike it rich. A bounty of 10 spirit stones, that's enough to risk your life for. The princess is in such a hurry to find them. It seems that Chu Kanglan has really caused a big trouble. Li Yunqing saw that Wang Li truly knew no more, feeling slightly disappointed, but still nodded politely. Thank you, Mr. Wang. If you hear anything about them in the future, please let us know. No problem. Wang Li waved his hand. But if you really want to find them, you might as well open a few more blind boxes and try your luck. You might just get a tracking artifact. After Li Yunqing left, the surrounding cultivators began to discuss the matter. Is this Mr. Wang out of his mind? He just gave away 10 spirit stones like they were nothing? If I were him, I would have sold their information long ago. Even the princess has spoken, yet he still refuses. How ungrateful. A green-robed cultivator shook his head inside. 10 spirit stones. That's enough for me to cultivate for 100 years. Maybe they don't even know where those two are and are just pretending not to know. Maybe, but such an opportunity won't come again. Wang Li listened to the discussions, paying no heed. He started the truck and drove slowly toward the city gates. The celestial soldiers, seeing that Princess Yuncheng hadn't caused any trouble for this man, dared not interfere. The leader of the celestial soldiers stepped aside. Mr. Wang, please go ahead. We welcome you to do business in the upper celestial city. Of course. Wang Li leaned out the truck window. Let's make money together. The truck passed through the city gates, officially entering Shangxian City. The sight before him left Wang Li speechless. The entire city was indeed as the thousand machinery Dao Master had described, a fully suspended three-dimensional structure floating in the air. Countless buildings were scattered across the sky like stars, while cultivators either flew on swords or rode magical artifacts, moving freely through the air. This city is well designed. It's much more interesting than those flat cities in the lower realms. Wang Li nodded in agreement. Mr. Wang, where should we set up our stall? Xianji Daozhu asked. Wang Li scanned the area and noticed a massive square at the city center, where the largest gathering of cultivators had formed. Various vendors and shops floated in the air, making it the liveliest place in sight. Let's go there. Wang Li pointed to the central square, where there are more people. Business is better. The cargo vehicle slowly flew toward the square, immediately catching the attention of countless cultivators. After all, such strange flying vehicles had never been seen in the upper immortal city before. What is that thing? It looks like a mundane cargo vehicle. How can it fly? Are there cultivators inside? That artifact is pretty interesting. Wang Li listened to the murmurs around him, feeling delighted. Free advertising is working wonders. Chapter 122, Setting up a Stall in the City of Immortals. Wang Li arrived at the central square where the stalls were set up. The area was bustling with people, and the cries of vendors selling various rare treasures echoed through the air. Mr. Wang, it seems like you need to pay a stall fee to set up here. Xianji Daozhu pointed to a stone sign floating in the air ahead, engraved with large, prominent characters. A stall requires the payment of 1 yuan stone per day. Yuan stones? Wang Li scratched his head. 1 yuan stone lets you set up for a day. How long can one celestial yuan stone last? He pulled out a divine yuan stone from his storage ring and handed it to Xianji Daozhu. Go pay the fee. I'll watch the truck here. Xianji Daozhu nodded, took the divine yuan stone, and walked over to the sign. He looked around but didn't see any staff members and was about to shout out. What is going on? A figure suddenly appeared on the signboard, a middle-aged cultivator with a gloomy expression, staring intently at Xianji Daozhu. Senior, I'm here to pay the stall fee. Xianji Daozhu respectfully raised the 10 yuan stone. There are no stalls left. Get out of here. The figure waved him away impatiently. Xianji Daozhu froze, pointing to the vast empty space around him. Senior, there are clearly so many empty spots here. How can there be no stalls? I said there aren't any, and that's final. The figure's tone grew even harsher. Are you deaf or blind? Get out of here and stop blocking the way. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. The person in charge is causing trouble again. Probably because they see the other person's cultivation is low and are looking for trouble. The officials in Upper Immortal City are all as snobbish as each other. Xianji Daozhu's face darkened, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. Senior, we're willing to pay more. Pay more? The figure sneered. Even if you paid 100 spirit stones, it wouldn't matter. Do you know where this is? The Upper Immortal City. It's not some place where just anyone can set up a stall. Then what conditions are required? Xianji Daozhu struggled to maintain his politeness. Conditions? The figure eyed Xianji Daozhu up and down, his eyes filled with contempt. At least you need to be a true immortal or have a recommendation letter from the Qingling Immortal Palace. Do you have either? Xianji Daozhu was speechless. He was indeed only at the Great Perfection stage and had no recommendation letter. If you don't have it, get out of here. The figure waved impatiently. Don't waste my time here. Just then, Wang Li drove up slowly in his truck. What's going on? Is paying the stall fee this complicated? The figure, upon seeing Wang Li, looked down on him even more. Another ignorant fool. You country bumpkins think the Celestial City is some kind of place? Wang Li scratched his ear. I just wanted to ask, can you really set up a stall with 1 yuan stone? No. The figure spoke with unwavering certainty. You trashy cultivators aren't even worth the money. More cultivators gathered around, some beginning to speak up for Wang Li. This official is being too harsh. They're paying to set up a stall, why won't you let them? Exactly, it's clearly written on the sign, 1 spirit stone per day. The figure heard the murmurs and his expression grew even more grim. Shut up all of you. I'm in charge here. Wang Li grinned. Alright, since you won't let me set up a stall, can I at least park here? Park? The figure froze. Right, this isn't a stall. I'll just park here. That shouldn't be against the rules, right? Wang Li spoke confidently. You can't even let me park here? The figure was speechless. Indeed, if it wasn't for setting up a stall, staying in the square wasn't against the rules. Wang Li returned to the truck, opened the cargo bed, and shouted loudly, blind boxes for sale. 1 for a spirit stone, 10 for a Blu-ray edition. Even Princess Yunqing bought some earlier, no cheating. The gathered cultivators erupted into chaos. What? Princess Yunqing bought some? Is that true? When did the princess buy blind boxes? I saw her at the city gate just now. She really bought 10. With a witness, other cultivators immediately gathered around, curious about Wang Li's blind boxes. The figure in the card silhouette turned pale in an instant. He hadn't expected this ordinary-looking person to have actually done business with Princess Yunqing. Give me one to try. A cultivator dressed in a blue robe pushed his way forward, pulling out a spirit stone from his storage ring. I want one too. First come, first served. Line up. More and more cultivators gathered around, quickly surrounding the truck so tightly that no one could move. Wang Li smiled and handed the blind box and small hammer to the first blue-robed cultivator. Just knock it open. The blue-robed cultivator took the hammer, took a deep breath, and struck it with all his might. Scratch. A blinding white light flashed, revealing a worn-out plastic bottle inside the box. Trash for mortals. Wang Li glanced at it and said, useless. The blue-robed monk's face darkened, but he dared not react, as Wang Li had already made it clear that everything depended on luck. The second cultivator stepped forward, and the same white light appeared, revealing a used ballpoint pen. Third, white light, half a candle. Fourth, a white light, an empty soda can. 4 consecutive white lights caused the onlookers to start murmuring among themselves. What terrible luck! Why is it all trash? Didn't the princess just get a blue light earlier? Just as everyone began to doubt, the 5th cultivator opened the blind box. Scratch! A blinding blue light suddenly burst forth. When the light faded, a bronze token the size of a palm lay quietly in the box. Engraved on the token was the image of an elderly man with kind, benevolent features, emanating a faint earthen yellow glow. Summoning Order of the Earth Deity. Grade, Gold. From Journey to the West. Effect, summons the Earth Deity once, allowing you to ask any question. What is this? The cultivator who had produced the token picked it up and examined it carefully. It looks like some kind of summoning artifact? Wang Li nodded. This is the Earth Deity summoning token. As the name suggests, it's used to summon the Earth Deity. The Earth Deity? The cultivator looked perplexed. What is that? The other cultivators gathered around also looked puzzled. Clearly, they had never heard of this name before. Wang Li pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and said slowly, the Earth Deity is a divine being who governs a particular piece of land. You can ask him anything you want to know. Anything? The cultivator's eyes lit up. Yes, but there's a condition. Wang Li exhaled a smoke ring. You better be respectful. The Earth Deity is at least a celestial being. If you anger him, you might get slapped to death. The onlookers sucked in their breath in shock. Celestial being? My goodness, can this token summon a celestial being? A single divine stone yielded a celestial being summoning token? That's unbelievable luck. The cultivator who had obtained the talisman was so excited he was trembling all over. A celestial being. They were beings at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even the palace master of Qingling Palace was only at the initial stage of celestial cultivation. Mr. Wang, how do we use this token? The cultivator asked cautiously. It's simple. Hold the token and silently recite Land God, manifest your divine presence. But remember, it can only be used once. Once used, it's useless. The cultivator nodded vigorously, holding the token tightly. He thought to himself, this is a valuable item, I must keep it safe. Chapter 123, The Threat Within the Token. The cultivator who had obtained the Earth Deity summoning amulet carefully stored it in his storage ring, his face brimming with joy. The surrounding cultivators were so envious their eyes turned red. I want to try too. Give me one too. Line up, line up. Everyone gets a turn. Wang Li was about to call out to the other cultivators to continue opening the blind boxes when the figure inside the stone tablet finally couldn't take it anymore. Enough! The figure roared angrily, you brat, I'm warning you, stop this immediately. Wang Li scratched his ear and gave a lazy glance. What? I'm not even selling anything. I'm just parking here to sell some stuff. What is it to you? This is clearly setting up a stall. The figure was furious, selling goods in the square without a permit is a violation of the rules. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. This official is way too bossy. He clearly said he was just parking, not setting up a stall. Exactly, why can't they do business? The figure heard the murmurs and his expression grew even more grim. All of you shut up. I'm in charge here. He turned to Wang Li, his tone growing sinister and terrifying. Boy, this is my final warning. Get out of the square immediately. Otherwise, when I arrive in person, you'll suffer the consequences. Wang Li's face broke into a playful smile. Oh? Is your true form really that powerful? Oomph. The figure sneered, I am Sherpatian, deputy captain of the enforcement squad of the Upper Immortal City, with late immortal realm cultivation. Boy, if you know what's good for you, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, when I arrive, you'll be the first one I crush. The surrounding cultivators sucked in their breath in shock. Sherpatian? That infamous brutal man? I've heard he has a temper, and no one who has crossed him has ended well. This is trouble. Sherpatian isn't someone to mess with. Xianji Daozhu, sitting in the passenger seat, grew tense and quietly transmitted his voice to Wang Li. Mr. Wang, maybe we should find another place? Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. What is there to fear? It's just business, we're not breaking the law. He grinned at the figure in the car. Alright, then let him come. I'll see just how capable this Sherpatian is. The figure was so enraged by Wang Li's nonchalant attitude that he was seething with anger. Fine. Very well. You just wait and see. He glared at Wang Li with hatred, then the figure vanished. The onlookers exchanged glances, some beginning to worry. This Wang boss is way too bold. He dares to provoke Sherpatian? That's asking for trouble. He must be from out of town, he doesn't know how powerful Sherpatian is. Wang Li paid no attention to the murmurs and continued to greet the other cultivators. Come on, keep opening the blind boxes. The gentleman earlier got a celestial summoning order. Maybe you'll get something good too. Though worried that Sherpadian might come looking for trouble, the temptation of the celestial summoning order was too great, and many cultivators couldn't resist stepping forward. I want one. A female cultivator dressed in a green robe pushed her way forward, pulling out a spirit stone from her storage ring. Wang Li took the spirit stone, handed her a blind box and a small hammer. Just hit it open. Use some force. The female cultivator took a deep breath, raised the hammer, and struck it with all her might. Scratch. A blinding white light flashed, revealing a tattered plastic bag inside the box. Trash. Wang Li glanced at it. Useless. The female monk's face darkened, but she could only accept it. The second monk stepped forward, and the same white light appeared, revealing a used ballpoint pen. The third, a flash of light, revealed a half-burned candle. The fourth, white light, an empty mineral water bottle. Several consecutive flashes of white light left the onlookers somewhat disappointed, but some still refused to give up. I don't believe in this nonsense. Show me one. A burly man with a bushy beard stepped forward and slapped down a piece of spirit stone. He took the hammer and struck the blind box with all his might. Scratch. This time, it wasn't white light but blinding blue light. As the light faded, a bronze compass the size of a palm lay quietly in the box. The surface of the compass was engraved with intricate runes, and the needle kept spinning. Treasure hunting compass. Grade, gold. From the Lost Tomb. Effect, can detect rare treasures within 1,000 miles. What is this? The burly man picked up the compass, sensing the peculiar laws contained within. Wang Li nodded. A treasure hunting compass, capable of detecting the location of treasures. Detect treasures? The burly man's eyes lit up. What's the range? 1,000 miles in all directions. The surrounding cultivators erupted once more. Goodness gracious, another golden grade treasure. A treasure hunting artifact. We're rich. Trading a piece of divine essence stone for a treasure hunting artifact, that's a steal. The burly man trembled with excitement. Holding the compass, he examined it carefully. The needle pointed toward the east of the city and trembled slightly. It's really reacting, he exclaimed joyfully, there's truly a treasure in the east. Other cultivators, seeing this, rushed over even more frantically. I want one too. Give me 10. First come, first served. Line up. Just then, a piercing sound echoed from the distance. A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the square, causing the ground to tremble 3 times. The arrival was a burly middle-aged man with a face covered in scars, clearly not someone to be messed with. He wore the silver armor of the enforcement squad, with the emblem of a deputy captain engraved on his chest. Sherpadian has arrived. We're doomed. This is going to be a spectacle. The boss is in for trouble. The onlookers quickly stepped back, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Sherpadian scanned the area, finally fixing his gaze on Wang Li. Is it you who has been illegally setting up a stall here? His voice was low and menacing. Wang Li slowly leaned out of the car window, sizing up the so-called deputy captain. I'm not setting up a stall, I'm just parking to sell some things. Bull. Sherpadian roared. Doing business in the square is setting up a stall. This is illegal. Illegal? I'll ask you, which law says you can't park in the square? Sherpadian was taken aback by the question. He couldn't recall the specific legal provision. Stop wasting my time. You can't do business here. Get out of here immediately. What if I don't leave? Wang Li exhaled a smoke ring, his tone provocative. Sherpadian's face turned ashen. If you don't leave? Then I'll show you what the consequences will be. He raised his right hand, and the overwhelming pressure of a late-stage true immortal erupted, bearing down on Wang Li. The surrounding cultivators felt the pressure and their expressions changed drastically. The pressure of a late-stage true immortal. Wang boss is as good as dead. Sherpadian is getting serious. However, to everyone's shock, Wang Li remained seated in the driver's seat, completely unmoved, as if he couldn't feel the pressure at all. He even had the leisure to continue smoking. Is that it? Wang Li scoffed. I thought late-stage true immortals were supposed to be so powerful. Sherpadian stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. His aura had no effect on this ordinary-looking man? Impossible. He gritted his teeth. Who are you? Chapter 124, The Demon Revealing Mirror. Sherpatian's gaze grew icy as he stared at Wang Li as if he were already dead. He was about to act, but was suddenly stopped by someone. It was none other than Princess Yunqing. Sharenfa, there's no need for this. Upon seeing Princess Yunqing, Sherpadian hurriedly bowed in greetings, Princess Yunqing. The surrounding cultivators fell silent instantly and bowed to Princess Yunqing. Why has the princess come again? Didn't she just buy a blind box earlier? Could she be here to help this Wang boss? Li Yunqing casually scanned the crowd, finally fixing her gaze on Wang Li. Mr. Wang, how's business? Wang Li leaned out from the driver's seat with a wide grin. Thanks to you, it's been going well. Someone just bought a celestial summoning order and a treasure hunting compass. The onlookers erupted into chaos. What? A celestial summoning order? And a treasure hunting compass? Why didn't I see it? Was that blue light the celestial summoning order? My goodness. Sure Potion's expression grew even more grim. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary blind box merchant to actually be able to obtain such high-tier treasures. Li Yunqing nodded. It seems that Mr. Wan's blind boxes are indeed magical. She turned to Sherpatian. Sure Enforcer, Mr. Wang is my friend. Please give him some face. Sherpatian clenched his teeth. Though he was unwilling, since Princess Yunqing had spoken, he dared not press the matter further. Since the princess has spoken, I'll let it go. He glared at Wang Li with hatred, but you better not give me any reason to catch you. Wang Li scratched his ear. Oh. This indifferent attitude made Sherpatian even more furious, but with Princess Yunqing present, he could only endure it. Princess, I have official business to attend to. I'll take my leave. Li Yunqing waved her hand. Go ahead. After Sherpatian left, the surrounding cultivators gathered around again. The princess is mighty. The princess is so righteous. Now Mr. Wang can do business in peace. Li Yunqing walked over to the truck and said to Wang Li, Mr. Wang, how did things go earlier? Any news about Chu Kanglan? Wang Li shook his head. Nothing yet, but I'll keep an eye out. Alright, I'll buy 10 more blind boxes and try my luck. Li Yunqing pulled out 10 spirit stones. The crowd erupted once more. The princess is buying again. What good stuff will come out this time? The princess didn't have much luck last time, let's hope she has better luck this time. Wang Li took the spirit stones, handed Li Yunqing 10 blind boxes and a small hammer and said, same as before, just open them. Li Yunqing looked at the blind boxes but didn't open them. Instead, she turned to Wang Li and said, Mr. Wang, can the contents of these blind boxes be transferred to others? Wang Li paused for a moment before shaking his head. Blind boxes cannot be bought for others. Once opened, they can only be used by the person who opened them. Otherwise, they will automatically be destroyed. Li Yunqing's expression changed slightly. Her father was about to celebrate his 70th birthday, and she wanted to give him a gift. However, whatever he had, his father must also have, which was why he had chosen to cultivate the divine plant. The onlookers, upon hearing this rule, immediately began to discuss it heatedly. What? It can't be transferred? Then my plan to buy some and give them away is ruined. This rule is way too strange. Wang Li scratched his ear. It's the rule, I can't change it. But speaking of which, were you planning to give the blind box as a gift? Li Yunqing nodded. My father's 700,000-year birthday is approaching, and I wanted to prepare a special gift for him. 70,000 years? Wang Li was amazed. Your father has lived a long life. Shenji Daozhu whispered from the passenger seat, Mr. Wang, the city lord of Shangxian City, Li Tianyang, is a earth immortal. Oh, that's indeed an old monster. Wang Li nodded, but then again, your father has everything. Why bother with a gift? Li Yunqing sighed wryly. Precisely because he has everything, it's hard to find something suitable. Ordinary celestial treasures are as common as weeds to him, and he doesn't lack divine artifacts or magical treasures. I really can't think of anything appropriate. Why not try your luck with a blind box? You might just get something rare. Wang Li shrugged. Even if you can't transfer it, at least you can use it yourself. True. Li Yunqing sighed and raised the small hammer, tapping it against the first blind box. Clink. A flash of white light and a plastic lighter appeared inside the box. More junk. Li Yunqing put the lighter away expressionlessly. The princess isn't having much luck today. A cultivator murmured under his breath. Last time, out of 10, most were just flashes of white light. But we did get an enchanted golden sword, so it's not a total loss. Li Yunqing continued tapping the second blind box. Scratch. Another white light, this time an empty soda can. The third one, white light, an old mousepad. The fourth one, a flash of white light and a used wet wipe. 4 consecutive flashes of white light caused the onlookers to begin feeling sorry for Li Yunqing. The princess's luck is really worse than last time. Could it be that all 10 are white lights again? Wang Li stood beside her, looking calm. Don't worry, there are still 6 more left. Li Yunqing took a deep breath and continued tapping the 5th blind box. Scratch. Still the blinding white light, this time with half a pencil inside. The 6th one, white light, a plastic bag. The 7th one, a flash of white light, followed by an old phone case. The onlookers began to shake their heads and sigh. What terrible luck. 7 white lights. Can the last 3 turn things around? It's probably a long shot. The princess was just born without a connection to blue light. Li Yunqing remained calm, but a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She raised the hammer and struck the 8th blind box. Scratch. Another white light, a power bank. The 9th blind box felt unusually heavy in her hands. Li Yunqing gripped the hammer, her hands trembling slightly. 8 consecutive white lights. Her luck was truly at rock bottom. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. The princess's luck is just too terrible. 8 white lights, only 2 left. It's probably going to be a total loss again. Wang Li stood beside him, looking calm. Don't get nervous. The more nervous you are, the worse the results will be. Li Yunqing took a deep breath, raised the hammer, and struck the 9th blind box. Scratch. Still the blinding white light. Inside the box lay a worn-out tissue box. Trash. Wang Li glanced over. The onlookers began to shake their heads and sigh. It's over. 9 white lights. Can the last one turn things around? It's unlikely. The princess's luck is too bad today. Li Yunqing's expression remained calm, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. She picked up the last blind box and weighed it in her hand. Mr. Wang, what if this last one is also a white light? Wang Li shrugged, that's just bad luck. I can't control what comes out. Li Yunqing nodded and raised the hammer. The last one. She struck it with all her strength. Scratch. This time, it wasn't white light but blinding golden light. Everyone stared in disbelief. Golden light. My goodness, golden light. The princess has turned the tables. When the light faded, a bronze mirror the size of a palm lay quietly in the box. The mirror's surface was smooth as water, with ancient patterns engraved on the frame emanating a faintly sacred aura. Chapter 125, The Camera. Demon Revealing Mirror. Grade, Master. Origin, Journey to the West. Effect, can pierce through all illusions, expose disguises, and reveal true cultivation level. Li Yunqing picked up the mirror. As soon as it touched his hand, he felt the terrifying power of the laws contained within, as if it could pierce through all illusions in the world. What is this? The demon revealing mirror, capable of shattering all disguises and illusions. The demon revealing mirror? The surrounding cultivators were immediately startled, and some even fell to the ground. It's the demon revealing mirror? I thought the demon revealing mirror was one of Li Tianwang's treasures? That's right, I also remember it was Li Tianwang's treasure. How could it appear here? Could it be a counterfeit? After all, the rope of binding immortals can be counterfeited into the rope of trapping immortals, so counterfeiting the demon revealing mirror wouldn't be surprising. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their voices growing louder. A cultivator stepped forward in disbelief. Mr. Wang, this demon revealing mirror must be fake, right? Li Tianwang's demon revealing mirror is famous throughout the world. Yours. Exactly. It feels a bit too convenient. Maybe it's just a high-quality counterfeit, meant to fool people. Wang Li furrowed his brows. These people were actually questioning the authenticity of his goods? This demon-revealing mirror is the genuine article. It cannot be counterfeited. Wang Li said coldly, his tone carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Then prove it to us. A monk shouted loudly. That's right, there's no proof. If it's fake, we'll file a complaint. Wang Li grinned, alright, then let you all see for yourselves. He pointed at the monk who had been shouting the loudest earlier. You, come here. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before reluctantly approaching. What do you want? Let the princess use the demon-revealing mirror to check if you're human. The crowd erupted into laughter. Haha, Mr. Wang, that's a good one. Check if you're human? That's hilarious. The cultivator's face turned red. What do you mean? Of course I'm human. Li Yunqing curiously raised the demon-detecting mirror and aimed it at the cultivator. The mirror's surface emitted a soft glow, and the cultivator's figure became clearly visible within it. At the same time, a line of small text appeared, human cultivator, late stage of the tribulation crossing, disguised as an early stage Yuanling cultivator. Ha? Li Yunqing raised an eyebrow, interesting. What's going on, princess? The onlookers asked in unison. Friend, why are you hiding your cultivation level? Li Yunqing looked at the cultivator with a smirk. The cultivator's face turned pale instantly. What do you mean, hiding my cultivation level? I have no idea what you're talking about. The demon-revealing mirror shows that you are in the late stage of the tribulation crossing realm, yet you are disguised as someone in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The onlookers erupted into chaos. What? Pretending to be a nascent soul cultivator while in the tribulation stage? This guy is trouble. Could he be a spy? The cultivator, realizing his cover was blown, turned to flee but was immediately restrained by several other cultivators. Trying to escape? Explain why you're hiding your cultivation level. Could he be here to spy on us? Wang Li stood by, gloating, see? That's the power of the genuine demon-revealing mirror. No demon or monster can hide from it. Li Yunqing stared in shock at the mirror in his hands. Its power was beyond imagination. Even the legendary demon-detecting mirror of Li Tianwang couldn't compare to this, could it? She suddenly looked up at Wang Li, her eyes flashing with a complex expression. If this demon-revealing mirror is genuine, then Wang Li's identity is truly terrifying. Someone who could produce a treasure identical to that of the heavenly king Li couldn't possibly be an ordinary merchant. Mr. Wang. Li Yunqing cautiously began, where did you obtain this demon-revealing mirror? Trade secret. Wang Li waved his hand, but I can assure you, it's absolutely genuine, no deceit. Xianji Daozhu, sitting in the passenger seat, was speechless with astonishment. He thought to himself, Mr. Wang's blind box is too incredible. Li Tianwang is clearly a top-tier figure from the celestial realm, yet the blind box actually contained his item. The onlookers were completely convinced and began pulling out their divine stones to buy blind boxes. I'll take 10. Give me 20. Mr. Wang, I'll take them all. Wang Li gestured to the other cultivators, come on, line up, one at a time. A young cultivator in a purple robe pushed his way forward, Mr. Wang, give me 5. He pulled out 5 spirit stones, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Wang Li took the spirit stones, handed him 5 blind boxes, and a small hammer. Just crack them open, use some force. The purple-robed cultivator took a deep breath, raised the hammer, and struck the first blind box. Scratch. A blinding white light flashed, revealing a worn-out plastic bottle inside the box. Trash. Wang Li glanced at it. The purple-robed monk's face darkened, but he continued to strike the second one. Scratch. Another flash of white light, this time revealing a used ballpoint pen. The third one, a flash of white light, half a candle. The fourth one, a flash of white light, an empty mineral water bottle. 4 consecutive flashes of white light made the purple-robed monk's expression grow increasingly grim. The last one. He gripped the hammer, his hands trembling. Scratch. This time it wasn't white light, but blinding green light. Camera. Grade, silver. Effect, can be placed anywhere and transmit real-time footage to the user. Wang, Mr. Wang, what is this? This is called a camera. It can be placed anywhere and then transmit real-time footage to you. The purple-robed cultivator was taken aback. Isn't this just a teleportation stone? Wang Li nodded. It's similar. The purple-robed cultivator looked disheartened, never expecting that 5 spirit stones would yield a shadow-transmitting stone. The surrounding cultivators began to discuss it animatedly. A shadow-transmitting stone? You can buy one of those with a low-grade spirit stone. Exchanging 5 spirit stones for something that's worth a low-grade spirit stone? That's a huge loss. Opening blind boxes is just too risky. Bad luck, and this is what you get. The purple-robed cultivator held the camera, feeling increasingly frustrated. He turned to Wang Li and said, Mr. Wang, can we return this item? Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, no returns, that's the rule. Can I exchange it for another blind box? The purple-robed cultivator wasn't giving up. No. Wang Li spoke firmly, what you get is what you get. Not even the king himself could change it. The purple-robed cultivator was completely defeated and could only leave with his camera, feeling humiliated. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, saw their earlier excitement quickly fade. It seems like this blind box really is all about luck. The princess was lucky to get the demon-revealing mirror, while this gentleman was unlucky to get the shadow-transmitting stone. 5 spirit stones. I couldn't save that much in a year. Many cultivators began to lose heart, as celestial essence stones were too precious. If they ended up with junk, they'd be out of luck. Wang Li noticed everyone's thoughts and smiled broadly, don't lose heart, everyone. The gentleman just now did indeed have bad luck, but look at the one before him, he got the treasure-seeking compass and the heavily immortal summoning order. These are priceless treasures. That's true, but what if we're unlucky? A cultivator expressed his concerns. Then save up 10 spirit stones and try again. Wang Li pointed to the sign on the cart, 10 consecutive openings guarantee at least a blue light item, you won't lose your entire investment. At this, many cultivators perked up. That's right, 10 consecutive draws have a guarantee. Blue light is at least golden tier, it won't be too much of a loss. I'll go back and save up first, then come back when I have enough. After the purple-robed cultivator left, the others calmed down as well. Most of them didn't have 10 spirit stones. Many cultivators secretly planned to save up 10 spirit stones before trying again, as the 10 in a row had a guaranteed minimum reward. Mr. Wang, give me one. Shroud, who had just left, returned. From his expression, it was clear he had been observing from the sidelines for quite some time. The onlookers immediately began to gossip. Wow, Shroud is back? Wasn't he just chased away by the princess? He probably saw the demon detecting mirror and got jealous. Wang Li raised an eyebrow. Hey, isn't that Captain Sure? Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? Why are you back buying blind boxes? Shroud's face turned slightly red and he cleared his throat. That was official business. This is personal. You're here too? Shroud nodded. You won't refuse to sell to me, will you, Mr. Wang? He emphasized the words Mr. Wang deliberately, clearly trying to soften his tone. Xianji Daozhu in the passenger seat nearly laughed out loud, thinking to himself how quickly Shroud could change his expression. Wang Li fiddled with his ear, of course not. Guests are always welcome. As long as you have spirit stones, anyone can buy. He held out his hand, pay first. Shroud pulled out a spirit stone from his storage ring and handed it to Wang Li, his hands trembling slightly. After all, he had just witnessed the power of the demon-revealing mirror, and he was itching to try it himself. What if he could also produce a master-level treasure? The onlookers were enjoying the spectacle. Deputy Captain Sure has been humiliated. Just now you were accusing others of breaking the rules, and now you're buying a blind box yourself. It's so good you can't resist, law never fails. Wang Li took the divine stone and handed Shroud a blind box and a small hammer. You've seen the rules, just knock it open. Shroud took the hammer, weighed it in his hand, and silently prayed. He was a late-stage true immortal cultivator. He couldn't possibly be worse than an infant realm cultivator, could he? After taking a deep breath, Sherpatian raised the hammer and struck the blind box with all his might. Scratch. Chapter 126, Enhancing Strength. A blinding white light flashed, and a worn-out plastic bag appeared inside the box. Trash. Wang Li glanced at it, his tone as flat as could be. Sherpatian picked up the plastic bag, his face turning ashen in an instant. With the cultivation level of a late-stage true immortal, he actually produced a plastic bag? The surrounding cultivators burst into laughter. Haha, Deputy Captain sure isn't having much luck today. Exchanging a piece of Shenwu stone for a plastic bag? What a steal! That's a real slap in the face. Sherpotian's hands trembled as he clutched the plastic bag. He suspected that Wang Li had intentionally targeted him. But he had been so rude earlier, and now he had no grounds to get angry. Mr. Wang, is there something wrong with this blind box? Sherpatian asked, suppressing his anger. Wang Li scratched his ear. How could there be a problem? Just now, the princess used the demon-revealing mirror, and that gentleman summoned a celestial being. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Are you saying I just had bad luck? What else could it be? Wang Li shrugged his shoulders. Do you really think I can control what comes out? Sherpatian was speechless, though he suspected Wang Li could indeed control the contents. Moreover, everyone had seen the good items that had just been summoned. Forget it. Sherpatian flung his sleeves aside and stormed off with the plastic bag. The onlookers, seeing this, lost all interest in trying themselves. Mr. Wang, we'll be going now. Wait until we save up 10 spirit stones. 10 consecutive draws guarantee a Blu-ray disc. We'll try our luck again then. The cultivators dispersed in small groups, and the once bustling stall quickly grew quiet. Wang Li didn't seem to mind after all. He had already made a decent profit today. Mr. Wang, shall we move to another location? Xianji Daozhu suggested in a low voice. No rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Celestial Patrol Bureau. Within a massive palace suspended in the clouds, two figures were engaged in a confidential discussion. Lin Xian, how have you considered the matter of Wang Li? The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, none other than Lu Li, the head of the Celestial Patrol Bureau. Across from him stood Lin Xian, the head of the Celestial Patrol Bureau. Lu Li, I advise you not to provoke that Wang Li. Lin Xian spoke slowly. Why? Lu Li frowned. He's just a merchant selling blind boxes. What's so scary about him? Lin Xian shook his head. You underestimate him. That man's strength is unfathomable, even I can't gauge his true power. That powerful? Lu Li frowned. Lin Xian's words clearly weren't meant to help him deal with Wang Li. Lin Xian, you know all about Wang Li's background. Why are you so afraid of him? Lu Li's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. He felt Lin Xian was deliberately withholding information. Lin Xian merely shook his head and remained silent. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. What are you thinking? Lu Li grew impatient. That Wang Li is just a merchant. Even if he has some skills, does that mean he can turn the world upside down? Merchant? Lin Xian scoffed. Have you ever seen a merchant who can produce a treasure like the demon-revealing mirror? Demon-revealing mirror? Lu Li frowned. What demon-detecting mirror? The same one used by Li Tianwan, the real deal. Lin Xian said indifferently, Princess Yunqing just acquired it and has already tested its power. Lu Li sucked in a sharp breath. He knew all about Li Tianwan's demon-detecting mirror. It was a top-tier treasure from the celestial realm. Anyone who could produce such an item must have an extraordinary background. So I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions. Lin Xian stood up, ready to leave. Instead of wasting your time, why not think about something else? Wait. Lu Li called him back. What are you busy with right now? You've been acting so mysterious lately. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, a flash of sharpness gleaming in his eyes. He was currently searching for a person named Chu Kanglin, an important piece of information he had obtained from the soul of someone who had ascended alongside Wang Li. That soul had told him that there was an array in the lower realm called the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array, which could be used by cultivators at the tribulation stage, combined with some other cultivators to confront those at the great perfection stage. Such a heaven-defying array if he could master it. I'm looking for someone. Lin Xian turned around. Have you heard of the name Chu Kanglin? Chu Kanglin? Lu Li frowned and thought, I don't recall. What's his background? He ascended from the lower realms and should be near the upper immortal city. Lin Xian's tone grew serious. This person is important. If you hear anything, be sure to let me know. What's in it for me? Lu Li chuckled. You can't expect me to help for free, can you? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with impatience, but he still said, if you find him, I can share some of the benefits with you. What's in it for me? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Xian finished speaking, and his figure flickered before disappearing from the grand hall. Lu Li watched the direction Lin Xian had left, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He remembered the name Chu Kanglin. Since Lin Xian valued him so highly, he must have some value. Lin Xian flew through the air. That Wang boss had never personally intervened. He always used that red car to ram people, whether in the lower realms or in the celestial realm. Judging by this, the problem must lie with that red car. But what was the origin of this red car? Why didn't the entire immortal realm have anything like it? Even he, a true immortal, couldn't fathom its secrets. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that only by finding that person would he be able to uncover the truth. Wang Li looked at the cultivators before him, who weren't buying anything and were just standing around watching. What are you looking at? If you're not buying, get out of here. Wang Li waved his hand impatiently. The onlookers exchanged glances, and someone murmured, "This Mr. Wang sure has a temper." Of course not. He dares to confront a true immortal. Why would he care about us? Forget it, let's save up 10 spirit stones and come back later. The cultivators gradually dispersed. Wang Li quickly closed the card's door and climbed inside. Lao Tong, come out and get to work. Enhance your strength. Ding, the host has been upgraded to the initial stage of true immortal. Remaining Xian Yuan stones, 0. True immortal. Wang Li felt the surging immortal energy within his body and couldn't help but grin widely. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, and the divine energy surged through his meridians like a raging river. Wang Li clenched his fists, feeling that he could now crush a mountain with a single punch. No, I'm a true immortal now. Not just a mountain, I could crush an entire small world with ease. Just as he was about to test the power of a true immortal inside the cart, he heard the urgent voice of Qianji Daozhu coming from outside. Senior, someone's here to buy blind boxes. Wang Li froze, pushed open the truck bed door, and peered out. Who is it? Who's buying blind boxes so late at night? Qianji Daozhu pointed ahead. Look, it seems to be an important figure. Wang Li followed his gaze and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious Taoist robe walking toward them, followed by over a dozen bodyguards, exuding an imposing aura. Wow, quite the entourage. Wang Li rubbed his chin. He looks like a wealthy individual. The middle-aged man walked up to the truck, bowed, and said, I am Zhang Tianming, the head of the Zhang family from Shangxian City. I have heard of your reputation, Mr. Wang, and have come to purchase some blind boxes. Wang Li appraised Zhang Tianming, whose cultivation was no weak, at least at the late great perfection stage. How many do you want? 10. Zhang Tianming didn't hesitate, pulling out 10 spirit stones. I heard that 10 consecutive opens guarantee a Blu-ray? That's correct. Wang Li took the spirit stones, his mood lifting. At least one blue light, and with good luck, maybe even a purple or golden light. Zhang Tianming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then I'll trouble Mr. Wang. Chapter 127, Earth-Splitting Boots, 7 Treasure Linglong Tower. Wang Li neatly arranged the 10 blind boxes on the truck bed and handed over a small hammer. You should know the rules by now, just knock it open. Zhang Tianming took the hammer and weighed it in his hand. This ordinary-looking item could actually contain treasures of the same caliber as the demon-detecting mirror. Mr. Wang, may I ask a question? Go ahead. Where do the treasures in these blind boxes come from? Trade secret. I can't disclose that. Zhang Tianming nodded and didn't press further. He raised the hammer and struck the first blind box. Scratch. A blinding white light flashed, revealing an old, worn-out power bank inside the box. A power bank for ordinary people. Wang Li glanced at it dismissively, useless. Zhang Tianming's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, there's a guaranteed prize with 10 consecutive draws. It can't all be junk. The second blind box. Scratch. Another flash of white light, this time revealing an empty plastic bottle. The third one, a flash of white light, followed by a used wet wipe. Fourth one, white light, half a pencil. 4 consecutive flashes of white light caused Zhang Tianming's forehead to break out in a sweat. The guards behind him began to whisper among themselves. The master's luck. 4 white lights already. Could all 10 be junk? Zhang Tianming took a deep breath and continued to tap the 5th blind box. Scratch. Still the blinding white light, this time it was a worn-out mouse pad. 6th one, white light, a plastic bag. 7th one, white light, a discarded phone case. 8th one, white light, a mineral water bottle. 8 consecutive flashes of white light left everyone present gasping in horror. Zhang Tianming's face had turned ashen, and his hands trembled as he held the hammer. Master, perhaps we should call it off? A guard whispered from behind. Shut up. Zhang Tianming growled, there are still 2 left. He raised the hammer and struck the 9th blind box with all his might. Scratch. Still that blinding white light. Inside the box lay a worn-out tissue box. Zhang Tianming couldn't hold back any longer, his entire body trembling. 10 spirit stones. That was his family's annual income. The last one. Wang Li said calmly from the side, his tone as flat as could be. Zhang Tianming gripped the hammer, his hands shaking violently. 9 white lights. If the last one was also white, he would lose everything. Mr. Wang, are you sure there's a minimum guarantee? Of course there is. Wang Li nodded. At least 1 blue light in 10 consecutive openings, that's the rule. Zhang Tianming clenched his teeth, raised the hammer, and struck the last blind box. Clang! This time it wasn't white light, but blinding blue light. Everyone sighed in relief, and Zhang Tianming nearly collapsed to the ground. When the light faded, a shoe was revealed. That's right, it wasn't a pair. Earth-splitting boots, right. Grade, gold. From Huang. Effect, same as Tu Xing Sun, capable of burrowing into the ground and disappearing without a trace. Must be used in conjunction with another item. After reading this description, Wang Li's lips twitched. Why just one? What is this, Mr. Wang? Wang Li snapped back to reality. This item is called the Earth Diving Boots, a pair of boots for the right leg. Once worn, they allow the wearer to burrow into the ground and disappear without a trace. But it requires another pair to use. Zhang Tianming was taken aback. Why is there only one boot? It can be used, but the effect. Wang Li stroked his chin. You can try it yourself. Zhang Tianming was confused. Alright, I'll give it a try. Saying that, Zhang Tianming put on the ground diving boots and activated his Yuan Qi. Suddenly, Zhang Tianming began spinning in place. Holy crap! Zhang Tianming spun like a top, spinning faster and faster, unable to stop. The surrounding guards were all stunned. What's happening to the family head? Why is he spinning like that? Quick, think of something. Wang Li stood by, watching with great interest. That's the effect of a single earth diving boot. Without one, you just spin in place. Mr. Wang, how do I stop? Zhang Tianming spun in circles while shouting, his voice trembling. Wang Li scratched his head? Just stop activating it. Oh, right. Zhang Tianming quickly stopped channeling his spiritual energy. After a moment, Zhang Tianming finally came to a stop, swaying unsteadily and nearly losing his balance. The guards rushed forward to support him. Master, are you okay? Zhang Tianming's face turned pale. These boots are poisoned, aren't they? Wang Li shrugged. I told you you needed to pair them with the other one, but you insisted on trying them. Where's the other one? It's up to luck. Maybe it'll show up someday. Zhang Tianming's lips twitched. 10 spirit stones for 9 pieces of junk and a pair of boots that made you spin in circles. This deal was a total loss. Master, shall we leave? The guard suggested in a low voice. Zhang Tianming was about to nod when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mr. Wang, I heard you have some good items here. I've come to take a look. Everyone turned to look, seeing an old man dressed in a golden robe walking slowly toward them, each step exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. Zhang Tianming's expression immediately turned respectful. Greetings, city lordly. The man was none other than Li Tiangang, the city lord of Shangxian City and the father of Li Yuncheng. Wang Li glanced at the old man. His cultivation was indeed formidable, likely at the mid-stage of the Earth Immortal realm. You're the Wang boss who sells blind boxes? Li Tiangang appraised Wang Li with a playful expression. That's me. What's the matter? Do you want to buy one too? Wang Li spoke casually. The surrounding guards sucked in their breath in shock. This Mr. Wang was truly daring. He dared to speak to the city lord like that? Li Tiangang laughed heartily. Interesting. No wonder Yuncheng has such a strong impression of you. Your daughter has good luck. She drew the demon revealing mirror. Wang Li nodded. Why don't you try it too? You might get something even better. Li Tiangang shook his head, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Mr. Wang, I have a question. Can the blind box contain the 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda? The 7 treasure Linglong Tower? Wang Li repeated the name. Is that the tower from Li Jing? Of course it can come out. I can even show you. Ha! Li Tiangong's eyes darted toward Wang Li, his entire body trembling slightly. Zhang Tianming, standing nearby, was speechless with astonishment. The 7 treasure Linglong Tower was a legendary treasure. How could this Mr. Wang claim to have it? Mr. Wang, may I have the honor of seeing it? Li Tiangong's voice trembled slightly. Wang Li nodded. Sure, but you'll have to pay an observation fee. Observation fee? Li Tiangang was taken aback. It's not expensive, just 1 spirit stone. Wang Li held out his hand. Pay first, then you can see the item. No cheating. The surrounding guards exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, this Mr. Wang is really bold. Even the city lord has to pay to look at something? Li Tiangang laughed heartily. Interesting. He pulled out a spirit stone without hesitation. This money is well spent. Wang Li took the spirit stone and immediately immersed his consciousness into the system warehouse. Let me see, the 7 treasure Linglong Tower, here it is. Before long, Wang Li found it. Everyone watched as he conjured a golden tower out of thin air, shimmering with golden light, its body carved with mystical runes. Chapter 128, Star Sword. Zhang Tianming nearly bit his tongue. It's really the 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda. Li Tiangang stared wide-eyed, fixated on the treasure tower. That familiar aura, that unique pressure of a treasure, there was no mistaking it. This is truly Li Jing's 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda? Li Tiangong's voice trembled slightly. Wang Li weighed the pagoda in his hand. It's the real deal, but this one is from my stock. If you want it, you'll have to open a blind box and take your chances. After his initial excitement subsided, Li Tianyang fell into deep thought. His primary objective was to confirm whether Wang Li possessed the 7-treasure Linglong Pagoda. Now that his goal had been achieved, his doubts were resolved. The seemingly ordinary blind box merchant was definitely connected to Li Tianhuang. As for obtaining the 7-treasure Linglong Pagoda, Li Tianyang sighed and shook his head. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Even if he did manage to obtain it, he lacked the power to protect such a precious artifact. He understood the principle that a man is not guilty for possessing a treasure, but the treasure itself brings guilt. Zhang Tianming stood by in disbelief. Lord City Master, are you really going to open the blind box? Nonsense. We've come this far, not opening it would be a waste. Li Tianyang laughed heartily. Besides, Yun Cheng, that girl already got the demon revealing mirror. As her father, I can't lose to my own daughter, can I? The surrounding guards nodded in agreement, finding the city lord's reasoning sound. Wang Li put away the 7-treasure Linglong Tower. Alright, 10 blind boxes then. But I must remind you, the probability of getting the 7-treasure Linglong Tower is virtually zero. Why? Li Tianyang was curious. Because that thing is too powerful. You'd need to collect 100 blind boxes before you might get it. Wang Li made it up on the spot. Li Tiangong's lips twitched. 100? That's 100 spirit stones. Exactly, and that's just a possibility, no guarantee you'll get it. Zhang Tianming sucked in a breath beside him. 100 spirit stones? That'd take our Zhang family 10 years to save up. So, let's just stick to opening 10 and be done with it. Li Tianyang pulled out 10 spirit stones from his storage ring. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky. Wang Li took the spirit stones and placed the 10 blind boxes on the truck bed. Let's go, City Lord. Li Tianyang took the small hammer, weighing it in his hand. This hammer looks ordinary, yet it can produce a demon revealing mirror? Don't underestimate it, this is the ultimate tool for opening blind boxes. But remember, keep a calm mindset. The more nervous you are, the less likely you'll get something good. Is that really true? Of course, it's all about mysticism. Wang Li exhaled a smoke ring. Look at that Zhang family head. Earlier he was so nervous, yet he got 9 white lights. Zhang Tianming's face darkened. Mr. Wang, can we not bring that up? Li Tianyang burst into laughter. Don't worry, I've seen it all. This is just opening blind boxes. No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised the hammer and struck the first blind box. With that thought, Li Tianyang spoke. Scratch. A burst of green light erupted, revealing a massive iron box standing about as tall as a person and a meter wide. The surface of the box was smooth as a mirror, and inside were neatly arranged bottles and jars of various kinds, looking dazzling and varied. The surrounding guards craned their necks to get a better look. What kind of magical artifact is that? It looks so mysterious. Are those bottles inside containing elixirs? The city lord must be in luck. The first one to open it emitted green light. Li Tianyang circled the iron box, scanning it with his spiritual sense but detecting no fluctuations in the laws of the universe. Mr. Wang, what is this? This is called an automatic vending machine. Vending machine? Li Tianyang repeated the strange name. What's its purpose? Wang Li scratched his head. Well, the bottles and cans inside contain drinks there for quenching thirst. That's it? That's it. Li Tianyang's expression froze. He had thought it was some kind of precious treasure, but it was just a box for holding water? Zhang Tianming was holding back laughter so hard his face turned red, thinking to himself that it wasn't just his bad luck, even the city lord could come up with such a bizarre item. Keep going, there are 9 more. Wang Li stood by, gloating. Li Tianyang took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm. He raised the hammer and struck the second blind box. Scratch. A blinding white light flashed, revealing a worn-out plastic bottle inside the box. Trash. Wang Li glanced over. Li Tianyang's lips began to twitch as he continued to strike the third one. Scratch. Another flash of white light, this time revealing half a pencil. The fourth one, a flash of white light, an empty soda can. The fifth one, a flash of white light, a used wet wipe. The sixth one, a flash of white light and a pair of black and white suspenders. 5 consecutive flashes of white light caused everyone present to begin feeling sympathy for Li Tianyang. The guards whispered among themselves, the city lord's luck is really terrible. Worse than Zhang family head. It's already 6 white lights. Can he turn this around? Li Tianyang's hands trembled as he gripped the hammer. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. When had he ever endured such torment? Lord City Master, maybe we should just give up? A guard whispered. Shut up. Li Tianyang growled, there are still 4 left. He raised the hammer and struck the 7th blind box with all his might. Scratch. This time, it wasn't white light, it was blinding blue light. Everyone sighed in relief, and Li Tianyang nearly collapsed to the ground. When the light faded, a beautifully crafted long sword lay quietly inside the box. The blade shimmered with a purple glow, and the hilt was engraved with intricate runes. The minimum guarantee? Li Tianyang looked at Wang Li, his eyes filled with anticipation. Wang Li shook his head. I don't know. It might not be. Stellar sword. Grade Platinum. From The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Effect: an accessory for Su Changqing. Holding this sword increases damage. This item is called the Star Sword and increases damage. Li Tianyang was taken aback. Increased damage? How much damage? Try it and see for yourself. Wang Li shrugged. It's just stronger than ordinary divine swords. The surrounding guards murmured among themselves. Star Sword? That sounds powerful. The city lord's luck has finally turned around. Purple quality, it should be pretty good, right? Li Tianyang gripped the Star Sword, feeling its smooth, jade-like surface and the faint glow of starlight emanating from it. He casually swung it, and the sword chi emitted sparks of starlight, its power far surpassing his previous divine sword. What a fine sword! Li Tianyang praised it, then stored the Star Sword in his storage ring. Zhang Tianming stood beside him, envious to the point of tears, thinking to himself that he had spent 10 divine stones on a pair of boots that could spin in circles, while the city lord could casually produce a platinum-grade treasure sword. The gap was simply too vast. Li Tianyang was in a great mood and struck the remaining 3 blind boxes one after another. Scratch white light. An old power bank. Scratch white light. Half a bottle of mineral water. Scratch white light. A used napkin. The city lord's luck isn't that great after all. Wang Li shook his head and sighed. 10 boxes, 1 green light and 1 blue light, the rest are all junk. Li Tianyang's lips twitched, but thinking of the power of the Star Sword, his mood wasn't too bad. Mr. Wang, in 3 days it will be my birthday. Would you honor me with your presence? Li Tianyang suddenly spoke up with an invitation. Your birthday? Wang Li stroked his chin. Xianji Daozhu whispered from the passenger seat, Mr. Wang, this is a great opportunity. The city lord's birthday banquet will definitely attract many important figures, all potential clients. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Attending the birthday banquet of a Earth immortal level powerhouse meant that everyone present would be either extremely wealthy or of noble birth. If he were to attend as well, wouldn't it be an excellent opportunity to establish the reputation of his blind box store? All right. Wang Li nodded, but I need to bring the truck. What if someone wants to buy a blind box? Li Tianyang burst into laughter. Of course not. Mr. Wang's blind boxes are rare items. It's the perfect chance for those old-timers to see something new. Chapter 129, The Birthday Celebration Incident. 3 days passed quickly. During these days, Wang Li's blind box business was doing quite well. A steady stream of cultivators came to try their luck, but most were cautious, buying just one to test the waters. Only a handful dared to go for 10 consecutive opens. I wonder what these immortals are thinking. With a guaranteed prize for 10 consecutive opens, why would they insist on opening one at a time and risking their luck? Wang Li put away the last blind box and waved at the unlucky customer who had just opened a plastic bag. Remember to save up 10 spirit stones next time. The cultivator walked away with the plastic bag, looking like he wanted to cry. Xianji Daozhu, sitting in the passenger seat, tallied the day's earnings. Mr. Wang, we sold 37 blind boxes in 3 days, totaling 37 spirit stones. Not bad, it's just a small business. Wang Li stretched lazily. Let's go. It's time to attend the city lord's birthday banquet. He started the truck, its red body gleaming in the sunlight. The cultivators still setting up stalls around him cast envious glances his way. Where's Mr. Wang heading? I heard the city lord invited him to the birthday banquet. Goodness, even the city lord is trying to curry favor with this blind box merchant? Of course. He can produce a demon-revealing mirror, can you? The truck slowly rose into the air and flew toward the city lord's mansion. Xianji Daozhu peered through the window at the scenery below and couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Wang, do you think the city lord invited us for a reason? What else could it be? Yes, after my blind boxes, of course. This is a birthday banquet for a high-ranking official. Everyone in attendance is a prominent figure. It's the perfect opportunity for advertising. Should we prepare a birthday gift or something? Xianji Daozhu was a bit concerned. Going empty-handed to a birthday banquet might not be appropriate. A birthday gift? This entire car full of blind boxes is the best gift. It'll definitely blow those old guys away. In the distance, the outline of the city lord's mansion was already clearly visible. It was a massive palace complex suspended mid-air, gilded and majestic, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Countless cultivators were rushing in from all directions, with various flying artifacts darting through the air, creating a spectacular scene. Mr. Wang, what do you think those people are? Xianji Daozhu pointed to several particularly conspicuous streaks of light in the distance. They must be high-ranking figures from the Qingling domain. Wang Li narrowed his eyes. This should be interesting. The city lord's mansion was adorned with lanterns and decorations, with rare spiritual fruits arranged on long tables, and the sound of celestial music filled the air. Wang Li drove his red truck straight to the center of the banquet square, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire crowd. What kind of magical artifact is that? What an odd shape, I've never seen anything like it before. Is that the merchants selling blind boxes? The guests whispered among themselves, staring at the bright red truck. Li Tianyang burst into laughter and approached him enthusiastically. Mr. Wang, welcome. Happy birthday, City Lord Li. Wang Li jumped down from the truck and casually tapped the truck bed. Though I have no gifts to offer, I hope this will give everyone here something to marvel at. The guests around him immediately began to gossip. Open our eyes? That's a bold claim. Exactly. I don't even see a decent magical artifact. I heard that this blind box can contain a demon-revealing mirror. It must be something special. Li Tianyang waved his hand dismissively. Don't underestimate it. Wang's blind box is a divine artifact. My daughter opened one and got the demon-detecting mirror. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Yunqing stepped out of the crowd, holding the demon-detecting mirror in her hands. Father, your daughter is here to celebrate your birthday. After bowing, Li Yunqing looked curiously at Wang Li. Mr. Wang, do you have any new items today? Of course I do, but today is your father's birthday. Let him enjoy it first. As Wang Li was speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of celestial music in the distance. Two beams of light shot down from the sky, landing on the ground and revealing two middle-aged men dressed in elegant robes. I am Qing Yun Zi of the Qing Yun Immortal sect, here to celebrate Lord Li's birthday. I am Qing Shan Zi of the Qing Yun Xianmen. I wish Lord Li a long life as enduring as the southern mountains. The two men each took out an exquisite box and presented them to Li Tianyang with great respect. You two have been very thoughtful. Li Tianyang took the gift boxes and was about to open them when Li Yunqing suddenly spoke up. Father, your daughter would like to use the demon-detecting mirror to examine these two birthday gifts. Yunqing, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Li Tianyang felt a bit awkward, as using the demon-revealing mirror in front of guests would seem overly distrustful. No need to worry. Qin Jianzi smiled and waved his hands. The Princess's demon-detecting mirror is a legendary treasure. Being able to be examined by it is an honor for us. Xing Shanzi nodded in agreement. Exactly, we also want to witness the power of the demon-detecting mirror. Li Yunqing raised the demon-detecting mirror and shone it at the two gift boxes. The mirror's surface emitted a soft glow, but the images of the two gift boxes in the mirror caused everyone to gasp in shock. Inside the first gift box was a black venomous snake coiled around a pitch-black pearl. The second gift box contained a blood-red bat with wings covered in eerie runes. What on earth is that? Li Tianyang's face turned ashen, and he nearly dropped the gift box from his hands. The guests around him also stepped back, afraid of coming into contact with anything unclean. Soul-devouring snake and blood-slaughter bat? Among the crowd, a knowledgeable cultivator recognized the two items. These are evil artifacts used for casting curses. Qing Yunzi and Xing Shanzi, seeing that their plan had been exposed, lost their smiles instantly. Since we've been discovered, there's no point in pretending anymore. Qin Jianzi tore off his disguise, revealing a ruthless expression. Li Tianyang, today is your day of death. Both of them simultaneously unleashed their early Earth Immortal level cultivation, and a terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire area. The onlookers turned pale, but strangely, not a single person stepped forward to help. What's going on? Why aren't they helping? Zhenji Daozhu watched from inside the truck, speechless. Wang Li sneered, what else could it be? It's all about interests. Li Tianyang's talent is too extraordinary. He achieved the Earth Immortal realm in just 70,000 years, disrupting the old guard's power balance. They'd rather see Li Tianyang dead than help him. Sure enough, the other Earth Immortal level experts present all watched coldly, some even wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Li Qingzhu has been so arrogant all this time. Today, he's finally going to fall from grace. What is so special about a Earth Immortal who has been around for 70,000 years? He'll still die here. The Qingling domain will now be ours, the old guard. Li Tianyang heard these cold words and felt a mix of sorrow and anger. He never imagined that his birthday celebration would turn into a trap. Father! Li Yunqing tried to step forward to help, but was pushed away by Li Tianyang. Yunqing, leave immediately. Take Mr. Wang with you. You want to leave? It's too late. Qin Jianzi grinned maliciously and struck out, his terrifying divine power transforming into a gigantic palm that crashed toward Li Tianyang. Xing Shanzi wasn't about to back down either, as blood-red aura filled the air, turning the entire square a deep crimson. Li Tianyang took a deep breath and drew the star sword from his storage ring. The sword blade shone with a purple glow, and specks of starlight danced along the edge. You want to kill me? Let us see if you have the guts. Li Tianyang swung his sword to meet the two, the star sword's energy crisscrossing in the air, holding his own against two opponents. This sword. Qing Yunzi's expression changed drastically. How can it possess such power? This is the star sword. Li Tianyang sneered, thanks to Mr. Wang's blind box, otherwise I would ve really fallen into your hands today. The two men heard this and simultaneously turned to look at Wang Li, their eyes filled with unhidden murderous intent. Using someone else's knife to kill? Or do you want to test my true strength? Wang Li narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Chapter 130, Qingling Xian Palace, Xiaoyuntian. Qing Yunzi and Xing Shanzi exchanged glances and simultaneously abandoned their focus on Wang Li, instead directing all their attention toward Li Tianyang. Deal with this old man first, the merchant won't get away. Qing Yunzi growled, his divine power erupting, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swept across the entire square. He clasped his hands together, summoning a massive thunder dragon from the void. The dragon's body was wrapped in destructive lightning, charging toward Li Tianyang with deadly intent. Xing Shanzi was not to be outdone. A surge of blood-red aura shot into the sky, coalescing behind him into a 1,000-foot-tall blood demon illusion. The blood demon roared, swinging its massive claws, each strike tearing through space and leaving behind black fissures. The two earth immortals attacked simultaneously, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The entire city lord's mansion trembled violently. The onlookers quickly cast teleportation spells, fleeing thousands or even tens of thousands of miles away, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath of the battle. A battle between earth immortals is too terrifying. The power of that thunder dragon is enough to destroy an entire mountain range. The blood demon's illusory form is even more sinister. Just a single glance sends shivers down the spine. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Li didn't move an inch, remaining calmly seated inside the large truck, as if the earth immortal battle unfolding before him was nothing more than children playing house. Xianji Daozhu trembled in the passenger seat. Senior, shouldn't we run? This is a battle between earth immortals. Why run? Isn't watching the show more enjoyable? Wang Li remained utterly unfazed. Li Tianyang faced the joint attack of the two earth immortals without a hint of fear, his battle intent soaring. He raised the star sword, and the blade erupted with dazzling purple light. Strangely, this purple light contained a dense essence of the earth elemental law. Seal. Li Tianyang swung his sword, and countless earth elements in the void, forming a sword chi as thick as a mountain. Wherever the sword chi passed, space itself froze, as if suppressed by an invisible gravitational force. Boom! The thunder dragon collided with the sword energy, erupting in a deafening roar. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly invincible thunder dragon was cleaved in two by the sword chi, dissipating into a shower of thunderous light. How is this possible? Xing Yunzi stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His thunder dragon was a earth immortal level killing move, powerful enough to severely injure cultivators of the same realm, yet it had been shattered by a single sword strike? What terrified him even more was that Li Tianyang's sword chi showed no signs of slowing down, continuing to charge toward him. Blood demon protection. Qin Jianzi, seeing this, hurriedly summoned the blood demon's illusory form to block the attack. The blood demon roared, swinging its claws wildly, colliding fiercely with the sword chi. However, the heavy nature of the earth elemental law took effect, suppressing the blood demon's illusory form and forcing it to retreat continuously, its form growing increasingly ethereal. Damn it! Xing Shanzi was utterly shocked. His blood demon had been forged from the essence of millions of lives, with defensive power rivaling that of a earth immortal's physical form, yet it was being suppressed by a single sword? Li Tianyang felt the immense power flowing through the star sword, his heart racing with excitement. The sword's power far exceeded his imagination. Not only was it incredibly sharp, but it also contained the profound earth laws. With each swing, it could summon earth elements from the heavens and earth, multiplying the attack's power exponentially. Mr. Wang's blind box is truly magical. This star sword is tailor-made for me. Li Tianyang grew more daring as the battle raged on, swinging the star sword like the wind, each strike carrying the might to suppress all things. Xing Yunzi and Xing Shanzi, despite teaming up, were being overwhelmed by Li Tianyang alone, creating an incredibly awe-inspiring scene. The cultivators watching from afar were left speechless. Is this really the same Li Tianyang? How did he suddenly become so strong? It must be the sword's doing. Look at the earth elemental laws on the sword's surface, they're so dense they're almost tangible. Wang Boss's blind boxes are too powerful. Just opening one can boost a earth immortal's strength to unimaginable heights. Xing Yunzi grew increasingly anxious. Their mission was to assassinate Li Tianyang, and failure would have dire consequences. Damn old man, I didn't expect him to be so tough. Qin Jianzi gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. The two brothers were originally wandering cultivators who had accidentally broken through to the earth immortal realm, but their foundations were unstable, and their strength was at the bottom of the earth immortal realm. Recently, a mysterious figure approached them, promising a earth immortal pill in exchange for killing Li Tianyang. This pill would solidify their foundations and enhance their cultivation. Driven by their desire for the earth immortal pill, the two brothers took the risk, disguising themselves as members of the Qingyun immortal sect to carry out the assassination. They had originally believed that with their combined strength, defeating Li Tianyang, who had only recently broken through, would be a sure thing. But they never expected this old man to possess such a powerful artifact, which completely ruined their plans. Xing Shanzi's thoughts were similar. As he watched the increasingly ethereal blood demon's illusory form, despair filled his heart. This won't do. If we continue like this, we're certain to lose. Xing Shanzi clenched his teeth tightly, pulled out a blood-red pill from his storage ring, and shoved it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, causing his cultivation to surge dramatically, and the blood demon's illusory form began to solidify once more. Blood-burning pill? You're mad. Qin Jianzi's face turned pale. While this pill could temporarily boost one's cultivation, its side effects were severe at best. One's cultivation would plummet at worst, one's meridians would be severed, leading to death. If we don't fight to the death, we'll die here. Xing Shanzi's eyes turned blood red as he manipulated the blood demon's illusory form to launch a furious attack on Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang wielded his sword to block the attacks, and the earth elemental laws on the star sword grew increasingly intense. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling across the entire square. Just then, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the distant upper immortal city. The entire city began to shake violently, with countless buildings collapsing under the aftershocks of the earth immortal battle. This is bad. The battle has spread to the city. Run! If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. The cultivators within the city were filled with terror, rushing to cast teleportation spells to escape. Wang Li looked out the window at the city in the distance, which was teetering on the brink of collapse, and shook his head in sigh. Can't these guys find a more open place to fight? Why do they have to start a fight right at someone's doorstep? Xianji Daozhu trembled. Senior, should we really not run? What if the city collapses? Before he could finish speaking, the sky above Shangxian City suddenly burst into brilliant golden light. A massive array slowly unfolded, enveloping the entire city. The array emitted an ancient and mysterious aura, clearly of the highest grade. The city protecting array? Li Tiangang glanced over while in battle, his expression changing slightly. He recognized this formation immediately. It was the Nine Heavens City protecting formation set up by the Qingling Immortal Palace, capable of withstanding attacks from peak Earth immortal level beings. Boom! A golden light pillar shot out from the formation, directly targeting Qing Yunzi and Xing Shanzi. The two felt the terrifying pressure and their faces turned pale instantly. It's someone from the Qingling Xian Palace. Chapter 131, The Nine Transformation Golden reappears. Xing Yunzi was filled with terror. The Qingling Xian Palace was the dominant power in the Qingling domain, and its palace master was a powerful being at the heavenly immortal realm. The two of them, mere earth immortals, dared not even think of opposing them. Let us go. Xing Shanzi endured the side effects of the burning blood pill and dragged Xing Yunzi away, trying to escape. However, the golden light pillar moved at an incredible speed, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. Just as the two thought they were doomed, the light pillar suddenly shifted direction in an eerie manner, nearly grazing their bodies as it flew past. Though they weren't hit directly, the residual force of the pillar still inflicted significant injuries on both of them. Cough cough. Qin Jianzi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face filled with confusion. What's going on? Why didn't it hit us? Xing Shanzi was also puzzled, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Don't worry about that. Let's escape. The two activated their teleportation techniques, transforming into two streaks of bloodlight and vanishing into the sky. Li Tiangang watched the two flee, about to give chase, but was stopped by a voice emanating from the array. Lord Li, do not pursue them, lest you fall into the enemy's trap of luring the tiger out of the mountain. The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in purple robes, slowly emerging from the array. This man's aura was profound and unfathomable, clearly another Earth Immortal level powerhouse. Greetings, Senior from the Qingling Immortal Palace. Li Tiangang sheathed his star sword and bowed respectfully. The purple-robed man waved his hand. I am Elder Xiao Yuntian of the Qingling Immortal Palace, sent here by the Palace Master to investigate the situation. He glanced around the square, which was littered with debris, frowned, and said, I never thought anyone would dare to commit such a crime in the City of Immortals. It's completely lawless. Thank you, Senior, for coming to my rescue. Li Tiangang said gratefully. Xiao Yuntian shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, those two bandits escaped. This elder was a moment too slow in intervening. Wang Li, who was inside the truck, couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. He had been at the center of the battle and saw everything clearly. That strike could have easily killed both of them, yet it veered off course. How could that be called being a split second too slow? It was clearly intentional. Interesting. It seems that the Qingling Xian Palace isn't as clean as it appears. Wang Li thought to himself. Xiao Yuntian's gaze swept across the square, finally settling on Wang Li's truck. Is this the legendary blind box merchant, Mr. Wang? That is indeed me. Wang Li jumped down from the truck and bowed respectfully. Xiao Yuntian appraised Wang Li, secretly amazed. As a Earth Immortal level cultivator from the Qingling Immortal Palace, he couldn't discern the young man's cultivation level at all. Either he was an ordinary mortal or he possessed a divine artifact. As for his cultivation surpassing his own, that was highly unlikely. And for a mortal to remain calm and composed in a battle between Earth Immortals was highly unlikely. I've heard much about the marvelous mystery boxes of Mr. Wang. May I have the honor of seeing one? Xiao Yuntian asked politely. Of course you can, but you'll have to pay an observation fee first. Wang Li extended his hand, one spirit stone. Xiao Yuntian paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting. Even observation comes with a fee? Mr. Wang's business acumen is truly unique. He reached into his pocket and handed Wang Li a spirit stone without hesitation. Wang Li took the spirit stone and weighed it in his hand. What treasure does Senior Xiao wish to see? I have a wide variety here, there must be one that suits you. Xiao Yuntian pondered for a moment, a hint of desire flashing in his eyes. Mr. Wang, I have a question. Do you have any treasures here that can help one break through to the heavenly immortal realm? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present perked up their ears. The heavenly immortal realm was the dividing line between the mortal and divine realms. Countless Earth immortal level cultivators have spent their entire lives unable to cross this threshold. Li Tiangong's eyes widened in shock. Though he had only recently broken through to the Earth immortal realm, he was well aware of the terrifying power of heavenly immortals. A treasure that can help one break through to the celestial immortal realm? Wang Li stroked his chin and then broke into a smile. His consciousness sank into the system space, and after searching through a pile of treasures for a moment, he quickly found his target. Found it! Wang Li waved his hand, and an ancient-looking jade bottle appeared in the void. The bottle was entirely golden, with 9 lifelike golden dragons carved into its body. Each dragon emanated a strong aura of divine energy. What was even more astonishing was that a faint golden glow surrounded the bottle, as if countless celestial melodies were softly singing. What is this? Xiao Yuntian's voice trembled slightly. Even the mere aura of the jade bottle caused this Earth immortal level powerhouse to feel a pang of fear. Wang Li picked up the jade bottle and shook it gently. This object is called the 9 Transformation Golden Pill. 9 Transformation Golden Pill? Xiao Yuntian jumped to his feet, his face betraying his disbelief. It wasn't just him, everyone present sucked in a cold breath. The legend of the 9-turn golden pill was known throughout the entire immortal realm. It was said to be the king of immortal pills, capable of instantly elevating one to the realm of a golden immortal upon consumption. Mr. Wang, are you certain this is the 9-turn golden elixir? Xiao Yuntian's voice was trembling. The golden immortal realm was already the pinnacle of existence in the immortal realm. Even the palace master of their Qingling immortal palace is only at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. This is the genuine 9-turn golden pill, the same as the one used by the supreme elder Lao Jun. Wang Li spoke calmly. After ingestion, one immediately becomes a golden immortal, no deceit, regardless of age. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a commotion erupted from the crowd. The cultivators watching from afar heard the words 9 Transformation Golden and could no longer contain their greed. 9 Transformation Golden. That's the 9 Transformation Golden. Obtaining it will make you an immortal. I'll risk it. Even if I die, I'll give it a try. A cultivator dressed in black robes suddenly burst out of the crowd, his divine power erupting, and charged directly toward the jade bottle in Wang Li's hand. The 9 Transformation Golden Elixir is mine. The black-robed cultivator's eyes were bloodshot, clearly driven mad by greed. His cultivation was no weak, as he was a powerful cultivator at the initial stage of the Earth immortal realm. Xiao Yuntian's expression changed drastically, but before he could act to stop him, he noticed that Wang Li was faster. You're asking for death. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Li's eyes. He didn't even move, merely exhaled gently. The black-robed cultivator charging toward him froze mid-air, his body stiff as a stone. What? Xiao Yuntian's eyes widened in shock, completely unable to comprehend how Wang Li had acted. Our Earth immortal level cultivator had been subdued with a single breath? What followed was even more shocking. The black-robed cultivator's body began to slowly dissipate, starting from his feet, gradually turning into nothingness. No, this can't be. The black-robed cultivator was filled with terror, struggling desperately, but to no avail. In just a few breaths, a living Earth immortal level powerhouse vanished without a trace. The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at Wang Li in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. What kind of technique is that? Li Tiangang swallowed hard, relieved that he had never offended Wang Li. Xiao Yuntian was drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood why he couldn't gauge Wang Li's cultivation level. This wasn't just a merchant, he was clearly an unparalleled master of unimaginable depth. Is there anyone else who wants to? Wang Li casually scanned the crowd, his tone calm to the point of being eerie. The cultivators who had been restless moments ago fell silent instantly, no one daring to make a move. Who would be so foolish as to challenge someone who could kill an Earth immortal with a single breath? Master Wang's divine might is unmatched. I am deeply impressed. Xiao Yuntian bowed respectfully, his attitude even more humble than before. Wang Li waved his hand and put the 9-turn golden pill back into his storage ring. You've seen it. Are you going to buy the blind box or not?